spent everything to raise 8 empresses, only to be pierced through the heart by their sword at the moment of becoming a sage. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, a golden light suddenly shone from my chest. I intended to self-destruct and take them into the cycle of reincarnation with me. However, the 8 empresses remained completely unperturbed, staring at me as if I were a fool. This scene sent chills down my spine. In the distance floated the artifacts I had crafted for them. They formed a bagua formation, suppressing me and rendering me unable to move. Seeing these artifacts, I laughed maniacally, never expecting to die by my own hand in the end. At that moment, Yu Hongling's cold voice echoed, "If it weren't for you, we would have become emperors regardless. In my eyes, your help was merely to satisfy your own desires, so why don't you just die?" They were accusing me. One by one, they recited my words. Even with a heart as strong as mine, I felt a twinge of pain. My kindness was seen as a shackle by them. Just as Yu Honglin and the others activated the artifacts to strike me down, the golden light in my chest exploded. It transformed into a terrifying vortex, and the 8 empresses had no power to resist. They were all pulled into the vortex together. The 8 empresses and I were reborn many years ago, retaining our memories, returning to the moment we first entered the sect, with one of the beauties right beside me, strong and healthy. I couldn't help but laugh. Chu Ling stared at me in disbelief. "Don't you have 9 lives? Why did you choose to self-destruct without dying even once?" Chu Ling's eyes flickered with sword energy. It was no wonder she was the sword princess of the 9 heavens. But I didn't explain. It was none of your business. Did I need to explain anything to you? After saying that, I took out Chu Ling's contract from my storage bag and burned it to ashes. Chu Ling bit her teeth in confusion, her stunning face cold and terrifying. "Why haven't you answered my question yet?" However, my figure had already departed, leaving her with only a cold back. I couldn't help but laugh. I could have directly killed Chu Ling just now, but death wasn't the harshest punishment. It was becoming increasingly interesting. As I walked further away, Chu Ling felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. Clearly, this was what she had always dreamed of. Why did she feel this way? Chu Ling shook her head. Shaking off her worries, she recalled how Lu Yi had once kidnapped her from the Chu Jian Manor, and later returned her home. The Chu Jian Manor had already been destroyed. All she wanted now was to hurry back and protect her parents, running immediately towards the manor. Finally, it was quiet. I knew Chu Ling would definitely return home, but what she didn't know was that the Chu Jian Manor was a den of demons, where some ancestor was forging a demonic sword that required Chu Ling as the sword body. It would be ready just as the demonic sword was about to be completed. I forcibly took her away. Since no suitable person was found, the Chu Jian Manor could only use that young lord as a sacrifice for the sword. The day of the demonic sword city was also the day of the destruction of the Chu Jian Manor. When Chu Ling returned to the Chu Jian Manor, the entire manor would be overjoyed. I let out a cold laugh. The next moment, the door suddenly slammed open, bringing me back to reality. A woman kicked open my door, followed by my furious junior sister, whose legs seemed longer than her life. But what awaited her was me, with a large hand gripping her neck. If the door wasn't fixed today, I'd strangle her. Yu Hongling's face was filled with stubbornness, her eyes fixed on me, showing no sign of yielding. But I showed no sign of letting go either. As Yu Hongling grew increasingly suffocated, the feeling of death surrounded her. Yu Hongling was filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe he wanted to kill her. Was this still the brother who had always pampered and loved her? Only then did she start to plead for mercy, her voice hoarse. I then threw Yu Hongling aside, saying, "If the door key isn't fixed by tonight, you're dead." Yu Hongling, holding her neck, began to cough. It took her a full 2 minutes to catch her breath. Feeling the murderous intent in my gaze, filled with anger, Yu Hongling immediately stood up. At that moment, I ran to a secluded place. Although the concentration of spiritual energy was average, the scenery here was pleasing to my body and mind, enough to accelerate my cultivation. However, a woman had already been waiting here. I realized I could no longer stay in the Great Tao sect and had to find an opportunity to descend the mountain. However, since I had seen my master, I immediately composed myself and bowed. "I pay my respects to my master." Bai Cholan glanced back at me and quickly turned away, asking, "Why do you only have 1 life?" I replied with a smile, "Master, it's because of my lack of skill that I merged 9 lives into 1, so I only have 1 life." Bai Cholan finally showed understanding in her eyes. So that was it. Everything made sense now. "Master, I have found a way to restrain the power of the chaotic yin. Let the matter of the superior be treated as a dream. If you harbor any improper intentions towards me again, I will definitely expel you." After saying this, she vanished quickly from the spot. In my previous life, if I hadn't used the yin-yang transfer technique to transfer the chaotic poison onto myself, my master would have long since become an ice sculpture. Within the sect, only these 3 women had ties to me. I had already dealt with 2 of them, and as for Yu Hongling, I would just ignore her. Now I could finally cultivate. I went to my usual spot and immediately sat cross-legged, asking, "Is my old partner still here?" "Yes, I'm here." My old partner assisted me in cultivation, continuing with the 9 Lives Immortal Sutra. This scripture was created by the former 9 Lives Emperor. However, I was even more impressive, having cultivated it to a height that didn't originally belong to him, breaking through to the great earth realm and reaching the level of a Taoist celestial. However, having been reborn a month after entering the Great Tao sect, I was only at the 5th level of the colorful aura. After day and night of cultivation for 15 days, I finally reached perfection. In my previous life, it took me 2 months to achieve the full colorful aura. I could have directly condensed the Holy Origin pill, but at that time, I shared a task with junior sister Yu Hongling, and there was only one perfect return pill. I gave it to her, but now it seems I don't need to give it to her anymore. At that moment, a voice echoed in the Great Tao sect, by Chiolan's disciple, Yu Hongling, has achieved full colorful aura in 17 days, breaking the sect's record, receiving 1 bottle of perfect return pills, 3 precious artifacts, and the opportunity to choose 2 true inheritance spells. Hearing this, I smiled. Her cultivation speed was quite fast, only 2 days slower than mine. After all, she was still a significant figure. However, the perfect return pill was for Yu Hongling. It seems that after receiving recognition from the Dao sect for Yu Hongling, I chose to leave. I went to an ancient tomb located to the west of the Dao sect. The ancient tomb has yet to be revealed, expected to be accessible in a month. A chance battle triggered the formation, bringing it back to light, revealing a powerful practitioner of the virtual realm inside. Its purpose is ancient, and the most precious items inside are the 9 Lives elixir, the heavenly shock fragment, and the perfect return. I spent 2 days arriving here on New Year's Day. There is a formation in this place, but it is damaged. Even if it were intact, it wouldn't pose a barrier to me. I simply stepped forward and vanished. Almost 10 minutes after my disappearance, Yu Hongling appeared alone. She couldn't let anyone know about the perfect return elixir, as it was crucial for her to form the perfect holy pill. She also entered with ease. As soon as he entered the formation, his expression changed. Someone had entered ahead of him. Who is it? He hurried deeper inside. For someone who was a Terra realm practitioner in his past life, the trap set by a virtual realm expert, along with the erosion of time, posed no real threat to him. Suddenly, his steps halted. He was trapped. Yu Hongling struck forward, causing the void to tremble slightly. This wasn't a formation that a virtual mirror could set. It was laid by someone who had come before. This ancient tomb hadn't yet emerged, so logically, no one should have been here. Now that someone has come here, it can only mean it's you, senior brother. I know it's you, come out. Silence ensued, and no one responded to Yu Hongling. 3 days later, Yu Hongling returned to the Dao sect in a huff, heading straight for my residence. At that moment, I was preparing the list. Yu Hongling raised his foot to kick the door open, but seeing the door he had just made, he ultimately held back. However, it was clear he had no manners, as he pushed the door open without knocking. With a loud bang, Yu Hongling just pushed the door open. A fist came crashing towards him. He reacted quickly and tried to defend himself, but he was still sent flying, his internal energy surging, his face flushed as the door closed behind him. Fuming, Yu Hongling didn't even call me senior brother anymore, directly shouting my name. I ignored him. I was annoyed by his habit of barging in without permission, which bothered me in my past life as well. I could tolerate it then, but now he was nothing to me. At this moment, Yu Hongling's cheeks puffed with anger as he shouted, "Did you take the perfect return elixir from the ancient tomb?" Yu Hongling's words were on the tip of her tongue but were forcefully swallowed back. "You don't even deny it. Lu Chen, how have you changed? Answer me. If you have the ability to take the elixir, you should have the ability to open the door too. Don't hide in there and keep quiet. Lu Chen, open the door." The door opened. A smug expression appeared on Yu Hongling's face. However, what greeted his face was a fist, fast and fierce. With a loud thud, the punch struck Yu Hongling right on his bright, expressive eyes. Yu Hongling was knocked back, tears streaming uncontrollably. "I'll fight you!" Yu Hongling screamed, truly losing her mind as she rushed at me without fear of death. "I respect every opponent I face. Come at me, and then I'll defeat you." A white figure descended gracefully, blocking Yu Hongling's reckless charge. Hongling calmed down. Yu Hongling stopped, one eye now black and blue, clearly showing the force of my strike. "Master Lu Chun hit me." Yu Hongling couldn't bear such humiliation, unsure whether he was crying from his stinging eyes or from heartbreak. Bai Cholan frowned and looked at me. "Why did you hit your junior sister?" I responded respectfully. "If you want to hit your master, look at Lu Chen." Bai Cholan sighed lightly. "I know you harbor resentment, but she is still your junior sister." I slightly raised the corner of my mouth, reflecting on how he could barge into others' rooms without knocking and expect me to respond when I didn't want to. Bai Cholan furrowed her brows tighter. Forget it, let's not discuss this. Hongling, what do you need from your senior brother? She asked. He knew I was resentful, which was somewhat normal, considering what had happened. Who could be without grievances? Lu Chen took the perfect return elixir. I need it, but he doesn't, so I wanted to trade with him, Yu Hongming said, feeling wronged. Bai Qiulan immediately understood. Among the 8 of them, Yu Honglin had the weakest aptitude. I had put in a lot of effort to keep Yu Honglin by my side back then. Since your junior sister needs it and you have no use for it, why not give the perfect return elixir to her? If she lacks anything, she can tell me, and I'll fetch it for her. I gently shook my head in apology. I need the perfect return elixir as well. That's impossible. With your aptitude, you wouldn't need the perfect return elixir to attain the holy pill, Yu Hongming said, feeling wronged. That's right, Louis. With your talent, you don't need the perfect return elixir to condense the holy pill. I said I need it, and I mean it. It's not up for discussion. Don't bother me, I said impatiently, turning to leave. Louis, do you really think that without the perfect return elixir, I can't condense the holy pill? Yu Hongling was about to explode. I paused for a moment, then turned, and the perfect return elixir appeared in my hand. Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan were both taken aback, especially Bai Qiulan, who felt a sense of hope as if he were teachable. Then I opened my mouth and, in front of both of them, directly consumed the perfect return elixir. Turning to leave, I thought, what is this? Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling were both stunned as the door slammed shut. They fell silent, realizing that things weren't as they seemed. Bai Qiulan tried to understand me. After all, they had indeed hurt me, but I was also at fault. Now that I had a chance to start over, couldn't everything return to normal? Was it necessary to be so heartless? Yu Hongling nearly bit through her perfectly white teeth, determined to prove that without the perfect return elixir, I could still condense the holy pill. I will definitely condense the holy pill and slap your face. Yu Hongling shouted loudly at my room. I didn't respond to her. I had already started my list. Bai Qiulan watched Yu Hongling leave in a huff, suddenly feeling a chilling cold enveloping her. The temperature dropped, and the breakthrough was successful. Sure enough, I had reached the holy pill, indicating that my first step had not reached its utmost flaw. At this moment, I needed to make amends. Cultivation is like constructing a tall building. Every step is crucial. Any flaw in a step will be magnified as the structure rises. Such a flaw will be magnified infinitely. Back on my cultivation path, I endured countless hardships due to this first step flaw. I tried many methods to rectify it but couldn't. That's why now I'm so confident about the holy pill. I have truly simulated it many times. After the breakthrough, I continued to practice swordsmanship, and my strength began to soar. In just 30 days, I broke through to the 4th layer of the original realm. As my power surged, my unparalleled abilities also began to awaken. During my intense training, many interesting things occurred at the Chu Sword Manor. Xu Ling returned to Chu Sword Manor, once again becoming the pampered young lady, adored by many. To ensure her safety, the manor had assigned 8 powerful guards to protect her at all times. However, Xu Ling discovered a problem. Her biological parents were missing. She inquired about it. Her adoptive mother, Zhang Shuiwei, answered that due to his disappearance, her biological parents no longer felt attached to Chu Sword Manor and had returned to their hometown. Xu Ling expressed understanding. After all, her biological parents had acquired much wealth and could live well back in their hometown. Bathed in familial love, he unknowingly reached the crucial step of the demon sword. The time had come. Linger, this is the green rice porridge I made for you. Give it a try and see if it's good, Zhang Shuiwei said with a kind smile, bringing over a bowl of pale green porridge. The green rice porridge was made from green spirit rice, exuding a rich and thick aroma. Thank you, mother, Xu Ling said with a pure smile, happily adding, you are the best person in the world to me. I will never leave you and father. Zhang Shuiwei chuckled and ruffled her hair. Silly child, are you really planning not to get married in the future? At this, Xu Ling fell silent for a moment, pondering whom she would marry, Lu Chen? If not him. Having witnessed Lu Chen's extraordinary charm, who else in the world could capture his attention or replace his position in her heart? Linger won't get married. I just want to stay by my parents' side forever, to be with family, Xu Ling said, her smile somewhat forced. All right, no marriage. Just drink your porridge before it gets cold. Xu Ling nodded and began to sip the green porridge carefully. Zhang Shuiwei watched Xu Ling swallow, her smile growing even more tender, feeling relieved that her daughter was now completely safe. Initially, I thought about having this girl become my son's sword servant, but unexpectedly, the demon sword forged by the ancestor requires a sword bearer with very strict criteria. Only my son, Xu Shifei, and Yang Yu meet the requirements. I certainly can't let my son take on that role. She finished the bowl of green porridge in one go, saying, Mother, it's really delicious. If it's good, then drink more. After finishing 3 bowls of porridge, Chu Ling rubbed her belly and said cutely, "Mother, I can't drink anymore." "You've eaten too much, silly girl. Just rest for now. If you're sleepy, lie down on the bed for a while." "I understand." After Zhang Shuiwei left, Chu Ling continued to ponder the issue of marriage. Before long, she felt an intense wave of drowsiness wash over her. No, Chu Ling wasn't completely useless after all. He was the one who fought alongside me the most back then, the 9 Heavens Sword Princess, known for her prowess with the sword. This drowsiness came on too fiercely, unusually so. She hurriedly circulated her energy. How could she be poisoned? Chu Ling recalled any possible scenarios where she might have been poisoned. Ultimately, she narrowed her focus to the green rice porridge. Her eyes widened in disbelief, flickering with shock. The green porridge is poisoned? How is that possible? Isn't this the porridge my mother made? The toxin spread within her body, and Chu Ling, as a powerful sword cultivator, naturally had means to suppress the deadly poison. She used her true energy to contain the poison, intending to investigate a truth, so she simply pretended to be unconscious. Knock, knock, knock. "Linger, are you asleep?" Pretending to be unconscious, Chu Ling heard the voice of Zhang Shuiwei. She did not respond. After waiting outside for a while, Zhang Shuiwei's voice turned cold. "All right, she has been poisoned, we can begin." Click. The door opened. A group of people streamed in. Zhang Shuiwei and Chu Xiongtian looked at the unconscious Chu Ling, their faces showing delight. "Take her away, send her to the ancestor." The two stepped forward, grabbing Chu Ling and heading towards the deepest part of Chu's sword manor. The magic sword can finally be successfully refined, the ancestor can break through his cultivation, and my crisis is finally resolved, Chu Shifei said with lingering fear. If it weren't for her unexpectedly coming back to seek death, you would be the one to sacrifice the sword. If you don't cultivate properly and keep being a wastrel, next time you encounter danger, will you still rely on luck? Chu Xiongtian scolded. "Father, I was wrong, I will definitely cultivate well. Once the magic sword is completed, you will enter seclusion for a year. If you don't cultivate the Chu sword heart method to the 5th level, you are not allowed to leave." "Ah, 5th level. Mother, how can I reach the 5th level in just a year? Wouldn't that suffocate me? No, I can't take it. Is what your father said wrong?" This time, the dead girl came back. "If something happens next time and your strength is insufficient, you will only be at the mercy of others." Listening to the conversation of those she considered family, Chu Ling's heart sank like it had fallen into an ice cellar. She couldn't believe it. Couldn't accept everything she had heard. The sword sacrifice? Coming back to seek death? She was the sword sacrifice? She came back to seek death? If I have to cultivate to the 5th level, I have one request. Chu Shifei seemed to understand that a long period of seclusion was unavoidable this time. So he took the opportunity to make a request. What request? Zhang Shuiwei asked. I want to be alone with Chu Ling for half an hour. After all, she is going to die. The ancestor only wants a congenital sword body, so why not let me use it in advance? It won't affect anything. Ah. Father, don't hit. You brat. What nonsense are you talking? Chu Ling is your sister. Is she or isn't she? She is the daughter of those 2 dead slaves, clearly a servant. If it weren't for her good physique allowing her to become the sword sacrifice, I would have taken her long ago. I don't care, if I have to enter seclusion, I want her for half an hour. Chu Shifei had already given up. Chu Xiongtian was so angry he almost killed his own son, but was stopped by Zhang Shuiwei. How about letting the son be alone for half an hour? Zhang Shuiwei surprisingly agreed. To her, it made sense. After all, Chu Ling was going to die, and as a mother, she certainly knew how much her son coveted Chu Ling. After fulfilling his wish, he could cultivate properly. Chu Xiongtian was furious. No way. At such a critical moment, how can we let him act recklessly? If anything goes wrong, he will be the one to die. If you dare to make a fuss with me again, I'll break your legs. Chu Xiongtian understood the gravity of the situation and scolded sternly. Many guards observed silently. This family matter was not something they could interfere with. However, Chu Ling was truly foolish. After returning, her own parents had disappeared, and she didn't care. Chu Si had died just for saying a kind word to let her leave, and she didn't notice anything at all. One could only say, some people are destined to die. At this moment, Chu Ling finally saw the true colors of the Chu family. Countless images flashed through her mind. Young master, Linger misses home. When can I go back to see it? Don't rush, let's wait a bit longer. How long do we have to wait? Wait until the sword is complete. She thought the young master was talking about her sword, but now she realized he was clearly referring to the magic sword. Once the magic sword is complete, she wouldn't need to sacrifice her sword anymore, and she could naturally return young. Master, please, let me go home and take a look, I really miss my parents. Are they your biological parents, or your adoptive ones? My adoptive parents are my parents. Linger, biological parents are the real parents, adoptive ones might sometimes have ulterior motives. Impossible, my parents treat me the best, young master, how can you say that about them? At that time, she had a particularly fierce argument with the young master. Linger, the time has come, I will take you home. But when they arrived, the Chu Sword Manor had already turned into ruins, with the people inside suffering heavy casualties. Those who harm others will ultimately be harmed. They deserve it. They deserve it. Lu Chen. It's all your fault. Old buddy, do you think that now, after Chu Ling has returned to Chu Sword Manor, she should have already entered the sword forging pool? Lu Chen muttered to himself. Ding, I want to know too, let's take a look. How do we look? A light curtain suddenly blossomed in front of Lu Chen. The scene inside was exactly that of Chu Sword Manor. You can still use the power of the heavenly Tao? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Ding, just a little bit, just a little bit. Lu Chen looked at the scene in the light curtain, which showed Chu Ling being escorted to the back mountain. This light curtain not only had images but even sounds. Hearing the conversation of the three members of the Chu family, Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He knew that the current Chu Ling was definitely not in a coma. A person who had been reborn at the emperor level would not be fainted by a drug. Such a person would not qualify to be called an emperor. Ding ding ding. The system also made a cheerful sound. I suddenly feel that it's quite good that you didn't steal the way of heaven. After stealing the way of heaven, you became cold and unfeeling. The current system is much more fun, Lu Chen said with a smile. The system ignored him. In the beginning, Lu Chen had put in tremendous effort to make the system steal the heavenly Tao. As a result, after the system became the heavenly Tao, it wouldn't even smile. Which was really boring. A group of people had already arrived at the back mountain. The ancestor of Chu Sword Manor, Chu Tsongshan, was dressed in a red robe today, with his white hair and long beard meticulously groomed. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone bowed. In unison. Chu Tsongshan nodded lightly, carefully examining Chu Ling, revealing a satisfied smile. Leave it to me. Yes. Ancestor, can we witness the scene of the magic sword being sacrificed? Chu Xiongtian said eagerly. The forging method of the magic sword was the highest secret of Chu Sword Manor. Even if he became the manor master, he had never grasped it. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely control all the secret methods of Chu Sword Manor. Chu Tsongshan pondered for a moment. If the magic sword were to be completed, he could step into the breaking infant realm. With the magic sword, even in the breaking infant realm, his strength would be outstanding, and Chu Sword Manor would then have no value. Alright. Chu Xiongtian was overjoyed. Thank you, ancestor, thank you, ancestor. Sifei, you should come in too. You are the future master of the manor and can also witness the ceremony of the magic sword. Thank you, ancestor. Chu Sifei was still somewhat gloomy. He really wanted to have a close encounter. Young people are always filled with such thoughts, especially someone like him, a playboy. 3 members of the Chu family, 1 former manor master, 1 current manor master, and 1 future manor master. They brought Chu Ling into the sword forging area. The sword forging area. A black long sword, with black mist swirling around it, exuded a chilling aura, suspended in a square fire pool. The black long sword had a peculiar shape, exuding a fierce aura, and it was clear at a glance that it was a deadly weapon. This was the magic sword forged by the ancestor of the Chu Sword Manor, taking 31 years to complete. On the day the magic sword was successfully created, the ancestor would use secret methods to merge himself with the sword. With the power of the magic sword, he would forcibly step into the broken infant realm. Chu Xiongtian was filled with awe, admiring the magic sword, his amazement turning into fervor. This sword was simply the ultimate desire of sword cultivators. Of course, this was because their realms were insufficient, their vision limited, and their identities constrained. Using such a magic sword to form a pill is quite good, Lu Chen commented. He was not referring to Chu Tsongshan, but to Chu Ling. He understood Chu Ling so well that he naturally knew that, given the current predicament, it was not fatal for her. The moment she was thrown into the fire pool, she would operate the Great Slaughter Sword Classic to condense a pill using the magic sword. Sure enough. Start. Chu Tsongshan's voice was deep and powerful as he shouted. He formed seals with both hands, and countless buzzing sounds erupted. 1,000 blood-dyed long swords, already prepared, soared into the air simultaneously, transforming into a torrent that rushed into the fire pool one after another. The sword transformed into the essence of gold, and the blood transformed into a fierce aura, quickly flowing towards the magic sword. The magic sword emitted a sword cry, and in an instant bloodlight flickered, and sword intent rampaged. The bloodthirsty sword cry urged and called out. Sacrifice the sword. Chu Shang shouted loudly. Without any hesitation, Chu Tian directly threw Chu Ling into the fire pool. At that very moment, Chu Ling opened her eyes, formed seals with her hands, and her sword heart became clear. A mouthful of essence blood was spat out, splattering onto the magic sword. The sword cry of the magic sword suddenly stopped, and Chu Ling's entire body was charred black, large areas of burns rendering her a ghastly sight, yet she traversed through the fire pool and grasped the magic sword, forming a pill. Killing. The sword intent soared to the heavens as Chu Ling let out an angry and hoarse roar. One sword to slay. The sword light erupted, transforming into a shocking sword that carried flames and hatred, stabbing towards Chu Shang, who was taken aback. How is this possible? He shouted, producing a golden jade sword in his hand, immediately clashing with the two swords. Clang! The golden jade sword shattered. Chu Shang's body was instantly pierced by the sword light. Another sword light swept by, and a good head rolled away. Chu Ling, charred all over, could barely be recognized as a person, layers of black scabs making her look terrifying. She turned back, her eyes filled with deep resentment as she stared at the Chu family father and son. Why? Why? I treated you as my closest family, one is my father, the other is my brother, why did you do this to me? Chu Ling's voice was sharp as she questioned. At that moment, both of them were stunned. So fast, too fast? A Chu Ling, whom they regarded as a useless pawn, actually killed the ancestor with one sword? That was the peak of the Yuan Dan realm ancestor. Chu Ling, how? Could you be so powerful? Chu Tian asked in disbelief. Chu Ling smiled tragically. How could she be so powerful? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Chu Ling was both crying and laughing, appearing mad. She was so powerful because it was that person whom he regarded as an enemy who had taught her step by step. She was so powerful, what kind of foolish thing had she done? Why? Didn't the young master let her come back? Clearly, it was to prevent her from witnessing the ugliness of the Chu sword manor. Clearly, it was to preserve the beautiful memories in her heart. Clearly, it was for her own good. I will kill you. Chu Ling screamed, charging at Chu Tian with her sword. How could Chu Tian be a match for Chu Ling? In just 2 strikes, his right hand was severed. One sword after another. Left hand, left leg, right leg. No! Another head rolled to the ground. Chu Shifei was already so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, yellow liquid soaking his pants. The devil-like Chu Ling approached him. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chu Ling, I'm your brother. Chu Shifei begged frantically. Chu Ling felt a wave of nausea, a strong sense of disgust. She struck him with her sword, and Chu Shifei let out a scream. She wanted to torment him. One strike. After another, she left him battered and bruised. I loved you all so much, why do you treat me like this? Why do you treat me like this? I clearly valued you so highly. Why? Chu Shifei seemed to understand that he was doomed, and he went mad. Love us? Ha ha, Chu Ling, do you even believe what you say? You don't even love your own parents, yet you claim to love your adoptive parents? You only love wealth and power, you only love how others treat you. Do you know that after you escaped, your biological parents, whom you sold to us, have already been executed by us? Chu Ling, you are a hypocrite. You love no one, and you don't deserve anyone's love. I will become a ghost, watching you day and night, watching you, such a fool, living in pain. Every day, ha ha ha. Put. Chu Shifei died. Even with his head rolling on the ground, his face still bore a mad and mocking smile. In the end, he finally cursed out loud, releasing all the fear in his heart. Chu Ling wiped away her tears and walked out with her sword. Outside, Zhang Shuiwei and many guards stared in shock as the charred Chu Ling emerged, their expressions changing drastically. Chu Ling, how come it's you who came out? Zhang Shuiwei's voice suddenly turned sharp. Put. Her mouth was pierced by the magic sword on the spot. You all know I'm the one who sacrifices the sword? Chu Ling's gaze, filled with killing intent, locked onto all the guards. A group of guards fell silent. Where's Chu Si? At that moment, Chu Ling finally realized why Chu Si, who had watched her grow up, wanted to drive her away as soon as he saw her return. How could he not recognize Chu Ling? He knew that the Chu sword manor was a den of demons for her, and he never wanted her to come back. Regret gnawed at his heart like a heart-eating worm. Chu Ling moved. In an instant, screams erupted. The entire Chu sword manor turned into a hellish scene. She also got her answer. Chu Si was dead, her biological parents were dead, and everyone who had been good to her was dead. Kill. Kill, kill. Wipe him out completely, leave no trace behind. In the end, there was not a single living soul left in the entire Chu sword manor. Even the dogs and chickens were killed. Chu Ling arrived at a rooftop, the same rooftop where Lu Chen had brought her back and stood with her At that time, Lu Chen said, "You deserve it." Zhu Ling began to cry, sobbing uncontrollably. She deserved it. It was her fault. Alright, no more watching. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the light curtain dissipated. Zhu Ling had gotten everything she wanted. Next, someone from the breaking infant realm would come to kill her. In her current state, she would die. He now felt a perverse pleasure, which left Lu Chen somewhat silent. Oh no, I seem to have changed from before. In the previous life, even if Zhu Ling did something to hurt him, seeing her suffer would either make him feel heartache or seem dull. Now it felt so satisfying? Lu Chen slapped his head. Satisfying? That's right. Having died once on Earth, and 9 times in the last life, he had died a total of 10 times. It didn't seem like a big deal to become a pervert after dying 10 times. She did get what she wanted, but what about Yu Hongling? What kind of Yuan Dan has she condensed? Lu Chen was simply a bit curious. His Yuan Dan, said to be a holy Dan, actually turned out to be even more exaggerated in quality than a holy Dan, because he relied on a Yuan Dan condensed with half of his true energy. After condensing the Yuan Dan, the rule power of the heavenly stiffness poison disappeared. The other half of the true energy also surged into the holy Dan and, well, he raised the quality of the Yuan Dan by half a level. Cultivating what Yuan Dan Yu Hongling condenses is none of his business. At this moment, Yu Hongling had already entered seclusion. She placed great importance on this Dan formation because she did not obtain a perfect returning Yuan Dan and made ample preparations. Whether she could become a holy Dan depended on this one attempt. Gather! Yu Hongling exclaimed delicately. True energy surged around her like a tide, converging towards her dantian, while the various pills she had prepared in advance exerted their power, and various treasures around her released their might. Well, how to put it? This method of assisting breakthroughs actually originated from Lu Chen. Because Yu Hongling's aptitude was indeed insufficient, Lu Chen would expend great effort to collect many treasures to help her keep up with the main force, allowing her to achieve perfect or near-perfect standards with each breakthrough. However, Lu Chen sought treasures and pills for assistance because he had a system. Every time he used these treasures and pills, he would conduct countless simulations, adjusting the treasures and pills to reach a state of absolute certainty. So Yu Hongling thought that as long as she prepared sufficiently, her breakthrough would be perfect. The breakthrough began. True energy gathered, the surging and thick true energy clearly capable of condensing a very good Yuan Dan. At that moment, a surge of medicinal power rushed in. The speed of true energy circulation suddenly accelerated. Another surge of medicinal power came, and the total amount of true energy suddenly increased. Another wave of medicinal power struck, speeding up the Dan condensation. Another wave of medicinal power came. Yu Hongling frowned, her fair cheeks flushed with an abnormal redness. Her expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly formed seals. It was chaotic. It was all chaotic. Yu Hongling was very flustered. Something was wrong. How could this be? In her previous life, with the assistance of numerous treasures and pills, her breakthroughs were as if aided by divine intervention, each barrier being swiftly broken through one after another. Until the breakthrough was complete, all the assistance disappeared without bringing her any burden. However, Yu Hongling still managed to become a great emperor, though the mistakes had already been made. She forcibly extracted all the assistance. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Yu Hongling's face turned pale, but she dared not hesitate any longer and hurriedly formed the Dan. Without the chaotic powers interfering, this time the Dan formation went very smoothly. The final Yuan Dan formed was a heavenly Dan. How could it be a heavenly Dan? Yu Hongling was almost furious to the point of explosion. In fact, a heavenly Dan was also a top-grade Yuan Dan. 99.99% of people in this world form star level Yuan Dan. Only 1 in a million could form a Earth Dan, and only 1 in a billion could form a heavenly Dan. The key was that in her previous life, Yu Hongling had no understanding of anything and still managed to form a holy Dan. Now, with the memories of her past life, she was a great emperor yet ended up with a heavenly Dan. How could this not infuriate Yu Hongling? It's all because of Lu Chen. If it weren't for him constantly using treasures and pills to assist my breakthroughs, I would only need to take the simplest top-grade returning Yuan Dan to condense a holy Dan this time. Yu Hongling said furiously. What she said was indeed true. With her experience as a great emperor, even without a perfect returning Yuan Dan, she could still form a holy Dan. The key was that she had used a bunch of chaotic treasures and pills, which backfired, causing her to drop from a holy Dan to a heavenly Dan. One can only say, every drink and bite is predetermined by heaven. She immediately got up to find Lu Chen. Lu Chen was cultivating, continuously cultivating. Every day his strength was increasing, moving steadily towards the breaking infancy realm. For him now, the misfortune of 8 women would certainly bring him some amusement, but ultimately he still had to return to the peak, a peak stronger than before, to see the scenery he had never witnessed in his previous life. Bang bang bang. Lu Chen, come out. Lu Chen didn't even furrow his brow, still in a state of cultivation. As long as Yu Hongling dared to break in again, he would strike hard. To hell with it, let whoever be. Lu Chen, why did using treasure pills to assist my breakthrough result in me condensing a heavenly pill? Clearly, I could achieve a perfect breakthrough with assistance before. Lu Chen, are you doing this on purpose? I clearly can condense a holy pill without using treasure pills. You are doing this on purpose. You are truly a petty person. A thoroughly petty person. I really was. Lu Chen understood Yu Hongling very well. The thing that caused her the most pain was never being hit or scolded. Whether hit or scolded, her nature would never understand how to concede defeat. Of course, it might also be that the hits weren't hard enough. However, Lu Chen currently knew that ignoring Yu Hongling only made her feel worse. That feeling of having fire with no place to burn, of having anger with no place to vent, was enough to drive her to the brink. Sure enough, the more Yu Hongling scolded, the angrier she became, her face turning red in her neck thickening with rage. She came to vent her anger, but instead, it only made her more furious. Lu Chen ignored her directly, choosing to block out his hearing and leisurely continue his cultivation. As long as I can't hear you scolding me, then you are just scolding yourself. Feeling frustrated? Uncomfortable? That's right, this is the effect I wanted. Bai Qiulan rushed over upon hearing the commotion, looking at Yu Hongling, who was about to be driven to death by her own anger, her brows furrowing again. Hongling, stop scolding, Bai Qiulan advised. Seeing her master, Yu Hongling's grievances erupted all at once, and she immediately began to cry. She always appeared very weak in front of Bai Qiulan. Sometimes, even while cultivating the yin-yang path, she would cry in front of Bai Qiulan. Master, woo woo woo, I only condensed one heavenly pill, Yu Hongling cried. It shouldn't be. You possess the memories of an emperor and have the eternal reversal scripture. Even with just a top-grade returning origin pill, you should be able to condense a holy pill. Why did you only condense a heavenly pill? Bai Qiulan asked in confusion. It's all Lu Chen's fault. Every time I broke through before, he brought me a bunch of treasures and pills saying they would assist my breakthrough and make it more perfect. This time, I just found some pills and treasures to assist my breakthrough. But those powers not only didn't help me break through, they instead disrupted all my true energy, which is why it turned out this way. Yu Hongling's words were filled with grievance. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiulan's expression changed immediately. You are being reckless. Lu Chen's understanding of various energies is unparalleled, rare in the ages. Every time he used treasures and pills to assist your breakthrough, he refined and adjusted them repeatedly, not knowing how much effort he put in. How can you just mix and match casually? Bai Qiulan reprimanded. Yu Hongling? Ha? Isn't he just casually taking out some things beneficial for my breakthrough? How did he put in effort? Bai Qiulan was exasperated. I once personally watched Lu Chen match pills for your breakthrough. He frowned tightly, his face full of pain and concern. Some pills even had to be reduced in potency, while others had to be enhanced. Many times, if he made a mistake, he had to start over. How could such divine assistance for your breakthrough be casually matched? You have already become an emperor, don't you understand? The stronger the power, the more. One understood how extraordinary it was for Lu Chen to assist Yu Hongling in her breakthrough. Such a clever combination of energy. That kind of energy assistance where one less is less, one more is more, such a peculiar energy reaction, I don't know how. Many times it had to be experimented with in private to come up with the best combination. Among the 7 of them who didn't know that Lu Chen cared the most for this little junior sister? As a result, Yu Hongling herself didn't even know? Bai Qiulan was stunned. Yu Hongling was also taken aback. Did the master say that every time I break through, the assistance is the result of my senior brother's countless experiments? What do you think? You became an emperor, go assist others in breaking through and see if they won't think you're crazy. So, you can scold everyone, but when it comes to breaking through, your senior brother has never wronged you in the slightest. Now, apologize to your senior brother. Bai Qiulan said sternly. No, I won't apologize. If he hadn't snatched my perfect return essence pill, I wouldn't have even thought of using auxiliary pills. This time, I condensed the heavenly pill, so it's still his fault for snatching my perfect return essence pill first. Bai Qiulan's eyes even became somewhat bewildered at that moment. What nonsense are you talking about? What ridiculous talk are you saying? What do you mean he snatched your perfect return essence pill? In the last life, that perfect return essence pill originally belonged to your senior brother. He gave it to you. How did it turn into him snatching it from you? You Hongling. Oh no, she actually forgot that the perfect return essence pill originally belonged to her senior brother. This pill had never belonged to her in either the last life or this life. I realize you really have a big problem now. Right now, immediately, go to the back mountain and reflect on your mistakes. If you don't understand and don't apologize to your senior brother, you are not allowed to leave the back mountain. Yu Hongling wanted to say something, but she thought about it and realized that no matter what she said, she couldn't stand her ground on this matter. Anyway, he broke me and Feng Wuxie apart, and indirectly caused Feng Wuxie's death. I still won't forgive him for this. After saying that, she turned and left. It's just going to the back mountain, so what? Bai Qiulan looked at the tightly closed door of Lu Chen, feeling somewhat worried. Lu Chen, are you okay? Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. What? A joke? You still have the face to scold Yu Hongling? I don't even pay attention to Yu Hongling. Do you really think I would pay attention to you? Not receiving a response from Lu Chen, Bai Qiulan felt somewhat helpless. She could only choose to leave. At this moment, Lu Chen in the room felt a slight tremor in his breath. The holy level essence pill blossomed with brilliance in his dantian and fine patterns spread across the holy pill. His aura became even stronger. 5 layers of essence pill. Such a cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Indeed, without any burdens, without any encumbrances. His strength was increasing at an unbelievable rate. No bottlenecks, no confusion. The technique was powerful, the talent terrifying. Lu Chen had no idea what could possibly hinder his path to becoming a saint. Thus, another 10 days passed. One day, suddenly, an ugly woman, as if burned by a great fire, ran to the Didao sect. Just as she arrived outside the mountain gate of the Didao sect, she collapsed to the ground in a sorry state. Who is it? The disciple in charge of guarding the gate shouted loudly. Upon seeing the visitor clearly, they immediately gasped in shock. Good heavens, not only were there severe burn injuries, but there were also numerous sword wounds crisscrossing her body, the most vicious sword wound piercing several inches above her dantian, directly penetrating it. The 2 mountain guarding disciples exchanged glances. According to the sect's rules, they could not rescue her without permission, as they did not know whether she was good or evil, and seeing that the woman was holding a long sword, it was clearly a demonic sword. Unless you knew someone in the sect and the other party recognized you, the Didao sect would not offer assistance. Bai Lan Peak. Lu Chen, I am Chu Ling. Chu Ling strained to muster her last bit of strength to say her final words, and then she fainted on the steps. At that moment, a figure soared through the air, his long robe billowing, exuding an extraordinary presence. However, he was also stained with blood, and his eyes were cold and sinister. Upon seeing the entrance of the Didao sect, a flicker of wariness flashed in his eyes, but he did not show much fear. Friend, I have chased this scoundrel here, and have no intention of offending the heavenly might of the Didao sect. I will take this scoundrel away immediately. The man from the Li Sword sect shouted loudly. After saying this, he reached out to grab Chu Ling Clang. A long sword pierced the ground. 3 meters in front of the man from the Li Sword sect. No rush. She has mentioned the name of someone from our sect. Let me ask our sect members. If they do not recognize her, then you can take her away. A disciple of the Didao sect spoke up. The mountain wind blew away the floating clouds. The man from the Li Sword sect felt a surge of anxiety. He thought this woman was acting like a lunatic. He had always known in the shadows that the Chu Sword Manor was forging a magic sword, which was extremely important to him. However, on the day the magic sword was completed, he happened to be delayed for a moment. Yet, with his cultivation level, he believed that being a little late was no problem. Everyone in the Chu Sword Manor was like ants in his eyes. To his surprise, when he finished his business and arrived at the Chu Sword Manor, he found the place littered with corpses. A woman was on the roof, holding the magic sword, laughing and crying, acting like a madwoman. She kept saying, I was wrong. I was wrong. This was not just a pure lunatic. Then he struck the woman with a sword. She did not dodge or evade. He struck her again. And she still did not move. It turned out this ugly creature was intent on dying. The man from the Li Sword sect found it somewhat boring and prepared to kill her and take the magic sword away. The magic sword seemed to be in a special state. It was considered forged, yet it was different from what was recorded in the Chu Sword Manor. But it didn't matter as long as it was a magic sword. He never expected that the woman, who was originally seeking death, suddenly no longer wanted to die and erupted with power. This outburst startled the man from the Li Sword sect greatly. What terrifying sword intent, what terrifying swordsmanship! A mere nascent soul cultivator could actually spar with him using such terrifying sword intent and swordsmanship? This made the man from the Li Sword sect overjoyed. Infinite heavenly venerable, could there be an unexpected gain this time? This woman was merely at the Yuandan realm, yet she possessed such swordsmanship, she must be hiding a tremendous secret. Then the woman ran away, mumbling to herself that she needed to atone for her sins. She ran incredibly fast. The man from the Li sword sect chased her until they reached the entrance of the Didao sect. Two friends, this scoundrel killed all 193 people in the mortal realm known as the Chu Sword Manor to forge a magic sword, even slaughtering chickens and dogs, truly vicious. The Didao sect is a prestigious righteous sect, the leader of the heavenly cultivation sects, and its disciples are gentle and respectful. How could they possibly know such a demon? If not, I will take him away first, the man from the Li sword sect said. With a smile. The mountain guarding disciples chuckled, you don't need to put a high hat on the Didao sect. Whether we are righteous or evil is not for a mere infant realm cultivator like you to judge. Wait here. If the people inside do not recognize her, you can take her away. If they do recognize her, you can leave on your own. This was the confidence of the Didao sect. Although the two mountain guarding disciples were only at the Yuandan realm in front of the mountain gate, even in infant realm, Cultivator had to stand obediently. Even when reprimanded, the man from the Li sword sect did not dare to show a displeased face. He could only smile and pray that the people inside did not recognize this madwoman. Soon, the news reached Bai Lan Peak. Knock. Knock, knock. Is it junior brother Lu Chen? There is a woman outside who has been heavily injured while being chased and has collapsed outside the mountain gate. She says her name is Chu Ling. Do you recognize her? If you recognize her, then save her. If not, let others take her away. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought, Chu Ling? She's not dead yet? I don't recognize her. Understood, farewell. The disciple hurriedly left. Bai Qiulan suddenly appeared, her eyes wide open, looking in disbelief at Lu Chen's room. Letting someone die without saving them? The other party was still Chu Ling. That was Chu Ling. No, if he didn't save her, she had to save herself. Although she was a rival in love, she couldn't just watch her die, considering their past of sharing a bed. Bai Qiulan's figure vanished in an instant. The disciple moved quickly, leaving while already choosing to use a communication stone to send a message. Senior brother, it has been confirmed that junior brother Lu Chen does not know her. The gatekeeping disciple nodded in response, understood. Since he didn't know her, there was no value in protecting her. He looked at the person from the Li sword sect. Take the person away, do not defile the place of the great Dao sect. The person from the Li sword sect was overjoyed, a smile spreading across his face as he nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I will take her away immediately, sorry for the disturbance. He reached out to grab Chu Ling, but just as his hand was only a few inches away from her, a wave of blue cold air rushed in, striking directly at the person from the Li sword sect. The person reacted quickly, hurriedly, defending himself. Then, he froze in his defensive posture. What a joke, Bai Qiulan was at the void refinement stage and with her Taiyin power having been reborn, let alone dealing with a mere infant loose cultivator, even against a same-stage void refinement cultivator, she could probably kill him in an instant. I've met Bai Shu. The gatekeeping disciple hurriedly bowed upon seeing Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan nodded lightly, the body will be handled by you, can I take this person back to the sect? The gatekeeping disciple dared not refuse Bai Qiulan and quickly agreed. Bai Qiulan looked at Chu Ling's current state and couldn't help but gasp. How did it come to this? The injuries were too severe, what had she gone through to end up like this? Bai Qiulan was puzzled. But she immediately took out a pill to feed Chu Ling. Her Taiyin power was too cold and really wasn't suitable for helping others recover from injuries, so she simply took Chu Ling to find her senior sister for help. Bai Qiulan's senior sister was named Sun Ruowei. Such serious injuries. Sun Ruowei was also startled and quickly began to examine her, clicking her tongue in amazement. As she did so, she should have died. How strong must her obsession and willpower be for her to still be alive now? But as long as she's not dead, I can save her. Sun Ruowei unleashed a green divine light, enveloping Chu Ling, and took out pills to feed her, while talismans flew out and stuck to Chu Ling's body. The injuries inside Chu Ling quickly stabilized. Large patches of scabs fell away from her skin, and the appearance of her being burned by flames was gradually becoming unrecognizable, but she still looked very ugly. After various treatments, half a day later, Chu Ling let out a soft moan and finally opened her eyes. Her gaze was somewhat dazed, but she quickly remembered something and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Young master. She suddenly sat up, various pains causing her brows to furrow. Linger, you're awake, Bai Qiulan said with a sigh of relief. Chu Ling looked around for Lu Chen's figure but couldn't find him at all. Sister Bai, where is the young master? Chu Ling asked anxiously. Son. Ruowei's eyes slowly widened upon hearing this address. What? Was she hallucinating? This little girl was calling Baicholan's sister. Bai. And Baicholan looked completely normal and familiar with her. Lu Chen is still in seclusion, he hasn't come out, Bai. Cholan said. Oh, then did the young master entrust Sister Bai to save me? Thank you, Sister Bai, I want to find the young master. Shu Ling said as she tried to get out of bed. Baicholan stopped her. I already said, he is in seclusion. What's important? Now is for you to rest and recover. Once your injuries heal, you can go find him, perhaps he will have come out by then. Shu Ling gently bit her lip. Can Sister Bai apologize to the young master for me first? I just realized that I have been misunderstanding the young master all along. He doesn't want to occupy me, he has been protecting me. Perhaps it's not just me, the others have also misunderstood him. He really isn't that kind of person. Sun Ruowei, upon hearing this, seemed to suffer a tremendous shock, stepping back one step at a time, her eyes wide like a cow's. Oh my goodness, what terrifying thing have I just heard? What? Do you mean by we? Who does we refer to? Baicholan noticed Sun Ruowei's horror and felt a bit awkward herself. Logically speaking, a little maid like Chu Ling shouldn't be able to call someone like Baicholan's sister no matter what. But the key is the context. Sometimes, under forced circumstances, titles can become all sorts of strange terms like good husband, good brother, concubine, servant, sister, and younger sister are all quite normal. Chu Ling called Baicholan's sister because they happened to be together once. As a result, they started calling each other sister and younger sister. Since it was like this, and given that their strengths weren't too far apart, and they were all on the same pirate ship with Lu Chen, Baicholan didn't correct this form of address. However, at this moment, Chu Ling absolutely shouldn't be calling her sister. Their identities were vastly different. One was the youngest and most talented elder of the Great Tao sect, who could even compete for the position of sect leader if she weren't so indifferent to it. The other was an outer sect loose cultivator, whose strength had just reached the foundation stage. Hearing her refer to others as a servant? Sun Ruowei felt as if she had caught a whiff of an overwhelming melon fragrance at that moment. Incredibly sweet, incredibly crisp melon. It should be known that Baicholan was a famous ice-cold beauty of the Great Tao sect. When she entered the sect, the number of suitors was like fish crossing the river. This included, but was not limited to, those within the sect. Even the sect leader had publicly stated that if one were to seek a partner, they should look for a woman as extraordinary and independent as Baicholan. Ruowei, you go out first, I have something to discuss with her, Baicholan said, glancing at Sun Ruowei. Ha! This is my Tao Academy. Sun Ruowei certainly didn't want to leave. Her ears were already perked up like antennas. Asking her to leave now would be more painful than killing her. Baicholan shot her a glance. Sun Ruowei sighed. Her senior sister's authority still loomed large, and she left the room, looking back 3 times. The door was wide open, and she didn't close it. Baicholan gently shook her head and waved her hand to close the door. Sun Ruowei hurriedly pressed herself against the door, straining to listen to the explosive content inside. A soundproof barrier erupted. Sun Ruowei immediately panicked. Good heavens! Good heavens! So tightly guarded? There must be a big scoop. There must be an earth-shattering scoop. Sun Ruowei was so anxious that her whole body trembled, wanting desperately to break through the soundproof barrier. At that moment, the lively creature from Lu Sun's writing perfectly manifested in Sun Ruowei. Baicholan waited for a while, confirming that Sun Ruowei hadn't broken the soundproof barrier, before gently sighing. She knew her junior sister. Well, it seemed that for a while, there would be no peace. She looked at Chu Ling. You said you misunderstood Lu Chen. What happened? Baicholan asked. Chu Ling's brows were filled with gloom. Earlier, I said the young master was always imprisoning me, not letting me go home, and by the time I returned home, the entire Chu Sword Manor had already been destroyed. At that time, the young master even said that the Chu Sword Manor deserved it. Remembering the events of the past, Chu Ling couldn't help but shed tears. I always thought the young master was imprisoning me, wanting to occupy me, to have a pretty servant. The destruction of the Chu Sword Manor left me homeless from now on, and I could only follow him forever. He achieved his purpose. As a result, we are back now, and I returned to the Chu Sword Manor at the first opportunity. This time, the young master did not stop me. Who would have known that after I returned? Chu Ling was already in tears. Baicholan gently patted Chu Ling's back. They had shared a bed many times, and they had fought side by side more than once, so their relationship was inevitably close. Moreover, she, Hong Ling, and Chu Ling had known each other the longest. She had always regarded Chu Ling as a little sister in her heart, and now seeing her cry like this, she felt bad too. Who would have known that after I returned, I discovered it was all fake, all fake. Their kindness towards me was all fake. Their purpose from the beginning was to use me as Material to forge a magic sword. I was chosen as the sacrificial sword bearer. I was the scapegoat for my adoptive brother. After I left, they killed my biological parents out of spite. There was a guard who treated me well when I was young. When he saw me return, he warned me to leave immediately, and the next day he was dead. It was the young master he didn't want me to see. Their ugly faces didn't want my beautiful memories to be destroyed, which is why he kept stopping me from going back. The young master has never wronged me. He has always been protecting me in every way. Chu Ling cried out. What had she done? She had actually poisoned the young master with the heavenly freeze poison. How could she be so heartless? After learning the truth, Chu Ling had lost the will to live. She felt like a joke. She had resented for so long, desperately wanting to return home only to find it was a den of demons. When the master of the Li sword came to the Chu sword manor and attacked her, she did not dodge or evade. Like a walking corpse. Until the master of the Li sword said, "Tis, how pitiful. It seems there is no one left in this world for you to cling to, so I will send you on your way." At that moment, Chu Ling suddenly realized. No. There were still people she cared about in this world. The young master. She was sure she had hurt the young master and hurt him deeply. She had to atone. She had to seek the young master's forgiveness. She had to heal the wound she had caused him. She desperately ran to the Great Tao sect. Finally, she survived. Bai Qiulan was shocked by Chu Ling's words. So it was like this. In fact, she knew about Chu Ling's experiences. She had even scolded Lu Chen for it back then. Lu Chen had taken her scolding with a grin, never rebutting. Now that she thought about it, he must have been afraid of hurting Chu Ling by letting anyone know about it. In the previous life, he had always carefully protected Chu Ling. Just now, he had heard that Chu Ling was seriously injured outside the sect. All he had to do was say I know her, and Chu Ling could have been saved. Instead, he said, I don't know her. Bai Qiulan sighed inwardly. Looking at Chu Ling with some pity, it would be very difficult for her to gain Lu Chen's forgiveness. Don't think too much for now. What you need to do is to heal properly. Once your injuries are healed, work hard to cultivate and help Lu Chen become the sharpest sword in his hand. Those wounds can eventually be healed with time. Lu Chen's heart is soft. As long as you persevere, he will be moved and forgive you. Bai Qiulan advised Chu Ling. Chu Ling nodded vigorously, her fists clenched tightly. In fact, she knew that the young master had never regarded her as the strongest sword by his side. What he liked most was still her close care. She would definitely gain the young master's understanding. There's one more thing. Chu Ling looked at Bai Qiulan. From now on, don't call me Sister Bai, just call me Senior Bai. Back then, when my chaotic poison flared up, Lu Chen had to do what he did to save me. After that, one mistake led to another. Now, as I set things right, I can already control the power of the chaotic Yin and will definitely not let that kind of thing happen again. Therefore, there is no possibility between Lu Chen and me anymore. Cultivate. Cultivate. I'm going to cultivate. Lu Chen doesn't care at all about Chu Ling's life or death. If she dies, then so be it. His current thought is to cultivate well, not caring about anyone, and surpass everyone in one breath, reaching a height that those women can never attain. That way, no one will bother him anymore. Time will obliterate all karmic ties. Height will bury all regrets. The holy pill is becoming more and more brilliant every moment, continuously growing larger. True essence. Compresses, compresses, and compresses again. He wants to solidify his foundation incredibly strong, one step weak, step by step weak, one step strong, step by step strong. At this moment, he felt a figure appear outside the room. However, he didn't care. Without even looking, he knew it was Chu Ling. She actually didn't die? What a lucky girl. Chu Ling had already recovered from her injuries, sitting cross-legged at Lu Chen's door to cultivate. Qi Xia Peak. Bailan Peak and Qi Xia Peak are both among the peaks of the Great Tao sect, which has 9 main peaks and 72 subsidiary peaks. To occupy a subsidiary peak, one must at least be a virtual refining expert, which shows how strong the Great Tao sect is in the first layer of heaven. Because Qi Xia Peak is behind Bailan Peak, and since Yu Hongling was confined to the back mountain, some people on Qi Xia Peak could see Yu Hongling in the back mountain. Yu Hongling held her breath. She wouldn't admit her mistake to that stinky senior brother. But speaking of which, does that stinky senior brother really treat her so well? She wasn't particularly foolish. After being reminded by her master, she began to recall her breakthrough, the various layers of energy that gradually assisted her in breaking through. The more she analyzed, the more shocked she became. It was difficult. Extremely difficult. Because Yu Hongling wasn't Lu Chen himself. Wanting to perfectly help him break through meant calculating everything with incredible precision. Not just the situation of the pills and treasures, but also the changes in her own condition. What an exaggerated amount of calculation that was. She had never noticed it before. Even if he treats her well. A hint of melancholy suddenly appeared on Yu Hongling's face. If Feng Wuxie hadn't died, she and Feng Wuxie might have ended up together. Her senior brother was quite good. Except for being a bit of a flirt. The main issue was that Feng Wuxie was dead. It was still because her senior brother stopped her from saving him that led to Feng Wuxie's death. Feng Wuxie's death became a thorn in her heart forever. As time passed, this thorn grew deeper and deeper, eventually turning into a mental affliction. 5-star General MacArthur once said, "The dead white moonlight is the true white moonlight." Lu Sun wrote in water margin that the things unattainable in youth will eventually trap one for a lifetime. This was exactly the situation. The more Yu Hongling thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, so she simply began to cultivate. The cultivation method she practiced was called the ancient reversal scripture created by the fearless emperor. At this moment, she opened her stance, and the fearless fist was executed with great vigor. Dressed in red, her fist technique harmonized with the Tao. Amidst the green mountains and trees, she seemed to dance gracefully. On Qixia Peak, a young man with a lofty demeanor and bright eyes saw this scene, and his youthful heart raced. So beautiful. So handsome. This great Tao sect actually has such a peerless woman. His figure suddenly soared into the air, a long sword falling at his feet. Flying towards Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling? She stopped her cultivation and glanced at the young man. "I've met junior sister. I am Linghu Wushuang, the newly admitted top disciple of Qixia Peak. I saw the boxing technique you practiced, it is exquisite. May I ask for your guidance?" Linghu Wushuang inquired. Yu Hongling pondered for a moment. Linghu Wushuang, such a distant name. It seems that after his senior brother refused the position of Saint Son, he became the Saint Son of the Great Tao sect. Later, he cultivated to a very strong realm but stopped at the 8th heaven, dying in the chaos of darkness. Speaking of which, he could be considered a remarkable person. However, Yu Hongling had seen too many remarkable individuals. She knew a bunch of emperors. "Little brat, you can't beat me anyway, so just forget it," Yu Hongling said, pouting. You seem younger than me. Then you're also a little brat in front of me." Seeing that Yu Hongling had no intention of fighting him, Linghu Wushuang no longer insisted. After all, it wasn't appropriate to fight someone on the first meeting. "Why are you alone on the back mountain?" "The back mountain is the place with the weakest spiritual energy, not suitable for cultivation," Linghu Wushuang asked. "I was punished by the master," Yu Hongling said boredly. What did you do wrong?" In Linghu Wushuang's eyes, being punished by the master so soon after entering was a serious matter. If the master really got angry and refused to teach you, your path of cultivation would be 1,000 times more difficult than others. I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the master can't tell right from wrong and favors that stinky senior brother of mine. Once I'm out of confinement, I will definitely tickle her until she admits her mistake," Yu Hongling said angrily. "Linghu Wushuang? No way, are you this fierce right after entering? You can actually tickle the master? No wonder you got punished." However, Linghu Wushuang came to know Yu Hongling, and he originally thought she was stunning. Now, after a few words, he found that she was not only beautiful but also exceptionally lively and cute. "What's this about favoring your senior brother? Since it's boring in the back mountain, why not tell me about it?" Linghu Wushuang said with a smile. "Then I'll tell you, you little brat. Not long ago, I broke the dog's senior brother's door, and he actually grabbed my neck and made me fix it. When I refused, he even tried to choke me to death, really choke me to death." Yu Hongling complained. "Linghu Wushuang? How can there be such a person? Wanting to kill someone over a broken door and still wanting to kill his own junior sister?" Linghu Wushuang felt a flame ignite within him. This is too outrageous. This is the Great Tao sect. Not some demonic cult. Even demonic cults prohibit killing each other. Exactly. Also, after I fixed the door for him, I went to find him, knocked on his door, and without saying a word, he punched me in the eye. My eye turned into a panda eye right then. And there are still faint traces now. Linghu Wushuang quickly took the opportunity to look. What beautiful eyes. Those eyes seemed to contain the starry sky and bright moon, but one eye still showed a hint of purple bruising. Linghu Wushuang was furious. How could he treat such beautiful eyes like that? What a waste. This is intolerable. And, damn, bullying people like this is too much. They had just entered the sect for a short time, and such a beautiful girl had to endure this kind of bullying. He said he would give me something, and even though he had already given it to me, he took it back. When I was unhappy and tried to reason with him, he wanted to hit me. How outrageous. This makes me furious. What's his name? Linghu Wushuang asked loudly, his anger rising. Lu Qin. Good Lu Chen. Junior sister, wait for me. I will definitely avenge you, defeat Lu Chen and make him apologize to you. Ling Hu Wuxuang shouted. Unexpectedly, the excited Yu Hongling suddenly fell silent upon hearing his words. Junior sister, what's wrong? Yu Hongling. You fighting Lu Chen? Don't be ridiculous. You can't even beat me, and you want to fight Lu Chen? In the past life, some doubted Lu Chen's character, some questioned his personality, and even some wondered if Lu Chen had been possessed. But one thing no one doubted was Lu Chen's strength. He is strong, truly strong. Let's forget it, you can't even handle one of his fingers. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Lu Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Ling Hu Wuxuang. What is this kid doing here? According to the timeline, he and Ling Hu Wuxuang had not yet crossed paths. Their first encounter would be during the Sect Disciples competition, where he was the champion and Ling Hu Wuxuang the runner-up. Speaking of which, since the dark turmoil in that kid's death, it had been about 4,000 years since they last met. But that's how cultivation is, a strong person might retreat for a few hundred or even 1,000 years. In his previous life, Lu Chen thought that on Earth, people in their 50s or 60s were already wise, but cultivators who live for hundreds or thousands of years, how wise would they become? In reality, it was just like that. Many strong people's wisdom was even less than that of ordinary people who struggled in the mundane world. A cultivator's life is all about cultivation. Cultivation, cultivation, then going to desolate mountains and remote places to dig ancient tombs, find relics, and search for spiritual objects. Then, more cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. There isn't much time to engage in power struggles or schemes. The truth for cultivators is that strength is everything. Opening the door, Lu Chen looked at Ling Hu Wuxuang. Senior brother, what brings you here? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Are you Lu Chen? Ling Hu Wuxuang scrutinized Lu Chen. Seeing him in his green attire, youthful and handsome, with a warm smile, although his eyes were somewhat deep, he didn't seem as frightening as you Hongling described. Yes, I am Lu Chen. It seems you know me? Of course, I know the great name of senior brother Ling Hu. Condensing the heavenly pill in 2 months and 12 days is truly admirable. Ling Hu Wuxuang couldn't help but smile. After all, he was still a young man. Wrong, to be precise, it was 2 months and 11 days, I didn't cultivate on the first day. That's even more impressive. Not right. Ling Hu Wuxuang instantly reacted, his expression turning serious. I'm here to challenge you. Stop with the playful smiles. Lu Chen was taken aback. A challenge? It had been a very long time since anyone had challenged him. Alright. Lu Chen didn't mind giving Ling Hu Wuxuang some guidance, after all, he was a brave person. Ling Hu Wuxuang. He felt something was a bit off. What was wrong? Yes, Lu Chen was being too friendly. Forget it, no more thinking, let's fight. A long sword appeared in Ling Hu Wuxuang's hand, and the two moved to the courtyard, maintaining a certain distance. What is your realm? Ling Hu Wuxuang asked. He couldn't see what level Lu Chen was at. Yuan Dan, feel free to come. Good, then I won't hold back. In an instant, the long sword glowed white and attacked swiftly. Lu Chen raised his hand to gently deflect the sword, quickly closing the distance, and threw a punch. Ling Hu Wuxuang spread his hands to intercept, the sword spinning. Before the sword could reach him, Lu Chen kicked Ling Hu Wuxuang's calf while transforming his punch into a palm, grabbing Ling Hu Wuxuang's wrist. With a forceful twist, Ling Hu Wuxuang was sent flying. He hurriedly steadied himself and turned back with the sword, but it struck nothing. Lu Chen did not pursue the advantage. Ling Hu Wuxuang narrowed his eyes, this was merely a spar, and Lu Chen seemed to be a straightforward person. His calf throbbed with pain, the opponent's speed was astonishing. Come again. Red mist. Sword technique. The white light transformed into red light, arriving in an instant. Lu Chen dodged, his long sword slicing through the air just as Ling Hu Wuxuang was about to change his move to a horizontal cut. Lu Chen's hand pressed down on the long sword, causing it to tremble violently. At the same time, he kicked sideways again. Ling Hu Wuxuang leaned his body once more, watching helplessly as a fist grew larger in his vision. However, just as it was about to hit, it transformed from a fist into a claw, changing position to grab Ling Hu Wuxuang by the collar and directly throw him out. Ling Hu Wuxuang struggled to control himself, managing not to fall to the ground. Still, his stance was compromised. Ling Hu Wuxuang felt somewhat silent after being struck. Lu Chen also said nothing, everything that could be conveyed was in his actions, and he knew Ling Hu Wuxuang would understand. I am not as skilled as you. Ling Hu Wuxuang said somewhat frustratedly. No kidding, if you were as strong as me, wouldn't all those years have been wasted? But my comprehension ability is strong. This sword technique is the second form of the red mist. Sword technique. Can you block it? Lu Chen nodded, please. The lonely flying phoenix. The sword energy transformed into a glow, illuminating the entire courtyard, and suddenly the glow retracted sharply, the sword striking as fast as a startled swan. Arriving in an instant. Lu Chen punched forward. Bang! The sword energy was shattered by the punch. At this point, the outcome was already clear. Linghu Wushuang. Why have I never heard of your name? You are so strong, you shouldn't be so unknown. Linghu Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Chen smiled and said, to cultivate and act is to practice, to cultivate and be still is also practice. There are countless methods of cultivation and myriad paths of cultivation, all leading to the same destination. Who did you hear that from? Linghu Wushuang was shocked again. I read it in a book, it was said like this, and I thought it was impressive, so I memorized it to show off later. Linghu Wushuang gave a thumbs up. I'll remember it too, and find a chance to show off. Lu Chen, right? I remember your name, you are strong and quite good. Take care. Farewell. After Linghu Wushuang left, Lu Chen continued to practice. His cultivation was now pushing towards the 7th level of the Yuan Dan stage. If all went well, he should be the top cultivator of this session in the Dao sect. Of course, Lu Chen didn't care about this empty title. As Linghu Wushuang walked along the road, he couldn't help but mutter. This Lu Chen doesn't seem as detestable as Hong Ling said, I find him quite interesting and rather gentle. Could it be that Hong Ling lied? That doesn't seem right, she was gritting her teeth when she said it, not like she was pretending. But then why? At that moment, a woman approached dressed in a long green skirt, with a stunningly beautiful face, fair skin, and large, attractive eyes. Although she wasn't as tall as you Hong Ling, her looks were certainly not inferior. Are there so many beauties on Bailan Peak? However, this beauty looked delicate, yet her attitude was very indifferent. As she passed by him, she didn't even spare him a glance, as if he were just a tree standing by the roadside. Such a beautiful girl, yet she was blind, what a pity. Linghu Wushuang kept staring at the beautiful girl, then saw her reach Lu Chen's door. She adjusted her skirt, knelt on the ground, and lowered her head submissively. Kneeling on the ground. Sigma, LLL, what the hell? Am I dreaming? Such a beautiful girl, not just beautiful, but her strength is at the Yuan Dan stage. And she directly knelt outside Lu Chen's door. They say a man's knees are worth gold, but a woman's knees can turn the world upside down. And just like that, she knelt for Lu Chen. Linghu Wushuang was dumbfounded, staring for several minutes. Good heavens, he had just had a very good impression of Lu Chen, and then he was hit with such a shocking scene. If he had such a beautiful partner, he wouldn't mind kneeling for her every day. This. Wait a minute. At this moment, Linghu Wushuang finally reacted. This girl was kneeling at the door, and with Lu Chen's cultivation level, she must know. But he, surprisingly, did not open the door. He just let this stunning girl kneel there. My Wuliang Tianzuan, my Dao Yuan Di, my Taoist ancestor, oh my saint. At this moment, Linghu Wushuang's worldview was completely overturned. Women, beautiful women, were no longer unattainable in his heart. Chu Ling was kneeling before Lu Chen's door, waiting for his forgiveness. She knew that the young master hated being disturbed, so she wouldn't disturb him. She knew the young master had a soft heart and that one day he would forgive her, she just needed to wait for him. When the young master was in seclusion, she would guard the door. When he came out, she would follow behind him. Wherever the young master went, she would go too. At the back mountain of the Bailan sect, Linghu Wushuang wandered despondently to Yu Hongling's side. Yu Hongling glanced at him, not surprised at all. This little brat was fighting with her senior brother? That was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was better that he didn't know his senior brother's identity, otherwise, he would just be a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. If he knew his senior brother's identity and then looked at him, he would be like a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. I lost. Yu Hongling didn't speak, so he had to break the silence. How rare it is to be able to spar with my senior brother. In the future, this will be your bragging capital for many years, Yu Hongling said. Linghu Wushuang sighed deeply. He is indeed very powerful, but still far from enough. However, once I become stronger, I will challenge him again. He is not as cruel and heartless as you say, on the contrary, he treats me quite well, Linghu Wushuang said. Do you understand him better, or do I understand him better? He is kind to men, but particularly cold and ruthless to women. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes and said, you are right about that. After I sparred with him, I should have left, but I hadn't walked far when a very beautiful girl knelt down at Lu Chen's door. Even Lu Chen didn't come out to help her up. He is indeed quite harsh towards girls. That girl didn't know why she was kneeling there, Linghu Wushuang lamented. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongling's expression changed. What does she look like? Ling Hu Wuxuang pondered for a moment. Very beautiful. Of course, I know she's beautiful. Which woman at that stinky senior brother's door isn't beautiful? Anyway, she was wearing a long green dress, holding a sword in her hand, with big bright eyes, looking very obedient. Upon hearing this description, Yu Hongling finally let out a slow breath. Chu Ling. She thought it was another seductress coming to find her senior brother. Wait. Yu Hongling suddenly froze. How could she have such thoughts? What seductress coming to find? That stinky senior brother had anything to do with her? Could it be that she was feeling jealous? Yu Hongling quickly shook her head, repeatedly muttering, I won't be jealous, I absolutely cannot be jealous, I won't be jealous. Ling Hu Wuxuan? Sigma, degree winky face. Oh no, this is also Lu Chen's woman? His worldview was once again greatly impacted at this moment. This impact was even hard for him to accept. Could it be that more cold and cruel you are to beautiful women in the world, the more they like you? Is pursuing a partner not about being close and accompanying them, but rather, beating them? Alright, I need to cultivate now, you can leave, and don't disturb me unless it's something important. Yu Hongling issued an eviction order. Ling Hu Wuxuan was still thinking about the idea of beating someone when he heard Yu Hongling's words and immediately thought of putting it into practice. Junior sister, I can help you cultivate. Sparring together can help us understand our own shortcomings better. I should be a bit stronger than you, how about we practice together? Yu Hongling glanced at Ling Hu Wuxuan and that gaze. Do you not believe that I am stronger than you? Ling Hu Wuxuan was furious. A few minutes later, Ling Hu Wuxuan was heavily slammed to the ground, the rocks shattered beneath him, his face bruised and swollen, trembling all over like a sieve, disbelief and fear in his eyes. Damn! What kind of monsters are the Bai Lan Peak? He couldn't defeat any of them. Ha 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 ha. After driving Ling Hu Wuxuan away, Yu Hongling practiced for a while and made a small breakthrough to the second layer of Yuan Dan. Wait, didn't Chu Ling go home? Why is she back again? Kneeling at the stinky senior brother's door? Yu Hongling muttered to herself in confusion. No, I have to go back and take a look. This was Yu Hongling's nature. When something puzzled her, it was more distressing than being killed. As for being grounded? Grounded for what? She was as close to her master as sisters, so talking about grounding was really too distant. Yu Hongling dashed to her senior brother's courtyard, and sure enough, she saw Chu Ling kneeling on the bluestone ground, silently practicing her techniques. Chu Ling, why are you back? Yu Hongling asked. Chu Ling looked at Yu Hongling and softly called out, Sister Hongling. Stop kneeling, get up. We female cultivators have dignity too, why should we kneel to him? Yu Hongling stepped forward to pull Chu Ling up, completely forgetting that in her previous life, she had also knelt quite a bit. Sister Hongling, I did something wrong, this is the punishment I deserve, you don't need to worry about me. Chu Ling resisted Yu Hongling's pull with all her might. What? Did you do wrong? Let me tell you, that stinky Lu Chen is very stingy. The perfect returning Yuan Dan he gave me in my last life, he didn't give me this time. A person as stingy as him, it wouldn't matter if you knelt here until the end of time. Yu Hongling said deliberately loudly. Bai Qiulan's figure appeared, her gaze unfriendly as she stared at Yu Hongling. At this moment, Chu Ling explained. I was wrong, I didn't realize how good he was to me, and I even blamed him and harmed him. Not only did I place the yin-yang devouring path gu in his body, but I also poisoned him with the heavenly corpse poison. I am deeply guilty, and all the punishment I am receiving now is what I deserve. Heavenly corpse poison. Bai Qiulan froze upon hearing this name. This was a type of rule-based poison, and there were very few poisons in the world that could affect a celestial lord. Moreover, the 8 of them had each sought out a type of poison, so they had naturally researched these things thoroughly. They were not unfamiliar with the heavenly corpse poison. Oh, this matter has passed, and besides, your heavenly corpse poison didn't take effect, he self-destructed instead, so strictly speaking, you didn't harm him at all, so you don't need to blame yourself. Yu Hongling advised. But Chu Ling shook her head in tears. No, no. The heavenly corpse poison is a poison that belongs outside the rules. Even if it didn't take effect at the time, it won't be cleared away, it will permanently follow the poisoned person's body, with no cure. Hearing this, Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan's faces stiffened simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and saw a strange panic in each other's eyes. If time has reversed and we have all been reborn, the heavenly corpse poison won't follow us, right? Yu Hongling murmured in a daze. If the heavenly corpse poison followed, then what she had done? Yu Hongling suddenly shivered, not daring to think. Many poisons could be endured by Lu Chen at the celestial lord level, only weakening his strength. But if it was below the celestial lord level, those things were hard to say. At this moment, Bai Qiulan said softly, perfect returning Yuan Dan. The heavenly corpse poison, perhaps it followed Lu Chen back. Who was Lu Chen? Bai Qiulan was quite clear about that. She had no enmity with Lu Chen, she just had never been able to accept the distorted relationship that existed between her and Lu Chen. If it was said that she could still maintain this relationship under the pretense of helping her alleviate the chaos and poison, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure the humiliation. But later, when her chaos and poison were resolved, she could no longer tolerate this immoral relationship, one that was unacceptable in the world. Especially since she was a master, being looked down upon by her disciple, and she felt so helpless. What kind of situation was this? Coupled with the instigation of a few others, Bai Qiulan struggled immensely within. And in her struggle, she took action. Perfect return pill, perfect return pill. These 5 words exploded like thunder in Yu Hongling's mind. The poison of the heavenly stiffness freezes half of its power, which means that when brother is afflicted by the heavenly stiffness poison, he can only use half of his power to condense the return pill. Is that why he chose to consume the perfect return pill himself? Yu Hongling said urgently. Bai Qiulan sighed. Most likely. At that moment, Yu Hongling's eyes turned red. She bit her lip, drawing blood without even realizing it. What foolish thing had she done? Condensing the return pill with half of her true energy, even if her brother was a heavenly sovereign in his past life, it would be impossible for him to condense a good return pill, he probably wouldn't even have a heavenly grade return pill. Yet she only thought of herself, thought that her brother would rather waste a perfect return pill than give it to her. She never considered that her brother not giving her the perfect return pill was actually due to his own difficulties. Brother, I'm sorry. Yu Hongling shouted an apology to the room. She finally apologized. However, there was no response in the room. Bai Qiulan was a powerful practitioner, but she had never pried into Lu Chen's affairs, and now she was anxious. If the heavenly stiffness poison hadn't disappeared, then had the poison she administered vanished? Lu Chen, are you still in the room? I have something important to tell you. No one responded. Bai Qiulan gritted her teeth and finally used her divine sense to probe the room. As a result, the room was already empty. Where was Lu Chen? Lu Chen had long since left the room, and outside the door, Chu Ling was kneeling, while 3 women were causing a ruckus. In Lu Chen's eyes, all the women in the world were nothing but stumbling blocks on his path. He simply sought a quiet place to cultivate alone. At this moment, his cultivation was rapidly advancing towards the 8th layer of the return pill, with a speed that was astonishing. Of course, mere hard work was not enough, he still needed to obtain the necessary treasures. For example, there was an ancient key in the Great Tao sect, its purpose unknown to outsiders, but Lu Chen knew that this ancient key was an important token to open the God Burial Ridge. Buried within the God Burial Ridge was a fallen ancient god. The treasures of the ancient god were not particularly valuable, but the corpse of the ancient god had sprouted a divine blood flower, which was rare and crucial for him to condense his first life. Divine blood flower, wood spirit pearl, mysterious in soul, fruit. All 3 heavenly materials and earthly treasures were indispensable. For those in the harmonization realm or the void refinement realm, these 3 treasures might not be particularly precious, but for someone in the return pill realm, saying they were worth their weight in gold would not be an exaggeration. Therefore, he needed to participate in the sect's disciple competition, just like in his previous life, to gain the qualification to enter the Great Tao Treasure Pavilion. Of course, this time the competition would definitely be countless times easier than in his past life. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was already September, and the mountains turned cold early, with the maple trees ablaze like flames. Lu Chen's cultivation had also reached the 9th layer of the return pill. If he wanted to break through, he could do so now, breaking the pill to become an infant. However, the nascent infant represented his first life, so he needed to be cautious. Since he couldn't break through yet, Lu Chen thought about rolling up a scroll. He wanted to see if he could reach the 13th layer of the return pill. Of course, it didn't matter if he couldn't. Dong! Dong dong dong! A grand and majestic bell tolled. Ethereal lights filled the sky. A dignified voice echoed, "Order all peak masters, bring the 92 generations of disciples, gather at the Great Tao platform." In an instant, beams of sword light flew out from the 72 peaks, cutting across the sky, converging beautifully towards the main peak. Lu Chen did not seek anyone out, a plain and unremarkable magic sword landed at his feet, and he soared into the wind, flying towards the main peak. Crowds gathered at each peak. Lu Chen saw Bailan Peak but had no intention of approaching. Interestingly, Chu Ling had also arrived. He did not go over, but a few from Bailan Peak took the initiative to come over. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. Young master, I'm sorry. Husband." Bai Qiulan opened her mouth, almost following the two and apologizing, but quickly stopped, breaking into a cold sweat. If she had said "husband, I'm sorry" in broad daylight, she feared it would cause an uproar. Chu Ling and Yu Hongling were both stunningly beautiful women, and with Bai Qiulan added to the mix, every move they made attracted a lot of attention. Seeing the two gorgeous women apologize simultaneously left the crowd bewildered. What's going on? Lu Chen was uninterested in their apologies. If apologies were useful, what need was there for swords? He took a step away. With each step he took, the three followed suit. Lu Chen. Forget it, he would definitely attract everyone's attention soon enough, so he wouldn't hold back. Get lost. The three halted simultaneously. Lu Chen, indifferent, continued to leave. With so many eyes on them, hearing Lu Chen's reprimand, countless people widened their eyes in shock. What the hell? Did I just hear that? In the face of these three stunning women's following and apologies, he actually said get lost? Were they going to exterminate his 9 clans? Chu Ling maintained her composure, smiling, completely unfazed by Lu Chen's reprimand, and followed him again. Yu Hongling's face turned a mix of blue and red. She was someone who valued her reputation, and being scolded like that in public was truly embarrassing. If you want me to get lost, then I will. Yu Hongling angrily walked in the opposite direction. Bai Qiulan. My heart is so tired. She followed Yu Hongling away. Lu Chen initially thought that his reprimand would make all three women leave, but unexpectedly, Chu Ling still followed him. However, with just her, Lu Chun chose to ignore her. The vice master of the Great Tao sect began to speak. The Great Tao is vast, humanity shines bright, the heavens have 4 seasons, and humanity has its moralities, while ghosts and spirits are lost in heart and monsters. However, these words sounded to the crowd like, in the golden autumn of September, with the crisp air, in this season of red maples, we welcome the 90th sect disciple. Competition. Rules were read, rewards were announced. The vice master declared that the sect disciple competition officially began. Everyone had to participate, cowardice was not allowed, and each person had to give their all. A 2-in-1 competition system. Lu Chen understood clearly, it was no different from his previous life. Thus, it could proceed normally. The competition commenced. This generation of disciples had been in the sect for half a year, and most had reached the Yuan Dan realm. After all, the Great Tao sect was one of the top sects in the first heaven, and the qualifications of its disciples were naturally at the top tier. 3 months of perfecting chi gathering belonged to the prodigies, while 6 months belonged to ordinary geniuses. The vast majority of Great Tao sect disciples perfected their chi gathering in 3 to 5 months before starting to break through. On the arena, the disciples' moves were already quite impressive. After all, they were all in the Yuan Dan realm, and among the wandering cultivators, they could be considered strong. In fact, when disciples from large sects ventured out for training, they might not necessarily be able to defeat the battle-hardened wandering cultivators in the early stages. But as time went on, the disciples from large sects would become increasingly stronger. In the realm of Yuan Dan, it is a starting point for major sections. However, for many wandering cultivators, it may already be the end of their cultivation journey. Some disciples displayed remarkable talent, instantly causing a stir of gasps and exclamations. Before long, Yu Hongling took the stage. Now, Yu Hongling had gained some renown in the Dao sect, having achieved full mastery of chi gathering in just 17 days, directly breaking the sect's record for chi cultivation. She even came close to breaking the record for the entire first layer of heaven, and coupled with her stunning beauty and those long legs that seemed to stretch for eternity, she truly left a lasting impression. As soon as Yu Hongling appeared, cheers and gasps erupted from the audience. However, some eyes couldn't help but glance over at Lu Chen. Because this guy actually made Yu Hongling roll. Yu Hongling felt a surge of anger. She was now at the 5th layer of Yuan Dan, cultivating rapidly, while her opponent had just recently advanced to Yuan Dan. With a single kick, she moved so fast that her opponent couldn't react, only feeling a flash of a wine-red figure before she soared off the stage. It was too fast. Many observing elders couldn't help but nod in approval, recognizing a good seedling. Previously, many had misjudged and thought Yu Hongling's talent was just average. After a while, Chu Ling's name actually appeared. She had truly joined the Dao sect. Young master, I'm going, Chu Ling said softly. Lu Chun looked ahead, ignoring her, not hearing her. A hint of bitterness appeared in Chu Ling's eyes, her heart aching incessantly. Lu Chen's behavior at that moment made her long for how well he had treated her in the past. Of course, she also regretted how foolish she had been. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and many male disciples couldn't help but grit their teeth. What was he pretending for? And what about this girl, as beautiful as a water lily? How could such a stunning girl be a sycophant? Chu Ling stepped onto the stage. Her opponent was also a female disciple, and just as Chu Ling was about to make her move, the other female disciple spoke up. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? He has clearly humiliated you, why are you so eager to cling to him? As cultivators, although we are women, we are not weaker than men in the slightest. I see your strength is quite Impressive, and your appearance is exceptional, plus you are a swordswoman. Such behavior is truly tarnishing the reputation of female cultivators and sword cultivators alike. If you are being oppressed or threatened by him, just tell me, and I will definitely seek justice for you. Chu Ling listened to her words and gently shook her head. Everything is my own choice. The young master is more important to me than the sword path. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior sister. The senior sister's eyes widened. Do you know what nonsense you are saying? You, a practitioner of the sword path, don't you think the sword path is the strongest existence? Every word from Chu Ling comes from the heart. Alright, stubborn as a mule, today I will wake you up. Not far away, Sun Ruowei heard Chu Ling's words and couldn't help but look at Bai Qiulan, then at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's appearance was handsome and refined, like a gentle breeze in the mountains, a bright moon in the sky. But such looks were not rare. There were at least 80,000 who were more handsome than him in the world, and just in the Dao sect, there were a handful who were better looking. What could possibly make Chu Ling so devoted? And that terrifying title? Sister Bai. No, she had to investigate this thoroughly. Lu Chen, oblivious to the multitude of gazes fixed upon him, casually looked around, indifferent to their stares. His heart was being reshaped, only becoming more solid than in his past life. Mere gazes were not worth mentioning. The senior sister boldly attacked, wielding a long sword, transforming into a gust of wind, while three figures surrounded Chu Ling to launch an assault. Chu Ling moved. The ethereal light flickered like swimming fish, like thunder. Sparks flew as sword edges clashed. The tip of the black magic sword had already stopped at the female disciple's throat. The female disciple's hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with horror. It wasn't just her, many others also looked on in shock. The elder in charge of the competition had a terrifying light in his eyes. He was a swordsmanship elder. Who could sense how pure and powerful Chu Ling's sword intent was? A love-struck mind could refine sword intent to this level, if one were to be completely devoted to the path. Wouldn't they soar? Some even entertained the thought of finding a chance to kill that Lu Chen, to eliminate such a love-struck sword immortal. Thank you. Chu Ling retracted her long sword and said softly. Chu Ling of Bai Lan Peak, victory. Chu Ling jumped off the stage and hurried to Lu Chen's side. Young master, I won. Chu Ling looked at Lu Chen with sparkling eyes, as if waiting for his praise. Lu Chen closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring her. Chu Ling felt a bit disappointed. It had been a long time since she had heard the young master praise her. What she had taken for granted now felt deeply missed. This scene was captured by many, and in their hearts, 1,000 head of grass mud horses galloped by, their resentment towards Lu Chen strong enough to revive 100 evil sword immortals. Some sword cultivator elders even harbored a heavier killing intent towards Lu Chen. After 4 people, it was Lu Chen's turn. Upon seeing Lu Chen take the stage, more people learned his name. Gu Cheng, go for it, defeat him. Let others wake up. What good is a man who doesn't cherish women? You must trample him hard. Everyone cheered for the disciple named Gu Cheng. Lu Chen was not very familiar with this name. It must have been a fleeting encounter. However, he was quite familiar with the young man named Lu Yishui, who was cheering the hardest from the sidelines. Gu Cheng took the stage. The match began. Gu Cheng was about to speak when Lu Chen threw a punch. A transparent fist imprint, the size of a grinding wheel, shot towards Gu Cheng at high speed. Gu Cheng was taken aback and quickly let out an angry roar, swinging his long knife fiercely. The blade shattered and both man and knife flew out off the stage, spitting out a mouthful of blood with great vigor. The surrounding clamor suddenly fell silent. Thank you. Lu Chen stepped down from the stage, calm and composed, looking so handsome that there was nothing to say. The power of this punch struck at everyone's hearts. Fast, accurate, fierce. Like art. This generation has truly produced many good talents, sighed Vice Sect Master Ji Changming. Indeed. Especially Bai Lan Peak, which is the most exaggerated. 1 Hongling, 1 Chuling, 1 Lu Chen. I didn't expect junior sister Bai not only to be good at cultivation but also to teach her disciples so well. Then this competition for first place is bound to be a fierce battle. Not necessarily. Oh? Why do you say that? Their strength is undeniable. But their emotions seem a bit too rich? Look at that Chu Ling, her heart and eyes are all on Lu Chen. If Lu Chen hadn't kept her at arm's length, I wouldn't be surprised if Chu Ling had already jumped into his arms. Ji Changming. And that Hong Ling, in such a short time, has secretly looked at Lu Chen no less than 30 times. Ji Changming. And junior sister Bai. Ha? Although junior sister Bai hasn't looked at Lu Chen, her head always wants to turn in his direction, and every time she gets halfway, she forcibly turns it back. I find that a bit hard to understand. Ji Changming frowned. He began to look around with some suspicion. Senior brother Ji, what are you looking at? Ji Changming frowned. and said, "I'm just checking whether I'm in the Dao sect or the Hehuan sect." I have to say, it is indeed a bit strange, very strange. After one round of battles, half the participants were eliminated. Without pause, the second round of matches began. 3 more continued to take the stage, each defeating their opponents with a single move, their strength unfathomable. The originally popular contenders for the championship faded into the background under the strikes of the 3, calling out the name of a prodigy in their hearts. There was no way around it. After all, he was the emperor, reborn with all his experience and divine abilities intact, completely overwhelming the people of this era. The second round passed. The third round began. The clashes between geniuses became increasingly spectacular, eliciting cheers from the crowd. When Xu Ling and Yu Hongling took the stage, the cheers grew even louder. However, as soon as Lu Chen appeared, the entire venue fell silent, as if it had been prearranged. Lu Chen didn't mind. This time, Lu Chen's opponent was a prodigy named Li Jiumin, the top disciple of the current session from the Wendafeng. A serious contender for the championship. I don't believe it, you can't possibly. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen's fist imprint was already before him. Li Jiumin quickly formed hand seals, and a yellowish shield adorned with intricate and mysterious runes burst forth. This was the Turtle Spirit Shield, known for its strong defense. The moment the fist imprint made contact with the Turtle Spirit Shield, numerous cracks appeared, and with a crisp sound, the fist imprint shattered the shield effortlessly, sending Li Jiumin crashing down from the stage. An uproar ensued. Li Jiumin's strength was not to be underestimated. He was already at the 4th level of the Yuan Dan realm and was a disciple carefully nurtured by Wendafeng. Yet, he was still defeated in one punch. How could Lu Chen be this strong? Too much of a prodigy, simply too much of a prodigy. I suddenly feel that Xu Ling's humility towards Lu Chen is something I can accept. Lu Chen is indeed very handsome. Among this generation of disciples, there seems to be no one who can match him. Elder Bai is too fierce. How does she teach her disciples? Is it too late for me to join Elder Bai's side now? The crowd buzzed with discussion. It was certain that the name Lu Chen had firmly entered the hearts of all disciples of this generation. One punch shattered the Turtle Spirit Shield. Impressive. The 4th round. Now, only a dozen or so fighters remained. The battles progressed quickly. This time, Lu Chen faced off against Yu Hongling. The eyes of the disciples lit up. It was happening. Up until now, Lu Chen, Xu Ling, and Yu Hongling had all ended their battles with a single move, leaving everyone clueless about their true strength. Now that these two were set to clash, one could imagine a fierce battle was about to unfold. Yu Hongling frowned. She was up against Lu Chen? What a joke, how could she possibly defeat Lu Chen? But to concede so easily didn't sit well with her. As a fellow Yuan Dan realm practitioner, why not give it a try? As the previous matches unfolded, one after another, Xu Ling still resolved her opponents with a single move. Her strength was astonishing. Finally, it was Lu Chen and Yu Hongling's turn to take the stage. "Senior brother, please give me guidance." "Just to be clear, no hitting the face," Yu Hongling said playfully as she stood opposite Lu Chen. Dressed in a red battle skirt, her figure was graceful, her legs fair and radiant. Without a hint of flaw, perfect to the extreme. Lu Chen smiled and threw a punch towards Yu Hongling's face from a distance. Sorry, but at his age, he was in a rebellious phase. "You said not to hit the face," Yu Hongling exclaimed in exasperation, yet she didn't stop her own movements. The ancient reverse path scripture circulated within her, the sound of Tao resonating in her body, as her true essence transformed into a torrent. She also threw a punch. At this moment, Yu Hongling was fearless. The fearless emperor's fearless divine fist, imbued with the courage of a do-or-die situation, collided fiercely with Lu Chen's fist imprint. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Yu Hongling's fist imprint was destroyed, and a massive force surged towards her like a raging tide, striking her squarely in the face. Bang! Yu Hongling was sent flying, her stunningly beautiful face now as red as a peach blossom in full bloom. Well, it was all blood from her nose. Yu Hongling felt a sharp pain in her nose, tears streaming down her face. Damn senior brother. I won't let this go with you. Lu Chen ignored her. What level was she on, to think she could hold a grudge against him? Seeing the tragic appearance of Yu Hongling, many people gasped in shock. Wow, it seems that Lu Chen really has no interest in these two women. Did we misunderstand him? It's possible. If he had even a little bit of compassion, he wouldn't have beaten Yu Hongling to this state. Perhaps it's precisely because he has no feelings for these two women that he is being pestered so much, which is why he struck so hard. If that's the case, Lu Chen is quite unfortunate too. Think about it. If you don't like women and only care about the Tao, but two women insist on being in front of you, swaying around every day, wanting to be your Tao partner, how would you feel? Who are these two women? Let's say it's Yu Hongling and Chu Ling. I'm quite happy. What do you mean you're happy? I'm talking about under the premise that you only like the Tao and not women. Oh, then I'm also quite happy. Get lost, get lost. If you ask me, a boy should definitely protect himself well when he's out there. Lu Chen didn't expect that with one punch he would turn his reputation upside down. Thus, the Sigma man is forever a god. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth and returned to Bai Qiulan's side while Sun Ruowei watched the scene, her eyes darting around. Yu Hongling also likes Lu Chen? Bai Qiulan, oh Bai Qiulan, what? Secrets are hidden in your Bailan Peak? It seems that Yu Hongling is the most foolish one. It looks like I should focus on her. I must find an opportunity to probe Yu Hongling's thoughts. The competition continued. The Tao sect is indeed impressive, a disciple. Competition is set to finish in just one day. This is the efficiency of a major sect. In other sects, a disciple competition lasting 3 to 5 days is common, and 10 days to half a month is also normal. Perhaps this is the style of the Tao sect. Instead of watching this group of young novices peck at each other, it would be better to save time for my own cultivation. Didn't even the sect master show up at such an occasion? Ji Changming suspected that the reason for appointing a vice sect master was that the sect master didn't want to waste too much time managing sect affairs. In the 5th round, Lu Chen faced Linghu Wushuang. Linghu Wushuang had been beaten by Lu Chen before, so he naturally knew his strength. I have already made up for my shortcomings, but it seems I am still not your opponent, Linghu Wushuang said. This was also the first time Lu Chen spoke on the stage. Knowing shame and striving for improvement is the way of cultivation. Linghu Wushuang fell silent for a moment. Thank you. You're welcome. Then why are you always so overbearing towards your junior sister? Linghu Wushuang asked in confusion. Lu Chen smiled but did not answer. He held up 2 fingers. A sword intent gathered between his fingers. With a flick of a finger, Linghu Wushuang's mind instantly rang alarm bells. He looked at the sword light rushing towards him, as if he saw the infinite mysteries of the sword path. Fei Xia Guan Xian. Ding! The sword light collided with the sword light. Countless blood marks suddenly erupted from Linghu Wushuang's body. He retreated step by step until he reached the edge of the stage, barely managing to stop. Lu Chen did not strike a second time. The sword intent that burst forth from that finger clearly appeared in Linghu Wushuang's mind, and he pondered it over and over. I concede. After conceding, Linghu Wushuang bowed deeply, jumped off the stage, and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to comprehend. Lu Chen turned to leave. The elders widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. This sword intent? Stunningly extraordinary. Unimaginable. Previously, Lu Chen had only shown his ability to resolve battles with a single punch, demonstrating brute force. But this dual-finger sword technique revealed Lu Chen's terrifying mastery of the sword path. By Qiulan's disciple? I went to ask junior sister Qiulan for him. She's not a dedicated sword cultivator. Such a swordsmanship genius must be taught by me. You're talking nonsense. You can't even defeat me. I should be the one to teach him. This sword energy is incredible. I feel unworthy to teach him. No, I need to find my master. My master will definitely be overjoyed. The group of sword elders immediately became busy. Some went to find Bai Qiulan, while others sought their own masters. If before Lu Chen only appeared very powerful, that was normal. After all, it was the great Tao sect, and it wasn't surprising for 1 or 2 prodigies with strong combat power to emerge. But the swordsmanship Lu Chen just displayed was no longer just about being a powerful prodigy. It was a rare seat of swordsmanship, having only practiced for half a year. And reaching such a level, it was simply indescribable. Bai Qiulan was quickly surrounded. Junior sister Bai, you see, Lu Chen's greatest strength is actually swordsmanship. You're not particularly proficient in swordsmanship. Why not let Lu Chen be my disciple? If possible, I, from the solitary sword peak, am willing to provide all resources for the next 3 years to Bailan Peak. I'll offer 5 years. Junior sister Bai, you know me, finding a successor for my hidden sword heavenly classic is incredibly difficult. Now that I've finally found a good seedling, if I don't get him for the hidden sword peak, my hidden sword peak will lose its inheritance. Junior sister Bai, I'm willing to give you all resources for 20 years. Bai Qiulan looked at the figures clamoring for Lu Chen, feeling somewhat helpless. What do you have to teach? Lu Chen is not only terrifying in swordsmanship, his various paths of cultivation are all the most formidable. Don't say you want to be his master. Even if he were to be the master of your masters, he would be more than capable. Brothers, I'm sorry, but Lu Chen is from Bailan Peak. I really can't give him to you. Bai Qiulan firmly refused. Oh, junior sister, having Lu Chen at Bailan Peak, where you practice magical arts, is truly a waste. And you already have Chuling, just give Lu Chen to us. No, Lu Chen absolutely cannot be given to you, there is no room for negotiation. Bai Qiulan decisively rejected. Lu Chen watched this scene, raising an eyebrow. This shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't Bai Qiulan be treating him like a hot potato, quickly sending him away to avoid any issues of betraying the master? Junior nephew Bai, I want Lu Shan. A powerful aura suddenly descended, and with his appearance, all the swords on sight began to hum, as if welcoming the master of swordsmanship. The old man, dressed in a black robe and carrying an ancient sword, spoke with great authority. Greetings, battle sword master uncle. Greetings, battle sword master. Greetings, supreme elder of battle sword. Everyone bowed to the battle sword master. Heavenly Unity Realm. A supreme elder of the Heavenly Unity Realm came to snatch someone. Everyone was shocked, they never expected that a disciple competition would attract the attention of a supreme elder of the Heavenly Unity Realm. If Lu Chen were to join the ranks of the Heavenly Unity Realm, it would undoubtedly elevate him, becoming a junior disciple to the sect master and the peak masters. Battle sword junior brother, I actually think Lu Chen is more suited to my swordsmanship. A light laugh echoed from the void. Another supreme elder appeared. Brother Tao, I feel that Lu Chen is more suited to my swordsmanship. Another supreme elder appeared. 3 supreme elders were jointly vying for Lu Chen. Bai Qiulan's expression slightly darkened. For some reason, she was very unwilling to let Lu Chen join someone else's sect. Perhaps there was a hint of panic she was reluctant to admit. If Lu Chen really joined someone else's sect, wouldn't she and Lu Chen have no further ties from then on? No. No way. Bai Qiulan's gaze became sharp. Masters, according to the sect's rules, you can only select disciples when they first enter the sect. After that, it's too late. Now that you see my disciple has good potential, you come to fight over him, this is truly not the way of the elders. Bai Qiulan said firmly. You are not a sword cultivator, how can you teach a powerful sword cultivator? That is not a reason for you to snatch him away. A group of sword cultivators began to frantically persuade Bai Qiulan, but she remained unmoved. In any case, I don't care. I have decided to take Lu Chen as my disciple. As long as he is willing, I will immediately report to the sect master and let him decide. Indeed, Bai Shitzi is stubborn. Let's go find the sect master. Lu Chen, I ask you now, do you wish to leave Bai Lan Peak and join another sword cultivator's sect? The battle sword elder asked. Instantly, many gazes focused on Lu Chen. Yu Hongling clenched her fists nervously, while Bai Qiulan's gaze was calm, yet ripples of emotion stirred within her. Lu Chen revealed a faint smile and spoke softly. Of course I am willing. Of course I am willing. These 4 words exploded in the hearts of several people like thunder. Yu Hongling's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Chen, then at her master. Bai Qiulan also trembled slightly, her hand clenched into a fist, her eyes showing a hint of shock and a touch of confusion. Lu Chen did not want to be her disciple. Upon hearing these 4 words, Bai Qiulan felt a panic rising within her. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Since Lu Chen has no objections, I will immediately go to request the sect master's decree. The battle sword elder laughed heartily and vanished in an instant. The other 2 elders hurried to the main peak as well. Several peak masters who wielded swords gritted their teeth and also flew towards the main peak. Uncertain if the sect master would agree to the elders fighting over a disciple or instead let Lu Chen join another peak. Bai Qiulan looked deeply at Lu Chen. Master. Yu Hongling's voice was filled with urgency. She could not let her senior brother go to another peak. Although she did not know why, she felt a special resistance and extreme aversion to Lu Chen changing sects. With me here, no one can take him away. Bai Qiulan declared fiercely, her figure disappearing in an instant. A group of terrifyingly strong cultivators left, and only then did everyone realize a thought rising in their hearts. Lu Chen was going to be amazing. No matter who ultimately took Lu Chen as a disciple, he would be impressive. However, was it really okay to so straightforwardly express his desire to leave Bai Lan Peak? As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Although the cultivation world does not emphasize this too much, there should still be some subtlety. Just now, the elder asked Lu Chen if he was willing to leave Bai Lan Peak, and Lu Chen's response was incredibly casual. Such a person, even if he joined another peak, would the other peak not be wary of him? At this moment, he left when faced with strength, without hesitation. When he encounters even greater strength, he would still leave. If he had just said, I will follow the arrangements of the elders, it wouldn't have been tearing the face off. This person indeed has strong talent, but his emotional intelligence is too low. Whether he can achieve greatness still depends on whether his master can tolerate him. The competition continued. After Lu Chen defeated Linghu Wushuang, he had already secured a spot in the top 2. Meanwhile, in another match, Xu Ling faced off against another top disciple of the Dao sect, Xiao Huayong. Xiao Huayong was also an exceptional talent of the Dao sect, known for her gentle demeanor and stunning beauty. The crowd's interest shifted, compared to Lu Chen's situation. They preferred to watch the clash between these two stunning talents, hardly daring to imagine how beautiful their battle would be. 2. Ling and Xiao Huayong took the stage. Both of them were stunningly beautiful, each with a distinctly different aura. One was gentle as water, calm and unruffled, while the other was like a sword, at peace when sheathed but ringing out when drawn. The battle began. On the other side, a noisy group rushed towards the main hall. A middle-aged man with no beard seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Sun Ruowei followed, her eyes bright and spirited. Let me see what the situation is. Sect Master, there is a disciple named Lu Chen, whose talent in swordsmanship is extraordinary. He is truly suitable for my legacy. My legacy is on the verge of extinction. You can't possibly let an old man who has devoted his life to the sect take his unique skills to the grave, can you? The Sword Battle Master opened with a full emotional display. Uncle Sword Battle, how can you say that? Sect Master Lu Changfeng said, both amused and exasperated. Am I not speaking the truth? Sect Master, if Bai Shiji were a sword cultivator, I wouldn't say anything. But Bai Shiji is a technique cultivator. Although I haven't seen the sword that Lu Chen pointed out with 2 fingers, my disciple demonstrated it to me. Such a sword is unparalleled among the great talents of the vast wilderness. No way, he must join my sect. Your sword battle is all about fighting, but I see that Lu Chen is not someone who seeks to fight fiercely. He should cultivate my hidden sword, hiding the sword within himself, striking once to make the world aware, that is the path he should take. Nonsense. He knocked his opponent senseless with a single finger, and you say he isn't someone who seeks to fight? I don't think so. Alright. Stop arguing. Let me speak fairly. Lu Chen must join my Lonely Sword sect. The Sword Battle sect is not extinct yet, but if my Lonely Sword truly becomes extinct. Sect Master Lu Changfeng was overwhelmed by the noise, his scalp tingling, his brows tightly knitted. Enough. Everyone, be quiet. He shouted. The hall fell silent. Lu Changfeng's gaze turned to Bai Qiulan, and in that moment, a fleeting daze appeared in his eyes. He liked Bai Qiulan, that was beyond doubt. But Bai Qiulan did not like him. Unknowingly, it had been over a year since he last saw Bai Shimi, and she seemed more beautiful. More beautiful? Lu Changfeng was momentarily stunned as he compared the Bai Qiulan in his memory with the current Bai Qiulan. The original Bai Qiulan was as cold as ice, proud as a snow plum. She was a snow-capped ice lotus, unapproachable and unobservable. But now, although still cold and proud, Bai Qiulan seemed to have gained a bit of warmth. It was as if the snow-capped ice lotus had stepped into the bustling world. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he even sensed a hint of charm? An illusion. It must be an illusion. How could Bai Shimi possibly have charm? His voice softened as he gently said, Shimi. The 3 supreme elders and a group of peak masters felt a jolt in their hearts. My goodness, the sect master has become so gentle? This is bad. Sun Ruowei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, coming to find the sect master? You are way off course. The sect master is Bai Shiji's biggest fan. Whatever Bai Shiji says, the sect master would probably nod his head until it breaks. Bai Qiulan greets the sect master. Bai Qiulan's voice was calm. Lu Changfeng smiled, I told you can call me Shi Xiang, no need to call me sect master. Sect rules cannot be ignored, and etiquette cannot be discarded. Bai Qiulan truly had no feelings for Lu Changfeng. Alright, calling me sect master is fine. So, Bai Shimi, what do you think about this matter? Lu Changfeng asked with a smile. Bai Qiulan had calmed down by this point. Lu Chen's willingness to leave Bai Lan Peak had helped her regain her composure. Although she didn't want to admit it, her heart strongly indicated that she absolutely could not allow Lu Chen to leave Bai Lan Peak. She thought of an excellent reason for herself. In her previous life, Lu Chen became the strongest barrier of the human race under her guidance. Now, reborn with resentment, she is very worried that Lu Chen might go astray, so she must constantly correct him. Yes, that's right. In her past life, she was always his master, and in this life, she must continue to be. It is her responsibility. Bai Qiulan spoke up. First of all, I absolutely do not allow Lu Chen to leave Bailan Peak. This is against the sect rules and etiquette. Yes, Bai Qiulan is indeed such a stickler for rules. One can imagine how much torment it was for her in her past life to be with Lu Chen, often crying and sobbing. While enduring the torment, she also. Second, the 3 uncles believe I am a spell cultivator, not a sword cultivator, so I cannot properly teach Lu Chen, who is a sword cultivator. In fact, the three uncles are overthinking it. I can teach spells. I can also teach swords. If the three uncles do not believe me, the sect leader can let me duel with the three uncles using swords. If I win, Lu Chen will be one of us at Bailan Peak. If I lose... Bai Qiulan's expression was cold, her white dress dancing lightly in the wind. I will never lose. Lu Chongfeng. The three supreme elders? Many peak masters. Aren't you a bit too confident? Alright, I won't bully you, you say you can use a sword, then I will seal my cultivation and fight you at the same level. If you lose, let Lu Chen choose his own master. The sword respect elder said in a deep voice. Bai Qiulan looked up at the three supreme elders. No need for you to suppress your cultivation. A group of people suddenly widened their eyes, hardly believing their ears. No need to suppress cultivation? These three supreme elders are all in the harmonization realm, and they are using swords. No, are you crazy? Junior sister, I know you have the Taiyin divine body, but the three uncles are also the most formidable experts. What are you doing? Lu Chongfeng hurriedly advised. The faces of the three supreme elders turned blue and red. What does this mean? Are you accusing them of bullying the weak? Brother, there's no need to persuade me further. If you want Lu Chen, come and fight in the sky. After saying this, Bai Qiulan stopped talking and disappeared, appearing in the sky. Alright, bullying the weak, for the sake of a disciple, I will take on this blame. The elder of the solitary sword prepared to completely disregard his face, and his figure vanished. A group of people hurriedly went out. Lu Chongfeng was almost furious. Uncle Solitary Sword, you must not harm junior sister Bai. No one had high hopes for Bai Qiulan, mainly because there was simply no way to be optimistic. How could one be optimistic? One is in the refining void, and the other is in the harmonization realm. As a result, one refining void cultivator plays with spells, while one harmonization cultivator plays with swordsmanship. The result is that the spell-playing refining void cultivator challenges the sword-playing harmonization cultivator. Absurd, utterly absurd. Nephew, you can forgo the sword, just let me get injured, and I will no longer mention the matter of accepting a disciple, the elder of the solitary sword said. Bai Qiulan's expression was calm as she extended her finger, pointing to the sky. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically. A strong, cold, and domineering sword intent erupted, with chilling air rolling and clouds swirling. Above the nine heavens, a gigantic sword of white moonlight, composed of clouds and mist, surged with wind, rain, and thunder, accompanied by the Taiyin Dao. That giant sword was thousands of feet long, spanning between heaven and earth. Under this sword, all beings felt like ants. Countless disciples of the Dao and strong practitioners looked up at this magnificent sword. Its sword energy overflowing. The Taiyin divine sword, the master has made a move. The battle between Yu Hongling and Chu Ling also paused as they looked up at the Taiyin divine sword. This is a powerful sword technique, specifically created for the Taiyin divine body. Yes, it was created by Lu Chen. For a refining void cultivator to use this Taiyin divine sword, even in its embryonic form, would be extremely difficult. But now Bai Qiulan has used it. When the Taiyin divine sword appeared, the faces of the three supreme elders changed dramatically. How is this possible? Lu Chongfeng exclaimed. When did Bai Qiulan learn swordsmanship? Such a strong sword intent, such terrifying sword power. When did she become so skilled with this sword? Master Uncle, be careful. Bai Qiulan's face turned pale as she suddenly pointed at the supreme elder of the solitary sword. Boom! The long sword roared with a tremendous sound, tearing through the sea of clouds, with the momentum of a kunping soaring into the sky, fiercely smashing towards the supreme elder of the solitary sword. Yes, it smashed towards him. This sword was almost comparable to a mountain. The supreme elder of the solitary sword let out a great roar. A massive amount of sword energy surrounded him, the sword energy as deep as the ocean, all rushing towards the Taiyin divine sword, countless sword energies forming a grand sword light like the most precise components. This sword was the solitary sword. The two enormous sword lights collided with a thunderous crash. They crushed and shattered, mixed with flames and thunder. The Taiyin divine sword forcefully shattered the solitary sword, and although it was already damaged, it still charged towards the supreme elder of the solitary sword. Boom! The supreme elder of the solitary sword spat out blood and retreated. The Taiyin divine sword automatically dispersed. Master Uncle, you lost. Bai Qiulan said coldly. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. It was hard to believe that Bai Qiulan had actually defeated the supreme elder of the solitary sword. With the void refinement fighting the Dao. Winning with a sword against a sword. Silence, true silence. Even the wind stopped its sound. No one expected such a scene to occur. No one anticipated this outcome. Bai Qiulan's challenge to the Supreme Elder with a sword was an act of anger, but she really could win. Please, the next Master Uncle, give me guidance. Bai Qiulan spoke. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Sword and the Supreme Elder of the Battle Sword exchanged glances, both seeing the deep shock in each other's eyes. The two hesitated for a moment. The Battle Sword Master sighed. Forget it, the sword path you have displayed is enough to show that you have the ability to teach Lu Chen. We originally did not want to let a precious gem gather dust. Since you can teach, we naturally should not snatch away someone else's beauty, so be it. Indeed, I think the same. Thank you, two Master Uncles. The contest for Lu Chen thus came to a close. The powerful strength displayed by Bai Qiulan left people feeling terrified, especially the peak masters of her generation. They originally thought everyone was at the void refinement level, but in the blink of an eye, she could defeat someone at the Dao integration level? Was it really that outrageous? Junior Sister Bai, your swordsmanship doesn't belong to the Great Dao sect, does it? Lu Changfeng asked curiously. In response to the sect master, it is not the sword technique of the Great Dao sect, it is something I obtained by chance. I see that Junior Sister has a remarkable talent for the sword path. I actually have many sword techniques that I have privately collected. Why not invite Junior Sister to my personal library for a look? Lu Changfeng wanted to ask Bai Qiulan out. Bai Qiulan glanced at him. Sect master, there's no need, I do not like swords. But I still have many techniques of the Great Dao. I also do not like techniques. Lu Changfeng. The meaning of this rejection was too obvious. You, a person who specializes in techniques, saying you do not like techniques was a clear refusal. No worries, no worries. I haven't seen Junior Sister in a long time. Seeing you today, I feel you have become more easygoing, and your cultivation must have improved. Bai Qiulan listened to Lu Changfeng finish speaking and then cupped her hands. Since there is nothing more, then Qiulan takes her leave. Lu Changfeng. By the time Bai Qiulan returned to the competition arena, the battle between Xiao Huayong and Chu Ling had already ended. Xiao Huayong had predictably lost. In fact, being able to exchange a few moves with Chu Ling was enough for her to be proud. Thus, Chu Ling and Lu Chen were competing for first place. Chu Ling happily walked onto the stage, waiting for Lu Chen to come over. To be honest, if it weren't for Lu Chen needing something from the Great Dao treasury, he might have turned around and left. Some want to kill. Lu Chen thought to himself. He stepped onto the arena, his fingers once again coming together. Killing intent? Chu Ling paused, the smile on her face becoming very forced at that moment. Young master actually has killing intent towards me. Chu Ling's eyes fixed on Lu Chen, and finally, after such a long time, Lu Chen looked at Chu Ling for the first time. Chu Ling originally wanted to concede with just a glance, but after sensing Lu Chen's killing intent, her heart fell into extreme pain. She suddenly knelt on the arena, closing her eyes. Come on, kill me. I took a life from you, today I'll return a life to you. After all, living now is boring and meaningless, it's better to die. Dying at Lu Chen's hands could be considered his homecoming. Such a scene left everyone present bewildered. Why is this happening? What does Chu Ling owe Lu Chen to act this way? Is this woman crazy? My God, what is going on between the two? The crowd murmured. Chu Ling's actions were truly incomprehensible. Who seeks death like this? Seeing this, Lu Chen also frowned, and he finally spoke. You and I have no feelings left. If I don't kill you, can you just stay away from me? Damn it, can't kill her. If Lu Chen had used a killing move during their battle, there was a 90% chance he could have wiped Chu Ling out. But in her current state, as soon as Lu Chen made a move, someone would definitely intervene. He couldn't understand. Since they had already severed ties, why couldn't they just live their own lives without entangling further? No, young master can kill me, but I will absolutely not leave you. Chu Ling's words were very resolute. Damn it, crazy. He suddenly waved his hand, and Chu Ling was sent flying by a gust of energy, spitting blood as she left the arena. Victory! But Lu Chen's mood was not too wonderful. The winner is Lu Chen. The deputy sect master announced the outcome of the match. He could no longer stay in this sect. Lu Chen decided that after obtaining what he needed, he would leave and find another place to cultivate in seclusion. A bunch of lunatics, can't I just avoid them? Bai Qiulan returned. Sun Ruowei followed closely behind her, chattering away. Wait, when did you become so strong? You can defeat someone in the harmonization realm? I feel like you've been hiding a lot from me. Are we still good sisters? Come on, spill it. After what the sect master said, I also realized that you are different from before. Now you have, a bit more. Sun Ruowei scrutinized Bai Qiulan. A hint of charm. What have you been doing behind my back? Sun Ruowei suddenly widened her eyes. Charm. Bai Qiulan's brows and eyes remained the same, cold and noble, as if she were untouched by the mortal world. But now, there was a hint of allure between her brows, as if she had transformed from a celestial being into a woman. Bai Qiulan raised an eyebrow, just about to speak. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept over her entire body, and Bai Qiulan's palm clenched into a fist. True essence flowed. Threads of cold air surged from her body. Her delicate brows furrowed. Sun Ruowei, standing beside her, changed her expression. What's wrong with you? Just a few threads of cold air made Sun Ruowei, who was closest, feel as if her nascent soul was frozen. How could such a situation arise with Bai Qiulan? It's nothing. Bai Qiulan suppressed the coldness, but her heart was very uneasy. At this moment, before her nascent soul, a drop of grey-blue liquid condensed, extremely cold, causing her small nascent soul to frown uncontrollably. I have something to attend to, I'll leave first. Bai Qiulan didn't dare to delay. The chaotic poison had appeared ahead of time. The first time she encountered the chaotic poison should have been in the harmonization realm. However, it shouldn't be a big problem. She has already found a way to deal with the chaotic poison, and all she needs to do when she returns is to operate the Taijin transformation scripture to dispel the chaotic poison. Bai Qiulan hurriedly left. Hey, wait for me. Lu Chen received his reward, having accurately captured the cold aura that Bai Qiulan emitted earlier. A smile appeared on his face. This chaotic poison, its appearance at this moment is quite appropriate. Bai Qiulan has returned from her rebirth, and her cultivation has naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. Defeating the harmonious Tao with the void refinement represents that she is only one step away from the harmonious Tao. Dear Master, the chaotic poison. I hope in this life you can achieve even greater breakthroughs than in your previous life, preferably using your own strength to turn the chaotic poison into nothingness. To become the champion of the sect competition, Lu Chen was given the title of True Disciple. True disciples hold a higher status than inner disciples. For now, he is the first to become a true disciple, and even if others become true disciples in the future, they will still respectfully call him senior brother. However, Lu Chen did not care about these things. He immediately headed to the Great Tao Treasure Pavilion. He presented his token. You can only choose 3 treasures below the 7th level. Whatever treasures you need, just place your identity token on the prohibition, the elder guarding the pavilion said with a smile. Understood. For the Great Tao Treasure Pavilion, he was quite familiar with it. There were indeed many treasures within the Great Tao sect, a total of 9 levels, with treasures becoming more precious the higher up you go. In his previous life, he was dazzled when he walked in. And now he had a clear goal. Now, as he walked in, he took his time, leisurely browsing. All the treasures, any effects or situations, were laid bare before Lu Chen. The first treasure, the Wood Spirit Pearl. The second treasure, the key to the God Burial Ridge. The third treasure, a treasure furnace. The treasure furnace is used to exchange for the Xianin Soul Fruit at the Dan Peak. This item belongs to the category of medicinal materials and is not accepted in the Great Tao Treasure Pavilion. After obtaining the 3 items, Lu Chen left the Great Tao Treasure Pavilion and headed straight for the Dan Peak. Passing by the 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace, exchanging for 1 Xianin Soul Fruit, only exchanging for the Xianin Soul Fruit. Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, ancestors, don't miss out. Not 980, not 668, just 1 Xianin Soul Fruit. Take the 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace home. The 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace is great. The 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace is wonderful. 9 layers of heating, 9 layers of extraction, top-grade elixirs are guaranteed. It had been a long time since he had shouted like this, and now it felt a bit unfamiliar. However, he was still quite satisfied. He was not the only one shouting. Below the Dan Peak, dozens or even hundreds of cultivators were shouting, including many alchemists in the void refinement realm. Sometimes, if he was lucky, he could even encounter alchemists in the harmonious Tao realm shouting. The 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace is renowned. Now, under Lu Chen's vigorous shouting, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many alchemists cast admiring glances. What a good kid, his voice so full of energy, he looks like a good seed for becoming an alchemist. Do you only want the Xianin Soul Fruit? Will you exchange for other things? No exchanges, only the Xianin Soul Fruit. Lu Chen was clear in his attitude. He didn't even want elixirs that contained the Xianin Soul Fruit as the main ingredient, he only wanted the Xianin Soul Fruit. After all, this is the Great Tao sect, with abundant resources. In just half an hour, someone rushed over with a Xianin Soul Fruit. I'll exchange it with you. I'll exchange it. The foolish ones were still debating with Lu Chen whether elixirs containing the Xianin Soul Fruit could replace the fruit itself, while the smart ones had already gone to find a complete Xianin Soul Fruit. Done. With all 3 items In hand, Lu Chen immediately ran towards the sect. At the sect, Chu Ling was waiting early with a box of pastries. When she saw Lu Chen coming, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly greeted him. "Young master, I made your favorite mung bean cake." Lu Chen's figure perfectly brushed past her as he walked out of the sect. A common magic sword ascended into the sky, and Lu Chen stood on the sword, transforming into a streak of light that vanished at high speed. Chu Ling felt no disappointment at all. At the first moment her magic sword flew out, and she too stepped onto the sword, chasing after Lu Chen. In the Baiqiulan Dao Academy, Sun Ruowei paced anxiously at the entrance. What was going on? How could such terrifying cold suddenly erupt uncontrollably? Had something gone wrong in her cultivation? It could be seen that Baiqiulan's cultivation room was now frozen with frost, and the power of the Taiyin was emanating a terrifying aura. Yu Hongling hurried over as well. Upon seeing this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is the Taiyin poison acting up so early? It shouldn't be happening." The Taiyin poison was supposed to appear only at the harmonization realm. Sun Ruowei, hearing this, quickly asked Hongling, "What is Taiyin poison? Do you know?" Yu Hongling realized she had misspoken as soon as she opened her mouth. However, since Sun Ruowei was the best friend of her master, she couldn't hide the truth about the Taiyin poison from her, so she spoke candidly. "Due to the nature of our master's physique, the power of the Taiyin continuously accumulates. When it accumulates too much, it condenses into a liquid state. This liquid Taiyin power is extremely cold and causes intense, chilling pain, which is the Taiyin poison," Yu Hongling explained. "Ah? What should we do? Is there any solution?" "There is. Master has found a solution. Don't worry, Shirshu, I'm just surprised that the Taiyin poison, which should only erupt at the harmonization realm, has manifested before Master has even reached that stage." Upon hearing this, Sun Ruowei instinctively felt something was off. The harmonization realm. This was the realm pursued by countless cultivators. Even for the top sects like the Dedao sect, the harmonization realm was not something easily attained. Yet Yu Hongling, merely at the Yuandan realm, seems so familiar with the harmonization realm without a hint of reverence. Is there really a solution? Sun Ruowei asked again to confirm. There is. The solution was found by her senior brother. In her previous life, the Taiyin poison had troubled their master for many years, and her senior brother had spent many years searching for a solution. However, the Taiyin and the power of the sun were the two strongest forces in the chaos of heaven and earth. Finding a solution was extremely difficult. But for Lu Chen, Yu Hongling still had great confidence. Hearing that there was a solution, Sun Ruowei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. At this moment, all the oddities of the past few days resurfaced in Sun Ruowei's mind. A curious desire began to stir within her. Hongling. Shirshu, what's wrong? Sun Ruowei pondered her words. What about Chu Ling? What is her situation? What is her relationship with Lu Chen? You. Hongling's expression slightly stiffened. She wasn't foolish. Why are you asking about this, Shirshu? I remember you don't know either. Chu Ling or Lu Chen, right? Who says I don't know? Chu Ling almost died not long ago, and wasn't it me who saved her? Speaking of which, I'm still her lifesaver. And I think that Chu Ling is quite obedient. I originally wanted to take her as a disciple, but she has no plans to take a master for now. She entered the Dedao sect, and I even helped her. But such a good girl is now so humble. In front of Lu Chen, I really can't understand and feel pain for her. Yu Hongling nodded, completely ignoring Sun Ruowei's remarks. Chu Ling has just entered the door, and I haven't interacted with her much, so I don't know their situation. You really don't? No? Sun Ruowei narrowed her eyes. Really don't know? The two stared at each other for a while, and Yu Hongling's gaze was sincere and honest. Sun Ruowei couldn't find any flaws, so she had to set her doubts aside for the time being. At this moment, within Baiqiulan's room, a powerful aura erupted, and Baiqiulan, who had already reached the peak of the refining void stage, began to break through. Today, she was about to break through to the harmonization realm. You broke through? Sun Ruowei was shocked and delighted. Yu Hongling looked around the room, her eyes not filled with much joy, but rather with a hint of worry. The harmonization realm. This was a watershed moment for the true eruption of the Taiyin divine body. Once Baiqiulan broke through to harmonization, the terror of the Taiyin divine body would finally reveal its fangs. In the past, every time she helped her master deal with the Taiyin poison, it was her senior brother who assisted. Now, all of them had fallen out with him. He would no longer help. And her master would certainly not allow him to help either. So what would they do about the Taiyin poison? Inside the room, Baiqiulan was stepping towards the harmonization realm. For other cultivators, the harmonization realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but for her, it was not challenging. Only that drop of chaotic Yin poison was the most serious matter for Bai Qiulan. Why was it like this? Bai Qiulan's expression was grim. Beside her nascent soul, a drop of chaotic Yin poison, under the operation of the Tai Yin transformation. Scripture suddenly transformed into a dense Tai Yin energy, which flowed through her limbs and meridians, with a significant amount, entering her nascent soul, causing her aura to increase. Bai Qiulan stopped her cultivation. The remaining Tai Yin energy condensed again, turning back into a drop of chaotic Yin poison. Bai Qiulan, not willing to accept defeat, operated her technique once more. The chaotic Yin poison dissipated again. Her aura increased once more, and when she stopped cultivating, the Tai Yin power condensed again, still revealing a drop of chaotic Yin poison. Why was it like this? Bai Qiulan opened her eyes, panic and disbelief in her gaze. How could this be? In her previous life, she needed Lu Chen's help in the early stages. The two practiced with secret methods, neutralizing her Tai Yin and Yang energies, and when the chaotic Yin poison dispersed, it completely had no intention of recondensing. In the later stages, after much hardship, she obtained the Tai Yin transformation scripture, which allowed her to eliminate the chaotic Yin poison without Lu Chen's assistance. Now, this was the Tai Yin transformation scripture. Why couldn't it directly dispel the chaotic Yin poison like before? Panic arose in her heart. After multiple attempts, she finally reached the harmonization realm. And that stubborn drop of chaotic Yin poison was completely consumed during the breakthrough process. It disappeared. Bai Qiulan finally let out a long sigh of relief. This drop of chaotic Yin poison had finally vanished. It should have been the first drop of chaotic Yin poison. Relatively stubborn, or perhaps it was because her Tai Yin transformation scripture had not yet been fully cultivated, which led to the chaotic Yin poison's inability to disappear. It should be like this. But deep down, there was a hint of panic she was unwilling to admit. Congratulations, junior sister, on breaking through to harmonization. How are you feeling now? Sun Ruowei hurriedly asked. Don't worry, I'm fine, Bai Qiulan replied with a smile. However, Sun Ruowei was not reassured, grabbing Bai Qiulan's small hand to check her pulse. Cold energy entering the body, weak qi and blood. How can you, a harmonization realm cultivator, have such a pulse and still say you're fine? Sun Ruowei exclaimed with wide eyes. Bai Qiulan broke free, chuckling lightly. It's just a small matter. Yu Hongling did not inquire further, simply standing quietly to the side. Now, it seemed that Master Sun had sensed something and wanted to investigate further. Yu Hongling still remembered the shock on Sun Ruowei's face when she learned that both she and her master were women of Lu Chen in her previous life. Even Master Sun's last words before her death were, "No, why are you also chaotic?" Since such things would not happen in this life, there was no need to let Master Sun probe any further. Where's Lu Chen? Bai Qiulan asked. Senior brother disappeared after taking first place. He should have left the sect to train outside, Yu Hongling replied. Zongshan Ridge? That should be it. Sun Ruowei? No, how do you all know where Lu Chen went to train? Also, what kind of place is God Burial Ridge? Just hearing the name sounds impressive, but why have I never heard of it before? Master, should we go take a look? Yu Hongling asked. No need to go. Yu Hongling fidgeted, wanting to say something but hesitating. Bai Qiulan understood, grabbing Yu Hongling's shoulder, and the two figures instantly vanished. Sun Ruowei? She looked at the empty sky, watching as Bai Qiulan and the others disappeared without a trace. The just risen Bagua flames were now directly deprived of their fuel. Damn it, Bai Qiulan! You bastard, I took you as a close friend, and you treat me like this? Don't you know me? Your secret has already been exposed. Tell me the truth, hiding this from me hurts more than killing me. Bai Qiulan, come back. I want to sever ties with you. Bai Qiulan returned. Oh, I forgot to bring you along. Sun Ruowei was brought along to the clouds, while Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling remained calm. What exactly are you two hiding from me? Sun Ruowei asked anxiously. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling both showed a look of confusion. Nothing, we didn't say anything. Then why did you avoid me just now? No, I just forgot to take you with me when I left. You're full of crap. I'm such a big person, how could you forget? Are you trying to fool a fool? Are you that big? I see you as slender, delicate, and beautiful, not particularly big, right? Sun Ruowei? Damn it, how am I supposed to be angry now? What are we doing now? Sun Ruowei asked. To God Burial Ridge, I'm worried about my useless disciple, so I want to check on him, Bai Qiulan said. Yu Hongling seemed a bit distracted. She was worried about the poison she had given Lu Chen, which was called primordial morning mist. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a poison but a special existence. Once primordial morning mist took effect, it could amplify a person's senses countless times. Even a light scratch could cause enough pain to make someone faint. The duration lasted for 7 days. This substance wouldn't be fatal, but it would plunge a person into endless suffering. A gust of wind felt like a knife's cut. A ray of sunlight felt like being burned. Yu Hongling intended to use this primordial morning mist to make Lu Chen fail his tribulation. But if it erupted now, that kind of intense pain could even cause Lu Chen's soul to dissipate. Yu Hongling felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have poisoned her senior brother, especially after learning how much effort he had put into helping her cultivate and break through. She could only pray that the power of time reversal would erase the primordial morning mist. The three arrived at God Burial Ridge. A figure sat cross-legged, a long sword resting on their knees. It was Chu Ling. Greetings. Sister Yu, Sister Bai. Master, greetings, Uncle Sunday. Although Chu Ling quickly changed her address, Sun Ruowei still heard Sister Bai. Again with the Sister Bai. And Sister Yu too. Linger, where is my senior brother? Yu Hongling asked anxiously. The young master has already entered God Burial Ridge. I am here to protect him. Did he show any signs before entering God Burial Ridge? Chu Ling recalled that Lu Chen had coldly glanced at her before entering. No signs. Yu Hongling felt a bit relieved. I'm a bit worried. Linger, let's go into God Burial Ridge and take a look. The young master is eternal. Cough, Linger. By Chiolan. Interrupted Chu Ling. Eternal what? Sun Ruowei shot by Chiolan a fierce glare. You are the biggest stumbling block on my gossip path. Could it be eternal invincibility? Linger, I've done what you've done. Senior brother came to the God Burial Ridge mostly to obtain the blood flower of the gods. He wants to break the Dan and become an infant. The last time the heavenly stiff poison acted up was probably when senior brother was condensing his Dan, so this time, breaking the Dan to become an infant might also lead to something bad happening, Yu Hongling said urgently. Hearing this, Chu Ling's expression changed immediately. You set this up? Yu Hongling bitterly nodded. What is it? Primordial morning mist. Without saying another word, Chu Ling rushed into the entrance of the God Burial Ridge. A group of 4 women all charged in. Sun Ruowei caught a few more terms: heavenly stiff poison, primordial morning mist. What are these things? No, you 2 little practitioners, just at the Yuan Dan realm, what do you know about these strange things? The formations left inside have all been broken by Lu Chen. Still, the same thing applies. Don't say this formation is broken, don't say Lu Chen has already been here once. Even if it were brand new and complete, it would still be easy for Lu Chen. Ahead, the bodies of the corpse frogs appeared again. Each corpse frog was killed with a single blow. Many of the corpse frogs were at the breaking infant realm. Sun Ruowei couldn't help but feel a chill. Did Lu Chen do all this? Is Lu Chen not just at the Yuan Dan realm? Why do these 3 women look so normal, without a hint of surprise? Don't they think that what Lu Chen is doing now has completely surpassed the strength of someone at the Yuan Dan realm? The breaking infant realm shouldn't have such strength either. Passing through a large number of corpse frog bodies, and after navigating through toxic mists and mazes, the 4 finally saw Lu Chen breaking the Dan to become an infant. Lu Chen sat beside the ancient god's corpse, his expression serene, in the process of breaking the Dan to become an infant. 3 treasures had already gathered. Lu Chen was about to condense his second life at the moment of becoming an infant. The nascent infant also has quality distinctions. The weakest is the human infant, followed by the earth infant, the heaven infant, and the holy infant. In his previous life, Lu Chen had risen from the heavenly Dan to the holy infant due to the 9 lives immortal scripture. This time, with the holy Dan, he could naturally condense a holy infant. Cracks appeared on the brilliant Yuan Dan. Lu Chen sensed the arrival of a few people but had no reaction. He knew these few wouldn't attack him. Previously, these 3 had grievances. And in the last life, they had already expressed that resentment. Would they attack him again? That would truly be a situation of no life and no death. Of course, there was a moment when Lu Chen looked forward to them making a move. Yu Hongling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the primordial morning mist hadn't erupted. Suddenly, Lu Chen's body trembled. The shattered Yuan Dan erupted with unimaginable pain. His body, his soul, everything seemed to split apart at that moment. A mass of white mist appeared around Lu Chen, whisked swirling, and Lu Chen's fist suddenly clenched. Pain. Incredibly terrifying pain. Lu Chen's thoughts became chaotic, and all his senses rapidly amplified. Even a single breath felt as if magma was flowing through his trachea. Ah! You! Hongling screamed. Primordial morning mist, master, the primordial morning mist really followed us here. What should we do? What should we do? Panic and urgency filled Yu Hongling's eyes. No one knew better than her the effects of the primordial morning mist, which could bring unimaginable agony. Lu Chen couldn't bear it. No one could withstand such pain. A person could be painfully killed alive. Master, what should we do? You have to save him. You must save senior brother. Young master. Chuling's eyes were filled with heartache. She saw Lu Chen's veins bulging, his body trembling every moment. She knew Lu Chen's tolerance for pain. What kind of pain could make Lu Chen suffer like this? Bai Qiulan felt very uncomfortable in her heart as well. Just as she was about to step forward, Lu Chen opened his blood-red eyes. Get lost, he roared. Senior brother, this is the primordial morning mist, you can't withstand it. Let the master help you. Let her temporarily freeze you with the power of the Taiyin. Get lost. The intense pain twisted Lu Chen's face into a grimace, resembling a malevolent spirit as he shouted at the women. Yu Hongling wanted to say more. Suddenly, a flash of cold light erupted. Tears welled in Chuling's eyes, but her stunning face was incredibly cold. The young master wants us to leave. Let's go. The demon sword pointed at the three, and Chuling strictly followed Lu Chen's words. Get lost. Lu Chen roared again. Step back first. At this moment, Sun Ruowei also began to persuade. She didn't even know what the primordial morning mist was, but Lu Chen's current state resembled a beast driven to desperation. A sword light suddenly burst forth, and Chu Ling had already made her move. Sun Ruowei was startled and hurriedly shattered the sword light. Go, step back. She forcibly pulled Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan back, with Chu Ling following closely behind. A group of people left the deepest part of the tomb. Soon, a loud rumble echoed, as if a fist was pounding the earth with force. Although there were no cries of pain or screams, just listening to the heavy impact sounds made it clear what kind of suffering Lu Chen was venting inside. He can't hold on, master, save him, he can't hold on. Tears streamed down Yu Hongling's eyes. Normally, a person attacked by the primordial morning mist couldn't withstand such pain without doing anything, let alone Lu Chen now. One had to know what Lu Chen was doing at this moment. He was breaking the Dan to become an infant. Breaking the Dan to become an infant was inherently dangerous, and Yu Hongling couldn't imagine what kind of pain Lu Chen was enduring. Master, I killed Lu Chen, I killed him again. It shouldn't be like this, I don't want to kill him, I no longer hate him. He clearly has 9 lives, why? Yu Hongling's emotions collapsed. She couldn't believe that after all the twists and turns, Lu Chen ended up dying at her hands alone. She didn't want Lu Chen to die, she couldn't be without him. Bai Qiulan gently waved her hand, and Yu Hongling immediately fainted, cradled in Bai Qiulan's arms. Listening to the booming sounds from within, her expression was also quite pained. It was unimaginable what kind of suffering could make Lu Chen like this. She knew the severity of pain well. When the chaotic poison first erupted, she had thought countless times about self-destructing to end it all. That kind of pain was truly unbearable for a human. Until later, Lu Chen helped her. Lu Chen grew stronger and helped her more and more, and as her strength increased, the chaotic poison became increasingly terrifying, until she began to cultivate the Taiyin transformation scripture, at which point the pain was finally suppressed. I hope he's okay, I hope he's okay. Time passed. Second by second. The booming sounds finally stopped, and Bai Qiulan's figure instantly entered. The depths of the tomb had been utterly destroyed. The ancient god's corpse was shattered to pieces. Lu Chen regained his calm, his breath powerful like a dragon with each inhale and exhale. Lu Chen, how are you? Bai Qiulan asked urgently. Lu Chen opened his eyes, and the aura of the breaking infant realm erupted, far thicker than the usual aura of the breaking infant realm, at least 5 to 10 times more. No problem, master. May I ask what poison you gave me? A slight smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he sincerely asked. Please, I beg you. Tell me. I freaking reincarnated to reach greater heights, not to come here to suffer. Breaking through once, a terrifying toxin sprang forth. Even when I was a celestial sovereign, I had never heard of so many poisons that could affect a celestial sovereign. Where did you all find these? If I can't provoke you, I can at least avoid you. Bai Qiulan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. The poison I used on you is called the Taiyin marrowworm, it can. Lu Chen raised his hand. Which number are you in line to poison me? I'm not too sure. Lu Chen. Alright, you're so noble, you're amazing. You don't even know which number you are in poisoning me. He had heard of the Taiyin marrowworm before and had even seen it. He never expected this thing would end up in his body. Thinking about why he encountered the Taiyin marrowworm made Lu Chen want to laugh. Back then, when he ventured to the deepest part of the Taiyin source and comprehended the Taiyin transformation scripture, he had seen the Taiyin marrowworm there. How cheap he was. Alright, he was getting harsher on himself with each passing moment. Seeing Baicholan had already broken through to the harmonization realm, the chaotic Yin poison was about to start condensing. He decided to watch closely to see what kind of pain Baicholan would fall into. Damn! Breaking the infant. Lu Chen successfully broke the infant and immediately returned to the Bai Lan peak of the Great Tao sect, entering seclusion. He seemed to be fine. In reality, Lu Chen grinned, the pain was exhilarating. However, in this normal state, the sensory amplification brought by the primordial morning mist was not as intense as the pain Lu Chen had endured. From the chaotic Yin poison back then, it was bearable. He wouldn't die. Lu Chen sat cross-legged alone, his muscles trembling and twisting. Chu Ling sat at Lu Chen's door, guarding him, but it was actually of no use. Yu Hongling woke up. First, she was confused. Then suddenly alert, sitting up from the bed. Master, how is my senior brother? Yu Hongling asked urgently. Baicholan's voice was gentle. Hongling, don't worry too much, he's fine now. Has 7 days passed? It's only been a little over a day. It hasn't been 7 days yet. That's not right. Yu Hongling's face turned pale. The duration of the primordial morning mist lasts at least 7 days to dissipate, which means that sensory amplification will last for a full 7 days. Sun Ruowei quietly stepped back, straining to listen. For 7 days, he certainly experienced pain when he broke the Dan and became an infant, but now that he has successfully broken through, there should be no pain. What's the problem with lasting 7 days? Baicholan asked, puzzled. The primordial morning mist is very domineering. Even without any pain, one can still feel intense pain where it exists. Just one breath feels like lava pouring down the neck. One session of cultivation feels like 1,000 needles piercing the body, and even a gentle breeze feels like skin being peeled off. Master, think about it, there are only a few kinds of poison in the world that can affect my senior brother. How could it be so simple? Baicholan fell silent. Indeed, how many things could affect Lu Chen, who was at the celestial sovereign level? But your senior brother really seems unfazed, Baicholan said. Yu Hongling furrowed her brows tightly. Why was that? Master, does my senior brother often endure pain? Yu Hongling asked. How could that be? He is so strong, who could bring him pain? Baicholan's first thought was that it was impossible. Lu Chen was invincible throughout his life, battling against heaven and earth, with countless proud experts kneeling at his feet. Even in the fiercest battles, Lu Chen would not feel extreme pain. Then why is he able to endure it? Yu Hongling said, somewhat on the verge of collapse. Isn't that a good thing? Since he can endure such pain, that's a good thing. At the very least, it wasn't Yu Hongling who killed Lu Chen. She could see clearly now, Yu Hongling was probably already deeply in love with Lu Chen. Before her rebirth, she had always been thinking of Feng Wuxie, but now, after her rebirth, she hardly mentioned him at all. Her heart and eyes were filled with Lu Chen. Baicholan couldn't bear to think about what kind of pain Yu Hongling would suffer if Lu Chen really died because of her. Is senior brother really okay? Really okay? Yu Hongling hurriedly got up. No, I have to guard senior brother. Yu Hongling ran to Lu Chen's door, and Chu Ling glanced up at her. Then Yu Hongling sat down beside Chu Ling. Chu Ling? I'll stay with you to guard senior brother. Chu Ling. Baicholan looked at the two silly girls and couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. It's over, Yu Hongling is finished. Sun Ruowei stared at the back of Baicholan's head with shining eyes. What had she just heard? There were only a few types of poison that could affect Lu Chen? Lu Chen was so strong, who could bring him pain? No, wasn't Lu Chen just at the breaking baby stage? How could he be at the harmonious Tao stage according to what you two were saying? What was the reason? Baicholan felt the scorching gaze on the back of her head and couldn't help but rub her brow. Her figure instantly disappeared. Hey, don't run. Sun Ruowei's figure also vanished. Clearly, she couldn't catch up with Baicholan. After circling around and shaking off Sun Ruowei, Baicholan arrived at a certain place. She didn't even have a strong awareness and inexplicably found herself at the place where Lu Chen usually liked to cultivate. The green mountains were like ink, and the trees were lush. Baicholan didn't care about formality, sitting on the ground with her white dress spread out. She quietly looked at this piece of heaven and earth. Yet, in her mind, Yu Hongling's question kept echoing. Master, does my senior brother often endure pain? Her answer was impossible. But, now Baicholan suddenly realized. Lu Chen had also endured pain. Back when he hadn't obtained the Taiyin transformation scripture, Lu Chen could only use yin-yang techniques to help her transfer pain. Whose pain was transferred to whom? It was obvious. Sometimes when Lu Chen couldn't bear the pain, he would become particularly violent, and she couldn't handle it at all. She was both resistant and heartbroken and moved. During that time, Lu Chen indeed endured a lot of pain because he would always take away the chaotic Yin poison, so she really didn't know what kind of pain the chaotic Yin poison could cause. Could it be? No, if it was really painful, why would Lu Chen enjoy it so much? He always took the initiative to come find her. It couldn't be because of the chaotic Yin poison. The more Bai Qiulan thought about it, the more anxious she became, so she simply stopped thinking about it, forced herself to calm down, felt the mountain breeze, and began to cultivate. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen not only withstood the primordial morning mist, but a trace of mist actually appeared on his nascent soul. Yes, he had refined the primordial morning mist into his nascent soul, although the amount was small. Using this against an enemy, one could imagine what the opponent would be like. Indeed, he had gained an extra means in the early stage. In the later stage, he could go to the primordial mist sky and directly collect the primordial mist sky, gaining another means in the later stage. Without personally trying it, Lu Chen really didn't know the effect of the primordial morning mist. Was this good? He gently made a small cut on his arm, the pain nearly shattering his soul. After 7 days, he felt a sense of rebirth. He glanced at his nascent soul. It was just a small version of himself, vivid and lifelike. Looking at its realism plus its size, it was evident that this was a holy infant. Holy giant infant. Cultivating, he had already reached the breaking baby stage. If he continued, he could leave Yu Hongling and Chu Ling behind. By then, they would not be on the same level, and he wanted to see whether they would be desperate or not. Speaking of which, having cultivated to this level in one breath, Lu Chen has not even had a single experience. The key is that there is nothing to experience. He lacks neither mindset nor the great Tao, whatever treasures he needs, as long as they are unclaimed, he can rush over in the morning, take them, and return by afternoon. Along the way, he can even help improve the formations of the previous owner. In such circumstances, what is there to experience? Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a flicker of emotion. He was taken aback and couldn't help but smile. Esteemed master, has your chaotic poison begun to manifest again? The Taoing transformation scripture can indeed dissolve the chaotic poison, but the dissolved chaotic Taoing needs a place to pour out. Otherwise, if it remains within your body, with you dissolving it on one side and it condensing on the other, what effect would that have? At this moment, Bai Qiulan's expression was grave. Extremely grave. A drop of chaotic poison had appeared again. But it wasn't a big problem. In her previous life, before Lu Chen helped her resolve it, she had condensed up to 11 drops of chaotic poison, enduring the excruciating pain day and night. Now, even a single drop made her Dao infant feel icy cold. It had been a long time since she had experienced such chilling pain. What truly made her expression serious was that as she operated the Taoing transformation scripture to successfully transform the chaotic poison into chaotic Taoing power, a portion of that power surged into her Dao infant and was absorbed, while another part remained condensed and would not disperse. It continued to fill her dantian. Moreover, there was a vague trend of it continuing to condense into chaotic poison. How could this be? Previously, after she had dissolved the chaotic poison, aside from the part she absorbed, the other part had simply disappeared. Why was it not disappearing now? Bai Qiulan continuously operated her technique, the chaotic Taoing power flowing incessantly. Gradually, her Dao infant turned ice blue. A dense chill radiated from Bai Qiulan's body. It couldn't go on. If she continued to absorb it, her Dao infant would freeze. Why? Had the chaotic Taoing power, which should have disappeared, not vanished? She was filled with endless questions. Of course, it wouldn't disappear. In her previous life, the excess chaotic Taoing power had been transferred from Bai Qiulan to Lu Chen through the yin-yang transformation seal. Now, without Lu Chen to transfer it, Bai Qiulan simply couldn't force it out. This was due to her constitution. The Taoing divine body could still survive. The chaotic Taoing divine body, the higher the cultivation realm, the more painful it became, ultimately dying in endless suffering. This was the fate of such a defiant constitution. In the early stages, it could still be neutralized through the yin-yang great technique, but in the later stages, it relied purely on Lu Chen's powerful cultivation to forcibly grind the chaotic Taoing power into pieces. But now, Lu Chen was gone. If Bai Qiulan didn't want to suffer too much, what she could do was to cultivate frantically, allowing her cultivation to surpass the speed at which the chaotic poison condensed, so her Dao infant could continuously absorb the chaotic poison. This was a competition between her cultivation and the speed of chaotic poison condensation. Thus, time in the mountains was timeless, a moment equating to a decade. After reaching the breaking infant realm, Lu Chen's cultivation speed was slightly slower than in the Yuan Dan realm. However, after half a year, his cultivation had already reached the 5th layer of breaking infant. This speed was astonishing, but no one knew, because he did not participate in any Competitions, his figure had hardly been seen throughout the entire Dao sect. The entire Bailon Peak fell silent. No movement, quiet. And still. It seemed to be waiting for a crucial moment. Until a bell rang. Dawn. Yu Hongling's body trembled, her eyes opened. Wide, it was here. 92nd generation disciples gather in front of the Great Dao Pavilion. It was here. A storm of the younger generation officially began. The Tianjiu ancient battlefield was opening. Lu Chen also opened his eyes at the same time, a faint smile appearing on his face. The Tianjiu ancient battlefield. In his previous life, when he participated in the ancient battlefield of the talented, he was at the 6th level of Yuan Dan. In this life, he is at the 5th level of breaking infancy. In his previous life, he fought against a 9th level Yuan Dan expert with his 6th level Yuan Dan strength, only to be hunted down by those in the breaking infancy realm like a child, even sacrificing his life to save that foolish Yu Hongling. In this life, let's see who will become the child. The path of cultivation is filled with opportunities and dangers. The ancient battlefield of the talented is a special space where countless generations of the talented have fought, hiding endless treasures and divine objects. This space connects various great worlds, demon cultivators, monster races, Buddhist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, ghost cultivators, divine races. The lineage of the great emperor, the lineage of the heavenly sovereign. Too many young people head there. The battlefield itself is divided into 9 levels. The higher you go, the richer the resources and the denser the spiritual energy. The ancient battlefield of the talented opens only once every 1,000 years, making it incredibly rare. Anyone under 100 years old can enter, and there is also the ancient talented ranking, where those who make the list can receive vast rewards, their names remembered by the ancient talented in the future. In his previous life, he also encountered Zhu Kei and Shangguan Huanling here. Thinking back to the moment he met these two, Lu Chen couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. In his last life, the young Zhu Kei was hunted by the talented of the monster race, and Lu Chen stepped in to help. Shangguan Huanling was stunningly beautiful, on par with Lu Chen at that time, yet she was pushed into a desperate situation by her own brother. Lu Chen also understood that with his rebirth, both of their strengths would grow, and they would become more cautious, but that kind of situation couldn't simply be reversed by enhancing strength. Let's wait and see. Lu Chen's figure flew towards the Great Dao Pavilion, with Chu Ling hurriedly following. The Great Dao Pavilion was bustling with people. Linghu Wushuan, Xiao Huayan, and Li Jiumin had already cultivated to become the new generation leaders of the Great Dao sect, all reaching the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. Chu Ling and Yu Hongling had also reached the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. It was evident that their combat power was several levels higher than that of the three. After not seeing Lu Chen for half a year, Yu Hongling stared at him without blinking. Lu Chen pretended not to notice. Yu Hongling wanted to go to Lu Chen's side to talk to him, but thinking about meeting Feng Wuxia soon, she couldn't suppress her impulse. Feng Wuxia, the white moonlight in her heart. Recalling their battle side by side, though it was only for 2 short days, it was irresistibly sweet. Was that the feeling of being moved? Yu Hongling needed to see Feng Wuxia one more time to confirm. The ancient battlefield of the talented is experiencing unusual activity and will soon open in the Zhoulong Valley of Zhengzhou. This ancient battlefield opens once every 1,000 years, rich in resources, and anyone under 100 years old can enter. It is the most suitable battlefield for you. However, it is fraught with danger and killing intent. The spirits of ancient talented beings wander within, and there are also demon spirits and monster race talents entering, along with other sects engaging in murder and treasure theft. Think carefully, you have an incense stick's time to consider. Those willing to enter the ancient battlefield of the talented for opportunities board the Great Dao ship. In such a prosperous era, there will surely be strong protectors from the Great Dao sect. Because the treasures of the ancient battlefield of the talented can make even many old ghosts envious. If one survives the ancient battlefield but dies on the way back to the sect, that would truly be a pity. I emphasize again, the ancient battlefield of the talented is extremely dangerous. Out of 10 who go, only 2 or 3 may return. Think it through, understand it clearly. Lu Chen was the first to walk towards the Great Dao ship. He boarded and found a good spot to view. Chu Ling hurriedly sat beside him, while Yu Hongling pouted and sat behind Lu Chen. One by one, the disciples boarded the ship. Naturally, there were also those who did not board. It cannot be said that others lack ambition, it can only be said that personal pursuits differ. Or perhaps they have a deep understanding of themselves. Clearly, in the Great Dao sect, one cannot compete with others, let alone in the ancient battlefield of the Tianjiao, where countless forces rival the Great Dao sect. The time of an incense stick has passed. Among the 92nd generation disciples, there are a total of 147. People with 112 boarding the ship. When the time comes, how many will return? But isn't cultivation always like this? Kick. The black mist surged, and demonic energy overflowed. The eerie laughter shook the mountains and rivers, turning countless piles of skulls into powder. The ancient battlefield of Tanjio has finally opened. We have waited too long for this day. A sinister black banner swayed in the void, and countless grim-faced souls let out silent howls, sending chills down one's spine. A massive throne of bones loomed over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I give you a task: kill all those righteous geniuses and make them tremble beneath the feet of demons. Yes. Waves of demonic light soared into the sky, rushing into the massive vortex. Demon realm. A gigantic figure shattered mountains and rivers, its enormous wings blocking out the sun. That colossal figure resembled a dragon and a phoenix possessing 8 legs and 4 wings, like a fusion of all spirits. I have seen the demon emperor. The multitude of spirits bowed in reverence. The ancient battlefield of Tenjo has opened. I need the blood of the strongest geniuses of the human race. Bring them to me, and I will promote you to Demon King. I will personally teach you the supreme demon arts. As you command. Thousands of demon clans soared into the sky. A small, dull-feathered sparrow looked up at the sky. In this life, I will slay the spirit demon emperor and bring peace to the demon race. Buddha realm. The ancient Buddha has appeared in the world. Ghost realm. The ghost emperor awakens. The ancient battlefield of Tenjiao, while appearing to be a contest among the younger generation of geniuses, is actually a contest of great eras. Those who stand at the top can gain the favor of the great era and achieve immortal greatness. Central State, 9 Dragon Valley. This place is surrounded by 9 mountains, with magnificent scenery, and the central valley resembles 9 dragons vying for a pearl, extraordinarily mystical. Here lies a sect called the Dragon Raising Sect, but now the Dragon Raising Sect trembles in fear. Because powerful beings have arrived. Many powerful beings, most people will never see so many powerful beings in their lifetime. The first to arrive is naturally the Central State Dynasty. Not only do the great sect geniuses want to enter the ancient battlefield of Tianjiao, but there are also many small sects, or simply loose cultivators. The Central State Dynasty is the top force in the Great Wilderness, and the human forces of the entire Great Wilderness can be summed up in a catchy phrase. 1 sect, 3 dynasties, 5 sects, above and below, I alone am supreme. In total, there are 9 major forces, which are the 9 most prosperous forces on the surface of the first layer of the human race. 1 sect, called the Eternal Sect, has a long history and is not only a giant in the first layer of heaven but also in all 9 layers. 3 dynasties, namely the Central State Dynasty, the Jolie Heavenly Dynasty, and the Supreme Imperial Dynasty. 5 sects, namely the Great Tao Sect, the Yin-Yang Law Sect, the Supreme Sword Sect, the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda Sect, and the Tribulation Sect. In fact, these are not the absolute 9 major forces. Many believe that the latter part, above and below, I alone am supreme, is meant to complement the previous statement. However, this is not the case. Above is the heavenly pavilion. Below is the underworld. These 2 forces have not walked the outside world for many years, and many of their successors are unique, which can be temporarily ignored. However, whenever the successors of these 2 forces appear, they are peerless geniuses who overshadow their peers, fierce characters vying for the position of great emperor in the future. The Yin-Yang Law Sect has arrived. A loose cultivator exclaimed. A black and white large ship crushed the clouds and descended from the sky. The people on the ship, if any one of them were pulled out, would all be handsome men and beautiful women. Dressed in black and white robes, they exuded an otherworldly aura. However, this force is often criticized. The Yin-Yang Law Sect is considered normal, but its affiliated sects are somewhat impressive. That is the renowned Halwan sect throughout the Great Wilderness. 1,723 Halwan pavilions are spread across the major cities of the Great Wilderness, always packed, with business exceptionally booming. Damn, look at those 2 people's outfits. Has the Yin-Yang Law Sect already confirmed their holy son and holy daughter so quickly? Among the many black and white dual-colored robes, there was a man in white clothing. Handsome and elegant, with eyes like stars. This was Yang Wufa, the holy son of the Yin-Yang sect. There was also a woman, stunningly beautiful, her appearance like perfect glazed glass, pure and clear, making anyone who looked at her feel ashamed. This was Luo Yuan, the holy daughter of the Yin-Yang sect. Every time, the holy son and holy daughter determined by the Yin-Yang sect are the earliest. And they are always particularly strong. I really think the Yin-Yang sect has a method for selecting the holy son and holy daughter. Could this pair also become Dao partners? Possibly, every time the holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang sect become Dao partners. After all, one is Yin and the other is Yang. Who can resist the temptation of the Yin-Yang Dao? At this moment, a sound of sword ringing echoed through the heavens and the earth. Sword. In an instant, all the swords of the cultivators seemed to go mad. Trembling wildly. Dozens of sword lights cut through the sky, and the cultivators in uniform stepped onto their swords, flying towards them. The Supreme Sword Sect is here. Wow, such strong sword intent. I feel lucky my isn't human. If it were, it would have jumped out of its sheath to bow to the people of the Supreme Sword Sect. My sword is about to shatter from shame. In the world of sword cultivators, none surpass the Supreme Sword Sect, they are too strong. By the time Liu Chen and the others arrived, the 9 Dragons Valley was already crowded. Almost all the sects had arrived. Only the 2 farthest empires had yet to come. The arrival of the Dao sect caused a stir. Although the Dao sect didn't seem to have a specialty, they were genuinely powerful, excelling in all aspects. As a result, among the 5 sects, the Dao sect was usually ranked first. With the arrival of the Dao sect, strong figures came over to greet them, and many sharp gazes were sizing up Liu Chen and the others, their eyes shining with battle intent. Not only was their battle intent directed at the Dao sect, but there was also battle intent among the sects themselves. This was the first meeting of the new generation of disciples from various sections. Which prodigy doesn't fantasize about suppressing their peers alone, rising with an invincible posture? Liu Chen's gaze also fell on the young people, his eyes carrying a hint of reminiscence. Some of the people present were those he had personally killed, while others would die in battle in the future. The road to success is paved with many bones. As expected, Linghu Wushuang and a few others gathered around, actively starting to explain to Liu Chen which people were formidable and which were strong enemies. Little did they know, Liu Chen was much more aware than they thought. For instance, regarding Yang Wufa, whom Linghu Wushuang just mentioned, Liu Chen was very clear about how tough he was. When he smashed his head back then, his fist had hurt him. As time passed, Yang Wufa approached the Dao sect with a smile, his target clear, the 3 girls, Xu Ling, Yu Hongling and Xiao Huayang. The Dao sect was not the first he had encountered. Greetings, fairy. I am Yang Wufa, the holy son of the Yin Yang sect. May I ask for your name? Greetings, friend. My name is Xiao Huayang. Xiao Huayang's attitude was cold, but she still responded politely. Yang Wufa smiled and nodded, not lingering too much, as if he was simply asking for a name. Greetings, fairy. I am. Get lost. What greeted him was Yu Hongling's sharp get lost. Yang Wufa's smile froze. I am the Yin Yang. Did you hear me? I told you to get lost. Yu Hongling's eyes suddenly widened. Yan Wufa. Don't get angry, getting angry will only make you sick with no one to replace you. After his smile disappeared, when he looked at Xu Ling again, it reappeared. Xu Ling didn't waste words, the magic sword was already unsheathed. Come, and I'll kill you. Yan Wufa. Good, very good. The arrival of the Zhili Heavenly Dynasty made the situation in the 9 Dragons Valley slightly tense. The arrival of the Ungod Dynasty has heightened everyone's vigilance. The reason is simple, the Ungod Empire has recently become increasingly powerful, even harboring thoughts of unifying the world. They have stationed hundreds of thousands of troops at the borders. A figure stirring up the winds and clouds. Everyone is on high alert. Ha ha ha, why are you all looking at us like that? Have I become so handsome? A young man dressed in a python robe, with a proud and confident demeanor, strides forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his eyes shining brightly. Clearly a strong individual. Beside him stands a woman, tall and graceful, dressed in colorful phoenix attire, with a beautiful face and an air of mystery and nobility. She is Shangwan Huanling, one of the beloved figures from Liu Chen's past life. Upon her arrival, she does not immediately seek out Liu Chen. She is a proud person. While other women may ponder matters of love, after her rebirth, she has only one thought, to achieve invincibility and ascend to the realm of the celestial sovereign rather than being protected by someone else. In this life, she absolutely cannot have any entanglements with Liu Chen. The young man in the python robe is named Shangwan Wuchang, the 3rd prince of the Ungod dynasty. Liu Chen pays no attention to the banter of this group, he finds a quiet place, closes his eyes, and begins to cultivate, quietly waiting for the opening of the ancient battlefield of the talented. Chu Ling stands guard beside him, and the disciples of the Great Dao sect, momentarily stunned, follow suit and begin to meditate. With the Great Dao sect doing this, others cannot help but mock them. Today, with the ancient battlefield of the talented about to open. You're still cultivating? Didn't you know to hurry up before? With this time spent cultivating, you might as well get to know a few more talented individuals so you can understand their strengths and meet them if you encounter them. Yeah. Do they care about their comments? No. The disciples of the Great Dao sect remain unperturbed. Shangguan Huanling finally turns her gaze to the great Dao Sec's position, noticing Chu Ling guarding Lu Chen and Yu Hongling standing quite close to him. Her brows furrow slightly. What's going on? Aren't we all supposed to hate Lu Chen? What's up with you two? What's wrong? Shangguan Wuchang glances at Shangguan Huanling and asks. Do you see that person? Shangguan Huanling points to Lu Chen. Those two women are quite beautiful, Shangguan Wuchang marvels. Everyone has a love for beauty. That person is not someone you can handle, don't provoke him. Only then does Shangguan Wuchang focus his gaze on Lu Chen. Can't see through his realm? Interesting. Are you trying to provoke me? Shangguan Wuchang suddenly says. Without waiting for Shangguan Huanling to respond, he continues, very well, my sister, you really know me well. I'm the easiest to provoke. Once we enter the ancient battlefield of the talented, I'll make my mark by taking him down first. Then you'll die. Then I'll die. Shangguan Huanling nods in satisfaction, then go ahead and die. She cannot kill Shangguan Wuchang. If he dies, he will carry the aura of the Ungod imprint, an aura that cannot be erased, and he will be relentlessly hunted by the Ungod dynasty. Lu Chen is not afraid of being hunted. It would be most suitable to use Lu Chen's hand to eliminate Shangguan Wuchang. Yang Mufei is also watching Lu Chen, especially observing Chu Ling beside him, holding the demon sword and vigilantly scanning the surroundings, stirring a sense of agitation within him. Damn it, how can my woman be so respectful to another man? It's already apparent. On the surface, wouldn't it be even more unbearable to think about it in secret? Yang Wufa feels a hat being placed on his head. Yes, Yang Wufa has a quirk. The girl he greets in his heart is already considered his woman, the others are fine, keeping themselves pure. Only Yu Hongling and Chu Ling, these two women, were so close to the man? A deep sense of shame rose within him. This shame made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, yet there was an indescribable sense of joy. He had already placed Lu Chen on his kill list. But there was no rush. A smile appeared on his face as he walked towards Shangguan Huanling. After some commotion with the Dao sect taking the lead, more and more cultivators began to sit cross-legged and continue their cultivation, including those who had mocked the Dao sect. Who the hell knew the ancient battlefield of the talented would open so slowly? It had already been 4 days and it still hadn't opened. On the 5th day, boom! A huge roar echoed from the sky and large dark clouds gathered, forming a massive vortex. Like the eye of a storm. Through the vortex, one could vaguely see a vast world within, bizarre and mysterious. It has opened. Pairs of eyes quickly opened. Without saying a word, Lu Chen was the first to soar into the air, rushing towards the eye of the storm. The others were taken aback. Damn, so decisive? They also suddenly stood up and rushed towards the eye of the storm. Yang Wufa's speed was frighteningly fast, a streak of white light like a meteor cutting through the night sky. He was determined to outpace Lu Chen, wanting to be the first to enter the ancient battlefield of the talented. The struggle had already begun. Lu Chen remained calm and steady, maintaining the same speed, and the two entered the ancient battlefield of the talented at the same moment. The space shifted, a slight feeling of weightlessness came over them. The two fell from the sky, the immense gravity pressing down on them, making flight extremely difficult. Lu Chen looked at Yang Wufa. Yang Wufa also looked at Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's gaze was calm, with only a flicker of flame gently dancing. In contrast, Yang Wufa's eyes were already filled with raging fury. Has your quirk acted up again? Lu Chen said. Yang Wufa was taken aback, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. How did he know? Lu Chen smiled, don't worry, it won't act up again. If I kill you, I'll naturally be normal. He formed hand seals, the energy of yin and yang appearing suddenly, transforming into a divine sword slashing towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen clenched his fist. He punched out. Boom! The energy of yin and yang scattered everywhere. Yang Wufa's eyes were filled with shock as he quickly formed hand seals, the yin-yang diagram hovering in front of him, swelling in the wind. Divine ability, light of yin and yang destruction. Lu Chen looked up at the massive yin-yang diagram, a terrifying light began to condense. Lu Chen uttered 3 words. Heavenly Sovereign Fist. He punched out. The light of yin and yang destruction, carrying a grand and majestic aura, formed a massive beam rushing madly towards Lu Chen. This attack was like a laser shot from beyond the world, capable of piercing through heaven and earth. Lu Chen punched out. The fist imprint was not particularly large, but it carried an indescribable, profound meaning. The fist imprint collided with the beam. Shatter. The beam shattered, breaking apart into fine powder, while the fist imprint, with an indomitable posture and belief, crushed everything. The others had just entered. They witnessed a shocking scene. A small fist imprint shattered the intertwined beams of black and white, breaking The Yin-Yang Diagram. A strong light appeared around Yang Wufa, the holy son of the Yin-Yang law sect, but this small fist imprint shattered that strong light and struck Yang Wufa's body. Boom! Yang Wufa's body exploded. He was dead. Damn! He was dead. Many people widened their eyes, unable to resist rubbing their eyes. They suspected they had just seen an illusion, doubting their vision. Yang Wufa was dead? How could this be? Lu Chen walked over to the scattered flesh and blood, picked up the storage ring, looked around, identified a direction, and quickly left. Wow! A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Although it was said that the ancient battlefield of the prodigies had random teleportation this time, due to the sheer number of people entering, more than a dozen were teleported here. They witnessed the entire process of Lu Chen killing Yang Wufang. They waited until Lu Chen's figure disappeared at the end of the world, and the dozen or so people were terrified. No way, that was Yang Wufang, right? It seemed so. The holy son of the Yin-Yang law sect? It seemed so. He was crushed with a single punch? It seemed so. How is that possible? It seemed so. Everyone was dumbfounded. The holy son of the Yin-Yang law sect, who should have been a prominent figure in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, was crushed in a single encounter? A group of people gathered around. Looking at the shattered clothing, they confirmed that this was indeed the holy son of the Yin-Yang law sect, and for a moment, intense disbelief appeared in everyone's eyes. The fall of one prodigy signified the rise of another. Zhoulong Valley. At this moment, not all the talented disciples had entered, they were still queuing to get in. At the Yin-Yang law sect, a blood-red stone shattered without warning. This was the blood soul stone used to monitor the survival status of disciples within the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Who fell so quickly? A group of people from the Yin-Yang law sect looked over, and the Saintess Luo Yuan, who had not yet entered, also cast a glance. That glance left her stunned. The one who fell is the Holy Son? An elder's voice trembled as he spoke, filled with disbelief. Boom! The Yin-Yang law sect erupted instantly. How could the Holy Son fall? The Holy Son has already reached the breaking infancy stage, and has even condensed into a heavenly infant, astonishingly exceptional. How could he fall? And so quickly? The words of the Yin-Yang law sect were overheard by others, and they were equally shocked. No way, is this real? The people entering the ancient battlefield of the prodigies haven't even finished queuing, and your holy son is already dead? This generation's holy son is too weak, isn't he? Luo Yuan fell silent. She was deeply silent. After a long silence, her red lips parted to utter two words, waste. However, even if he was a waste, he was still the holy son of the Yin-Yang law sect. Luo Yuan's garments fluttered as she flew towards the entrance. She wanted to see who had killed Yang Wufang so quickly. On the side of the Supreme Divine Dynasty, Shangguan Wuchang was also somewhat surprised. There are such strong individuals? It seems it won't be too boring. His figure also flew out. Shangguan Huanling smiled lightly. It would be more than just not boring, there would be overwhelming surprises. Reborn, he seemed even stronger. After Lu Chen killed Yang Wufang, his heart was calm, for in his previous life, Yang Wufang had also died at his hands. At that time, the two had engaged in a battle that shook countless prodigies, using all sorts of techniques, fighting for a whole day and night, and Lu Chen had to forcefully slay him despite being severely injured. And now, it only took a single punch. His goal was clear: stone sword. Cliff. The stone sword was the imperial weapon from his previous life, not a heavenly sovereign artifact, but an imperial weapon for becoming an emperor. However, during the dark turmoil, the stone sword was shattered, and the sword spirit within was killed in battle. Later, he simply stopped using weapons, and even until he reached the heavenly sovereign realm, he had no heavenly sovereign artifact. Even though he could refine weapons and had crafted a heavenly sovereign artifact for each of his 8 women, he himself had no heavenly sovereign artifact. Lu Chen was a nostalgic person. His sword had shattered, but when his sword broke, he himself had transformed into the sharpest sword. In this life, he could reclaim his weapon, and this time, his sword could not break again. The geographical situation of Stone Sword Cliff was special, located on the cliff closest to the heavens on the second layer. At the top of the cliff, strange rocks jutted out, and one rock resembled a sword, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, bathing in the essence of the sun and moon, forming a stone sword nurtured by nature. In his previous life, when Lu Chen first obtained the stone sword, he was afraid that a monkey would jump out of it while he was practicing. Fortunately, such an absurd event did not occur. The first layer of heaven also had many treasures, such as the heavenly spirit pool, the 3 fire mountains, and the 100 herb valley, with an abundance of pure water. But there was no rush. He would return after obtaining the stone sword. If the entrance To the second layer had not changed in this life, it was still located at the 3 fire mountains. The 3 fire mountains were originally 1 mountain, then became 5, and later 9, as one after another those seeking divine fire perished within. Historically, a heavenly fire emperor emerged, collecting 7 types of divine fire in one go. It was said that at that time, this heavenly fire emperor broke through 7 realms in one breath, leaping from the 1st to the 8th level of the breaking infant stage. In fact, at that time, breaking through with the power of the 7 divine fires would have easily allowed him to reach the void refining stage. But he remained calm and compressed his power, thus only breaking through 7 levels. Of course, after breaking through these 7 levels, everyone knew that one could not break through again for at least half a year, or else they would be ruined. The heat waves rolled. Green, red, white. Flames of these 3 colors danced gently on the mountain, and the volcano's mouth spewed black smoke, which shimmered with a mysterious glow. Some were directly transported here, especially from the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect, their eyes fixated on these 3 types of strange fire, nearly drooling. No weapon or pill refiners could resist the temptation of a powerful divine fire, let alone 3 types. Naturally, not many could withstand the burning of their Yuan infant or Yuan Dan Bai. This divine fire. Lu Chen rushed over. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he charged toward the second volcano where the white flames blazed fiercely, yet he showed no fear. However, his target was not the volcano's mouth, the divine fire was within it, and he ran toward the mountainside of the second volcano. He continued until he reached a place where the crowd could no longer see him. Then, he disappeared. What is he doing? I don't know. Shall we go take a look? This flame. Let's try. The flames on the surface of the mountain were merely the residual power of the true divine fire. In reality, the temperature was just so. A prodigy, flowing with flames, arrived at the spot where Lu Chen had vanished and discovered that there was also a storm eye capable of teleportation. The second layer of space was picturesque. Rivers and mountains, flowers in full bloom. Lu Chen enjoyed the beautiful scenery for 20 seconds, feeling elated, before heading toward the stone sword cliff. According to the time, various monsters and demons would soon appear, and then fierce battles would erupt continuously. Countless human prodigies would suffer casualties. However, it mattered not, those who could die were ultimately not worthy of being called prodigies. He ran wildly. Half an hour later, he arrived at the stone sword cliff. Beneath the stone sword cliff, broken swords lay scattered on the ground or were embedded between the rocks, roughly estimated to be over 1,000. Each sword represented a sword cultivator who had died here. Lu Chen took a step forward. Buzz. All the broken swords began to hum. With another step forward. Whoosh. Sword light burst forth, and 3 broken swords flew toward him, which Lu Chen swatted away with his sleeve. With another step forward. All the broken swords launched an attack. Simultaneously. Lu Chen threw a punch, sending a large number of broken swords flying, yet they formed a circular arc and attacked again. Sword energy howled. Lu Chen's figure was completely surrounded by broken swords. With each punch and palm strike, he sent the broken swords flying in all directions, moving step by step toward the interior. Up to now, not a single sword had been able to harm him. This did not mean that these broken swords were weak. In reality, every sword here, with just a casual stroke of sword energy, is enough to reach the level of breaking the infant realm, its power immense. Dozens or even hundreds of sword lights erupting together can easily slay an ordinary virtual refiner. However, Lu Chen is very strong. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen broke through the place where the broken sword was located. His legs bent, and he suddenly leaped up. His body soared like a rocket, rushing from the ground to the top of the cliff, where he saw the rugged rocks, and a sword covered in brown stone dust stood quietly there. The sword was 4 feet long, wrapped in stone dust, making it impossible to see its true appearance. Lu Chen's gaze softened. It had truly been a long time since he had seen the stone sword. When the stone sword was shattered, he had the thought of reforging it, but he let that thought go. The stone sword could be reforged, but the sword spirit could not return. And at this moment, the stone sword was present. And the sword spirit was also there. He approached the stone sword, and his dark robe was marked with numerous cuts from sharp swords. His hair fell, and tiny wounds began to appear on his exposed skin. He reached out, grasping the hilt of the stone sword. In an instant, countless terrifying sword energies surged toward Lu Chen like a torrent. Lu Chen closed his eyes, his sword heart clear, his will firm. Although he had become a terrifying blood figure at this moment, his hand holding the stone sword did not tremble in the slightest, his feet sinking into the mountain rock. He could not take a step back. As long as he took a step back, he would have no more connection with the stone sword. This was merely a test from the stone sword, whether it was sword energy or sword intent, it was all part of the stone sword's selection process. In his previous life, Lu Chen had never taken a step back. Let alone in this life. His hand even gently rubbed the stone sword. Do not fear, do not be confused. How could a sword be confused or afraid? The sword would not, but the sword spirit might. At this moment, the sword spirit was somewhat bewildered and confused, a vague thought rising. What nonsense are you talking about? What are you barking like a dog for? Who the hell is afraid? Who the hell is confused? The sword energy surged even more fiercely. A large expanse of blood mist dispersed backward. Lu Chun. Damn, I forgot, the current stone sword has not yet revealed its timid nature. Yes, this sword is indeed timid. Of course, its timidity is not about fearing enemies, but rather, it fears the dark. Although it is quite absurd for a sword to fear the dark, it truly does. The stone sword does not even allow Lu Chen to forge a sheath for it. Follow me, become the strongest sword in the world. Lu Chen spoke again. Stronger than the Three Lives sword. Stronger than the ancestral sword. Stronger than the supreme sword. Stronger than the invincible sword. The stone sword listened to these names. Although it did not know how strong these swords were, the names sounded powerful. Moreover, it truly could not make Lu Chen retreat. This person was almost stripped of flesh and blood, yet he still did not take a single step back. It could accept this. The sword energy suddenly vanished. The stone sword returned to silence, and Lu Chen glanced at his injuries. Showing no significant reaction. He formed seals with his hands. Blood automatically coagulated, forming a rather mysterious symbol, which was naturally the master contract. With a soft sound of the sword ringing, the stone sword thus formed a close connection with Lu Chen. The stone sword was still pondering in its vague consciousness what kind of situation this master belonged to, worrying whether it would follow the wrong master. However, it was somewhat tired of staying here. If it did not go out this time, the next time it stayed would be another 1,000 years, which was too long. But it did not matter. If the sword master was not capable, after his death, it would still be passed into the hands of others. With its strength, it would eventually fall into the hands of someone strong enough. The sword intent blossomed from Lu Chen's palm. Chunks of stone began to fall from the sword's body, and beneath the stone fragments, the sword also appeared brown, lacking any extraordinary sharpness, even looking mottled, as if covered in rust. The mighty true essence and the purest sword intent flowed into the stone sword together. From now on, your name will be Stone Sword, and your nickname will be Little Stone. Do you agree? Lu Chen asked with a smile. The stone sword trembled slightly. I don't agree. Quickly give me an awesome name. It seems you really like this name, so from now on, that's what you'll be called. No, I didn't agree. What little stone, what stone sword, it sounds terrible. I've been a stone sword for so long, and now that I'm about to come out of the mountain, I still have to be called Stone Sword? Hey, did you hear that? I don't want to be called Stone Sword. Young master. You are indeed here. Chu Ling's voice rang out from afar, quickly flying over. Congratulations, young master, on regaining the Stone Sword. Stone Sword? Ha! The stone sword automatically merged into Lu Chen's body, as it feared the darkness and simply placed itself on the back of his hand. A sword imprint appeared on the back of his hand. The most important stone sword was obtained, and next, he would look for other useful items. In fact, for the younger generation, the most useful things were almost all in the first layer of the battlefield. For example, the pure water could wash away a person's qualifications and enhance them. For example, the heavenly spirit pool could help people cultivate quickly. And then there was the 100 Herbs Valley, filled with spiritual treasures and fruits, which also had the effect of speeding up cultivation and could be harvested and exchanged for resources. The first battle occurred in the first layer of the spatial battlefield. He flew towards the first layer battlefield. It was time to collect the divine fire. As a weapon refiner and alchemist, a good flame was essential. Although the quality of the divine fire here was average, it was just right for transition. Thanks to Lu Chen's guidance, someone had already arrived at the second layer battlefield, discovering it was unoccupied and immediately began to search happily. Lu Chen returned to the first layer, and the sword wounds on his body had already healed. His figure arrived at the center of the volcano and without hesitation jumped in. There wasn't much fighting happening. For the time being, the treasures in the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield were too numerous. Just the first layer battlefield was enough for many people to obtain many suitable treasures without fighting over them. In the pure water, at least 1,000 people were soaking. This was a huge pool, and Yu Hongling's first target was the pure water. There was no way around it. Her qualifications were the worst, and the effect of the pure water was decent, so she couldn't miss any opportunity to enhance her qualifications. In Fact, her true goal was the pure water pearl. The water here was originally just ordinary flowing water, but because of the pure water pearl at the bottom of the lake, the entire lake had turned into pure water. Her figure had already submerged deep into the lake. Others were not fools either, and they all began to dive deeper. However, the pressure at the bottom of the lake was immense. It was like the deep sea. The deeper one went, the more terrifying the pressure became, and the cultivators felt their bodies heavy as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them. At a depth of 1,000 meters, there were already very few who could continue diving. At 1,500 meters, only 3 people were diving together. At 2,000 meters, the 3 could no longer withstand such immense pressure, causing blood to seep from their 7 orifices. Yu Hongling was fearless and undaunted. Another person gave up. Now only she and Shangguan Wuchang continued to dive. Shangguan Wuchang looked at Yu Hongling with admiration. Such a woman was truly rare, perhaps worthy of becoming one of his Dao partners. The journey is long, and I still don't know the lady's name. I am Shangguan Wuchang from the Supreme Emperor's dynasty, Shangguan Wuchang said with a smile through sound transmission. I know you. Yu Hongling replied through sound transmission as well. Oh? Shangguan Wuchang's lips curled into a smile. His name was indeed known by countless people. Huan Ling is your sister, right? Yu Hongling asked. Little sister hasn't been out and about yet. The young lady knows. Could it be that she is from the Supreme God dynasty? Shangguan Wuchang was somewhat surprised. No, how much deeper can you dive? Yu Hongling asked. 1,000 meters should be no problem. Yu Hongling nodded in acknowledgement and suddenly threw a punch. Boom! The fist imprint stirred up countless waves, fiercely smashing towards Shangguan Wuchang. Shangguan Wuchang's expression changed, and a Fangtian Huaji appeared in his hand, shattering the fist imprint with a single strike. The power contained within the fist imprint shocked him. Fearless seal. A large seal condensed, carrying even more ferocious power as it smashed towards Shangguan Wuchang. Boom! Shangguan Wuchang felt a terrifying force coming at him, and his body shot upwards rapidly. What audacity! Shangguan Wuchang growled, wielding the Fangtian Huaji and charging at Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling met him barehanded, her body surrounded by glowing runes, and as her fists and palms collided with the Fangtian Huaji, she not only held her ground but even forced Shangguan Wuchang to retreat continuously. What the hell? Shangguan Wuchang felt a wave of horror. In the Supreme God dynasty, he was a top genius. Although there were a few who were more monstrous than him, they were at most 1 or 2. Now, encountering someone at random, and they had such strength? Get lost! Yu Hongling shouted. With both hands forming seals, a nearly solidified large seal smashed Shangguan Wuchang away. The buoyancy increased. The distance between the two was infinitely widened. Now, Yu Hongling had no intention of entangling with Shangguan Wuchang. He should be killed by her senior brother. What she needed to do now was to obtain the pure water pearl. According to her senior brother from her previous life, the pure water pearl was at the bottom, and this lake was 3,000 meters deep. Not to mention whether Shangguan Wuchang was boasting about being able to dive another 1,000 meters. Yu Hongling simply decided to strike him away first. Yu Hongling continued to dive 2,500 meters. At this point, a sense of suffocation had firmly enveloped Yu Hongling. That was due to the immense pressure. The pressure in the pure water was more than 1,000 times greater than that of normal lake water due to its quality, a level that even the breaking infancy realm couldn't withstand. However, Yu Hongling felt that she was still far from her limit. 4,000 meters should be no problem. When her senior brother retrieved the pure water pearl, wasn't it difficult? In the end, it felt as if she was on the verge of death, and she had to take care of him tirelessly for a long time, only to be taken advantage of by her senior brother. Yu Hongling's cheeks flushed, not knowing if it was due to the pressure or because she recalled some past events. 3,000 meters reached. The water in the lake had turned a dark blue color, giving a sense of oppression just by looking at it. Yu Hongling was stunned. She confirmed that she had already dived 3,000 meters. And now, looking down, it was completely black, and she couldn't see the bottom of the lake, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Wasn't it said to be 3,000 meters? Could there have been some changes? She gritted her teeth, gauged how much more she could endure, and dived down again. 4,000 meters. At this point, Yu Hongling was indeed powerful, but when she reached 4,000 meters, she still felt a terrifying pressure, as if her heart had stopped beating. The bottom of the lake was still unseen. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth and continued. 5,000 meters. When she reached this position, part of Yu Hongling's bones had been crushed, and her flesh began to show signs of decay. Yu Hongling's eyes were bloodshot, her face still bearing disbelief. She looked at her body in confusion and recalled how Lu Chen had crawled out of the pure water lake. Wasn't it 3,000 meters? The location of the pure water pearl was not 3,000 meters. The distance from the bottom of the lake to the surface was also not 3,000 meters. A thick veil of fear and suffocation enveloped Yu Hongling. She was fearless and undaunted, yet a trickle of liquid slipped from the corner of her eye. She was indeed fearless. Because her cultivation technique was powerful, and she possessed memories from her past life. In her previous life, she was an emperor. What terrifying scenes had she not experienced? But what about Lu Chen, who had helped her obtain the pure water pearl in her past life? At that time, Lu Chen was just a novice who had recently left his sect, someone who would hesitate even to kill a person. How could such a novice, lacking obsession and strong beliefs, have the courage to continue descending into this terrifying, suffocating, and even despairing lake? Because he had no idea how far the lake bottom was. It could be 100 meters away, 1,000 meters, or even 3,000 meters. In this hopeless and endless environment, Lu Chen still remembered that she needed the pure water pearl. But why was he deceiving himself? Why tell himself it was only 3,000 meters? Yu Hongling gritted her teeth and continued to plunge toward the lake bottom. Crack, crack, crack. Her bones made continuous cracking sounds. Yu Hongling had lost track of how many meters she had descended when a faint blue halo finally came into her view. She could hardly see anymore, yet she still groped her way to the center of the blue halo, grasping the pure water pearl in her palm. At that moment, her body experienced an intense craving. She wanted the pure water pearl to immediately merge with her body. Once it merged, her nearly shattered body would instantly recover, and the effect on her aptitude would be the best. Merge! Merge! This was not the temptation of the pure water pearl, but rather her nearly broken body sending signals to her brain. Yu Hongling chose not to merge. She restrained her body's desires, the ultimate instinct for survival inherent in all living beings. Endless pain flooded her mind. Her brain incessantly issued commands for her to absorb the pure water pearl, urging her to absorb it immediately. So, this was the pain her senior brother had endured back then. He had suppressed his instinct for survival to enhance his own aptitude. No wonder her senior brother had suffered such severe injuries. No wonder, no wonder. It was too painful. Yu Hongling deeply felt the suffering that Lu Chen had endured, and intense regret clawed at her heart like countless venomous insects. Her senior brother had been too good to her. In this world, which man could treat her better than his own life? Feng Wuxie could not do it. Although she had never been with Feng Wuxie, she was certain he could never do that. But senior brother, that was not love. No matter how good you are to me, without that moment of heartbeat, I can only feel gratitude towards you, not love. Only when she was with Feng Wuxie did Yu Hongling experience that excitement of a racing heart and a warm body. Senior brother, in this life, aside from being with you, I will agree to anything else, even if it means dying for you. Yu Hongling silently swore a toxic oath. She began to swim upward, her strength dwindling. No, she really couldn't hold on any longer. After much hesitation, she chose to refine the pure water pearl. It was of no use to her senior brother. If it were useful to him, she would willingly give it to him. Since it was useless to him, after improving her own constitution, she would definitely help her senior brother find a very precious treasure. As she swallowed the pure water pearl, Yu Hongling's injuries began to heal rapidly, and the pure water pearl was also drastically altering her constitution, forcing out countless impurities. Yu Hongling's cultivation began to break through. She was about to shatter her Dan and become an infant. Yes, when she had fought against Changguan Wu Chang before, she had not yet broken through to the infant realm. It was merely a cover for her realm. In reality, if Yu Hongling were at the infant realm, she could have severely injured Changguan Wu Chang with a single strike. That was the rebirth of the great Emperor. By the time Yu Hongling's injuries healed and she successfully broke through to the surface of the lake, Changguan Wu Chang had already been waiting for a long time, holding his Fangtian Huaji. I didn't get to enjoy the fight in the water just now. How about we have another battle now? The heavy Fangtian Huaji danced, pointing at Yu Hongling as he asked. Yu Hongling's stunning face revealed a cold smile. You couldn't defeat me in the water, let alone now. The fearless divine fist struck out again. A fist imprint rushed forward in an instant, and Changguan Wu Chang swung the Fangtian Huaji, first cutting through the fist imprint, with subsequent attacks already planned. However, at the moment the Fangtian Huaji collided with the fist imprint, Changguan Wu Chang felt an overwhelming force surging from the fist imprint, unmatched and colossal. Boom! The Fangtian Huaji was raised high. Changguan Wu Chang's face turned red, and his body couldn't stop. He left deep footprints with each step, retreating more than 10 steps before barely managing to halt his figure. He looked at Yu Hongling in shock. How could this be possible? But Yu Hongling ignored him. She had no intention of killing this guy, leaving him for Shangguan Huanling. Lu Chen emerged from the volcano, a flame like a ribbon coiling around his Yuan-ing. One of the flames from the 3 volcanoes extinguished. This meant that a divine fire had been taken away. The divine fire Lu Chen took was called the Daylight Young Fire, with a temperature high enough to be useful before entering the 4th layer of heaven. If not, he could let it advance a bit. The next location, 100 Herbs Valley. To condense his second life, he needed a golden sunflower from the core of 100 Herbs Valley, which was hard to find outside. He had also found it here in his previous life. His figure departed. Chu Ling also left. She finally realized a very real and terrifying thing. That is, Lu Chen's strength was growing stronger and stronger, and if her strength continued to improve slowly, she wouldn't even qualify to follow Lu Chen in the future. In her previous life, Lu Chen would actively take her along. In this life, Lu Chen wouldn't care about her life or death. Counting the time, other demons and various forces were also about to descend. Those things were far from the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, so they were a bit late. Lu Chen looked up. He saw above in the sky either purple whirlpools or black whirlpools appearing. Colorful whirlpools appeared almost without a minute's interval, followed by demonic energy, ghostly energy, and monster energy. Strange cries, wild laughter, roars. Lu Chen glanced at them and lost interest, even feeling a bit annoyed by the noise from this group. His figure arrived at 100 Herbs Valley, which was filled with various formations. It was rumored to be an ancient and powerful sect's medicinal garden. However, Lu Chen knew that this rumor was false. Because the formations in 100 Herbs Valley were all set up by one person, that guy wanted to use formations to battle the eternal prodigies, which was quite impressive. Even after dying in battle, he achieved great merit through his formations, becoming legendary. Well, of course, he wasn't dead yet. A group of people in 100 Herbs Valley were diligently studying formations. For formation masters, these medicinal materials might not be as precious as the formations themselves. Because when this formation was set up, the formation master was only 20 years old, and his ideas were quite suitable for the younger generation of disciples. One person kept disappearing and reappearing. This was because this person was continuously breaking through formations and encountering new ones. Watching the speed of breaking formations, Lu Chen's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. How did he not notice such a gifted formation master before? Given the speed of breaking formations? Normally, he shouldn't be unknown, yet he was unknown, which only left one possibility. This person died halfway. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful. Such a formation master had not yet grown up before dying, which was truly a pity. He could help him a little. Lu Chen stepped into the formation, and the formation rippled slightly before his figure completely vanished. He did not attempt to break the formation but chose to pass through it instead. Soon, his figure appeared in front of the person who was breaking the formation. The person was focused intently on his task when suddenly, someone emerged from the formation, startling him. You, are you human or ghost? The young man, with red lips and white teeth, asked in some fear. Lu Chen? Have you ever seen a ghost? No. Then have you ever seen a person? I have. What difference is there between me and a person? The young man finally came to his senses, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Chen's sudden appearance had indeed startled him. I'm sorry, you are more handsome than anyone else. Lu Chen chuckled silently. What a kid. If you call him foolish, he has some emotional intelligence. If you say he has emotional intelligence, he really does have a bit. What's your name? I am Li Huayu. Now focus on breaking the formation. And perceive it carefully. After saying this, Lu Chen's figure vanished. Li Huayu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked in the direction where Lu Chen had disappeared, then glanced at the intact formation. How did he do that? Lu Chen continued to delve deeper. The original formation was altered by him, replaced with a brand new system of formations, and not just one system. Within it were 2 formations. One was a strong light formation which had no lethal power but could blind others. The other was a short distance teleportation formation, capable of transporting distances between 10 to 30 kilometers. Although not too far, it would suffice for escaping. He continued to change the formation. As he was altering it, he arrived in front of the golden sunflower, took out a jade box, and sealed the golden sunflower. He also picked a dozen or so precious medicinal herbs that might be useful before leaving the 100 Herbs Valley. Li Huayu was still tirelessly deciphering the formation, his eyes filled with a quest for knowledge and satisfaction. After breaking through some formations, when he arrived at a new one, Li Huayu's expression changed. He had already fallen Into the formation, and before him appeared several muscular, 8-pack abid handsome men beckoning him with their fingers. Ah! The formation changed? Not only had the formation changed, but the entire system of the formation had undergone a transformation. What was going on? He had basically figured out the thought process of the person who set up the formation, yet now the formation had undergone a major transformation. Could it be that the young man from earlier was behind this? To be able to alter the formation without breaking it, what terrifying mastery of formations must that entail? And another question was, why were there 8 muscular, handsome men appearing in the illusion? For a man like him, wouldn't it be more appropriate for 8 beautiful women to appear in the illusion? Leaving the 100 Herbs Valley, Lu Chen's next target was the Heavenly Spirit Pool. As the name suggests, the Heavenly Spirit Pool is rich in spiritual energy and beneficial for cultivation. With the system's help, Lu Chen could accelerate his cultivation, and if he were at the Heavenly Spirit Pool, the speed would be even faster. As he walked out of the 100 Herbs Valley, a rumbling sound came from afar. The battle had already begun. The human race was strong, driving all foreign races out of the most spiritually rich great wilderness. With grievances against many parties, the younger generation gathering together led to utter chaos. Lu Chen did not pay much attention to these matters. Strong individuals were forged through battle. No one could avoid fighting. In such places, everyone was of similar age and cultivation level, so if they fought, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? Unless it was a case of bullying the weak and wanton slaughter, Lu Chen would not stand by and would choose to intervene. Among peers, if someone died, so be it. Boom! A figure crashed heavily in front of Lu Chen. Friend, save me. A disciple from a small sect spat out blood, clearly on the verge of breathing his last. Ha ha ha, you die too. A black bat let out a strange laugh and fiercely charged at Lu Chen. Lu Chen had originally planned to take a detour and leave. However, since the black bat had attacked him, a beam of sword light gently swept across. The bat was split in two. Lu Chen found the opponent's storage ring, ignited it with a spark, turning it to ashes, and with a flick of his sleeve, the ashes scattered. Bat missed. A mournful cry rang out as a dozen black bats rushed over at high speed. They glanced at the bat that had been cut in half, and before they could speak, Lu Chen swung his sword again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the sunlight, the light distorted. Sword lights crisscrossed, and all the bats were split in two. Blood flowing everywhere, the stench of blood overwhelming. Lu Chen curled his fingers, and one by one, storage rings fell into his hands as he stepped away. Friend, I hope to know your name. The favor you have shown today, Ji Liang of the Qian Kuan sect will repay in the future. Lu Chen did not stop his steps, disappearing at the end of the earth. The great battle had indeed begun. There were corpses of monsters on the road, as well as those of humans. Some bodies were mangled beyond recognition, and there were female cultivators stripped bare, their bodies covered in bite marks. The cruelty of the cultivation world was vividly displayed at this moment. 2 disheveled figures rushed towards Lu Chen. Friend, hurry, the demon clan has occupied the Tianling pool ahead and killed many people. Our human race has also chosen to ally to fight against the demons and monsters. We can go together to the alliance point and resist the demons together. Lu Chen was slightly intrigued. Such a situation had not occurred in his previous life. Had the human race formed an alliance? Who initiated the alliance? Lu Chen asked. It was Yu Hongling of the Dao sect who took the lead, and many major powers responded. It is not only safe there, but we can also launch a counterattack against the demons, preventing them from picking us off one by one. Friend, hurry. So it was Yu Hongling. No wonder things had changed. No need, I still want to go see the Tianling pool. Friend, the Tianling pool has already been occupied by the demon clan. If you go now, isn't it just going to your death? Lu Chen was not angry. I just want to take a look. If it's dangerous, I'll retreat in time. I advise you not to go. I am the kind of person who won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Lu Chen had always been very tolerant of kind-hearted people. And these two were merely trying to lead him to safety. Then take care, friend. Take care. Having met by chance, Lu Chen was already very close to the Tianling pool. A bloody smell wafted ahead. The Tianling pool was not particularly large, with a diameter of only 10 zhang, presenting a greenish-blue color like a gem embedded in the earth. Rich spiritual energy permeated the air, appearing in misty form. Surrounding the Tianling pool, there were many mangled corpses, with huge demons gnawing on the bodies, and some demons comfortably cultivating in the pool. The sound of crunching was particularly crisp. Lu Chen's figure appeared not far away. Pairs of eyes opened, almost simultaneously looking at Lu Chen, a murderous aura spreading. Lu Chen seemed unfazed, continuing to walk. towards a group of demons. Interesting. A leopard demon suddenly laughed, jumping out of the Tianling pool, all the moisture evaporating, its fur beginning to emit strands of light. A very confident human, he probably thinks he can kill us all by himself, the leopard demon said to the other demons. But, in reality, he will beg for mercy. The demons immediately burst into sneers. He will wail. Ha ha ha. The sneers turned into roars of laughter. He will cry and beg us to give him a quick death. Roar, roar, roar. Caw, caw, caw. Woo. The leopard demon looked at Lu Chen with mockery, its figure suddenly transforming into a beam of golden light. Wail. Puff. The two halves of the leopard demon's body flew out. Fresh blood traced a V-shape on the ground. So much nonsense. They all deserve to die. Lu Chen stepped steadily, his figure flickering as if frames of a movie were being skipped, and in the blink of an eye he had crossed 10 zhang, continuously flashing, already charging into the midst of the demon horde. A sword swung out. 7 or 8 demon bodies in a straight line exploded. The slaughter began. A cry of a phoenix echoed. A demon burned its bloodline, transforming into a fire phoenix, spiraling towards Lu Chen to attack. The sword light swept through. The fire phoenix was cleaved apart, trees shattered, and the sword energy vanished into the thicket, its reach unknown. The demons occupying the Tianling pool went from brutal to astonished, then to horrified, and finally to collapse. The figure, clad in dark robes, wielded sword energy. That was invincible. No demon could block any of the sword energies. Everywhere were severed limbs, everywhere flowed blood, and the Tianling pool was stained a faint red. Some demons completely broke down, wailing as they fled. Lu Chen did not pursue, mainly feeling it was a waste of time. Just now, while killing demons, he had also recognized a few familiar faces, such as the little golden leopard king, the iron-eating beast, and a descendant with the bloodline of the white tiger. These were all foes from his past life. But in this life, they only required a single sword. Lu Chen walked into the Tianling pool. He began his cultivation. The water of the Tianling pool rippled slightly, and vast, pure spiritual energy continuously flowed into Lu Chen's body, a satisfied expression involuntarily appearing on his face. Tianwu King, it's bad. A very powerful human has appeared in the Tianling pool. He single-handedly slaughtered many demons there. Please, Tianwu King, take action to kill him and avenge our demon brothers. A demon crawled desperately into the midst of the demon army, shouting urgently. At this moment, the Tianwu King was in human form. As long as one reached the breaking infancy realm, demons could transform into humans to accelerate their cultivation speed. Human bodies were weak compared to the might of demons and monsters, but humans had one advantage that surpassed all other races: wisdom. Wisdom could be seen as intelligence, or as the light of enlightenment. For millions of years, generations of humans had evolved themselves into the most suitable beings for cultivation in the world. Originally, human cultivation aimed to evolve towards demons and monsters, such as painting strange patterns around their bodies, being worshipped by all beings, striving to become muscular giants, or even growing powerful limbs similar to demon beasts. Now, whether demons or monsters, they all preferred to take human form to comprehend human methods. The Tianwu was one such example, and it was not the only one. Although the Tianwu had transformed into human form, many sharp, knife-like limbs still grew from its sides. Are you saying that a single person left all the demons in the Tianling pool dead? The Tianwu asked. Yes, that human is too strong. No one could block his sword light. With a single strike, he could slay over a dozen demons. It's terrifying. So terrifying. The reporting demon suddenly had purple threads crawling up its body. It grasped its own throat, eyes wide as it looked at the Tianwu. The purple threads spread across its eyeballs. This demon could no longer utter a single word. Its body stiffened, and the breath of life completely vanished. Dead. First, hunt down Feng Wuxia, nothing else is more important than this, the Tianwu said coldly. It was confident it was not weaker than any other prodigy, but it never expected that remnants of the Phoenix clan still existed in this world. The Tianwu clan fought against heaven and earth, their strength terrifying. But when facing the Phoenix clan, they were at a natural disadvantage, a suppression akin to a food chain. Even if Feng Wuxia was weaker than it, the moment it saw Feng Wuxia, it still felt a shudder from the depths of its soul. How could it endure this? Feng Wuxia must be killed. The Phoenix clan must be completely eradicated from the world. Yes. A group of demon clans continue to track Feng Wuxia's whereabouts. On the other side, in the human gathering place known as Wudao Fanya, the wind that blew through could make one extremely clear-headed, with inspiration surging, allowing many to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Over 100 humans had Gathered here including several strong figures such as Shangguan Wuchang, Liao Yijian from the Taishang Sword Sect and Yunti Engxing from the Shanhua Baoda Sect, among others. Many had already fought against the demon and devil clans and were aware of their strength. However, they were not overly fearful. The might of the human race was not just empty talk. If one were to randomly pull out a human and pit them against a demon or devil, the one who survived would most likely be the human. It was just that demons and devils always preferred to act in groups, which was quite troublesome. Yu Hongling saw that the number of people was increasing, and there were other strong individuals present. In her previous life, Lu Chen had done something, and in this life, she had helped him in advance. Lu Chen wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Now, she was finally going to meet that person. If we meet again and I can't have red eyes, can I still have a red face, just like that year when we hurriedly carved out forever together, such a beautiful rumor. Yu Hongling hummed this song, one that her senior brother had sung about a song from his hometown. She had also gone to his hometown, but had never heard this song. But it was really beautiful. The base has been successfully established, and now I'm going to leave. Yu Hongling said to the crowd. Ha? What are you going to do? The crowd asked in confusion. Could it be that Yu Hongling wanted to go find treasures alone? To find true love? Yu Hongling said happily, raising her face, her long ponytail swaying gently. Finding true love. So it turns out that Fairy Yu considers the Tao as true love. This heart towards the Tao truly makes us admire her. The crowd suddenly realized, after all, she was still going to find treasures. Well, if she was going to look for something, that was better than really looking for true love. Ah, that can be said. Then everyone, may we meet again by fate. Yu Hongling bid farewell to the crowd and quickly disappeared. According to the timeline, Feng Wuxie should be fleeing towards the second layer of space, as there was a very brutal battlefield in the second layer, where many demons and ghosts were near that battlefield. She had also once provoked the demon clan and was chased by them, which was how she encountered Feng Wuxie, who was also being hunted by the demon clan. The two then began to work together, fighting side by side, searching for a way to escape. This life continued in the same manner. However, what was unusual was that in her previous life, she was not strong, but in this life, there were very few who could match her. Yu Hongling rushed towards the second layer of space. Before long, she arrived at the second layer of space. Following the plot development of her previous life, her figure appeared at the Blood Demon Mountain, where the untainted flower was competing for dominance. A great battle had once occurred here, with many demons dying and being tainted by demon blood, yet from the tainted blood, a divine flower named the Untainted Flower grew, rising from the mud unblemished. One could only marvel at how miraculous the world was. In terms of strength, Yu Hongling could easily wipe out this group of demons and leisurely take the Untainted Flower away. However, that would deviate from the plan. She suppressed her strength to a level not much different from her previous life, hurriedly fleeing, while a group of demons behind her began to chase her, howling. Feng Wuxie, I'm coming. Tian Wu, I have no enmity with you, why are you so intent on killing me? Feng Wuxie roared, drenched in blood. He truly did not understand, they were all from the demon clan. And now they had come to this ancient battlefield of heroes. Instead of chasing after humans or killing demons, why would you kill your own kind? Is there something seriously wrong with you? Do I need a reason to kill you? Survival of the fittest, nature's selection. If I had to explain every time I killed a piece of trash, wouldn't my whole life be wasted on explanations? Come at me one-on-one. Feng Wuxie added new wounds to his body. In a one-on-one situation, he wasn't particularly afraid of Tian Wu. After all, he had the noble bloodline of a phoenix. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he could still fight. One-on-one? He. Should I also retract my 1,000 legs when we fight so you don't think it's unfair? Tian Wu sneered. Feng Wuxie's recovery ability was strong, although he was constantly injured, he could still bounce around. However, if this continued, it would be hard to say what would happen. The demon race hunted their own, and other races wouldn't come to their aid. It would be good enough if they didn't add to the trouble. Feng Wuxie gritted his teeth. Damn it. This Tian Wu was a complete madman. Once he grew stronger in the future, he would definitely annihilate this disgusting race. At that moment, a loud rumble suddenly erupted ahead. Was there a change? A figure in red appeared in Feng Wuxie's eyes, and as he got closer, he was struck by her beauty. What a beautiful woman. But as beautiful as she was, a large group of demon cultivators followed her, dark clouds rolling and demonic energy surging, pursuing the girl in red. The two approached each other. Yu Hongling looked at the boy who had appeared countless times in her dreams. He was covered in blood, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. So many years had passed since Feng Wuxie's death, he had truly occupied her heart for far too long. Now, she finally saw him. In the instant they met, there was almost no exchange and they both ran to the side. The demons and the monsters were getting closer, both sides wary, as these two races were never known for their harmony. We demons have no intention of being enemies with the monster race, how about we join forces to kill the two? Tian Wu shouted. The demon side also breathed a sigh of relief. Alright. Thus, the demons and monsters gathered together yet remained distinct. They pursued Yu Hongling and Feng Wuxie together. What did you do to be chased by so many demons? Feng Wuxie looked at Yu Hongling. This human woman was truly beautiful. What did you do to be chased by so many monsters? Feng Wuxie's lips curled up. I suspect it's because these ugly monsters are jealous of my handsome face, which is why they are hunting me down. Yu Hongling? It wasn't that Feng Wuxie's words were wrong, but after he said that, she instinctively thought of Lu Chen. Because Lu Chen was sometimes just as narcissistic. He would say his other name was Lu Yanzu, and another name was Lu Panin or something. Yu Hongling knew that Yanzu and Panin were famous handsome men from Lu Chen's hometown. Seeing Yu Hongling staring at him blankly, although her running speed didn't decrease, her expression clearly showed she was smitten. Feng Wuxie couldn't help but sigh, my damn charm. Such a beautiful human woman was smitten just by seeing me once. But now was not the time to flirt. Do you have any way to shake off the pursuit? Feng Wuxie asked. No. Yu Hongling came back to her senses, feeling a pang in her heart. How could she think of Lu Chen while being with Feng Wuxie? Could it be that she was truly a cheap woman? Thinking of one while being with another? No. She had always liked Feng Wuxie. It was just that she had spent too long with her senior brother, so long that he had integrated into every aspect of her life, every inch, whether in body or soul. This situation would surely fade away gradually. Then it seems we are both going to die. One side's pursuit is already so difficult. Let alone now with two sides chasing us. Can't die, let's go find my senior brother. When he arrives, this group of people will be nothing but a pile of rubble. Is your senior brother that strong? Of course, my senior brother is invincible among his peers. That's great. Where is your senior brother? This direction. The two changed direction, dodging the continuous long-range attacks and struck back together. What is your senior brother's attitude towards the demon race? I mean good demons, those who have never eaten humans and have no interest in doing so. Feng Wuxie asked. Don't worry, my senior brother never kills innocents. Yu Hongling discreetly glanced at Feng Wuxie. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, Feng Wuxie was undeniably impressive. Even in his current disheveled state, which added a touch of broken beauty. The relentless long-range attacks were clearly affecting their speed. The distance between the two sides was closing in. It's over, it's over. Despair filled Feng Wuxie's eyes. This time, it seemed he was really going to die. Suddenly, Yu Hongling formed hand seals, and a magical spear condensed above her head, shooting towards the demons behind them. The spear had a long range, and a careless demon could be pierced through on the spot. However, the spear was forming too slowly, and there were too many demons, making it impossible to effect their pursuit. Single target attacks won't work, we need area attacks. Feng Wuxie shouted. I don't have area attacks. Feng Wuxie gritted his teeth. I do, but after I release the attack, you must run with me. In truth, Feng Wuxie still couldn't fully trust Yu Hongling, but things had come to this point. If he released a Tianfeng Liao Yuan, he would surely exhaust his energy and have no strength left to escape. If he did nothing, he would definitely be surrounded and killed. There were no other choices left. Okay. Yu Hongling gave a definite answer. A loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out as Feng Wuxie burned all his energy, and a magnificent flaming phoenix took shape above his head. It was undoubtedly a struggle for Feng Wuxie to release this move, and he felt weak all over afterward. Go! The splendid fire phoenix, trailing its tail, charged towards the demons. Yu Hongling grabbed Feng Wuxie's clothes, initially intending to carry him, but for some reason she didn't do so. Boom! The fire phoenix exploded. A rain of fire blocked the path of a group of demons, increasing the distance between the two sides once again. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yu Hongling's mouth. After breaking through the rain of fire, the demons continued their pursuit. Why hasn't your senior brother shown up yet? Feng Wuxie weakly asked. Sorry, I seem to have lost my way. Feng Wuxie? What the hell, lost your way? Despair filled Feng Wuxie's eyes. He wanted to curse at Yu Hongling, but he was also worried she would abandon him right then. Forget it, it's not your fault. Feng Wuxie could only appease Yu Hongling and began to recover his strength. The smile on Yu Hongling's face became more pronounced as the demons drew closer, and suddenly a huge chasm appeared ahead. The chasm looked as if it had been sliced open, with the soil on both sides charred and appearing quite solid. Yu Hongling suddenly dashed into the chasm. Here, one man can hold the pass against 10,000, you quickly recover your strength. I'll Hold off the demons ahead. If I can't hold on, you come to replace me. Can you hold on? Feng Wuxie asked weakly. I can. 3 bottles of pills were thrown to Feng Wuxie. Yu Hongling looked ahead. In the previous life, it was also here. The two worked together, continuously repelling the demons' attacks, until they finally held out until Lu Chen's arrival. In this life, Yu Hongling could actually wipe out this group of demons by herself, but she still wanted to experience that moment that had once made her heart race. Kill. The rift was narrow, surrounded by soil. As hard as iron, making it an excellent terrain. 2 demons charged in from above and below. The 2 strikes of the spell simultaneously repelled the demons. Seeing this, Feng Wuxie hurriedly swallowed a pill, striving to calm his emotions and began to restore his demonic power. Yu Hongling fought steadily, like the most stubborn barrier, blocking all the demons. Tian Wu charged forward, only to be casually pushed back by a single punch from Yu Hongling. Tian Wu? No way. This human woman is so strong? If you're this strong, why do you feel like you don't even need to run? You could just kill that group of demons directly, right? Why go through so much effort to escape for so long? It's incomprehensible. Incredible. Exhaust her. Tian Wu roared. Demons came one after another. Yu Hongling had the strength to kill one with a punch, yet she deliberately held back. Time passed second by second. The demons were pushed back, then came again, only to be pushed back once more. Feng Wuxie was recovering quickly. The Phoenix bloodline was still very powerful. He quietly opened his eyes to glance at Yu Hongling and found her as steady as a mountain. He even entertained the thought of escaping. However, this idea was quickly dismissed. He could run, but Tian Wu was like a mad dog, unwilling to let go. If he fled, Tian Wu would definitely stop pursuing Yu Hongling and come after him instead. Abandoning Yu Hongling like that would only earn her hatred. Considering everything, he couldn't run. Yu Hongling was still holding on, and Feng Wuxie had no intention of leaving. He continued to recover his strength. Another 10 minutes passed. Yu Hongling seemed to have reached her limit, swaying unsteadily. Feng Wuxie knew it was time for him to take action. His strength wasn't weak either. In a one-on-one situation, he wasn't afraid of anyone. As Yu Hongling took a step back, Feng Wuxie suddenly charged in front of her. It's my turn now, you recover your strength. Feng Wuxie shouted. Yu Hongling paused slightly, revealing a smile in a place where Feng Wuxie couldn't see. This feeling. Yu Hongling suddenly furrowed her brows. Something was off. Why did it feel different from before, that heart-stopping sensation? What was wrong? Yu Hongling was puzzled. Could it be that this time, because of her own strength, she didn't feel that sense of crisis? Back then, she had truly held on to the limit here. The moment Feng Wuxie appeared before her, her heart had felt an unprecedented flutter. An endless sense of security enveloped her. But now, that feeling was absent. Yu Hongling frowned tightly, swallowed a pill, and began to restore her consumed true essence. Feng Wuxie's strength was indeed good, but facing the continuous attacks, he was still getting injured. He simply couldn't hold out as long as Yu Hongling. As his injuries worsened, Yu Hongling suddenly knocked him out with a chop and dragged him to the back. Tian Wu's expression was ferocious. Hand over Feng Wuxie, and we demons won't involve ourselves in your grievances. Yu Hongling appeared relaxed. She placed Feng Wuxie down and looked at the group of demons. Fearless, she shouted, her fists striking out. Boom! The violent true essence transformed into 2 clear runes, charging into the demons. In an instant, several demons in front exploded, their blood staining the scorched earth red. Tian Wu? Demons? Yu Hongling didn't utter a single word. Her feet left clear imprints on the ground, and secret patterns flickered, carrying a posture of annihilation as the demons in front shattered one after another. Tian Wu roared, all the centipede legs bursting forth with brilliance, transforming into a beam of light rushing forward. Yet, it was effortlessly shattered by a punch from Yu Hongling. Tian Wu? What the hell, you're this strong? Why did you fight with us for so long if you're so strong? Why are you being chased by a group of demons? Do these demons even deserve to chase you? What kind of strange game are you playing, pretending to be weak to lure them in? It's collapsed. The demons were directly crushed by the ferocity of Yu Hongling. In this canyon with only one way out, there was nowhere to run, and all were annihilated by Yu Hongling's overwhelming might. After killing the last demon, Yu Hongling began to clean up the battlefield. She collected all the storage treasures, then set the corpses ablaze, and quickly disappeared with the unconscious Feng Wuxie. Looking at the unconscious Feng Wuxie, Yu Hongling fell into thought. In her previous life, the two of them had held on until her senior brother came and killed those demons. He wouldn't allow her to stay with Feng Wuxie, directly abandoning him and forcibly taking her away. So later, she had no idea what Feng Wuxie had gone through. Later, She encountered Feng Wuxie again, and they explored dangerous places together, cultivated together, and searched for treasures together. When she was with Feng Wuxie, she was truly very happy. Now that her senior brother wasn't intervening, could she just follow Feng Wuxie? She hesitated. Forget it. Even if she didn't follow him, it wouldn't be long before they met again, so it might as well be better to stay together. It was just that this time, she didn't feel that fluttering sensation, which was quite strange. Not long after, Feng Wuxie slowly opened his eyes. The sky was already dark, and Yu Hongling lit a bonfire, staring blankly at the flickering flames, not knowing what she was thinking. Am I dead? Feng Wuxie suddenly woke up. Not dead, you're perfectly fine. Feng Wuxie looked at her unharmed self, pinched her arm, felt the pain, and realized she was indeed alive. Fairy, how did we escape? Feng Wuxie hurriedly asked. My senior brother came, killed those demons, and then we escaped, Yu Hongling replied. What about your senior brother? He's a busy man and has already left. Ah, so that leaves us alone together? Feng Wuxie said in disbelief. Yu Hongling narrowed her eyes. You wish. After you wake up, I have to leave. Goodbye. Yu Hongling left. Originally, she planned to explore with Feng Wuxie, but after Feng Wuxie woke up, Yu Hongling felt that being with him was rather awkward. So she decided to leave temporarily. However, it wasn't a complete departure. With a secret technique, Yu Hongling's aura diminished infinitely unless one saw her with their own eyes. No one in the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield, except for her senior brother, should be able to sense her presence. She watched Feng Wuxie from a distance. Ha, it's good to be gone. Feng Wuxie looked at the dark night sky, no longer seeing Yu Hongling's figure, and couldn't help but exhale. That was terrifying. The title of senior brother sounds like a man. How could such a beautiful girl trust him to follow me? If anything happens, her senior brother would definitely kill me. Yu Hongling couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Wuxie's mind was indeed sharp. However, he wasn't wrong. In the previous life, when her senior brother found out she had feelings for Feng Wuxie, he was indeed very irritable. As a result, later on, when Feng Wuxie was in danger, he absolutely refused to let her save Feng Wuxie and tied her up. This ultimately led to Feng Wuxie's death. He even said it was a trap aimed at him. How could that be? Feng Wuxie and her senior brother had never interacted. How could there be a trap set for her senior brother? It was purely her senior brother's jealousy exploding. Because of this incident, she hated her senior brother for a long time, and over time, that hatred gradually faded. In this life, her senior brother shouldn't disturb her anymore. She could finally pursue her true love. Yu Hongling's little matter, of course, Lu Chen was unwilling to get involved. If nothing unexpected happened, Yu Hongling would die on the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. She would definitely die. Why was he so sure? Because Lu Chen had died there himself. That was Lu Chen's first life, wasted on Yu Hongling, and it wouldn't be the same this time. Lu Chen was cultivating at the Tianling pool, soaring in his practice. Although there were many postnatal cultivation blessed lands and heavenly materials and treasures in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, Lu Chen lacked nothing. He only needed to cultivate. The effects of cultivation at the Tianling pool were even better than he had imagined. In just over 3 days, his cultivation broke through another layer. He had reached the 6th layer of the breaking infancy stage. Now, saying he was the highest in the realm of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield would not be an exaggeration. As for combat power, there was no need to mention it. He had no great interest in killing, whether it was demons or those few insane divine beings, he had no interest. I'm just cultivating. However, his lack of trouble with others did not mean that others wouldn't come looking for trouble with him. The Tianling pool was a very good treasure land, naturally attracting many people's attention. Ahmet Ba. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this Buddhist chant. Buddhism? He thought of many races that would come to trouble him, but he did not expect that the first to arrive would be Buddhism. Lu Chen did not open his eyes. Benefactor, this place has a connection with Buddhism. May I trouble you to change your place of cultivation? A gentle voice said. Lu Chen calmly replied, I am cultivating here and have not provoked Buddhism. You are not my match, and I advise you not to provoke me. Benefactor, how can this be considered provocation? This poor monk has seen the brilliant light of Buddha from afar. This pool of spiritual water is likely transformed from relics. I kindly ask you to change your position. Lu Chen opened his eyes. 1 bald head, 2 bald heads, 3 bald heads, there were a total of 7 Buddhist disciples. If you want to drive me away, just say so. Why bring up some connection with Buddhism? You Buddhists always twist the unreasonable into something reasonable. It's shameless. Benefactor speaks recklessly. We Buddhists are compassionate. If other demons were to come and saw you alone, they would have already struck you down. Do not be stubborn. Noisy. Bold. A stone sword appeared in Lu Chen's hand. With a single stroke, the green sword light surged in an instant, causing the Tianling pool to ripple slightly. The 7 Buddhist disciples simultaneously emitted golden light, but they saw that the green sword light broke through the golden light, like a sharp sword cutting through tofu. Blood stained the Tianling pool. One by one, the severed bodies fell into the pool. Lu Chen closed his eyes again. The world became quiet once more. The cultivation continued. On the other side, a group of monks had just finished cleaning up the battlefield. Amitba, a monk is compassionate. Demons disrupt the world. We will transcend them, which is in accordance with the Great Way. Indeed, indeed. Did Brother Duwu go to the Tianling pool? The leading monk had red lips and white teeth, with a spot of golden light on his brow, looking holy and gentle. If it weren't for the blood dripping from his Zen staff, anyone would think he was a kind monk. In the Buddhist sect, not everyone is qualified to hold a Zen staff. Ordinary monks hold sticks, higher monks hold pestles, and those who can hold a staff at such a young age are likely to be sons of Buddha. There were also monks holding bells, holding rings, holding plates, and many other types. In response to Brother Du Shang, Brother Du Wu indeed went to the Tianling pool. The Tianling pool is suitable for cultivating Buddhist scriptures. It is a good place. Ordinary disciples can go. Du Nong, you lead the disciples below the 9th layer of Yuan. Damn there. This bell is called the causal bell. If anything else happens, you can crush this bell, and I will come immediately. Yes. Others? Follow me to other places to search for Buddhist relics. Yes. Du Nang watched as more than a dozen monks left, looking towards the direction of the Tianling pool. Brothers, follow me. Dozens of monks rushed towards the heavenly spirit pool. Lu Chen was still in meditation. Before long, Du Nang led a group of monks to arrive, and upon seeing Lu Chen suspended above the heavenly spirit pool, they noticed wisps of mist continuously flowing into Lu Chen's 5 hearts. The bodies of 7 Buddhist disciples were split in half, floating above the heavenly spirit pool, along with numerous corpses of demons and humans. The originally beautiful heavenly spirit pool now resembled a den of demons. Du Wu! Du Nang cried out in despair, his eyes wide open, resembling a demon-slaying Vajra. Did you kill Du Wu and the others? Du Nang shouted angrily. Lu Chen, disturbed once again, did not open his eyes but sensed dozens of Buddhist auras. TSK, it seems that all the Buddhist disciples are destined to die at my hands today. After one batch, another comes, each stronger than the last, yet still unable to escape death. Disturbing my meditation, death is not to be regretted, Lu Chen uttered 8 words. Du Nang's eyes turned red. Very well, just for disturbing your meditation you dare to harm others? How are you any different from a demon? Today, I shall exorcise demons. All disciples, heed my command. Yes. 18 Arhats demon-slaying formation. Yes. 18 monks simultaneously flew onto the surface of the heavenly spirit pool, their auras unified. Striking one was like striking 18, a rather incomprehensible formation. In Buddhism, Lu Chen opened his eyes. Always seeking death, why bother? The 18 Arhats' eyes widened in anger, their bodies shimmering with golden light, as if coated in gold paint. Subdue. A demon. He is a demon. A demon that even the Buddha cannot suppress or save. Du Nang was covered in blood, his once clean monk robe now stained with dirt. He stumbled and fell to the ground. A mere infant realm monk actually fell in panic. This was truly unbelievable. Du Nang fled, frantically escaping. He even forgot the karmic bell given to him by the Buddha, for in his subconscious even a Buddha's son would meet a fate of demise before such a demon. Lu Chen killed the last person and looked at the fleeing Du Nang, momentarily speechless. Still in the infant realm, his mental fortitude was too weak. It was just that he had killed a bit too many this time, so he felt as if he had entered a killing state from his previous life. In that life, Lu Chen did not know how many powerful beings he had killed. So, as he glanced over, he happened to make eye contact with Du Nang. It was as if Du Nang had locked eyes with the Lu Chen from his previous life during a massacre, leading to his immediate collapse. He did not pursue, he was too lazy to chase. From now on, if Du Nang did not die, there would likely be a mad monk in this world. The smell of blood was slightly pungent. It affected his mood. Lu Chen thought for a moment, extended his palm, and all the corpses flew over, including the previously dead ones, piling together. A fire turned them to ashes, even the bones were burned clean. He gently waved his sleeve, and a breeze swept through. The world felt refreshing. Lu Chen was in a great mood, returning to the heavenly spirit pool to continue his cultivation. There were no treasures beneath the heavenly spirit pool. Unlike the purest water, the formation of the heavenly spirit pool was related to the terrain. If this place were not a water pool but rather land, it would likely form a spirit stone mine over time. The scale of the spirit stone mine would probably not be small. Time passed slowly. Another 5 days. Lu Chen's cultivation reached the 7th layer of the infant realm. His speed of cultivation was astonishingly fast, not only quick but also very stable. The richness of his true essence had far surpassed that of the 9th layer of the infant realm. On the other side, because the space above the 3rd layer of the ancient hero's battlefield had not yet opened, the relics and treasures in the lower 3 layers had been mostly scavenged. Thus, battles began to occur more frequently. There are no treasures left, and since I'm idle anyway, I might as well start a battle. Engaging with the top talents of the world is the only way to truly understand oneself. However, the human race is too strong. Li Wubai of the Taishang sword sect single-handedly slaughtered 90 demons with just one sword and retreated unscathed. Feng Longxiang of the robbery sect crushed the 3rd ghost prince of the ghost clan with a single punch. The saintess Luoyuan of the Yinyan Law sect fought against the little dragon king of the demon clan without losing an inch. Each one is fiercer than the last. When Lu Chen first crossed into this world, to be honest, he felt quite out of place. Because in the novels he had read before, the human race was weak and bullied by the myriad clans, but in this world, the human race was frighteningly strong, with each clan suffering greatly. After being beaten badly, these clans preferred to form alliances. They had become quite adept at forming alliances. The term monsters and demons exists because these creatures like to band together to deal with the human race. Once they form an alliance, it becomes lively. The pressure on the human side also increased significantly. In his previous life, Lu Chen was the leader of the human side, constantly battling these monsters and demons, killing many top talents. In this life, Lu Chen is focused and serious about his cultivation, as he has already passed the stage of improving himself through battle. Without Lu Chen, Yu Hongling took on the responsibilities that Lu Chen had before, leading the charge against the monsters and demons. Her combat power is terrifying, stunning countless people. As both sides continue to clash, Yu Hongling's reputation began to grow, becoming known to all. The great battle raged on. Every day, people were dying. Besides Yu Hongling gaining fame, there was also a lone swordsman who became famous, and that was Chu Ling, with one sword, was equally unstoppable. Shangguan Huanling was poised to strike, still not famous, quietly accumulating strength. Lu Chen was fully focused on his cultivation. She had once caught a distant glimpse of him and became even more certain of the correctness of her decision to keep a low profile. No matter how fierce the fighting was, it was not as impactful as leaving her name on the eternal top talents list, which would truly shock the world. Besides battling the monsters, Yu Hongling was also paying attention to Feng Wuxie. Feng Wuxie's improvement was also very evident. The original Feng Wuxie was merely at the Yuan Dan realm, relying on the phoenix bloodline within him to contend with those at the breaking infant realm. Now he had officially broken through the breaking infant realm. However, he knew of Yu Hongling's strength, so he did not join the ranks of the monsters, instead choosing to hide. And he wasn't a fool. He noticed that Yu Hongling's attention towards him was significantly high, especially after a chance encounter when he discovered that Yu Hongling had been watching him from a distance. At that moment, Feng Wuxie was filled with question marks. What was going on? He had heard of Yu Hongling's great name. Even though he hadn't joined the monster camp to fight against the human race, he had heard it more than once or twice. Now she was staring at him from afar. What did that mean? After noticing it once, Feng Wuxie began to pay attention. He noticed it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. If the first time was just a coincidence, then Yu Hongling observing him repeatedly could not be a coincidence. Why? Feng Wuxie was puzzled. Could it be? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Feng Wuxie, and he thought of an incredible yet plausible possibility. Could it be that Yu Hongling had developed feelings for him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Hongling's fame was growing, and she had fought against all strong opponents. Whether they were monsters, demons, or gods, and had never tasted defeat, having killed many top talents. Such an extraordinary woman had only met him a few times. How could she possibly like him? Moreover, women are attracted to strength, and he wasn't strong at all. At least not compared to Yu Hongling. He was far from strong. Soon, Feng Wuxie encountered a crisis. A monster. As Feng Wuxie was about to enter a mysterious stone cave, unsure of where it led and likely hiding treasures, a person suddenly emerged from within. The two faced each other. The person was dressed in white, and their eyes suddenly turned golden. Oh, there's actually a phoenix bloodline? The person's face lit up with joy. I was just thinking of finding a mount. And unexpectedly, such a precious mount comes to me. The Lord of Light blesses me. Divine clan. Feng Wuxie's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Ha, as those monks say, meeting is fate, you might as well not run. Chao Hong suddenly spread a pair of pure white wings behind him and charged towards Feng Wuxie at incredible speed, exuding the aura of the third layer of the breaking infancy stage. Feng Wuxie's face changed drastically. He transformed into his true form, a creature resembling a bird and a phoenix with golden red feathers, initiating a chase. Chao Hong's speed was astonishing, releasing strands of white silk that formed a large net, enveloping Feng Wuxie. Feng Wuxie unleashed all his power, flames surging towards the net, attempting to burn it away. Light shining on the world. Boom! A bolt of white lightning descended from the sky, illuminating the world. Feng Wuxie flapped his wings against the sky. Although he shattered the lightning, he still fell into paralysis. Yu Hongling moved slightly but then stopped, knowing well that Feng Wuxie couldn't possibly have only this level of ability. Sure enough, a change occurred. Just as Chao Hong's large hand was about to grasp Feng Wuxie's neck, Feng Wuxie's entire body transformed into flames. The flames were formless, and Chao Hong's hand passed through them. Grasping nothing, the flames embraced him and a whirlwind rose, the wind fueling the fire, the golden red flames turning into a fiery tornado, fiercely scorching Chao Hong. Get lost! Chao Hong roared. Boom! The white light spread, the fiery tornado exploded, filling the sky. The flames suddenly condensed, reshaping into a firebird. Chao Hong was charred black, his face twisted in pain, anger in his eyes as he pointed at Feng Wuxie and shouted, "Divine restraint!" In an instant, white chains appeared around Feng Wuxie, dozens of them, locking him in place without any chance to evade, while the chains also possessed suppressive power. Feng Wuxie let out a mournful cry, struggling with all his might to break free. But the white chains broke and reconnected. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. Chao Hong approached and punched Feng Wuxie in the face. Bang! Chao Hong swung with both hands. The first thing to do when taming a highly intelligent mount is to instill fear. Only by deeply embedding the seed of fear can one conduct many obedience tests, and then the mount can be considered tamed. Yu Hongling watched this scene, shaking her head slightly. Clearly, during the battle earlier, Feng Wuxie had greater lethal means but did not use them. What a waste! It didn't matter, as long as she was strong. Even if Feng Wuxie was a waste, it was fine. In her previous life, wasn't it the case that her senior brother was strong while she was weak? She had lived quite happily. Her figure descended from the sky, charging towards Chao Hong. Chao Hong suddenly looked up, seeing Yu Hongling. A thought arose in his mind. A beautiful woman, unknown to him and not here for good, she could be killed. A holy light appeared in his hand, twisting and condensing. He struck towards Yu Hongling. Fearless Seal. The Fearless Seal was not just a single move but a set of seals, consisting of 81 different marks each, with its unique effect. As Yu Hongling grew stronger, the number of seals she could use increased, and her explosive power also grew. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. The white light sphere was forcibly shattered by the Great Seal and smashed into Chao Hong's face with an unstoppable force. Bang! Chao Hong's big face bloomed, and his body slid violently across the ground for dozens of meters, shattering a stone. What a hard head, Yu Hongling exclaimed, raising the large seal and charging forward again. You, a human, why are you saving a demon? Chao Hong roared, pulling out a large shield, struggling to withstand Yu Hongling's repeated strikes. Feng Wuxie watched Yu Hongling's back, her eyes turning red. She came to save me. As expected. She likes me. She must like me, otherwise why would she, a demon with such strength, keep following me when I am so weak? If she didn't like me, why would she always be with me? Because I like you. Yu Hongling answered as she sent Chao Hong flying again. Chao Hong coughed up blood, fear appearing in his eyes. She was too strong, this woman was too strong. What was supposed to be a small seal felt like the impact of a mountain. You also want to refine him into a mount, right? I'll give him to you, we have no grudges, let me go, Feng Wuxie said, her smile faltering slightly at the mention of a mount. She wanted to make me her mount? Yu Hongling smiled lightly, offering no rebuttal or further words. She swung the seal down again. You're insane! Chao Hong roared, unable to comprehend what was wrong with this woman. He spat blood, his insides shattered. With 3 more strikes, his body would be crushed to pieces. After dealing with Chao Hong, Yu Hongling turned to Feng Wuxie. Are you okay? Feng Wuxie's mind echoed with the word mount. Did she also want to subdue me as a mount? I'm fine. If you're fine, then I'll be leaving. Goodbye. Yu Hongling prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Feng Wuxie called out to her. Feng Wuxie took a deep breath, feeling that something was very wrong. The power Yu Hongling was displaying now, along with her formidable reputation, contradicted the strength she had shown when they were in trouble together. In other words, she had deliberately been pursued and had intentionally encountered him. Why did you save me? What is your true purpose? Feng Wuxie asked loudly. Undeniably, he liked Yu Hongling now. Only when he liked someone would he keep thinking that she liked him too. Yu Hongling paused at this question. She looked directly at Feng Wuxie, and in that moment, she saw the expectation in his eyes. He was hoping she would say she liked him. Yu Hongling's brows furrowed slightly. She indeed liked Feng Wuxie, but she felt it wasn't the right time to define their relationship. The heart flutter she once felt did not arise. If that flutter had appeared, she would have disregarded everything to accompany Feng Wuxie to the mountains and seas. But now, because I think you're quite fun, Yu Hongling said, throwing down this line before her figure soared into the air. You think I'm quite fun? Feng Wuxie was stunned. What kind of answer was that? But this fun. Feng Wuxie slowly began to savor it, his eyes widening. Fun was just a precursor to liking. Right? This extraordinary woman actually had feelings for him. Feng Wuxie's heart began to race, and his handsome face flushed red and hot. He clutched his chest. An emotion was brewing in his chest. By the way, here's a little something for you. Contact me if you need anything. Yu Hongling returned, tossing Feng Wuxie a conch-like treasure. Speak into the conch, and I can hear you from another one. After throwing this item, she prepared to leave. Again. Wait. Feng Wuxie called out to her once more. Yu Hongling? Can I follow you? Feng Wuxie asked. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies was fraught with too many dangers. Since Yu Hongling was so strong, it would be great to follow her. Even if he could just use some treasures that Yu Hongling didn't need, it would be enough for his cultivation. Yu Hongling frowned. No. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies is for training, not for you to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Goodbye. Yu Hongling decisively left. Feng Wuxie enjoying the fruits of others' labor. What a phrase. Feng Wuxie gritted his teeth. He had to cultivate well so that when Yu Hongling saw him again, she would open her eyes wide. Hongling? Can I call you that? Yu Hongling did not respond. Right now, I am in the second layer of the demon swamp, looking for a good place to cultivate. Focusing on my training. Don't worry, I won't fall too far behind you. Damn it, the demon swamp has been occupied by the Blue Crocodile clan. They allow other major clans' demon races to cultivate, but they won't let me in. It's okay, I'll go to the Clear Valley to seek enlightenment. The Clear Valley has also been occupied by a group of monks. Such a place for cultivation should be open to all living beings in the world. Hongling, are you listening? Today I fought with a demon clan over a demon flame fruit. I won, but the fruit got ruined. Why is there no Phoenix clan in this world? If there were, I wouldn't be so lonely. Hongling, can I come to you? Many forces control various resource-rich spots, and I can't fight against the major powers alone. Yu Hongling finally replied. No, since you have no power, you should observe how scattered cultivators train. So you can hear me. I thought this treasure was broken. Hongling, can we talk? Yu Hongling was very busy. In fact, in her previous life, Yu Hongling already knew that Feng Wuxie was a bit clingy and a chatterbox. She actually quite liked this personality because she herself was strong-willed, and this soft and sticky nature complemented her well. As for her senior brother, he was tolerant and optimistic. Feng Wuxie gave Yu Hongling a completely new feeling. But perhaps because her previous self was not as strong as her current self, Feng Wuxie's softness and clinginess were not as obvious in her past life. This life, it was hard to evaluate. Yu Hongling was really busy. She was now on the verge of becoming the #1 person among the human race, fighting and seizing territory every day. Fighting demons, fighting monsters, fighting Buddhas, fighting ghosts, fighting gods. Fight, fight, fight. Only after truly becoming the leader of the human race did Yu Hongling realize how busy this position was. There were many things to do every day. And what about Lu Chun in his previous life? Her senior brother in the past was definitely not as strong as she was now. The battles were even more brutal than now, and her senior brother killed countless strong enemies while she was constantly injured. Yet she still pestered him to accompany her for training, to save her, to help her find the treasures she needed. In response to these requests, Lu Chun always wore a doting smile and agreed. Then he would go fight a tough battle, risking serious injury to instill fear in the enemy, and then find time to accompany her. It turned out that her senior brother was so tired. Yu Hongling felt a pang of heartache. In fact, from the matter of the pure water pearl, she had already understood that what her senior brother bore was far from as simple as she had thought. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Fortunately, her senior brother was now at ease. Lu Chun was truly at ease. He occupied the heavenly spirit pool, and his cultivation speed was increasing rapidly, with all the spiritual energy of the heavenly spirit pool converging towards him. At this moment, the heavenly spirit pool had become a forbidden area. So far, various beings had intruded. If they attacked Lu Chun, it would mean death. If they competed with Lu Chun for spiritual energy, it would mean being driven away. If they resisted, it would still mean death. Monsters and deities, all are like this, to the point that no force dares to approach Tianling Pond anymore. clearly a sacred place for cultivation, it has been turned into a den of demons by Lu Chen. With a rumble from within Lu Chen, he broke through to the 8th layer of the infant breaking realm. It was terrifying, his cultivation soared like a rocket, rapidly increasing. However, Lu Chen was not the least bit anxious, he knew his own situation well. He walked steadily, leaving deep footprints with each step. Years later, when he looked back from the peak, he could clearly see every footprint he had left behind. No matter what, he continued to cultivate. While time was peaceful here, slaughter raged fiercely over there. Yu Hongling's cultivation was also advancing rapidly, as she worked to make up for her past shortcomings. The eternal reversal. Scripture was a unique method of combat, requiring continuous fighting, becoming braver with each setback, and only through courage could one grasp its true essence. In her previous life, Yu Hongling had been overly protected by Lu Chen, making it difficult for her to break through later on. It was only when Lu Chen resolutely threw her into the extremely dangerous outer realms for training that she managed to make some progress later. The human race was fierce. Yu Hongling completely ascended to the throne of the strongest among humans, her reputation reaching the ears of monsters, demons, and deities. However, the fiercer the human race became, the harsher the living conditions for the other races like demons, making it increasingly difficult for a powerless rogue demon like Feng Wuxie. He had been trying hard to control his emotions and tone, but a hint of pleading still slipped into his voice. Hongling, I was seriously injured today, but don't worry, with the Phoenix bloodline, my recovery ability is very strong. Yu Hongling felt a bit tense upon hearing this, but not as much as she had imagined. It was too normal for cultivators to get injured. Hongling, the situation among the demon race is becoming increasingly strange. Every demon seems to be going a bit mad, and I feel my situation is very dangerous now. Hongling, can I come to you? I really want to come to you. As long as I can be by your side, I will do whatever you ask. I'm sorry, I've been too anxious and too lonely. I've heard your name more than once, and you are truly too strong. I've been injured again, and the demon race has started small-scale conflicts with both the Buddhist and divine races. The demon race's occupied blessed lands are beginning to shrink further. Yu Hongling had just gone through a fierce battle. This was a divine son of the divine race at the 5th layer of the infant breaking realm, possessing a powerful bloodline of the thunder god. Yu Hongling had expended considerable effort to slay him. Looking at the charred remains on her body, Yu Hongling frowned slightly. The heavenly elixir was indeed not as strong as the holy elixir from her previous life. She took out the magical treasure, the conch. Hongling, can you say a word to me? I really haven't heard you speak in a long time. Yu Hongling realized that she had been too engrossed in her recent battles and indeed hadn't seen Feng Wuxie for a long time. She hadn't even spoken a word to him. She picked up the magical conch, trying to soften her tone. Cultivate well, you have the Phoenix bloodline. As long as you are willing to endure hardships in your training, we will eventually be able to stand side by side, fighting together in the world. I believe in you. After saying this, Yu Hongling calmed her emotions, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate again. Bang! Feng Wuxie's body was kicked away heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The little dragon king, in human form, with a dragon's head, glared coldly and fiercely at Feng Wuxie. With a waist like you, how dare you say that Yu Hongling likes you? Just look at yourself. Do you even deserve it? Feng Wuxie rolled on the ground, covered in blood, in a dire state. A group of powerful demons surrounded him, watching him like hawks. The demon clan is becoming increasingly weak, and their desire to dominate the Tianzhou ancient battlefield has gradually faded. Thus, the instructions of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor reappeared in the minds of the demons. Collect the blood of the 10,000 spirits and present it to the demon emperor to obtain the supreme secret method inheritance. Therefore, Feng Wuxie, who possesses a part of the Phoenix bloodline, naturally came into the sights of the little dragon king. Capturing Feng Wuxie was incredibly easy, sending a small demon king or a pure-blooded demon could easily bring her in. Just as they were preparing to strike, the already terrified Feng Wuxie suddenly shouted that she knew Yu Hongling, not just knew her, but had a very good relationship with her. This left many demons stunned. The name Yu Hongling was almost wearing out their ears. A human woman so powerful that demons trembled at her name. Yet, this mixed-blood phoenix, who looked like nothing more than a vessel of blood, claimed to know Yu Hongling? Tianwu, do you know that when Tianwu was hunting me, wanting to kill me, it was Yu Hongling who saved me? It was Yu Hongling who killed Tianwu. Feng Wuxie hurriedly testified to her connection with Yu Hongling. Tianwu was also killed by Yu Hongling? The use of also was quite effective, fully proving that the powerful demons killed by Yu Hongling were not just one or two. Yes, it was her who killed him. Just like that, Feng Wuxie was brought before the little dragon king. Upon hearing this, the little dragon king's face darkened as if it were made of coal. Although he and Yu Hongling were in opposition due to their different races, he greatly admired her when set aside the racial differences. She was an exceptionally rare talent in 1,000 years. Yet, this piece of trash claimed that Yu Hongling had feelings for him, which the little Dragon King found utterly unbelievable, and he subjected Feng Wuxie to a brutal beating. Feng Wuxie felt as if she were about to be beaten to death. She had to prove herself, she had to prove it. Thus, she took out the magical treasure seashell. The demons waited for Feng Wuxie to contact Yu Hongling. If Yu Hongling did not respond within 5 minutes, she would suffer another beating. After a quarter of an hour, if there was still no reply, Feng Wuxie would die. As the quarter of an hour approached, Feng Wuxie fell into despair, knowing that Yu Hongling rarely replied to her. Alright, time's up. The little Dragon King clapped his hands, a smile appearing on his face. The magical treasure seashell did not emit Yu Hongling's voice, which honestly relieved the little Dragon King. He thought, how could a woman as extraordinary as Yu Hongling possibly take a liking to such a coward? If she really liked this person, the little Dragon King would be disappointed. He moved closer to Feng Wuxie, intending to take her blood. Just as Feng Wuxie was completely hopeless, the little Dragon King had even raised his dragon claw when the magical treasure seashell suddenly vibrated gently twice. Wait! Feng Wuxie suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. She replied to me, she sent me a message. Under the fear of death, Feng Wuxie nearly went mad, roaring loudly. The little Dragon King's claw paused. His gaze became somewhat profound, his pupils shrinking. If one looked closely, they could see the astonishing killing intent contained within those tiny pupils. Kneel, the little Dragon King said coldly. Feng Wuxie knelt before the little Dragon King, her body trembling uncontrollably. Listen! Feng Wuxie activated the voice coming from the magical treasure seashell. Practice well, you have the Phoenix bloodline. As long as you are willing to work hard, we will eventually stand side by side, fighting the world together. I believe in you. You. Hongling's gentle and clear voice came from the magical treasure seashell. The little Dragon King immediately stiffened. The surrounding demons all widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Everyone present, one and all, was doubting the existence of the demon. Because they had truly heard the voice of Yu Hongling. What was it like when Yu Hongling spoke to them? Kill. Angry shout, the earth collapses and the dogs scatter. Disdainful, this place belongs to the human race, get lost immediately, or face death without mercy. Cold, watch me smash you with one punch. And now, the voice was calm, even carrying a hint of tenderness. The words spoken were explosive. What does it mean to walk side by side? What does it mean to fight for the world? What does it mean to believe in you? Damn! Is this really Yu Hongling? It really is Yu Hongling, I'm not lying to you, it really is. The little Dragon King roared in anger and kicked fiercely at Feng Wuxie's face. Bang! Feng Wuxie was sent flying, crashing into two large trees, spitting out blood, the extreme pain making his body stiff and bent. What is your relationship with Yu Hongling? The little Dragon King grabbed Feng Wuxie's hair, his gaze filled with cruelty. Good friends. What have you done together? And nothing. The little Dragon King slapped Feng Wuxie's face again, causing him to spit blood continuously. At this moment, Feng Wuxie had only one thought, which was to survive. He would do anything to live. He had the bloodline of a phoenix, and sooner or later, he could become the top powerhouse. I can help you. Yu Hongling is our demon races, the enemy of the demon race. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you lure her out. This was Feng Wuxie taking the initiative to speak. Hatred had already formed in his heart. If it weren't for his repeated requests to follow Yu Hongling, she would never have agreed. How could he have fallen to such a fate? It's all Yu Hongling's fault. It's all her fault. The little Dragon King's figure paused, and he looked up at the powerful demon race. All the demons were stunned. Then, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. What a good idea. What a tremendous good idea. The little Dragon King couldn't help but laugh. Yu Hongling, is this the kind of person you fell for? Ha ha ha. Such a woman. Actually blind to this extent. The little Dragon King laughed exaggeratedly, his whole body trembling with laughter. Tears streamed down his face from laughing. The next moment, his expression turned extremely cold. Immediately contact the demon race, the ghost race, the divine race, and the spirit race. Do not contact the bald donkeys, tell them that the hunt for the human race is about to begin. Yes. The little Dragon King looked up at the sky. Drops of rain began to fall through the clouds, pattering down. Boom! A thunderclap split the sky. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. It was raining. He remembered that in his past life it was also this rain, in this heavy downpour, that his first life ended amidst the siege of countless enemies. In this life, it should be Yu Hongling's turn. It's raining. Yu Hongling was suddenly awakened by the thunder. Her heart sank. Not good. She had been too engrossed in the battle and had forgotten that Feng Wuxie might be in danger in recent days. Now the human race was winning battle after battle, while the alien races were pushed to their limits. A cornered dog would jump over the wall, and one should not pursue a desperate enemy. It seemed time to ease the fighting against the alien races. The human side could digest the treasures gained in recent days. Then she would accompany Feng Wuxie to get through this calamity. Senior brother, you once told me this was a trap, and in this life, I will directly prevent this from happening. Yu Hongling immediately called over Luo Yuan and Feng Longxiang. Fairy Yu, who are we going to fight next? Feng Longxiang, standing at a height of 8 feet, was robust like a small giant. He was from the robbery sect, the only sect among many powerful forces that practiced body tempering techniques, and their methods were very interesting. Cultivating the Jezom technique begins with growing larger. The first transformation makes one resemble a little giant, then shrinking down to a youth, then growing again to the size of a small mountain, shrinking again to that of a child, then growing to the size of a giant mountain, and finally shrinking down to that of an infant. This cycle repeats, and with each iteration, the physical strength can increase by more than one level. Looking at Feng Longxiang's eyes, one can tell he holds immense admiration for Yu Hongling. Luo Yuan gazes at Yu Hongling, his eyes reflecting a hint of acknowledgement. An acknowledgement of beauty. I need to go out for a while. You two will be in charge of the human affairs from now on. Do not attack anymore, just defend and properly digest what the human race has gained, Yu Hongling said. The momentum is strong now. You're not going to fight? Feng Longxiang asked in surprise. No, we won't fight. First, we need to digest the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and turn them into our own strength. That is the true acquisition of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If we keep attacking without improving our strength, one mistake could leave us with nothing, Yu Hongling replied. All right. Then, where are you going? If not, let that guy Shangguan Wuchang manage things. I can accompany you on your adventures. Feng Longxiang said in a deep voice. Shangguan Wuchang's thoughts are too chaotic, and I'm not going to fight, so I don't need you to follow. If you two can't make up your minds, go find Zhu Wangtian. Understood. Yu Hongling hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. If it really comes to a dead end, you can go to Tianling Pond and ask my senior brother to come out. As long as my senior brother comes out, all problems will be easily resolved. Hearing this, both Feng Longxiang and Luo Yuan showed surprise in their eyes. Yu Hongling's senior brother? Yu Hongling is already so strong, for her to mention going to find her senior brother in a dead end, then her senior brother is. Your senior brother very strong? A surge of battle intent suddenly rose in Feng Longxiang's heart. Yu Hongling couldn't help but laugh, a smile filled with complex meanings. Anyway, when it comes to despair, just go to Tianling Pond and don't say I sent you. Well, Yu Hongling is quite self-aware. It's possible that Lu Chen originally planned to help, but upon hearing, oh, Yu Hongling sent you, it would be a different story. That would be a complete disaster. After arranging matters, Yu Hongling left. She took out the treasure conch. Where are you now? On the other side. Demons, spirits, and various alien races had just begun to make contact. Feng Wuxie sat cross-legged, silently recovering from his injuries, while two powerful demon clans kept a close watch on him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The treasure conch in front of Feng Wuxie began to vibrate. The two guarding demon clans immediately became alert. A large knife was placed against Feng Wuxie's neck. You won't say what you shouldn't, right? Understood. His eyes held mockery and malice. He had already fallen to this extent, and yet they thought to seek him out. What had they been doing before? I've pleaded so many times to join you, my weak requests could even be called begging, and what happened? There's no going back. Everything is irretrievable. Where are you now? Yu Hongling's clear voice came from the treasure conch. Feng Wuxie looked up at the two demon clans. How? Should we respond? The two demon clans exchanged glances. They had just made contact with the major clan experts, and although they were in contact, they were not prepared. We should ask the little dragon king. There's no time. If I don't respond for a long time, Yu Hongling will definitely become suspicious, Feng Wuxie said bluntly. But we still need to ask the little dragon king. I said there's no time. Feng Wuxie surprisingly became assertive again, even with the knife at his neck. He let out a roar of anger. The two demon clans. Feng Wuxie brought the treasure conch to his mouth. Don't worry, since I have already prepared to design her death, I will definitely not let her have the slightest hope of survival, otherwise, I would be the one to die. You all have to believe me now, and can only believe me. One demon clan member left, and another did not refuse the connection between Feng Wuxie and Yu Hongling. Feng Wuxie cleared his throat. Hongling? You actually took the initiative to find me? His voice was filled with surprise. The demon clan member who had a knife against Feng Wuxia's neck couldn't help but show a hint of disdain in his eyes. What kind of thing was this? Buzz buzz buzz. Where are you now? I'll come find you, Yu Hongling asked. Ah, you're coming. To find me, that's great. Let me see where I am now, and I'll tell you my location in a bit. There aren't any notable landmarks around. Okay. Feng Wuxia looked up at the wolf demon. Let the little dragon king hurry. Yu Hongling stood on a small hill, looking at the distant waterfall, quietly waiting. She was deep in thought. Reborn. It was true that she was reborn, but after being reborn, she had lost the fluttering feeling she once had for Feng Wuxia in her previous life. Without that fluttering feeling, could it still be considered love? How should she interact with Feng Wuxia when she saw him again? This matter, can it be blamed on her senior brother? A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes, the memories of her past life's excitement vivid in her mind. But after going through so much, she was no longer the little girl she once was. She had gained the insights of a great emperor. Love and affection, compared to the great path, felt so weak. If only in her previous life, her senior brother hadn't obstructed her, how wonderful would that have been? Yu Hongling became agitated. She picked up the magical conch again. Where exactly are you? Have you found any notable scenes? Hongling, don't worry, I'm more anxious than you. I can finally see you again. I'm searching right now. It will be soon. Yu Hongling took a deep breath, suppressing her inner agitation. Waiting was still waiting, she might as well practice for a while. Time passed, second by second. Buzz buzz buzz. The magical conch vibrated. Hongling, I found it, it's Flying Thunder Mountain. Come to Flying Thunder Mountain to find me. Yu Hongling stood up, her figure disappearing. Flying Thunder Mountain, a place where the demon clan was active, how could Feng Wuxia end up there? Forget it. No matter what, the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, she could go anywhere. Flying Thunder Mountain was located on the third level of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. The terrain here was treacherous, often struck by thunder at the peak, forming an abyss in the center of the mountain. The mountain was rich in gold and stone, with thunder falling among them, the entire peak wrapped in lightning, emitting golden light, known for its beauty as the Flying Thunder Washing Gold Mountain. As Yu Hongling headed to Flying Thunder Mountain, she also thought of her previous life. In her previous life, Feng Wuxia was hunted by the demon clan who wanted to collect phoenix blood to refine the blood of all spirits for the consumption of the demon emperor. Feng Wuxia sought her help. The place he sought help was in the silent forest. She immediately wanted to go, but her senior brother did not allow it, claiming it was a trap, a conspiracy. The goal was to capture Yu Hongling and then lure Lu Chen over to kill him. She insisted on going, completely disbelieving Lu Chen's words, disregarding everything. She even injured herself to force her senior brother to let her go, but her senior brother's heart was as hard as stone. Yu Hongling had thought more than once that her senior brother must be jealous, or perhaps he just wanted Feng Wuxia to die. He could not tolerate his junior sister liking another man. Unexpectedly, her self-harm did not move Lu Chen's heart at all. She was even knocked unconscious and imprisoned by her senior brother on the spot. What happened afterward, she did not know. When she woke up, she was weak all over, poisoned by her senior brother, unable to move. No one cared for her. At that moment, Yu Hongling's heart was tormented to the extreme. She hated Lu Chen to the core. Then, the door opened. Lu Chen stood in the backlight, making it impossible for her to see clearly. He threw the blood-stained magical conch over, coldly informing her, Feng Wuxia is dead, with no bones left. At that moment, Yu Hongling was nearly driven mad. But the drug rendered her unable to move, even to go mad. She could only cry endlessly. At that moment, Lu Chen stood in the light, seemingly wanting to say many things, but looking at her near-dazed expression and the tears flowing continuously, all his words finally turned into 3 words. I'm sorry. Lu Chen uttered these 3 words and turned to leave. Were these words an apology for imprisoning her? The past events floated before her eyes. Yu Hongling felt a bit lost. Now she could have Feng Wuxia, but she had lost her senior brother. Why is there no way to have it all in this world? Her senior brother could have 8 women, couldn't she have 2? Cough. Yu Hongling suddenly woke up. What was she thinking? With her senior brother's personality, the moment she confirmed her relationship with Feng Wuxia, even if they hadn't held hands, he probably wouldn't even give her a glance. Forget it, no need to think so much. Ding ding ding. In Lu Chen's mind, the system's clanging sounds were like beating gongs and drums. Lu Chen helplessly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Ding, come watch the fun. Not really in the mood to watch. Ding, you're just at the infant realm. You have hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years to cultivate. Such excitement is rare. Hurry and watch. The system, having transformed back from the Tao of Heaven, had been pent up during its time as the Tao, becoming quite eager. So now, it was all about enjoying the Show. If you want to watch, you can watch by yourself, I still need to cultivate. Ding, how can that be? Don't you like watching games alone at home? Yeah. Ding, come watch together, I don't care. Lu Chen was somewhat at a loss, this dog system would eventually turn him back into the Tao. A layer of light screen slowly unfolded before Lu Chen. Ding, they're not gathered yet, I'll split it into 2 screens. Lu Chen was speechless, this guy even knew how to split scenes? Thus, the white light screen divided into 2 parts, one focusing on Yu Hongling and the other on Fei Lei Mountain. Yu Hongling was rushing towards Fei Lei Mountain, where the demons and monsters were busy setting up formations. Lu Chen watched the scene, feeling no waves in his heart, even wanting to laugh a bit. Why? Because this was like a black comedy skit. She thought she was rushing towards love, but little did she know she was rushing towards death. Love equals death? The formation has changed, it turns out to be the 8 Desolations Lock Killing formation plus the Blood Demon Refining Heaven formation. This time it's the Divine Sky Inducing Thunder formation and the 8 Desolations Lock Killing formation. Right, last time the Silent Forest didn't have the innate conditions as good as Fei Lei Mountain. And it also has the Heavenly Demon Illusion formation. Lu Chen understood. In his previous life, Yu Hongling's strength was not strong, so as long as she appeared, she could be captured. And as long as he captured Yu Hongling, even if it meant going through a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, Lu Chen would charge forward. Yes, in his previous life, because Lu Chen was the first genius of the human race, using Feng Wuxie to lure Yu Hongling, the real target was Lu Chen. And in this life, without Lu Chen, Yu Hongling became the first genius of the human race, her own strength extremely powerful. If the glaring formation was there, and if Feng Wuxie wasn't as important as they imagined, then it would be a wasted effort. Using the Heavenly Demon Illusion formation for concealment was just right. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. He was a versatile talent, skilled in alchemy, weapon forging, talisman making, and formations. But Yu Hongling was a combat type. Talent. How could Yu Hongling trapped in the formation escape? Yu Hongling's flying speed was not fast. Looking at her face, she seemed to be deep in thought. With nothing to do, Lu Chen decided to stretch his muscles and practiced a set of Heavenly Sovereign Fist, creating a vigorous wind. Of course, it was just a form, without substance. The true Celestial Sovereign Fist, if he could unleash even 1/1000th of its might, it would be incredible. Even when he killed Yang Wufeng, the power he used was very minimal. Ding ding ding, it's almost there, host, take a look. Lu Chen returned to the light screen. At this moment, Yu Hongling had already seen Flying Thunder Mountain, which was shrouded in mist, the sky covered with dark clouds, and a continuous light rain falling. How did Feng Wuxie end up in this place? On a rainy day, the possibility of the Flying Thunder Washing Gold Mountain appearing was even greater. However, considering that the demon and monster plants generally disliked heavenly thunder and were not fond of thunder sounds, Feng Wuxie hiding here seemed relatively safe, which made her feel more reliable. Where is he? Yu Hongling looked around but did not see Feng Wuxie's figure. She took out the magical treasure conch and began to make contact. While contacting, she ascended Flying Thunder Mountain. This was also a treasure land. One of her fearless seals was the Heavenly Thunder Seal. If a living being could face heavenly thunder without fear, then they could become a supreme being. She continued to ascend. Suddenly, Yu Hongling's footsteps halted. A faint sense of crisis spread from her heart, her expression changed, and in an instant, she was about to retreat. Get in there! A thunderous roar echoed. A giant figure appeared below Yu Hongling, holding a purple gold copper pillar larger than her, fiercely smashing it towards her. This strike unleashed the most terrifying power from the giant, blood bursting from his body. Yu Hongling's expression changed drastically. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded throughout Flying Thunder Mountain, louder than the sound of thunder. Although Yu Hongling timely unleashed the mountain-crushing seal from her fearless divine seal, she was still sent soaring by the giant's full-force strike. Blood mist enveloped the giant, and the terrifying force of their collision shattered his bones, the pressure on his blood vessels bursting them open, splattering blood everywhere. However, the objective was achieved. Yu Hongling entered the mist, and in the next second, the mist twisted and steamed, intertwining beams of light. 3 great formations erupted simultaneously. Heavenly Demon Illusion Formation. Divine Sky Thunder Calling Formation. 8 Desolations Locking Kill Formation. Ha ha ha. Countless laughter echoed almost simultaneously from all directions in the mist, filled with laughter. Figures broke through the mist, all wearing ecstatic expressions, greedily looking at Yu Hongling. You actually managed to lure Yu Hongling here, and she's all alone. I really didn't expect that the peerless combatant Yu Hongling would be such a foolish person. Keek, she's not foolish. In human terms, this is called being loyal and righteous. A top-tier human powerhouse infatuated with a pretty boy from our monster clan. Yu Hongling, am I not fiercer than Feng Wuxie? If you... He was still speaking with a Lu'd smiled, but before he could finish, his body was heavily smashed away, a deep footprint nearly kicking through his body. If you can't speak, you can shut up. The voice of the little Dragon King was cold. Yu Hongling's eyes widened. The sudden change at this moment plunged her into an indescribable shock. How could this be? How could this happen? Is this a trap? Did Feng Wuxie send her a message, pulling her into this trap? Why is this happening? She couldn't accept it, couldn't understand. Clearly, she had already expressed her stance to Feng Wuxie, saying that as long as he worked hard in his cultivation, they could fight the world together. In the future. With her personality, saying such words was akin to a confession. She didn't believe Feng Wuxie couldn't understand. But why did Feng Wuxie do this? What was his purpose in doing so? What significance did it hold? At this moment, a scene suddenly surfaced in Yu Hongling's mind. In the scene, she was arguing with Lu Chen. Junior sister, you can't go. Feng Wuxie wants you to attend the meeting, it must be a trap. If you go, you'll definitely be captured by the demon clan. How could it possibly be a trap? The demon clan doesn't know that I have feelings for Feng Wuxie. How can you be sure they don't know? Your strength isn't strong and Feng Wuxie is being hunted. Why would he want you to rescue him? Just because I'm not strong, why would the demon clan specifically target me? Because their ultimate goal is me. Ha, senior brother, stop joking. Would the demon clan really come up with a scheme to have Feng Wuxie lure me in and then I would lure you? That's impossible, you're just overthinking it and thinking too badly of Feng Wuxie. Many alien races have been driven to desperation by my human race. No matter what, they won't be our opponents head-on, they can only take desperate measures. Moreover, I've learned that the demon clan is closely connected with the ghost clan, the demon clan, the divine clan, and other groups, so there must be a great killing intent. Then that great killing intent won't target someone like me with average strength. You're simply a blockhead. Anyway, I'm going. I have to save Feng Wuxie. Not allowed. I must go. You can't go, I said. So? Senior brother, you're just jealous of Feng Wuxie. You can't go. If you don't let me go, I will die in front of you. Yu Hongling sighed softly. Her expression became calm. During battle, she wouldn't allow herself to have strong emotional fluctuations. Any emotional fluctuation would have the greatest impact on the fight. But she didn't want to have fluctuations, yet the enemy didn't think so. Yu Hongling, do you want to meet Feng Wuxie? The little Dragon King asked. Perhaps out of unwillingness, Yu Hongling nodded. Let's meet. Feng Wuxie was brought up, covered in blood, with a bruised face and several bones broken. Because the little Dragon King was increasingly unhappy, he grabbed him and beat him again. Yu Hongling looked at Feng Wuxie now. To her surprise, when she looked at Feng Wuxie, she felt no emotional fluctuations, no sadness, no hatred, no pain. Is he beaten to this extent? Yu Hongling tried to hold on to a glimmer of hope. The little Dragon King laughed. Don't misunderstand, he looks like this not because we threatened him to lure you here, but simply because he voluntarily said he knew you and could help us kill you. I despise such behavior from demons, which is why I beat him to this state, the little Dragon King said with a smile. The little Dragon King's words completely extinguished Yu Hongling's hopes. It's all your fault. Before Yu Hongling could ask, Feng Wuxie suddenly began to scream in despair. It's all your fault. I've told you so many times that I wanted to come to you. Clearly, you're so strong. Clearly, you have the ability to protect me, so why won't you agree? Do you know what kind of torment I've suffered here? If you had let me follow you earlier, there wouldn't have been so many problems. You like me, so let me follow you. Protect me. You neither protect me nor help me. Even if I talk to you 100 times, you don't respond. What kind of liking is that? You're just a shameless woman. Yu Hongling. Protect him? She suddenly laughed. Feng Wuxie wanted her to protect him? She had lived for such a long time, always being protected by her senior brother. Whenever there was trouble, she would go to her senior brother, who could always solve her problems. Now, there was someone who felt she should die because she didn't protect him. Feng Wuxie, don't kill him, leave him to me. Yu Hongling's voice turned cold. She spread her arms and legs. Let's go together. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down fiercely, and the nine heavens thunder array erupted with its divine might. The blazing white lightning, carrying the overwhelming power of the heavens, came crashing down towards Yu Hongling. Wind induction seal. As a bolt of lightning struck down, figures radiating a powerful aura appeared in 8 directions, their energies connected, rushing towards Yu Hongling with a sense of causality. A great battle was about to begin. Clang, clang, clang. Host, why did Yu Hongling discover the truth and not cry like Chu Ling, breaking down hysterically? The system rang out in confusion within Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment before responding. That's because she hasn't yet fallen into a desperate situation. Yu Hongling's emotions have always flowed like water. In the past, I was her dam, and when the dam broke, hatred surged like a flood. Now, with war as her dam, when it collapses, regret will flood in like a deluge. Just watch slowly. Indeed, the continuous battles have allowed her to merge more harmoniously with the fearless seal. It turns out that the efforts made in the early stages of cultivation far outweigh the compensations made later. Lu Chen commented as he watched Yu Hongling fight. Clang, clang, clang. The system emitted a dissatisfied clanging sound. You were supposed to watch this battle to feel the thrill of emotional revenge, yet you are commenting on the importance of early-stage cultivation? Do you want to gain enlightenment again? Just as the system had this thought, it saw Lu Chen close his eyes, a massive suction force emanating from his body, drawing all the surrounding spiritual energy into him. With a rumble, Lu Chen's aura surged again, breaking through to the 9th level of the infant stage. He truly gained enlightenment. The system. At this moment, even the system couldn't help but dislike those women even more. The more indifferent Lu Chen appeared, the deeper he was wounded at some point. To take up and to let go. Just 4 simple words, yet they require such profound wounds and painful struggles. Kill. Yu Hongling grew braver with each battle, her body charred, blood staining her clothes. Her eyes filled with intense killing intent and battle spirit. Various seals were at her fingertips. Fearless seal, mountain crash seal, wind induction seal, spirit absorption seal, rebirth seal, strength seal, divine light seal. 81 types of seals, all cultivated to completion, could turn a cultivator into a flawless monster. Although Yu Hongling's current strength was not enough to unleash all 81 fearless seals, nor could she even unleash half, it was sufficient for this level of battle. Boom! A divine clan prodigy was sent flying, his chest caving in, suffering immensely. But strands of light wrapped around this divine being, and the caved-in chest quickly began to recover. In just a few seconds, this divine prodigy let out a furious roar and rejoined the battle. This was the terrifying aspect of the 8 Desolations lock killing array. 8 directions, united as one. The lethal damage that should have been fatal was shared by others, allowing for quick recovery, continuously rejoining the battle, directly locking down the enemies within the array. Yu Hongling knew this couldn't go on, so she used a secret method. Fearless divine body. At this moment, Yu Hongling's aura continuously rose, billions of golden rays shimmering around her, her long hair turning a faint golden color. Destruction seal. Boom! A demon clan prodigy was directly turned into minced meat by this strike. Recovery was impossible. The other 7 were also injured. The combat power Yu Hongling displayed at this moment was simply shocking. It was terrifying. To still be able to kill fiercely within the 8 Desolations lock killing array? Boom! Another bolt of heavenly thunder descended, crashing straight towards Yu Hongling. The heavenly thunder was the strongest attack. Yu Hongling's body was blasted into the abyss, a chasm carved by the relentless passage of time and thunder. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 8 Desolations lock killing array replaced the 8 people, charging towards Yu Hongling. Around her, at least 100 figures surrounded her. Everyone is waiting for their turn to take the stage, and among them are the little dragon king of the demon race, the broken sword demon of the magic race, the ancient god prince of the divine race, and the Een Sha ghost of the ghost race. These top talents have yet to make their move. The strength of the formation and the number of enemies are overwhelming, leaving one in despair. Yu Hongling did not despair, she fought fiercely, her true essence within her continuously igniting. At the same time, she used the spirit-seizing seal to forcibly plunder the true essence from her enemies to replenish herself, while the rebirth seal absorbed the life force of her foes to heal her wounds. The battle was intense. Thunderbolts rained down. The various alien races watched in shock as Yu Hongling, in such a dire situation, could still repeatedly slay her enemies. Her power was too strong. Her combat ability was terrifying. A woman, not that there was any disdain for women, but it was rare for a woman to elevate her combat power to such a level. Such a fearsome killing force, even among men, few could achieve it. If this person is not eliminated and allowed to grow, our races will face great disaster, the Een Sha ghost said with certainty. The human race is flourishing, always able to produce 1 or 2 astonishing figures. The tide is in favor of the human race, what a pity. The little dragon king stared at Yu Hongling's figure, his expression somewhat dazed. He felt uncomfortable, not even knowing why, just that he felt uneasy. There was jealousy, anger, and sadness. Increase the offensive. Do not give her a chance to recover. The little dragon king roared. 8 attacking powerhouses simultaneously jolted, unleashing their strongest killing moves. Yu Hongling was hit by 4 attacks at once, spitting out blood. Thunder struck again. 7 figures retreated, while one was seized by Yu Hongling and hurled towards the thunder. Boom! The thunder shattered the body of that magic race genius, obliterating both body and spirit. 8 more rushed in simultaneously. The offensive surged like waves, relentless and endless. Yu Hongling's eyes were filled with murderous intent, cold and ruthless. She resembled a killing machine, continuously slaughtering. Even if she could only kill one person at a time, she would kill 10 times, 100 times, until all were dead. But it was too difficult. Enemies. All she could see were enemies. Various attacks relentlessly struck her, and the thunder roared down continuously. She could indeed recover. But the true essence she regained could not compare to the essence she lost. Every strike was with all her strength. The immense consumption of true essence was unimaginable. Yu Hongling did not know how long she had been killing. She was somewhat weary, her body growing heavy, and the speed of her true essence's operation became sluggish. Beneath her, countless shattered corpses lay. Blood pooled into a bloodbath. Unbeknownst to her, half of the allied forces of the alien races had already perished. The once smiling geniuses now wore serious expressions, staring intently at Yu Hongling. Still killing. Watching Yu Hongling seize a ghost race genius, a rune turned that genius into black mist, causing everyone's brows to twitch wildly. Does she really not get tired? A magic race genius murmured in a daze. Everyone gets tired, she must be reaching her limit. The broken sword demon's voice was no longer as cold as usual, but carried a different tone. Yu Hongling was indeed a practitioner worthy of admiration, even if she was an enemy. But after all this killing, anyone could imagine the despair Yu Hongling was enduring within the formation. Other alien race geniuses had even begun to feel fear. Almost. At this moment, Yu Hongling was covered in wounds, swaying on the brink of collapse, her breath growing weaker and weaker. But so what? She could still fight, still kill. Thunder rumbled down once more. The little dragon king closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had turned completely cold. Everyone, it's our turn. Senior brother, how did you manage to break free back then? A thought emerged in Yu Hongling's mind. In the previous life, Luchin opened the closed door, standing against the light. At that moment, in Yu Hongling's mind, the indistinct figure of her senior brother seemed to come into focus. His body was covered in scars. Every inch of him bore wounds. There wasn't a single good patch of skin on him. The excruciating pain relentlessly eroded his senses, not just the physical pain, but the pain in his heart as well. Her senior brother was wise, he could see at a glance that it was a trap. A trap aimed at him. Yet, he still went. Without hesitation. At that time, her senior brother's strength was far from what she had now. Even the powerful self she was now felt a deep despair in such a trap. Senior brother, how did you do it? A tear, accompanied by blood, slipped from Yu Hongling's eyes. Kill! The dragon claw clenched into a fist, flashing with a bloody red light, and struck Yu Hongling in the abdomen. Boom! Yu Hongling's body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall, spitting out blood. The Yin Sha ghost let out a sharp scream, its soul power transforming into a heavenly blade, striking into Yu Hongling's sea of consciousness, causing her to convulse in pain. The demon sword flickered with a ghostly light, exploding in an instant, its sword light rushing towards Yu Hongling's heart. The sword light drew closer and closer to her heart. The broken sword's heart raced wildly, she was about to kill such a prodigy. Puff! The sword light came to an abrupt halt. A bloodied yet still quite beautiful hand firmly grasped the demon sword. Yu Hongling's face twisted in rage. You dare to kill me? Star! Shattering seal! The broken sword demon's expression changed wildly as he forcefully twisted the demon sword, trying to sever Yu Hongling's hand to eliminate her. Offensive! Puff! A hand fell. The broken sword demon. Boom! The broken sword demon was directly blasted into pieces. Die for me! The little dragon king roared, delivering a punch with even more terrifying power to Yu Hongling's temple. Yu Hongling's body was sent flying, liquid, whether blood or sweat, splattering everywhere. The Yin Sha ghost, seeing the broken sword demon's miserable state, did not approach, frantically unleashing soul attacks from afar. This strike from the little dragon king was heavy. One could see that Yu Hongling's eyes had lost their luster, becoming extremely dull. She lay against the stone wall, gently shaking her head. The little dragon king let out a long dragon roar, opening his mouth as a golden divine dragon spiraled out, seemingly intent on personally killing Yu Hongling, unleashing overwhelmingly powerful moves. The others did not intervene at this moment. Since the little dragon king wanted to kill, let him do it. After all, as long as Yu Hongling died, it didn't matter who did it. The golden divine dragon swelled in the wind, spiraling in the void, suddenly accelerating and crashing heavily into Yu Hongling, creating a tremendous roar. The golden light exploded. Another bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, forming the most terrifying attack. Yu Hongling's body lay on the ground, charred black, emitting black smoke, with a nauseating smell of burnt flesh. Her breath had become incredibly weak. This time, she was finally going to die. The expression on the little Dragon King's face was somewhat strange as he strode towards Yu Hongling. In your next life, don't believe in love anymore. The little Dragon King raised his hand, the dragon claw fiercely grasping towards the back of Yu Hongling's heart. The charred Yu Hongling suddenly turned around, the dragon claw piercing through her belly while she used all her strength, the claw completely penetrating her body, bringing their bodies close together. Die. The last bit of strength, the final kill. The little Dragon King looked at the rune, which flew towards his head. This is possible? Boom. The little Dragon King's head exploded like a watermelon. She died. With her last ounce of strength, Yu Hongling killed the little Dragon King, the strongest of the demon clans so far. A chill rose in the hearts of the powerful from various races. She, despite being so severely injured, still had the strength to counter-kill the little Dragon King? For a moment, the seven surrounding Yu Hongling dared not advance. Senior brother. Senior brother. Cries echoed from Yu Hongling's throat. It hurt. It hurt. The pain throughout her body, at this moment, was no longer masked by the battle, piercing directly through Yu Hongling's soul. However, the pain from her wounds was not the worst. The worst pain was in Yu Hongling's heart. It was a heart-wrenching, soul-crushing pain. How did Senior Brother escape back then? After Senior Brother escaped from layers of despair, he must have had countless words he wanted to say to her, wanting to tell her about the dangers he faced, wanting to reveal the true face of Feng Wuxia, wanting to confirm that his suspicions were correct, wanting to. But what about her? She went mad, forcing all of Senior Brother's words back down. In the end, Senior Brother only managed to say 3 words. I'm sorry. It hurt. It hurt too much. Yu Hongling cried tragically, her whole body trembling. If she had the strength, she would have been wailing, but now she didn't even have the strength to cry out loud. Looking at Yu Hongling's current state, the many different races fell silent. What was she crying about? Just because of Feng Wuxie? No. It shouldn't be. Because of Feng Wuxie, because from beginning to end, Yu Hongling hadn't looked at Feng Wuxie even once. So who was she crying for? On the other side, the light screen displayed Yu Hongling's current scene. Lu Chen looked at Yu Hongling at this moment, and finally, a smile appeared on his face. He felt he had become even more twisted. Yu Hongling was truly crying pitifully at this moment, but Lu Chen felt that at this moment, he was really enjoying himself. Now you know how to cry? Didn't you get the love you had been dreaming of? What are you crying about? Ding ding ding. The system excitedly chimed in Lu Chen's mind, it was also enjoying itself. Enjoying to the point of explosion. Lu Chen felt that this time, Yu Hongling should die. He couldn't escape back then. But at this moment, a firebird appeared in Lu Chen's sight, and his expression suddenly darkened. Who was this firebird? Although it was disguised, Lu Chen still recognized it. This was the vermilion bird. Not good, the vermilion bird was actually. In his previous life, the vermilion bird was clearly not present. The many different races looked up at the sky. Forget it, who cares why she is crying, it doesn't matter, kill. Boom! Another bolt of heavenly thunder was born, and a blazing white lightning descended from the sky, striking fiercely at the crying Yu Hongling. At this moment, a firebird hidden among the many demon races saw this scene and suddenly let out a helpless sigh. It turned its form, and the ordinary firebird transformed into a towering vermilion bird. A ball of flame smashed towards the heavenly thunder. Boom! The flames exploded along with the lightning. A bird's cry echoed between heaven and earth, and the massive firebird split into 6, simultaneously charging towards the 6 different races surrounding Yu Hongling. The heat of that flame was simply terrifying. The 6 different races were simultaneously shocked, using all means to defend. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions rang out, and a rain of fire erupted. A figure, as fast as a shooting star, rushed into the flames, scooped up Yu Hongling, and sped away towards the outside of the formation. I didn't want to care about you, but you cried so ugly. Lu Chen, seeing this scene, almost found a rock to smash the light screen. After seeing the figure of the vermilion bird, he felt something was off. As a result, she really came to save Yu Hongling. Damn! If Yu Hongling survives, won't she go crazy looking for him to apologize again? Is it never ending? Trap the vermilion bird for me, kill both of them together. Give me strength. Vermilion bird. In her past life, she was the demon emperor of the vermilion bird. This title seems strange to many, because who in the 9 heavens does not know of her? The 9 lives celestial sovereign slaughtered the demon race endlessly, almost loathing them to the core. Yet the vermilion bird, clearly, a divine beast, took the title of Demon Emperor for herself. Later, when Lu Chen faced tribulation, everyone suddenly understood. The reason the Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor took the name of Demon Emperor was to discuss the 9 lives celestial sovereign. You hate demons, right? Then I shall take the name of Demon Emperor. The Vermilion Bird made her move, intending to break through the encirclement with Yu Hongling. However, the 8 Desolation Lot killing formation was not so easily broken. 8 prodigies formed the array in an instant, sealing off the Vermilion Bird's escape route. You have such audacity, do you dare betray the demon race? The demon, covered in armor and resembling a standing pangolin, roared angrily. Just a servant of the myriad spirits, and you dare to call yourself part of the demon race? Break for me. A torrent of pure Vermilion Bird flames surged forward. The Vermilion Bird grasped Yu Hongling, her wings like heavenly blades, slicing towards a demon prodigy in an instant. The crossed wings slashed down, and that demon prodigy was immediately cut into 4 pieces. Divine Punishment Light. A powerful divine light descended from the heavens, smashing down towards the Vermilion Bird. The ancient god sun roared, and the light ahead intertwined, directly forming a complex and magnificent divine technique. He punched towards the divine technique, and his fist pierced through it, suddenly revealing an enormous fist in the sky. Under that giant fist, all living beings seemed like ants. The fist broke through the dark clouds, surrounded by flickering white lightning, appearing incredibly terrifying. Even from a great distance, one could see this enormous fist descending from the heavens. It was as if a deity truly struck down from the sea of clouds. The various alien races quickly retreated. The Vermilion Bird looked up at the terrifying giant fist. A drop of her essence blood separated from her body, merging into Yu Hongling's mouth. Then, her wings shielded Yu Hongling, and her figure suddenly spun, transforming into the most magnificent fiery whirlwind, charging towards the giant fist in the sky. Screech! The Vermilion Bird's cry resonated through heaven and earth. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was like a comet striking the earth. The Vermilion Bird had made her move, indeed. Then, the Vermilion Bird found herself besieged. In the 8 Desolation Lot killing formation, all the powerful beings from the alien races had joined in. The formation directly formed 5 layers, with 40 alien prodigies attacking simultaneously. They distributed themselves in tiers, striking in an orderly fashion. The Vermilion Bird's strength was also incredibly formidable, comparable to Yu Hongling, as both were reincarnated emperors with the most top-tier techniques and divine powers. Even Yu Hongling had weakened a layer due to condensing into a heavenly pill, but because Yu Hongling excelled in combat, the difference was not significant. The demon race has such prodigies, and they are actually on the side of the damned human race. A demon could not help but curse, feeling as if the world had become quite surreal. A perfectly intact Vermilion Bird was too strong. Her wings transformed into fiery heavenly blades, and the Vermilion Bird's true flames were terrifyingly hot. Yu Hongling was protected by the Vermilion Bird, fighting with all her might, killing one enemy after another. Even if it meant injuring herself to take down an enemy, it was worth it. The besieging prodigies looked grim at that moment. Too many had died. So many prodigies had perished in this battle. The cost of surrounding and killing Yu Hongling had already been paid in blood. And now they were trying to surround another demon who was nearly as strong as Yu Hongling. Yes, a demon. This was still a demon. What the hell were they doing trying to kill this thing? As long as it wasn't a human, the emergence of such a powerful prodigy from the demon race was completely acceptable to the other alien races, because the demon race had strong individuals rising, and their greatest opponent was still the human race. The other demon prodigies, when facing the Vermilion Bird, no longer wished to make a move. This is our own person. What if Juke is really beaten to the brink of death? Wouldn't the demon clan have to intervene? Then what's the point of the fight? Even with the demon clan starting to hold back, Juke still felt an immense pressure. Right now, all the other races had only one thought. Juke could live, but Yu Hongling must die. Yu Hongling had consumed a drop of Juchua's essence blood, and the vast life energy had stopped her injuries from worsening, allowing her to catch her breath. Seeing that Juke still couldn't break through, tears streamed down Yu Hongling's face. She understood now. She knew how her senior brother had escaped. Because her senior brother had used one of his lives. In such a desperate situation, with her senior brother's strength, it was absolutely impossible to escape. He must have exhausted himself and died once, then used his second life to be reborn, which allowed him to kill all the enemies. The 9 lives celestial sovereign. It turned out that the first life condensed in her senior brother's nascent soul realm was also given to this most unworthy little junior sister. Why didn't he say anything? Why didn't he tell her? Yu Hongling recalled her hysterical reaction upon hearing of Feng Wuxia's death, and despair surged in her heart again. How could he say it? Faced with her then self, even if he said he had died once, what hurtful words would she have said to him? Feng Wuxie was right. She was just a shameless woman, a heartless and selfish shameless woman. The battle continued. But the intensity of the fight was decreasing, as many of the demon clan's prodigies were persuading Zhu Ke. What you hold is a human, the strongest prodigy of the human race, a great enemy of our demon clan. As a member of the demon clan, why do you want to save her? Let go of Yu Hongling, we'll treat this matter as if it never happened. If you remain so stubborn, if the demon emperor finds out, he will surely unleash his wrath. You don't even know her, why save her? Zhu Ke remained silent, suddenly seizing an opportunity. Retracting her wings and transforming into a ball of the most intense flame, charging towards her demon kin. The demon clan prodigies felt their scalps tingle at the sight. In the end, they couldn't hold on and chose to dodge. Stop her! Other races shouted urgently. But it was too late. The fireball knocked the demon clan away, withstanding several powerful spells, finally breaking free from the 8 desolations. Law-killing formation. The enormous fiery wings spread open, leaving splatters of Juchua's blood soaring into the sky. Breaking through the thunderclouds, she fled into the distance. Damn it! Damn it! Chase! We were so close to killing Yu Hongling, demon clan. You must give us an explanation this time. So many powerful beings have died, yet Yu Hongling still escaped, damn demon clan. Are you colluding with the human race? The powerful beings from other races glared at the remaining prodigies of the demon clan. At this moment, they even suspected that this was a trap set by the demon and human races to eliminate the prodigies of other clans. The demon clan felt their scalps tingle and hurriedly explained. We never expected it to turn out this way. Our little dragon king is dead. How could we possibly collude with the human race? We will definitely report this to the demon emperor, and we will make that firebird pay the price. Zhu Ke soared into the sky with Yu Hongling, regaining her freedom. Zhu Ke looked down and heard Yu Hongling's weak murmurs. Heaven! Tianling Pool. Tianling Pool. Zhu Chua's gaze turned towards the direction of the Tianling Pool and flew off. The Tianling Pool could help Yu Hongling recover. It was a good place. Ding ding ding, dog host, they are coming. The Tianling Pool was picturesque. After the system let out a howl, it directly closed the light screen. It was a bit excited because watching the drama from a distance on the light screen was nowhere near as vivid and enjoyable as being there in person. You even eat my melon? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Ding, yours is the most fragrant, the sweetest. Lu Chen, to see or not to see, this is a question worth pondering. When Yu Hongling arrives, it will most likely be another scene of crying and lamenting, heartbroken and regretting her past choices. She should be no different from Shuling. Forget it, the Tianling Pool is indeed suitable for cultivation, and for the time being he is too lazy to move. As the system said, the path is long, and one does not have to cultivate all the time. Sometimes, seeing other landscapes is also a form of cultivation. With this thought, Lu Chen closed his eyes. The distance to refining the void is getting closer, and the restrictions of the ancient battlefield of the talented will be further lifted. At that time, the second batch of talents under 50 years old will descend. After waiting a little longer, the ancient battlefield of the talented will be completely unsealed. All talents under 100 years old will arrive. And that will be the greatest commotion. What rank will he achieve on the eternal talents list with a single punch? Before long, the intense heat of flames surged forth, quickly approaching from the horizon. The vermilion bird's eyes were sharp, and in an instant she saw Lu Chen's figure, causing her heart to tremble. It's him! The vermilion bird's heart was a tangle of emotions. Initially, her acquaintance with Lu Chen was because he saved her. The demon emperor of all spirits sent someone to hunt her down, wanting to obtain the true blood of the vermilion bird. Lu Chen saved her because she was severely injured, her strength was almost non-existent, and Lu Chen kept her by his side as a little pet. Later, she escaped from Lu Chen's control. Although many demons pursued her, the vermilion bird always believed that the reason for the demon's plight lay in those ambitious demon emperors, with the demon emperor of all spirits being the most disgusting. Demons can be good or bad. If it weren't for the demon emperor of all spirits leading the demons down a bad path, they wouldn't have become like that. Later, she was saved by Lu Chen again. At that time, Lu Chen had completely opposed the demon race and had begun to become the opponent of the demon emperor of all spirits. A shocking war broke out between the demon race and the human race, with both sides suffering casualties to an unbearable extent. Eventually, Lu Chen killed the demon emperor of all spirits, but the war did not stop. Perhaps it could no longer be called a war. It was a massacre. Lu Chen claimed that the demon emperor of all spirits had not truly died but had transformed into countless demons, each demon being both itself and the demon emperor of all spirits. So he began to kill Killing madly. Killing. To the point where the heavens trembled in fear. Killing to the point where the vermilion bird felt despair. She believed in Lu Chen. Felt that he was right, and even though it was painful, compared to the harm of the demon emperor of all spirits, this act of cutting off a limb to cure poison was unavoidable. But the key was that later she obtained the complete content of the demon scripture of all spirits. The methods inside were not as Lu Chen said, that the demon emperor of all spirits transformed into millions. All of this was Lu Chen's lie. This was the reason the vermilion bird hated Lu Chen. What Lu Chen said was untrustworthy, what she discovered herself was the most real. The vermilion bird stirred up a scorching wind and slowly set Yu Hongling down. Lu Chen's gaze was calm as he stared at Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling's current state was too tragic, with a large hole in her abdomen, a broken arm, and countless wounds all over her body, far more than dozens. Senior brother, senior brother. Yu Hongling struggled to move her body, kneeling at the edge of the Tianling pool. I was wrong. Hongling knows she was wrong. It was my fault. Yu Hongling cried bitterly, her forehead pressed against the ground. Her body trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen revealed a faint smile. A perverse sense of pleasure surged in his heart. Lu Chen actually understood well enough. In his past life, he thought he had someone to protect, someone to love by his side, and these were the motivations that made him a supreme being. But after experiencing such a profound betrayal, he could kill all 8 women, and then what? With no family and no ties, he didn't know if he truly had the will to reach the end and see the view from the peak. It was also possible that on the way to the peak, he might suddenly feel indifferent, find it meaningless, and that would be the real heart's tribulation. But how good was it now? He kept cultivating, partly to leave these women behind, and partly to see their fates. With these 2 things as support and motivation, Lu Chen could continue to improve. Perhaps at some stage, he could have a moment of release, overcome betrayal, and find a new life, a new beginning. At the very least, that was not possible now. Senior brother, will you forgive me? I know you love me the most, just think of it as me being a little willful. I promise I will never make the same mistake again. I will definitely listen to you and trust you. Senior brother, forgive me just this last time. You have tolerated me before, so you can do it this time too. Right? Senior brother. Yu Hongling's voice was filled with a pitiful tone. She fantasized that her senior brother could forgive her as he had before. Lu Chen originally wanted to tease her but suddenly found it dull. So he simply looked at Zhu Kei. Zhu Kei instinctively took a step back. Then she realized, what was there to retreat from? So she returned to her previous position. What poison did you give me in your past life? Lu Chen asked. Zhu Kei was taken aback. They had been reborn, so why ask about the past life? Did he want to create a bond with her again through past events? He was dreaming. The poison I gave was very vicious. Didn't you want to kill? You killed so many beings of my demon clan in one breath, so I gave you the killing lotus heart, letting you kill to your heart's content. What do you think? Zhu Kei said with a somewhat sinister expression. Killing lotus heart? Lu Chen's expression stiffened. Alright, truly one better than the other. The killing lotus heart was the core of the killing lotus, a treasure of the Shura imperial clan and also the imperial weapon of the former Shura god emperor, possessing the means to control killing in the world. This thing wasn't poisonous. It could only stimulate the killing intent, and it was a very strong killing intent. So once the killing lotus heart began to take effect, one's killing thoughts would peak, even to the point of being uncontrollable. Having received the answer he wanted, Lu Chen spoke, get lost. From now on, don't appear in front of me again, and I will forgive you. This was directed at Yu Hongling. Senior brother. Lu Chen looked up, and a sword aura rushed towards him in an instant. Zhu Kei was shocked and quickly pulled Yu Hongling away. The sword aura left deep marks on the ground. If Zhu Kei hadn't pulled her away, that strike would have been enough to kill Yu Hongling. You've gone mad. Zhu Kei looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Yu Hongling was his most cherished junior sister. He actually intended to kill her. Get lost. Zhu Kei watched as dozens of sword auras intertwined and approached. She intervened to block them, but in an instant, the sword aura extinguished Zhu Chue's true flame and she retreated quickly, yet still nearly had her wings severed by a sword aura. Lu Chen's heart of stone at this moment left Zhu Kei, utterly unable to believe it. How had Lu Chen changed so much? The Lu Chen of the previous life could be described as sunny and cheerful, with a touch of humor. Anyone who came into contact with him would feel his charm. Except for being ruthless towards the demon clan and other races, he was truly commendable towards the human race, and very friendly towards the weak, even treating them as equals. Now, he actually wanted to kill Yu Hongling, to kill himself. Seeing Lu Chen about to rise, Zhu Ke immediately dared not stay any longer. The killing intent from him had already arisen. If she left Yu Hongling here, Yu Hongling would surely die. The two figures vanished. Lu Chen did not pursue the kill. His body, which had not fully recovered, sat cross-legged again. Yu Hongling was also dealt with. Lu Chen felt completely at ease. The love he had longed for in his heart had ended up like this, with his closest senior brother not believing him, yet believing a demon he had only known for a short time. To harm his own senior brother for a demon that wanted to kill him. Now, Yu Hongling should understand everything. Only by understanding everything can one deeply know where they went wrong, and at the same time feel even more pain. Lu Chen had already vented some of his anger. Next, Yu Hongling, while alive, would live in suffering. Death was just death. With a clear mind, Lu Chen re-entered a state of cultivation, and this time, his speed of cultivation became even faster. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of breaking the infant, and he was moving towards the great perfection cage. For him, breaking through to the void refinement stage could not be considered difficult. However, he still needed to be cautious. First, he would accumulate. The vermilion bird took Yu Hongling away, still chattering about Lu Chen's extreme dissatisfaction with Yu Hongling's lethal actions. The reason for her dissatisfaction might be that she was worried she would end up like Yu Hongling. Too ruthless to the point of being uncharacteristic of Lu Chen. How could he strike you down? Doesn't he care about any feelings at all? In the last life, he was your lover. In this life, even if he is not your lover, you are still his junior sister. Yu Hongling's eyes were hollow. When I struck at him in my previous life, did I ever think that he was my lover, my senior brother? Yu Hongling muttered to herself. One sentence left the vermilion bird somewhat speechless. I never understood this matter in my previous life. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly, that Feng Wuxie, is he really the one you like? How could you like such a cowardly demon? Although I have not interacted with that guy, isn't it true that he has a trace of Phoenix bloodline, and during his time in the demon clan, he had many wives and concubines, deceiving and tricking others? Many demons coveted his trace of Phoenix bloodline and wanted to unite with him, hoping to give birth to Seeing Yu Hongling gazing at her, the vermilion bird hurriedly shut her mouth. Why? Didn't you tell me in your previous life? Who knows which Feng Wuxie you are talking about in the previous life? Besides, I didn't participate in such battles in my previous life, otherwise I would have died back then. Although Lu Chen is bloodthirsty, he is indeed fierce. At that time, the demon clan, the demon race, the Buddhist sect, the ghost clan, the divine clan, plus the spirit clan, all surrounded and killed Lu Chen, but in the end, they were all defeated by him. The casualties were everywhere. Yu Hongling's heart ached even more. Because at that time, she learned of Feng Wuxie's death, and her heart was filled with hatred and sorrow, locking herself away for a long time. She had never understood the specific situation at all. If only she had understood a little. What should I do for my senior brother to forgive me? Yu Hongling was asking the vermilion bird, but also asking herself. The vermilion bird fell silent. From the battle between Lu Chen and the ancient heavenly sovereign, it was clear that he had a significant chance of achieving sainthood. But they had ruined it. Destroying someone's path to enlightenment was unforgivable. Not to mention such a thing as ruining someone's chance to become a saint. A saint, that is a being that is hard to come by in 100,000 years. And betrayal. The vermilion bird couldn't help but shake her head. If such a thing happened to her and she returned to life without killing those betrayers as her first act, she would have a very good temper. Seeing the vermilion bird's reaction, Yu Hongling spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her expression darkening. The vermilion bird hurriedly helped stabilize Yu Hongling's injuries. Chuling was wrong, I was wrong, wrong to an absurd degree, wrong to the point of being laughable. Birdie, is it possible that you also misunderstood my senior brother? Impossible. The reaction of Zhu Ke was extremely intense. I have already found the original text of the Wandering Blood Demon scripture, and there is absolutely no such technique he mentioned. He is just a butcher who slaughters the demon race at will. I could never misunderstand him. Xu Chue's voice grew much louder. Yu Hongling did not refute any further and fell silent. Zhu Ke calmed her emotions and sighed softly. Forget it, don't think too much. You should focus on recovering from your injuries first. Only by getting better can you have the chance to seek Lu Chen's forgiveness, Zhu Ke said. Yu Hongling nodded heavily. She began to recover from her injuries. However, this time the injuries were too severe. Returning to her peak condition was clearly not a simple matter. Zhu Ke looked up at the sky. Yu Hongling's words echoed in her mind. Did she also misunderstand Lu Chen? Impossible. It absolutely could not be like that. It must be impossible. On the other side, the news that Yu Hongling single-handedly fought against over 100 alien prodigies, killing more than half of them and being rescued by a demon, spread wildly across the ancient battlefield of prodigies. Everyone who heard this news was left stunned. Wuliang Tianzuan, was there something wrong with their ears? How could this be? How could it be like this? Yu Hongling said she had some matters to attend to, yet she charged alone into the alien formation and fought fiercely against them. And she achieved such a shocking record? Truly worthy of being the first war god of the new generation of the human race, incredibly fierce. Too much bullying. Feng Longxiang roared in anger. Gather. Everyone gather. Damn it, demon race, devil race, god race, ghost race, all of them. The human prodigies were stirred up, howling as they began to launch attacks against the alien race. The actions of the aliens had indeed angered many. For a time, the entire ancient battlefield of prodigies became even more chaotic. Among them, the Buddhist sect, upon hearing this news, pondered for a moment, and a Buddhist disciple let out a furious roar, the alien race is bullying us too much. Although we often accompany the ancient Buddha with the green lamp, we are still part of the human race, fellow disciples. Present. Let us exterminate the demons for the human race. Amit Ba. Under such circumstances, time passed day by day. Finally, with a loud rumble, the 4th to 6th layers of the ancient battlefield of prodigies opened. Lu Chen opened his eyes. Rays of morning mist accompanied the glow of dawn. The invisible pressure was immense, as if the heavens were collapsing and the laws were subdued. Above the 3rd layer of the ancient battlefield, the clouds dispersed, the sky was high and the earth was vast, an endless spectacle. The 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of space opened. This time, prodigies under 50 years old could all enter the ancient battlefield of prodigies. Lu Chen got up, sitting for too long also required some movement. Just like now. He was going to kill a demon. This demon's name was Tu Wuing, and his cultivation direction was somewhat peculiar, mainly focusing on stealth and assassination. In the previous life, at least 100 human prodigies died at the hands of Tu Wuing, with the Didao sect suffering the heaviest losses. Why? Because of Lu Chen. Tu Wuing's brother died at Lu Chen's hands, and he sought revenge. This was understandable. Although in this life Lu Chen did not kill Tu Wuing's brother, so what? Lu Chen simply wanted to kill Tu Wuing. In his eyes, this was also understandable. Since the 6th layer of the ancient battlefield had opened, the advantage of the Tianling pool was no longer apparent. Killing someone and then going to cultivate under the Enlightenment tree in the 6th layer was the best choice. The Enlightenment tree was one of the most precious treasures of the entire ancient battlefield of prodigies. Who knows how many years ago, some prodigy who possessed the seed of the Enlightenment tree died here, and the seed sprouted and grew on its own, gradually taking shape. Thus, the Enlightenment tree appeared. Countless people wanted to take the Enlightenment tree away. After all, if this thing were brought back to the sect, it would surely make the sect ecstatic. A single Enlightenment tree could make a sect prosper to an astonishing degree. However, it was impossible to defeat them. Beneath the Enlightenment tree, many prodigies were comprehending the Tao, and thus the Enlightenment tree bore the marks of these prodigies, evolving divine abilities that allowed these prodigies to reappear in the world as they once were, equivalent to a small scale eternal calamity. It was indeed very difficult to take them away. The further it went, the harder it became to take them away. Lu Chen's figure vanished. In the 4th layer of the ancient battlefield, figures appeared one after another, exuding powerful auras, their robes billowing, and divine light flickering in their eyes. The strong from other clans also arrived at the first opportunity. This time, the group of prodigies in the ancient battlefield has been surprisingly quiet. They have been in for 7 days, yet few have died. Could it be that they are coexisting with the alien races? Someone spoke up. Coexisting with alien races? The alien races have always been greedy. There's no reason for coexistence. I think the situation for the human race is not looking good this time. Don't let us down. The reason for such dialogue was that outside the ancient battlefield, the soul stones of the human prodigies had shattered too few, unlike before when anyone who entered the ancient battlefield had a survival rate of 1 in 10. This situation was indeed unsettling. Because either a top prodigy from the human race emerged, overpowering all the alien prodigies, or the human race shrank back, afraid to fight. After some analysis, it seemed that there might be individuals capable of overpowering the alien prodigies, such as Li Wubai and Feng Longxiang, but it shouldn't be to such an extent, right? Just as everyone was speculating, a figure leisurely ascended from the 3rd layer of space, passing through the teleportation passage and appearing in the 4th layer. Lu Chen's appearance was indeed remarkable, but everyone looked on in confusion, not knowing what this little fellow's name was. It was only when a senior uncle from the Dao sect finally remembered. Lu Chen, you are Lu Chen, right? Upon hearing his name, Lu Chen glanced at the crowd not far away. He was still anxious to kill Tu Wuying. Never mind. He should give some face to his own sect. Greetings, senior sister Ding. Ding Qing was one of the first batch of disciples from the 92nd generation, and by age, she should be about 30 years older than Lu Chen, still under 50. The disciples of the Dao sect were divided into 3 batches, with a gap of about 30 years between them. Because 30 years was enough time for a new generation of infants to replace the old. After the 3 batches of disciples, the next generation would follow. Lu Chen was from the second batch of the 92nd generation. To be honest, if he had been any later, Bai Qiulan could have been his senior sister. Senior sister Ding. Lu Chen saluted. You still remember me? Ding Yuqing was quite surprised. Senior sister is exceptionally beautiful. Is there something you need from me? He almost habitually began to flatter, but in this life, he couldn't just praise everyone, making countless women bloom with joy. A slight smile appeared on Ding Yuqing's face. She took it as Lu Chen being shy, so she didn't say the rest of her words. The charm of an older sister was indeed astonishing. It's nothing much, just asking how the situation is between our human race and the alien races below the 3rd layer, Ding Yuqing asked. In response to senior sister, on our side, our sex Yu Hongling possesses unparalleled combat power, overpowering the alien races, so the human race is advancing like a hot knife through butter, occupying the vast majority of the territory in the 3rd layer, holding an absolute advantage. The mention of Yu Hongling's name left everyone bewildered. Ding Yuqing knew Lu Chen's name because he had previously won first place in a competition within the sect, but who was this Yu Hongling? No one knew. This Yu Hongling is that powerful? What about Li Wubai, a prodigy from the Taishang sword sect asked. Li Wubai, Feng Longxiang, and many other prodigies are all fighting alongside Yu Hongling. The senior brothers and sisters were shaken. It seemed that Yu Hongling was indeed formidable, to have even someone like Li Wubai willingly serve under her command. I remember you were the first in the sect competition. If Yu Hongling is so formidable, then you must be too? Ding Yuqing asked. Lu Chen denied it. That was just because they let me. Fellow brothers and sisters, I have urgent matters to attend to. May I leave? You came to the 4th to 6th layers. The danger here is much greater than the lower 3 layers. Encountering a foreign race could lead to your downfall. Why not stick with us? Ding Yuqing said kindly. No need, farewell. He needed to find Tu Wuying as soon as possible. If he delayed, it might be too late. His figure vanished. The crowd. Such impatience, he's bound to fall, a genius from the Shanhua Bada sect remarked. He's definitely going to fall. Everyone, I must also leave to seek my own opportunities. If fate allows, we shall meet again. If the foreign races attack us in numbers, we can join forces then. Farewell. Friends. Farewell. This group also dispersed, each seeking their own fortunes. Everyone would first venture alone, and when the atmosphere grew tense later, they would unite for battle. Lu Chen's figure moved swiftly. Soon, following the flow of demonic energy, he located the demon race's teleportation point. Due to distance, the human race's geniuses arrived first, while the foreign race's geniuses had to wait a while longer to enter. Lu Chen waited there. Before long, the demonic energy suddenly thickened. A stone sword appeared in Lu Chen's hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Useless, simply useless. Voices of discontent rose from the demon side. They also had means to lock onto the demon race's vitality, only to find the deaths among the demons were truly tragic. The once hopeful broken sword demon had long since perished, and other demon geniuses fell in droves, a sight that was shocking. However, now they could finally rewrite the demon race's decline. Because this time, 3 of the most terrifying geniuses from the demon race had arrived. The one who excelled in lethal strikes, the shadowy Tu Wuying. The terrifyingly powerful Xing Yi, who had the aura of world destruction. And the son of the heavenly demon emperor, Yan. These 3 strongest geniuses of the demon race, even if they couldn't dominate the battlefield, were enough to make all factions wary. The demon race's confidence surged, their momentum rolling, demonic energy soaring. The glory belonging to the demon race would eventually come. Yan took the lead, the first to step out of the teleportation passage and into the ancient battlefield of geniuses. At a glance, he immediately spotted Lu Chen standing with a sword. He paused slightly. A human? No, what does this mean? What is this person doing here? The second, Tu Wuying, appeared. Just as Yan was about to speak, a brilliant sword light suddenly flared up. In Yan's eyes, the world vanished in that moment. There was only this sword light. His body trembled slightly, every hair on him stood on end, and he could barely muster strength in the hand holding his weapon. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. A breeze gently brushed against Yan's hair. Tu Wuiying's figure split in two, his eyes still filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? No, you don't kill the Son of the heavenly demon emperor, you kill me? What grudge do we have? Have we met? You're just waiting here to kill me, and I just teleported back. Who understands, family? I encountered a lunatic who just came up and killed me. In an instant, Lu Chen annihilated Tu Woying and calmly glanced at Jian, not making a move against him. Although it would have been quite simple to do so. Lu Chen's figure leisurely departed, flashing away thousands of meters in an instant. Large beads of sweat dripped continuously from Yi An's forehead. Just now, when Lu Chen looked at him, he felt death was so close it was within reach. The third demon clan prodigy was teleported in, his face still wearing an eager smile when the sudden scent of blood filled his nostrils. He glanced over, his expression as if struck by lightning. How did Tu Woying die? Xingyi exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense was this? He had just been a step behind Tu Woying, not even 5 seconds had passed before he was teleported here, and then Tu Woying was split in two. Yi An's eyes were vacant and dazed, clearly having reached a point of questioning life itself. Yi An, how did Tu Woying die? Could it be that you killed him? There was no one else at the scene. Only Yi An, and the greatest possibility was that Yi An had killed him, but why? What reason did Yi An have to kill Tu Woying? A human. Yi An took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and shock within him. He was truly terrified. If that sword had come at him, he would have undoubtedly died. If that sword had killed Tu Woying and then turned to him, he would also have undoubtedly died. A human. Xingyi gasped. Where is he? Yi An pointed in the direction Lu Chen had left, his voice becoming dry. I think I understand now why the demon clan is dying so tragically. One by one, the demon clan prodigies arrived, one by one, the demon clan petrified on the spot. Damn, in such a short time, Tu Woying was killed in front of the son of the heavenly demon emperor? Some of the demon clan suddenly looked up at the vortex. Maybe we should go back first? This trip to the ancient battlefield of prodigies seems to be even more intense than before. After Lu Chen dealt with Tu Woying, his mind was clear. In his previous life, he had been endlessly troubled by Tu Woying, especially as one senior brother and sister after another died before him. Lu Chen remembered this guy vividly. Killing him once was not enough, he had to kill him again. That would be more like it. From the 4th layer of space, he rushed to the 6th layer of space. He was somewhat familiar with this place, avoiding the troublesome areas, as many places had no exploration value. There were no treasures Lu Chen needed in the middle 3 layers. When the last 3 layers opened, he would take another treasure called the Blood Sea Pure Pearl, which was the important treasure for condensing his second life aside from his original one, essentially his third life. For now, he needed to stay under the Enlightenment Tree. Hopefully, no one would disturb him. Otherwise, he would have to take action, which would be troublesome. Throughout his life, he had always been kind to others, well, except for demons, monsters, ghosts, and gods. Ahead appeared a verdant tree. Lu Chen walked forward, and a phantom blocked his way. Before it could speak, Lu Chen swung his sword. The phantom was immediately slashed to pieces. The enlightenment tree gently swayed, its emerald leaves emitting glimmers of light, and phantoms continuously appeared. 3,000 sword paths. With one sword strike, 3,000 swords rang out. Dozens of figures shattered completely. Lu Chen walked to the base of the enlightenment tree and looked up. The enlightenment tree, beams of light fell towards Lu Chen, and at that moment, his mind suddenly became tranquil. It was as if the surface of a windless clear lake, surrounded by heaven and earth, stirred not a ripple. Open enlightenment. Ding, enlightenment activated. Under the enlightenment tree, dual enlightenment. At this moment, Lu Chen doubted whether he was still human. Just as he doubted, that doubt was cleared away, disappearing without a trace. The Tao. Only the Tao. Various clans surged into the ancient battlefield of prodigies. The newcomers were very strong. The first batch to enter consisted of new generation disciples, whose general strength fluctuated around the breaking infancy realm, with the strongest being at the 3rd or 4th layer of breaking infancy. However, this new batch had weaklings at least at the 6th or even 7th layer of breaking infancy. There were also strong individuals who had already reached the point of being able to step into the refining void realm at any time. In theory, in the first heaven, achieving harmony is almost the pinnacle of strength, and it seems inappropriate to still call the void refinement realm a genius. However, considering that there are 9 heavens, the first heaven is merely a starting point, or perhaps a form of protection for the weak, so having someone from the void refinement realm as a genius is not a big deal. The 9 heavens can only ascend and not descend. This was a rule set by the saint of the 9 heavens, who once felt that the weak had no place in the world, thus opening the 9 heavens and specifically establishing the rule that one can ascend but not descend. However, the saint of the 9 heavens has already fallen, and there are powerful forces with special means that can briefly descend to the lower realms. The human race gathers. A new group of people, upon seeing that the human race has almost occupied all the major blessed Lands in the lower 3 layers of the battlefield were all stunned. No way, wow, is this new generation so fierce? Meanwhile, the strong from other races could hardly find their own kin's forces, their noses almost twisted in anger. Unite, we must unite. The members of the Buddhist sect, seeing their disciples though not outstanding, were not too miserable. Either couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since there was no issue, the Buddhist disciples immediately called for help. The Enlightenment Tree. The Buddhist sect must seize the Enlightenment Tree first, then set up formations to protect the entire tree. At that time, their Buddhist teachings would surely advance by leaps and bounds. In front of the Enlightenment Tree, dozens of monks hurriedly arrived and saw billions of rays of light descending, enveloping a single person. Quiet, peaceful. The person, the Tao, and the tree merged into one. So fast? The leading monk, Du Zhang, was quite surprised. But fortunately, there was only one person. Du Zhang carefully observed the other, noting how young he looked. With a handsome appearance of red lips and white teeth, if he were to become a monk, he would surely have a deep connection to Buddhism. Friend, I see this tree has a connection to our Buddhist sect. Senior brother. Unexpectedly, a Buddhist disciple suddenly interrupted Du Zhang's words. This person is very strong, in the heavenly spirit pool. Many of our Buddhist disciples fell at his hands, Du Hui hurriedly said. Du Zhang's eyes shone with golden light. Are you saying he has enmity with our Buddhist sect? Yes, there is enmity, but his strength is formidable. I worry that if we engage him, we will pay a considerable price. Du Zhang immediately smiled. A gentle smile filled with compassion. Junior brother, you think he is strong because you do not know my abilities. Since he has enmity with our Buddhist sect, let us use our compassion to enlighten him, just watch. He stepped forward, and behind him, golden light surged, revealing a giant golden Vajra form, its fierce gaze capable of shaking heaven and earth. You evil being, come out. The roar stirred up sand and leaves, creating a tempestuous atmosphere. Lu Chen dug at his ears, feeling as if his earwax had been shaken out. The Buddhist sect, again. The Buddhist sect. He opened his eyes, filled with impatience. The Enlightenment Tree was indeed a treasure, and many forces would come to compete for it. If one came, he would have to kill a wave, which was truly troublesome. His figure moved. Do not dare disturb my lord's quiet cultivation. A sharp voice rang out, and a massive sword light swung, stirring the winds and clouds, slashing towards the Buddhist disciples. Lu Chen was unaffected. At that moment, his figure was like a ghost, darting through the Buddhist disciples like lightning. Golden light erupted continuously, and the sounds of metal clashing rang out. Upon closer inspection, it was as if a dozen blurry figures of Lu Chen were simultaneously attacking within the crowd. Some Buddhist disciples tried to block, only to see their treasures shatter, while others could not even see Lu Chen's speed. By the time they reacted, a splash of crimson had already blossomed on their necks. In an instant, a dozen figures moved simultaneously. In a single moment, those figures merged into one. Lu Chen returned to his position by the Enlightenment Tree and sat cross-legged once more. The demonic sword clashed with the Vajra form. The appeared with numerous cracks, but its master had already opened his eyes wide in anger, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief, and faint traces of regret flickering in the depths of his eyes. Puff, puff, puff. Blood sprayed out continuously. One by one, the Buddhist disciples who had just been lively were now in almost the same posture, clutching their necks and kneeling on the ground, their expressions shifting from confusion to pain. Some disciples tried to stop the bleeding and control their injuries, but a powerful sword energy lingered at the wound, giving them no chance to recover. Amitabha. Du Zhang let out a final chant and his body collapsed with a thud. Chu Ling, sword in hand, fell to the ground, watching this scene unfold. Shocked, her expression changed repeatedly. She turned to look at Lu Chen with a complex gaze, and in that moment, her expectations were completely realized. Young master. The young master was not arguing with them nor mocking them, it was truly because they had lost all significance in his eyes. It was too fast. Lu Chen's cultivation speed had completely exceeded her expectations, reaching a terrifying level. He had no need to entangle himself with them any longer. In just a short time, Lu Chen could leave them far behind, reaching a point they could hardly hope to catch up to. He had no intention of entangling himself with them even a little. It had only been a short time. Since his rebirth, it had barely been more than half a year, and his strength had already reached such an astonishing level. Given another 2 or 3 years, he might have already ascended to the second heaven. They would lose the qualification to see him again. Chu Ling felt immense pain in her heart. Was this the decision the young master had made? He had never had a fierce conflict with them, from beginning to end. At first, he had even harbored thoughts of killing her, but now, when he looked at her, his gaze was the same as that of a stranger, no, even less than that of a stranger. He completely ignored her. Chu Ling knelt on the ground, her voice filled with pleading. Young master. Lu Chen closed his eyes. His heart stirred not a single wave. Being fickle, having 8 women, was his mistake, and he had paid the corresponding price for his error. Once, when he had just crossed over, he had not thought about how many duties to find, family, friendship, love, these were what he longed for and desired. But on the road, there were many dry bones. Brothers died in battle, and predecessors fell. In the quest for the path. He had once possessed all of this. In this life, he no longer craved, he only wanted to see the peak of the great path he had never possessed. Waking to grasp the world's power, drunkenly enjoying the beauty at his knees, were merely fleeting illusions. Only the Tao. Only the Tao. In Chuling's eyes, there was pain and tenacity. Since the matter of Chu's sword manor became clear, she realized just how good Lu Chen had been to her back then. He had called her little maid with a smile, but his voice was filled with undeniable affection. In this world, who would go through fire and water for their maid, who would protect their maid to become an emperor? Who would always enjoy teasing their maid to make her laugh? As long as he laughed, he was as happy as a child. That kind of heartfelt smile could no longer appear on the young master's face. Chu Ling clutched her heart, gasping for breath. It hurt too much, the pain made it hard for her to breathe. She fixed her gaze on the young man enveloped in countless rays of light, her fists clenched tightly. Young master, I will definitely accompany you. Wherever you go, I will go. She was determined to become stronger at any cost. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if Lu Chen never appeared before her again, if she were to lose the one person who loved her the most in this world forever. How would she live on? She did not possess Lu Chen's single-minded devotion to the path at this moment. She was navigating her emotional turmoil, grappling with her regrets. Lu Chen paid no attention to Chu Ling, he was pondering a more pressing question. That was, he had reached the peak of the breaking infancy stage, yet he still did not feel he had hit his limit. Otherwise, he could push this realm further up. Perhaps to the 10th layer of the breaking infancy stage or something. Push it, it's healthier. In the 4th layer of the ancient battlefield space, Yu Hongling's injuries were healing quickly. 81 fearless divine seals, capable of offense, defense, recovery, and explosive growth. However, regrowing a hand that had been completely severed was not so easy. It didn't matter. Zhu Kei had already left her, and she didn't know where it had gone. She still had her own matters to attend to. Her mood was very low. Her bright and handsome face had also drooped, looking listless, making it hard to see the unparalleled grace of someone who could battle the heavens and earth. She was done for. Yu Hongling felt utterly miserable. She had just turned back to look at the past and felt like a superfool. So foolish that it was beyond redemption, unfathomable. How long had she known Feng Wuxie? Yet she had trusted such a demon clan member so deeply. She knew all too well what kind of person her senior brother was and how good he had been to her. But, clearly understanding how well her senior brother treated her, how could she still cling to someone she thought of as a white moonlight? Yu Hongling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. A white moonlight that was completely tainted, and she, having become an emperor, still couldn't forget it. The better her senior brother treated her, the more she felt he was only doing so out of guilt. Ha ha ha. Feng Wuxie. The 3 words were as cold as a bone-chilling wind blowing from the depths of hell. She had to find Feng Wuxie. She wanted to torture him 1,000 times and then go to her senior brother to plead for forgiveness. As long as her senior brother was willing to forgive her, she would do anything. Even die. Even death did not frighten her. Her senior brother was kind-hearted, as long as she kept apologizing. No, it couldn't be just that, her senior brother liked her naive and silly demeanor the most. A water curtain appeared before Yu Hongling, and she looked at her reflection, a smile appearing on her face. No, this smile was wrong. She changed her smile. No, still not right. Where was her innocence? Where was her silliness? At that moment, Yu Hongling suddenly realized that her silliness had only appeared because she was in a state of happiness. And now, where was there any silliness left? She waved her hand to disperse the water curtain, her gaze shining with a faint blood-red light. Feng Wuxie. Wait for me. I will kill you. Feng Wuxie was in a panic. He truly couldn't believe that the encirclement had turned out like this. So many prodigies, so many who were unattainable for him, had failed to kill Yu Hongling? No, were they too useless, or what? How could there still be a demon clan member saving Yu Hongling? And what about the little dragon king? The broken sword demon, whose names were thunderous. But what happened? The deaths were so suffocating, so tragic. It was hard to imagine that such a group of renowned beings was so empty of substance, merely a name. Feng Wuxie was nearly driven to death by anger. He was almost dead from rage, and the demons and monsters were nearly dead from it too. The demon clan had directly become the target of everyone's ire. Why would there be a betrayal within the demon clan? Yu Hongling had already reached a true dead end. Yet, a powerful demon clan member had suddenly appeared and directly rescued Yu Hongling. Moreover, the demon clan actually claimed they did not recognize that Firebird. The Firebird's strength is even greater than that of the little Dragon King, yet you demons say you don't know it? Are you trying to fool fools here? If it weren't for this joint siege, where the demon clan truly suffered the most casualties and put in the most effort, other clans would suspect this as a trap set by the demon clan. Is it possible that the demon clan has colluded with the human clan? Unable to vent their anger on the demon clan, they could only take it out on Feng Wuxie. The demon clan immediately wanted to crush Feng Wuxie to ashes, and the ghost clan was also preparing to extract his soul, but the divine clan stopped them. Calm down, this Feng Wuxie still has his uses, said a member of the divine clan named Shui Yi. What use? Yu Hongling has already seen through Feng Wuxie's situation. Could he possibly gain Yu Hongling's forgiveness? One of the demon clan members shouted in anger. He cannot gain Yu Hongling's forgiveness, but now he has become the person Yu Hongling hates the most. I observed closely at the time. It seems Yu Hongling missed something very important because of him, and when she came over, she found out this was the situation. It can be seen that Yu Hongling is in great pain over not knowing what she missed. So, that means Yu Hongling now completely hates Feng Wuxie to the bone. If nothing unexpected happens, she must hate Feng Wuxie far more than we do, wishing to eat his flesh and skin him alive, so we can approach this from that angle. Shui Ye's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Are you saying? That's right, so-called love is also a trap, and hate can also be a trap. Feng Wuxie was overjoyed in his heart. Does that mean he could live again? Unexpectedly, Shui Yi at this moment lightly glanced at him. Such a thing, I also despise greatly. Letting him live is enough, as for the rest, you can vent your anger as you please. The smile that had just appeared on Feng Wuxie's face suddenly froze. No. No, you can't do this. A tall demon stepped forward and instantly tore off a large piece of flesh from Feng Wuxie and began to eat it. Blood flowed profusely. A piercing scream rang out. A group of surviving demons and monsters vented all their pent-up anger on Feng Wuxie. The screams sounded to them like the most pleasant melody. Shui Yi showed a hint of reluctance on his face, releasing strands of blue light to help Feng Wuxie heal. Be gentle, don't kill him. Don't tear off his arm, you bastard, it's hard to reattach an arm. Don't step on his groin, it could kill him from the pain. After a full hour of torment, Feng Wuxie no longer had the strength to scream. He woke from unconsciousness in pain, only to fall back into unconsciousness from the pain again. His body was covered in blood, with not a single good piece of skin or flesh. Shui Yi continuously healed him, finally pulling him back from the brink of death. I believe your anger has subsided somewhat, so I will take this person away. If there is an opportunity, I will contact you all again to hunt Yu Hongling once more. Next time, Yu Hongling will definitely not escape. After some time had passed, Feng Wuxie's body was swollen, his skin highly inflated, filled with white fluid, and his skin was so thin it could be described by an idiom fragile as a blown bubble. If he accidentally broke the skin a little, the intense pain would twist Feng Wuxie's expression. But he dared not move. Once he moved, the broken skin would increase, and he would suffer even more. After torturing him, their anger had dissipated quite a bit. But Shui Ye's anger had not disappeared. Now, Feng Wuxie was brought back before the newly entered divine clan by Shui Yi. A new hunt was about to begin. Outside the ancient battlefield, Bai Qiulan and Sun Ruowei and others had already arrived. Their ages are all under 100, yet they can still enter the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, just barely under the 100-year limit. For example, the leader of the Great Dao sect has already surpassed 100 years and can no longer enter. It can only be said that it is both timing and fate. You, a harmonization realm cultivator, entering the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, isn't that a bit too much? Sun Ruowei said, somewhat speechless. Bai Qiulan, still dressed in white, stood elegantly, the gentle breeze revealing her striking figure, causing many to steal glances at her. I may be in the harmonization realm, but the ancient prodigy ranking does not only consider strength, roots, combat power, and age, various factors are included. Perhaps my ranking is not as good as yours on the ancient prodigy ranking, Bai Qiulan said with a faint smile. Don't belittle me, I'm still far from harmonization, and our ages are quite similar. As the two were talking, a graceful young man approached. Junior sister Bai, long time no see. The newcomer was an elder from the Shanhua Baoda sect, named Su Maji, who was skilled in artifact forging. This is a jade hairpin I recently crafted. It can enhance beauty and calm the spirit. I think it suits you perfectly. May I gift it to you? Su Maji said with an elegant smile. In his hand was a beautifully crafted jade hairpin containing countless intricate formations, radiating powerful spiritual light, likely consuming a great deal of Su Maji's effort. Sun Ruowei couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Oh, look at that, truly, lovers only see each other. Here I am, a living person standing beside them, and they won't even spare me a glance. let alone say a word. Sun Ruowei said sarcastically. Sumaji felt a bit awkward, he was just too excited. It had been about 10 years since he last saw Baicholan and he never expected that she had not faded with the passage of time but had instead become even more radiant. Who could withstand that? This junior sister, I apologize, I haven't seen junior sister Bai in a long time and I'm a bit too emotional. Sun Ruowei? Alright, Sumaji, what do you mean by this junior sister? What does that even mean? Have you forgotten what to call me? Sumaji. Baicholan's expression remained calm. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sudaoist, but we have no bond, so it is truly inappropriate to accept your gift. How can there be no bond? We once fought side by side against demons. I ask Sudaoist not to be persistent, Cholan's heart is solely focused on the great Dao, with no other thoughts. If you persist to the end, it will only hurt yourself, Baicholan firmly refused. Sumaji's gaze dimmed. I have no other thoughts about you, this hairpin is something I poured my heart into crafting. I believe junior sister Bai and the hairpin are a perfect match. Even if you have no feelings for me, I kindly ask you to accept the hairpin as it would find the best owner. Baicholan frowned. Cholan does not wish to speak coldly, I ask Sudaoist to take his leave to avoid hurting our feelings. Sumaji. I think this hairpin suits me quite well, why not give it to me? Sun Ruowei said with a smile. Sumaji glanced at her and left dejectedly. Sun Ruowei was furious. What does he mean by that? What does that look mean? He. Baicholan reached out and placed her hand on Sun Ruowei's fluffy head. Be good. Unexpectedly, Sun Ruowei shivered all over. She suddenly turned around, her eyes wide, looking at Baicholan in disbelief. Baicholan was taken aback. She turned back and there was nothing behind her. But unexpectedly, Sun Ruowei grabbed her hand from her head and held it in her own. Why is your hand so cold? Sun Ruowei exclaimed. Cold, Baicholan felt a bit lost. She reached out with her other hand to touch, but did not feel any coldness. Sun Ruowei grabbed Baicholan's other hand. This hand is also incredibly cold. Why is that? This hand is practically as cold as ice, can't you feel it? What about your body? What about your body? Sun Ruowei's expression was filled with anxiety, her eyes red, as she rolled up Baicholan's sleeve. Her skin was very beautiful, smooth and glossy, like the finest silk. But the more Sun Ruowei touched, the more alarmed she became. Cool. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Freezing to the soul cold. What on earth is wrong with you? Are you hiding something from me? A normal person, you're still in the harmonization realm, don't you know your body has become this cold? Baicholan frowned. She touched her own arm but still couldn't feel the cold. Is it because of the chaotic Taiyin divine body? Although she didn't know what was going on, Baicholan still smiled. Don't be so alarmed, it's just that I've been practicing a special technique, it won't be long before I recover. Is that true? I'm telling you, Baicholan. You can't lie to me, we are the best of sisters, if you lie to me, I will be very sad. Sun Ruowei said. I'm not lying to you, how could I lie to you? It's really because of the cultivation technique. If it weren't for practicing a powerful technique, do you think I could break through to the harmonization realm so quickly? This is just a minor side effect. It won't be long before I return to normal. Really? Really? But this is too cold, right? Just touching it with my hand feels so cold. Look, I'll touch with my arm. The two arms touched. In an instant, countless goosebumps rose on Sun Ruowei's arm. Sun Ruowei hurriedly pulled away. The skin on the hand is thicker, so it feels okay, it's just like touching a piece of 1,000-year-old ice, but the skin on the arm is thin, just a touch and it can't take it. Are you sure you're okay? A faint smile appeared on Baicholan's face. I'm really fine, don't worry. Alright, it seems I need to touch you often, if there's a problem, we must solve it at the first moment. Baicholan gently nodded, don't worry. Her gaze turned towards the direction of the ancient battlefield of the talented. There was an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. Cold. Like the cold of 1,000-year-old ice. At this moment, a slight wavering emotion arose in her heart. She had thought before if Lu Chen and she practiced yin-yang cultivation, and Lu Chen had not felt any comfort at all. Could he be taking advantage of her? Every time, Lu Chen was enduring such an extreme cold sensation. Is this matter of betraying the master and exterminating the ancestors still valid? Baicholan was truly confused. I found Feng Wuxie. Yu Hongling activated the power of the human race, spending considerable effort, finally locating Feng Wuxie's trace. Yu Hongling looked at the information in her hand, her brows tightly knitted. She was so angry she almost laughed. Is this the same old trick? After being a fool once, am I to be treated as a permanent fool? This time as led by the Divine Clan? Yu Hongling asked. According to the information, it should be led by the Divine Clan, Luo Yuan replied. You Hongling fell into deep thought. For now, it doesn't matter. The Divine Clan is using Feng Wuxie to lead me back into the game. As long as I delay my entry, they will naturally torment Feng Wuxie. A wise light shone on Yu Hongling's face. Before Luo Yuan could speak, Feng Longxiang had already exclaimed. Fairy Yu truly has astonishing strategies. Luo Yuan? Yu Hongling. Old Feng. If you can't compliment people, let's just compliment less in the future. Feng Longxiang's big eyes were filled with a little confusion. What? Was the compliment wrong? He usually praises his master like this, and it makes his master very happy. Yu Hongling made a decision. She would temporarily let Feng Wuxie go and focus all her energy on cultivation for now. Time passed second by second. On the side of the Divine Clan, upon realizing that Yu Hongling had no intention of being deceived, their emotions began to grow volatile. What's going on? Didn't they say Yu Hongling was dim-witted? The news about Feng Wuxie has already been released, so why hasn't she made a move? Xue Yi smiled. What do you think? If there's still no movement, it means Feng Wuxie doesn't even register in Yu Hongling's mind. We might as well kill him. I'm tired of seeing him swagger around every day. Ah, that's right. Xue Yi laughed heartily. Yu Hongling must be thinking of letting us toy with Feng Wuxie. Even someone like you who has no grudge against Feng Wuxie can't stand seeing him live so comfortably every day. I don't believe she can endure it. From this moment on, we not only shouldn't mistreat Feng Wuxie, but we should also treat him better, give him resources, let him cultivate, and provide him with beautiful bird demons. Let's see who can outlast whom. Yu Hongling had indeed been keeping an eye on Feng Wuxie's news. Upon discovering that things were not developing as she had anticipated, a surge of anger welled up within her. Watching Feng Wuxie live so well was even more unbearable than killing her. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for declaring war on you. For Yu Hongling, fighting was the best form of cultivation. She left alone, not to kill Feng Wuxie, but to strike against the Divine Clan. Anyone from the Divine Clan she encountered, she killed, and after killing, she fled. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lu Chen was still cultivating, while a group of monks in the distance looked at the 20 or so monk corpses lying on the ground, their expressions filled with anger. However, the wounds on those monks made them extremely wary. One strike to kill. All were killed in one blow, even those at the half-step void refinement stage who had initially condensed the Vajra Dharma form, were slain with a single sword strike. Such strength was truly terrifying. However, the Enlightenment Tree was a treasure, highly valued by the Buddhist sect, and now that both sides had grievances, it was only reasonable to fight for it. But the opponent's strength was simply too unfathomable. If they attacked all at once, the Buddhist sect could potentially suffer total annihilation. Amitba, this poor monk is willing to give it a try. If I fall, then the time for the Enlightenment Tree has not yet come. If I can fight against it, then the Enlightenment Tree should be destined to be connected with the Buddhist sect. The monks looked at Dushan and spoke. One after another. Amitba. Dushan had extremely strong defenses, cultivating the Sikshan golden body. If he couldn't withstand it, then there was really no need to continue. But looking at the youth within the golden light, so young it was shocking, how could he possess such unfathomable strength? Dushan sat cross-legged. His monk robe billowed. His aura began to rise, originally belonging to the 9th level of the breaking infancy stage, now taking another step forward. Void refinement. The world changed color. Above the sky, boundless golden light descended. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged towards Dushan, and the Sikshan golden body appeared behind him, its pure golden form growing taller, ultimately reaching a height of 3 zhang. The world was filled with golden light. Dushan chanted the Buddha's name, his hands pressed together. Amitba. The 3 zhang golden body behind him, identical to Dushan, also pressed its hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. With a single step, the golden body had already arrived outside the Enlightenment Tree. This poor monk Dushan seeks guidance from the fellow Taoist. The voice of the golden body was like thunder, the Buddha's light dazzling, and the immense aura surged towards Lu Chen like a raging tide. Lu Chen opened his eyes, looking at this 3 zhang golden body. Okay. The void refinement realm was enough to make him take it seriously. Thus, without even standing up, he raised one hand, and at that moment, the entire Enlightenment Tree began to sway. If the Enlightenment Tree had a mouth, it would surely cry out in astonishment at this moment. The way. This is the way. The Enlightenment Tree helps others understand the way, and it itself has derived its own path from the paths of others. However, the profound mystery of Lu Chen's punch is something the Enlightenment Tree cannot comprehend, cannot understand. Yet, this does not hinder the tree's shuddering excitement. At this moment, it feels that it has found something. It raises its hand, clenches its fist. With a bent arm, the power of heaven and earth unites. Lu Chen delivers a punch, and All the forces in the world seem to have found their purpose, crazily converging towards this punch. If Lu Chen's own power were sufficient, he could summon tenfold, thousandfold, or even 10,000-fold more power than his own, aided by the pull of the Wei and the strength of heaven and earth. The punch imprint comes tearing through the air. The golden body of Dushan is majestic and solemn, but at this moment it is frozen. No way, buddy? Is it really necessary? What am I? What level am I? What tier am I? Is it really necessary for you to unleash such a punch? This punch of yours has shattered my heart to seek enlightenment, shattered my path to understanding the way. It's too much, really too much. I'm just a nobody. It's really not necessary for you to use such a punch. The three Zhang golden body didn't even make any defensive moves. There was no need, really no need. The only thought left in Dushan's mind was to complain. The last complaint of life. Boom! The punch imprint arrives, and the golden body shatters. Dushan falls to the ground, his body emitting a roar, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. The breath of life disappears in that instant. The world falls silent. Lu Chen exhales gently, feeling quite good. He is understanding the way, not just for fun, and being able to become a celestial sovereign. His own understanding of the way has reached a peak just below that of a sage. What he is now comprehending is to see the difference between understanding the way when he is weak and when he is strong. There is indeed a difference. Yet, there is also a similarity. Look, he could already punch somewhat like a celestial sovereign back in the breaking infancy realm. The harvest is quite good. The monks of the Buddhist sect looked at Dushan, then at Lu Chen. There was no time for sorrow, they hurriedly took their leave. This person, if anyone in the Buddhist sect provokes him again in the future, it will be a disaster for Buddhism. Ancient battlefield. One by one, the blessed lands are claimed. Some prodigies do not care about the blessed lands, challenging all sides solely for the sake of cultivation. Some prodigies gain opportunities, and the hidden dragon soars into the sky. Battles occur too frequently, everywhere is fighting, everywhere is combat. Zhu Kei, due to saving Yu Hongling, can no longer hide within the demon clan. She cultivates while observing the situation of the demon clan. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor attempts to collect the blood of prodigies but is now facing significant resistance. As the saying goes, ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. Before the demon clan entered the ancient battlefield of prodigies, they truly treated the myriad races as expendable, obtaining others' blood as easily as reaching into a pocket. But once inside, it became nearly impossible to move an inch. You still want my blood? I see your demon core is quite beautiful too. The demon clan is similar, filled with overwhelming malice. As a result, once inside, they are beaten by this one and that one, their mentality nearly collapsing. The human clan is relatively better off because of Yu Hongling's bravery and the occasional appearance of a terrifyingly strong female sword cultivator. Countless beings wish to be the first, but how many can truly take the lead? Yu Hongling is locked in a fierce battle with the divine clan. Her combat methods are diverse. As long as she doesn't fall into a trap, she can single-handedly make the divine clan cry out in distress. The divine clan has begun to reconsider whether Shui Ye's strategy is good or bad. Shui Ye feels wronged. His strategy is absolutely flawless. A scheme targeting the human clan, but who could have imagined that Yu Hongling could improve so quickly, and that the divine clan's second wave would bring so many strong ones, yet they still can't handle Yu Hongling? Who can he complain to about this? Stuck in a bind. It was indeed a deadlock. The divine clan made a decision to release Feng Wuxie. Let him fend for himself. Shui Yi remained silent for a long time but ultimately agreed to this suggestion. Unable to capture Yu Hongling, all schemes were in vain. Now, because of Yu Hongling, the entire development of the divine clan was severely restricted. This could not continue. No. I won't leave. When Feng Wuxie was informed that he could leave, his expression changed drastically. If you don't want to leave, then don't. Break his legs and throw him out. No, I can be bait. I can be bait. Yu Hongling is the top genius of the human race. If you don't kill her, once she grows up, she will be a disaster for all races in the world. You must strangle her in the cradle. I can help you. She hates me to the bone. As long as I live well, she will find a way to come and kill me. I am the bait. Ah. Feng Wuxie's legs were broken. Shui Yi expressionlessly carried Feng Wuxie away. They found a desolate mountain and threw Feng Wuxie down. There were indeed no traps. Here, this matter ends here. The divine clan no longer needed to be the vanguard against the human race. Don't go. Don't go. I don't want to stay here. You can send me to the demon race, to the devil race, or to anyone else. No matter how he wailed, Shui Yi did not look back. Feng Wuxie was already crippled. His cultivation had almost fallen to the bottom, and now with his legs broken, it was already very good to be left with a life. Feng Wuxie cried out for help in vain, unable to hold back his curses. He could not understand what he had done wrong. Why did he have to suffer such a disaster? He came to the ancient battlefield of geniuses to improve his strength. He had not provoked anyone. It was the demon race that chased him first, that ugly Tian Wu. Did he ever do anything wrong? Feng Wuxie's mentality completely collapsed, and he cried out loud in place. A shadow covered his body, and a pair of red cloud boots appeared in his line of sight. She has come! She has come! Feng Wuxie felt an infinite fear in his heart, but he still did not want to die. Even an ant has the desire to survive, he just didn't want to die, nothing to be ashamed of. It's all my fault. They want to kill me, I just don't want to die. What's wrong with that? I was just scared, really too scared. The demon race has gone mad, they can't defeat the human race, so they thought of completing the task given to them by the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor and started collecting the blood of all spirits. They want to take away this strand of phoenix blood from me. I don't want to die, I just want to live. You. Come and tell me what I should do, what I can do? If you were in my position, could you do better than me? At first, Feng Wuxie was just pleading, but the more he spoke, the more agitated he became. This matter could not be blamed on him, he was just swept along by fate. He was a weakling, and he had never had the right to autonomy in this matter. The wind gently brushed against Yu Hongling's hair. She did not look at Feng Wuxie, her once bright eyes had now turned desolate. Feng Wuxie was not wrong. Lu Chen was not wrong. All the wrongs lay with her. In fact, it was not that in the long time of the last life, Lu Chen had not tried to talk to her about Feng Wuxie. But every time Lu Chen brought up Feng Wuxie, she would go into a hysterical frenzy, then later become indifferent. Lu Chen thought she had come to terms with it. In reality, she had buried her hatred deep in her heart. When she did not trust Lu Chen, any words he said about Feng Wuxie could not reach her heart. Yu Hongling turned and left. She did not kill him. Killing or not killing had lost all meaning for Yu Hongling. Feng Wuxie had already died in her heart. Feng Wuxie looked up, watching the figure of Yu Hongling walking away into the distance. He was stunned. What did this mean? Hey! He didn't know where the courage came from, but Feng Wuxie actually called out to Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling did not stop her steps, she had already thought everything through, and there was no longer any relationship between her and Feng Wuxie. In her heart, she vaguely understood Lu Chen's current state of mind. Was there hatred? Yes, but it was a powerless hatred. Hatred for others, hatred for oneself, that was all, everything was tasteless. Feng Wuxie actually wanted to ask why he had the virtue or ability to make Yu Hongling like him. However, Yu Hongling's figure quickly disappeared, and it seemed there was no need to ask that question. Finally, I survived. Feng Wuxie knelt on the ground, letting out a long sigh. At this moment, he felt that everything he was experiencing was a treasure on his path to growth in the future. As long as he was not dead, he could. Ha! A pair of blue embroidered shoes appeared in his line of sight. Blue embroidered shoes? It wasn't Yu Hongling returning, but he didn't recognize the woman wearing the blue embroidered shoes, did he? Feng Wuxie stiffly raised his head and looked ahead. A woman in a blue long dress, standing tall and beautiful, holding a black-red sword, was looking at him. That gaze made him feel very uneasy. Miss Put. With one sword strike, there was nothing left of him. Shu Ling sheathed her sword. You didn't say you would spare him. This is the current distribution map of the blessed lands occupied by various races in the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield. The human race is still the strongest. Although the alliance of various races is evident, our human race has many strong individuals, so we are not afraid. The hearts of the alien races are not so united. According to the distribution map, the human race occupies 45% of the blessed lands, the Buddhist sect 15%, the divine race 10%, the demon race 10%. The devil race 10%, and the ghost race occupies a peculiar place, with only the ghost race and the spirit race able to benefit, jointly occupying 10%. Inside the big tent, Shangguan Wuchang wore a faint smile as he explained the current situation of various forces to many strong individuals. Shangguan Huanling had been drifting away from many human races since she entered, and she had hardly shown her face. Shangguan Wuchang did not pay much attention to this sister. Originally, he had thought of using this opportunity to kill Shangguan Huanling, but for some reason, over the past 6 months, Shangguan Huanling seemed to have changed into a different person, showing him great respect. Thus, Shangguan Wuchang temporarily abandoned this plan. Many strong individuals looked at the distribution map and nodded in agreement. The human race occupying 45% of the blessed lands was indeed quite exaggerated. However, precisely because they occupied so many blessed lands, the strength of the human race had improved rapidly, earning them the title of Tianzhou. What is this place, and why is it blank? A strong individual from the Jie sect pointed at the distribution map and asked. Shangguan Wuchang had anticipated that someone would ask about this place. This place is surrounded by the Buddhist forces. It can be considered within our human race's sphere of influence, but this person is very strong. According to reports from scouts, this place is called the Enlightenment Tree, a heavenly treasure tree that can help practitioners gain enlightenment. The Enlightenment Tree is occupied by a person of great strength, with the bodies of Buddhist disciples lying outside the Enlightenment Tree, yet no retaliation from the Buddhist sect can be seen. Which speaks volumes. As Shangguan Wuchang's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Is it true? The temperament of Buddhist disciples has always been understood. And because of their unique ideology, although most Buddhist disciples are of the human race, they have gradually become less accepted by the human race. Of course it's true. Look at the attire. This person is a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Shangguan Wuchang certainly knew Lu Chen. Shangguan Huanling had told him before entering the Tianzhou ancient battlefield not to provoke Lu Chen. She even said that if she did, she would be killed by him. At present, it seems that this Lu Chen is indeed impressive, single-handedly suppressing the entire Buddhist sect to the point where they dare not speak. However, cultivation is not solely about fighting and killing. The Enlightenment Tree, he is quite envious of it. Such a treasure should not be monopolized by one person. Is he from our sect? Ding Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. His name is Lu Chen. This name. Not only did Ding Yuqing know it, but others also recognized it because they had encountered him when they first arrived. At that time, the little guy was quite anxious, and everyone guessed that with such an impatient personality, he probably wouldn't last long in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. As a result, he single-handedly made it to the Enlightenment Tree, killed a bunch of people from the Buddhist sect, and is doing just fine monopolizing the Enlightenment Tree. He is indeed a disciple of our Great Tao sect, no doubt about it. A smile involuntarily appeared on Ding Yuqing's face. Since the Enlightenment Tree is occupied by the human race, can it be included in the human race's blessed lands? Shangguan Wuchang asked. Ding Yuqing raised an eyebrow. She wasn't foolish. In a moment, she understood Shangguan Wuchang's intention. I don't think it's necessary. He is cultivating alone under the Enlightenment Tree and hasn't used the blessed lands we occupy, so we have no reason to force him to give up the Enlightenment Tree. Ding Yuqing said. Shangguan Wuchang's expression was gentle. It's not about forcing him to give it up. The Enlightenment Tree is not something that can only be comprehended by one person. Many can comprehend it together. And he can continue while also using other blessed lands occupied by the human race. Isn't that a win-win situation? Ding Yuqing was quite assertive at this moment. You don't need to think about those convoluted matters. If you want to comprehend the Tao, you can do it yourself. It's easy to say now, but if Lu Chen is unwilling to share the Enlightenment Tree, wouldn't that become Lu Chen's responsibility? So, some things, if you want to do them, just go ahead. There's no need to drag others down with you. Everyone has a brain, and who can't see through your ideas? I also think the Enlightenment Tree should be shared. I wanted to comprehend the Tao and didn't want to conflict with the Great Tao sect. If he insists on not allowing it, should I take action against him or not? At this moment, another person spoke up. This was a cultivator from the Yin-Yang Law sect. Some principles are indeed true. The Enlightenment Tree is quite precious, belonging to great opportunities, and should rightfully be shared by the human race to maximize its effectiveness. Another cultivator from the Yin-Yang Law sect spoke. I think it's inappropriate. This matter can be negotiated but should not be forced. The Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect spoke up. Although the Jolie Celestial Empire was at odds with the Supreme Imperial Dynasty, they were also somewhat covetous of the wonders of the Enlightenment Tree and expressed agreement with Shangguan Wuchang's statement. Some agreed, while others disagreed. Let's ask first. I also think the Enlightenment Tree should not belong to one person. At this moment, a young man who had been silent suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to the young man. Because of his strength and his identity. Wangu sect, Gu Qingtian. Even in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, Wangu sect was not particularly enthusiastic, and not many came. Because Wangu sect has its own unique cultivation methods, the resources sent down from above were enough for Wangu sect's own use. However, this time, people still came. The first batch of those under 20 did not come, but 2 from the second batch under 60 arrived. These 2, one male and one female, were named Gu Qingtian and Lu Qingyan. What if he is unwilling? Ding Yuqing asked. Gu Qingtian smiled lightly. Then, it's simple, I can just beat him until he agrees. Ding Yuqing was furious. Are you going to bully the weak with your strength? Lu Qingyan also smiled lightly. This friend. He occupies the Enlightenment Tree alone, suppressing the entire Buddhist sect to the point where they dare not speak. If we really engage him in battle, wouldn't that not count as bullying the weak? Of course, if you find that statement unpleasant, then let me rephrase it. Lu Qingyan's expression gradually turned cold. We are using the big to bully the small. What can your great Tao sect do about it? You won't find anyone you can beat. A delicate voice rang out from outside the tent, and a red figure rushed in like a whirlwind, striking a spell towards Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan snorted coldly, and light burst forth in front of her, a leaf splitting into 2, then 4, then 8. Countless faint silver leaves formed a shield. Boom! The spell struck fiercely against the leaf shield. Lu Qingyan's expression changed slightly, and she retreated from the tent. What great strength! The fight had begun. The shield in front of Lu Qingyan did not shatter. She struck the shield with her palm, and in an instant, countless silver leaves transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling showed no signs of fear. She raised her hand to unleash a mountain-crushing seal, sending the silver leaves flying. The leaves quickly returned, attacking Yu Hongling from all directions. Yu Hongling pulled her hands together, her true essence surged, and the leaves were controlled by an invisible force, coming to a standstill around her body. Lu Qingyan formed seals with her hands, and the leaves' light quickly brightened and began to tremble. Stop! Don't fight! The people inside the tent rushed out in a hurry. Gu Qingtian also frowned slightly and called out, Junior sister. A mere 4th-level infant can unleash such power. You great Tao sect have truly caught my attention. Lu Qingyan waved her hand, and all the silver leaves flew into her sleeves and disappeared. Yu Hongling looked at her coldly and made a harsh remark. No one can disturb my senior brother's cultivation. If you want to disturb him, you'll have to step over my dead body. I was still considering whether to go or not, but now that you've said that, I really must go take a look. The two women faced off against each other. Yu Hongling had a fiery temper. No one should stop us. Come, let's settle this one-on-one. One-on-one it is. Hongling. Ding Yuqing hurriedly stopped Yu Hongling. The attitude of the Wangu sect was indeed infuriating, and Yu Hongling was strong, but she was still young. Being young meant that dealing with someone slightly older would ultimately lead to losses, no matter how gifted you were. Anyway, you can't go. Yu Hongling remained stubborn. Whether I go or not is my freedom, and you have no say in it, Lu Qingyan said with a smile. With someone like you going to find my senior brother, you're already on the path to death. Oh, I'm so scared. Now that you've said that, I'm even more interested. We're just going to ask, miss you needn't be angry. If that Lu Chen disagrees. We are all human, we can certainly have a good talk. Exactly. Cultivating alone on the enlightenment tree and cultivating with a group actually yields similar results. We aren't infringing on Lu Chen's interests at all. Not only are we not infringing, but we are practically helping Lu Chen. When we fought against the demons and other races, he didn't lift a finger. Now we are voluntarily sharing the resources gained from the blood battle with him. He undoubtedly benefits greatly. Indeed. Shangguan Wuchang War. A smile on his face. Isn't this getting lively? Seeing this, Yu Hongling shook her head gently at the clamoring crowd. Some people were truly seeking death, and she really couldn't stop them. At this moment, Shangguan Wuchang had beautifully hidden behind everyone. Gu Qingtian stepped forward, heading towards the direction of the enlightenment tree. Other human prodigies followed suit. Ding Yuqing gritted her teeth and also followed. At this time, the people from the Great Tao sect were quite angry, and those from the Taishang Sword sect and the Robbery sect were also somewhat displeased. These three sects usually had a good relationship. The Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect was more rational and neutral. The human race's strong practitioners mobilized in large numbers, immediately raising the vigilance of various clans. Seeing that the human practitioners were heading straight for the location of the Buddhist sect, they couldn't help but feel a bit confused. The Buddhist sect seemed to be facing a great enemy. But they had no enmity with the human race. After all, they hadn't developed any grudges on the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies. Why were so many sect members rushing over? Some were frightened. As a result, on their way, the direction of this group of people suddenly changed, as if they were not heading towards the Buddhist sect at all. The Enlightenment Tree? This direction was towards the Enlightenment Tree. What were they going for? Lu Chen was still comprehending the Great Tao, and he also felt that during his enlightenment, this tree, whether intentionally or unintentionally, always transmitted some familiar thoughts to him. He didn't pay much attention to it. The enlightenment tree was still too young, it could only help him in the early stages. With his speed of cultivation in less than 5 years, the tree's help would be minimal. By the time the enlightenment tree truly matured, he didn't know what realm he would have reached. The sound of wind arose. Lu Chen calmly opened his eyes. With so many sounds of wind, it seemed that things were about to get lively here. A bit of liveliness was fine, the system preferred a bustling atmosphere. A group of people arrived and immediately saw a ground full of monks. The fatal injuries left many slightly astonished. Is that Lu Chen? Gu Qingtian asked. It's me. Lu Chen glanced around and found that there were no figures he disliked among them, which eased his mood slightly. We came here this time to discuss something with you. Please speak. Yu Hongling was far away from this place, with so many people, she didn't dare to appear in front of Lu Chen, fearing that she would cry pitifully. At this moment, seeing Lu Chen's attitude towards strangers and recalling how he treated her, her eyes suddenly turned red. Such a stark difference in treatment. She wanted to cry. I heard that under the Enlightenment Tree, one can get closer to the Great Tao, so we thought of coming to cultivate under the Enlightenment Tree. Would you be willing? Gu Qingtian asked. In fact, he could have added another sentence. If he had included in return, you can also use the blessed lands occupied by other human races for cultivation, it would have sounded better. However, Gu Qingtian deliberately left that out. So this was the purpose of their visit. Lu Chen understood. He knew a bit about Gu Qingtian. He was quite an arrogant individual. In their previous life, they had sparred once, and Lu Chen had narrowly won. After that, they had no further contact. What else? Lu Chen asked. What else is there? Gu Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Lu Chen smiled. Things were getting interesting. I agree to this matter, but I'm quite curious. If I disagree, what will you do? Gu Qingtian also smiled. Sorry, in my presence, you don't have the option to disagree. The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense. Lu Chen looked at the crowd behind Gu Qingtian. Who else shares his thoughts? The crowd fell silent. Gu Qingtian seemed a bit overbearing. Why didn't he say the following words? Lu Chen, if you are willing to let us cultivate under the Enlightenment Tree, you can also cultivate freely in the blessed lands occupied by the human race. How about a trade? A prince from the Jolie Heavenly Dynasty spoke up. What I mean is, I don't have the option to disagree. Who agrees with this statement? Shangguan Wuchang looked around. What's wrong? Why is everyone so timid? He originally wanted to enjoy being invisible, but now everyone was silent. I agree. I believe that as a member of the human race, you should contribute to the human race. The Enlightenment Tree should be available for all human prodigies to use. Shangguan Wuchang said. With someone leading, others began to follow suit. Indeed, I also agree. You shouldn't refuse this matter. I agree, if the human race is weak, even if you are strong, you cannot monopolize the Enlightenment Tree, so this Enlightenment Tree should rightfully have a share for the human race. Moral coercion? Fishing in troubled waters? Sparrows chirping while doves gather? Lu Chen looked at these people and confirmed his opponents. He had no intention of being enemies with the human race. Fortunately, this group of fools did not represent the human race. Then let's begin. Lu Chen stood up and took a step forward. His figure seemed to completely disregard the distance of space, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Gu Qingtian, the stone sword in his hand bursting forth with a brilliant sword light. The void produced a piercing explosion. Gu Qingtian's expression changed, and a phantom blue lotus appeared above his head, with countless rays of light, resembling chaotic energy cascading down, forming a powerful defense. The sword light struck the blue lotus energy. Boom! Gu Qingtian's figure was sent flying, crashing into a small mountain, blood mist spreading along the way. Lu Chen's figure showed no signs of stopping, disappearing in an instant again. Boom boom boom. The sword light carried a sharp cry, representing its terrifying speed and power. Fast. Too fast. Some strong individuals could not withstand it and fell on the spot. One person, one sword, this was the punishment for these people's offense. Lu Chen. Ding Yuqing's face changed dramatically as she shouted. They couldn't kill them all, with such a small grudge. If Lu Chen killed this group of people in one go, where would he have a foothold when he returned to the great wilderness? Lu Chen remained deaf to her words. His sword became even more fierce, even more terrifying. Normal sword energy, or rather, most sword energy, is known for its sharpness, but Lu Chen's sword energy was never just sharp. It was both fierce and sharp. A sword energy, like a heavenly seal, carried the power to break the heavens. Boom boom boom. Clouds of blood mist exploded. Shangguan Wuchang's expression changed drastically. Before entering the ancient battlefield of the talented, he had said, then I will die, but that did not mean he truly wanted to die. Protect me! Shangguan Wuchang shouted loudly. All the strong from the Supreme Emperor dynasty gathered in front of Shangguan Wuchang, various treasures radiating light. Lu Chen struck the person who had just spoken with extreme speed, leaving only the people from the Supreme Emperor dynasty in front of him. Lu Chen, I have the Supreme Emperor seal on me. If you kill me, the Supreme Emperor dynasty will not rest until we are dead. Shangguan Wuchang shouted in anger. Upon hearing this, the strong from the Supreme Emperor dynasty nearly cursed. Saying this was worse than begging for mercy. Lu Chen smiled, pointing the stone sword directly at the group of strong from the Supreme Emperor dynasty. His foot stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Countless sword energies swirled around Lu Chen's body, forming a sharp cone. Die! Boom boom boom! Large clouds of blood mist exploded as Lu Chen's figure passed through a group of strong from the Supreme Emperor dynasty, piercing through Shangguan Wuchang as well. In the end, Shangguan Wuchang's eyes were still filled with astonishment. A madman! This was a madman! How dare he? Did he not know that after killing so fiercely and joyfully, his end would come once he left the ancient battlefield of the talented? With that final thought, Shangguan Wuchang's consciousness completely vanished. A beam of light rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen reached out, and the mark of the Supreme Emperor's seal fell into his hand. As he gently rubbed his palm, the Dao and Dao crushed each other, shattering into nothingness. But this was not the end. Lu Chen's gaze turned to the heavily injured figures. Protecting the human race? In his previous life, he had protected the human race, and in this life, he could still protect the human race. The emotions and love in the world should exist between heaven and earth. Just because he had lost, he should not let everyone else lose. But this human race did not include those who clashed with him on his path. Lu Chen moved again. If he was to kill, he would do it cleanly. Ding Yuqing was completely unable to hold back and directly blocked Lu Chen's path. Lu Chen, you can't kill anymore. You still need to go out, they've already learned their lesson. If you continue to kill, the Dao sect won't be able to protect you, Ding Yuqing said anxiously. This matter was initiated by these people, and Lu Chen retaliated. Although his strikes were heavy, there was still room for justification. But now, they were all severely injured if he killed. Again, the Dao sect wouldn't know how to defend Lu Chen. Junior brother Lu, you can't kill anymore. Linghu Wuxuan also ran over to help persuade him. Yes, junior brother Lu. Calm down. Xiao Huayong followed suit. Lu Chen. He had originally thought of killing them all, but seeing the worry in the eyes of the Dao sect members, Lu Chen smiled gently. Someone still cared about him? Sigh. One more kill, the last one. Ding Yuqing clenched her fist. Lu Chen's strength was so overwhelming that it terrified her. This battle could only be described in 4 words, crushing defeat. She knew that if Lu Chen wanted to do something, she couldn't stop him at all. The only reason Lu Chen was holding back now was entirely to give her face one more kill. You don't mean to kill. Lu Chen nodded, giving her a gentle smile as he bypassed her obstruction. His target was Gu Qingtian. Gu Qingtian crawled out from the pile of stones, his expression a mix of shock and anger. Good, 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 truly powerful strength, His aura surged violently, instantly crossing over from the breaking infancy realm to the refining void realm. But that was just the time it took for him to speak. Lu Chen slashed down with his sword. This sword light was hundreds of feet long, accompanied by raging winds and mist, giving birth to thunder and lightning. Gu Qingtian roared. The eternal green lotus, a piece of heaven. The phantom of the green lotus swelled, covering the entire sky above him. The sword light and the green lotus collided violently. The green lotus trembled violently. Lu Chen's arms revealed faint veins as he pressed down with immense force. Shatter! Boom! The green lotus instantly collapsed, turning to dust. The massive sword light crushed everything, including Gu Qingtian, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. The world fell silent. Lu Chen sheathed his stone sword and looked at everyone. This matter was solely my doing. If anyone wants revenge, come find me, I am always waiting. And forget it, get lost. Lu Chen's figure vanished, returning to sit under the enlightenment tree, closing his eyes. His expression remained as calm as water. The battle that had just occurred was aggressive as fire, like a phantom. The various forces seemed to be frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. Ding Yuqing felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at everyone and spoke, let's leave first. Disturbing someone's quiet cultivation is impolite. If there's anything, let's talk somewhere else. Arguments and disputes couldn't happen here. If Lu Chen got angry again and came out to kill, Ding Yuqing worried she wouldn't even be able to find someone to argue with. Li Wubai's eyes were filled with excitement, his body trembling. Strong. That sword intent was too strong. He couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, but the more he feared, the more excited he became. A group of people carrying bodies or severely injured individuals hurriedly left. Lu Qingyan wanted to take Gu Qingtian's body, but Gu Qingtian had already turned to dust. She was glad she hadn't spoken earlier. What happened outside the ancient battlefield of the talented? Especially the experts from the Supreme Divine Dynasty who spoke in fury. Just a moment ago, many of their experts had died, including the Prince Shangguan Wuchang. Who killed my people from the Supreme Divine Dynasty? His eyes were blood-red, filled with extreme anger and murderous intent. My disciples from the Yin Yan Law sect have also died? Damn it, could it be that another Great battle has begun? No, it's not a great battle. How could a great battle end so quickly? This is a massacre. Who is it? No matter who it is, the Supreme God sect will never let him go. Many people listening to the clamor of the Supreme God sect couldn't help but frown. Too fast. What exactly happened in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies? So many prodigies fell in such a short time, it's simply shocking. Bai Childan's expression showed a hint of doubt. Something's not right, right? The Taishang Sword sect, the robbery sect, and the Great Tao sect didn't lose a single person. These three sects have always had a good relationship. Now, several from the Inyan Law sect have died, 2 from the Mountain River Pagoda sect, and a whole bunch from the Supreme God sect. She felt like Lu Chen must have made a move. In the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, perhaps only Lu Chen could unleash such terrifying power. Hopefully, it's not Lu Chen. If Lu Chen clashed with these forces, they could very well be completely destroyed. Inside the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, a group of people rushed over in a frenzy, but now another group left dejectedly. The strength Lu Chen had just displayed was a heavy blow to their confidence. They were all prodigies. On the path of cultivation, some are ahead, some are behind, that's understandable. But the current situation is that they were all at the same starting line, and before they had even run halfway, he had already claimed the trophy. Lu Chen's existence was like a towering mountain, standing in front of them. They could continue to move forward, but if they wanted to truly become the strongest, Lu Chen was an insurmountable obstacle. Ding Yuqing was also thinking of what to say. My senior brother killed. Your senior brother? Yu Hongling's figure reappeared, staring at Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan. Then it's my turn to kill you next. Yu Hongling was eager to try. Lu Qingyan was undoubtedly a strong opponent, perfectly suited to be her rival. Lu Chen's rapid rise in strength filled her with a sense of urgency. Hongling? Ding Yuqing's voice was somewhat weak. Are you two going to tear the sky apart? A prodigy from the Inyan Law sect spoke up. 5 of my brothers from the Inyan Law sect have fallen. They did not perish in battle against the demons but died at the hands of our own. This matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. My Mountain River Pagoda sect will also demand an explanation from the Great Tao sect. But not right now. To demand an explanation now would easily bring Lu Chen out. They would wait until they left the ancient battlefield of the prodigies or until the last 3 layers of the ancient battlefield opened. Has the human race left? It seems so. Let's go see what's going on. Various factions moved in response. At that time, there were too many humans, and the various races were afraid of some conspiracy, not daring to approach at all. Now that a large number of humans had left, they dared to show themselves. However, they still didn't dare to get too close. They took a distant look. They saw Lu Chen still sitting quietly in meditation, the enlightenment tree gently swaying. Strands of light spreading. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of battle and bloodstains. They had definitely fought. The outcome was clear, Lu Chen had won. The demon race, ghost race, and divine race were all quite puzzled. What was going on? The human race came in strong and aggressive, only to leave dejectedly? In contrast, the demon race and the Buddhist sect sighed in relief, feeling much better. It turned out that it wasn't because they were too weak, it was simply that Lu Chen was too strong. It's him, he killed 2. Wuing with a single sword, said Yan, the son of the demon emperor, in a low voice. It's him! The powerful figures of the demon race exclaimed in shock. No wonder, no wonder. The enlightenment tree is right here. Faced with such a treasure, Yan repeatedly warned the demon clan not to harm the human race beneath the enlightenment tree. It seems they have been psychologically scarred. What should we do now that the human race has produced such a peerless genius? Everyone understood the terror of a peerless genius. The rise of such an existence would inevitably be accompanied by countless blood and fire. Since this peerless genius belongs to the human race, it is evident that this blood and fire belongs to the alien races. Now there is only one choice. A ruthless light flashed in Yian's eyes. What choice? Wait until the last 3 layers of the genius ancient battlefield open, and the true strong ones of all races join forces to kill this brat. But the strong ones of the human race will also intervene to protect, right? Yian snorted coldly. Can't. You see? He prefers to act alone. We just need to strike as quickly as possible, the human race won't have time to rescue. Young master is brilliant. Yian looked deeply at Lu Chen. If a person like this doesn't die, the alien races might as well not sleep from now on. He would go contact various forces now. Just waiting for the last 3 layers of the genius ancient battlefield to open. Lu Chen was feeling a bit conflicted at the moment. What realm is he in now? Breaking the infant stage, 12th level? Inside his dantian, the small Lu Chen had already transformed into a little giant. If he wanted to break through to the void refinement realm, he could do so at any time. However, he was worried about the unknown toxins that might appear next. As long as he breaks through, this power that has not been worn away by time will erupt. He was considering waiting until the last 3 layers open, obtaining the Blood Sea Pure Pearl, and then giving the Eternal Genius ranking a solid punch. This punch would surely be very much appreciated by the Eternal Genius ranking. At that time, a large amount of power would be bestowed upon Lu Chen, and he could take the opportunity to break through to the void refinement realm. Unfortunately, there was no last treasure to condense the third life in the Genius Ancient battlefield. The treasure was called the Withered Man Wood. Gathering the Withered Man Wood, the Blood Sea Pure Pearl, and the Golden Sunflower, the third life could be formed. In this life, he did not plan to use up another life. Just like when he had just been reborn and deceived by Chilan, if he truly reached the final moment of proving the Tao, merging 9 lives into one, he might become one of the most powerful saints in history. Countless thoughts swirled. He had comprehended the Tao to a considerable extent. His own Tao was already quite mature and complete. Coming here to comprehend the Tao was just to see the scenery from a different angle. Now he had seen it. Lu Chen stood up, just about to disappear. A branch, however, rested on Lu Chen's shoulder. The enlightenment tree gently swayed, sending out a request, asking Lu Chen to take it away. "You want to follow me?" Lu Chen asked. The enlightenment tree conveyed a faint consciousness, expressing affirmation. "You're quite clever. Fine, I'll take you with me." Lu Chen extended his hand, and the enlightenment tree emitted a misty glow, shrinking down to the size of a palm, landing in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen formed a seal with one hand, and a rune condensed, flying towards the enlightenment tree, merging into it. A faint connection formed between the person and the tree. The enlightenment tree integrated into Lu Chen's skin. Cultivation was Lu Chen's main direction of progress, and now that he had reached a point where there was no further advancement, he could continue to search for resources. The treasures in the Genius Ancient battlefield generally weren't of high rank. However, some were very precious in their seedling stage, and once they matured, they would be worth their weight in gold. Lu Chen knew what was most valuable and where these things were located. For example, there was a fusang seedling in a fusang fruit in the 5th layer of the battlefield, which could attract countless strong ones to fight over. If one took the fusang as the Tao, they could be called a supreme fire type expert. Wherever Lu Chen went, those who knew him hurriedly made way. Those who didn't know him were casually killed by Lu Chen. The phrase domineering and overbearing was unmistakably evident on Lu Chen at this moment. However, he soon furrowed his brow slightly. He realized that many treasures had already been taken by others. If 1 or 2 treasures were taken, that would be normal. After all, everyone has their own opportunities and fortunes. But most of the things that Lu Chen had his eye on had been taken? That was not normal. Who could it be? Until Lu Chen arrived at Wanzhong Mountain. This mountain resembled a large bell, and when the wind blew, it echoed with the sound of Tao. In fact, this was a spiritual treasure. Due to the owner's fall, it had merged with the mountain over time. In this world, treasures were clearly categorized: magical tools, magical treasures; postnatal spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures; postnatal supreme treasures, innate supreme treasures. In the first heaven, the sect's most treasured items were mostly postnatal spiritual treasures, and those with innate spiritual treasures were considered extremely powerful. When Lu Chen arrived at Wanzhong Mountain, the entire mountain was trembling. Large chunks of rock were falling, revealing a bronze metallic luster inside. A figure in a black robe was performing hand seals, collecting the Tao bell. Lu Chen looked at this person in the black robe. Unfamiliar? Impossible. His hand gently swept in front of his eyes, and his pupils turned golden as he looked again. Shangguan Huanling. Shangguan. Huanling sensed a ripple of aura and turned around. The moment she saw Lu Chen, her expression changed drastically. Lu Chen had already unleashed a sword chi. Trying to steal my treasures? You have chosen the path to death. The sword chi sliced through the air with a terrifying howl. Shangguan Huanling dared not be the slightest bit careless. No one knew better than the 8 of them how terrifying Lu Chen was. In an instant, Shangguan Huanling transformed into a mist of blood. Boom! The crimson light vanished at a speed comparable to teleportation. Lu Chen? Good. The heavenly demon blood god escaped. Not even daring to face my sword. Such a decisive use of the heavenly demon blood god escape left Lu Chen somewhat bewildered. In any battle, who would use such a self-destructive technique without even exchanging a single blow? He began to understand why the treasures he had set his sights on had disappeared, as most had been taken away by Shangguan Huanling in advance. He did not pursue her, nor could he catch up, unless he also used the heavenly demon blood god escape. Even if he did, it would be difficult to control the direction. However, this Tao bell should belong to him. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. After collecting the Dao Bell, Lu Chen continued his search. In a cave, Shangguan Huanling's face was pale, her aura severely depleted. She quickly placed several concealment talismans at the cave entrance and lowered her aura to the extreme, finally letting out a sigh of relief. How did this guy come out when he wasn't cultivating under the Enlightenment tree? No, she couldn't continue collecting treasures like this, because if she encountered Lu Chen again, she might not survive. However, she had already gathered enough treasures. She could cultivate. Numerous treasures appeared, enveloping Shangguan Huanling. Streams of spiritual light began to surge from these treasures, entering her body. This technique was called the Origin Devouring Scripture, capable of devouring the essence of all things. The treasures she obtained were of excellent quality. The more she had, the more essence she absorbed, and her cultivation speed increased even faster. Before long, Shangguan Huanling had reached the 6th level of breaking the infant. 7th level. 8th level. 9th level. Then, Shangguan Huanling changed her hand seals, and her realm began to plummet. 8th level. 7th level. 6th level. As she fluctuated between levels, her aura became increasingly stable. After finishing her cultivation, her realm officially reached the 8th level of breaking the infant, which could be said to be astonishingly fast. Humph. I told you, without you, I can still become an emperor, and I will be even stronger than in my previous life. Shangguan Huanling felt the powerful fluctuations of true essence within her body, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Perhaps some had already regretted betraying Lu Chen, but she had no regrets. In her previous life, she always felt that Lu Chen's help was a form of bondage. She clearly could have reached a very formidable level on her own, yet she was stubbornly bound to Lu Chen, unable to break free. She had truly loved Lu Chen. However, later on, Lu Chen's love for her made her feel suffocated. All the treasures came to her without her needing to search for them. She no longer had to endure any hardships. But this kind of life was not what she wanted. Now, this kind of freedom to roam the world was the life she yearned for. She was finally free. In this rebirth, these treasures were not as difficult to find as she had imagined. So, what merit did Lu Chen have? And why should he use his merits to lock her by his side? Lu Chen did not encounter Shangguan Huanling again. From the 4th to the 6th floors, the true treasures were indeed taken away by Shangguan Huanling. The source devouring Heaven Sutra. It was indeed a powerful true scripture after cultivation. It was like a kunpeng that could swallow everything. Some treasures were collected by Lu Chen. These guys are behaving a bit too unusually. While collecting treasures, Lu Chen encountered the divine race, demon race, and other alien races. More than once. Their behavior made Lu Chen feel a hint of the unusual. Their actions were too unified. Had they united again? Lu Chen shook his head. Forget it, it was none of his business. Calculating the time, the last 3 layers of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies were about to open. It would be in the next day or two. In his previous life, he had achieved 33rd place on the Eternal Prodigy ranking. It wasn't that he was too weak, it was just that the names on the Eternal Prodigy ranking were too outrageous, with the top 10 names being a complete chaos, making it hard to see clearly. And the 11th was named Yi Wudi. Not many knew this name, but he had another name called the Invincible Sword. Master. The owner of the Invincible Sword, a monster at the level of the Celestial Sovereign. He ranked 11th. This time, there are no traitors, right? During a high-level meeting, the leader of the divine race, named Guang Wuyu, started off with a sarcastic remark. It was obvious who this statement was directed at. The demon races who Shang glared with wide eyes. What do you mean? Guang Wuyu smiled lightly. What could I mean? I'm just afraid that everything is planned perfectly now, but at the last critical moment, someone suddenly turns against us and rescues the person. How embarrassing would that be? Upon hearing this, Hu Shang smashed a stone in front of him to pieces with a claw. Who the hell are you talking about? The stone hits the dog. Whoever barks the loudest is the one being hit. A monk in a cassock didn't waste words and chose to leave. Yi Yin hurriedly stopped him. Dui, where are you going? Dui's expression was calm. With the various races having different intentions, this matter cannot succeed. Why should this poor monk stay here? It would be better to go back now and recite some scriptures. Dui spoke frankly. How is there any different intention? There is none. We are all sitting here to eliminate Lu Chen before the human race reacts. Guang Wuyu, Hu Shang, can you two be a bit more normal? Do you really think that now, when Lu Chen hasn't had any conflict with you, he will never have any? In the future? Once Lu Chen grows stronger and encounters you, you will know what regret truly means. Whether to unite or not, you two speak up. If we are to unite, then no one should say any more nonsense. If not, let's disperse now. Yi Yin said with a serious expression. The atmosphere in the cave was oppressive. The firelight flickered. Guang Wuyu and Hu Shang fell silent. Unite! Guang Wuyu spoke. Humph. Hush. Tiger Shang let out a cold snort. Yian roared in anger. What are you snorting about? Are we uniting or not? Tiger Shang's face darkened, his claws clenched tightly and then relaxed. In the end, he nodded. United. Good, then everyone listen to me carefully. The last 3 layers of the ancient battlefield are opening. When our powerful clans arrive, do not act recklessly. The first thing to do is to contact the strong from all clans and surround and kill Lu Chen. This matter is of utmost importance, nothing is more important than this. Remember, it's a full force encirclement. Treat it as the last battle before the annihilation of our clans. You all must bring out all your abilities to persuade your strong ones, you must not let me down in the slightest. Time passed second by second. Lu Chen suddenly looked up. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed in the sky. Clouds rolled and winds swept, the sky began to stretch infinitely. Light and shadow intertwined, the world was divided into layer upon layer. The last 3 layers of the ancient battlefield officially opened, and the faint sense of shackles binding everyone disappeared. One massive vortex after another appeared in the sky. This time, the vortex was particularly enormous. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and his figure vanished. He rushed towards the Blood Sea Cliff. Almost all the prodigies, whether human or alien, surged towards the 7th layer of space. Because the powerful ones arriving this time were already extremely formidable, even the aliens were far enough from the ancient battlefield of prodigies. After the appearance of the human powerhouses, the strong from various clans began to appear one after another. A powerful aura spread. Refining Void Realm. Refining Void Realm. The strong ones entering this time, regardless of their clans, any one of them was at the Refining Void Realm. If one did not reach the Refining Void Realm within 100 years, they could not be considered a prodigy. Yian immediately welcomed them. The members of the Demon Clan slightly bowed upon seeing Yian. He was the son of the Demon Emperor, and although young, he was also an unparalleled prodigy of the Demon Clan. Worthy of respect in both status and potential. Greetings, Prince Yi. The leading member of the Demon Clan wore pitch-black armor, with a pair of horns exuding a fierce aura, his towering figure as grand as an insurmountable mountain. Xinye, I have important news for you. Xinye nodded. Please speak, Prince Yi. A prodigy has appeared among the humans, possessing the demeanor of an ancestor as an emperor. If he is not eliminated today, he could become a great threat in the future. I have already contacted the Demon Clan, Ghost Clan, Divine Clan, Buddhist Sect, and Spirit Clan. We are just waiting for you to come and join forces to kill this person. Are you willing to listen to me? Yian said. Upon hearing this, Xinye's eyes brimmed with fierce intent. Is he truly that strong? What realm is he at now? He should be at the Refining Void. Good, please lead the way, Prince Yi. I can kill him. Not just you, all the strong from the Demon Clan must join this battle. We must not leave this person any chance of survival. Xinye nodded. Understood. The same was true for the other alien clans. Tiger Shang found the strongest member of the Demon Clan this time, named Hua Qianshi. The Buddhist sect found Hui Jing, who had a higher generation than the Du character generation. The Ghost Clan found Yin Xiai. The Spirit Clan found the Illusion King. The Divine Clan found the Divine General. Bai Qiulan entered the ancient battlefield of prodigies. Master. Yu Hongling rushed over immediately. Bai Qiulan felt a sense of relief upon seeing that Yu Hongling was unharmed. Where is your senior brother? Bai Qiulan asked. Yu Hongling's eyes were already turning red uncontrollably. Master. Her voice was filled with a sobbing tone. Bai Qiulan's heart sank. What happened? Yu Hongling dove into Bai Qiulan's embrace but was immediately chilled to the bone. Master. Yu Hongling looked at Bai Qiulan with red eyes. Why are you so cold? What happened to you? It's okay, after the breakthrough, the Taiyin divine power hasn't stabilized yet. It will be fine after a while, Bai Qiulan said. How about you? Why do you look so sad? Yu Hongling couldn't hold back, tears fell like pearls, large drops cascading down. Master, I misunderstood my senior brother. I misunderstood my senior brother. Bai Qiulan. Feng Wuxie was a trap from the beginning. My senior brother resolutely stepped into the trap for my sake. He lost his life for it. I harmed him too, Master, I'm sorry. For my senior brother, I can never make up for my mistake. I deserve to die, Master, woo woo woo. Yu Hongling cried bitterly. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Bai Qiulan couldn't help but close her eyes. Another misunderstanding, yet another misunderstanding. Why did it turn out this way? Everything they did had gone wrong in such a short time. Sun Ruowei's ears perked up like antennas. She pretended not to care, but she was listening intently to every word Yu Hongling said, studying them carefully. She recognized every word, but when they were strung together, why couldn't she understand? Senior brother refers to Lu Chen. Who is Feng Wuxie? Lu Chen lost his life? Doesn't everyone only have one life? Could it be that Lu Chen is dead? Oh my goodness, no way. No, if Lu Chen were dead, how could there still be talk of Yu Hongling seeking forgiveness? Then what is this? What? Ha? Strange, why are all the races moving towards the same location at this moment? A young elder from the Dedao sect, holding a compass, said curiously. The people of the Dedao sect looked over. The compass in Feng Tianqi's hand showed wisps of ghostly light weaving above it, in black, green, white, gray, and so on. This was a compass for tracking energy, and the lights represented various strange energies like demonic energy, monster energy, ghost energy, etc. They are heading towards the 8th layer of space, Bai Qiulan said. Are they abandoning the treasures and blessed lands of the 7th layer? Feng Tianqi asked, quite curious. Bai Qiulan began to ponder. One alien race moving isn't a big deal. But so many alien races moving at the same time makes things strange. I'll go take a look. Bai Qiulan decisively said. I'll go too. Sun Ruowei spoke up. And me. Yu Hongling chimed in. Feng Shidi, you contact the other sects and inform them of this matter. Keep in touch at all times. If anything happens, I will notify you. Immediately, and you all should respond quickly then. Feng Tianqi hesitated slightly. Sister Bai, why don't we all go together from the Dedao sect? No need, I have already reached the harmonization realm. Even if I can't defeat these alien races together, it won't be easy for them to keep me here. Moreover, many senior brothers came to the ancient battlefield of the talented to seek opportunities, and we still can't determine the situation. You all should look for opportunities first. Alright, but sister must be careful. Sun Ruowei remained expressionless. As long as Bai Qiulan was present, everyone's attention would gravitate towards her. She glanced down at her chest. They are all cultivators, why still cling to such vulgar thoughts as beauty is justice and size is truth? How disgusting. Let's go, let's take a look. Bai Qiulan waved her hand, and the 3 figures appeared on a white cloud, heading towards the gathering place of the various alien races. Feng Tianqi watched them leave. Then he began to contact other sects, but most other forces didn't take it to heart. The human race is strong. Very strong. Even if the alien races start a war, they might gain some advantage at first, but once the human race reacts, they will have to spit out 10, 100, or even 1,000 times what they gained. For many strong humans, collecting treasures is still the most important thing. They needed to use every possible method to quickly enhance their strength, reaching the pinnacle of power, and head to the Blood Sea Cliff, where they would etch their names onto the Eternal Pride ranking. The Eternal Pride ranking is not determined by the strength of a single punch. It is not simply a matter of who has greater power to secure a higher rank, but rather a comprehensive ranking based on one's realm, age, talent, and various other elements. Some at the Yuan Dan realm might punch their way to the 999th rank, while others at the Refining Void realm might strike and not affect the Eternal Pride ranking at all. Of course, for those of the same age, as long as they do not force growth, the stronger one is, the greater the possibility of a higher rank. Because generations of prideful individuals have left their names on the Eternal Pride ranking, it has become a cycle of competition, to the point where having a name in the top 100 can shake the entire first heaven, and even the upper heavens would take great notice of it. Compete. Strive hard. Lu Chen crossed the 8th layer battlefield and arrived at the 9th layer battlefield. His goal was clear, the Blood Sea unblemished stone. It was no joke, having been reborn. If he still hesitated and struggled, what would be the meaning of his rebirth? Ahead appeared the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was boundless, yet it did not smell foul. Instead, it carried an indescribable sweetness. Perhaps it was because the blood in this sea flowed from the fallen prideful individuals, merging into the ocean. However, this blood could not be used. It contained terrifying obsessions, various obsessions that, over time, had not weakened but had instead intensified, growing stronger and stronger. Lu Chen did not know what kind of monster this would eventually give birth to. In any case, when he became a celestial lord, this Blood Sea had not yet truly birthed any life. He stepped forward. His feet landed on the Blood Sea, moving towards the opposite side. He remembered that the Blood Sea unblemished stone would only appear near the cliff where the Eternal Pride ranking was located. The sky was high and the sea vast. The Blood Sea was as calm as a mirror. Lu Chen, dressed in a dark robe, with his black hair simply styled, created ripples with each step, a breathtaking sight. He looked up towards the direction of the sunrise, where a massive stone tablet loomed like a giant mountain suspended above the Blood Sea. The stone tablet was gray-brown, and the names inscribed on it appeared as if drawn in cinnabar. This was not the Eternal Pride ranking. The true Eternal Pride ranking was at the very top of the stone tablet. An unparalleled aura emanated from that mysterious black board. Golden letters on the black board. Each name represents a period of time. Lu Chen could not see it clearly from here, but he had already seen it in his past life, so he was not in a hurry to observe it again. From Lu Chen's perspective, this eternal pride ranking was a chaotic treasure, a special product born from the natural world and the condensation of the Tao. As long as one could leave their name on it, they would receive the blessings of the heavens and the Tao. Almost there. Lu Chen's figure stopped. His feet merged into the blood sea, his body sinking inch by inch. The blood sea returned to calm. Before long, a burst of golden light shone from the southeast, a holy Buddhist light vast and grand, as a group of monks truly appeared like legendary deities, stepping on clouds as they approached. In the east, a rolling demonic aura, mixed with malevolence, surged forth, accompanied by piercing howls that echoed endlessly. Just a glance at the swirling black mist could send chills down one's spine and make the soul tremble. In the northeast, demonic fog spread, revealing terrifying figures among the monsters, their bodies displaying fierce visages. They have come. They have all come. Prince Tiger, the scent has vanished. I suspect it has entered the blood sea. A cunning-looking rat spirit squeaked. Where did the last scent disappear? Here. The rat spirit pointed to the spot where Lu Chen had vanished. Good. Tiger took out a piece of black magic stone, which was covered in countless tiny holes resembling a honeycomb. The location where Lu Chen disappeared has been locked in. According to the plan, we, the Demon Clan, will set up the four symbols heaven subduing great formation. Good. The Buddhist sect is setting up the Diamond Demon Slaying formation. Can't you change the name of the formation? The Demon Clan also expressed their frustration. Amitba, the Diamond Demon Slaying formation is starting to be set up. The Ghost Clan is setting up the Heavenly Ghost Soul Seizing formation. Good. The Spirit Clan is setting up the 10,000 Spirits 10,000 Kills formation. Good. The Divine Clan is preparing the Divine Clan Aurora. Good. Everything was in place. One by one, figures began to busily move towards the direction where Lu Chen had disappeared. Bai Qiulan and the others stood far away, watching this scene. What are they doing? Setting up formations. Sun Ruowei looked at Bai Qiulan in disbelief. Do you think I'm stupid? Can't I see they're setting up formations? What I mean is, why are they setting up formations? Why are they setting up formations? Bai Qiulan's expression had already turned serious. She exchanged glances with Yu Honling. A similar thought arose in both of their minds. Lu Chen. Only Lu Chen could make the alien races mobilize on such a large scale, join forces, and spend such a huge cost to set up this kind of formation in the entire ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Master, take action. Yu Honling said decisively. The formation had not yet been completed, and with so many powerful beings setting up such a formation, even her senior brother would fall into an extreme predicament. Although Bai Qiulan did not want to maintain such an abnormal relationship with Lu Chen, he was still her disciple after all. Make your move. Bai Qiulan did not hesitate. She formed seals with her hands, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, a terrifying cold wind blowing through the world. The temperature dropped sharply. In just a moment, the sky had turned frighteningly dark. The blood sea was special, not frozen, but the temperature of the entire blood sea had dropped to the extreme. The alien races changed their expressions upon seeing this. There was a harmonization realm. Amitba. The Buddhist chant rang out, and a golden giant palm smashed towards the dark clouds above. The patterns on the golden giant palm were clearly visible, radiating vast Buddhist light. As the golden giant palm drew closer, the golden light dimmed, and countless frost crystals began to freeze the palm. It started to rain. From the clouds, a point of ice crystal appeared, followed by a second, third, fourth. Countless ice crystals at this moment were as vast as the galaxy, pouring down towards the alien races below. A wolf howl echoed through the heavens and earth. A white wolf opened its mouth wide, with a devouring force, swallowing massive amounts of ice crystals, its body covered in ice crystals, shivering from the cold. Dozens of huge ice crystals appeared, thin as a cicada's wing. A piercing sound of breaking air rang out. Various divine abilities erupted, striking at the ice crystals. After the ice crystals shattered, they transformed into even more minute ice crystals. Poo poo poo. The minute ice crystals attacked indiscriminately, causing massive casualties to the alien races. Bai Qiulan quickly formed seals with her hands. 5 Harmonization Realm beings charged towards Bai Qiulan. The speed of her seal formation increased. Get lost. A dark knife light cleaved through. Yu Honling was about to rush up immediately. Honling. Bai Qiulan called out, and Yu Honling finally realized that she was only in the breaking infancy realm. Even though she was an emperor in her past life, it was impossible for her to fight Harmonization Realm beings while in the breaking infancy realm. Sun Ruowei made her move, and an ancient zither appeared between her hands, melodious sounds resonating as various lights surged towards the dark knife light. Bang bang bang. The dark knife light shattered all obstacles. Go! Bai Qiulan completed her last seal. In an instant, a vast expanse of white mist surged towards the alien races. The dark knife light was frozen, and the attacks from other harmonization realm beings of the alien races were also completely frozen, the white mist rolling continuously. How can it be this strong? All the strong ones from the alien races were stunned. No, everyone had reached the harmonization realm, but how? Could one person suppress a group of harmonization experts? Moreover, your stance is not just to suppress all harmonization experts, you aim to suppress all the alien races. Amat Ba. The Buddhist sect made its move. A gigantic golden bell appeared, enveloping all the alien races in one breath. La la la. The golden bell showed numerous cracks. At this moment, the ghost race made its move, pulling out a seemingly dilapidated large umbrella. Boom! The golden bell shattered under the freezing force. The ghost race's harmonization expert In Shai held the broken umbrella, and in an instant, all the white mist surged towards the broken umbrella. However, in that brief moment, at least dozens of alien prodigies were frozen into ice sticks. Return this to you. In Shai shouted loudly, closing the broken umbrella and pointing it at Baicholan as the white mist transformed into beams of light rushing towards Baicholan. Baicholan formed another seal, and the soft white light dissipated the beams. The beams quickly transformed into gentle white light, growing ever more magnificent, until they completely vanished before Baicholan. She brought her hands together, and all the white light gathered between her palms, forming a sphere. The sphere suddenly shot out and returned again. A giant elephant leaped forward, holding a massive black shield. The shield rapidly enlarged, transforming into a wall-like existence, standing tall above the sea of blood. Assist me. One harmonization expert after another gathered behind the giant shield. They placed their hands on the shield, infusing it with power. Boom! The giant shield trembled violently. However, the material of this giant shield was unknown, as it did not shatter. Bye. Cholan's expression changed. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of thousands of silver needles, as thin as cow hairs, shot out. Poo poo poo. The silver needles pierced through the wall, shooting into the bodies of the harmonization experts behind. At that moment, all the harmonization experts struck by the silver needles felt a terrifying chill spreading, freezing their primordial spirits into a blue hue. What kind of ghostly cold is this? It's too terrifying. What is going on? Why do the human races always produce such prodigies, and why can't they have one for themselves? How unfair is the heavens? Oh, heavens, how have you treated me so harshly? Don't mind us, continue setting up the formation. I don't believe it. How can the human races have so many prodigies? Should we, the alien races, be suppressed by the humans? I don't believe it. For every prodigy the humans send, we will kill one prodigy. As long as our race does not perish, it will eventually be our turn. Continue setting up the formation. The giant elephant roared, exerting its strength. The massive wall charged towards Baicholan with earth-shattering force. Baicholan frowned tightly. She waved her hand, sending one massive Taiyin divine palm after another towards the giant shield. The giant shield was collapsing but still continued to advance. Baicholan's Taiyin divine power erupted with full force. At that moment, her long black hair transformed into silver white. It seemed that this battle had no significance, but for Baicholan, it was extremely important. Taiyin chaos light. The terrifying cold spread wildly in all directions. Sun Ruo's eyelids twitched violently. She felt her soul freezing at that moment and hurriedly pulled Yu Hongling away. The Taiyin power transformed into the most brilliant light, vast and shocking, charging towards the giant shield. This time, the giant shield collapsed. The four harmonization experts behind were enveloped in flashing spiritual light, their bodies quickly turning into ice sculptures, their eyes filled with extreme terror. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared before Baicholan. A black dagger shot forward like lightning. There was no grand spectacle, just this simple unadorned stab. Baicholan's expression changed. The Taiyin energy transformed into a protective shield. But the black dagger was unaffected. Baicholan reached out to block it, and her palm was pierced through. The shadow's body stiffened for a moment, the dagger severing Baicholan's arm, followed by another horizontal cut. The power of the Taiyin erupted around Baicholan. The shadow was blown away, but Baicholan's neck was cut open by a quarter. At that moment, Lu Chen found the Blood Sea pure stone. He could feel a bit of the battle above. However, as the Blood Sea turned cold, he knew it was likely Baicholan who had made her move. The Blood Sea was quite special, perhaps it was due to its thick viscosity, or the chaotic energy within the blood, making it difficult for Lu Chen to grasp the situation above. But it didn't matter, there was no need to be particularly clear. After obtaining the Blood Sea pure stone, Lu Chen floated upwards to see who Baicholan was fighting and if he had a chance to intervene. His body rose quickly. The higher he went, the colder it became. Baicholan was really ruthless. Such intense Taiyin power, it seemed that more chaotic and poisonous energy would soon be born. Great! Hopefully, Baicholan would fight more with others. Fighting is healthier. If she dies, no one will help. TSK, how poetic. His figure finally broke the surface, and at that moment, the blood sea suddenly became as hard as divine iron. Splendid rays of light rapidly blossomed, intertwining lines of various colors, with each alien powerhouse taking their position. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. Lu Chen watched as each layer formed a grand formation and, at that moment, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. He truly felt a sense of bewilderment inside. It wasn't. In his previous life, he was the leader of a temporary alliance for the human race, leading them to kill the aliens, so it was normal for the aliens to hold a grudge against him. But what was the situation in this life? What had he done? He practiced in the Tianling pool. Yes, he killed a few monks, but that was because the monks came looking for trouble first. Yes, he also killed a few monks under the Enlightenment tree. Again, it was the monks who came looking for trouble. Oh, right, he also killed that 2 Wuing. Aside from these aliens, the others were just cannon fodder, and he hadn't made any significant impact or killed any extraordinary talents. And then there were the ghost race, divine race, spirit race, and so on. The system could attest that he hadn't even encountered them much. Lu Chen couldn't understand why this group had come to the Blood Sea, setting up layer upon layer of formations to kill him. Lu Chen remained silent for a while. Finally, he reached a conclusion. That was, they were being too overbearing. Boom! Even this group of aliens didn't waste any words with him. A divine light from the divine race extracted at least 20 powerful forces from the bodies of the divine race, transforming into the most terrifying beam of light, fiercely charging towards Lu Chen. The void became slightly blurred under the impact of the beam. In an instant, Lu Chen drew his sword. The stone sword slashed upwards, his feet deeply sinking into the blood sea as hard as iron. The beam split in 2, exploding on either side of his body, the terrifying destructive energy causing his true essence to tremble. Ugh! A piercing roar, accompanied by cries. Lu Chen's body shook slightly, and he punched the fierce heavenly ghost, causing its voice to suddenly become several times sharper. Boom! A tiger claw collided. With the fist imprint, the tiger claw was shattered, and the fist imprint dimmed significantly, yet it still struck the heavenly ghost, throwing it into disarray. Xinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. The 4 symbols appeared. Tall figures surrounded Lu Chen, and the heavenly ghost reappeared, its figure dimming considerably. I said we must kill him. Yian roared in anger. Damn, what a terrifying existence. What realm was he at? A single punch could shatter a tiger claw and nearly obliterate the heavenly ghost. The heavenly ghost's soul attack only caused his body to stiffen for a moment. If such a human race is not killed, the alien races will eventually be finished. Roar! The 4 symbols charged towards Lu Chen simultaneously. The Vajra pestle emitted a towering Buddhist light, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lu Chen swung his sword, slicing the azure dragon in half, but the azure dragon didn't care at all. It was made of energy and could easily recover. His figure darted around, sword lights flying out, the 4 symbols continuously shattering and then reassembling, launching relentless attacks that gave Lu Chen a headache. Each attack from the 4 symbols possessed the power of the harmonization realm, and even Lu Chen had to deflect the force to withstand them. Taking them head-on would definitely result in injury. His offensive power was terrifying, with sword lights that could break anything, and the heavenly sovereign fist was even more fearsome. The demon-subduing pestle found an opportunity and flashed in front of Lu Chen. Without turning around, Lu Chen struck with his elbow. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed. Lu Chen staggered. Ah! A piercing scream rang out once more. Lu Chen felt as if his head was about to explode. His tolerance for pain was strong, and he remained conscious, but he couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. The divine light of the god race erupted again. Boom! A beam of light that connected heaven and earth slammed solidly into Lu Chen. Lu Chen's fist was already clenched, but he was a moment too late to strike. Husband! Senior brother! Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling both cried out in alarm. Sun Ruowei? Her mouth opened, but no sound came out, and she even doubted her own ears, or perhaps the battle was so intense that it had left her dazed. What did she hear Bai Qiulan shout? Husband, husband? At this moment, Bai Qiulan didn't care whether she had called him by the wrong title. She unleashed an even more powerful force, and each harmonization realm expert let out a piercing roar. The divine light of the god race crashed down on Lu Chen. Lu Chen's body instantly suffered tremendous damage. Breaking through the infant transformation to the harmonization level was indeed too difficult. Since it was like this, Lu Chen's expression began to twist. In the midst of the massive beam of light. Then come! The giant-like nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes. At this moment, it transformed from illusion to reality. Taking a step forward, it turned the virtual into the real, and from now on, the nascent soul would be real and could exist in the world. With the transformation of the nascent soul, Lu Chen's refined true essence underwent a qualitative leap. Streams of true essence, which had originally flowed like a river, suddenly transformed into its songlong. It was at this instant that a blood-red lotus seed, spinning, transformed from nothingness into reality, and in the next moment, it shattered. Poof! Killing intent. Rolling killing intent surged like a heavenly river. The overwhelming murderous aura felt like the stars were collapsing. How many beings had Lu Chen killed in his past life? Countless, simply. Countless. The war of demon extermination. The war of devil extermination. The Great Thousand War. The Ancient War. The Time River War. The Nine Nether War. Destroying the ancient, breaking the false heavens. Slaying gods. And demons, quelling chaos. Hundreds of thousands of battles condensed Lu Chen's ultimate heart of slaughter, the soul of killing intent. The 9 Lives Heavenly Sovereign was the revered title of the human race. The world-destroying Heavenly Sovereign was the fearful name of the alien races. Blood-red eyes opened amidst the divine light of the god race. In those eyes, at this moment, there was no longer any glimmer of humanity. His soul was completely consumed by slaughter at this moment. How could the slaughter experienced by a heavenly sovereign be controlled by mere infant transformation? Kill! 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 Lu Chen looked up in the divine light of the god race, the blood-red killing intent forming a fiery flow. Boom! Lu Chen's figure surged upward, delivering a punch. The first layer of the formation, the 4 symbols suppressing heaven array, instantly turned a dozen demon creatures into blood mist. It's over. Bai Qiulan saw that glaring blood red and felt an endless fear arise within her. The lotus seed of the slaughter lotus actually erupted at this moment. Retreat! Retreat! We must evacuate the ancient battlefield of the talented. We absolutely cannot stay here. Whoever stays will die. There will be no exceptions. The current Lu Chen has completely transformed into a monster that knows only slaughter. He will use every means of killing at his disposal. Retreat! Bai Qiulan formed a seal, and the power of the lunar deity enveloped Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei as she fled without looking back. At the same time, she took out the communication stone. Junior brother Feng, you can now notify all disciples of the Great Tao sect to withdraw from the ancient battlefield of the prodigies at the fastest speed. Inform all human factions, any sects, to tell them to leave the ancient battlefield of the prodigies immediately, retreat as fast as possible, and abandon everything. Feng Tianqi was startled by Bai Qiulan's message. Senior. Sister, what on earth happened? A most terrifying demon has emerged. All beings left in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies will die. I am not exaggerating, the situation is very serious. You must do as I say. Immediately. If you don't leave, you will definitely die. Absolutely. There is no possibility of survival. You must leave as quickly as possible, at the first opportunity. Bai Qiulan's voice was filled with seriousness and urgency, tinged with fear. Sun Ruowei was left dumbfounded. Her expression had gone from being infatuated upon hearing the words "my husband" to pure bewilderment. Her facial expression seemed completely frozen. Is it really that serious? Is it really? It's just that Lu Chen has turned red. Does that warrant Bai Qiulan's fear and tension? No matter how strong Lu Chen is, how long has he been in the door? They only have one chance to enter the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, and they haven't even tried to leave their names on the eternal prodigy ranking yet. Now they are being told to leave. Who would be willing to do so? Qiulan. It can't be that serious. Lu Chen, isn't he just your disciple? Although he is powerful, does it really warrant everyone retreating? Even if he goes on a killing spree, isn't there enough of the alien races for him to kill? You don't understand, I'll explain when I get out. Junior brother Feng, did you hear that? I heard. I'll contact the other sects immediately. Because Bai Qiulan's voice was too serious and urgent. Feng Tianqi estimated that the severity of the situation might exceed his expectations. He hurriedly contacted the other sections. What? We are to retreat now? The reactions of the major sects were almost identical. Their first thought was, how could they possibly retreat? They hadn't even tried to leave their names on the eternal prodigy ranking yet. If they could leave their names, not only would they be remembered through the ages, but they could also receive tremendous rewards. Especially since the strong from the void refinement and harmonization realms had only been in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies for less than a day, they hadn't even explored or reaped any benefits. How could they possibly be willing to retreat? Bai Qiulan rushed to Feng Tianqi's side at the fastest speed. Feng Tianqi was startled to see Bai Qiulan with her silver hair. Bai Qiulan immediately took the communication stone from Feng Tianqi. I am Bai Qiulan. Now, I swear by my personal Tao that what I say is absolutely true. I urge all prodigies and strong ones from every sect, no matter how confident you are in yourselves, to leave the ancient battlefield of the prodigies within 15 minutes, or you will undoubtedly die. I am not joking, nor am I deceiving you. Trust me. If you do not leave, you will definitely die. Junior sister Bai, what on earth happened? Please clarify, why will we die if we don't leave? Even if a demon has emerged, how strong can a demon in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies be? We might not be unable to fight back, right? Yes, even if we are not a match individually, if we unite, wouldn't we still be able to fight back? Not a match, even if everyone unites, it is still difficult to escape death. White Sholan's voice was filled with excitement. Everyone, trust me, leave the ancient battlefield of the heavenly prodigies immediately. Right now. No further sounds came from the communication. Stone. Everyone fell silent. Some doubted that White Sholan had lost her mind, but she was a harmonization realm cultivator. Something that could cause a harmonization realm cultivator to break down like this must be an immense terror. Alright, all disciples of the Supreme Sword Sect, retreat. Someone from the Supreme Sword Sect spoke up. Yes, senior brother. Jie Sect, all disciples retreat. Senior brother, I want to stay here. I want to try for the ancient heavenly prodigy ranking. You, Sai, be careful. Zhongzhou Dynasty, all cultivators retreat. Yes. Sister Bai, I want to ask, is it him? Shangwan Huanling's voice rang out. Yes. Okay, I understand, the Supreme Divine Dynasty, all cultivators retreat. What identity do you have to command the cultivators of the Supreme Divine Dynasty? A disdainful male voice sounded. The Supreme Divine Dynasty does not need to leave. I want to see what kind of monster can scare this group of timid cultivators so badly. The Jolie Heavenly Dynasty retreats, those who want to stay can stay. Yin Yang Law Sect, those who want to retreat can retreat, but I don't think the other side can break through my Yin Yang Law Sect's Yin Yang universe formation. I'm not leaving. Shanhabada Sect, forget it, Shanhabada Sect retreats. The majority of the human race's forces believed in White Sholan's judgment as a harmonization realm cultivator. If even a harmonization realm cultivator was panicking like this, it was enough to prove the terror that was to come. Additionally, try to notify all scattered cultivators of the human race to retreat. White Sholan's figure disappeared. A huge voice echoed through the heavens and earth. A peerless demon has emerged, slaughtering everything. Those who remain will undoubtedly die. I am White Sholan of the Tao Sect. Anyone who hears this, leave the ancient battlefield of the heavenly prodigies as fast as possible. Such a voice resounded in all layers of the ancient battlefield of the heavenly prodigies. This was all White Sholan could do. Saving one person was one less accumulation of killing karma for Lu Chen, so every bit counted. Above the sea of blood. Boom! The four-symbol suppression formation was completely shattered, and the demon race at the formation's core turned into blood mist. In the next moment, the blood mist was drawn in, coming to Lu Chen's mouth, which he swallowed in one bite. His body involuntarily trembled slightly. Extreme excitement filled his heart. Ah! The celestial ghost let out a shriek as Lu Chen shattered thousands of rays of light with a sword, reaching out to grab the celestial ghost's head. Boom! The celestial ghost's head was crushed, and Lu Chen opened his mouth wide, forcefully stuffing the celestial ghost into his mouth. Waves of sword light continuously appeared. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Each ray of sword light was stained blood red. A word squeezed out between his teeth. Die. The formation's core. The sword energy transformed into a blood-colored storm, emitting sharp explosive sounds, all attacking the weakest point of the formation. What Vajra demon subduing formation? What 10,000 spirits 10,000 kills formation? Each name sounding more impressive than the last, but in Lu Chen's eyes, they were full of flaws and utterly vulnerable. Boom boom boom. Blood mist exploded at the formation's core. The Vajra pestle smashed down in fury. Thousands of threads intertwined. Lu Chen threw a punch, the Vajra pestle and his fist collided. Holding for a moment, Lu Chen remained motionless, and the Vajra pestle was ground down inch by inch into powder. A group of harmonization realm cultivators saw the scene and felt their scalps go numb. Amitba. Amitba. Especially the disciples of the Buddhist sect, no one understood better than them how hard this Vajra pestle was using. This Vajra pestle, countless strong heads had been smashed. Yet now, it was turned into powder by a single punch. I don't believe he is this strong. The divine general, holding a long spear, donned in white armor and a red cloak, looked imposing. His eyes were filled with disbelief and strong defiance. The divine clan's aurora attacked once more. The divine general transformed into a blinding white light, a massive phantom appearing behind him, and together they thrust a spear with all their might. Outyen's strike. A divine dragon coiled around the spear. This was his ultimate move, the strongest strike of a harmonization realm expert. He did not believe that Lu Chen could withstand this supreme blow after enduring the divine clan's aurora. Harmonization, the unity of power and the path. His path was the path of invincibility. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face, a grin that was both sinister and somewhat strange. He casually slashed the divine clan's aurora with his sword. Facing this earth-shattering spear, he extended his own palm. Grip. Collapse. The divine General's rushing figure came to an abrupt halt. Lu Chen remained motionless, his blood-red eyes fixed on the divine general, his smile cruel and terrifying. You dare to walk the path of invincibility? The murderous aura seeped through Lu Chen's eyes, directly entering the divine general's body. In that moment, the divine general saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, witnessed the true fall of gods and Buddhas, and saw billions of beings wailing in despair like ants. Upon closer inspection of those billions of beings, he was horrified to discover that each of those tiny creatures possessed strength akin to his own. His eyes glazed over in confusion, filled with extreme terror. These are all walking the path of invincibility. Lu Chen gently pulled his palm, drawing the divine general closer. He raised his right leg. A powerful and violent force surged forth. A knee strike. The divine general's body exploded on the spot, turning into a thick mist of blood. A completely white primordial infant flew out, attempting to escape, but was caught by Lu Chen. He opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Chen's mouth as he gazed at the countless figures around him. They all must die. Ah! A sword swung out, and thousands of sword lights erupted. The formation was utterly destroyed, along with the various alien beings turning into blood mist. The wails were incessant. Devil! He is a devil! Don't kill me, please don't kill me! The alien harmonization. Realm experts felt their scalps go numb at that moment. Escape! Fear was deeply etched in their hearts. The divine general had been so easily killed, how could they possibly be a match for this devil? The Buddhist sect was the first to flee. The demon's ferocity was overwhelming, and the Buddhist light dimmed. They should conserve their strength for the day when the Buddhist light shines brightly again to exorcise demons, which would be the righteous path. As the crowd scattered, fleeing for miles, their figures suddenly vanished, reappearing not far from Lu Chen. The alien beings were confused. There's a formation. Yi An's expression changed drastically. Why was there a formation on the outskirts? Who the hell set up this trapping formation? Who? In the void, a young boy in a cloak, with red lips and white teeth, was present, but no one noticed his existence due to the cloak that acted like an invisibility cloak. If Lu Chen saw him now, he would definitely strike him with a sword. If the sober Lu Chen saw him, he would be surprised that this boy was Li Huayu. His identity did not belong to the 5 major sects, nor to the 3 great dynasties or the Eternal sect, but came from a more mysterious place. He had little interest in cultivation but was particularly fond of formations. However, he was also quite dull-witted, causing his master to be frustrated with his lack of ambition and throw him into the ancient battlefield of the talented for trials. His understanding of formations was indeed very laborious, taking several minutes to break through a single formation. He came here intending to rescue Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had helped him a bit. However, he found that it seemed unnecessary to save him. So strong. So terrifying. More frightening than his senior brother. According to Li Huayu's understanding, if nothing unexpected happened, Lu Chen should be able to kill all these people. But if these people were to escape. Thus, Li Huayu set up a trapping formation. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into wild laughter upon seeing this scene. He glanced at Li Huayu, who shivered all over, an endless fear engulfing him like a tide. He. How could he see himself? How is that possible? This cloak is a congenital spiritual treasure, used by my master to protect my life. Kill. The sword light appeared. One by one, the monks fell in a pool of blood. The Hui character monks roared in anger, forming a battle formation, and in the next second, the crowd exploded, limbs flying everywhere. Amitba, Amitba. The weeping Buddhist chant echoed through the heavens and the earth. It sounded more like a lament. Amitba could not save them. Even the Buddha was shedding tears at this moment. Damn it! Damn it! Break the formation quickly. We can't break it. What kind of ghost formation is this? Let us out. Who set up this formation? Let us out. I don't want to die. I still have boundless prospects ahead of me. I have the Tao waiting for me to pursue. I don't want to die. Ah. It's all your fault. He didn't provoke us. Why did we join forces to kill him? Damn demon, damn demon. The strong figures of the ghost clan let out desperate wails. Clearly they had no contact with Lu Chen at all. Why did they lose their minds and insist on coming together? Wailing. Blood. Collapse. Li Huayu witnessed the most brutal scene in the world, a slaughter without suspense, a struggle filled with pain. He panicked. Lu Chen's blood-red gaze merely glanced at him, deeply imprinting itself in the depths of his soul, making him feel weak all over. No, I have to run. Once Lu Chen kills everyone inside, he will be killed. 2. Li Huayu's figure quickly disappeared. Upon returning to the sect, he must warn his senior brother, when encountering this Lu Chen, never provoke him. Hu Sheng watched this massacre. His expression gradually changed, as if billions of layers of pupils appeared in his eyes. The first heaven, and such a person has appeared? Lu Chen's figure appeared before Hu Shang. The blood-red eyes met the myriad layers of pupils. Come. Here. Lu Chen rasped. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Hu Shang's mouth. All right. His head was smashed to pieces by a punch. Corpses, blood, severed limbs. Merging into the sea of blood. Lu Chen's true consciousness was like an audience, watching his own body unleash slaughter as the strongest killing weapon. That gaze just now, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Lu Chen recognized it as one of his most troublesome opponents in the early stages. That gaze was very familiar to him. Lu Chen's own consciousness might also be gradually becoming excited along with this slaughter. He had almost forgotten the glorious years of his previous life after returning from rebirth and continuous cultivation. So, come on. Come and compete with me for the Tao. Kill the last alien race. The world fell silent. But the killing intent surged even more. The killing lotus seed caused Lu Chen's heart for slaughter to explode several times, dozens of times, hundreds of times. Just killing this was clearly not enough. Far from enough. His figure vanished and a punch shattered the outer layer of the formation. The formation of the heavenly pavilion? I didn't expect that the heavenly pavilion would send people this time. The blood-red murderous aura rolled like dancing flames, and Lu Chen's flying speed in the air produced explosive sounds. His divine sense spread in all directions. Quick! Let a living being come so I can kill it. Hurry! Demon realm. On the bone altar, the soul stones had already shattered a small part. Tu Woying had just entered, and his soul stone shattered, startling the powerful figures of the demon realm. Because it shattered too quickly. As soon as Tu Woying stepped into the teleportation vortex, it was as if his clothes were still fluttering in the demon realm, and he was already dead. However, later on, no more demons died, which made the heavenly demon emperor breathe a sigh of relief. The death of Tu Woying should have been a coincidence. How unfortunate. Indeed, the concept of luck is an especially important aspect for cultivators. Tu Woying's talent was terrifying. If he hadn't died this time, he could have potentially become a being that even the strongest of the heavens would tremble before in the future. Unfortunately, he is dead. Crack. 7 soul stones shattered simultaneously. The powerful beings of the demon realm immediately looked over, their expressions slightly grave. Fortunately, they were just some ordinary demons. Crack. 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 In the next moment, other soul stones began to shatter, breaking continuously at a frightening speed. What's going on? A demon powerhouse exclaimed. Until even the soul stones of the harmonization realm demons shattered. The entire demon realm fell into a deathly silence. The elite demons were completely wiped out. Roar! The heavenly demon emperor let out a thunderous roar. What does it mean for so many elite demons to be annihilated? It means that in decades, or even 100 years, other races could give birth to a batch of very powerful beings, becoming the backbone of the first layer after the older generation ascends to the second layer. Yet the demon realm has lost this batch of powerhouses. This directly created a gap in the future strong beings of the demon realm. What exactly happened? Who annihilated the elite demons? Immediately contact other races. No, contact the Wanling Demon Emperor. He must know what happened. Not only the demon realm was affected. The spirit realm, divine realm, Buddha realm, and ghost realm, these independent small worlds expelled from the great wilderness, also experienced similar situations. Only the Wanling Demon Emperor knows what has transpired. Because he has left things in too many demon bodies, too many demons that seem like independent individuals can actually be replaced by the Wanling Demon Emperor at any time. Ancient battlefield of the elites. 8th layer, a quarter of an hour ago. Shangguan Huanling heard Bai Qiulan's transmission and hurriedly inquired about Bai Qiulan, but it was about Lu Chen. Although she only used he to refer to him, she and Bai Qiulan all understood that this he referred to Lu Chen. Thus, she immediately agreed to let everyone from the Supreme Empire leave. However, it seemed she had little say in the Supreme Empire. Brother Emperor? We must leave. I am very familiar with Bai Qiulan. The danger she mentioned is absolutely real. If we stay in the ancient battlefield of the elites until that demon arrives, we will all die, Shangguan Huanling said. Anxiously. Shangguan Tianyin raised an eyebrow. What, do you know this demon? And how come I don't remember you knowing Bai Qiulan? Bai Qiulan was different from them, she was decades older. The Supreme Empire had little contact with the Great Tao sect, so how did Shangguan Huanling know Bai Qiulan? This is not the time to explain this, Brother Emperor. The situation is truly urgent, we must let everyone from the Supreme Empire leave immediately, or we will all die. I know this demon, he is terrifying to the extreme. Shangguan Tianyin turned a deaf ear. Then tell me, what is this demon's name? I am quite familiar with the human powerhouses. And many other races' powerhouses. I do not believe there exists a single person in this world who can annihilate all the powerhouses of my supreme empire. Shangguan Huanling. Even if she said Lu Chen's name, he was not well known before. Shangguan Tianin would not believe that a Lu Chen could kill anyone in the ancient battlefield of the elites. What would I gain by lying to you? Shangguan Huanling sighed. Shangguan Tianin smiled lightly. Sister, the path of cultivation is fraught with danger. If you retreat upon encountering danger, how can you achieve the supreme? If you do not even understand this principle, your path of cultivation will end before you go far. Shangguan Huanling felt an intense anger in her heart. In her previous life, she was at the level of a great emperor, and now she had to let a prematurely deceased Shangguan Tianin teach her how to cultivate. I'll say it one last time, those who want to leave, follow me. After saying that, she turned and left. Laughter erupted from behind. Shangguan Huanling. If you don't want to go, then don't. My sister may be a bit timid, but that's fine. After all, she's just a girl, and no one has high expectations of her. Being a bit timid is just being a bit timid. However, Bai Qiulan from the Great Tao sect is so anxious. It seems there is indeed danger. Let's set up a defensive formation and prepare for the worst. The second prince is wise. Shangguan Tianin's eyes burned with ambition. Let them all leave. All of them. Once everyone had left, the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield would belong to him, and at that time, his prestige in the Supreme Divine Dynasty could surpass that of the first prince. Becoming the crown prince was not impossible. In the seventh layer of space, a group from the Yinyan Law sect remained, also setting up formations. Luo Yuan, as the saintess, felt quite conflicted. Yu Hongling had sent her a message, warning her to leave. However, she was not particularly willing. Moreover, the strong members of the Yinyan Law sect kept emphasizing that they were not afraid of the demon. In the end, she decided to stay. Many people were leaving. Some held on to a glimmer of hope, while others believed they had nothing to fear. One by one, they began to withdraw. After a quarter of an hour, the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield had quieted down significantly. Zhoulong Valley. A group of people suddenly rushed out, leaving the various sect experts waiting outside the teleportation vortex in a state of confusion. Had the Tianzhou ancient battlefield ended? Many people emerged, a large crowd from various sections. No, the last 3 layers of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield had only opened for less than a day. How could it end in such a short time? What's going on? Why are you all coming out? An elder from the robbery sect grabbed a disciple and asked. Greetings, elder. We came out because we followed what Bai Qiulan from the Great Tao sect said. She claimed that a peerless demon would appear in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield and kill us all. She was very certain and intense in her words, so we followed her advice and chose to withdraw. What peerless demon? Have you tried the eternal Tianzhou ranking? We don't know what demon it is, and we didn't have time to try the eternal Tianzhou ranking. Nonsense. The elder from the robbery sect's face changed dramatically, and he shouted loudly. You just quit the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. Because of a single statement? Don't you know how rare the Tianzhou ancient battlefield is for you? What a huge opportunity it is. The elder's voice was like thunder, rolling and resonating, making everyone's ears buzz. On the path of cultivation, are there not demons? If you encounter a demon and run away, then what's the point of cultivating? Why don't you go home and farm? You definitely won't encounter any demons farming. What? A disgrace. Truly a disgrace. Why are we called the robbery sect? Can you tell us the origin of the name? We don't fear calamities, not even great calamities. We can overcome any danger, yet you all haven't even seen a damn demon and just retreated? Great Tao sect, you need to give our robbery sect an explanation. It wasn't just the robbery sect, other sects felt it was utterly ridiculous upon hearing this. Just because Bai Qiulan said a peerless demon would come out, so many people had exited? When did cultivators become so timid? Is there anyone else who hasn't come out? Don't let them out. Do everything possible to keep them inside. I'm so angry, so angry. Because the Tianzhou ancient battlefield belonged to another space, it was quite difficult to communicate across spaces. Normal sound transmission stones simply couldn't transmit over such long distances. Fortunately, the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect has a genius holding a treasure. It is called the Winged Book. I'll notify them, an elder of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect said urgently. The crowd continued to pour out from the ancient battlefield of the geniuses, and with each person that emerged, the various sects felt genuine heartache. What a waste! Such a fantastic opportunity, and it was squandered. Like this. The Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect took out half of the Winged Book and began to write on it. The characters transformed into golden light and disappeared, while the content written here would appear in another Winged Book. Why is there no reply? The elder of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect was nearly frantic. Buzz. Golden light appeared, and a disciple from the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect inside. The ancient battlefield of the geniuses replied, stopping their exit from the battlefield. Chang, my friend, let me use this winged book. Please help me notify our GS sect disciples that they absolutely cannot leave. The ancient battlefield of the geniuses. What is there to fear from the demon? Just fight them. This is not a discussion, it's an order. They must not leave. Chang, my friend, help me with the Taishang Sword sect as well. The Taishang Sword sect was also reluctant to let their disciples come out now. The sword path always emphasizes moving forward without retreat. How could they back down? Langya, think carefully. Based on our understanding of junior sister Bai, she is not someone who would make baseless claims. If she says there is an unparalleled demon, it must be something that cannot be resisted. Please think carefully, Langya. The people from the Great Tao sect spoke up. They knew Bai Qiulan the best and would never believe she was intentionally scaring others. She must have felt that staying in the ancient battlefield of the geniuses would mean certain death, which is why she urged everyone to retreat. Langya Jian hesitated. His expression was filled with conflict. The difficult choice was at hand. You don't need to use it. Please, Chang, let the people from the Jolie Heavenly Dynasty not come out anymore. The opportunities in the ancient battlefield of the geniuses are too rare. We absolutely cannot give them up so easily. Chang Liang did not hesitate either, helping to contact the Jolie Heavenly Dynasty. The more people that stayed behind, the greater the chance of survival when facing the demon. He didn't believe the demon could be that strong. Time passed second by second. The crowd continued to surge out. Almost all the disciples of the Taishang Sword sect and the Great Tao sect had come out, and the cultivators of the Zhou dynasty also emerged one after another. Other sects had also sent out their members, and later batches continued to trickle out. A large number of loose cultivators also came out, as they still trusted the judgment of the Great Tao sect's experts. However, about a third remained inside, most of whom were strong practitioners. The Yinyang Law sect had almost all stayed behind. Chu Ling ran out alone. When Bai Qiulan, Yu Hongling, and Sun Ruowei emerged, Bai Qiulan immediately noticed how many people were still inside. Her expression changed. Why are there still so many people who haven't come out? Bai Qiulan said urgently. Bai Qiulan, what are you thinking? You clearly know that the ancient battlefield of the geniuses is an unimaginable opportunity for everyone, yet you let them choose to give up. The Yinyang Law sect was the first to speak out, loudly reprimanding her. That's right, Bai Qiulan, you must give us an explanation. Today. Damn it, so many opportunities for the geniuses have been wasted because of you. You. Great Tao sect, you must give us an explanation. Bai Qiulan took a deep breath. Then I will say it again, a temporarily possessed existence has appeared in the ancient battlefield of the geniuses. Its strength is terrifying, killing those at the harmonization realm as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The opponent is currently in a state of endless slaughter. Any living being it encounters will be killed. I swear by my great Tao that what I say is not false. Hurry and let the people inside come out. Swearing by the great Tao. This was a very serious oath. Many people's expressions changed slightly. Killing those at the harmonization realm as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs? Bai Qiulan even swore by the great Tao? Dangerous words to incite fear. I ask you, who is this demon? The elder of the Yin Yang sect scolded. Bai Qiulan. I don't know. Ha, what a good I don't know. You don't even recognize what it means to know. If it's as you say. He didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, a wail came from the direction of the Supreme God Dynasty. The second prince. Everyone's gaze turned towards the location of the Supreme God Dynasty. They witnessed a scene that made their scalps tingle. The soul stones were shattering. Crack, crack, crack. Almost without pause, all the soul stones shattered wildly, one after another, each shattering representing the passing of a life. The ancient battlefield. On the 8th level. While Shangguan Tianyin and the others were setting up the great formation, Lu Chen's figure was shrouded in a rolling aura of death, violently charging through the void. The demon is coming, and it's actually a person? The Supreme God Dynasty was on high alert at this moment. After all, it was Bai Qiulan who had warned them. The name of Bai Qiulan from the Tao sect was definitely not a hollow title. However, Shangguan Tianyin had always thought this demon would be an alien race, but he never expected it to be a human. Looking at the young face amidst the blood-red aura, Shangguan Tianyin pondered for a moment and then began to laugh heartily. Ah, Bai Qiulan, oh Bai Qiulan, I said women are timid. Such an unknown young man, surrounded by a bit of murderous aura, is indeed somewhat frightening, but this is enough to scare those women out of their wits. It's simply hilarious. The others from the Supreme God Dynasty also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Hey, that demon, I command you to leave immediately, or don't blame me for the Supreme God Dynasty exterminating demons and upholding justice. Shangguan Tianyin shouted. Lu Chen lowered his head. The stone sword in his hand was raised. At that moment, the sky suddenly turned blood red. The clouds truly transformed into blood. Clouds in an instant. All the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was crazily converging at this moment. A massive blood-colored swordlight surged, expanding to several thousand zheng in an instant. What does this mean? This sword could split a city in half with just one strike. The strong from the Supreme God dynasty below suddenly had their smiles freeze. Some people's swordlights, though enormous, were flashy yet insubstantial, shattering upon contact. Others' swordlights, the larger they were, the more terrifying their power. And now, looking at the blood-red sky, watching this awe-inspiring blood-red swordlight that could shock the heavens and weep for the ghosts, it was clear this belonged to the latter. At this moment, the strong from the Supreme God dynasty were filled with immense worry. Could the formation they set up really withstand this sword? The sword light descended. The howling wind roared, like a force that could topple mountains and seas. Boom! Dust flew into the sky, forming two towering waves of dust several dozen meters high, rapidly spreading to the sides. This sword struck solidly against the defensive formation. All the formation nodes exploded, unable to withstand such immense force. The formation shattered. The sword light also shattered. Lu Chen's figure landed on the ground, walking towards the Supreme God dynasty. The many strong from the Supreme God dynasty were already terrified to the point of their hearts racing. Seeing Lu Chen approach, someone bravely let out a roar and charged at Lu Chen. Puff! A punch turned the opponent into a mist of blood. Lu Chen accelerated, the sword energy howling. Blood mist exploded in clusters. Unstoppable, annihilating everything. Don't kill me, I am Shangwan Tianin, I am from the Supreme God dynasty. Puff! A sword light passed through the middle, splitting Shangwan Wuyin in half. Lu Chen couldn't even be bothered to glance at him again. Continuing the slaughter. If a nascent soul tried to escape, he would directly grab and devour it. If a nascent soul was shattered, he wouldn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, the world once again fell silent. The stone sword stained with blood was held by Lu Chen, not daring to emit even a sound. Now this master is somewhat frightening. It worries that if it emits a pleasant sword hum, the master will directly choke it off. The system also remains silent, fearing that if it speaks, the completely mad Lu Chen might smash his own head to find the source of the sound. Clean the battlefield. Clean the battlefield. Clean the battlefield. Lu Chen's subjective consciousness continuously urges, trying to influence himself. The battle is important, and cleaning the battlefield is equally important. As a result, after Lu Chen finished killing, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at the scattered corpses, and his figure instantly vanished. Search. 7th layer. Boom! Lu Chen's feet stomped heavily on the ground. He began to run, to sprint. The faces of the Yin-Yang Law sect members changed slightly, and they activated. The formation Yin and Yang spun out like Tai Chi, intercepting in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen's speed grew faster, his momentum more ferocious. As the world behind him merged with him, a punch surged out. The Yin-Yang diagram spun rapidly, meeting Lu Chen. Boom! The Yin-Yang diagram was directly pierced through. Screams and wails erupted behind the Yin-Yang diagram, blood soaking the ground. Luo Yuan watched as her sex Dao was turned into a mist of blood by this young figure with a single punch. She stood frozen in place. At this moment, she recalled the words of reminder from Yu Hongling. Luo Yuan, you must leave the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. No matter whether the others from your Yin-Yang Law sect leave or not, as long as you want to live, you must leave at all costs. If you don't leave, you will undoubtedly die. Remember, you will undoubtedly die. She hadn't believed it. And now, indeed, it was undoubtedly death. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face, which then transformed into a pitiful look as she tore a part of her clothing. Not completely torn. She knew very well that being partially revealed, evoking pity, was the greatest allure. The overwhelming smell of blood surged into her delicate, upright nose, and shadows enveloped her. Tears welled in Luo Yuan's eyes as she timidly raised her gaze. A fist, seemingly larger than her face, crazily enlarged. Boom! The head exploded. Blood gushing like a fountain. Jiulong Valley. The Yin-Yang Law sect let out cries of shock and wails. They panicked. The speed of annihilation for everyone from the Supreme God dynasty and the Yin-Yang Law sect was too fast. From the beginning to the complete death, it all happened in just a few minutes. What this meant was already very clear. It meant that their opponent was on a completely different level, and it was entirely a brutal massacre. Quick, let all our sect members come out, hurry. The elder of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect panicked. Extremely panicked. The Bai e-book began to write messages. The prince of the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty rushed over. Cheng Daoyu, quickly, help me notify the cultivators of our Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty to leave. Cheng Daoyu, I am a cultivator of the robbery sect, quickly let them out. They panicked. 10 minutes ago, they had firmly insisted that their disciples stay inside. Now, seeing the Supreme God Dynasty and the Yin-Yang Law sect perish so quickly, they were truly frightened. The Bai e-book sent out message after message. A soul stone from the Taishang sword sect shattered. It was a sword cultivator unwilling to leave. Soon, the first disciple of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect had their soul stone shattered. Crack, crack, crack. Shatter. 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 Some were teleported out, their eyes filled with terror. Half of the corpses were teleported out, blood spraying everywhere, devoid of any breath. Soul stones shattered one after another. Some who were teleported out still screamed in fear. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Devil, he is a devil. Let me leave, let me out. Wails, screams, moans. The speed of soul stone shattering suddenly accelerated, as if the demons inside sensed that someone was leaving, increasing the frequency of slaughter. Finally, no one escaped from the teleportation vortex anymore. The vortex spins quietly, untouched by dust. Serene and beautiful. But in everyone's eyes, it has become the giant mouth of a demon, devouring all life. The ancient battlefield of the proud, first layer. Lu Chen is covered in blood, of course, it is the blood of others. The ground is littered with broken corpses in disarray. Lu Chen grips a half-dismembered body and pulls it out from the vortex. His blood-red eyes fixate on the vortex. The vortex, it seems like someone is behind it? Lu Chen's main consciousness tightens slightly, there isn't really anything too serious about going out. After all, it's just fighting, killing. While killing people, he can also refine others' primordial souls without any issues of insufficient true essence. Lu Chen walks towards the vortex. As long as there are living beings, he can go there, the overwhelming killing intent constantly driving his soul. Just as he is about to enter the vortex, Lu Chen suddenly halts. He looks in another direction, his eyes glowing red. Boom! Lu Chen's figure shoots into the sky, rushing northwest. Because there, he senses the presence of many living beings, so many. At the exit of the demon realm vortex, Zhu Ke is fully concealing her own aura. She possesses a powerful secret technique, with a strong concealment function. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to remain unnoticed under the watchful eyes of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor when she was so weak. She only hopes that Lu Chen cannot discover her. That way, she still has a chance to etch her name on the eternal pride ranking. Of course, it wouldn't matter if she was discovered. She is right at the exit, and as soon as Lu Chen arrives, she will leave immediately. It's terrifying. Zhu Ke reflects, you can question everything about Lu Chen, but you cannot question his strength. In his past life, he faced difficulties, but in this life, he is utterly invincible. Not to mention being on the same level as others, they are not worthy opponents for Lu Chen. Even if Lu Chen is at a lower realm, no one can match him. At this moment, suddenly a small demon burrows in from the entrance of the vortex. The small demon looks like it has only lived for about 10 or 20 years, and as for its strength, it is at the Yuan Dan stage. Zhu Ke is taken aback. What is such a small demon doing in the ancient battlefield of the proud at this time? The small demon is also stunned upon seeing Zhu Ke. It carefully examines her but finds nothing particularly special. Hey, what are you doing here in the ancient battlefield of the proud? It's extremely dangerous here. You should leave quickly. Zhu Chua's belief is that there are good and bad people, and good and bad demons. Lu Chen, who once used the name of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor to slaughter countless weak demons, is a villain. The small demon completely ignores Zhu Ke and lets out a roar. Zhu Ke is alarmed and immediately rushes to cover the small demon's mouth. She was wrong, demons are not just good or bad, but also foolish and silly. But at that moment, a second small demon enters. Zhu Ke? A third, fourth, fifth. Looking at the very young demon clan, it seems like a demon tide has erupted, continuously pouring in. Zhu Ke? What are you doing? Who let you in? Go back, there's a killing. God here, you'll die if you stay. Different demons continue to appear. After entering, they roar, exerting all their strength. They are deliberately trying to attract Lu Chen's arrival. Among them, there are even young beasts. Zhu Ke is about to go crazy. She doesn't care about exposing herself anymore, and with both hands, she releases her demon power, forming a powerful shield to block the demon clan's teleportation vortex. What is happening? Why are they coming here to see death? Just as Zhu Ke unleashes her demon power, all the small demons turn to look at her. Their eyes become bright and greedy. Zhu Ke. It's actually Zhu Ke. Don't come in, go back. You'll die if you come in. The vermilion bird let out a loud roar. At that moment, a young wolf appeared behind the vermilion bird, suddenly opening its mouth wide and biting fiercely at the vermilion bird's neck. However, it was too weak. Even in a surprise attack, it couldn't break through the vermilion bird's defenses. The vermilion bird's eyes were filled with disbelief. This young wolf was attacking it? The vermilion bird shook slightly, and the young wolf was sent flying. Why? Why? Ding! A dagger stabbed fiercely into the vermilion bird's body, attacking desperately to injure it. A group of small demons rushed forward, using weapons, teeth, and claws. Puff! The vermilion bird bled. A special aura quickly entered the vermilion bird's body. From the wound, with a sharp cry, all the young demons were sent flying. In the whirlpool, the small demons, with expressions of extreme ferocity, stared intently at the vermilion bird, their terrifying gazes sending a deep chill through it. The small demons charged forward recklessly. Finding they couldn't harm the vermilion bird, they began to resort to insults, spitting at it and cursing. Some even threw their filthy belongings at the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird's expression turned numb. The malice in the eyes of those young demons was something that young demons shouldn't possess. They were the sovereign of all spirits. It was the sovereign transformation blood demon scripture. At that moment, the vermilion bird's head buzzed. She withdrew her power, watching countless young demons enter the ancient battlefield of the talented. Like zombies, they no longer bothered to hide. All the young demons wore the same expression. They were all part of the sovereign of all spirits. What Lu Chen said was all true. He hadn't lied to her in his previous life. Those demons slaughtered by Lu Chen were all the sovereign of all spirits. Even if the weakest demon remained, as long as that demon was parasitized by the sovereign of all spirits, the sovereign could return. He hadn't lied to himself. But wasn't the sovereign of all spirits cultivated through the sovereign transformation blood demon scripture? This technique didn't have such means at all. Such a terrifying method could only be achieved through a very fearsome technique. Wrong. She was wrong. The vermilion bird looked at the faces of the young demons filled with anticipation and ferocity. At that moment, she wept bitterly. A young demon approached the vermilion bird, its domineering and fierce gaze sizing her up. What kind of technique are you cultivating? How can you do such things? The vermilion bird shouted, somewhat on the verge of collapse. You seem to know this emperor quite well. The sovereign of all spirits spoke. The sovereign transformation blood demon scripture doesn't have such divine powers. What exactly are you cultivating? The sovereign of all spirits was taken aback. The sovereign transformation blood demon scripture? Good name, I really didn't know that my parasitic celestial demon true method had such a name, The sovereign of all spirits laughed heartily. The vermilion bird was stunned. Parasitic celestial demon true method? Parasitic celestial demon true method? He was the parasitic celestial demon. He was the parasitic celestial demon fighting Lu Chen in the seventh heaven. The sovereign transformation blood demon scripture was actually a deception. It was a trap set by the parasitic celestial demon against her and Lu Chen. The parasitic celestial demon was the sovereign of all spirits, and the sovereign of all spirits was the parasitic celestial demon. It wasn't about collecting the blood of all spirits to enhance power. It was about parasitizing the owner of the blood through the blood of all spirits, allowing the owner of the essence blood to assist it in cultivation. At this moment, blood light filled the sky. Lu Chen had arrived. Living beings. Lu Chen's blood-red eyes looked at the weak demon clan. Although the demon clan was weak, they were young, and their vitality was like the rising sun. To extinguish them and cut off their thriving vitality would satisfy the pleasure of slaughter even more. All the weak demon clan looked at Lu Chen, their faces filled with eager smiles. Indeed, the human race has its own prodigies, even more extraordinary than this demon. Come, kill me. Lu Chen did not utter a single word of nonsense and swung his sword horizontally. Blood stained the ground. The intense smell of blood surged into the sky. As one young demon after another was sliced in half by the sword energy, their faces bearing strange smiles. After being killed, streams of blood-red energy surged towards Lu Chen. He didn't care and continued to kill. Young demons kept pouring into the ancient battlefield of the heroes. However, the speed of their arrival was still too slow, far from enough for Lu Chen to kill. His blood-red eyes glanced at a filthy firebird beside him, which was too dirty to look at. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! The firebird exploded into pieces, feathers flying everywhere. Ha! Lu Chen let out a light exclamation. With another punch, the heavens assisted him at that moment. A fierce wind surged from the void. The vermilion bird was consumed by endless regret. Her body was shattered by Lu Chen's punch, and she surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Let it die, it would be better that way. Lu Chen had saved her twice, she owed him 2 lives. Memories seemed to return to that time. Vermilion bird? One of the 4 divine beasts? Why is it such a small one? Those who know you are the vermilion bird, and those who don't would think you are just a little chick. Hello, little chick, we meet again. Tisk, looking so dirty, come, let me wash you. Cough. Cough, cough, you little thing, actually repaying kindness with enmity. I help you bathe, and you pull me into the water? Little bird, we meet again. What's going on with your demon clan? Why are they constantly hunting you? Please, you are the vermilion bird, right? The demon clan knows your kind. If they don't treat you well, they are blind, yet they still hunt you. Follow me, if you don't, it won't be long before you die. This 10,000 spirits demon emperor is indeed terrifying. But don't be afraid, watch me deal with him. Lu Chen and the 10,000 spirits demon emperor engaged in the pinnacle battle of the first heaven. The more they fought, the more silent Lu Chen became. Until the end. Lu Chen, you've killed so many demons? I had no choice. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. At that time, Lu Chen's brows and eyes were filled with exhaustion and killing intent. How could such weak demons kill you? Weak demons? Do you know that the weak demon behind you is the 10,000 spirits demon emperor? Impossible. I have never lied to you. Get out of the way. The vermilion bird believed Lu Chen. But there were too many had died, and those were clearly young beasts still waiting to be fed, all slaughtered by Lu Chen. Tragic. But she only saw the tragedy of the demon clan and did not see the pain in Lu Chen's eyes. Killing the weak was, for Lu Chen, a most painful torment. But Lu Chen had no choice. If he didn't kill, everything would be in vain. The demons he had killed before would also be in vain. In the end, the vermilion bird, with her life at stake, stood in front of a young beast, one that had just been born a few days ago, its eyes barely open. How could such a young beast be part of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor? Get out of the way. The killing intent on Lu Chen's face had thickened to an unbreakable degree. He pointed the stone sword at himself. If you want to kill it, kill me too, it has just been born. But it is the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. It is not. The vermilion bird could not imagine the ferocious and malicious expression that the young beast, which she had protected, would reveal in a place she could not see. She hadn't told Lu Chen that she had secretly hidden a young demon, one that looked very much like her, with feathers not fully grown. She wanted to see if this was truly the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Later, due to her repeated obstruction, Lu Chen knocked her unconscious. By the time she woke up, nearly half of the demon realm had been slaughtered by Lu Chen. Especially the young demon clans. Afterward, Lu Chen came to explain to her, and she knew in her heart that he was right, but she just couldn't accept it at that moment. She was waiting for that young bird to grow up. That young bird had lived for a long time under her protection. It lived for a long time, and then due to a chance occurrence, that Firebird died, never showing the slightest sign of the all-spirits demon emperor. Later on, although she couldn't accept this fact, watching the damaged demon realm gradually begin to revive, she slowly found peace. Now, as she recalls, she suddenly realizes that the time when the young bird grew up under her protection was actually the most difficult period for Lu Chen. From the second heaven to the fourth heaven, it seemed like the whole world was against Lu Chen, and he even provoked the ancient sect. Many things, when she thinks back, seem so coincidental, so illogical. Until she found a demon scripture in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan in the seventh heaven. All Spirits Blood Transformation Demon Scripture. Haha, she thought the All Spirits Demon Emperor, who practiced the All Spirits Blood Transformation Demon Scripture, didn't even know the name of this technique. The All Spirits Demon Emperor was the parasitic celestial demon. She thought she had saved a Firebird, not realizing she had saved the most terrifying existence that could endanger the entire demon clan and lead to its complete destruction. She cannot die. She absolutely cannot die. If she dies, Lu Chen in this life might not have to kill the All Spirits Demon Emperor. Because Lu Chen in this life is too strong, he doesn't need any opponents, he just needs to cultivate with all his might. To leave all his enemies far behind. She wants to kill the All Spirits Demon Emperor. She wants to feel the pain that Lu Chen experienced when he was killing the All Spirits Demon Emperor. After she has experienced the pain that Lu Chen once suffered, she will come to find him and let him kill her with his own hands. Phoenix Fire. A sharp bird cry echoed through the heavens and the earth. A blazing golden red flame erupted to dozens of feet high, and a gigantic vermilion bird emerged from the flames, exuding the supreme aura of the four spirits of heaven and the four symbols of the human world. Blood-red chains suddenly wrapped around Lu Chen. This was the All Spirits Demon Emperor's move. The parasitic entity he had his eyes on could not be easily killed by Lu Chen. For ordinary parasitic entities, it didn't matter how many died, but for a parasitic entity like The vermilion bird, even if it was difficult to parasitize, as long as there was hope, the All-Spirits Demon Emperor would not let it go. What if it succeeded? However, he still underestimated Lu Chen. The blood-red chains could not hinder Lu Chen at all. With a punch, the chains shattered on the spot. Boom! The true flames of the vermilion bird were extinguished by a single punch, and a faint red light quickly rushed into the teleportation vortex, disappearing within it. A large group of young demons rushed in again. Kill, kill, kill. These weak demons could not satisfy Lu Chen's thirst for slaughter at all. But it didn't matter, he wasn't picky. As long as there were living beings daring to come in, he would dare to kill. The All-Spirits Demon Emperor attached his parasitic power to Lu Chen through the slaughter. The All-Spirits Demon Emperor generally did not parasitize humans because his cultivation technique was a demon scripture, and only by parasitizing on demons could he achieve perfect parasitism. However, Lu Chen's talent was simply too tempting. In his eyes, Lu Chen was the flower of enlightenment, the fruit of entering the Tao, the human form of the great Tao. As long as he could parasitize Lu Chen, he would be willing to give up his true form. So, what was a parasitic entity? Let Lu Chen kill with all his might, to his heart's content. The more he killed, the stronger the power the All-Spirits Demon Emperor could wield. He didn't believe that as a demon emperor he couldn't compete with a human in the void refinement realm for the Tao. As time passed, the corpses of the demon beasts were piling up more and more, the blood below had flowed into a river, and the bodies had formed a mountain. The stench of blood was nauseating. However, Lu Chen was enjoying the current environment, it was too comfortable, like a fish in water. The killing lotus seeds continued to stimulate Lu Chen's desire to kill. His main consciousness watched the scene without any fluctuations in his heart. In fact, the current scene was not as nauseating and painful as when he had to kill the young demon clan one by one back then. He had never been a bloodthirsty person. When he completely exterminated the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, it had disgusted him to the core. Each of those little young beasts had no power to fight back and were still crying out for nourishment. But what could he do? Once the killing began, it couldn't just be stopped at will. It was too painful. During that time, the vermilion bird had been persuading him. Could he not know that he shouldn't slaughter the weak? The vermilion bird's words only deepened Lu Chen's pain. His worldview and outlook on life, formed since childhood, told him that he should not slaughter the weak and should not be cruel. But reality told him that if he didn't kill, many would die in the future. At that time, Lu Chen had not yet grown to a point where his heart was as hard as iron. He would feel heartache, and he would feel disgust at the killing. However, after that massacre, Lu Chen's heart had hardened even more. Killing was just killing. The young beasts back then still knew how to disguise themselves, pretending to be pitiful. Now, the young beasts that came in were all fierce-looking, each one a parasitic body of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. How many had come? 100,000? Looking at the mountain of corpses, it should be about that. But why had the influx slowed down? Lu Chen's main consciousness sensed something was off. He had already noticed the impatience of his body. The demon clan was coming in too slowly, and now, with his body controlled by the desire to kill, it was very likely to rush into the vortex and enter the demon realm to kill to his heart's content. Killing in the demon clan wasn't a problem, but the key was that he hadn't left his name on the ancient heroes list yet. Previously, seeing his body kill so delightfully, he had almost forgotten that one of his purposes for entering the ancient heroes battlefield was to leave his name. Lu Chen's blood-red eyes fixed on the vortex. With his current body and its pure, touching thoughts, he understood that there were many living beings behind the vortex. So he began to step forward. Was he really going out? Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. Well, if he was going out, then let it be. This thing couldn't be forced. But what Lu Chen didn't expect was that while he was willing to go out, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor was not willing to let him. This body was highly favored by the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. How could the 10,000 spirits demon emperor allow this body to run out before he had left his name on the ancient heroes list? Thus, more demon clans rushed out. This time, many were under 100 years old, their cultivation weak, and they even looked somewhat aged. It no longer depended on the young beasts under 20, there were too many demon beasts to choose from. The reason for choosing young beasts before was that they had not yet invested too much. If they died, the demon clan could be reborn, and the sunk cost was low. Now, seeing that Lu Chen actually wanted to run out, they immediately stopped caring about sunk costs. All come in. All go die. Thus, another round of demon beasts exploded. Lu Chen also stopped in his tracks, his expression serious, his stone sword swinging non-stop, killing with great joy. Jiulong Valley. The disciples who had escaped from the ancient heroes' battlefield gradually calmed down after a period of reassurance, their terrified emotions settling down. This was only a brief calm. The psychological trauma left in the ancient heroes' battlefield would accompany them for an unknown amount of time, waking them from nightmares many times in the middle of the night. Cultivators are also human. Everyone has their own limits of what their spirit can bear. Seeing their disciples' emotions stabilize, the sects that suffered heavy losses were filled with immense sorrow. It was a fracture. Sects like the Yin-Yang Law sect and the Supreme Divine Dynasty had almost reached a state of disconnection among the younger generation of cultivators. In the future, other sects would produce a new batch of strong practitioners, and simply adding them up could lead to a debilitating decline for a sect. Emoji, look at me. Do you still remember who it was that killed our brothers? An elder from the Mountain River Pagoda sect asked Sumaji. It was unimaginable that a cultivator at the void refinement stage could be scared to such a degree that it felt like their liver and gallbladder were splitting. Sumaji's eyes were hollow. The scene of his senior brother from the harmonization realm summoning the heavenly shield, only to be blasted apart along with the shield by a single punch, reappeared in his mind. The flesh and blood were reduced to pulp. Everyone was dying, everyone was shattering. He consumed nascent souls, one after another. The nascent souls were bleeding. Ugh. Sumaji vomited again, the spirited demeanor he had when facing Baicholan had completely vanished. The people of the Mountain River Pagoda sect were quite helpless. They could only ask another person. Finally, a disciple, partially obscured from view, panicked and fled amidst the chaos and wails, escaping early enough that his mind wasn't too greatly impacted. He saw Lu Chen's appearance. He took out paper and pen and began to draw. Killing intent. The first thing he drew was the killing intent that burned like flames. As he continued to describe, a youth with a fierce and terrifying appearance came to life on the paper. The boy looked as handsome as a legendary reader. But his expression was chillingly cold, the kind that could scare someone to tears with just a glance, enough to silence a crying baby. Are you sure it's this person? The disciple nodded vigorously. Are his eyes really that big? Looking at the eyes on the paper, which were as large as fists, the elder of the Mountain River Pagoda sect felt uncertain. Those eyes seemed exaggerated. The disciple continued to nod emphatically. I saw it with my own eyes, that's exactly how he looks. While the disciples of the Mountain River Pagoda sect were frantically sketching the figure, Baicholan was quietly transmitting a message. Elder son, please quietly shatter the soul stone of my disciple Lu Chen, and make sure no one finds out. Sun Li? Although confused, Sun Li complied. Who is this person? Does anyone recognize him? Elder Yu Tianyu of the Mountain River Pagoda sect enlarged the drawing and outlined the figure with various energy lines. The youth appeared tall and imposing, with extraordinarily large eyes surrounded by a sea of blood flames, resembling a reincarnated god of death. Everyone looked at the floating figure in the sky. This person seemed familiar. On the side of the Great Tao sect, Yu Hongling stared at the floating figure in the sky, momentarily stunned. This is my senior brother? Yu Hongling desperately searched for any resemblance to Lu Chen in the image. She couldn't find it, truly couldn't find it. Which divine being painted her senior brother like this? Everyone looked at the image and couldn't help but shake their heads. Judging by the physique, it did resemble someone from the robbery sect. Zhongzhou dynasty, do you recognize this person? The Zhongzhou dynasty was still relieved that their relationship with the Great Tao sect was good, having listened to Baicholan's words. Although no one had left their name on the eternal heavens Pride list this time, at least they had preserved themselves, which was already a stroke of luck compared to other forces. Don't know, never seen this person. What about the Great Tao sect? Do you recognize this fellow? Yu Tianyou's target was never the Zhongzhou dynasty, it had always been the Great Tao sect. The people of the Great Tao sect were also curious about who this person was. They looked closely, thought hard, and ultimately shook their heads. Sorry, we don't know. Yu Tianyu looked at Baicholan. Bai Dao Yu, you should recognize this, right? Baicholan's expression was calm as she gazed at the image, not a single lie escaping her lips. I don't recognize him. Do you dare to swear? Swear my ass, who do you think you are to make my master swear? Yu Hongling's temper exploded in an instant. Yu Tianyu was taken aback. How bold. I am speaking with your master, and you, a junior, think you can interrupt? Yu Tianyu's voice was authoritative and thunderous, like a roaring wave, deafening. For the weak, just this shout would be enough to make them lose control. To treat a girl this way could only be described as quite ruthless and insidious. Dao Yu, isn't this excessive? Baicholan's eyes instantly turned cold. The power of the Taiyin spread around her. Excessive? Not at all, just teaching her what it means to respect her. Elders. Yu Hongling's eyes turned red. You, an old useless thing, have the face to call yourself an elder? To have such a realm is merely a matter of having lived a few more years. If I were your age, you wouldn't even be able to reach my shoes. Upon hearing this, the older members of the Hidao sect changed their expressions. Hongling. Mind your words. Baicholan immediately reprimanded Yu Hongling. She then turned to Yu Tianyu, Elder Yu, you are indeed an elder, and it is inappropriate to entangle with juniors and lose face. Today, I will not care about face. So many disciples of my Shanhabata sect have died, and I have come here leading the team. If I do not kill the enemy to avenge my disciples, what face do I have to return to the sect? By Chiolan, you clearly know this scoundrel. He has committed heinous crimes, why do you not dare to say who he is? With Yu Tianyu taking the lead, other severely injured sects stepped forward, unknowingly forming a posture that surrounded the Didao sect. The strong members of the Didao sect immediately raised their momentum. Bai Shiji has already said she does not recognize him, why are you still pressing her? Indeed, Yu Tian Daoyu, do you really think my Didao sect is afraid of you? Without a word, the people from the Taishang sword sect moved to stand beside the Didao sect, their sword intent already howling. Bullying the few with the many? Then my Taishang sword sect will not just stand by and watch. The Zhengzhou dynasty hesitated for a moment, then also moved to the front of the Didao sect. Numerous sect forces suddenly formed two distinct factions. And the atmosphere was tense. I am not someone who disregards reason. Bai Daoyu can swear by the Dao to save people, and I greatly admire that. It is our ignorance that led to the fall of disciples, we cannot blame others. However, since Bai Daoyu can use her own Dao to save people, why does she not dare to swear by the Dao that she does not recognize this scoundrel? Yu Tianyu said loudly. Give it up, if you want to fight, just say so. We are all at the Yi Dao realm, what right do you have to demand others swear by the Dao to prove their innocence? If you believe Bai Daoyu knows this scoundrel, just present the evidence. The Taishang sword sect's Langya sword scolded angrily. If you don't dare, it means you know this scoundrel. Anyway, the many disciples I lead have died, and returning to the sect is also a way to apologize with my life. I might as well ask you about your techniques. Come on. You just need to make one move, let's see if I can cut you down. The situation became increasingly hostile, as if both sides were about to erupt into battle at any moment. Bai Chiolan sighed. She truly could not bear to see the various sects of the Great Wasteland fall into internal strife, it would only lead to suffering for the living. Everyone, calm down. Since Yu Tian Daoyu wants me to swear by the Dao to prove my innocence, I will do so. The various sects are originally one body and should not conflict. Master. Yu Honling suddenly panicked and shouted. This was an insult, it was all about who reported and who provided evidence. How could one demand someone swear by the Dao based on mere speculation? Bai Chiolan stopped Yu Honling from continuing. Bai Chiolan, swear by my own path that I will never recognize this person of light and shadow. If I do, may my path be severed. The vow was made. Yu Honling immediately began to cry. A deep sense of grievance surged in her heart. Why? How could they force the master to swear by the path? If this light and shadow truly resembled senior brother, what would the master do? If senior brother were here? If senior brother were here, who would dare to act like this? Let alone forcing the master. When Yu Tian spoke his first words, Lu Chen would definitely charge in with his sword. Who the hell cares? If it's a fight, then let it be a fight. Lu Chen wouldn't care if the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered. He only cared about the people around him. Senior brother. Senior brother. After Bai Chiolan made her vow, she also sighed deeply in her heart. She felt a bit uncomfortable. If Lu Chen were here. You scoundrel, bullying my master, I will kill your entire sect. She feared she wouldn't even have time to mediate, let alone make any vows. Bai Chiolan had sworn. Yu Tian did not expect Bai Chiolan would actually make a vow, and for a moment, all words were stuck in his throat. Forget it, he can't stay in the ancient battlefield of the talented forever. When he comes out, we will naturally know who he is. Those who had suffered psychological trauma initially did not dare to look, but under the encouragement of their elders, they couldn't help but force themselves to glance. After one look, they were stunned. Ha! Not afraid. That's not right, that person is definitely not like this. His eyes aren't this round. They are clearly narrow, and there are red flames spreading on both sides. No, that person's figure is thin, definitely not this burly. That person's clothing isn't like this either. Everyone. No one expected such a huge blunder. The disciple of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda had confidently drawn the appearance of the villain, only to find it was completely different. Yu Tian was furious. He slapped the disciple hard twice, swelling his face. Did you not see clearly what you were drawing? The disciple felt wronged, he had hesitated for a moment, and Elder Yu had confirmed he saw it. He also felt he saw it, and the appearance was indeed somewhat similar to what he had drawn. Many who had escaped began to work together, describing the appearance of the murderer bit by bit. After a lengthy half-hour of comparison, finally, a brand new figure appeared in everyone's sight. Looking at this figure, many fell silent. Because it was simply too unbelievable. Not to mention others, even the people of the Dao sect felt it was absurd to look at this appearance. Alright. Alright, it seems you won't rest until you fight our Dao sect. A young man, only 18 this year, who has been in the Dao sect for less than a year, tell me, what realm could he possibly be? An elder of the Dao sect roared. Throughout history, has there ever been someone who could kill at the harmonization realm so easily after only half a year of cultivation? Is there anyone? Aren't you all just wanting to join forces to attack the Dao sect? Come on, come and fight. Other sects fell silent. Lu Chen, such a minor disciple, hardly received any attention. The only time they focused on Lu Chen might have been before the ancient battlefield of the talented opened, when he calmly cultivated first. At the moment the ancient battlefield opened, Lu Chen was also the first to soar into the sky. That was all. They had no impression of this person at all. Yu Tian took a deep breath and looked at Bai Qiulan once more. Bai Qiulan's aura erupted completely, her hands forming seals, the terrifying Taiyin divine sword began to condense in the clouds, and the temperature between heaven and earth dropped at a terrifying speed. Yu Tian. If he let Bai Qiulan swear again this time, a battle would surely ensue. He had been aggressive before, merely bullying Bai Qiulan because she was not the type to fear chaos in the world. Now, Bai Qiulan had expressed her stance. This person is a disciple of the great Dao sect. May I ask if this person's soul stone has shattered? Yu Tianyu asked. Bai Qiulan looked at Sun Li. Sun Li had already quietly shattered Lu Chen's soul stone. It's shattered. Sun Li indicated the soul stone in front of him. Shattered? Yu Tianyu did not believe it and immediately began to compare the aura on the soul stone with people 1 by 1. The final result made Yu Tianyu's face look extremely ugly. It really was shattered. It seems that a demon has taken over Lu Chen's body, resulting in such a massacre. Then we wait for him to come out of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. No matter if he is human, ghost, demon, or monster, we will immediately kill him. I suggest setting up a formation. I suggest that too. The opponent seems to have some understanding of formations. We must build a very terrifying grand formation. Good, let's work together to slay the demon. Not just us, we must contact the sect to bring stronger people. Sun Li felt a chill run down his spine. He was the elder in charge this time, a powerful figure at the 6th level of the harmonization realm. If before, Bai Qiulan's inexplicable message had him shatter Lu Chen's soulstone, he was still confused. But now, everything was clear. The one who was slaughtering in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies was actually a disciple of his great Dao sect. Moreover, he was part of the latest batch of the 92nd generation disciples. No, he knew Lu Chen. He was the first in the sect's talent competition, but that was a competition for newcomers. This meant Lu Chen was at most not over 20. For such a disciple, let alone encountering harmonization, even if he met someone at the void refinement stage, being able to escape with his life would already be enough to boast for 50 years. And yet, he killed harmonization experts? Killed a group of harmonization experts? Sun Ruowei was the only one, apart from the deceased beautiful confidants of Lu Chen, who had a rough idea of what was happening. Since leaving the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, her expression had remained the same. Not even a tiny bit had changed. That was stiffness. Absolute stiffness. Others thought Sun Ruowei was scared, and it wasn't particularly surprising given that even harmonization experts were doubting their lives. Sun Ruowei was indeed frightened. But it wasn't just the slaughter that scared her, her mind was now filled with a massive amount of information. Each piece of information required her a long time to digest. It was truly a case of too much information overwhelming. Horror. The first colossal piece of news, Bai Qiulan referred to Lu Chen as her husband. This time she heard it very clearly, the two words husband, and the tenderness within them had never appeared in her 60+ years of knowing Bai Qiulan. The second super huge piece of news, not only did Bai Qiulan call her disciple Lu Chen her husband, but her other disciple, Yu Hongling, was also super concerned about Lu Chen. Summarizing, there were already 3 women, Chu Ling, Yu Hongling, and Bai Qiulan, who liked Lu Chen. Holy crap. Chaos. Too chaotic. This matter had severely impacted Sun Ruowei's values in life, yet she felt an uncontrollable excitement, a nonsensical excitement. The third super huge piece of news, Lu Chen was very strong. Strong to the point of terrifying. Why was he so strong? The terrifying curiosity made Sun Ruowei's soul tremble. When there was no one around, even if Bai Qiulan silenced her, she had to figure this out. If she couldn't clarify these 3 huge pieces of news, Sun Ruowei felt her path would be severed. My goodness. How could there be such a sweet and deadly piece of news beside me? I just have to eat. Lu Chen was still killing. The corpses piled up to hundreds of meters high, blood flowing like streams. Lu Chen stood atop the heap of demon corpses, his eyes blood-red as he watched the demons charging towards him. However, his gaze seemed less blood-red than at the beginning. The effect of the killing lotus was fading as Lu Chen's killing intent was being alleviated. The demon's entering began to slow down. This time, Lu Chen was not impatient. Instead, he waited for the demons to charge at him. As the last demon was cleaved in two, its body fell onto the mountain of corpses. Lu Chen stopped his movements. The wind could not stir his clothes, completely soaked in blood. His hair had turned blood red. At this moment in the ancient battlefield of the celestial heroes, he was the only living being left. From the 9th level to the 1st level. A clean kill. Good and evil, kindness or resentment, all vanished completely in that instant. The world was unique. The stone sword disappeared. Streams of red light formed Lu Chen's figure, flickering rapidly around him. The contest for the path began. What is the contest for the path? It is a means more terrifying than seizing a body. Seizing a body is to devour a soul and occupy a shell. However, it is difficult for body and spirit to unite to become one. The contest of the path, on the other hand, begins with the path, generating a mutual crushing of the great paths within the soul, ultimately merging into one under the path, forming the most suitable state. The demon emperor of 10,000 spirits was very confident in his path. Countless great paths, the heavens and earth have me. The 5 elements and 9 heavens, everywhere. He did not believe that such a young man, no matter how great his combat power, could go far on the path of the great. The immense power he sacrificed was enough to pull Lu Chen into the path world most suitable for him, completely shattering and devouring him. The first path. The path of countless living beings. Countless living beings are me, I am countless living beings. Enter the path. In an instant, Lu Chen and the demon emperor of 10,000 spirits' consciousness blurred simultaneously, a massive phantom appearing above Lu Chen's head. The demon emperor of 10,000 spirits prepared to give Lu Chen a little shock, imagining that when Lu Chen saw the endless living beings, all of them being him, he would fall into a certain state. He would doubt himself, doubt the great path. Unable to believe how a person's path could be so powerful. Holding such thoughts until the great path world formed from their entangled paths took shape. The phantom in the sky began to reveal its form. What is it? It is the starry sky. Huge stars floated in the boundless universe, seemingly motionless, but in reality, it was because the universe was too vast to perceive the movement of the stars. Each star was breathtakingly large. Rings of various colors around the stars gave an indescribable shock to the soul. The demon emperor of 10,000 spirits was stunned. He looked at these massive stars, gazing at the endless stars. Where are his billions of living beings? No, where are his billions of living beings? His great path was to evolve billions of living beings, not billions of stars. The tree of enlightenment on Lu Chen's arm trembled with excitement, all its leaves shaking. He has found the right master. It thought it was just holding onto a big thigh, but looking at the sight of these billions of stars, this was not just a thigh, this was a freaking tree that reached the heavens. At this moment, the scene of the great path changed again. The countless stars suddenly shrank and became smaller, a massive number of stars transforming into a rotating, dazzling vortex. The Milky Way. An even more shocking scene appeared. With the emergence of the first Milky Way, the second Milky Way, the third Milky Way, the fourth Milky Way. Waves of star rivers, no, not like it. Was the most beautiful necklace hanging in the boundless universe. Billions of star rivers converged into the most spectacular scene. Such a scene, anyone who saw it would be shocked for a lifetime, unforgettable. How could this happen? How could you possibly possess such a path? I don't believe it. In just a moment, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor let out a terrified roar. He couldn't believe it, he thought he was hallucinating. His great path was unstable, chaotic, and collapsing. His faith was shattered. His heart, which sought the path, was at this moment riddled with wounds, on the verge of collapse. I refuse to accept this, no, it's an illusion. My path is eternal, without death or destruction. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor instantly shifted his great path. It must be said that he was truly astonishing. From his survival in the first heaven to the perfection of his techniques in the seventh heaven, transforming into a parasitic celestial demon was evident. Lu Chen's cultivation speed in his previous life, while not unprecedented, was still rare throughout the ages. Yet, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor could stand against Lu Chen, which spoke volumes of his incredible strength. The starry river faded away. Lu Chen sat cross-legged atop a mountain of corpses, with chaotic phantoms rolling above. The chaotic mist suddenly dispersed, revealing a brand new scene slowly unfolding within the chaos. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the heavens and earth. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor wanted to engage Lu Chen in a life and death struggle for the path of immortality. With his countless avatars, trying to kill him was akin to climbing to the heavens. He was confident. But in the next moment, a mouth so enormous it was beyond description appeared in the void. The mouth was so large that its owner was shrouded in darkness only. The mouth could be seen gently inhaling. At that moment, everything turned to chaos, to dust, to mist. Living beings, minerals, divine gold, great medicines. In the end, even the sun, moon, and stars, the great paths of heaven and earth, all transformed into flowing light, rushing into that giant mouth. Everything was being destroyed, everything was vanishing. This was merely one scene of the later dark turmoil. When faced with such a sight, who would dare claim immortality? The 10,000 spirits. Demon Emperor was on the brink of madness. One could see the intense red fluctuations around Lu Chen's body. He was in fear. He was in shock. He couldn't believe it. This was the absolute suppression of realm and vision. The scene suddenly shifted again. This time, the phantom transformed into boundless calamity clouds in the universe. Just the pressure of the heavenly tribulation turned the void into chaos. Golden divine thunder traversed through the dark clouds. A single strand of lightning could destroy a great star. This was the scene of Lu Chen undergoing the tribulation to become an emperor. Under such a thunderstorm, who would dare claim they were indestructible? The 10,000 spirits demon emperor? Even the mature parasitic celestial demons wouldn't dare. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor let out a piercing scream. His great path was collapsing with a thunderous crash. After expending so many resources to contend for the path, he ended up shattering his own heart. For the path. In the demon realm. In the 10,000 spirits demon palace. Suddenly, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor's terrified cries echoed. His body crashed through the demon palace and slammed heavily onto the ground. No! No! He seemed to have gone mad, suddenly kneeling and frantically bowing his head towards the front, each strike sending dirt and stones flying, shaking the earth. I was wrong, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. It's all fake, everything is fake. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor fell into extreme agony, alternating between crying, laughing, begging for mercy, and shouting. Boom! Suddenly, amidst the horrified gazes of countless demons, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor exploded. He self-destructed. What on earth happened? The demon race was on the verge of madness. No, what had the 10,000 spirits demon emperor experienced? What terrifying event had driven him to madness, ultimately leading to his self-destruction? Lu Chen opened his eyes. This time, there was less red in his eyes, although there were still traces. They had been suppressed by his awakened consciousness. This time, the all-spirits demon emperor is likely to find it very difficult to get past this hurdle. Of course, if he really can overcome it, he might become a somewhat reluctant opponent for Lu Chen in this life. Finally able to control it, wasted a lot of materials, prodigal. Lu Chen muttered to himself. With his hands forming seals, flames began to burn on the corpse. His gaze turned to the battlefield on the 9th level. It was as if he could see through layers of space to the eternal talents ranking hanging above the sea of blood. It was time to make a name. The burning mountain of corpses and sea of blood ultimately transformed into a glistening pill. The pill exuded a captivating fragrance, blood red all over, looking like a great tonic. Under the dominance of slaughter, Lu Chen didn't bother to collect the spoils. What did it have to do with him? He collected divine fire just to refine pills and tools, and now this flesh and blood pill was exactly what Lu Chen desired. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Delicious. In fact, refining pills is not much different from roasting meat. After all, it's all flesh. The flesh and blood pill quickly transformed into scorching energy, flowing into Lu Chen's body. His physical strength was increasing. However, this was just a slight boost, hardly worth mentioning. Time to make a name. In the last life, there were only 33 names. In this life, let's see if he can become the number one. However, Lu Chen estimated it would be tough. The top 10 were all saints, and the eternal talents ranking didn't even dare to reveal their names to avoid attracting great karma. Although Lu Chen was impressive, he ultimately did not become a saint in his last life. Alright, he was being modest. At his current level of prowess, let alone being number one, he even doubted he could punch through the eternal talents ranking. The celestial sovereign was reborn, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, and possessed a system. Lu Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the 9th level battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea monument stood tall and imposing. It looked magnificent and grand. Each name on it, if mentioned, would be well known in the 9 heavens. Lu Chen's figure hovered in the air, standing before the monument. Looking at these names, a faint reminiscence flickered in his eyes. Among them, at least half were people Lu Chen knew, scattered across the 9 heavens, becoming leaders in various places. Some had already attained the status of emperor. Others were revered as kings. Lu Chen held his breath, his aura at that moment calm as a lake. His Tao, his law, his power, his past and present, his unwavering pursuit of the Tao. His fist raised. Behind Lu Chen, the wind surged, and the heavenly light shifted between brightness and darkness. A fierce wind swept across the entire 9-layer battlefield. Lu Chen's black hair danced wildly, his entire body radiating boundless brilliance. On this talents ranking, there were also those who were reincarnated emperors and celestial sovereigns. Some had innate Tao bodies, while others had chaotic divine bodies. But it didn't matter anymore. With this punch, he sought only to reach his thoughts and ensure the Tao's longevity. His eyes opened wide. Celestial Sovereign Fist. One punch. The roaring wind echoed, the Tao fluctuated. The divine light surrounding him converged entirely onto this punch. With the force of heaven crashing down, it struck fiercely against the monument. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated throughout the ancient battlefield of talents at that moment. No, even the entire first heaven, whether in the demon realm, Buddha realm, monster realm, or other great and small worlds, all heard this massive sound. The sound was like the evening drum and morning bell. In an instant, it cleared people's minds. With this punch, Lu Chen's figure retreated. It could be seen that his punch did not strike the actual monument but rather hit a layer of energy attached to the surface of the monument. At this moment, this energy fluctuated violently, streams of light converging towards the bottom of the monument. The streams of light gathered at the very bottom of the monument, forming a ball of light. In the next second, the light began to jump rapidly over the names. Thunder rumbled. Dust fell continuously from the stone tablet as the light flickered through, and fine cracks rapidly spread across the stone. It cracked. Lu Chen was still gently swinging his arm. This punch was indeed powerful, but the recoil almost shattered his arm. Watching the dancing light, Lu Chen was filled with anticipation. Without any pause, the flickering light surged forward 100. And the momentum was extremely fierce. The top 50. Lu Chen's eyes were glued. Last time he ranked 33, he received a very generous reward. His realm had jumped up 4 small levels in one go, and under the resonance of the Great Tao, he had pushed the originally incomplete 9 Lives Immortal scripture significantly towards its complete content. The incomplete version could at most allow for the cultivation of 3 extra lives. However, after the resonance of the Great Tao, the incomplete version had been evolved to allow for the cultivation of 4 extra lives. Therefore, the resonance of the Great Tao was indeed a great opportunity. Continuing upward. One familiar name after another, renowned across the 9 heavens, was surpassed by this beam of light. 32nd place. At this moment, Lu Chen had completely surpassed his original level, reaching 32nd place. But this was not the end. The light was still rising. The top 30. The top 20. When this beam of light entered the top 20 of the stone tablet, in an instant, a majestic phantom of a stone tablet floated high in the sky. The heavens and earth resonated, celestial music played, and divine light shone brilliantly. It was as if the heavens and earth were congratulating the emergence of a new prodigy in the world. Everyone in the first heaven could see the appearance of the stone tablet. What is this stone tablet? In an instant, powerful figures were awakened from their cultivation, stepping out to the high sky, gazing at the phantom of the stone tablet, quite astonished. The prodigy tablet, the ancient prodigy ranking, the stone tablet has appeared. A peerless prodigy has entered the top 20 of the ancient prodigy ranking. The strong were shaken. That was the top 20. Those were terrifying powerhouses who could become emperors if they did not fall midway. A single emperor could dominate a realm, and if one became a heavenly sovereign, it would be unmatched across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, leaving their name for eternity, making the world one family. In fact, these strong figures were just looking for some amusement. The real interest lay with the many forces in the 9 Dragons Valley. They all knew that a killing god had appeared in the ancient prodigy battlefield, and all the cultivators there had perished. Moreover, according to Bai Qiulan, this killing god had first slain the demons and alien races. This meant that the killing god was indiscriminate in their slaughter. The entire ancient prodigy battlefield no longer had any other cultivators present. In other words, the existence that had surged into the top 20 of the ancient prodigy ranking was that killing god. He had broken into the top 20 of the ancient prodigy ranking. That was the top 20. At such a young age, his killing intent was already this strong. If he were to grow in the future, the 9 heavens would wail under his sword. Fellow Taoists, this killing seed has already become a force to be reckoned with. The great sage of the 9 heavens once eradicated evil cultivators and established the righteous path. Today, evil cultivators have re-emerged, and we must eradicate them for the sake of all living beings, to protect a bright and clear world, an elder from the Inyan Law sect said loudly. Please, all sects, immediately send messages to your sects and summon strong cultivators. If necessary, we can invite the tribulation elder to come. Indeed, all sects should call upon their respective strong cultivators to jointly eradicate this evil. This is no longer a matter for one sect. If we allow him to grow, our first heaven will be destroyed. His terrifying killing intent needs no further explanation. A group of sect elders whose disciples had been killed by Lu Chen were particularly agitated. Many also found this reasoning compelling. The guy on the battlefield of the Eternal Heroes, indiscriminately killing everyone inside, is truly a demonic cultivator. Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan exchanged glances at this moment. Yu Hongling was initially filled with immense joy. Her senior brother had become stronger. In the last life, her senior brother was only ranked 33, but in this life, he had actually surged into the top 20. However, as the joy continued, Yu Hongling began to feel a bit numb. Her senior brother's hard work in cultivation seemed to be aimed at quickly distancing himself from them. On the shadow of the stone tablet, the light did not stop after breaking into the top 20. It's still climbing. The many strong figures of the first heaven couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, Lu Chen's mood was quite calm. Whether he succeeded or not was not the point. To be able to clash with the Eternal Heroes at this moment was already a stroke of luck. The light continued to surge upward, but the speed had decreased. The top 20 were all big shots, and aside from those who fell midway, the rest were all at the Emperor level at the very least. Watching the light surpass one name after another, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. When facing the great catastrophe of eternity, you all fought me fiercely, and now it's my turn to surpass you, right? 15. 14. 13. Everyone in the first heaven was stunned. Still pushing forward? Yu Hongling's eyelids twitched wildly. No way? Why has her senior brother, who was reborn, become so strong? Even if he was reborn, being able to jump from 33 to the top 20 was already extremely exaggerated, and now he was still climbing? Master, why can my senior brother improve so much? Yu Hongling said, struggling to understand. She was also a reborn emperor, and although there was indeed a gap between an emperor and a heavenly sovereign, her improvement was far from this significant. Bai Qiulan's gaze was complex. She stared unblinkingly at the light surging upward. Why has Lu Chen become so strong? Perfect return pill. Bai Qiulan uttered those 5 words. In the last life, Lu Chen's core formation was merely a heavenly pill, which left a significant flaw. The top 20 of the hero ranking, no, even the top 30, which one of them did not walk every step perfectly? Given that Lu Chen could reach 33 with a flaw in his core formation, one could imagine how strong he was. Yu Hongling fell silent. So, in the last life, Lu Chen could have climbed higher, but because he gave the perfect return pill to her, his ranking was lower? Just one perfect return pill is not enough to allow my senior brother to improve this much. Yu Hongling still felt unconvinced. Bai Qiulan turned her gaze to Yu Hongling. The Battle of the Silent Forest. Yu Hongling, the 9 lives heavenly sovereign, ended up losing 1 life because of her, and now there was a gap since she had not lost her life. I remember that when Lu Chen left his name on the Eternal Heroes ranking in the last life, he was not in peak condition. Yu Hongling. This was not her fault. At that time, her senior brother was injured because he saved Zhu Ke. So, without us, he truly soared to the heavens, and no one could stop him. Bai Qiulan sighed deeply. Yu Hongling no longer had a trace of a smile. 12. 11. When that beam of light reached 11, the invincible sword sovereign automatically stepped back. Such a peak sword cultivator was thus surpassed by Lu Chen. A commotion erupted. A true uproar. Lu Chen breaking into the top 20 shocked everyone immensely, but they could still accept it. After all, he was a killer, and if his strength wasn't strong, he wouldn't have been able to kill everyone in the heroic battlefield. But to push into the top 10? 10th. The name shrouded in chaotic light, a chaotic aura dispersed, revealing his name in Lu Chen's sight. San Jiutian. The title, the Great Sage of Jiutian. The one who opened up the 9 heavens, allowing the weak to catch their breath, the great benevolent sage. Before the 9 heavens were opened, what was this world like? The Emperor's banner was prevalent, covering the sky and blocking the sun. With hundreds of thousands, even millions of beings entering the Emperor's banner as guests. The purple river carriage was refined into wind. Countless evil demons and wicked paths grew rapidly, with billions of beings like floating duckweed, uncertain if they would survive today or when they would perish tomorrow. You diligently cultivated the great Tao, only to be killed by an evil path practitioner who started later than you. They rampaged, killing and setting fires, with gold belts and no corpses in sight. Fellow Daoist, help me achieve the Tao. In such an atmosphere, one can imagine how absurd the world was. Ordinary beings were nearly exterminated. It was against this backdrop that the great sage of the 9 heavens, in deep reflection, rose invincibly, vanquishing evil and cleansing the universe, which is also the origin of the 9 heavens. This is a benevolent saint revered by all beings. To this day, countless beings still offer incense in his honor. Lu Chen also admired him. However, now Lu Chen took his place, directly occupying the name of the 10th. It was at this moment The void's ethereal stone tablet erupted with unprecedented brilliance. At this moment, countless tablet shadows reflected towards the heavens. Second heaven. Third heaven. Fourth heaven. All the way to the ninth heaven. The Eternal Heavens Pride List is a treasure of chaos, possessing boundless power. Merely projecting a shadow in these 9 heavens is indeed simple. Yet this shadow caused a tremendous stir in the heavens. Heavenly Pride Stone Tablet? Someone has entered the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride list again? Good. It seems another great era is descending. My path to becoming an emperor lies with this person. Father, what is this? The Eternal Heavens Pride List records the eternal pride. Those who can make the list are all unparalleled talents, and there will be more than 1 or 2 who will become emperors, lords, or even saints in the future. Where is it? I want to go try. With my strength, I can surely rank high. In the first heaven you cannot pass. Is there no way at all? This kind of momentum should belong to my child. Set by the saints, it's difficult. The stone tablet hovered in the 9 heavens. Under the gaze of the multitude, this contest for the ranking had not yet concluded. Lu Chen saw the 9th name on the tablet. Li Mo. Also known as the Demon Saint. This person is the strongest evil cultivator who rose during the most insane and darkest era. One could say that the title of Demon Saint is exaggeratedly impressive. 8th. Shu Qing Shun. Good. The heartless saint can only rank 8th, right? Deep love does not last, deep love brings deep wounds. Lu Chen looked at this name and sighed. Inexplicably. The heartless path. If Lu Chen were not such an optimistic person, having suffered the betrayal of 8 deeply loved women, he might also doubt himself. As the saying goes, if one person betrays you, it is the fault of the betrayer. But if 8 people betray you, shouldn't you look for problems within yourself? There is indeed some truth to that. Lu Chen neither refuted nor agreed with this thought. No one is perfect, and no saint is flawless. In this world, there are not so many rights and wrongs. As long as one can be true to their heart, that is enough. To be honest, regarding those 8 women, if even one of them, after being reborn, truly sealed her heart and moved forward resolutely, Lu Chen might not be particularly annoyed with them. Of course, the premise is that they must not come to him. Leave him, stay far away from him, live well, and see if they can create a stunning life. Wasn't Shangguan Huanling supposed to be self-reliant and strong? Her origin devouring Heaven Sutra was also a powerful technique derived from the Devouring Heaven True Sutra that Lu Chen gave her. As long as Shangguan Huanling could rely on her own strength to obtain so many treasures and devour their origins, she might really have a chance to return to the throne. Of course, the premise is that she truly can. 7th place. Yao. He had never branded his name but used the code name Yao. The great sage of the Yao clan, the swallowing sky mayfly? Regarding this, Lu Chen couldn't be too certain, but it didn't matter. He had never cared much for demons and monsters. Still rising? The myriad heavens also saw the name that was pushed down by this brilliance. Although it was just a moment, it was indeed seen. Goodness, the great sage of the 9 heavens, the demon sage, the heartless sage, the Yao sage. One by one, these sages were ruthlessly replaced. How strong could this newly risen prodigy be? 6th place, Xiang Changsheng, the sage of longevity. This was a powerful being who had cultivated the great Tao to an unparalleled level, ultimately attempting to share longevity with heaven and earth. But unfortunately, is there any eternity in this world? Even the universe has its day of turning into fleeting fireworks. Still charging. 5th place, Brother Red Dust. As we go further back, these are all very ancient existences. Hard to imagine how these ancient beings managed to stay at the forefront in an increasingly competitive cultivation world. Moreover, this name, it looks less like a person's name and more like a title. How to put it, writing someone else's name on the Eternal Prodigy list is quite a bold move. 4th place, Niren. This person is undoubtedly the foremost figure of Niren, the era of blood tears. When the great sage of Niren appears, it overturns yin and yang, and the stars reverse. Throughout the 9 heavens, countless people saw the rankings above. Can he break into the top 3? Everyone was looking forward to it. Some hoped he could make it, while others wished for his failure. Lu Chen was also slightly curious. What kind of existence are the top 3? Suddenly, the brilliance merged into the top 3. However, this time, the names of the top 3 did not reveal themselves. Lu Chen didn't see them either. He estimated that the reason the Eternal Prodigy list did not display the top 3 had 2 possibilities. First, the top 3 are taboos. Unmentionable existences. Second, the top 3 are still alive. Regardless of which possibility it is, if the Eternal Prodigy list dares to show it, it might have touched upon causality. It could be directly destroyed. As for Lu Chen's ranking, the Eternal Prodigy list seemed to hesitate. It couldn't decide what rank Lu Chen should be in, and seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. When you hesitate, it means I am already first. The three mysterious existences the eternal prodigy list did not dare to provoke, and now Lu Chen's strength was not strong. It was obvious that it was hesitating about Lu Chen's rank, wasn't it? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the eternal prodigy list made a firm decision. In an instant, in Lu Chen's vision, that mass of brilliance leaped up. It soared to the first place. The top. The eternal prodigy list actively flew towards Lu Chen, hovering in front of him. Please write down your title. This was a choice for Lu Chen. Should he write 9 lives? Or should he write his own name? If he wrote 9 lives, it would be until later that others would know who he really was. If he wrote his own name, then the myriad heavens would remember Lu Chen. In the future, there would surely be an earth-shattering battle that would never cease. After all, the eternal prodigy list was in the first heaven and the prodigies of the other 8 heavens had no chance to leave their names. The prodigies of other heavens had many terrifyingly talented individuals, some even born in harmony with the Tao. There was no helping it, their parents were all-powerful beings. If Lu Chen wrote his own name, these people would be his competitors. But who cares? Lu Chen used his finger as a pen. In his past life, he was unafraid of the world's strong enemies. In this life, he was even less afraid. What is it to move forward? Cautiously, secretly developing to amaze everyone? In Lu Chen's eyes, only through bravery and progress, battling all enemies in the world, can one be invincible. Using his finger as a pen. The pen danced like a dragon and snake. 2 large characters leaped onto the paper. Their name, Lu Chen. Boom! The entire celestial hero ancient battlefield trembled simultaneously. Immortal light filled the air and chaos swirled. The great Tao appeared like chains, manifesting between heaven and earth. At this moment, the name Lu Chen clearly appeared on the stone tablet on the eternal hero ranking and in the eyes of all cultivators across the 9 heavens and 10,000 realms. What courage! In an instant, countless heroes' eyes shone with brilliant light. Such audacity! To actually write his true name stroke by stroke, how bold must one be? Good, what a Lu Chen! Many cultivators who had lost their competitive spirit gasped in shock. This is a fierce character, an incredibly fierce character. Just this one act made them clearly see what kind of bloody storm would arise in the future. The first heaven, is it? Hurry up. I beg you to come up quickly, I can't wait to either kill you or be killed by you. Why isn't it me? Why wasn't I born in the first heaven? Eternal hero ranking, dare you come up? Good, so arrogant, but I really like it. These were the words of those who did not know Lu Chen, who were paying attention. And in the 9 Dragons Valley, everyone saw the name at the top of the hero stone tablet and almost simultaneously gasped. Lu Chen! He actually rushed to the top of the eternal hero ranking. Damn! That's number 1. A group of saints, heavenly lords, and emperors were all trampled underfoot by him on the hero ranking. The 9 Dragons Valley fell into a long silence. The people of the Great Tao sect actually wanted to cheer at this moment. This is Lu Chen, their disciple of the Great Tao sect. Their disciple had become the top of the eternal hero ranking. Under normal circumstances, they would have cheered with great joy. But the problem was that Lu Chen had recently killed a bunch of disciples from various sects who viewed him as a thorn in their side, a sworn enemy. Cheering would be inappropriate. Not cheering, however, was simply hard to resist. Number 1 on the eternal hero ranking. Just thinking about it felt like an unparalleled honor. Still going to surround and kill him? The Supreme Elder of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect asked, his voice somewhat shaky. If it were just 20 or so, or a dozen, surrounding and killing would be fine. But this is number 1. The powerful figures of the Supreme Empire were particularly excited. Why not surround and kill? What if he's number 1 on the eternal hero ranking? A hero is still a hero, not a strong one. No matter how strong a hero's talent, if you kill him, he has nothing left. When he was unknown, we sent 1 to kill him. Now that he's number 1 on the hero ranking, we can send 10, 50 to surround and kill him. I don't believe we can't deal with a newly risen hero. If we don't kill him, will our dead disciples have died in vain? If we don't kill him today, such a killer will come to slaughter us in the future. The powerful figures of the Supreme Empire were agitated, and the powerful figures of the Inyan Law sect were also excited. Other forces had only lost a portion of their disciples, but their younger generation was completely wiped out. But the Great Tao sect, the Supreme Elder of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect, still expressed concern. Great Tao sect, you say Lu Chen's soul stone is shattered, so he must not be one of your Great Tao sect's people. If we surround and kill Lu Chen, can your Great Tao sect take action? The Supreme Elder of the Great Tao sect pondered for a moment. Take action. The response was very straightforward. Against whom? An elder from the robbery sect asked. Whoever kills Lu Chen, we will act against them. The various sects. The words of the Great Tao sect made the situation begin to shift subtly. What you mean is, whoever makes a move against Lu Chen, your Great Tao sect will side with them? The elder from the robbery sect seemed not to have heard. Clearly. The supreme elder of the Great Tao sect, Qin Yoji, nodded affirmatively. Yes, Lu Chen is my disciple of the Great Tao sect. If someone attacks my disciple, how could the Great Tao sect turn a blind eye? Naturally, we must help our own disciple. He has killed so many disciples of the robbery sect before, committing heinous crimes. How can you, the Great Tao sect, not uphold righteousness and instead protect this scoundrel? Can you still call yourselves righteous people? The elder of the Yin Yang Law sect scolded angrily. He has violated the sect rules, and we will naturally punish him according to the rules. However, he is still a disciple of the Great Tao sect, and any punishment must be decided by our sect leader. If you are dissatisfied with our handling, you can appeal to the Great Tao sect. But if you take action against our disciple, especially in such a bullying manner, the Great Tao sect cannot just sit idly by. You are trying to incite civil war. Inciting civil war is not something we initiated. We are protecting our disciple of the Great Tao sect, and there is nothing wrong with that. At this moment, the Great Tao sect was surprisingly firm. In fact, aside from those who truly lacked intelligence and did not understand Lu Chen's importance to the sect, anyone with a bit of sense could see Lu Chen's value. He was a potential stock that could lead the Great Tao sect to soar, transforming it from a second-rate force in the nine heavens into a top-tier power. The Great Tao sect would spare no effort, even risking everything, to protect Lu Chen. The Supreme Sword sect did not say much either, and all the strong figures silently moved closer to the Great Tao sect. If Lu Chen truly soared, the Supreme Sword sect would also benefit greatly in the future. The Central State Dynasty was also aligning with the Great Tao sect. Not to mention anything else, the Supreme Imperial Dynasty opposed it, and the Central State Dynasty would certainly agree. There was no need to think too much about it. The Yin-Yang Law sect, the Robbery sect, the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect, the Supreme Imperial Dynasty, and the Ninely Heavenly Dynasty, all these forces had very ugly expressions. If everyone worked together to kill Lu Chen, they believed the chances of success were high. But now, it was hard to say. The Robbery sect was already filled with regret. Their relationship with the Great Tao sect had been quite good. But because of a wrong decision, not withdrawing their disciples. In time, it led to many disciples dying tragically, directly putting the Robbery sect in opposition to the Great Tao sect. Looking back, Baiqiulan had already sworn an oath to the Great Tao. How could they have been so foolish as to not recognize the danger? Baiqiulan was not some minor character. She had achieved harmony before reaching 100 years of age. Would she make baseless accusations? One misstep leads to another. This directly resulted in the current awkward situation. Killing requires paying with one's life. This has been the law since ancient times. I, the underworld, recognize this law. Since the Great Tao sect is helping a killer, why not let me, the underworld, test just how strong the Great Tao sect's methods really are? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Black mist enveloped the area. Although it was black mist, it did not carry an evil aura. Within the swirling black mist, 7 figures exuding terrifying auras appeared in the Nine Dragon Valley. And I, the Eternal Sect. Another group of peak harmony and even tribulation realm experts emerged. The underworld and the Eternal Sect stood in the camp to kill Lu Chen. The expressions of the forces on the Great Tao sect's side turned grim. What a lively scene. I really didn't expect that my junior brother would be so impressive, actually reaching the top of the Eternal Genius rankings. I really want to test Lu Chen's level. A handsome young man in a moon-white robe, holding a folding fan and smiling, stepped forward. On the moon-white robe, a strange pavilion was embroidered. The heavenly pavilion had also come to join the fun. Lu Chen was unaware of the commotion outside. He was currently quite happy. The top spot. He had actually become the #1 brother on the rankings. However, if he knew about the excitement outside, he would probably be even happier. After all, there was still a bit of killing intent that hadn't been cleared away. Boom! A massive beam of light descended from the sky. The rewards belonging to the Eternal Genius ranking began to be distributed at this moment. It could be because Lu Chen was at the top of the list, or perhaps because no one else had ascended to the Eternal Genius ranking besides him. This time, the rewards were surprisingly generous. The spiritual energy of the entire 9-layer ancient battlefield was drawn in, while the Great Tao within the genius ancient battlefield roared, and a vast amount of insight surged into Lu Chen's mind. Under the resonance of the Great Tao, Lu Chen felt that he was not alone in comprehending the Tao. Instead, throughout the long years, all the geniuses who had left their names on the Eternal Genius ranking in the Genius Ancient Battlefield were helping him comprehend the Tao together. Cultivation. Activated. Ding, activated. Boom. A dull roar suddenly erupted from within Lu Chen's body. Infinite radiance converged towards his Yuan-ing. His strength began to rise rapidly. Before long, he reached the second level of the void refinement. The third level. The fourth level. Even in his previous life, being among the 33 had allowed him to break through 4 small realms in one go. Now he was in first place. The fifth level of the void refinement. The sixth level. The seventh level. The eighth level. The ninth level. From entering the void refinement to the ninth level, it all happened within the span of a reward, and Lu Chen's aura was still growing. The spiritual energy of the 9-layer ancient battlefield surged in, and one could imagine how rich it was. Lu Chen even had a very clear feeling. That was, as long as he wanted, he could break through to the harmonization realm right now. Of course, it was impossible to break through that quickly. One reason was that the third life, counting this one as well, had not yet found the treasure to condense. The harmonization realm was the most suitable realm for condensing the third life. The second reason was that Lu Chen aimed to break through to the peak of the Saint realm. He wanted to become the strongest person in history. How could he casually break through like that? Compress for me. The terrifying roar continued to echo within Lu Chen's body, and even tiny thunderbolts began to form around him due to the rapid energy flow. His strength began to plummet. From the 9th level, it dropped all the way to the 4th level in one breath. It simply couldn't drop any further. The realm began to rebound, and the Yuan-ing wore a faint look of worry. From the 9th level to the 4th level, what did it take this for? A spring? It felt like it was about to burst, clearly standing at 1 meter 80, yet it had to be compressed back to 1 meter 60. The cycle continued, even with repeated compressions and halts. Lu Chen's realm ultimately remained at the 8th level of the void refinement. Initiate deduction. Ding, initiated. Lu Chen began to deduce again amidst the resonance of the great Tao. This time, he wanted to deduce whether he could, like he had tricked by Cholan, claim that he sought a breakthrough by merging 9 lives into one. In the 9 Dragons Valley, with the emergence of the underworld and the Eternal Sect, the Tao Sect, the Supreme Sword Sect, and the Central State Dynasty were forcefully expelled. The Tao Sect could only temporarily leave and choose to recruit people. Under the guidance of the underworld, an unprecedented great formation gradually took shape, enveloping the 9 Dragons Valley above and below. Next, they were just waiting for Lu Chen to come out. They wanted to stage a scene of catching a turtle in a jar. Why was Lu Chen able to become the top of the list? In his previous life, he was merely a heavenly sovereign who had not yet attained the sainthood. Now he had been reborn, so why did he have the ability to surpass the saints? Especially under the circumstances where the top 3 were indescribable taboos. Among the top 10 of the Eternal Genius ranking, who wasn't an extraordinary talent? Lu Chen mainly believed there were 3 points. First, the great calamity he, as a heavenly sovereign, faced was called the Eternal Great Calamity. Among the many calamities, the Eternal Great Calamity was truly the first calamity. It had only appeared once in endless history. In the distant primordial times, there was a sacred being born of heaven and earth, possessing the physique of the Chaos Tao fetus, a terrifying existence that could battle against heavenly sovereigns and saints without defeat. When he achieved sainthood, it marked the onset of the great catastrophe of eternity. Yet, such a divine being failed to survive the tribulation, falling beneath the great catastrophe of eternity. It can be said that the heavenly sovereign capable of triggering the great catastrophe was already on par with ordinary saints in terms of combat power. Lu Chen also failed, but what was the reason for his failure? The 9 lives heavenly sovereign was left with only 1 life, having been afflicted with 8 yin-yang devouring goo, and after facing betrayal, he, in despair, chose to give up on the tribulation and opted to perish together with the source of darkness. At that time, Lu Chen no longer wished to undergo the tribulation. He was exhausted. That kind of mental fatigue and soul weariness left him utterly bewildered about the value of his existence. Secondly, he had a system. The system was reborn, turning him into a bystander. It seemed as if he was idle and useless. In reality, under the state of cultivation, Lu Chen maximized his cultivation speed. In the early stages of cultivation, whether it was the rebirth of saints or heavenly sovereigns, the cultivation speed was essentially no different. Any differences would only emerge in the mid to late stages. Among the 9 who were reborn with him, Lu Chen was not very clear about the others, but he was well aware of Yu Hongling and Chu Ling. He practiced Qi, and both of them practiced Qi as well. He formed his Yuan Dan, and they followed suit. He broke through the infant stage, while they were still at the Yuan Dan stage. He achieved the perfection of breaking the infant stage, while they had only recently broken through. He entered the void refinement stage, while they were still at the infant stage, even just at the mid-infant stage. The system, through the option of cultivation, forcibly elevated Lu Chen's cultivation speed to an unimaginable level. The subtle differences in the early stages became like the abyss in the later stages. The second option was enlightenment. In Fact, enlightenment no longer held much significance for Lu Chen at this point, but it was important to understand why it was ineffective. That was because, in his previous life, Lu Chen had already comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth through the system's enlightenment to an extraordinary degree. If it came to discussing the Tao, Lu Chen had great confidence, but when it came to everyone, including but not limited to saints, it was different. The third option was deduction. This was a means for Lu Chen to create, whether it was creating techniques or deducing a brand new system, it was a very powerful auxiliary function. However, in this life, it still had little use. The latter two options were merged by Lu Chen to deduce the technique of 9 lives unification. Although only cultivation was truly useful, it was this very cultivation that allowed Lu Chen to break through limits within limits, reaching a level that shocked even the Eternal Talents ranking. Because the Eternal Talents ranking had witnessed too many geniuses, various divine bodies, and bloodlines, yet never had a being been able to break through the shackles of cultivation speed. Fast could only be that fast. Your divine body might be extraordinary, born in harmony with the Tao. But the time you spent gestating in the womb was also long enough. For a strong person, giving birth to a child after being pregnant for 10 years, 8 years, or even 100 years was not a big issue. The Eternal Talents ranking took this time into account as well. Bai Qiulan's Chaos Taiyin divine body, capable of embodying the essence of chaos, was indeed terrifying, right? But she could not possibly reach Lu Chen's level at his age, she was far from it. Young cultivators wishing to cultivate must first temper their bodies. The acquired must wait for the innate. Only after reaching adulthood with bones, meridians, and soul fully developed, does the true journey of cultivation begin. Thirdly, in this life, he no longer had those 8. How should one put it? Leaving aside other aspects for now, in terms of cultivation, it was truly exhilarating. What pure water pearls, what feelings of a junior sister awakening, what the escape of the vermilion bird, what the perilous situation of Shangguan. Huanling. What does it have to do with him? In the last life, just these 4 matters caused Lu Chen to be injured countless times and delayed him for an unknown amount of time. Now, all of that is gone. Refreshing. 33 is his rank of being burdened with many affairs and stumbling in his pursuit of the Tao. First is his rank of breaking free from constraints and wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. Even if millions think he is unqualified and unworthy, he fears nothing and has no regrets. What to do? Qin Yoji was in a headache. He had truly made up his mind to protect Lu Chen, even if it meant using the full power of the sect. But now, not only were several other sects comparable to the Tao sect involved, but the underworld had also come, and the eternal teachings were joining in the fun. Even the heavenly pavilion had arrived. The Tao sect alone could not contend with the eternal teachings, let alone the underworld and the heavenly pavilion. Is it worth it for the entire sect to go to their deaths for Lu Chen? Qin Yoji couldn't make a decision and simply contacted the sect's leader. Although the sect leader's strength was not the strongest in the Tao sect, he was the highest authority within the sect. He possessed extraordinary wisdom. He should be able to provide a sufficiently reasonable suggestion. He took out the communication stone and recounted the entire matter. Lu Changfeng fell silent. At this moment, his body couldn't help but start to tremble slightly. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling were extremely tense. Yu Hongling originally wanted to plead for mercy but was stopped by Bai Qiulan. At this moment, no factors could interfere with the sect's choice. Pleading now could very likely backfire. Lu Changfeng faced a difficult decision at this moment. The first on the Eternal Talents list. The sect leader's token in his hand creaked as he gripped it tightly. Failure had a 40% chance, and the Tao sect's destruction had a 100% chance of decline. Success, what are the chances of the Tao sect soaring? What about Bai Qiulan? Lu Changfeng asked. Qin Yoji hurriedly handed the communication stone to Bai Qiulan. Junior sister, you are Lu Chen's master. What kind of person is Lu Chen? Lu Changfeng asked. Bai Qiulan let out a gentle breath. He values emotions and righteousness. Then why did he agree to leave the Bailan Peak and join another sword cultivator's sect when the elder asked him? I cannot explain the specific reasons, but I can assure the sect that Lu Chen's loyalty is rare throughout history. The number in Lu Changfeng's heart began to rise. Success, is there a 20% chance? 30%? 40%? 50%? What are the odds of the Tao sect soaring? Lu Changfeng clenched his fist. Pass my sect leader's order, summon the ancestors to come out and support our sect's disciples. Sect leader. Which ancestor? At this moment, Lu Changfeng donned his armor, his black hair flying wildly. He waved his hand in the void. The rise and fall of the Tao sect is today. All. He still couldn't hold back the 9th level of void refinement. He originally wanted to suppress it, but the Eternal Talents list offered too much, simply too much. The 9th level of void refinement is still acceptable. He glanced at the top of the Eternal Talents list, his name flashing continuously, and Lu Chen revealed a smile. It's time to go out. He didn't know if there would be a fierce battle outside. Lu Chen didn't care. If there was a fight, then so be it. If there was killing, then so be it. Both sides had nothing to do with right or wrong. Well, even if he was wrong, it didn't matter. His figure disappeared. No way, our Central State Dynasty cannot accompany you Dao sect in this gamble. The Central State Dynasty was shocked to hear that the Dao sect was launching a full-scale attack. You are simply crazy. This is still a young talent who has not yet grown up, and you have caused such a huge disaster. Who doesn't know how many bones are on the path to the Dao? You are simply. Our Central State Dynasty absolutely will not accompany you Dao sect in this madness. To this, the Dao sect naturally would not insist. On the side of the Supreme Sword sect, many people were also frowning. It was indeed a bit crazy. It's really exciting. Lu Chen is not a disciple of the Supreme Sword sect, they are merely close allies with the Great Dao sect. So even if the Supreme Sword sect offers their full support, they won't gain as much as the Great Dao sect. However, they won't participate in the encirclement. Now that they are being counter-encircled, will the Supreme Sword sect not participate? Wouldn't their swords rust away? No, they must get involved in something. Thus, after some contemplation, the Supreme Sword sect made a decision. Anyone who wishes to help the Great Dao sect is free to do so. As soon as this statement was made, the sword cultivators of the Supreme Sword sect immediately erupted in excitement. Although not all of them mobilized, a significant number of sword cultivators still went. Mainly because they enjoyed the excitement. People from the Eternal Teaching and the Underworld Heavenly Pavilion also came out. How could the Supreme Sword sect remain idle? Remaining idle is more unbearable for the warlike Supreme Sword sect than being killed. Although Lu Chen had killed 2 disciples of the Supreme Sword sect, they died in pursuit of the path and could not blame others. The sect had already ordered a retreat, but they were determined to stay, even if it meant death, with no regrets. This is the way of cultivators. Lu Chen descended from the 9th layer of the battlefield. He looted another wave of treasures, and upon entering the last 3 layers of the battlefield, he was immediately attacked without having a proper chance to loot. From the 9th layer to the 1st layer, Lu Chen looked at the teleportation vortex. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. As the light and shadows changed, countless figures surrounded him like the heavenly soldiers besieging the great sage sun, leaving no escape for Lu Chen. With the last living being teleporting away, those behind Lu Chen vanished. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies, which opened once every 1,000 years, came to a close today. Lu Chen looked up at all directions. Layer upon layer of formations surrounded him, and figures exuding powerful auras were fully armed. Goodness, they really think highly of themselves, even coming in droves for the tribulation. Should he just fight, or would they engage in idle chatter? Lu Chen, ranked first on the Eternal Prodigy list, is truly formidable and astonishing. I heard from my junior brother that your formations are equally unmatched. I have set up this 3,000 maze formation for you. If you can break it, you may escape, but if you can't, you will die here, said Lu Xuantian, the current senior brother of the Heavenly Pavilion, with a smile. Lu Chen, daring to inscribe your name on the Eternal Prodigy list, you must have anticipated this day, right? You have no enmity with the underworld, and we are merely fulfilling a request. Apologies. Lu Chen, you have killed many disciples of my Yin Yang Law sect. You are truly a demon. We must kill you today. Lu Chen, if you surrender, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope for survival. If you are stubborn, my supreme empire will surely avenge our cultivators and princes. Lu Chen, having killed disciples of the Eternal Teaching, did you ever think this day would come? Life for a life, blood debts must be repaid. Do you have anything to say? Lu Chen did not refute the shouts of others. Because what they said was very straightforward and reasonable. Lu Chen indeed killed many innocent people in a state of slaughter. But what does the Eternal Teaching have to say? Lu Chen looked at the person from the Eternal Teaching speaking and scoffed. Hypocritical. The person from the Eternal Teaching was furious. Others were cursing you, and you didn't retort, but when I say something, you insult me. You treat people differently. The Eternal Teaching took the lead in attacking. A golden small mountain surged with the wind and suddenly smashed towards Lu Chen. Almost simultaneously, all the strong ones made their move. Among them were dozens of Tribulation Realm experts, including some ruthless ones in the mid to late stages of Tribulation. It can be said that to kill Lu Chen, all parties were truly determined. Lu Chen formed seals with both hands. He understood all laws and knew all paths. Endless brilliance surged towards Lu Chen, and a blurry 3-legged, 2-eared giant cauldron appeared above his head. The giant cauldron was ancient, covered in mottled traces of time. Boom! A violent roar erupted from the bronze giant cauldron. Just from the first wave of attack, Lu Chen was already coughing up blood. The gap is quite large. He had reached the Dao integration stage, but it was nearly impossible to transcend the tribulation at this level. Even if he were to break through in the heat of battle and reach the Tao integration realm, it would still be difficult. His accumulation was insufficient, and any breakthrough would inevitably leave flaws. However, Lu Chen remained completely calm, sending one imprint after another into the bronze cauldron, which seemed to connect with the distant void. Boom! The second attack arrived. The bronze cauldron shook violently. At this moment, Lu Chen's speed in forming seals with his hands had reached an exaggerated level. In the void, not only were there terrifying energy fluctuations, but also intricate patterns rapidly emerging. Great Ascension Demon Extermination. Eternal Evergreen. Yin and Yang Chaos. Various spells and divine abilities emerged one after another. Lu Chen continued to spit blood, the bronze cauldron swaying precariously, with numerous cracks appearing above. Ha! The number one on the ancient heavens pride list is nothing but this. Watch my great wilderness fist. You're still too young. If I were you, even if I entered the demon realm, I wouldn't return to the great wilderness. After killing so many human beings, you dare to come back? Do you really think you're invincible? Enough talk, kill him with all your might. Lu Chen's expression remained calm. A massive phantom suddenly appeared behind him, a Buddha whose face was indistinguishable. If the Buddhist sect saw this scene, their eyes would surely pop out. You can also use the Buddhist techniques? The Buddha embraced Lu Chen, taking all the attacks upon himself. Lu Chen continued to form seals, and the ripples in the void multiplied. The Buddha shattered. An ancient lotus flower bloomed, engulfing Lu Chen. Defense. Still a defensive technique. At that moment, a loud noise erupted from the periphery. The great Tao bell rang softly, and the entire Nine Dragon Valley instantly turned to ruins. Endless patterns emerged, and various great formations revealed their power. Lu Chen, hold on, we're coming to save you. Lu Chen heard Lu Chongfeng's voice, and a momentary smile appeared on his serious face. He never expected that the great Tao sect would act for someone like him, stained with blood. However, it wasn't really necessary. Dust and smoke filled the air, and the tremendous roar shook the ground continuously. The entire great wilderness hadn't seen more than 50 tribulation crossing experts act together in many years. It had been even longer since the top forces of the 3 dynasties and 5 sects had all emerged at once. The great Tao sect alone brought over 19 tribulation crossing experts, along with 6 scattered gods and numerous Tao integration and void refinement practitioners. Each expert from the great Tao sect was armed to the teeth. Scattered gods were those who had failed their tribulation but had not perished, yet their paths were severed. Although their combat power was terrifying, it came at the cost of burning their lives. In other words, scattered gods were truly the last resort of combat strength. Now they had all come out. Numerous formations erupted. The great Tao sect produced various top-tier spiritual treasures. Even the innate spiritual treasure, the great Tao bell, was brought out. Each time the great Tao bell rang, the earth turned to dust. The void trembled. However, the formations were indeed too formidable. A group of strong practitioners had spent a long time studying and arranging these formations, which were interconnected and not easily broken in a short time. Kill him as quickly as possible, shouted the tribulation crossing expert from the Yin-Yang Law sect. No one expected the great Tao sect to go this far for such a disciple. With the great Tao sect attacking like this, no matter how many formations there were, they couldn't withstand it. All the tribulation crossing experts began to unleash their strongest combat power. The ancient lotus flower was shattered. Lu Chen's body cracked like porcelain. A mysterious turtle phantom appeared above Lu Chen's head. Continue to defend. How does he have so many defensive means? A tribulation transcender was extremely agitated, endlessly so, right? Lu Chen's 7 orifices were bleeding. He closed his eyes, feeling the fluctuations of energy between heaven and earth. The Xuanwu was circling above his head, shielding him from all attacks. A breeze gently blew through the world. This breeze was exceptionally cool, as if the Tao was brushing against his face. A thread of pattern appeared amidst the raging energy, and then this thread quickly spread. These patterns completely ignored the energy, rapidly taking shape in the void, collectively forming an incredibly profound formation. Bai Qiulan was originally attacking the formation with a group from the Tao sect, but upon seeing the Tao patterns spreading in the void, her expression changed drastically. Not good, quickly. Retreat! Bai Qiulan shouted urgently. What? The group from the Tao sect did not understand. Hurry, listen to me, everyone retreat, especially the tribulation transcenders, retreat. The wind suddenly intensified. An invisible force between heaven and earth began to be affected by this formation, falling from the sky. This thread of power was extremely vague. It seemed so fragile, as if it would scatter with a gust of wind. If such power were to strike someone, it wouldn't even be able to break a single hair. Ha! Many people sensed this weekend vague aura. Yet they did not know what it was. Lu Chen had expended so much effort, forming countless seals to create such a formation. And this was the result? A tribulation. Transcender waved his hand lightly. No matter what this thing was, it should be dispelled first. But when his power touched this thread of energy, in an instant, boundless tribulation. Force ignited like fire meeting oil. It's the power of the heavenly tribulation. A tribulation transcender suddenly exclaimed. Boom! The originally gentle and refreshing wind suddenly went wild, becoming violent and hurried. The sky, which was clear, was instantly transformed, dense black clouds covering the original sky. Black clouds pressed down on the mountains. The fierce wind split trees. The tribulation aura spread rapidly among the many tribulation transcenders, utterly impossible to eliminate. At this moment, the expressions of the Tao sect and the Supreme Sword sect's tribulation transcenders looked as if they had seen a ghost, frantically retreating, their faces contorted in fear. Who went mad? Who the hell is transcending tribulation at this time? With so many tribulation transcenders here, playing with tribulation now is like a dung beetle entering a toilet tube. Look for dung, right? The Tao sect and the Supreme Sword sect fled quickly. Because they were not enveloped by the Great Formation. The vastness of heaven and earth allowed them to run freely. But the tribulation transcenders surrounding Lu Chen were in a panic. Where did this tribulation aura come from? All the tribulation transcenders' murderous gazes were firmly locked onto Lu Chen. Covered in blood, Lu Chen smiled at this group of tribulation transcenders. The moment he saw so many tribulation transcenders surrounding him, Lu Chen had already devised a strategy. Sometimes killing someone does not necessarily mean your strength is greater than theirs, but rather using various conditions to kill. Now, things had become lively. Quickly break the formation, let me leave. A tribulation transcender who had not yet been tainted by the tribulation aura changed color wildly, wanting to escape the formation as far as possible. But the formation remained. Lu Chen could not leave the formation. Were the others inside the formation so easy to leave? Break the formation. Quickly break the formation. Damn, who the hell set up this formation? Hurry and break it. Oh no, I've also been locked by the heavenly tribulation. It's over. It's over. With so many tribulation transcenders transcending together, how powerful will the heavenly tribulation be? It's over, everyone is going to die. The Road Seeker. From the heavenly pavilion, Sentian had not attacked Lu Chen at all, he was just curious about this person. But now, he was not a tribulation transcender, just at the peak of the harmonization realm. Yet what shocked him was that the heavenly tribulation had also locked onto him. The tribulation aura was too dense. All the people were locked in place at once, regardless of whether they were in the tribulation stage, including Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled with great joy. Let's go through the tribulation. Let's have some fun together. Imagine the scene with 4 or 5 dozen people in the tribulation stage all going through it at once. How lively would that be? Lu Chen looked up at the sky. The tribulation clouds, thick and heavy, completely obscured the light of day. The world was shrouded in darkness. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning darted through the clouds. All those in the tribulation stage looked up in despair, watching the silver-white lightning weaving through the tribulation clouds. Silver-white. Normally, the lightning during a tribulation is merely white, but this silver-white lightning must be at least one level stronger, right? All the powerful figures of the Great Tao sect frantically distanced themselves, especially those in the tribulation stage, running 1,000 miles away and still feeling goosebumps all over. A lingering fear. Indeed, a lingering fear. Why did such a situation arise? Lu Changfeng looked at Bai Qiulan, who was the first to remind everyone to evacuate. She must know something. Bai Qiulan calmed her emotions. The technique Lu Chen is using is called the Heavenly Tribulation Technique, a form of powerful magic. However, Lu Chen's current strength is insufficient, and he doesn't intend to use this technique to kill. With so many in the tribulation stage, he only needs to invoke a wisp of the heavenly tribulation intent, and all the tribulation energy of those in the tribulation stage will be triggered. The heavenly tribulation will lock onto them. Lu Changfeng gasped. Lu Chen. His methods are truly wild. To draw 4 or 5 dozen people into the Great Tribulation all at once is ruthless. But in doing so, he is also within the heavenly tribulation and will be attacked by it. Bai Qiulan closed her eyes. Killing is not the primary goal, his greatest aim is likely this descending heavenly tribulation. Lu Changfeng still did not understand Bai Qiulan's meaning. With a thunderclap, the heavens and earth were suddenly torn apart by silver-white lightning. The thunder descended. Not just one bolt, but a dense mass of lightning, striking down upon the 9-dragon valley. A formation? A trap? The trap was indeed quite sturdy, but all the powerful figures became like turtles in a jar, caught cleanly. One must admit, the formation set up by this group was truly formidable. The first wave of dense silver-white lightning did not shatter all the formations. We must unite and resist the heavenly tribulation together. If we fight separately, we will all undoubtedly die. The tribulation stage cultivator from the Wangu sect was nearly driven to madness, shouting loudly. They had originally been confident of victory, but Lu Chen was still focused on defense. Just when it seemed they would completely defeat Lu Chen, he had only used one move aside from defense. No! From the very beginning, he had thought of a way to break the situation. The seals he had formed were not defensive seals at all, but all meant to condense this formation. Boom! The second bolt of tribulation lightning fell. All the formations were destroyed. Endless tribulation energy spread, and the lightning attribute spiritual energy became extremely dense, with stray bolts of lightning everywhere. A heavy shield was raised. This was a treasured item of the Wangu sect, belonging to the innate spiritual treasures called the indestructible shield. Everyone, combine your strength. Now, no one cared about Lu Chen anymore. The Xuanwu above his head was already extremely dim, but to break through, they still needed to work together. All the cultivators in the tribulation stage gathered behind the indestructible shield, and a massive amount of spiritual energy surged into it. Shields began to rapidly manifest, ultimately forming a total of 99 shield images. Lu Chen closed his eyes, his hands swirling outside his dantian. Around him, a faint silver-white light burst forth, and the stray lightning attribute spiritual energy began to converge towards Lu Chen. He had been cultivating true essence and was ready to refine his body. Boom! The third bolt of tribulation lightning fell. The layers of shield light on the indestructible shield were utterly destroyed. The entire indestructible shield sank. And the weak tribulation stage spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the terrifying force directly causing their bodies to suffer severe injuries. So strong, quickly, everyone! Take out your defensive treasures, the tribulation stage from the nether roared. He was the first to summon his spiritual treasure, a completely black talisman that burned and formed a black light curtain. The others hurriedly followed suit. The fourth bolt of thunder descended. Boom! All the defensive spiritual treasures shattered, turning into scrap. The strongest indestructible shield was pierced on the spot. All the tribulation stage cultivators were charred black, suffering varying degrees of severe injuries. This was only the fourth bolt of tribulation thunder. It should be known that there are 9 bolts of tribulation thunder in total. Despair spread in everyone's hearts. One tribulation stage cultivator looked at Lu Chen first, his eyes bursting with incredible malice. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. You deserve to die. Lu Chen lightly nodded in response. Come and kill me. He formed seals with his hands again. At this moment, the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger appeared. The 4 spirits formed for light curtains, completely enveloping Lu Chen's body. A shadow of the black tortoise allowed a group of tribulation stage cultivators to strike 3 times without completely shattering it. Now Lu Chen had gathered the 4 symbols in one breath, and the 4 symbols complemented each other, merging into one. I want you dead. That tribulation stage cultivator was completely mad, roaring as he charged at Lu Chen. The aura within him swelled wildly. His body expanded like a balloon. Lu Chen was startled. Good heavens! Self-detonation? That's impressive, but even his 4 symbols combined couldn't withstand a self-detonation from a tribulation stage cultivator. Go! The 4 symbols suddenly opened up, covering the tribulation stage powerhouse, while Lu Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light. The secret technique, 9 steps reincarnation, was activated. In just 1 step, Lu Chen's figure had already blurred. Ridiculous, with the formation, he couldn't escape, but now that the formation was destroyed, this group couldn't stop him at all. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed in the 9 Dragon Valley. The earth trembled violently. The 4 symbols were immediately blown to pieces. Lu Chen ran fast enough, but was still affected somewhat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown like a broken sack. The 5th bolt of tribulation thunder descended at that moment. Above was the tribulation thunder, below was the self-detonation of the tribulation stage, and the group of tribulation stage cultivators in the middle were instantly stunned. Damn! Infinite! Heavenly Sovereign! Forget it, I'm not coming back. Boom! Silver snakes danced wildly, the heavenly might was overwhelming. The weak instantly turned to charcoal under the thunder. With this strike, all below the tribulation stage were annihilated, turned to dust. Including the onlooker, Lu Xuantian. 1/3 of the tribulation stage cultivators died, a sight too tragic to behold. Lu Chen also could not escape the thunder's attack. He too was locked onto by the heavenly tribulation, the main tribulation thunder splitting into fine bolts, striking fiercely at Lu Chen. His body was charred black, and he hurriedly spun his hands at his dantian. 9 tribulations, indestructible body. Refine for me. Thunder coursed through him, bringing extreme pain, yet his expression showed no signs of distortion. Pain is merely a testament to my growth. Dense thunder surged into Lu Chen's body, silver light flickering. At this moment, the blood and flesh elixir hidden within him finally erupted with its power. A large amount of vitality surged forth, rapidly repairing Lu Chen's broken body. His flesh was torn, restored, then torn again, then restored. The sixth bolt of thunder fell with a resounding crash in the eyes of the despairing Tribulation stage cultivators. Similarly, a bolt as thick as a forearm struck Lu Chen. Puff! Lu Chen spat out blood once more. The flesh all over his body twisted. Pain! So painful! Lu Chen's expression was terrifyingly calm. On the path to becoming a Dao, when has there been a lack of pain? Countless currents of thunder coursed through his body. Ha ha ha! They're all dead, all dead. The calamity of the Eternal Sect had reached a point where it was hard to tell if he was still human. He let out a hoarse laugh filled with desolation. 300 years of cultivation. Today turned to ash. Enough, enough. His gaze finally fell on Lu Chen. The cold voice seemed to emerge from the abyss. What a remarkable top talent of the eternal rankings. Today many strong ones of the Eternal Sect have perished. The great karma is upon you. I await you on the path of reincarnation. Lu Chen raised his eyes, his voice quite serious. Failure in transcending the tribulation means no reincarnation. It's not a rule I set, it's a rule set by the reincarnation celestial sovereign. The strong ones of the Eternal Sect in the tribulation realm. Ah, it's infuriating. Boom! The seventh bolt of heavenly lightning descended. The last transcending tribulation realm expert was turned to dust in the lightning. Lu Chen looked at the raging heavenly lightning. He truly could not withstand it any longer. A stone sword appeared in his hand. 3,000 swords. In an instant, a massive amount of sword light surged towards the thunder. The thunder violently destroyed all the sword light, then struck Lu Chen. The gaze of the multitude from the great Dao sect fell upon Lu Chen. No one expected that Lu Chen would use such a method. It was terrifying. He had taken down 4 or 5 dozen tribulation realm experts in one breath. After today, the tribulation realm in the great wilderness would become a rarity. But could he withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? Although the main heavenly tribulation was aimed at that group of tribulation realm experts, even 1% of the tribulation force descending would be enough to annihilate a tribulation realm expert. Lu Chen looked severely injured. Lu Chen turned to charcoal. Streams of blood-colored light surged within him, causing the black blood scabs to fall off rapidly. The eighth bolt of tribulation lightning. It seemed that because all the tribulation realm experts had been dealt with, the power of the eighth bolt of tribulation lightning had increased several times. Lu Chen spread his hands. At this moment, a special Dao rhythm circulated around his body, Tai Chi, Yin and Yang, transformation. The cycle of Yin and Yang, life and death. Lu Chen faced the tribulation lightning, and as he guided it with his hands, the lightning began to twist. At this moment, the thunder swirled around Lu Chen like flowing water. The essence of the supreme Yang and supreme hardness of the tribulation lightning transformed into the supreme Yin and supreme softness, wrapping around him like water. As the tribulation lightning flowed around Lu Chen's body, he quickly absorbed its power. His body continued to disintegrate, but within the disintegration, there was rebirth. As the tribulation lightning continued to transform, it gradually disappeared, all absorbed into Lu Chen's body. In fact, if it weren't for Lu Chen refining his body with the tribulation lightning, he wouldn't have to struggle so hard. But everything was for growth. Lu Chen's body was pitch black, yet lightning constantly flickered around him. His heart was strong and beating vigorously. Streams of vibrant blood surged through his body with each heartbeat. At this moment, his flesh rapidly rebirthed from destruction. The first layer of the 9 tribulations' undying body was completed. The last bolt of tribulation lightning, come. Lu Chen looked up. In the sky, dark clouds rolled and gathered into a mass. Terrifying heavenly might spread. At this moment, heaven and earth merged with Lu Chen. The black blood scabs continuously fell away, revealing the clean skin beneath, which even began to shine with a lustrous glow. Boom! The tribulation lightning roared like a dragon. It charged down. Lu Chen's figure also soared up in an instant, exceptionally agile. With a punch, the heavens and earth shook. Celestial Sovereign Fist. At this moment, his right fist shone brilliantly, like a shooting star, smashing fiercely towards the thunder. Boom! The fist collided violently with the thunder. A strong light erupted, a deafening roar. The silver-white thunder exploded, electric currents coursing through the sky. Lu Chen's body was pushed back, but before he could land, he halted in midair, his eyes like lightning, his body like a dragon. After one punch, he formed seals with both hands. Return! In an instant, the shattered thunder transformed into a torrent. Lu Chen opened his mouth, and all the thunder surged into him, manifesting around his body. He had swallowed the tribulation thunder. The last bolt of tribulation thunder came to an end. The clouds dispersed and the sky brightened. Jiulong Valley had been completely leveled, with pits of various sizes appearing on the ground, charred and scarred. Lu Chen floated in the sky, a vast vitality spreading within him, his hair growing wildly, black hair dancing, resembling a deity or demon. The members of the Dao sect looked at Lu Chen at this moment, inexplicably feeling a sense of awe. This was the awe of the strong. Lu Chen gathered his storage rings, as they were made of spatial stones, known for their incredible sturdiness, impervious even to the tribulation thunder. With so many storage rings, Lu Chen had truly struck it rich. The entire Dao sect had come to his aid, and to be honest, Lu Chen had not expected it. However, since they had come, Lu Chen also felt a sense of sect loyalty towards the Dao sect. In his previous life, the Dao sect had also risen from a second-rate sect to a top Holy Land. Lu Chen flew towards the Dao sect. Disciple Lu Chen, greetings to the sect master, greetings to the esteemed ancestors, greetings to the uncles and aunts. Everyone had been greeted, except for the master. Bai Qiulan. Lu Chen, good, very good, worthy of being the pride of our Dao sect. However, this time you have killed many powerful figures from these forces, causing them significant losses, especially the underworld and the eternal sect. Let's return to the sect first, and we will discuss it after activating the protective formation. Lu Chongfeng's thoughts were very clear. If someone died during the tribulation, news would spread quickly. This enmity could not simply be resolved, and soon there would be scattered gods arriving, possibly even bringing heavy treasures. Forget it, I'll return to the sect, but it will only bring disaster to the sect. I just need to hide outside, they can't do anything to me. Lu Chen said with a smile. Lu Chongfeng's expression was serious. What are you talking about? The sect. And you are always on the same path. Do you think that if you don't return to the sect, our Dao sect can remain uninvolved? No need for more words, let's return to the sect first. Lu Chen felt indifferent. He was already at the 9th level of the void refinement stage and had completed the first level of the 9 tribulations indestructible body. There were really not many who could kill him at this level. So, he decided to return to the sect to rest for a while. Check the storage rings of this group, keep what he needed, and give the rest to the sect. Moreover, there was an advantage to returning to the sect. If the powerful figures from the Eternal sect really came with heavy treasures, he could simply leave. This way, he could attract more attention to himself. Shadows broke through the air, returning to the sect at an extremely fast speed. Sect Master, may I recover from my injuries first? Lu Chen cupped his hands and asked. Of course, recover first, and come to the main hall when you're done. Lu Chen nodded, and his figure disappeared. The protective formation of the Dao sect was activated. The protective formations of various sects could be said to be the most powerful formations in the first level of heaven. Who didn't spend tremendous manpower and resources to continuously upgrade their sect's protective formation, forming a supermassive array? Take the 10,000 Dao sect. For example, many peaks served as the foundation of the formation. The array covered a radius of over 10,000 kilometers. Such a large-scale formation, once activated, consumed massive amounts of spirit stones every day, but breaking it was difficult. Very difficult. It's finally over. Yu Hongling couldn't help but let out a long sigh. A battlefield of eternal pride had made her feel a sense of the unpredictability of life and the ease of change. Bai Qiulan also sighed softly. Her silver hair had turned black. Bai Qiulan. Sun Ruowei's voice suddenly rose. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling both turned to look at Sun Ruowei. You actually call Lu Chen husband? Good for you, Bai Qiulan. I took you as my best sister, and you've hidden this from me so deeply. What's going on? Quickly tell me, why do you call Lu Chen husband? Could it be that you two? At this moment, the King of Melons was online, and Sun Ruowei's eyes sparkled with intense flames. In this world, such a curious personality can easily lead to trouble. And indeed, that was the case in her previous life. Sun Ruowei died quite early, but before she died, she was still shocked by the big melon, truly dying without regrets for the sake of gossip. Bai Qiulan. You heard wrong. You're talking nonsense. Could I be mistaken? You clearly said husband, I heard it loud and clear, not a hint of falsehood. Hurry up and tell me, what's really going on? We've been friends for over 60 years. Always together, cultivating together, we're just short of sleeping in the same bed. Bai Qiulan. Yu Hongling revealed a look of helplessness. She had once suggested that the master directly call Lu Chen by his name. But the master, lacking ambition, quickly surrendered under the pressure of her senior brother, ultimately crying and calling him husband. Yet Yu Hongling remained unyielding, refusing to call anyone husband no matter how much she suffered. Now that the master had gotten used to calling him husband, it had finally been exposed, hadn't it? You really heard wrong. What I said was, keep making things up, I want to see what else you can come up with. Son. Ruowei sneered. Bai Qiulan pondered deeply, a flash of inspiration struck her. What I said was, a husband should cultivate himself quietly and nurture virtue through frugality. Without detachment, one cannot clarify their ambitions. It's just that my voice was too soft at the end and you didn't hear it. At this moment, Sun Ruowei was dumbfounded. You've got to be kidding me? Bai Qiulan. I took you as my sister, and you think I'm a fool? Sun Ruowei couldn't accept it. Anyway, it's like this. Lu Chen and I are truly innocent, we are just master and disciple, with no other relationship. Bai Qiulan had a look of indifference, as if she were a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Alright, Hongling, do you like your senior brother Lu Chen? Sun Ruowei shifted her target to Yu Hongling. This girl looked silly, she should be easier to fool. Yu Hongling. Yes, I do like my senior brother. Yu Hongling replied affirmatively. Then can you accept that your senior brother has more than one woman? Sun Ruowei pressed on. She thought this Yu Hongling was silly. If it were Bai Qiulan, she wouldn't even entertain such a question. I can. Yu Hongling replied confidently. Not only could she, but she had already become comrades with those women. Then can you accept that master and disciple serve one husband together? Yu Hongling? Bai Qiulan looked at the two, feeling somewhat helpless. She felt a bit stiff. What were they talking about? It seemed she couldn't quite hear clearly. Why was it getting quieter? Getting quieter? Bang! Bai Qiulan suddenly lay straight down. Neither Yu Hongling nor Sun Ruowei expected this situation. After all, Bai Qiulan was at the Harmony Realm. Not injured or anything, so why would she suddenly lie down? Master! Yu Hongling was shocked and hurriedly squatted down to help Bai Qiulan up. Cold! Bone-chilling cold. The moment Yu Hongling touched Bai Qiulan, she felt an indescribable chill spread throughout her body, almost making her let go. Qiulan! Sun Ruowei was also alarmed. She touched her, why is she so cold? Didn't she say she would recover soon? Quick, warm up the master. Yu Hongling knew Bai Qiulan's condition and said urgently. How do we warm her up? Sun Ruowei was also anxious. Her hands turned bright red, and she released scorching energy, placing it on Bai Qiulan's body. But it was useless. The heat from her hands simply could not drive away. No, it shouldn't be called driving away, it should be called the inability to touch the cold on Bai Qiulan's body. Incompatible. Yu Hongling knew about her master's condition, but not particularly well. Because her master always found it hard to speak. However, she had seen how her senior brother relieved this coldness for her master. So she reached out her hands to untie Bai Qiulan's belt. Sun Ruowei was confused, but she didn't speak up. It was just the three of them here, and she had set up a barrier around them, so it was safe. Soon, Bai Qiulan was completely undressed. Yu Hongling began to undress herself. Sun Ruowei? The situation seemed to be becoming a bit strange. Yu Hongling quickly freed herself from all restraints and held Bai Qiulan in her arms. In an instant, the bone-chilling cold caused Yu Hongling extreme pain. It was a suffering that was physiologically unbearable. Yu Hongling's body trembled uncontrollably, her instincts generating 1,000 thoughts of leaving. Yet, she refused to leave. Bai Qiulan's body began to regain warmth slightly, although still frighteningly cold. It was not as icy as it had been at first. In the end, Yu Hongling could no longer endure it. She felt that if she continued, her body would freeze to death, and her soul would be injured by the cold. She released Bai Qiulan's body and wrapped her tightly in a thick blanket. What on earth is going on? Sun Ruowei asked anxiously. She also began to undress, mimicking Yu Hongling's actions to embrace Bai Qiulan. In an instant, Sun Ruowei let out a cry of extreme pain. She could not bear that extreme cold sensation at all, and after just a moment of contact, she let go. It was too cold. It was simply too cold. It was a cold that the human body and soul could not endure. Bai Qiulan's breathing was steady, her eyes tightly closed. The breath she exhaled did not seem particularly unusual, but her body was cold to the extreme. Only senior brother has a way. I'll go find senior brother, he has a way. Yu Hongling stood up and put on her clothes. Uncle Sun, you stay here and take care of the master. I'll bring senior brother back right away. Okay, go quickly and come back quickly. Yu Hongling's figure rushed swiftly towards the location of Lu Chen. She aimed to crash into Lu Chen's room, but stopped abruptly when she was less than 10 centimeters from the door. See, I told you people can't teach, but things can be learned in one go. Senior brother, the master has fallen ill again and is now in a coma. You need to come with me to save her. Yu Hongling said urgently. No sound came from inside the room. Senior brother. Yu Hongling knocked on the door. This is really urgent. You need to come with me quickly. After all, she is our master, our only master. No matter how loudly Yu Hongling knocked, Lu Chen remained silent. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth and was about to forcefully push open the door when Lu Chen's voice finally came from inside. Has she fallen ill again? Yu Hongling's spirit lifted. Yes, she's in a coma, and her body is extremely cold. Senior brother, please help save her. Lu Chen's voice carried a strange tone. How? Can I save her? You can save her however you want, anything will do. Lu Chen's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Anything will do? After saving her, I'll become that one who goes against the master and bears a grudge against me? Yu Hongling, the master doesn't know what kind of pain you are enduring, you can't blame her. Do you think she really doesn't know? Does Bai Qiulan know how intense the pain Lu Chen is enduring is? She pretended to be unaware. But what is the reality? The Taiyin Chaos Divine Body. Once the chaotic poison erupts, it requires the flame of life to actively warm and melt. That deadly chill. The terror of chaotic poison is absolutely not as simple as just being cold, it penetrates the bones and the soul. Lu Chen lost a life because of this thing. Relying on frantic deductions, he found a glimmer of hope after losing a life. The solution is to take a dozen kinds of extremely young and strong elixirs in advance, and then use his own lifespan and cultivation as flames to forcibly neutralize the chaotic poison. Of course, this method is not something Lu Chen can accomplish alone. If others can develop those dozen kinds of extremely young and strong elixirs and do not care about the cost of lifespan loss and cultivation regression, they could also help Bai Qiulan detoxify. However, these dozen kinds of elixirs are quite complex. During the initial deductions, it nearly caused the still undeveloped system to crash. It is precisely because of these dozen elixirs that Lu Chen was quite overwhelmed while detoxifying, flipping Bai Qiulan over and over, her eyes rolling back. Master, you don't know how much pain you're in. Yu Hongling couldn't believe that her beloved master was a hypocritical person. Hearing Yu Hongling's extremely certain tone, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Look, still the same, without any change. What he said was never believed, not even needing to be investigated, outright denied, and extremely certain of his own guesses. He just couldn't understand. He and Bai Qiulan had experienced everything together, seen the most honest sides of each other, and Lu Chen was in a state of elixirs, without much acting. As long as Bai Qiulan glanced at Lu Chen, no, even if she didn't look at him at all, she could know what kind of pain Lu Chen was enduring. Lu Chen waved his hand. Boom! Yu Hongling was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily onto the stone, and the door closed. If he said one more word, he would be a fool. After a trip to the ancient battlefield of heroes, he gained quite a bit, and with the support from the Dao sect, Lu Chen felt warm. Just as his mood improved, he was disgusted again. Damn it! Yu Hongling got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother, please save the master, we only have this one master. This time, Lu Chen truly ignored her. Yu Hongling had no choice but to hurriedly return to where Bai Qiulan was. Son. Ruowei quickly asked, how is it? Did Lu Chen come? Yu Hongling's face was full of bitterness. Senior brother won't help, it seems I said something wrong and made him angry again. What did you say? Really, your master is like this, and you still said something to make him angry? Son Ruowei couldn't understand. Yu Hongling still didn't know where she went wrong. Didn't my senior brother save the master before? I just said the master didn't know how much pain he was in, and then I was sent flying by him. Son Ruowei? How do you know your master doesn't know how much pain he is in? Yu Hongling. Son Ruowei's question left Yu Hongling dumbfounded. How did she know? Right, how did she know? It was what the master said. At that moment, Yu Hongling's gaze fell on Bai Qiulan. The master said that Lu Chen wasn't in that much pain, but rather enjoyed it. But is it really so? The master said so, and she believed it, but what about what her senior brother said? When did she ever believe that? Yu Hongling clutched her heart. It hurt so much. She could barely stand. Why? Was she always this way towards her senior brother? Clearly, she had already regretted it, but when facing her senior brother, it was still like this? At that moment, Yu Hongling even hated herself. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. Why was she always so unreasonable and confident when facing her senior brother, only believing what she wanted to believe? Sun Ruowei let out a soft sigh. She glanced at Bai Qiulan. Lu Chen's behavior was enough to prove that the entanglement between Bai Qiulan and Lu Chen was much deeper than she had imagined. So what do we do now? Yu Hongling asked, suppressing her heartache. Sun Ruowei fell into deep thought. I will go find Lu Chen. You must speak to him properly. My senior brother is very irritable right now, he might hit someone if he gets upset. Sun Ruowei's figure vanished. Soon, she appeared before Lu Chen's door. She gently knocked on the door. Lu Chen was in his room, searching through numerous storage rings of the tribulation stage. Upon sensing Sun Ruowei's arrival, he pondered for a moment. Ding, my kind has come. The system's voice echoed in his mind, vaguely excited. She has a system too? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Ding, no, she just likes to gossip. Lu Chen. Ding, she especially likes to gossip about you. Lu Chen. Why don't you just revert to being the heavenly Tao? At least that would be honest. Lu Chen opened the door and slightly cupped his hands. Disciple Lu Chen, greetings to Master Sunday. A faint smile graced his face, warm and gentle. In her previous life, Sun Ruowei had indeed gossiped a lot, to the point of causing her own demise, but she had also fought alongside others in a great battle against alien races. She had a good impression of Lu Chen. Lu Chen. This wasn't the first time Sun Ruowei had interacted with Lu Chen. Their recent encounters included one where Lu Chen transformed into a red figure, exuding a terrifying aura as if he were about to destroy the world. The second was when Lu Chen summoned a heavenly tribulation to annihilate a group of tribulation stage cultivators. Goodness, Lu Chen had originally seemed like a little disciple in her eyes, but now, looking at him again, she felt a twinge of fear in her heart. Master, there's no need to be afraid. I only kill enemies, we are all from the same sect. Lu Chen sensed Sun Ruowei's fear and spoke with a hint of Dao sound to help dispel her anxiety. Sure enough, Sun Ruowei felt less afraid. That's true, we are from the same sect, and I am a very good friend of your master. He treats you like his own. That term might not be quite right, but you understand what I mean, right? Disciple understands. Now that your master is in a coma, I heard from that girl Hongling that you have a way to save him. Could you please help? Sun Ruowei asked. I'm sorry, master, but my master has explicitly stated that he does not need my help. I have saved him before, but I have already faced punishment for it, and I dare not intervene again. I kindly ask master to consult others, perhaps they have a way to treat him, Lu Chen replied respectfully. His words indeed cold. She doesn't allow you to save him? Master is master, and I am respecting my teacher and valuing the Tao as a principle. There are distinctions between men and women, which is a common ethical norm. I cannot overstep my bounds, so I hope master can understand my predicament. Lu Chen said, cupping his hands. Sun Ruowei. In special times, doing special things is understandable. Master also said it is understandable, but being understandable means it can be forgiven. Only when one is wrong can there be talk of forgiveness. If I do nothing, then there is no wrongdoing, and there is no need to discuss forgiveness at all. Sun Ruowei had nothing to say. She doesn't need me to save her. If I save her, she will harm me. If I don't save her, then nothing will happen at all? This is called letting go of the urge to help and respecting others' destinies. Good. Are you really going to just watch her fall into a worse situation step by step? Lu Chen did not answer this question, merely looking calmly at Sun Ruowei. At this moment, not answering was the best answer. Really can't help? No. The two words were firm and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Sun Ruowei took 2 steps back. Alright, I understand. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Master, take care. I won't see you off. Sun Ruowei left under Lu Chen's smiling gaze, and it wasn't until her figure disappeared from sight that Lu Chen closed the door again. Such a polite and gentle person, what could be the reason? Oh no, I habitually want to gossip, but it seems this isn't the time for that. What should I do next? Ding, a kindred spirit, I want to see what this kindred spirit will do. Lu Chen? A light screen appeared, floating in front of Lu Chen without his consent. Lu Chen. Damn it, this system is getting to know me better. If the system asked Lu Chen whether he wanted to watch, he would definitely be too lazy to do so, but since it started playing without his permission, he had no way to stop it, right? He couldn't just catch the system and beat it up, could he? Cough. Anyway, collecting treasures isn't a complicated task. Looking at it won't affect anything. Lu Chen felt as if he had returned to his childhood on Earth, when he was fostered in an orphanage, where they had somehow brought in a large amount of cotton, still in its husks. The director called all the children over and had them start peeling the cotton, seemingly as a reward, and set up an outdoor television for them. Peeling cotton while watching TV. That was actually one of the rare beautiful memories in Lu Chen's life. Now, it felt oddly similar. Sun Ruowei returned to Bai Qiulan's residence, where Bai Qiulan still looked pale. How is it? Seeing that Lu Chen did not follow Sun Ruowei, Yu Hongling's expression turned disappointed. He said Qiulan has already made it clear that she doesn't need his help. Just as expected. At this moment, Bai Qiulan was trembling slightly. She felt as if she were dreaming that she had fallen into a deep pit filled with icy water. Not only was it bone-chillingly cold, but there was also that fear of drowning. She wanted to break free, to escape this deep pit. But the more she struggled, the deeper she sank. In the past, at this time, a pair of warm hands would appear, grabbing hers, with a hot breath urging her to hold on tightly. Those strong arms would lift her up, leaving all the coldness and fear of drowning far behind. But this time, no matter how she sank, no matter how she fell, that breath never appeared again. Husband, husband, save me. Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei both looked at Bai Qiulan, listening to her dreamlike cries, and both fell silent. Her subconscious was hoping Lu Chen would save her. No one wants to die. No, I refuse to believe that only Lu Chen can save Qiulan. I will go find the sect leader. With so many talented people in the Dao sect, could it be that none of them can save her? Sun Ruowei couldn't take it anymore, she refused to accept this. Yu Hongling's eyes were filled with sadness. It's useless, it's useless. In the vast heavens, amidst countless gods and Buddhas, only senior brother can save master, only senior brother can. Then I will have the sect leader order Lu Chen to save her. Sun Ruowei stormed off, heading straight for Dao Peak. Soon, she met Lu Changfeng. Sect leader Bai Qiulan is currently gravely injured and unconscious, suspected to be poisoned. According to her disciple Yu Hongling, only Lu Chen can save her. I have come to request a decree from the sect leader, please grant it, ordering Lu Chen to save his master. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongfeng's heart tightened, and the mindset of a devoted follower took over. How could junior sister Bai be poisoned? I will go see her. Changming, immediately send the elders from the medical peak and the alchemy peak to Qiulan Peak. Sun Ruowei emphasized, sect leader, it won't help for you to go see her, and it won't help for the people from the medical peak and alchemy peak to go either. Only Lu Chen has a way to save her. Even I, who am skilled in saving people, cannot do anything. You just need to order Lu Chen to go save her. Lu Changfeng suddenly remembered that the person before him, Sun Ruowei, was also a practitioner with exceptional healing skills. However, when it came to Lu Chen, his love-stricken mind was instantly overtaken by the thoughts of the sect leader. He calmed down. Junior sister Bai is Lu Chen's master, why doesn't he save her? Lu Changfeng asked. Sun Ruowei paused. How should she respond? If she said Lu Chen should save her, would he have to become a rebellious disciple? Even if Bai Qiulan were saved, would she still have the face to live on? Sun Ruowei was quite familiar with Bai Qiulan and knew that she was very traditional and adhered strictly to propriety. She would absolutely not allow anything inappropriate to happen between herself and her disciple. Lu Chen does have some difficulties, but this matter is definitely not detrimental to him. All it requires is the sect leader's order, and everything will fall into place. In Sun Ruowei's view, Bai Qiulan undoubtedly had feelings for Lu Chen, but due to their identities, neither could take that step. However, the sect leader's order must be obeyed. That meant a third party had to intervene to forcefully advance their relationship. Lu Changfeng understood. Although he didn't know the reason why Lu Chen wouldn't save her if Lu Chen had already chosen not to. Even as the sect leader, he couldn't force someone to save another. If he were to issue a forceful order, Lu Chen, out of respect for the Dao sect, would likely still save her. However, after saving her, Lu Chen might directly leave the Dao sect, thus clearing any grievances between him and the sect. But that was junior sister Bai. On one side was the future powerhouse that the entire sect had bet on, and on the other was the woman he admired. Lu Changfeng's expression became serious. He sat in the sect leader's position. Looking at Sun Ruowei, he spoke. Junior sister Bai has been poisoned. It should be the responsibility of the medical peak's doctors and the alchemy peak's alchemists to detoxify her. Lu Chen is merely a practitioner with no expertise in healing, how could he detoxify and treat her? Changming, hurry and summon the elders from the alchemy peak and the medical peak. The deputy sect leader, Ji Changming, immediately complied, hurriedly acknowledging and quickly leaving. Lu Changfeng, you. Sun Ruowei's eyes were filled with disbelief, which then transformed into deep disappointment. She truly couldn't believe that Lu Changfeng, who admired Bai Qiulan so much, would resolutely give her up. At this moment, Lu Changfeng's expression was also extremely serious. He looked at Sun Ruowei, his voice stern and cold. Junior sister, outside of Dao Peak, you may call me Lu Changfeng or Brother Lu, and I won't mind. But in this Dao Peak's Hall of Inquiry, what should you call me? Sun Ruowei looked at Lu Changfeng on the high sect leader's throne. At that moment, Lu Changfeng appeared incredibly tall, his face stern and cold, like a god devoid of any emotion. Sun Ruowei's heart trembled as she looked at Lu Changfeng. Her voice quivered slightly as she gave her answer. Sect leader. She woke up. Bai Qiulan woke up. With a soft moan, Bai Qiulan opened her eyes, and at that moment her aura surged, unexpectedly raising her cultivation by 2 small realms. The Taiyin transformation scripture was indeed a very powerful technique. During her slumber, this technique had been operating automatically, continuously purging the chaotic poison. Purging, the nascent soul absorbed, condensing. Then purging again, the nascent soul absorbed, and condensing again. Of course, the speed at which the nascent soul absorbed was certainly not as fast as the speed of its birth. After a while, Bai Qiulan regained much of her body temperature. You're awake. Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei said joyfully at the same time. Bai Qiulan suddenly frowned, her expression changing drastically. Who touched my clothes? Master, it was me who touched them, Yu Hongling hurriedly replied. Only then did Bai Qiulan breathe a sigh of relief. How do you feel now? What is your constitution? Why, even after reaching the harmonization realm, do you still have such a calamity? Sun Ruowei asked anxiously. It's fine, I have my own way to deal with my constitution. Fainting is just a form of self-protection. I didn't disturb anyone with my fainting. Right? Bai Qiulan asked. Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei exchanged glances. Cough, no. Bai Qiulan's face was full of helplessness. Come on, who did you disturb? It was better not to mention this matter, but once it was brought up, Sun Ruowei was filled with anger. Qiulan, what on earth is going on? Why are there such men around you? One Lu Chen, no matter how you plead, even if you beg him to let go, he wouldn't be blamed for anything he does, but he absolutely refuses to save you. Although Bai Qiulan had already guessed, hearing Lu Chen's indifference towards her still sent a chill through her heart. Fine, she was indeed a bit cheap. Clearly, she didn't want Lu Chen to save her, yet when he truly didn't, she still felt disappointed. It is indeed my choice not to let him save me, so I can't blame him. Bai Qiulan showed no signs of distress. Forget about Lu Chen, you said you wouldn't let him save you, but what about Lu Chanfeng? Bai Qiulan's expression changed drastically. You let Lu Chanfeng try to save me? Although she couldn't bear the thought of her relationship with Lu Chen, traditional beliefs made it impossible for her to accept any man other than Lu Chen. Her final outcome should be to walk alone on the Great Path. No, how could I let Lu Chanfeng save you? Yu Hongling quickly explained, understanding Bai Qiulan's reaction. Bai Qiulan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I let him save you, it's that I ordered him to command Lu Chen to save you, but he refused to give the order and even said I shouldn't call him by name, but should refer to him as Zhongzhu. It's really too much. Sun Ruowei said unhappily. Bai Qiulan understood Lu Chanfeng's meaning. She felt a bit emotional. In this world, apart from Lu Chen from her previous life, there probably wouldn't be anyone else who could treat her so wholeheartedly. Yu Hongling hesitated. Bai Qiulan looked at her. Is there something you want to say? It's just, Master, do you really not know that when senior brother helps you, he will endure immense pain? Yu Hongling asked. Bai Qiulan was taken aback. Why do you ask that? I went to find senior brother to save you, and I said, you didn't know that he would endure immense pain to save you, but senior brother said you knew. Bai Qiulan fell silent. She did not answer the question. I'm tired and need to meditate for a while. You two go do your own things. Not answering was the loudest answer. Yu Hongling couldn't believe it. Master. Did Master really know? Didn't she always say she didn't know? Why? Why did she clearly know but pretend she didn't? What was the reason? She wanted to ask again, but was pulled away by Sun Ruowei. Bai Qiulan looked at the closed door, closed her eyes, and ultimately couldn't hold back, a tear rolling down her cheek. She certainly knew that Lu Chen was enduring immense pain, but she had actively chosen to forget. Especially after obtaining the Taiyin transformation scripture, Lu Chen would no longer endure pain. As time passed, she gradually forgot Lu Chen's past suffering. Yet she remembered his identity clearly. She was the master, and Lu Chen was the disciple. She was deceiving herself. She had tricked herself into believing it, which was pitiful. There's nothing to see, Lu Chen said somewhat dissatisfied. Ding, there's nothing to see, yet you're so engrossed? The system immediately expressed its dissatisfaction. I really engrossed? Ding, you are. You must be mistaken, and right, you don't have eyes, so it's understandable to be mistaken. Ding, I have eyes, I have many eyes, I want as many eyes as I want. They're all blind. Ding, your eyes are the ones that are blind. Lu Chen had a bit of a verbal spar with the system, and after organizing his storage ring, he felt quite good. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I returned to the sect. Why haven't those forces reacted yet? There's been no movement at all. I think I should go find the withered tree. The withered tree was an important treasure for him to condense 3 lives. He also knew where it was. The reason he hadn't left the Great Tao sect was that he was waiting for the various sects to unite and attack the Great Tao sect, planning to leave right under their noses and draw all the firepower onto himself. Since the Great Tao sect had sealed itself after Returning, Lu Chen had no idea about the situation outside. He didn't know that all 46 Tribulation Realm experts had died, and this news was spreading rapidly in the Great Wilderness. The speed of the spread was terrifying. The entire Great Wilderness was in an uproar. 46 Tribulation Realm? 57. Question Realm? All wiped out? Heavens, the Heavenly Machine Report can't be joking with us, right? In the entire Great Wilderness, how many Tribulation Realm experts are there combined? For example, the Great Tao sect sent out an entire army of 19 Tribulation Realm experts to save Lu Chen. The 5 major sects, 3 great dynasties, and 1 eternal sect combined had at most 200 Tribulation Realm experts. The number of Tribulation Realm experts in the Great Tao sect was definitely above average. Moreover, besides these top forces, there were also first-rate forces, as well as the hidden underworld and Heavenly Pavilion, meaning at least 1/7 of the Tribulation Realm experts in the entire First Heaven had been wiped out. A full 1/7 of the Tribulation Realm experts had died. The Yin-Yang Law sect and the Supreme Empire were nearly wiped out of strong experts. The Robbery sect and the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect were regretting it to the core. They had thought their relationship with the Great Tao sect was quite good, and they had always been friendly when they met. Just look at how Suemo sent treasures to Baichulan. But now, it had turned into this. Not only had they become enemies with the Great Tao sect, but they had also lost so many strong experts, and the younger generation had suffered heavy casualties, leaving their rear and front lines in disarray. With no strong experts left, and no potential remaining, these forces felt completely numb. He. In the demon realm, the Heavenly Demon Emperor laughed wildly, a black banner floating behind him, with endless black mist rolling, as if billions of souls were screaming within. I never expected this. I really never expected this. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was laughing foolishly. My goodness. 46 Tribulation Realm experts died, all killed by a killer. Using special means to trigger the Heavenly Tribulation, wiping them all out in one go. He had just received this news and nearly choked on his breath. Almost laughing himself to death on the spot. Around the Heavenly Demon Emperor, many Demon Race Tribulation Realm experts revealed sinister smiles. They had been worried about the young generation of the Demon Race dying in such numbers, fearing that the Demon Race would be left powerless. But now, there was no need to worry at all. Because the human race was no longer a force to be reckoned with, the current human race was completely powerless. 46 Tribulation Realm experts, 46. The Heavenly Demon Emperor kept repeating this number. The demon race had just lost a tremendous enemy. Send my demon emperors. Order, contact all clans, we have the chance to invade the Great Wilderness and unify the First Heaven. This time, I want my 10,000 souls banner to feast on human souls. Yes. Similar to the demon realm, when other alien races received the news from their spies among the human race, the alien experts exploded with excitement. The fall of 46 Tribulation Realm experts was like a festive celebration for the alien races. They quickly received the message from the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Attack! Attack! This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must be seized to attack the Great Wilderness, taking advantage of the current panic in the Great Wilderness. It is the perfect time for us to strike alliances. This time, we must make the human race pay the price. I think we can wait a bit longer. The human race has already lost a Tribulation Realm expert. The birth of a Tribulation Realm expert takes a considerable amount of time. Now that the human race is in internal strife, this top talent on the Eternal Genius list, Lu Chen, has killed so many Tribulation Realm experts in one go, and the Great Tao sect is standing with Lu Chen. How could the other sects let this go easily? They will definitely fight again, and this battle will not be small. Either the Great Tao sect will be destroyed, or the other sects will suffer heavy losses. There's no rush, we can't rush. Bah. That makes sense. I also believe we should wait a while. Alright, then we will wait, but we must gather our strength and be ready to act at any time. The various alien races began to discuss. At this moment, a descendant of the water god from the divine race named Shui Liang spoke up. Perhaps we can also contact those forces that have lost a large number of Tribulation Realm experts. What do you mean? The Supreme Divine Dynasty has sent people to contact my divine race. They claim that if we can destroy the Great Tao sect and kill Lu Chen, they are willing to coexist with us. The news that Shui Liang revealed immediately piqued the interest of the alien experts. Did the Supreme Divine Dynasty really say that? Yes. Interesting, let's consider it. Great Tao sect. I can't wait any longer. Lu Chen suddenly stood up. With no enemies approaching, waiting here is simply a waste of life. Lu Chen did not want to continue idly, he wanted to cultivate. His figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the Pill Peak. Lu Chen's name was Already known throughout the Great Tao sect, and the scene of him killing Tribulation Realm experts was still fresh in everyone's memory, as if it had happened yesterday. Disciple Lu Chen, seeking an audience with the Qinghua Peak Master. Upon hearing that Lu Chen had arrived, the elder of Pill Peak did not dare to be negligent and immediately took Lu Chen up the peak, notifying Taoist Qinghua. They had not walked far when Taoist Qinghua's laughter rang out. Ha ha, Lu Chen, you come to my Pill Peak, are you looking for pills? Just tell me what you need. Lu Chen cupped his hands towards Taoist Qinghua. I have met the Peak Master. I am not here to seek pills, but to borrow the 9 dragons leaving fire furnace. I want to refine a great pill. The Peak Master of Qinghua was immediately quite surprised. You can refine pills? Yes. There was no need for modesty here. Lu Chen's pill refining skills could be called masterful. Then what pill do you want to refine? The pill has no name, but if I must give it a name, I would call it the Giant Spirit Pill. The Peak Master of Qinghua was slightly taken aback. A pill with no name? Does that mean this pill was created by Lu Chen? Don't joke, at your age, being able to cultivate to such a level is already a dragon among men, a prodigy. Without long-term immersion in the art of pill refining, how could one become a master? I know the Peak Master doesn't believe me, but it doesn't matter. I just need to use the 9 dragons leaving fire furnace for a while. The 9 dragons leaving fire furnace is incredibly sturdy. Even if I were to blow it up, it wouldn't damage the furnace in the slightest. You can rest assured, Lu Chen said with a smile. This was indeed a valid point. Alright, please follow me. The two of them arrived at the location of the 9 dragons leaving fire furnace. The furnace had a diameter of 3 feet, with 9 dragons coiling around it, capable of spitting fire when in use, extremely mysterious. It could be said to be the most famous top-tier pill furnace in the Great Tao sect and even in the first heaven. Can I watch you refine pills? Taoist Qinghua asked. Curiously. He didn't quite believe that Lu Chen possessed such advanced pill refining skills. If Lu Chen couldn't do it, he could guide him from the side. If Lu Chen found his knowledge profound and was amazed, choosing to follow him to learn the art of pill refining, then he could become half a master to Lu Chen. Just thinking about this made him happy. Lu Chen did not refuse either. The Peak Master is free to do as he wishes. Lu Chen extended his palm and the blazing sunfire burned beneath the alchemy furnace, with 9 divine dragons coiling above it, seemingly coming to life at that moment. The furnace lit up and began to heat. The Qinghua Taoist nodded gently, his furnace heating skills were indeed proficient. And his fire control was also adequate. Lu Chen took out a handful of spiritual herbs and directly tossed them into the furnace. Ha! The Qinghua Taoist was momentarily stunned. Lu Chen had already thrown in a handful of something that the Taoist hadn't even seen clearly. What was that? Who throws herbs in like that? The flames suddenly surged, and the heat inside quickly transformed the herbs into liquid medicine. The Qinghua Taoist raised both hands. If it weren't for the embarrassment, he would have covered his ears by now. It would explode. A loud noise. However, the loud noise did not come. The lid of the furnace opened automatically, and 12 pills exuding a rich medicinal fragrance formed, each pill plump and smooth, with clear and even patterns. Wulian Tianzuan. The Qinghua Taoist exclaimed in surprise. Did he just succeed? Who throws all the herbs into the furnace at once? The order of medicinal properties is different, and it can easily cause conflicts. But Lu Chen did just that. And he succeeded. Lu Chen tested his hands, familiarizing himself with his current alchemy state. It was still manageable. Then he began. A large pile of spiritual herbs suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's hands, each exuding powerful spiritual energy. After all, they were treasures from the Tribulation Crossing realm. You wait. Lu Chen tossed all these dozens of spiritual herbs into the 9 dragons leaving fire furnace in one go. For a moment, Lu Chen turned his head, manipulating the flames while curiously asking, "What's wrong?" Qinghua's face turned pale. It's over, the alchemy peak might be blown away. Peak Master, don't be so nervous. Lu Chen glanced at the Qinghua Taoist and noticed that the Taoist's hands were tightly clenched, unable to help but comfort him. You keep a good eye on the furnace. The Qinghua Taoist's voice rose. Alright, actually, it's really fine. This isn't my first time refining alchemy. The herbs you used to refine before and the herbs you're putting into the furnace now, can they be the same? The Qinghua Taoist meant that the herbs Lu Chen used before were all ordinary low-grade spiritual herbs, while the pile of herbs Lu Chen had now were top-grade herbs in the hands of a Tribulation Crossing realm expert. There was no comparison. But what he didn't know was that the herbs Lu Chen was using were all top-notch divine medicines, Tao fruits, many of which had already developed spiritual intelligence, and they were just tossed in like a hodgepodge by Lu Chen. It's about the same, herbs are like that, the medicinal properties are just a few types, they're all similar. Not at all, a slight difference can lead to a huge loss. Even with one type of herb, sometimes the medicinal properties still exist in different. Before the Qinghua Taoist could finish, Lu Chen grabbed another large handful of herbs and tossed them in. Hey! The Qinghua Taoist really couldn't hold back anymore. Take it easy, take it easy. Look, it didn't explode. Another large handful of herbs was thrown into the furnace and the 9 dragons continued to breathe fire, quickly turning the herbs into liquid medicine. Lu Chen tossed in another large handful of herbs. The herbs looked like a pile of weeds in his arms. By now, the Qinghua Taoist didn't even dare to speak, he had already realized that the large pile of herbs Lu Chen tossed in had medicinal properties that were, as Lu Chen said, quite similar. But pills were really not refined this way. A single pill not only needed to have similar medicinal properties but also required herbs that conflicted with those properties. Purely one type of medicinal property could not condense into a pill at all. There would still be medicinal toxins after consumption. Time passed second by second. Lu Chen took out a large pile of herbs with entirely new medicinal properties. No. The Qinghua Taoist was at a loss for words. His past knowledge told him that throwing this pile of herbs in would undoubtedly cause the alchemy furnace to explode. He had already prepared himself for death if the furnace exploded. He would protect Lu Chen at all costs. He could die, but the sect's future could not. Lu Chen glanced at the Qinghua Taoist, but he couldn't blame him, he was just beginning to learn alchemy. The herbs inside were melting, and a large amount of white smoke was spewing from the 9 dragons leaving fire furnace, resembling the smoke from a coal-burning train. The Qinghua Taoist was tense all over. It didn't explode? At that moment, Lu Chen took out another pile of herbs and threw them in with lightning speed. The Qinghua Taoist realized that Lu Chen's hands were indeed incredibly fast. In a flash, he pulled out a pile of herbs. Without even checking if the herbs were correct, he tossed them straight into the furnace. As the herbs kept increasing, the furnace trembled slightly, and a sound like a raging wind and tsunami echoed from within. Lu Chen remained calm and continued to add herbs. That's too much, you're adding way too many herbs. Normally, refining pills with dozens of herbs was already considered quite difficult. But Lu Chen had already thrown in an estimated few hundred types. Who would throw such a pile of herbs into a furnace like this? Finally, the last pile of herbs was thrown in. The sunlight fire he released began to grow even more intense, and the sound of rushing water and howling wind continuously erupted, along with a bubbling sound as if it were about to explode. Hiss! A large amount of steam burst out. The entire alchemy room was filled with smoke. If they weren't all cultivators, such thick fog would have been enough to cause carbon dioxide poisoning. Done! The pill was successfully condensed. The Qinghua Taoist squinted, staring unblinkingly at the furnace. Even though the smoke was making his eyes sting, he wanted to see what kind of astonishing pill Lu Chen would produce with such a violent method of alchemy. Lu Chen opened the furnace. An incredibly rich herbal fragrance instantly surged out. The Qinghua Taoist was taken aback. So fragrant. But at that moment, Lu Chen's face darkened. No. Damn it, the sunlight fire was too low in grade. Although it was divine fire, refining so many top-tier herbs was still quite difficult. He had encountered a setback in his alchemy journey. What's wrong? The Qinghua Taoist curiously leaned over. Then, he saw the pill in the furnace, staring in shock. Lu Chen, with a dark expression, took out the pill. It was a pill larger than his head, with a diameter of at least 20 centimeters, adorned with mysterious patterns that emitted an enticing aroma. Based on the pill's perfection, patterns, and fragrance, it was clear that this pill was of very high quality, a top-grade pill. Just look at its size. The Qinghua Taoist was also filled with astonishment. Wuliang Tianzuan, I've truly never seen such a large pill before. How can anyone eat something this big? Lu Chen. He couldn't help but shoot a glare at the Qinghua Taoist, his mouth twitching. I'm sorry, I tend to speak without thinking. You didn't follow the usual methods of alchemy, and yet you produced a pill like this. If you had systematically refined it, you could have made the pill, this pill? The Qinghua Taoist initially focused on the size of the pill, but now he finally noticed its quality. Top-grade pill, the Qinghua Taoist exclaimed. Yes, thanks to the Peak Master for allowing me to use the 9 dragons leaving fire furnace. I never mind. Lu Chen took out a knife, cut a piece off the giant spirit pill, and handed it to the Qinghua Taoist. You can eat it if you want, or study it if you wish. I'll take my leave now. The Qinghua Taoist stared blankly at the fist-sized pill in his palm. He used a knife to dig out a piece of the elixir. The piece he dug out was the size of a fist. At this moment, the proud alchemy of the Qinghua Taoist faced the greatest shock in history. Lu Chen put away the giant spirit pill and only dared to take it out when he returned to his room. Ding ding ding. The system emitted a bell-like laughter in his mind. Lu Chen was contemplating whether to slice the pill, scoop it out, or gnaw on it. Forget it. Lu Chen's figure began to grow larger. Law of heaven and earth. No, there's a ceiling, but it wouldn't stop Lu Chen. His head alone grew larger, opening his blood-red mouth. His mouth opened to the maximum, his face becoming ferocious, and finally, he swallowed the elixir in one bite. Shimmer. Shimmer, shimmer. The elixir entered his abdomen. A massive energy quickly spread and flowed. Lu Chen sat cross-legged, already having made a decision. In his heart, after refining this elixir, he would immediately leave the Dao sect. Not only to leave, but also to make it known to the world. At that time, he would achieve harmony. Cultivation. Cultivation. He had already reached the 9th level of the void refinement stage, and now he was collecting medicinal materials from the storage rings of 46 Tribulation Realm experts, along with the materials obtained from the ancient battlefield of heroes, to refine this elixir suitable for his cultivation. The name of the elixir didn't matter, it only needed to meet his needs. His need was to push the highest level of the void refinement stage even further. The nascent soul was already being expanded. The terrifying medicinal power transformed into the purest energy flowing within Lu Chen's body. The 9 lives immortal scripture continuously operated, maximizing the speed of his cultivation. The rolling energy transformed into true essence, which surged into the nascent soul, allowing it to grow. After the nascent soul's size increased, it expelled a large amount of true essence, assimilating the medicinal properties. Lu Chen's body began to grow larger and swell. However, it was of no concern, his physique had already been tempered, and the 9 tribulations' indestructible body allowed him to endure such a powerful energy attack. Continuously refining, the total amount of true essence kept increasing, and the nascent soul became more and more real, vivid, and larger. Fortunately, the Dantian space was infinite. No matter how large the nascent soul became, it could be accommodated. Every bit of reality gained by the nascent soul represented his success in transforming the void into reality. 3 days passed like this. The medicinal power was completely consumed. Lu Chen opened his eyes, and there was no brilliance or cold electricity flickering in the void, only a sense of peace that came naturally. That was enough. Lu Chen felt a bit emotional. He had truly benefited from the void refinement stage. Not long after breaking through the void refinement stage, he received the blessing of the eternal genius list, and the purity of that energy need not be elaborated upon. He broke through to the 9th level of the void refinement stage in one breath. Then, there were so many top-tier medicinal materials from the Tribulation Realm collectively refining this elixir. As for the rumors that cultivation cannot rely on external objects? Nonsense, that's just to fool the poor. If one cannot rely on external objects, then why do the holy places and divine sects occupy blessed lands? Why do they fight over resources until their brains burst? If you are a poor person, they will tell you that cultivation relies on hard work, that every bit is earned through your own efforts, that is the true path. If you are wealthy, they will tell you how marvelous this elixir is, that after taking it, you can lead your peers, taking one step ahead, and then another. That is the competition of cultivators. One can only say that Lu Chen truly had it good. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Chen stood up. He headed to the peak of the Great Tao. Disciple Lu Chen seeks an audience with the sect master. Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng smiled and personally came out to greet Lu Chen. Ha ha, Lu Chen, how is your recovery? Do you need the sect to provide you with a spirit pill to help you recover? Lu Chen also smiled. Thank you for your concern, sect master. I am already fine. I came to see the sect master because I have a new idea and hope the sect master will agree. Oh, let's hear it. Disciple has now reached the peak of the void refinement stage, just one step away from merging with the Tao. There is no method for disciples to merge with the Tao in the Great Tao sect, so I need to go out for a while. So urgent? Lu Changfeng frowned slightly. One must not waste their cultivation. What do you need to break through to merging with the Tao? Let me see if the sect has it. It is indeed a special moment. I have received news that the foreign clans are already stirring. Although other sects have not taken revenge, they will definitely not let it go easily. If you go out now and happen to be exposed, you will not only face attacks from other sects but also the strong from the alien races. Lu Changfeng was speaking the truth. Lu Chen was now leaving the sect, without the protection of the Great Tao sect's defensive formation. If discovered, he would truly be an enemy to the world. The treasure I need is called Withered Manwood, and it can only be found in the Western Desolate Buddha Desert. Withered Manwood. This was the first time Lu Changfeng had heard the name of this treasure. The Western Desolate Buddha Desert was originally a Buddhist nation, but later, due to the emergence of a Buddha known as the Buddha of Deliverance, who sought to enlighten the world and turn everyone into followers of Buddha, a great vow was made. As a result, the Western Holy Land of Buddhism was turned into a desert. The entire Buddhist sect was expelled from the great wilderness and completely severed ties with the human race. Now, the Buddhist sect no longer considers itself part of the human race, constantly yearning to return to the great wilderness and reignite the light of Buddhism. Don't be anxious, I will have someone look for it. Lu Chen knew very well that the Great Tao sect did not have this item. He had searched for it in his previous life. Although he was only ranked 33rd in his last life, he was still among the top talents in this life. After returning to the sect from the ancient battlefield of talents, he received supreme treatment from the sect. At that time, when he wanted to find withered manwood, he also entrusted the Great Tao sect to search for it. The Great Tao sect did not have it, but he found out about it from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Lu Changfeng ordered a search. He then conversed with Lu Chen. If it really cannot be found, you don't have to go looking for it yourself. I can send others to find it for you. Lu Chen was both amused and exasperated. Sect master, I'm not some ignorant child. Everything I do is chosen after careful consideration. There's no need for others to search, I can obtain it myself. If this also requires others to do it for you, then it will require others to do it for you. Even if I am the number one on the ancient talents list, I will still be raised as a waste. Lu Changfeng certainly understood that Lu Chen had a point. But wasn't this too dangerous? Soon Ji Changming gave a reply. They had not found the withered manwood. Lu Chen stood up and cupped his hands. Then I will leave the Great Tao sect. Sect master, please rest assured. Although the great wilderness is vast, there are only a few who can hold me back. I will not give them the opportunity. Lu Changfeng sighed. Alright, since you are determined to go out, then take the Great Tao Bell with you. Lu Chen. Really unnecessary, farewell. Lu Chen left. Lu Changfeng pondered, contact Master Qingfeng and have him secretly protect Lu Chen without him noticing. Yes. There was only so much Lu Changfeng could do. He knew that from the moment Lu Chen stepped onto the ancient talents list, there would be one challenge after another ahead. The 46 tribulation realms were merely the first hurdle. But what does it mean to be number one on the ancient talents list? Fearless and undaunted, forging ahead, overcoming one challenge after another, that is the correct way for a talent to cultivate. Even if it leads to death, there would be no regrets. Of course, that was Lu Chen's path, not Lu Changfeng's path. Lu Changfeng was the sect master, chosen by the entire Great Tao sect, and his duty was to lead the Great Tao sect to an even more glorious realm. Lu Chen walked out of the Great Tao sect. His brow moved slightly. Master Qingfeng. He needed to shake him off first, otherwise it would affect his escape. The troubles he had caused were certainly not something Master Qingfeng could resolve. Thus, half an hour later, the old man with white hair and a youthful face, the Qingfeng patriarch, looked around with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He glanced at the surroundings, at the heavens and the earth. He took out a communication stone. What happened? Lu Changfeng asked. I lost track of him. Lu Changfeng? A scattered spirit lost track of a virtual refining cultivator. Lu Changfeng understood Lu Chen was doing this on purpose. What exactly did this kid want to do? What was Lu Chen up to? No one knew. But in an instant, the entire great wilderness knew. Yin Yang Sacred Land. This place was picturesque, with clear mountains and waters, and two peaks standing opposite each other, one white, like a mountain made of pure white jade, and the other black, like ink or carbon. There were also two lakes, resembling the eyes of the Tai Chi fish. The entire sacred land was filled with endless Tao rhythm. Lu Chen had arrived. It was still the same principle. If he didn't create a big commotion, how would others know he had left the Tao sect? He would take responsibility for his own actions. Faced with the hatred of various sects, if they wanted revenge, they could come find him. The mountain guarding disciples saw Lu Chen floating between heaven and earth. Because the disciples were not strong, they didn't recognize him at all. What are you doing? This is the entrance to the Yin Yang Law sect, you can't just float in the air here. Get back down immediately and explain your intentions, or don't blame us for capturing you. Even the mountain guarding disciples of the Yin Yang Law sect had enough authority over strong individuals. Just like when Li Jian was chasing Chu Ling, even though his strength was at the breaking infant stage, he still had to behave properly in front of the disciples of the Yuan Dan Dao sect. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was not Li Jian. He formed hand seals, and in an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled as a massive peak gathered from great magical power. Shadows gradually enveloped the entire Yin-Yang Law sect. 2 mountain guarding disciples? Boom! The gigantic peak smashed down towards the Yin-Yang Law sect. The protective formation of the Yin-Yang Law sect automatically activated, and large chunks of rock shattered, dust rising into the sky. Woo! The horn of Yin-Yang emitted a mighty sound. Powerful auras quickly surged from within the Yin-Yang Law sect. How dare you attack my Yin-Yang Law sect? You're seeking death. Lu Chen formed seals to condense the mountain peak, the insult far outweighing the attack. This thing didn't cause much damage, but with such a large peak crashing down, dust filled the air, and the once picturesque sacred land turned into a pile of ruins. Although the protective formation inside remained intact, the people inside were startled. Lu Chen produced a stone sword in his hand and struck down in anger. In an instant, the sword light fiercely struck the protective formation. The protective formation trembled slightly and dissipated the sword energy into nothingness. A harmonization realm cultivator rushed out first and finally saw Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen. His expression twisted, and the figure that had just emerged quickly retreated. It was too fast. Lu Chen was ready to slay him with a single sword strike, but the other party's retreat speed momentarily exceeded Lu Chen's sword swing speed. Life and death could indeed unleash unprecedented power as expected. Lu Chen is here. A loud shout echoed. The entire Yin-Yang Law sect erupted, the patriarch was awakened, and cultivators at the crossing tribulation stage and scattered spirits rushed out in a frenzy. Lu Chen, how dare you appear in my Yin-Yang Law sect? You're seeking death. Those with keen eyes knew that Lu Chen's appearance here must have a purpose. He couldn't possibly be here just to seek death, right? However, Lu Chen completely ignored them, striking the protective formation with a punch and a sword, causing it to tremble. He then looked at the scattered spirits rushing out of the Yin-Yang Law sect and sneered in disdain. His figure turned and ran wildly. The wind was fierce, pulling at him. Be careful of tricks. If there are no tricks, we must kill him, the sect master of the Yin-Yang Law sect, Wu Ji Daoren, said loudly. Lu Chen ran swiftly, using a technique called floating feather technique, his body like feathers, flying with the wind, elusive and unpredictable. However, the pursuers were scattered spirits, and the distance between them was still closing. Lu Chen's figure suddenly plummeted. Diving into the depths of the earth, all traces of breath vanished in an instant. The 2 scattered gods halted, carefully searching this direction. Although the breath was faint, it was still detected. They continued the chase, and suddenly the breath split into 9, fleeing in 9 different directions. The 2 scattered gods roared in anger, unleashing the Yin-Yang divine light towards 2 of the breaths, causing the earth to shake and a massive pit to form. However, there was nothing in the pit. The remaining 7 breaths quickly fled far away, pulling the 2 far behind in the blink of an eye. The 2 did not know which one to pursue. After the 7 breaths had run a considerable distance, the other 6 breaths simultaneously disappeared. This direction. The 2 scattered gods focused their spirits and chased after it. Such a breath indeed could not be maintained for too long. Lu Chen had too many means of escape. In the cultivation world, the stronger one was, the more escape methods one had. This was mainly because those with few escape methods usually fell halfway. In the cultivation world, someone once jokingly said, any great emperor can be called the running emperor. This was the reasoning behind it. Even if one walked the invincible path as an emperor, being invincible in the same realm and even 1 realm above, what if someone was stronger by 2 or 3 realms? No matter how invincible you were, you could still be slapped to death. Lu Chen could certainly shake off these 2 scattered gods, but how would that create a sensational effect? Which direction is he fleeing? The 2 scattered gods of the Yin-Yang Law sect, while chasing, suddenly realized they had arrived near the imperial capital of the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty. Lu Chen rushed into the imperial capital, and at that moment, it was as if rain returned to the sea, with all traces of breath vanishing without a trace. The arrival of the 2 scattered gods from the Yin-Yang Law sect raised the alertness of the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty, with scattered gods awakening and flying towards the strong ones of the Yin-Yang Law sect. What brings you 2 friends from the Yin-Yang Law sect to Jiuli City? Lu Chen has entered your Jiuli City, said the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Law sect, Guqingzi. What? The voice of the ancestor of the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty suddenly rose sharply. At the same time, a shocking sword light shot up into the sky. The terrifying sword intent erupted, causing the sky to change color. The giant sword was taller than a mountain, piercing the clouds. A sword struck fiercely towards the palace of the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty. The palace of the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty raised a great formation, and simultaneously, the entire Jiuli city also activated a great formation. Boom! The earth shook and mountains swayed. In an instant, countless houses in Jiuli city collapsed, and countless citizens screamed, fleeing in all directions. A Large number of strong individuals from the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty flew out, among them 4 scattered gods appeared. It was no joke, if Lu Chen went on a killing spree in Zhou City, the entire Zhou Heavenly Dynasty would collapse. The entire Zhou Heavenly Dynasty was extremely tense. It's fine. His sword light did not break through the inner formation. Now the inner and outer formations of the Zhou people's great formation are all activated. He cannot escape. As long as we search carefully, we will definitely find him, a scattered god of the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty said loudly. Indeed. The great formation of the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty had an outer formation for defense, which could both protect and attack, and an inner formation for the palace, which was indestructible. A large number of soldiers began to move through the city, searching for all possible hiding places of Lu Chen, and checking each resident one by one. At this moment, Lu Chen's figure had already slipped into the inner formation. Speaking of himself, after being a celestial for so many years, he almost forgot what he was good at. Destroying others' great formations could indeed make others feel embarrassed, but what happened after that? A simple wash could restore face, treating it as if nothing had happened. But what if he stole someone else's treasure vault? He couldn't just randomly find some junk to return and pretend his treasure vault hadn't been lost, could he? Lu Chen's purpose for entering was the royal treasure vault of the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty. His technique for concealing breath was called the concealment technique. This thing was particularly effective. He and the system had spent a long time devising such a method to hide breath. How effective was it specifically? When he helped the system steal the heavenly Tao, the method of deception played a significant role. So now, using it to conceal his own aura is incredibly easy. Is the royal treasury really heavily guarded? Various alarm formations, one formation connected to another, touching any one of them could trigger a loud alarm. Lu Chen's eyes turned a faint silver, and the world transformed into simple lines in his vision. In a very short time, Lu Chen unleashed various secret techniques, one after another. Bang bang! 2 swift strikes landed on the guards, slightly adding the aura of the primordial morning mist. The 2 guards made no sound, and in an instant of extreme pain, their souls were torn apart, their bodies collected into a storage ring. Lu Chen quickly broke the formations. He opened the treasury door and slipped inside. The formation at the treasury door automatically closed. Aside from the absence of 2 guards, the treasury showed no signs of change. Lu Chen, once inside, did not hesitate. He collected. He swept from the first floor to the third, truly not emitting a single trace of aura. Until the last floor. Just as Lu Chen entered, he found himself face to face with an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Lu Chen, well, whose treasury doesn't have an ancestor stationed inside? Lu Chen could only smile politely at him. You bold thief. Lu Chen's figure instantly retreated. The sharp alarm rang out from the treasury, and Lu Chen ran quickly. All the formations would automatically open as he approached, and if the ancestor got close, they would be triggered. The treasury door opened and closed. Boom! The next moment, the treasury door was shattered. Lu Chen had already vanished. Where is he? The ancestor's furious roar echoed throughout the palace. Lu Chen followed the predetermined route, quickly escaping the palace. One more moment, and the entire palace would be surrounded with no way out. The formations were as good as non-existent for Lu Chen. Arriving at the outer city, he broke through the outer city's great formation, and Lu Chen's figure reappeared. He slapped the great formation. Boom! The great formation trembled slightly. All the powerful figures turned their gazes toward Lu Chen. Catch him! In an instant, a multitude of lights surged toward Lu Chen, who turned and ran. What? Lu Chen smashed the gate of the yin-yang sect? Lu Changfeng suddenly stood up from the sect leader's throne. Wasn't he supposed to be looking for the withered wood? How did he end up attacking the yin-yang sect? Ji Changming couldn't help but smile wryly. Who knows? No, this is too dangerous. He probably doesn't understand the strength of the scattered gods. We must do something. Immediately gather all the sect's powerful figures and prepare to support Lu Chen. Really? How? Can a young man be so impatient? What's the rush? If he just cultivates for another 5 or 10 years, does the yin-yang sect really think they can't handle it? The powerful figures of the Great Tao sect had long been in a state of readiness. After a call to gather, they quickly arrived at the Great Tao Peak. Bai Qiulan also came. She was at the harmonization realm, with a high level of cultivation and considerable combat power. Involving Lu Chen, she could not stand by and do nothing. Just as Lu Changfeng was about to speak, more news arrived. What? Lu Chen looted the inner treasury of the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty? A yin-yang sect member, they could still fight with all their might against it, protecting Lu Chen. But how did he provoke the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty again? What? He smashed the ancestral statue of the robbery sect and insulted them for being poor, saying they had nothing. Good. What? He broke the protective formation of the Mountain River Pagoda sect because their treasury's defenses were too tight? The powerful figures of the Great Tao sect listened to the reports from the scouts, their scalps going numb. No, you had already offended these forces, they had been holding back from attacking the Great Tao sect, and you went over and insulted them. You, Infinite Heavenly Venerable, weren't you supposed to be looking for the withered man wood? The Master Qingfeng Taoist couldn't help but call out, Infinite Heavenly Venerable. Fortunately, I, the old Taoist, didn't follow. If I had, wouldn't I have been beaten to death? Sect Master, what should we do? Lu Changfeng was already numb. He had seen people courting death, but never like this. What Lu Chen was doing was clear to those who knew he was in the void refinement realm. Those who didn't would think he had successfully crossed a tribulation. Others have scattered spirits and innate spiritual treasures, yet you dare to charge into their sect. If they were even slightly weaker, would you dare to exterminate their clan? What to do? What can we do? Use every means to carefully collect all information related to Lu Chen, and have the Heavenly Machine Pavilion keep a close watch. Everyone, be ready to fight at any moment. Yes. It wasn't just the Great Tao sect paying attention to this matter, now all forces were focused on Lu Chen. Absurd, simply absurd. These top sects had not been provoked like this for far too long. This Lu Chen wasn't just provoking one, he was challenging all those who held a grudge against him. The entire Great Wasteland was in an uproar. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion naturally wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity to profit, closely monitoring the situation and quickly producing a bulletin to sell at a very low price. Yet even at such a low price, they still made a fortune in a short time. According to what is known currently, the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect, the Robbery sect, the Jili Celestial Dynasty, the Inyan Law sect, and the Supreme Divine Dynasty, a total of 5 forces, have dispatched 11 scattered spirits to hunt down Lu Chen. 11 scattered spirits. With so many scattered spirits, even if the Great Tao sect came to rescue, they would likely only end up in a mutually destructive battle with these scattered spirits. According to the news from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the Great Tao sect is still in a state of inaction. This means the Great Tao sect is temporarily not sending reinforcements. Latest news, Lu Chen has fled to the Annihilation Buddha Desert, and all 11 scattered spirits have pursued him. The Annihilation Buddha Desert, that's a place fraught with danger. Many died during the annihilation of the Buddha back then. But they were all strong, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Once they enter the Annihilation Buddha Desert, can the Heavenly Machine Pavilion still report in real time? To say that is to insult the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The Heavenly Machine Mirror observes all things. How could they not see? Sigh, they are all strong humans. How could it come to this? The alien races are now stirring, and the human side is still fighting like dogs. What is this all about? If you ask me, entering the Annihilation Buddha Desert means Lu Chen's escape area is getting smaller. It won't be long before he is caught, and at that time, Lu Chen will undoubtedly die. I don't think so. Lu Chen has just killed 46 crossing tribulation experts, and now there are only 11 scattered spirits. He could probably kill them with ease. Annihilation Buddha Desert. The boundless desert radiated intense heat, the air constantly warping. Lu Chen was traversing through the desert. As others had said, he was indeed being gradually surrounded. 11 scattered spirits. Scattered spirits are not crossing tribulation experts, while crossing tribulation experts can provoke heavenly tribulations. Scattered spirits do not have such concerns. In terms of combat power, scattered spirits are roughly on par with crossing tribulation experts. One has yet to cross the tribulation, while the other has failed. If a crossing tribulation expert disregards the heavenly tribulation and unleashes their full power, a scattered spirit might not necessarily be able to defeat them. However, in such a case, the crossing tribulation expert would likely also perish. Lu Chen could handle one scattered spirit now. It wouldn't be a big problem. Using all sorts of means, a scattered spirit could be killed. However, the cost would not be small. With 11 scattered spirits, killing one now would be difficult. His purpose for coming here was very clear. To draw the world's attention, ensure the safety of the Great Tao sect, obtain the withered manwood, and break through to the Harmony Tao. Kill the enemy. As for right or wrong? On the path of contention for the Tao, what is there to distinguish right from wrong? Lu Chensheng, that is the result of the various sects not heeding advice, leading to the destruction of their disciples, and their relentless pursuit to kill Lu Chen, resulting in their own missteps. If Lu Chen fails, it is because he is too consumed by the desire to kill, falling into madness, and thus deserves to die. This world is inherently like this. The victor is king, the loser a bandit. Ahead, half hidden in the desert, a temple appears. Once resplendent with gold and jade, now reduced to crumbling walls. After the Buddha statues shattered and gathered dust, their compassionate faces have turned eerie and terrifying. Lu Chen steps inside. Faint sounds of chanting echo, lingering in Lu Chen's ears. He pays no heed, striding forward. The head of a Buddha statue silently turns, and Lu Chen swings his sword, leaving a deep scar on the stone head. Don't bother me. The spirit attached to the Buddha head silently turns back. This is a fixation formed after the death of a fallen Buddhist master, with average combat power merely at the void refinement stage, yet frighteningly high in presence. Passing through the front hall, the main hall collapses, countless skeletons scattered everywhere. Lu Chen punches the ground. A large number of withered bones are sent flying, creating a deep pit in the desert. Lu Chen's figure plunges into the sand pit. The sand suddenly begins to surge in a strange manner, layers of killing intent turning blood red, continuously enveloping him, attempting to drown Lu Chen within. Lu Chen continues to enter, countless blood-red sands drilling into his body, filling his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, all occupied by the blood-colored sand. No, even sand begins to appear within his veins. Such a sight is terrifying. A living person is about to become a sand person. Lu Chen had already experienced all of this in his previous life. It is not an attack method, but a very real illusion. After Lu Chen entered the temple, the withered wood continuously inflicted toxins upon him, this poison being formless and intangible, which Lu Chen did not mind. Purely hallucinatory, he was not afraid. He had sunk very deep into the desert. Moreover, he concealed all his presence with the concealment technique. Suddenly, Lu Chen stops. In his consciousness, he has now transformed into an extremely terrifying state. The blood-red sand occupies everything about him. Even his head is filled with sand. Lu Chen reaches out. A section of withered blood-red wood is grasped by him, the roots of the blood-red wood, extending with numerous root fibers, densely spreading to many places. Clearly a withered piece of wood, yet when Lu Chen grasps it, he feels as if he is holding a handful of fresh blood. Sword light flickers. Faintly, a piercing scream emanates from the withered wood. With the withered wood in hand, he releases his true essence, propping up a space deep within the desert. Cultivate. Ding, begin cultivation. Golden sunflower, blood sea immaculate. Pearl, withered wood. Three treasures that condense the third life gather together. In the state of cultivation, the nascent soul opens its eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, he chooses to break through. Harmonizing the Tao, subtly aligning with the great Tao. This is a preliminary stage of touching upon the great Tao, and it is basically the stage where many determine their cultivation direction. In his previous life, the direction Lu Chen chose for harmonizing the Tao seems somewhat laughable. It was protection. Protecting the ones he loves, protecting the human race. Those who lack love, if they can grasp love, will never let go, even if that love is full of thorns, their hands bloodied, yet they find joy in it. Unable to extricate themselves. Only those who are not lacking in love are qualified to choose love, to discern love. Protecting the human race, he had little concern. When he saw others happy, Lu Chen could always smile knowingly. There are many beautiful things in the world worth protecting. In this moment, as he protects the ones he loves, a cruel smile appears on Lu Chen's face. In this life, he will seek the path of the Tao. Anyone who does not know, who has not seen the past, is what I seek. In this life, I do not seek beauty or wealth, nor do I seek the preciousness of compassion. I only seek the edge of the great way. I only seek the peak of the peak. I only seek to hear the way and die. I only seek to forge ahead with courage. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. That smile was peaceful yet indifferent. He was about to merge with the Tao. What new poison would it be? In the demon realm. After the self-destruction of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, the dragons were left without a leader. Because the 10,000 spirits demon emperor held an incredibly high prestige among the demon race. Even now, many demons could not believe he was dead. However, the dead demons were already gone, and the demon race had to look forward. Thus, a brand new demon emperor was pushed to the forefront. This was a powerful demon with the bloodline of Qiangqi, whose combat power could be said to be only slightly weaker than that of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. And in a barren land of the demon realm, a damp, grayish bird lay in the mud, its breath weak. It was the vermilion bird. But now, the vermilion bird's condition was clearly not right. Her body trembled continuously, as if something was constantly burrowing inside her. Suddenly, the vermilion bird opened her eyes. At that moment, her gaze became fierce and frenzied. The next second, her eyes closed. When she opened them again, they were filled with impatience and struggle. Two consciousnesses were madly entangled, fighting, and merging within one body. The parasitism was underway. No, damn it, why is your Tao so strong? A voice that did not belong to the vermilion bird emerged from her mouth. The demon emperor with the bloodline of Cheonchi let out a painful and unwilling roar. His gaze changed. From the Cheonchi demon emperor, it transformed into the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. The vermilion bird gasped for breath, and after the baptism of fire, she was in an extremely weak state. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor desperately tried to parasitize her, but still failed. However, it could not be called a complete failure. At that moment, in the vermilion bird's eyes, it seemed as if two perspectives appeared. One was her own perspective. The other was the perspective of the Cheonchi demon emperor. The seed of parasitism took root and sprouted within her body. Although she forcibly severed all the vines, the seed was not expelled. And it completely merged with her. This meant that to completely annihilate the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, she too would have to die. Send the order. Relay my command. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was resurrected. Although he had been severely injured in his Dao heart by Lu Chen, it was not just a severe injury, it was nearly completely shattered. But after all, he was a parasitic celestial demon. To be honest, in his previous life, he was able to maintain the same speed as Lu Chen from the first heaven all the way to the seventh heaven, which proved his terrifying nature. Of course, this was also because Lu Chen was waiting for his group of beautiful confidants to ascend together. The parasitic celestial demon reshaped his Dao heart. He saw Lu Chen's Dao, and his own Dao was sublimated after being broken. Even if you have infinite stars and universes, so what? Sooner or later, he could parasitize within the starry universe and become the most terrifying existence among the 9 heavens. With the resurrection of the Cheonchi demon emperor, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor immediately learned about everything that had happened during this period. The number 1 on the ancient heavenly prodigy list? Annihilating 46 crossing tribulation realms? 11 scattered gods chasing Lu Chen into the destruction Buddha desert? Other alien races were waiting for opportunities to enter the great wilderness? When the 10,000 spirits demon emperor saw all the information clearly, he felt his eyelids twitching wildly. Damn it, still waiting for an opportunity? This opportunity is rare even in 10,000 years. If they keep waiting, will they wait until Lu Chen kills 11 scattered gods and then rush into the great wilderness, and then wait for the breakthrough Lu Chen to single-handedly take on all the alien races? What are they thinking? Which fool is making them wait? Immediately relay my order, contact all alien races, and gather all the strongest combat forces to cross the void and return to the great wilderness. Enter the great wilderness, first annihilate the Jolie Heavenly Dynasty, occupy the territory of the Jolie Heavenly Dynasty, and use the Jolie Heavenly Dynasty as a base. Step 2, all the tribes in the tribulation realm and the scattered gods gather, half will stay behind, and half will enter the land of extermination to kill Lu Chen. As long as we kill Lu Chen, step 3 will be a full-scale attack on the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect and the Tribulation sect, completely swallowing the northern side of the great wilderness and standing against the human race. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was extremely irritable, his words filled with confidence and dominance. He was not negotiating, he was commanding these alien races to follow his orders. We can't let the tribulation realm go and surround Lu Chen. He has means to provoke the heavenly tribulation, and it's dangerous for the tribulation realm to chase him. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor cursed loudly. Where's your brain? Don't you see the reports from the scouts? Lu Chen triggered the heavenly tribulation, causing the deaths of 46 in the tribulation realm because they trapped themselves with formations. Otherwise, once the tribulation energy was released, all the tribulation realm would have run away. With the speed at which the heavenly tribulation appears, a single tribulation realm can run all over the world. What kind of heavenly tribulation can he provoke? His tone was very arrogant. The other alien races suddenly felt that this Cheonchi had become just like the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Are you the 10,000 spirits? One of the aliens couldn't help but ask. I am the heir of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. He has long passed down the 10,000 spirits blood demon sutra to me. Now that the demon emperor has fallen, I will take the name of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor and become the new 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Follow my orders, alien races, attack the Jolie Celestial Dynasty. Boom! A vast number of alien soldiers gathered, crossing the void and rushing towards the great wilderness. The human race was alarmed by the rapid reports from the alien spies. The alien races were coming. But where were the strong ones of the human race? At this moment, everyone in the Jolie Celestial Dynasty was shrouded in deep despair. Quick, send messages to all forces, let them come to the Jolie Celestial Dynasty, we need support. Send messages to all forces. Yes. Faced with the alien attack, the human race was still quite united. In an instant, various sects, even including scattered cultivators, were rushing towards the Jolie Celestial Dynasty. Streams of light streaked across the sky, racing through the void. The Great Tao sect was also preparing for battle. Although there had been conflicts between the Jolie Celestial Dynasty and Lu Chen. Ha! What the hell? Those 11 scattered gods didn't return from the extermination Buddha desert? Lu Changfeng, who was about to issue a support order, stopped. The Jolie Celestial Dynasty didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. His scattered gods hadn't returned yet, they were still chasing Lu Chen, so why was he in such a rush? Wait a minute. When those 11 scattered gods return, that's when the Great Tao sect will provide support. In the Jolie Celestial Dynasty, dark clouds had already gathered above, and the wind, rain, and thunder erupted into terrifying natural disasters, pouring down over the territory of the Jolie Celestial Dynasty. Tornadoes swept across the land. Rain fell like a torrential downpour, quickly causing floods. Heavenly fire accompanied by giant rocks came crashing down. Yes, it was the divine race that initiated the first battle. The war, a war between cultivators, had begun. Not good. Among the 11 scattered gods, 2 of them received the news, their faces changing dramatically. These 2 were the scattered gods of the Jolie Celestial Dynasty. They never expected the alien races to attack at this time, and even more so, they did not expect the first battle to occur not at the Supreme Divine Dynasty but at the Jolie Celestial Dynasty. No, we have to go back and provide support. The 2 scattered god ancestors of the Jolie Celestial Dynasty immediately objected. No, we have already locked onto the last location where Lu Chen disappeared, which is in this temple. If you leave now, won't that be a wasted effort? Even if the 2 of us leave, you still have 9 others, can't you kill Lu Chen? How long can it take to kill a Lu Chen? After confirming he's dead, then leave, don't give him any chance to survive, or if he grows stronger, our lineage will be completely destroyed. Persuaded by the other 9, the 2 stayed behind. And they surrounded the entire temple. I can be sure, he is right here. A scattered deity said confidently while holding a compass. We must not let him escape, 11 of you, each guard your position. Understood. Go! Boom! The already abandoned temple was completely shattered at that moment. The obsessions inside were also completely dispersed. Not here? No, it's not that he's not here, the compass disappeared right here. Underground. Move all the sand away. Several scattered deities used their great powers to begin removing large amounts of sand. The sand was indeed very thick. As the sand was quickly cleared away, a large number of blood-red roots appeared before the 11. There was indeed something unusual inside. More sand was thrown away. Finally, a wave of vital energy was revealed after the sand was blown away, exposing the buried vital energy within. Ha! It's indeed here, die for me. 1. Scattered deity laughed loudly and swung a palm towards the vital energy. The vital energy was shattered with a single blow. It revealed Lu Chen inside. At that moment, Lu Chen also opened his eyes. The aura belonging to the harmonious path realm erupted from him, and at the same time, a large number of strange patterns began to spread across Lu Chen's body. Those strange patterns were filled with the aura of reincarnation. The 4th type of deadly poison erupted violently. System, run a simulation for me. Ding, simulating. This poison was clearly not the Taiyin marrowworm, which meant that the poison laid by Baichulan was still to come. Fortunately, it wasn't the Taiyin marrowworm. Which woman did this? Ding, simulation successful, it is the reincarnation obsession. Lu Chen understood. The reincarnation obsession was similar to those strange mists before. Strictly speaking, it was not a toxin. Rather, it was a special existence that had settled in the deepest part of reincarnation, formed by souls with the strongest obsessions who were unwilling to enter reincarnation after being crushed by the path of reincarnation. In this world, there is birth, aging, illness, and death, unfulfilled desires, resentment, and hatred, love and separation, the 5 aggregates flourish. Some people are born in suffering, unwilling to reincarnate, preferring eternal sinking. Some suffer in old age. Their bodies and hearts weary, unable to turn back, filled with sorrow. Some are plagued by severe illness all their lives, suffering immensely. Some are extremely afraid of death. For them, death is the end, unwilling to enter reincarnation and face new deaths. Some have great grievances unavenged, unable to rest in death. Some love but cannot attain, suffering endlessly. Some meet in life yet never truly see each other. Some gather the world's pain, born in poverty, afflicted with great illness, fearing death, their hearts weak and old, unable to seek life, afraid to seek death, loving yet unable to attain, desiring yet unable to see. Great sorrow, great suffering, unwilling to enter reincarnation. Afraid to enter reincarnation. There are such people, and not a few. This thing is used to influence the heart of the Tao and is extremely troublesome, even the reincarnation. Celestial Sovereign, who excels in reincarnation, cannot handle them. Lu Chen's heart of the Tao was as solid as divine iron, incredibly firm. But why were tears streaming down the corners of his eyes? Yes, Lu Chen was crying. The 11 scattered deities had intense killing intent in their eyes, each gathering power to strike down Lu Chen. But now, Lu Chen was crying? He was crying? The 11 scattered deities showed a hint of disbelief. They had trained all the way, experiencing countless battles, but this was the first time they had seen someone cry before a fight even began. This crying figure was actually the number one on the ancient heavenly pride list? Lu Chen wiped away his tears, and at that moment, his heart felt like 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past. Suffering. Too much suffering. But it wasn't just his suffering, well, he was also quite miserable. But he couldn't cry. One scattered deity couldn't help but sneer. It seems you already know you are going to fall here. It's normal to cry for yourself in advance. Die for me. Yin Yang Dao Pom. The Yin Yang sect's scattered gods took the lead in attacking. The black and white cycle turned, and a giant palm, white on the front and black on the back, came crashing down towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze was cold. His true essence, belonging to the harmonization realm, had greatly increased in both quality and quantity, allowing him to have the initial qualification to use the great Dao. Heaven-slaying sword Dao. Lu Chen's black hair danced wildly as he drew his sword towards the sky. Infinite sword. Intent flowed between heaven and earth, and at that moment, the 11 scattered gods felt a sense of fear. They felt as if they had become ants waiting to be slaughtered. Before harmonization, flying and escaping belonged to the realm of high martial arts, then reaching harmonization officially transcended high martial arts, entering the realm of the fantastical. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged violently, and 11 sword energies shot up into the sky, the terrifying sword intent swirling in the void. The 11 scattered gods roared in unison and attacked. The destruction of Buddha Desert instantly stirred up a terrifying sandstorm. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy shattered the 11 attacks. Lu Chen stepped forward. Beneath his feet, 9 colored lotus flowers bloomed, each step ascending to the heavens, the nascent soul within him condensing the law seal. His aura surged. Harmonization first layer, harmonization second layer, harmonization third layer. Each step represented a small realm. The secret method erupted under the enhancement of the great Tao. Water severing. The sword energy let out a piercing howl. The sword intent rampaged, leaving clear traces in the void. The space shattered. The sword energy sliced through a layer of space, simultaneously charging towards the 11 scattered gods. Such sharp and terrifying sword energy. And uncontainable fear rose in the hearts of the 11 scattered gods. They were scattered gods, those who had failed their tribulations, their Tao hearts severely damaged under the heavenly tribulation, and now, under the impact of the sword path, they were on the brink of collapse. The only point they could take pride in now was that their realm was higher than Lu Chen's. Sword of Jiuli. Ding. 2 sword lights collided. The scattered god's thick sword energy clashed with Lu Chen's erupting water-severing sword energy. The density of energy on both sides was not even on the same level. The difference was at least more than double. However, when the water-severing sword energy collided with the Jiuli sword energy, it was as if a sharp knife had sliced through tofu, instantly severing the Jiuli sword energy. The scattered god of the Jiuli celestial dynasty looked on in shock. Puff. His body was cleaved in two by the water-severing sword energy. The stone sword emitted a clear sword chant, exhilarating, it trembled with joy. The sword path Lu Chen was using at this moment was an ultimate satisfaction for the stone sword. Good, 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 this is what it takes to be its master. Such a sword path, how many can there be in the world? The 10 water-severing sword energies bloomed like petals, each sword killing a scattered god, while the other scattered gods unleashed various Dao techniques. Some water-severing sword energies were forcibly redirected, some dodged, and some braced themselves. Those who braced themselves were all cut in half. The 5 scattered gods, wanting to recover from their injuries, despairingly found that their wounds could not heal at all. Lu Chen used secret methods, stepping 9 times, forcefully elevating himself to the peak of harmonization. At this moment, his total true essence was still slightly lacking compared to the scattered gods, but the gap was not as large as imagined. The terrifying sandstorm raged behind Lu Chen, forming a massive sandstorm avatar. Lu Chen raised his fist. The avatar, towering to an unknown height, also raised its fist. The avatar was Lu Chen, and Lu Chen was the avatar. A punch was thrown. Boom! A violent gust of wind formed a chasm in the desert, extending who knows how far. The scattered god struck by this punch turned into a mist of blood, merging into the sand and scattering with the wind. Fierce, extremely fierce. Tears streaming down his face, Lu Chen appeared overwhelmingly fierce in the eyes of the remaining 4 scattered gods. How could there be such a strong sword path? And such a terrifying fist technique? Could this be the weight of being the number 1 on the ancient heavenly prodigy list? Clearly, their true essence was 2, 3 times, or even more than Lu Chen's. But under Lu Chen's true essence, there seemed fake, not belonging to the same level in quality at all. Run! The 4 scattered gods were truly frightened. This is how a genius operates: you chase him, he breaks through in the heat of battle and then counterattacks. If they didn't die this time, whoever let themselves chase a genius again would definitely twist his head off. This kind of person has great fortune on their side, they really shouldn't be provoked. Lu Chen felt a deep sorrow in his heart as painful memories surged continuously. He constantly felt that life had no meaning. But his heart of the Tao kept telling him, you can do it. He seemed to be depressed. However, depression did not affect his actions. Lu Chen fiercely wiped the tears from his face. Don't run! Lu Chen was strong in swordsmanship and boxing. But that didn't mean he was only strong in those 2 areas. Watching the scattered gods fleeing in 4 directions, he quickly formed seals with both hands. The aura of calamity erupted. The heavenly calamity technique. Last time, without the guidance of the great Tao, he formed a seal for so long, and in the end, it was like letting out a fart, creating a gust of calamity. But this time, hundreds of seals per second. Countless fingers blossomed. Thunder. Come. Boom. The aura of the heavenly calamity automatically enveloped the 4 fleeing mad gods. The scattered gods looked up in fear. Heavenly calamity. How could there be a heavenly calamity? How could he summon the heavenly calamity? Was he still human? The scattered gods were originally products of failure in transcending calamity, and they had a deep-seated fear of heavenly calamities. The might of the heavens was boundless, and the calamity thunder was endless. It shattered their physical bodies and even aimed to destroy their souls. The images from their transcending calamity experiences had long been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Now, once again shrouded by the aura of calamity, fear spread in their hearts. Boom! 4 pure silver thunders crashed down. In the world shrouded by a sandstorm in the desert, lightning flashed. The roar was like the wrath of the heavens. The 4 scattered gods simultaneously turned to charcoal. Done. Lu Chen took out a piece of paper and wiped his nose in tears. The reincarnation obsession lingered around the primordial infant, who was also crying, and Lu Chen was crying too. Bitter, life was truly too bitter. Damn it, reincarnation, heavenly sovereign, the path you created, you didn't clean it up yourself. You deserve not to become a saint. System, give me a simulation of how to resolve this? Lu Chen's voice carried a sobbing tone. Ding! What did you say? I said give me a simulation of how to resolve this reincarnation obsession. Ding, what did you say? Lu Chen. Dog system, get out here. I'll beat you to death. Ding ding ding. The system emitted a cheerful sound. Ha, the host actually cried, the host is a crying bag, ha. The system mockingly laughed at Lu Chen, but it secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because Lu Chen's breakthrough to the harmonization realm was actually a very dangerous thing, the system was worried that he would resolutely step into the path of ruthless love due to his past life experiences. The path of ruthless love was indeed the pinnacle of the great Tao. But what was the point? It had once been the heavenly Tao, and it had seen with its own eyes what 8 women did to harm Lu Chen. And the result? It couldn't stop it, couldn't inform Lu Chen. Because it was the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was heartless. From the perspective of the heavenly Tao, Lu Chen was even its enemy. This was the essence of ruthless love and hate. If Lu Chen walked this path, it would truly be a dead end. Even if in the future he reached the pinnacle of the great Tao, there would be no joy at all. Joy is the most precious thing for a living being. Of course, it is also the most precious thing for a system. Ding, simulation in progress. Estimated time for successful simulation is 12 hours. Please be patient, host. Lu Chen sniffed and began to clean up the battlefield. Ding, host. What's wrong? Ding, nothing, I just wanted to hear you talk. Lu Chen. You might as well turn back into the heavenly Tao, I'm starting to miss that emotionless system. Ding, I don't want to. I remember before you became the heavenly Tao, you weren't that mischievous, you just liked to eat melons a bit. How did you end up like this? Ding, I suddenly thought of a great idea. Do you want to hear it? No, I don't want to hear it, and I clearly expressed that you shouldn't say it either. Ding, I'm planning to become a woman. Become a woman, huh? What? Lu Chen's voice rose at that moment. What did you say? Ding, isn't it a great idea? Sure, what a load of crap, you're a system, how can you become a woman? Ding, I'm a system, why can't I become a woman? Isn't the host's favorite type a woman? You only see that I like women, but do you forget how I kill women? To be honest, Lu Chen now had a very strong wariness and even resistance towards women. The system wanting to become a woman was something he absolutely did not want. Because he was already confused, he really couldn't understand what kind of creature women were. If you treat her badly and then a little better, she's moved to tears. If you're always good to her, she takes it for granted and even thinks your kindness is a kind of bondage. You say, isn't that pure insanity? Ding, then fine, I'll think about it some more. Why do you suddenly want to become a woman? Lu Chen needed to understand the system's motives. Ding, I think those women are living too comfortably now, there are no melons for me to eat. Lu Chen. Living comfortably? Lu Chen pondered. For a moment. Chu Ling, he hadn't seen Chu Ling in a long time, she should have understood her purpose, so she was practicing hard to keep up with him. Yu Hongling, the truth about Feng Wuxi was revealed, she did suffer for a bit, but then she started to be self-righteous again. By Qiulan, the chaotic poison began to act up, there wasn't much to say about this, because the further it went, the more she suffered until she died. Zhuke, reborn from the ashes, should have also learned some clues about the Wanling demon emperor, but she probably wasn't living too painfully. Shangguan Huanling was still tirelessly collecting treasures and practicing her techniques. Was he too merciful? Lu Chun seriously reflected on himself, it seemed he indeed had been a bit too merciful. Then he would be a bit harsher. His figure disappeared into the vast desert. In the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty, various alien races invaded. How fast was the battle among cultivators? Ordinary people fighting a war for half a year to a year was quite normal. But for cultivators, advancing thousands of kilometers in half a day was completely without any pressure. The overwhelming alien races were like locusts passing through, leaving a ravaged world behind. A large number of cultivators fell. The Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty urgently sought aid. Indeed, many human powerhouses came to support, but they still couldn't win. If so many strong ones hadn't been killed by Lu Chen, it would have been better, but now that so many strong ones had died, plus the Dao sect remained unmoved, and although the Taishan Sword sect had acted, they didn't go all out. Other sects that were enemies with Lu Chen alongside the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty received continuous news of fallen scattered gods. And their mentality completely collapsed. Lu Chen left the destruction of Buddha Desert. He arrived at the nearest city and bought a Tianji report. Wanling didn't die? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. This guy's will was strong enough, he didn't die even like this. Since he didn't die, he would become even stronger. Just as Lu Chen was checking the Tianji report, the latest news came in. Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty destroyed. Boom! This news was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone around. The Ninely Celestial Dynasty has fallen? How long has it been and it has already perished? Lu Chen received the news and let out a soft sigh. The fall of an empire means countless people will become fodder for other races. What can he do? Only cultivate. A mad glint flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. If the other races can attack the great wilderness human race, there's no reason the human race cannot retaliate against them. Although the other races have turned their small world into an iron fortress, for Lu Chen, who is adept in formations, it posed no problem at all. He is currently at the first level of the harmonization realm. He does not possess the strength to crush all other races, he needs to break through. The second target of the other races has already been chosen. The Mountain River Pagoda sect. Why choose such a sect? It's simple, because the protective formation of the Mountain River Pagoda sect was broken by Lu Chen. The demon race has clearly received the news that Lu Chen has killed 11 scattered gods. Growing too fast. The form of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor has changed. It was originally in the shape of a qianqi, but now it has transformed into a bizarre creature. Its eyes are filled with a terrifying killing intent. Have you collected the blood essence I wanted? The 10,000 spirits demon emperor asked. Reporting to the demon emperor, it has been collected. Good, you will attack the mountain River Pagoda sect as before, capture alive if possible and kill directly if not. Yes. Lu Chen knew the direction of the other race's attack, and he was not the least bit anxious. After all, the fall of the Mountain River Pagoda sect had nothing to do with him. If nothing unexpected happens, the third to fall will be the Supreme Divine Dynasty. The Mountain River Pagoda sect is located between the Supreme Divine Dynasty and the Ninely Celestial Dynasty, and he thought he could sell various treasures to the other two empires. Conveniently. As a result, now it's convenient for others to destroy them as well. Lu Chen rushed towards the Divine Clan. The demon race had no need, the treasures inside had basically been cleaned out by the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, and the same goes for the demon race. The heavenly demon emperor was cultivating the 10,000 souls. Banner, if it weren't for the earth demon emperor blocking him, the entire demon realm would have become the heavenly demon emperor's nourishment. This time, all the other races were fully mobilized. Facing the aggressive alliance of the other races, the Mountain River Pagoda sect made a very helpless choice. Their protective formation had not only been destroyed by Lu Chen but also altered beyond recognition. Restoring it would take some time. One could only say that the timing of the other race's attack was truly impeccable. Thus, they retreated towards the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Seeing this, the other races did not hesitate and charged straight for the Supreme Divine Dynasty. The emperor of the Supreme Divine Dynasty named Shangguan Hongtian was inside the dynasty at this moment, where all the great formations had been activated. This formation was based on mountains and rivers, with dragon energy as its veins, collectively forging this super formation. Any other race within the formation would be suppressed, while the human race would gain benefits. In this increase and decrease, the advance of the other races finally slowed down. In the palace of the Supreme Divine Dynasty, everyone felt an immense urgency. Their expressions grave, and the atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. What did the Eternal Sect say? Reporting to the Emperor, the Eternal Sect has not seen our envoy. Damn it! Shangguan Hongtian was furious. We agreed on a united alliance of the human race, to watch over and assist each other. Our human race regards the Eternal Sect as the foremost sect, yet now they have turned into turtles hiding in their shells? What about the Robbery Sect? The Robbery Sect has contacted us, but they have relocated their sect to the south of the Great Tao Sect. Shangguan Hongtian. What did the Great Tao Sect say? The Great Tao Sect stated that they will not take any action until Lu Chen returns. Shangguan Hongtian swayed and sat down on the dragon throne. Good, 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 truly one better than the other. Such a human race should be extinguished. Shangguan Hongtian gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, the fourth princess requests an audience. Shangguan Hongtian was currently in a state of irritation. What does a princess want? To see him for at this time? Is she asking for a scolding? Tell her to get lost, I won't see her. He still needed to discuss what to do with the Council of Strategists. Imperial dynasty cannot just move away like a sect. If there are no common people, can the empire still be called an empire? Father, I have a plan to repel the enemy. Shangguan Huanling shouted loudly from outside the palace. In her previous life, under the accumulation of various treasures from Lu Chen, she made rapid progress and ultimately became a great emperor. But in her view, such a great emperor was a false one. Although Lu Chen helped them become great emperors, he was the most useless of them all. He was merely a subordinate of the Celestial Lord. What she wanted was absolutely not that kind of emperor. She didn't need Lu Chen's help. In this new life, she could completely achieve that unparalleled combat power on her own. She even aimed to challenge the Celestial Lord and reach the realm of saints. Father, I really have a plan to repel the enemy. You have to believe me. Shangguan Hongtian's gaze was somewhat terrifying. He knew his daughter, Shangguan Huanling, had made tremendous progress in her cultivation over the past 6 months. Recently breaking through to the void refinement stage, and her talent had become the strongest among many princes and princesses. However, just having become a void refiner was too weak. In this situation, it wouldn't have any effect at all. Yet she was so persistent. Shangguan Hongtian raised his hand. Let her in. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huanling immediately became excited, feeling that her great opportunity was coming. The timing and circumstances were right. All that was left was the people. Daughter Shangguan Huanling pays her respects to father. Shangguan Hongtian looked at his daughter, who had a beautiful appearance. He had originally considered marrying her off to another power. But she had shown astonishing talent in cultivation. You say you have a method to repel the enemy? Shangguan Hongtian asked. Indeed, father. Then tell me. Father, I have heard that the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect has completely relocated to our Supreme Empire. I have a top-tier technique called the Origin Devouring Scripture, which can devour the essence of all things, especially various spiritual treasures. I dare to request Father to lend me a hand, allowing me to use the treasures of the Supreme Empire and the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect. I only need a short time to break through to the Tribulation Crossing stage. Moreover, I am 10% confident that I can successfully cross the Tribulation. At that time, I will be able to slay all foreign races. Shangguan Huanling's voice was resolute and firm. Her gaze was filled with unwavering confidence. As long as she was given enough resources, she could achieve invincibility. In her previous life, she was fed and never forged her will to fight. But in this life, she would fight for herself. In the Great Hall, the various powerful figures observed with their eyes, noses, and mouths, contemplating in silence. I can't hear anything, at my age. My ears have suddenly gone deaf, and it seems there is nothing of great importance. Shangguan Hongtian stared at his daughter. At this moment, his gaze became very complicated. He thought to himself, he was exceptionally intelligent, and the virtuous consort was also wise and kind. Why would they have such a daughter? Could it be, she wasn't his biological child? Get lost. Father, I really can do it, you have to believe me. I told you to get lost. Shangguan Hongtian suddenly waved his sleeve, and Shangguan Huanling spat out blood and was sent flying. Father, why don't you believe me? I really can. Shangguan Huanling knelt outside, unable to believe it, shouting loudly. Take her to the heavenly prison. No one is allowed to release her without my command. Shangguan Hantian was practically furious. At such a time, she still came to add to his troubles. If she were anyone else, he would have executed her. Shangguan Huanling was thrown into the heavenly prison. Her face still bore disbelief. No. It shouldn't be like this, right? What she said was true. With the Origin Devouring Heaven Sutra, as long as she had enough spiritual treasures and spiritual items to devour, she could indeed improve quickly. Reach the tribulation, then successfully pass the tribulation, and before ascending, wipe out this group of alien races. Wasn't that a seamless process? Why didn't her father believe her? Clearly, Lu Chen, a person with no blood relation, believed her. He gave her countless treasures without any hesitation. Why didn't her father believe her? There must be something wrong. Right, she hadn't mentioned that she was reborn. If she revealed that she was reborn, having been an emperor in her previous life, then her father should believe her. Thinking of this, Shangguan Huanling shouted out loud. Quickly report to my father. I was an emperor in my previous life, and now I've merely returned from rebirth. Let him believe me. I can save the Supreme Emperor dynasty. Not only can I save the Supreme Emperor dynasty, but I can also lead it on a journey to the 9 heavens and achieve unparalleled greatness. Shangguan Huanling's shout attracted the attention of others. Suddenly, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. An emperor reincarnated? No, no, no. An emperor reborn? How amazing. I can't even imagine a reborn emperor just casually revealing their rebirth. How could such a foolish person become an emperor? Oh no, if you are a reborn emperor, then my identity as a reborn celestial master will surely be exposed. My identity as a reborn sage can't be hidden either. You go tell Shangguan the old man that this sage is a reborn sage and he should come over immediately, bow 10 times, and call me grandpa 100 times. I can grant him the chance to become an emperor. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the entire heavenly prison was filled with a lively atmosphere. Shangguan Huanling was furious. What nonsense are you all talking about? I was truly an emperor in my past life. Do you know the Purple Phoenix Emperor? She was my friend. Do you know the Sky Dome Emperor? I often enjoy tea with her. Sorry, but we really don't. No. Since you say you are an emperor, I'm quite curious, what path did you cultivate to achieve the status of emperor in your past life? Someone asked curiously. Shangguan Huanling snorted coldly. The method I cultivated is called the Origin Devouring Heaven Sutra. It only requires devouring the essence of all spiritual treasures in the world to quickly cultivate. Back then, I devoured the treasures of the Celestial Master and the Heavenly Divine Talisman, and thus ascended to the realm of Emperor. So, you mean to say you haven't cultivated any great path? Becoming an emperor is enough, why bother with the great path? Ha ha ha. Another round of wild laughter ensued, making others tear up from laughing. Origin Devouring Heaven Sutra, what a Origin Devouring Heaven Sutra, truly an unparalleled technique. If what you say is true, then this technique is simply unprecedented and unique throughout history. You're killing me. An emperor who doesn't cultivate the path before dying, I can still hear such a joke, dying is worth it. Shangguan Huanling frowned tightly. Short-sighted, not worth arguing with them. She looked at the jailer. I command you to immediately tell my father what I said. My father will definitely let me out, hurry up. The jailer observed with a blank expression. In fact, what Shangguan Huanling was displaying now could no longer be called foolish, it could be called stupid. She was the first to speak of her rebirth. Perhaps she was the first in history to become an emperor without cultivating the great path. It could be seen how much Lu Chen had sacrificed to push these women to the realm of emperor. Now it seemed that Shangguan Huanling had not a single appealing quality about her, making one feel a sense of annoyance. In reality, when Lu Chen first met Shangguan Huanling, although she was somewhat willful, she still had the innocence and charm of a young girl. The smile on her face was bright. The battle was intense. The coalition of the alien races and the godless dynasty clashed fiercely with the mountain and river pagoda sect. Other human cultivators filled with passion also joined the battlefield. At this moment, a deity quickly approached the ancient God King, looking anxious as he said, God King, something big has happened, our divine realm is under attack. The ancient God King's expression changed drastically. Which force is it? Clearly, all major forces were under the watch of the alien races. How could the divine race be attacked without a sound? It's not a force, it's just one person. The ancient God King's brows relaxed slightly. Just one person. Why are you so flustered? Who is it? Taishang Sword Sex Li Tianwu? No, it seems to be Lu Chen. Lu Chen? Which Lu Chen? The Lu Chen who is first on the Eternal Pride ranking. Is it him? What's the situation? Not good. The divine washing pool has been seized, and the ancient God Tower and the divine refining temple have been completely Looted. Also, one scattered deity and one tribulation transcending cultivator have fallen. The ancient god king's expression changed again, both shocked and furious. Just him. Alone, and all the people left in the divine realm can't do anything about him? No, we can't catch him at all. He completely disappears when he hides, and we can't find him even with the sky-searching mirror. The ancient god king was already considering retreating. The divine realm was his stronghold. He couldn't just let Lu Chen destroy it. No need to go back. After we win this war, the spoils of the divine race will increase by 10%. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor would not allow the divine race to leave now. If you leave now, it won't just be a loss for the divine race, but the battle ahead will also be in vain. At this critical moment, we can only fight to the death. The ancient god king gritted his teeth. Fine, give it your all. In a fit of rage, the divine race attacked even more frantically. Lu Chen was equally mad, as he crazily plundered all the resources he desired from the divine race. Among the divine race, there were still strong defenders. One of the three-eyed divine race experts had likely cultivated to the 8th or even 9th level of the scattered deity realm, displaying astonishing power. Lu Chen fought with all his might against him but couldn't kill him in 3 minutes, and had to choose to retreat. However, with just this one strong opponent, it was inconsequential and couldn't stop Lu Chen's progress. He adopted a strategy of retreating when the enemy advanced, disturbing the enemy when they retreated, and striking when they were fatigued, swiftly taking away all the treasures of the divine race. The treasures covered by various formations were, in Lu Chen's eyes, no different from a disrobed young bride. He could take them at will. In the demon realm, the vermilion bird had already recovered. She hadn't entered the great wilderness, but it was almost the same as if she had. Her vision split into two. One was her own, and the other was that of the 10,000 spirits. Demon Emperor. Can humans and demons coexist? This is a question everyone can answer. No. In the vermilion bird's vision, countless demon races were viciously devouring humans. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Cries and screams were incessant. Some demons only ate the tenderest flesh, while some demon beasts only consumed human heads. Various scenes of horrific cruelty unfolded. The vermilion bird, despite her vast experience, felt a physiological discomfort in the face of this. Compared to the actions of the current demon race, Lu Chen's previous killings of the demon race could almost be considered merciful. How could it be so cruel? The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was even more terrifying than she had imagined. She witnessed with her own eyes that the 10,000 spirits demon emperor was not only parasitizing the demon race but also parasitizing the human race, the demon race, and the divine race. It had become insane, indiscriminately parasitizing anyone, regardless of type or enemy. The more the vermilion bird looked, the colder her heart became. Could its parasitism be endless? She had to stop the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, but how could she do that? She looked at herself. If the spirit emperor dies, she will die too. Is there really no way in this world to extract the spirit emperor's parasitism intact from another being? There must be. Yes, Lu Chen, go find Lu Chen, he will definitely have a way. The vermilion bird spread its wings and flew towards the great wilderness. At this moment, Lu Chen had already rushed into the ghost realm, which was eerie and terrifying. Normally, if a living person entered the ghost realm, it would be like throwing a sun into darkness, but Lu Chen, upon entering, was more ghostly than the ghosts themselves. The Ghost King also received the news. He did not retreat either. He attacked the Supreme Divine Dynasty with even more vigor. The Supreme Divine Dynasty and the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect joined forces, and at this moment, they could no longer withstand the onslaught. They could only retreat, continuously retreating. Finally, they retreated to the imperial capital. The Great Formation was in full defense. Shangguan Huanling escaped from the dungeon and once again stood before Shangguan Hongtian. Father, it's come to this point, do you still not want to believe me? Just let me try, there's no other way. Father, in my last life, I truly was the Emperor. I have been reborn, and in this life, if you give me enough resources, I can become the Emperor. Father, have I any need to deceive you at this point? Believe me just this once. Shangguan Hongtian looked at his daughter. Rebirth, the Emperor, the source devouring heavenly scripture. Things had come to this point. Outside the imperial capital, the roar was deafening, and the entire imperial capital was on the verge of collapse. Shangguan Hongtian clenched his fists. He took out a postnatal spiritual treasure. Show me a demonstration. Shangguan Huanling was taken aback. Why hadn't she thought of demonstrating it herself? Without further ado, she took the postnatal spiritual treasure sword, activated the source devouring heavenly scripture, and it could be seen that the sword began to tremble. Streams of light gathered along the blade and merged into the hilt, ultimately integrating into Shangguan Huanling's body. Shangguan Huanling's body trembled slightly, her aura significantly increased, directly breaking through to the second level of the void refinement stage. Shangguan Hantian was filled with astonishment. Did she really improve? Was what his daughter said actually true? Do it again. His voice began to tremble. Shangguan Huanling started to absorb again, this time, although she did not break through, her aura still grew. Father, I told you I could. Good, good, good. Shangguan Hantian was overjoyed and immediately ordered, bring all the treasures from the palace for Linger to absorb. What about the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect? Have their sect master bring all their spiritual treasures here for her to absorb, quickly. Shangguan Hantian commanded. The imperial city was already in a state of high-level combat readiness, and upon hearing the order, the sect master of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect appeared before Shangguan Hantian. The sect master, known as Master Danqing, was not only a master of refining tools but also an exceptional artist in ink painting, truly a marvel of the world. When Master Danqing arrived, Shangguan Huanling was rapidly improving and had unknowingly reached the 4th level of the void refinement stage. Brother Danqing, this is my daughter Shangguan Huanling. Today she told me about the wonders of her cultivation method. As long as there are spiritual treasures, she can infinitely improve. At this moment, many spiritual treasures from my supreme divine dynasty have already been provided for her to absorb. Her strength has crossed 3 small realms in an extremely short time, which is truly exaggerated. Master Danqing was astonished upon hearing this. Such a thing existed? Brother Danqing, please look. As Shangguan Huanling continuously absorbed the essence of the spiritual treasures, her cultivation speed was indeed astonishingly fast, but the consumption of the spiritual treasures was also frighteningly rapid. One by one, the spiritual treasures turned to dust and completely disappeared. Master Danqing was incredibly surprised. This technique. How can there be such a profound technique in the world? As a top-tier artifact refiner, he certainly knows that everything has its origin, especially the more precious treasures, the more origins they possess. However, the concept of origin is mysterious and elusive. He had never heard of anyone being able to capture the origin within treasures. Yet this technique can so domineeringly absorb the origin. What does the Emperor mean? At this moment, the alien army is pressing in, and both sides are in a precarious situation. If the city protection formation is breached, both the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect and the Supreme Empire will become history. Now we are at our wits' end, with no way out. Our strong ones are completely outnumbered by the enemy, so at this time I need the strongest of the strong to help us survive this crisis. With my daughter's current cultivation speed, as long as there are enough treasures for her to absorb, she is likely to reach a height we cannot imagine. At that time, the Supreme Empire and the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect will have a chance to survive. Brother Danqing, time is of the essence, please make a decision quickly. At this moment, Shangguan Huanling's aura trembled again. She had already broken through to the 5th level of the void refinement. Look, she has broken through again. It took less than a quarter of an hour to go from the 1st to the 5th level. Just wait a moment, let me take a look. Danqing did not dare to make a decision immediately because absorbing the origin in this way would undoubtedly require a massive amount of treasures. However, if the treasures were not used now, they would most likely be contributed to the aliens. In just 5 minutes, Shangguan Huanling had already broken through to the 6th level of the void refinement. Danqing made a decisive decision. I will immediately have someone bring over the spiritual treasures refined by the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect. Shangguan Huanling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Chen, what does it matter that you are first on the Eternal Heavens Pride list? If I can swallow all the treasures of the Supreme Empire and the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect in one go, my cultivation will surpass yours, far surpass yours. Without you, I can completely do it. I am invincible. In the Tribulation realm, both the Supreme Empire and the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect have their own Tribulation realm experts. However, in the current situation, undergoing tribulation is a death sentence. The world is at war, the Tao is unstable, and the heavens and earth are in turmoil. Just as the battle began, some Tribulation realm experts resolutely chose to undergo tribulation. 3 Tribulation realm experts are known to have undergone tribulation, but all have perished. Now everyone is trapped in the Imperial City. Are you going to undergo tribulation in the Imperial City? The first bolt of tribulation lightning would destroy the city protection formation. The heavenly Tao is not foolish. How could it allow you to undergo tribulation under a great formation? The formation can be used during tribulation, but it can only be based on your own estimation to resist the first bolt of tribulation lightning. If you estimate the strength of the first bolt of tribulation lightning to be the strongest strike of a 5th level tribulation realm, then your formation's strength should just barely withstand a 5th level tribulation realm strike. In this case, the strength of the tribulation lightning starts from the 5th level of the tribulation realm. If you set up a formation that can withstand a strike from an 8th level tribulation realm, then the strength of the first heavenly tribulation would be that of an 8th level tribulation realm. The strength of the tribulation lightning starts from the 8th level of the tribulation realm. Of course, if you use your own formation path to set up a formation for undergoing tribulation, that does not count. This is the situation. Now, if a tribulation realm expert undergoes tribulation, it is with the mindset of taking everything down with them, wanting to perish together with the enemy. Shangguan Huanling claims she can successfully undergo tribulation, but Shangguan Hongtian naturally does not believe it at all. However, the technique Shangguan Huanling has truly displayed is too extraordinary and exaggerated. Shangguan Hongtian is also a knowledgeable person. He recalls all the books he has read and has never seen such a technique. Breaking through a level in just a few minutes? Perhaps what Shangguan Huanling said is true. She really is the reincarnation of an emperor. Perhaps there really is a miracle. The Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect has arrived with many spiritual treasures, but even though the sect is skilled in artifact forging, the number of spiritual treasures remains under 100. On one hand, some have been sold, and on the other, some have been snatched away by Lu Chen. For every scattered deity that dies, for every tribulation that is crossed, they lose one spiritual treasure. Shangguan Huanling is overjoyed. She obtains the spiritual treasures and begins to absorb them vigorously, streams of brilliance continuously flowing into her body, and as the radiance on the treasures fades, they turn to powder. 7th level of void refinement. The master of Danqing watches in fear and trepidation. Such a rapid cultivation speed? Even in the chaotic era of 9 days ago, no one could achieve this. This technique is too domineering. More sinister than evil techniques, more demonic than the demonic path. Yet, after Shangguan Huanling absorbs them, there is no trace of evil or chaos around her, only pure essence transforms into pure true energy, continuously converting and enhancing. The reincarnated emperor, indeed a reincarnated emperor. If she can truly accomplish what she claims, successfully crossing the tribulation and overcoming the current crisis, perhaps their Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect can also latch onto a powerful ally. What if the Dao sect clings to Lu Chen? He is the number 1 on the eternal genius list, but Shangguan Huanling is a reborn emperor. In her previous life, she was an emperor. In this life, she is likely to be even stronger. But this Shangguan Huanling always gives him a faint sense of foolishness. Is it an illusion? Even if Shangguan Huanling is not an emperor, she is still the princess of the Supreme Empire. She can't possibly be foolish, right? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. 8th level of void refinement. So fast. Shangguan Hongtian has even driven everyone else away, leaving only him and the master of Danqing here. What a terrifying technique, truly a tremendous opportunity, boundless fortune. Emperor, you have indeed given birth to a good daughter, the master of Danqing sighs. Opportunities, in fact, fortune accounts for at least half of the factors. Some possess extraordinary talent but lack fortune, leading to missed opportunities time and again. Others are ordinary yet possess overwhelming fortune, soaring to great heights. To have such a domineering technique is itself a manifestation of fortune. Shangguan Hongtian cannot help but smile. At present, it seems Shangguan Huanling has not shown any signs of trouble. Her aura is stable and her true energy is pure. It is feasible, absolutely feasible. 9th level of void refinement. In such a short time, she has already reached the 9th level of void refinement. Shangguan Huanling is single-minded. She continuously increases her total amount of true energy, step by step approaching the harmonization realm. Compress. She has even begun to compress her true energy. Shangguan Hongtian and the master of Danqing both watch with shining eyes. At such a critical moment, to still compress her true energy, it seems Shangguan Huanling is truly confident. The master of Danqing finally feels a bit relieved. Knowing that before breaking through, compressing true energy to stabilize her foundation, the foolishness he felt earlier must have been an illusion. In fact, he has also entertained thoughts of claiming everything about Shangguan Huanling for himself. If he were to obtain such a technique, refining artifacts while enhancing himself would be simply invincible. Unfortunately, the current time and environment are not right. Were it not for the foreign army pressing in from outside, he is uncertain whether he could cultivate such a technique. He might have truly taken action. Compress. Compress. After compressing 3 spiritual treasures, Shangguan Huanling finally feels satisfied. Breaking through to the harmonization realm. Harmonization naturally means initially determining the great Tao. In her previous life, when Shangguan Huanling harmonized, she had not yet obtained the source-devouring scripture. This technique exhausted Lu Chen, and he couldn't manage it in the early stages. So she has harmonized herself before. However, at that time, her harmonization was the path of emotion. Family, love, and friendship were all things she yearned for, quite in line with Lu Chen's path of protection back then. At that time, when she was merging her path, her emotional path was not strong. Lu Chen thought it was because of the fall of the supreme deity. However, in the end, she successfully merged her path. But later, it was unclear whether it was due to Shangguan Huanling's dull aptitude or because her feelings for Lu Chen were not that intense. In any case, her emotional path was fraught with difficulties. Later, it even came to a standstill. Lu Chen helped her find various cultivation methods, and the one that worked best in the end was the fragment of the heaven-swallowing demon method. The heaven-swallowing demon method was a technique created by the heaven-swallowing mayfly combining its own divine abilities. Lu Chen first deduced the heaven-swallowing demon method into a version suitable for human cultivation, called the heaven-swallowing sutra, but found that the heaven-swallowing sutra only enhanced true essence and did not cultivate the great Tao. How could that work? So, he began to deduce again, changing the heaven-swallowing sutra to the heaven-swallowing heart sutra, but that was still wrong. The heaven-swallowing heart sutra was then changed to the heaven-swallowing Tao sutra. Still not right. While pulling Shangguan Huanling forward, Lu Chen was deducing so much that he nearly broke the system. In the end, the original heaven-swallowing sutra emerged. This technique did not cultivate the great Tao, it could also be cultivated, it was the kind that could work without cultivation. Even without cultivating the great Tao, one could break through, but the resources required were extremely extravagant. As for combat power, there are actual battle records. There are indeed battle records. Leaving aside the realm before the emperor, just talking about the achievements after becoming an emperor. She fought 3 battles against the Purple Phoenix Emperor. In the first battle, the Purple Phoenix Emperor narrowly won because Shangguan Huanling had just broken through to the Emperor realm, and her realm was still unstable. In the second battle, Shangguan Huanling narrowly won as the Purple Phoenix Emperor's Purple Extreme Phoenix Fire had no effect on her. In the third battle, Shangguan Huanling won decisively. She also fought against the Sky Dome Emperor. They only fought once, and the Sky Dome Emperor conceded defeat, unwilling to continue fighting, and invited Shangguan Huanling for tea. At that time, Lu Chen, When Shangguan Huanling lost to the Purple Phoenix Emperor, Lu Chen had not been promoted to the Heavenly Sovereign realm for long. When Shangguan Huanling narrowly won, Lu Chen personally killed the fallen Tao Heavenly Sovereign. When Shangguan Huanling won decisively, Lu Chen fought in the wild Forbidden Land, leveling it and shaking the heavens. So, Shangguan Huanling was indeed very strong. She was not just a vase emperor. At this moment, Shangguan Huanling had reached the pinnacle of the void refinement realm. Breakthrough! Breakthrough! In her previous life, she chose the wrong great Tao, passing over countless paths to choose an emotional path. This path was completely unsuitable for her. Perhaps she really loved Lu Chen, but in this world, what love is eternal? Thus, her path was severed. In this life, no matter which great Tao she chose, she would never choose the emotional path again. She wanted to be invincible. She wanted to walk the path of invincibility. At this moment, Shangguan Huanling's will was incredibly firm. She had seen many paths of invincibility, although she encountered Lu Chen and her great Tao collapsed, that was because they were not strong enough. The aura of a strong invincible path, in her view, truly swallowed the universe and was unparalleled. Lu Chen had never possessed such a demeanor. Invincible path, come on. A faint trace of the great Tao's intent appeared on Shangguan Huanling. Shangguan Hongtian and Danqing Shanren both trembled simultaneously. It began. The Tao intent flowed gently, gradually taking shape. It gathered towards Shangguan Huanling's nascent soul. The two of them? They recognized the invincible path. But why was this Tao intent so extraordinarily weak? Yes, weak, far too weak. Both of them were well-informed individuals and had seen more than one person merge their paths. Even the weakest merging would produce ripples of Tao intent that were stronger than the Tao intent formed by Shangguan Huanling now. What is going on? Shangguan Huanling was also taken aback. What was happening? Why did her gathering of the invincible path only produce these Tao rhythms? Her battle achievements were verifiable. She had defeated 2 emperors, and even those 8 empresses were almost no match for her. Although she hadn't fought with anyone since reaching the heavenly realm, nor did she need to, how could she not claim the title of invincible after defeating so many great emperors? Shangguan Huanling felt a bit flustered. Little did she know, invincibility was not just a baseless thought. Indeed, Shangguan Huanling's invincibility could only be a thought, not even a will. Throughout history, who has walked the path of invincibility without fighting thousands of battles, earning the admiration of all living beings? That is the true path of invincibility. The path of invincibility is forged through battle, not merely imagined. Even if Shangguan Huanling were to walk the path of devouring in this life, no one expected her to dare to walk the path of invincibility. If Lu Chen were to appear before Shangguan Huanling now, he would probably cover his eyes. No. This won't do. The path of invincibility is a bit weak, she needs to change it. The great path completely merged into her nascent soul, and even in the moment before merging into that nascent soul, the path of invincibility nearly shattered completely. The Dao integration realm is formed. Shangguan Huanling's body trembled slightly. She actually merged with such a weak great path? This path. Shangguan Huanling didn't even know how to express her current feelings. At that moment, Shangguan Hantian and Danqing Shangren's expressions changed dramatically. Linger, what is going on with the great path you merged with? Shangguan Hantian didn't even care about whether he was disturbing Shangguan Huanling's cultivation. Because the great path was too weak. The strength or weakness of the merged great path directly relates to a cultivator's future potential. A weak great path, even if you cultivate to death, cannot compare to someone who cultivates a strong great path. Shangguan Huanling's cultivated path is the path of invincibility, which is among the top-tier great paths and also the easiest to grasp. Easy to grasp, high potential, but the mortality rate is too high. However, with such an easy path of invincibility, Shangguan Huanling nearly failed to merge successfully. Shangguan Huanling also knew she was a bit anxious about this merging. She felt uncomfortable for a moment, thinking it shouldn't be like this. But fortunately, Father, Senior Danqing, please do not be anxious. I am merely trying it out. My cultivation method itself does not require merging. I am merging only to break through the original constraints of the technique. Just watch me continue to improve. Although Shangguan Huanling felt a moment of panic, her thoughts shifted quickly. She didn't understand why the path of invincibility she merged with was so weak. She had become a great emperor in her previous life without merging, and now she had merged. In this life, as long as she persevered, she would grow. She continued to cultivate. With the devouring of spiritual treasures, her aura indeed began to rise again, completely. Without limits. At this point, although Shangguan Hantian and Danqing Shangren still had doubts in their hearts, they could still accept it. As long as she kept improving. Continuously. One spiritual treasure after another was rapidly devoured. Dao integration second layer. Dao integration third layer. Dao integration fourth layer. So fast. Shangguan Hantian and Danqing Shangren's spirits jolted, and some of their doubts melted away. However, at this time, the spiritual treasures were disappearing faster and faster. The higher her realm, the more true essence she needed to convert, naturally requiring more spiritual treasures. Over 100 spiritual treasures had dwindled to just 20. Dao integration 7th layer. 13 treasures left. No, these spiritual treasures are not enough. I need more spiritual treasures. Shangguan Huanling said. Fellow Daoist. Shangguan Hantian looked at Danqing Shangren. Danqing Shangren's expression was hesitant. Boom! Another loud rumble echoed. The city defense formation had begun to show cracks. Fellow Daoist, the situation is critical. The disaster of exterminating sects and nations is already imminent. Danqing Shangren gritted his teeth and took out 11 more spiritual treasures. This batch of spiritual treasures was clearly of higher quality than the previous ones. Dao integration 8th layer. 5 treasures remaining. Still not enough. Shangguan Hantian gritted his teeth and took out the postnatal spiritual treasure that belonged to the strong of the Supreme Emperor dynasty. He then looked at Master Danqing. At this moment, the two had transformed into gamblers. They had placed a heavy bet on Shangguan Huanling, and this bet could not be withdrawn. If they did not follow through now, their previous bets would be in vain. Moreover, it could lead to the destruction of their nation and sect. They could only continue to follow through. Master Danqing sighed deeply. To be honest, he regretted it now. Was this really the rebirth of an emperor? It didn't seem like it. Helpless, having come this far, his figure disappeared as he needed to take out the spiritual treasures from the other cultivators of the Mountain River Pagoda sect. Innate spiritual treasures. Shangguan Hantian demonstrated. The Supreme Emperor dynasty had a total of 2 innate spiritual treasures, one named the Supreme Emperor Seal and the other named the Mountain River Embroidery Map. Now, he took out the Mountain River Embroidery Map. This was an innate spiritual treasure that could help people cultivate, incredibly precious and extremely important for the Supreme Empire. However, there was no time to hesitate. After the fall of the nation, the innate spiritual treasures would only serve others. It must succeed. Shangguan Hantian said, not knowing if he was speaking to Shangguan Huanling or to himself. It must succeed. Shangguan Huanling, however, felt no psychological pressure and immediately began to absorb the Mountain River Embroidery Map. It was just an innate spiritual treasure. In her previous life, she had swallowed more than one artifact of the Celestial Sovereign. 9 levels of Tao integration. The innate spiritual treasure was indeed powerful. I still need some more, Shangguan Huanling said. Master Danqing sighed lightly. The Mountain River Pagoda sect actually had 3 innate spiritual treasures. One was named the Mountain River Pagoda, another the Purple Chi Celestial Fire Cauldron, and the last the glazed mysterious yellow sword. The Mountain River Pagoda was the symbol of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, so it naturally could not be refined by Shangguan Huanling, and the Purple Chi Celestial Fire Cauldron was the sect's artifact for refining, so it could not be given either. That left only the glazed mysterious yellow sword. Even if you absorb the glazed mysterious yellow sword, you would only reach the first level of tribulation. Can you really succeed in the tribulation? Master Danqing could not help but ask. Mainly, he was truly pained. Innate spiritual treasures, how precious they were. Shangguan Huanling raised an eyebrow. You actually doubt me? She formed seals with her hands, and the secret method of the celestial silkworm 9 transformations unfolded. Suddenly her aura began to surge, and in the blink of an eye, she stepped into the tribulation realm, and in one breath surged to the 5th level of the tribulation realm. Such a method was indeed astonishing. It could temporarily elevate someone by so many realms. Not only did she cross a major realm, but she also surged through 5 minor realms after that. If I enter the tribulation realm, I will already be in a semi-invincible state. If I succeed in the tribulation, I will be completely invincible, Shangguan Huanling said confidently. She revealed her prowess, and Master Danqing did not know what to say, letting out a long sigh. He presented the glazed mysterious yellow sword with both hands. It's just an innate spiritual treasure. Once I grow up, even the most precious treasures will be insignificant. At that time, I will give each of you an imperial weapon, as long as you can wield it. Master Danqing's expression remained unchanged. In front of the strong, innate spiritual treasures were nothing. But that was one of the sect's treasured items, and now being spoken of like this, he felt uncomfortable inside. Yet he did not show it. He just couldn't understand how such a mindset could belong to an emperor. What kind of emperor had this kind of mindset? The glazed mysterious yellow sword absorbed its essence, and she opened her eyes. Not enough. Still not enough. Shangguan Hongtian and Master Danqing's expressions stiffened. My Supreme Emperor seal is the symbol of the Supreme Emperor dynasty. It truly cannot be destroyed. Shangguan Hongtian looked at Master Danqing with a hint of pleading. This thing was the Imperial Seal. It carried the spirit of the Dawn people and the dragon energy of the Supreme Emperor dynasty. Master Danqing, my Mountain River Pagoda is also a symbol. What about the Purple Chi Celestial Fire Cauldron? The Purple Chi Celestial Fire Cauldron is the first treasure of our sect for refining tools. Without this cauldron, how can we refine anything? The Taoist Danqing was 100 times unwilling. Boom! 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 The entire city defense formation was now on the verge of collapse. At the moment of life and death, at a critical juncture. Taoist friend! A shout came from Shangguan Hongtian. The Taoist Danqing was exasperated. His heart ached, his flesh ached, his teeth ached, his liver ached. To see the Purple Chi Celestial Fire Cauldron destroyed like this was truly a waste. How many spiritual treasures could be refined from a single Purple Chi Celestial Fire Cauldron? Taoist friend. Here, take it. A palm-sized purple cauldron was handed over by the Taoist Danqing. With this, Shangguan Huanling should be able to break through to the tribulation crossing realm, right? Shangguan Huanling pouted. Short-sighted as she was, today's investment could yield a 1,000-fold return in the future. What was there to be reluctant about? She took the Purple Chi Celestial Fire Cauldron and began to absorb it. True essence surged, and her nascent soul took on the form of Shangguan Huanling, stunningly beautiful, floating like an immortal. She was getting closer and closer to the tribulation crossing realm. Closer and closer. Shangguan Hongtian and the Taoist Danqing clenched their fists. Suddenly, their eyes widened. No! Don't! Shangguan Hongtian's voice changed, letting out a shriek like a eunuch. At that moment, even an emperor's heart would leap to his throat in shock. But it was too late. Shangguan Huanling suddenly compressed her true essence. The realm that was within reach of the tribulation crossing was now forced down to the initial stage of the 9th level. The Taoist Danqing was dumbfounded. Shangguan Hongtian clutched his chest, his breathing becoming rapid. What's wrong? Shangguan Huanling was puzzled. Wasn't it normal to suppress the realm before a breakthrough? You've used up all the treasures, how can you compress your realm? How can you break through to the tribulation crossing? Shangguan Hongtian shouted angrily. How could it be used up? Father, isn't there still the Supreme Emperor seal? In my last life, you passed away, and the Supreme Empire was destroyed. I didn't absorb the Supreme Emperor seal, so I kept it as a memento. Now the Supreme Empire won't be destroyed again. I can completely swallow the Supreme Emperor seal and absolutely break Through to the tribulation crossing. Shangguan Huanling said seriously. Boom. 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 At this moment, the formation began to completely collapse and shatter. A vast black mist covered the sky. Ha ha, to destroy two major human forces together, how delightful, ha ha. The domineering and cruel laughter had already reached their ears. Shangguan Huanling's face changed dramatically. Father, hurry, it's too late. Shangguan Hantian truly felt like he wanted to kill Shangguan Huanling. You clearly could break through smoothly, yet you insisted on suppressing your realm before the breakthrough. How much could that little suppression really help you? You must break through to the tribulation crossing. Oh, I have my own considerations. Shangguan Huanling obtained the Supreme Emperor Seal, and the golden flowing light on the Supreme Emperor Seal quickly merged into her body. What about the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda? I want that too, hurry. No, the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda is the symbol of our sect, it absolutely cannot be absorbed by you. The sect is about to be destroyed, and you still care about symbols? It was destroyed in my past life. If you don't follow my lead in this life, you'll be destroyed too. Hurry up and give it to me. Shangguan Huanling shouted loudly. The Taoist Danqing shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. The screams from outside were deafening. A large number of forbidden troops were being slaughtered, and the palace's formation had already begun to be attacked. Shangguan Huanling's eyes widened. She didn't consult Shangguan Hantian or the Taoist Danqing and compressed her true essence again. Moreover, she compressed it forcefully. Because Shangguan Huanling hated this kind of indecisive behavior, she had already said that following her would yield a 1,000-fold return in the future. It was just a congenital spiritual treasure. Linger, you're crazy. Shangguan Hantian was almost driven mad seeing Shangguan Huanling compress her true essence once again. I'm not crazy. Do you really think the tribulation is easy to pass? I must put myself in the strongest state. Mountain River Pagoda, give it to me. Danqing Shangren's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly. He had to have his Mountain River Pagoda. What could possibly happen if he lacked one? Why must it be so? This is driving me crazy. However, Shangguan Huanling did not think this was much of a test for Danqing Shangren. It was still the same statement. Just a mere innate spiritual treasure. In her previous life, she wouldn't even glance at such a thing. She knew that the Mountain River Pagoda was the most important treasure of the Mountain River Pagoda sect. In her last life, when Lu Chen saw the Mountain River Pagoda, he had once said, such a good thing, it's a pity to destroy it, so let's keep it. Danqing Shangren took out the Mountain River Pagoda with bloodshot eyes. The Mountain River Pagoda was exquisitely beautiful. With flying eaves and upturned corners, adorned with magnificent yellow jade paintings, perfectly embellished, embodying the essence of Eastern beauty. However, there was no beauty in Shangguan Huanling's eyes. The moment she got the Mountain River Pagoda, she began to refine it. The Mountain River Pagoda quickly became dim. Shangguan Huanling's expression changed. Why does this treasure have so little origin? Under the operation of the origin swallowing scripture, the Mountain River Pagoda rapidly decayed, collapsed, and shattered. Shangguan Huanling's aura increased slightly. Not yet complete. Not yet complete. Shangguan Huanling instantly became anxious. Hurry, is there no other treasure? I'm just a little short of breaking through. Isn't this Mountain River Pagoda your sex treasure? Why is it so useless? Shangguan Huanling shouted urgently. Danqing Shangren looked at the ashes of the Mountain River Pagoda and listened to Shangguan Huanling's scolding. A mad smile appeared on his face. It's destroyed, all destroyed. All destroyed. He was the sinner of the Mountain River Pagoda sect. All the spiritual treasures of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, even the symbol of the sect, had been destroyed in his hands. Is there no other treasure? Is there no other treasure? The treasures regarded as the spiritual support of the Mountain River Pagoda sect were all given to you, and you are still asking me if I have any treasures? Shangguan Hantian was also nearly out of breath, almost fainting from anger. I told you not to compress your true essence anymore, don't compress it. Shangguan Huanling was also very angry. I told you, crossing the tribulation is not that easy. I must ensure I'm in the best state to cross the tribulation. Boom! The entire palace shook. A massive Buddha's palm covered the sky and blocked the sun, slamming down on the formation, causing it to emit a mournful cry. A spear pierced through the sky and struck the great formation, immediately causing cracks to appear. Hurry, where's the spiritual treasure? There's no time to waste with you. If I have one more innate spiritual treasure, everything will end. Shangguan Huanling asked sharply, anxious. Danqing Shangren's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Shangguan Huanling. I just want to ask you, if there are no spiritual treasures, can you break through? Shangguan Huanling was startled by such blood-red eyes staring at her. However, she quickly became furious. Did he think he was Lu Chen? If there are no spiritual treasures, other treasures will do. I'm really just one step away from breaking through to the tribulation realm. Ha 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 ha. Danqing Shangren let out a mad laugh. His white hair danced. The mountain river pagoda was gone. The purple chi heavenly fire cauldron was gone. The Liuli Xianhuang sword was gone. His favorite Shuntian jade brush and Pisho inkstone were also gone. The mountain river pagoda sect had brought out all the spiritual treasures for Shangguan Huanling to use. Everything. He had taken back all the spiritual treasures from the other strong members of the sect. I just want to ask. Can you break through? Danqing Shangren asked again. Shangguan Huanling was extremely agitated. She had already made herself very clear. No. Danqing Shangren completely exploded. If not, then just go die. In his palm, a spark of fire erupted, the flames turning golden, carrying his great path, and in a fit of extreme anger, he unleashed a frenzied strike. Heavenly fire exploding palm. Danqing Daoyu. Shangguan Huanling was startled. She reacted quickly and threw a punch. Heavenly sovereign fist. A special aura burst forth. The true essence surrounding Shangguan Huanling converged towards her fist, colliding violently with Danqing Shangren's heavenly fire exploding palm. Boom! Danqing Shangren remained unmoved. Shangguan Huanling's figure was forced to retreat uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Danqing Shangren let out a somewhat mad laugh. Such strength is the rebirth of an emperor? Such strength can transcend tribulations to save us in times of crisis? Shangguan Hantian was also taken aback. He looked at Shangguan Huanling in disbelief. Why is your strength so weak? It couldn't be said to be weak. Shangguan Huanling's strength was quite impressive at the harmonization realm, but it was far from the level they had anticipated. In their minds, with such a powerful technique, it truly seemed like the rebirth of an emperor, and Shangguan Huanling should be able to fight beyond her level as if it were a daily routine, successfully transcending tribulations as if it were a simple task. Now she couldn't even defeat Danqing Shangren? At this moment, Shangguan Huanling was also bewildered. Just now, she had used the Heavenly Sovereign Fist. The unparalleled skill of the 9 lives Heavenly Sovereign, Lu Chen. How could she, at the peak of the harmonization realm, just a step away from perfection, be forced back by someone in the tribulation realm after just one exchange? In his previous life, Lu Chen had never supported her in fighting fiercely. He had not taught her many combat skills, only 3. One was the Heavenly Demon Blood Escape. One was the Heavenly Silkworm. 9 transformations. One was the Heavenly Sovereign Fist. Lu Chen had told her that if she really encountered an opponent, she could first unleash the Heavenly Silkworm. 9 transformations to see if she could scare them off. If that didn't work, then she should use the Heavenly Sovereign Fist. If the Heavenly Sovereign Fist still couldn't scare them off, then she should use the Heavenly Demon Blood Escape to flee. At that time, Shangguan Huanling hadn't quite understood. She had already used the Heavenly Silkworm 9 transformations and the Heavenly Sovereign Fist. Who could possibly defeat her? Why would she need to scare them off? I will kill you. Danqing Shangren was almost going mad. He wanted to spit blood. The thousands of years of accumulation of the Mountain River Pagoda sect had actually nurtured such a waste. The Mountain River Pagoda was shattered. That was the symbol of the Mountain River Pagoda sect. Even if the Mountain River Pagoda sect was destroyed, with the Mountain River Pagoda still standing, this sect would always be remembered, leaving a trace in this world. But now, everything was gone. Everything was gone. It's all this woman's fault. At this moment, Danqing Shangren erupted with all his strength, his aura like a volcano erupting. In the sky, golden fire clouds rolled, and the world sensed the aura of the tribulation realm, even beginning to condense tribulation clouds. But Danqing Shangren paid no heed. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill. 9 Heaven's mysterious firefinger. Father. Shangguan Huanling looked at Shangguan Hongtian. Shangguan Hongtian took a deep breath, his voice low but containing an uncontrollable rage. Supreme Emperor Seal. He roared. With a backhand, he struck the Supreme Emperor Seal fiercely towards Shangguan Huanling. Yes, he was really going to strike Shangguan Huanling. He was truly furious. How could he have given birth to such a foolish daughter? Who does she resemble? Shangguan Huanling's eyes were filled with undeniable disbelief. Her father was actually going to kill her? It was at this moment that the great formation protecting the palace completely shattered. Shangguan Huanling unleashed the Heavenly Silkworm 9 transformations, her left and right hands simultaneously turning into fists, meeting the 2 attacks. Boom! Shangguan Huanling was once again sent flying, her face flushed, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Don't move! I, from the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect, am willing to surrender, as long as I can kill this lowly maid. I am willing to surrender. At this point, Shangwan Hantian let out a mournful roar. I am also willing to surrender, let me kill her. Why is this happening? Looking at her father, who was filled with murderous intent, and the master Danqing, Shangwan Huanling's eyes were filled with sorrow. Numerous powerful beings from different races surrounded the entire imperial palace. Shangwan Huanling had no way and no time to persuade her father. Father, take care of yourself. Before leaving, she even reminded Shangwan Hantian. In the next moment, a blood mist erupted around her. The crimson light floated in incredible speed. Even the heavenly demon emperor at the tribulation stage did not react in time, and Shangwan Huanling had already vanished. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe her combat power was so limited. After all, she had defeated an emperor before. What went wrong? Ding ding ding. The system emitted a cheerful sound. Originally, Lu Chen was frantically looting treasures. He had already plundered the divine realm, spirit realm, ghost realm, and demon realm. There was no need to go to the monster realm. As he walked, he was suddenly pulled by the system, as if he were watching a splendid show. The light curtain disappeared. Ding, she actually managed to become an emperor? I didn't even feel confused at that time. It's truly unbelievable. The system expressed its astonishment. No way, this thing could actually become an emperor. Lu Chen was now completely awake, not under the influence of reincarnation obsession, but fully aware of his feelings for these women. Looking back now, he realized he was indeed wrong, absurdly wrong. He had never denied his mistakes. Perhaps it was precisely because he understood his errors that he had never personally killed these women. If Lu Chen had made no mistakes at all, things would not have developed this way. On the first day of his rebirth, in the first 3 minutes. In the first minute, Chu Ling's body trembled. And the wash basin crashed to the ground. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Useless maid, you can't even hold a basin steady, you are on the path to death. Kill. In the second minute, Yu Hongling kicked the door open. A punch shattered her head. Kill. In the third minute, after a failed ambush on by Qiulan, he escaped using the protective sect formation. The next day, he infiltrated the Supreme Emperor's court to assassinate Shangwan Huanling. On the third day, he infiltrated the monster realm to assassinate Zhu Ke. From then on, he focused solely on cultivation, reaching the second layer of heaven before killing one, and reaching the third layer of heaven to continue killing. This was the correct way to proceed. Shangwan Huanling's path of affection had already collapsed. Didn't he understand that back then? Or was it that he was unwilling to understand? Lu Chen smiled lightly. After all, it was a flaw born from a lack of love, always feeling that it was close enough, that it would be fine, that it should work. But in the end, it really didn't work. Ding, simulation successful. The countdown finally ended. Lu Chen had spent the entire day crying. He was truly suppressing the reincarnation obsession with an incredibly terrifying Dao heart. If he were not the strongest heavenly sovereign, the obsessions accumulated over so many years on the path of reincarnation would have been enough to cause him to collapse in an instant. Lu Chen was now merely crying. In reality, countless, innumerable screams, murmurs, and wails, too many sorrowful voices mixed together, were enough to shatter all Dao hearts beneath the emperor. Even the emperor would likely be driven mad by these voices. Lu Chen only saw them as sorrowful. Everything he was experiencing. Now was your sorrowful experience. I can help you resolve your suffering. Ding, there are 2 solutions. First, become a saint. A saint transcends the heavenly Dao and can extinguish obsessions. Lu Chen. As everyone knows, the first floor is all nonsense. Second, the revised version of the parasitic celestial demon true method has transformed into the parasitic obsession, which can disperse the obsession and implant it into another person's body. However, it involves not disturbing the obsession. If disturbed, it will solidify. Lu Chen understood. He had read the Celestial Demon Parasitic True Method, the old craft of the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor. He had also gotten used to calling the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor that, after all, he was an old rival. In reality, he should refer to him as the Parasitic Celestial Demon, a kind of bizarre parasite. Lu Chen began to ponder. Naturally, he could not directly parasitize on a large scale like the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor through his essence blood. That was the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor's innate divine ability, a method he was born with. Moreover, not disturbing the obsession? This meant he could not casually grab someone and pour his obsession into their soul, because the obsession was too numerous and terrifying. An ordinary person could only bear a little before their soul would collapse. Once the soul collapsed, the obsession would naturally be startled. They would huddle together like a sticky plaster monkey, clinging tightly and refusing to let go. Quite tricky, he thought. For a full 6 minutes. Got it. Lu Chen's tear-filled eyes brightened. He didn't need to learn from the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor, he just needed to instill the obsession into the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor certainly could not allow it and could not bear so many obsessions. When the flood comes, what to do if it can't be stopped? There can only be one choice, which is to release the flood. The greater the flood, the more it must be released. In that case, he must devise some strategy. Lu Chen already had an idea in mind. He had collected most of the treasures he needed. It was time to return. His figure moved towards the great wilderness. Shangguan Huanling had escaped. The blood escape of the celestial demon was one of the most powerful escape methods recognized by the 9 heavens. It could be used from the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven. The more essence blood source you consumed, the faster you would run, making it a universal escape method. Shangguan Huanling had escaped. She broke through the encirclement of the alien army in one breath and hid away, her face as pale as death. How could this be? Why did this happen? Shangguan Huanling still could not accept it, repeatedly murmuring these words. She. Her battle achievements were verifiable. It shouldn't be like this. There must be something wrong, but she couldn't figure out what exactly went wrong. She also couldn't go find Lu Chen to ask. Based on the last encounter with Lu Chen, he had indeed tried to kill her the moment he saw her. Who should she ask? A figure appeared in Shangguan Huanling's mind. Bai Qiulan. Among the 8 Empresses, only 2 were sisterly figures, one of whom was Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan was Lu Chen's master, and Lu Chen respected her greatly. She should know what was going on now. She needed to ask her. She had to get to the bottom of it. After adjusting her internal source deficiency, Shangguan Huanling flew towards the Great Dao sect. Along the way, she saw the ravaged land, corpses scattered across the mountains and plains. Too many cultivators and innocent people had died in this great battle. Shangguan Huanling couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Isn't Lu Chen the protector of the human race? Is this how he protects them? Now, with so many casualties among the human race, where is he? Why doesn't he come out to stop it? Hypocritical. The journey was perilous yet uneventful. She finally arrived at the Great Dao sect. Who? At this moment, the Great Dao sect was completely shrouded by layers of protective formations, countless peaks enveloped in white mist, making it hard to see clearly. 2 supreme elders at the harmonization realm had glowing eyes, staring at Shangguan Huanling. My name is Shangguan Huanling, and I am an acquaintance of Bai Qiulan. From your sect. I have come to the Great Dao sect to seek an audience with Bai Qiulan. I hope you can announce it. Great Dao sect, Bai Lan Peak. Who did you say is seeking an audience outside the sect? Bai Qiulan's eyes showed surprise. What does she want? Yu Hongling frowned. She and Shangguan Huanling actually didn't get along very well, because she felt that Lu Chen was too good to this Shangguan Huanling. Better than to her. How could that be acceptable? Moreover, this Shangguan Huanling, how should she put it? In Yu Hongling's view, whether it was her master, Zhu Ling, or Zhu Ke, all were qualified to become emperors. Even though Lu Chen had helped them a lot, without Lu Chen's help, they might still have been able to become emperors. She practiced the eternal chaos reversal scripture, and her personality was fearless. When it came to fighting, she was unafraid and undaunted. She truly had combat power and possessed the Tao. Zhu Ling was also making rapid progress in the sword path, with exceptional combat power, and could be considered a top sword emperor. Bai Qiulan, with her Chaosine divine body, carried the power of Chaosine, comparable to those innate Tao embryos, and her Yin techniques were terrifyingly powerful. Although Zhu Ke was compassionate, she had a significant background. After all, she was Zhu Ke, and the divine abilities she possessed were enough to secure her a place among the emperors. It was like the previous life's Zifeng emperor. If she fought with Zhu Ke, it would likely end in mutual destruction. As for this Shangguan Huanling, the Zifeng emperor, was almost driven to madness. Emperors also had their dignity. When Lu Chen had just become a celestial sovereign, the Zifeng emperor was unwilling to give him face because what Lu Chen had her do was almost humiliating. Later, as Lu Chen grew stronger, coupled with his good attitude, she had no choice but to give him face. Eventually, Lu Chen reached an incredibly terrifying level. The Zifeng emperor finally accepted it. Being sought after by such a celestial sovereign was just acting, right? No problem. Bai Qiulan had just learned that the Supreme Emperor dynasty had directly surrendered to the alien races, and Shangguan Huanling was probably here because she was unwilling to surrender. I'll go pick her up. I won't go. You. Hongling's temper flared. Her stinky senior brother had been gone for a long time. Originally, she thought it was nothing since Lu Chen had been here, but now that she hadn't seen Lu Chen for quite a while, she felt quite lonely. She missed him a bit. Her senior brother should have already merged with the Tao, right? Would he still walk the path of protection like in the previous life? If he walked the path of protection, she would only need to enter his protection again, and Lu Chen would always guard her. In this life, she wouldn't be so willful anymore. Before long, Bai Qiulan brought Shangguan Huanling in and released the barrier. Alright, it's safe here, you can relax now, Bai Qiulan said gently. Shangguan Huanling let out a long sigh of relief. She poured herself a glass of water and drank it all in one go, not out of thirst, but to suppress the discomfort in her heart. Sister Bai, the Supreme Emperor dynasty has fallen again. Shangguan Huanling spoke and her tears threatened to fall. Bai Qiulan had nothing to say about it. She couldn't just say it served them right, could she? After all, in the previous life, the Supreme Emperor dynasty colluded with alien races, and there was nothing good to wash away. Don't be sad, if you have nowhere to go, you can stay at Bailan Peak, Bai Qiulan said softly. Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. Although she felt some indignation, she ultimately said nothing. I came here not to stay at the Dao sect, but because I want to understand something. Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan both looked at Shangguan Huanling. Shangguan Huanling took a deep breath. The cultivation method I practice is called the Origin Devouring Heaven Scripture. Do you know it? Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling exchanged glances. They could see the unique meaning in each other's eyes. I know. I relied on this method to become an emperor in my previous life. Can this method be considered particularly powerful? Bai Qiulan nodded. Again. To be able to elevate someone who did not cultivate the Tao to the emperor realm, such a method could no longer be considered merely powerful, it was simply unprecedented and unheard of. It was even more terrifying than her Yin transformation scripture. This is also one of the reasons why Yu Hongling and Shangguan Huanling do not get along. Yu Hongling practices the technique of the Fearless Emperor. Although this technique is probably the most suitable for her, it is not created by Lu Chen himself. The technique that Shangguan Huanling practices initially referenced the heaven-devouring demon scripture, but later it was entirely created by Lu Chen, consuming an unknown amount of effort, even more than he dotes on Yu Hongling. How can this be acceptable? Since this technique is so powerful, why is it that I have already broken through to the peak of the harmonization realm, yet my combat power is still not as good as an ordinary crossing tribulation realm? Shangguan Huanling said, unable to accept it. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiulan fell silent. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes. In the previous life, Lu Chen had repeatedly instructed everyone not to criticize Shangguan Huanling because she was already devastated by the collapse of her own Tao and could not bear further ridicule. He planned to tell her when the time was right. But that time never came, and she ended up killing Lu Chen. Indeed, the needle does not prick. Bai Qiulan did not know how to explain. Yu Hongling was no longer afraid of anything. Everyone had betrayed their senior brother, and it seemed he no longer cared about them. So whether Shangguan Huanling collapsed or not was none of her business. Your technique is indeed powerful, but the key is that it is not a combat technique. You were also an emperor in your previous life. How could you not understand that an emperor who cannot utilize the Tao cannot be considered an emperor? Yu Hongling said bluntly. Shangguan Huanling was taken aback and hurriedly retorted. How is it not a combat technique? I fought with the Purple Phoenix Emperor and won 3 out of 5 battles. Yu Hongling scoffed. Hongling. Bai Qiulan couldn't help but scold Yu Hongling. Sister Bai, let her speak. Shangguan Huanling felt as if she was about to hear a huge truth. She was both fearful and eager. Ha! Why is there a formation blocking us again? Sun Ruowei exclaimed at the door. Another scoop? Goodness, Bai Qiulan, she felt like she was almost done with the gossip, but now this damned barrier appeared. She pressed against the barrier. What are they saying inside? Say it, do you really think you can defeat the Purple Phoenix Emperor? The Purple Phoenix Emperor didn't even take you. Seriously, if she did, you wouldn't be able to withstand even one of her moves and would turn to ashes. Hongling. Stop talking. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Huanling's eyes widened. Impossible. I fought her 3 times, she clearly lost because I improved. Nonsense. In the first match, our senior brother ascended to the Celestial Sovereign and, knowing you were going to spar with the Purple Phoenix Emperor, hurriedly sent a message for her to lose to you, but she didn't listen and didn't hurt you either. In the second match, after our senior brother killed the fallen Tao Celestial Sovereign and was injured, he visited the Purple Phoenix Emperor, and only then did she take notice and agree to let you win. In the third match, our senior brother sent gifts again, and by then, the Purple Phoenix Emperor didn't care anymore, she just played along to let you win. Without our senior brother, you wouldn't have won at all. With your level of a decorative emperor, you don't even have the qualifications to meet the Purple Phoenix Emperor, yet you talk about winning 3 out of 5 matches. How embarrassing. Shangguan Huanling was stunned. Her victories against the Purple Phoenix Emperor were actually because Lu Chen had given her a heads up? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An emperor has dignity, and the Purple Phoenix Emperor is a paragon among them. How could she deliberately lose? Does she not care about her own prestige? Seeing Shangguan Huanling's face full of disbelief, Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? You still don't believe it? Of course I don't believe it. Shangguan Huanling's voice suddenly rose. What about the Sky Emperor? I went to challenge the Sky Emperor, but it was a last-minute decision, and no one said anything. It can't be that Lu Chen was manipulating things behind the scenes, right? Yu Hongling laughed, a happy, mocking laugh. It's better if you don't mention this, but now that you have, I want to laugh even more. Back then, when you sought the Celestial Emperor, you used the Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations to meet him. What else did you use? The Celestial Fist. In the vastness of the 9 heavens, who doesn't know that the Celestial Fist is my senior brother's strongest divine ability? Do you really think the Celestial Emperor is foolish? The aura of the Celestial Fist you unleashed clearly shows you are my senior brother's person. My senior brother taught you the Celestial Fist precisely because he was afraid you would go looking for death on purpose. With your strength, if you casually provoke an emperor, they could easily kill you with a single slap. But when you unleashed the aura of the Celestial Fist, it was my senior brother clearly telling everyone that you are his 9 lives Celestial. If you take action against you, they must be prepared to face the retaliation of the 9 lives Celestial. The Celestial Emperor is not foolish. Do you really think that just by unleashing your aura, you can scare an emperor into submission? Isn't it my senior brother's Celestial Fist aura that made the Celestial Emperor understand your identity? No. Shangguan Huanling retreated several steps, her legs almost giving way beneath her. Bai Qiulan hurriedly supported her. Then what about my battle with you 7? A glimmer of light remained in Shangguan Huanling's eyes. She had fought with the other women. Yu Hongling snorted coldly, about to speak, but suddenly remembered how her senior brother had forced her to agree to let Shangguan Huanling have a chance. Her face involuntarily flushed. That time, her senior brother was truly indescribable and unimaginable. After it was over, feeling as if she were dying, Yu Hongling heard the audio message left for her by Lu Chen. She agreed with many things Lu Chen said, including letting Shangguan Huanling have a chance during their battle. Of course, that was just a trivial matter among many. Lu Chen understood Yu Hongling's character very well. If he had directly suggested that she let Shangguan Huanling go while she was still confused, Yu Hongling would have exploded at that moment. She would have definitely beaten Shangguan Huanling to a pulp. However, Lu Chen made many excessive requests, including those that were extremely shameful, making the matter of letting Shangguan Huanling go seem insignificant. Yu Hongling casually agreed. Yet, even so, when Yu Hongling fought Shangguan Huanling, she still gave her a beating, ultimately pretending to lack the Tao and choosing to concede. Yu Hongling remained silent. By Qiulan's side, since things had come to this point, she might as well say everything. Before you challenged us, we did indeed agree with Lu Chen to let you have a chance. Upon hearing this, the light in Shangguan Huanling's eyes completely extinguished. Her body went weak, unable to stand firm. No. Tears quickly welled up in Shangguan Huanling's eyes, and past scenes flashed in her mind. Your Tao, is it gone? One day, Lu Chen looked at her in disbelief. Shangguan Huanling was equally despondent. Lu Gij, I seem to really lack the talent for cultivation. I've worked so hard, why isn't my cultivation improving at all? In that moment, Lu Chen seemed to suffer a tremendous blow. Your Tao is gone. Your Tao is the Tao of emotion. How could it be gone? Why would it be gone? I ask myself if I have done anything wrong. What? Lu Chen then revealed a smile that was more painful than crying. It's fine. It's not like you lost the great Tao. Losing the great Tao doesn't mean you lack the talent for cultivation. Wait for me. I'll think of a way for you. After that, Lu Chen sought every possible method to help her restore her great Tao. He took her out to play, cheered her up, gave her treasures, but nothing restored it. Lu Chen, feeling helpless, could only think of another way and chose to give Shangguan Huanling a different great Tao. How could the great way possibly disappear and then be replaced? A peerless genius might still have a chance, but when it comes to Shangguan Huanling, one can only imagine. Later, Lu Chen went to great lengths to search for divine medicine, taking her along to Ascend. She could feel that Lu Chen was very tired, so she suggested that he should stop worrying about her. Of course, she didn't truly mean it. Lu Chen smiled and said at that moment, no abandonment. No giving up, that's the Steel 7. Shangguan Huanling? Until Lu Chen found the Devouring Heaven Demon scripture, he began to let her try cultivating. From the Devouring Heaven Demon scripture to the Devouring Heaven Heart scripture to the Devouring Heaven Tao scripture, and finally to the Source Devouring Heaven scripture. She finally stepped back onto the true path of cultivation. Although there was no Tao, her realm improved rapidly. Not only did she catch up with the other 7 women, but she also seemed poised to surpass them, which greatly boosted her confidence. However, Lu Chen kept reminding her not to fight with others. Although her realm had risen, her combat ability was relatively weak. Naturally, she was not convinced by her rapid increase in strength. She wanted Lu Chen to teach her powerful combat techniques, but he refused. She was stubborn. She began to cultivate combat techniques on her own. Yet, she always failed. She could only Continue to pester Lu Chen, who, unable to withstand her persistence, carefully selected 3 techniques for her to practice. The blood escape of the heavenly demon, the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm, and Lu Chen's strongest technique, the heavenly sovereign fist. Memories of the past slowly surfaced before Shangguan Huanling, bringing her to tears. You let me cultivate the source devouring heaven scripture just to turn me into a vase, a useless person, a laughingstock for everyone? Shangguan Huanling said sorrowfully. She had been reminiscing about that beautiful moment with Yu Honling, but upon hearing this, she suddenly stood up from her chair. Her eyes sharpened as she stared at Shangguan Huanling. What do you mean by that? Shangguan Huanling smiled. Foolishly. What meaning could I have? What meaning could I possibly have? You all have the Tao, but I don't. I'm the weakest, what meaning do I have? The source devouring heaven scripture. Haha, what is source devouring heaven scripture that only cultivates realm and not the Tao? He really tricked me so badly, so badly. Yu Hongling exploded with anger. You're the one who's foolish. You can't cultivate the great way, and you blame your senior brother? You can't even cultivate your own Tao, and you want to blame your senior brother for that? Shangguan Huanling didn't know where her strength came from. Perhaps she couldn't stand Yu Honling either. My great way disappeared, and he abandoned me. I didn't force him to abandon me. He said no abandonment, no giving up. Yet you all have the great way, but he made me cultivate a technique that can't produce the great way. Why can't I blame him for that? Yu Honling suddenly lunged forward. Bai Qiulan was quick to react, grabbing Yu Honling to stop her. Honling, calm down. I'm so angry. Master, what nonsense is she talking? Don't stop me, I want to beat her to death. Yu Honling held. Bai Qiulan was clawing and ready to fight Shangguan Huanling to the death. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. You're not wrong? Who told you that the source devouring heaven scripture can't cultivate the great way? It's clearly your own foolishness that prevents you from cultivating the great way. What great way are you talking about? When you got this true scripture, what realm were you at? Who isn't already integrated with the great way in body and heart at that realm? I reincarnated and also cultivated the source devouring heaven scripture, so why can't I still cultivate the great way? The invincible great way, weakened to the extreme, is precisely because of this technique. Bai Qiulan's body stiffened. Yu Honling was also taken aback. The two of them couldn't help but look at Shangguan Huanling, their expressions somewhat indescribable. In short, it seemed that there was some doubt about her own ears, and a bit of shock as well. What do you mean, what path have you cultivated in this life? Bai Qiulan couldn't help but ask. The invincible path? Yu Honling said the 4 words in disbelief. What's wrong? What's wrong with the invincible path? Shangguan Huanling looked at the two's expressions, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Master, let me go, I won't hit her anymore. At that moment, Yu Honling suddenly felt a bit bored. Why was she arguing with a fool? She cultivated the invincible path? Ha ha ha, she actually cultivated the invincible path, ha ha ha. Yu Hongling's shoulders trembled wildly, and her expression changed uncontrollably. Shangguan Huanling? What do you mean by that? She shouldn't have asked, but once she did, Yu Honling completely lost it and began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, master, she actually cultivated the invincible path, ha ha. Yu Honling pointed at Shangguan Huanling, laughing so hard she bent over, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, her mockery of Shangguan Huanling reached its peak. Bai Qiulan's expression also momentarily lost control, involuntarily revealing a smile. Although she quickly composed herself, Shangguan Huanling still caught it. No, Bai Qiulan was known for her gentle tolerance. What was that smile about? Was she mocking herself? Why? What's so funny? What's wrong with me walking the invincible path? I just like the invincible path. I firmly believe I am invincible in this world, so what? Shangguan Huanling said unhappily. Yu Honling laughed even harder. Doubling over. Shangguan Huanling looked at Bai Qiulan. Sister Bai, what's wrong with me cultivating the invincible path? Why do you all find it amusing? Bai Qiulan tried to control her expression. Speaking earnestly, Huanling, you've chosen the wrong path. Shangguan Huanling? You know Lu Chen, so how could you still choose the invincible path? With Lu Chen in this world, who dares to claim invincibility? You were so close to Lu Chen in your last life, didn't you know his strength? If you walk the invincible path, can you defeat Lu Chen? Shangguan Huanling. But Lu Chen isn't on the invincible path. She was still struggling in her last defense. However, those who walk the invincible path will ultimately face Lu Chen, attacking him, lamenting, and falling. Lu Chen is the end of invincibility. If you walk the invincible path, then that's. Yu Honling completed the last 2 words. A victim. No, that's wrong, it's a fool. Shangguan Huanling. still refused to accept it. But I haven't seen the aura of invincibility in Lu Chen. That's because Lu Chen's invincibility is directed at outsiders. Bai Qiulan's gaze became desolate. For us, his path has always been one of protection. How could an invincible sword be aimed at one's own people? How could an invincible fist fall upon one's own people? Moreover, you walk the invincible path? The invincible path is forged through battle, through killing. Have you defeated 20 opponents to walk the invincible path? Foolish, too foolish, foolish to the point I can't accept it. A wave of dense pain rose in Shangwan Huanling's heart. Yu Hongling shook her head, looking like a piece of wood that could not be carved. Shangwan Huanling was truly hit hard. Seeing Yu Hongling's attitude, she felt a bit angry. You're the only one who has returned to life. Brother Lu will no longer stop you in your Feng Wuxia. Why haven't you gone to be with your Feng Wuxia for a double flight? Shangwan Huanling mocked. Yu Hongling? I'll fight you. Lu Chen still didn't know that Shangwan Huanling had actually come to the Path sect. He returned with a large batch of resources, and after arriving at the sect, he initially wanted to dive straight into the Pill Peak, but after some thought, he decided to first seek an audience with Lu Changfeng. Disciple Lu Chen pays respects to the sect master. I heard you charged into the lair of the alien race, killed 7 who were crossing tribulation for scattered spirits, and completely looted their stronghold? Lu Changfeng said excitedly. The more he looked at Lu Chen, the more he felt that his initial decision was incredibly correct. Because Lu Chen not only had strong talent, but was also relatively steady and calm, with clear goals. The key was that he was somewhat ruthless. With the alien race launching a large-scale invasion in humanity in a crisis, Lu Chen still managed to kill all 11 scattered spirits who were hunting him down, showing no intention of letting them join the battle. After coming out of the desert of extinguishing Buddha and seeing the fall of the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty, he did not rush to join the fight but decisively headed to the alien world to choose to steal from them. Because in a situation of insufficient strength, even if Lu Chen participated in the battle, he would not have much impact. Unable to defeat the 10,000 spirits Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Demon Emperor, everything would be in vain. Indeed, I did loot some treasures. As he spoke, tears began to flow down Lu Chen's face. Lu Changfeng? He was somewhat at a loss. What happened? Why was he crying for no reason? It's nothing, just the strong winds in the desert of extinguishing Buddha blinded my eyes. These are the treasures I obtained. What I can use has already been put away. The rest can be considered as sect resources. Lu Changfeng hurriedly refused. Sect master, please rest assured, these things are truly of no use to me, and I am one with the sect. The sect's strength is my strength, and similarly, my strength is the sect's strength. This is a mutually reinforcing principle. The sect master should know. It was the disciple showing off. Lu Changfeng helplessly smiled and said, alright, since you have such intentions, the sect cannot treat you unfairly. The sect will reward you with a batch of spirit stones, and if you have any needs, you can come directly to tell me. If it's reasonable, I will do my best to meet your needs. Thank you, sect master. By the way, there's one more thing. I plan to attack the alien race in 7 days. If the sect is to join me, please be prepared. 7 days? Isn't that too soon? Not at all, it should be enough. The current Lu Chen was no longer the Lu Chen of the Qi gathering and Yuan Dan stages. Back then, Lu Chen had no resources, no treasures. Only a cultivation method and the system's training function. But now, Lu Chen was different. He had seized so many cultivation resources in one go that this time, he could at least refine 4 giant spirit pills, the kind that would fill him up. As for the residue of the pills affecting the purity of his true essence, that only affected the first-time cultivators, what did it have to do with him as a reborn person? During the dark turmoil, those guys would just open their mouths and devour one galaxy after another, chewing on all kinds of divine metals and great medicines without even chewing them, and he had never heard of anyone being affected by impurities. His figure arrived at Pill Peak. Lu Chen, you're here. Are you going to refine pills? Chenghua Daoren asked, excitedly, rubbing his hands. Yes, Peak Master, I would like to borrow your 9 dragons leaving fire furnace again. Lu Chen said politely. Chenghua Daoren waved his hand casually. That's a small matter, but can you take it slow this time? I was so shocked last time that I didn't learn much. It would be great if you could refine pills a bit slower. Of course, no problem. I can refine pills like this because I have a very deep understanding of pharmacology. If you understand it deeply as well, you can refine like this too. At that time, I will write down what I know about pharmacology, and I also have some tips on pill refining. If you don't mind, you can take a look. Xinhua Daoren showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Is that appropriate? Lu Chen smiled warmly, tears streaming down his face. Ah, how annoying. The Qinghua Taoist was startled. Forget it, I don't want any pharmacology or insights anymore, just don't be sad. Lu Chen My eyes are a bit injured, and they haven't healed completely yet. It has nothing to do with you, so there's no need to worry. I see, I have some pills for treating eyes, I'll give you some. No, the pills are useless, let's go refine some alchemy. Refining while crying, does it affect anything? Don't worry, it doesn't. The two entered the alchemy room, and Lu Chen intended to let the Qinghua Taoist gain some understanding of alchemy, so he slowed down the refining speed a bit. Half an hour later. How does it feel? The Qinghua Taoist. Can we put in one herb at a time? You're grabbing a big handful, it's really hard to keep up. Should I slow down a bit more? No, refining alchemy is important, you go ahead. The Qinghua Taoist realized that reaching Lu Chen's level of alchemy was not something that could be achieved in a short time. Moreover, Lu Chen's hands were simply too fast. Grabbing a bunch of herbs for the Qinghua Taoist to see, he looked at it and exclaimed, good heavens, 4 or 5 dozen kinds, and he hadn't even recognized all the herbs yet when Lu Chen said, it's time. Then he tossed the herbs into the alchemy furnace. How can I learn this? Alright, then you can learn later. Lu Chen activated the flames. The original white sunfire now glowed with a faint gray light, because while in the ghost realm, he had refined a divine fire called In Han Li Hua. Merging the two divine fires, the temperature of the flames finally increased a bit. However, with more types and larger quantities of herbs, the final elixir still had a diameter of about 15 centimeters. A faint glow appeared on the elixir's patterns, clearly a top-quality elixir. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 elixirs were successfully refined. And Lu Chen bid farewell to the Qinghua Taoist. When I have time, I will write down the pharmacology and insights for you, but it might take a while. I need to take the elixirs to cultivate. First. The Qinghua Taoist hurriedly waved his hand. You go ahead, I'm not in a hurry. Alright, then I take my leave. Lu Chen turned and left. The Qinghua Taoist watched Lu Chen's back, unable to help but gently stroke his beard. Gentle and refined, neither arrogant nor impatient, at such a young age he already has the demeanor of a master. No wonder so many girls like him, yet he is single-mindedly pursuing the Tao. His future is limitless. The more he looked at Lu Chen, the more he liked him. In this world, such young people are truly rare. Lu Chen returned to his room. Looking at the elixirs, this time he didn't need to use any divine powers. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a beam of light burst forth, illuminating the elixirs, which began to shrink down to size. Finally, they became the size of a fingertip and were swallowed by Lu Chen in one bite. Start cultivating. Ding, cultivation started. He entered the second level of harmonization, beginning to improve. The surging true essence roared, and the boiling medicinal power surged. Lu Chen's figure was shrouded in mist, like a Tao or a heavenly being. His strength began to grow. Harmonization. 3rd level. Harmonization 4th level. Harmonization 5th level. All 4 elixirs were swallowed, the rare medicines of various races transformed into the most powerful support, aiding Lu Chen's cultivation. Yu Hongling heard the news of Lu Chen's return and rushed to his door at the first opportunity. Senior brother. She knocked on the door. Lu Chen was fully immersed in his cultivation and, of course, would not respond to her. However, at this moment, a faint light flickered, rippling slightly in the void, with rosy light spreading, and a long, pure white beautiful leg stepped out from the rosy glow. The rosy light gathered, weaving together a colorful robe, draped over the stunningly beautiful woman. Ding, transformation successful. The woman slightly parted her red lips, her face so perfect it seemed not to belong to this world, revealing a smile. Hee, since the dog host is indifferent, I'll just have some fun myself. She stepped forward, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, and arrived at the door. Yu Hongling gently sniffed the air. So fragrant. This aroma was definitely more than just a scent, it felt like a divine fragrance, akin to a great elixir of the world. In this realm, no living being would refuse such a fragrance. Creak. The door opened. Their eyes met. Yu Hongling stared blankly ahead, her eyes unable to hide a hint of astonishment. How could there be such a beautiful existence in this world? Ding. Hello, I'm Shen Shitong, and you must be one of my brother's ex-wives, Yu Hongling, right? Shen Shitong? Ex-wife. Yu Hongling was still in shock at the beauty of the woman before her, but as she recalled Shen Shitong's words, a surge of fiery rage erupted from her heart. However, she did not explode. She was holding it in. Even though this unknown flame had reddened her eyes. You know me? Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. If you hadn't separated from my brother, according to our family hierarchy, I would have to respectfully call you sister, but it seems that's not necessary now. Why is it not necessary? Yu Hongling's eyes turned even redder. Shen Shitong seemed oblivious, her face radiating a simple, happy smile. Because you betrayed my brother, betrayed love. My brother is such a sentimental person, the more he is betrayed, the deeper the hurt he suffers. And he definitely won't forgive you. And think about it yourself, you betrayed my brother. If he loved you deeply, the more he would be hurt, making it even harder for him to forgive. If he forgives you, it means your betrayal didn't hurt him that much, which means he didn't love you that much. So now, with these two paths before you, how should you choose? Upon hearing this, Yu Hongling's face turned pale. Her body lost control, retreating 3 steps, the flames already burning at her head, making her head stiff and her thoughts muddled. 2 paths, how to choose? Forgiveness means not loving. Love means not forgiving. Oh, right, choosing to forgive means you don't care about the dog host, don't care whether Lu Chen loves you or not, you just like the resources Lu Chen can provide. I don't. Yu Hongling roared. Shin Shitong was completely unfazed, smiling lightly. I also think you don't. You're so beautiful, with such a good figure, you can't possibly be a white-eyed wolf, right? Yu Hongling forced herself to regain her composure. At that moment, in Yu Hongling's heart, the dislike for this inexplicable Shin Shitong had completely surpassed that of Shangguan Huanling, and it was not just by a little. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much? In Yu Hongling's memory, there was absolutely no one named Shin Shitong. Such a beautiful person, if she existed, would surely shock the world. It was impossible for her to remain unnoticed. The cultivation world is a special place. In this world, there are too many beauties. Which woman doesn't wish to become beautiful? And when a woman possesses the means to enhance her beauty without side effects, one can imagine how crazy women would become. But even if you transform yourself to be more beautiful, that beauty is only in your eyes, beauty is subjective. However, this Shin Shitong that appeared now seemed to embody all beauty. The moment Yu Honling saw her, she clearly determined that she was the most beautiful existence in the world, like the supreme flower of the great Tao. Such a person, she had never heard of in her past life. How could that be? I'm just an ordinary person, a regular person in love with my brother now. He has told me everything, Shin Shitong said with a smile. Including? Including the last life, including how you betrayed him. Yu Hongling was furious again. The word betrayal made her extremely uncomfortable, but what angered her the most was that Lu Chen had actually mentioned the matter of reincarnation. She could understand when Shangguan Huanling spoke of reincarnation because Shangguan Huanling was foolish. But Lu Chen, such a smart person, had also brought up the matter of reincarnation. There could only be one possibility. This woman was someone Lu Chen chose to believe in again after his reincarnation, even after experiencing 8 betrayals. No. 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 Yu Hongling could not accept it. If Lu Chen were to close his heart and sever love from now on, she could accept not receiving his forgiveness, she could continue to fight for it. Because the reason Lu Chen closed his heart and severed love was that he could not forget him. And once a new woman appeared, if Lu Chen was willing to step into a new relationship, what would that mean? It meant that Lu Chen was trying to break free from the encirclement of the 8 of them, willing to believe in love again, willing to completely forget them. How could this be? Yu Hongling's eyes turned red, and at that moment, a strong killing intent erupted from her. She would rather die than let her senior brother forget her. She would rather die than let her senior brother fall in love with someone else. You go die. Yu Hongling shouted angrily, her fists forming a seal, the mountain smash seal carrying terrifying power, aiming to shatter Shin Shitong. Shin Shitong's lips curled slightly, congratulating her for becoming the first person to attack her. The last one to attack her was the heavenly Tao, which could not be considered human. Shin Shitong gently raised her hand, her slender and beautiful hands lightly colliding with the mountain smash seal. Lu Chen instantly opened his eyes. Even if he was cultivating, he could sense the killing intent, even with the system deliberately concealing it. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a colorful figure retreating towards him. This aura was the heavenly Tao? No. It was the system. Lu Chen did not think too much and quickly supported the woman in front of him. He intended to help her, but unexpectedly, this woman forcefully burrowed into his arms. Oh dear, this ex-wife is quite formidable. I can't win. I will kill you. Yu Hongling was completely mad, her figure like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Shin Shitong, this seal named the Skybreaking Seal. It could be said to be the strongest killing move that Yu Hongling could use at her current level. Yu Hongling truly hated Shin Shitong to the core. Lu Chen's eyes revealed a killing intent. Just kill her. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and with the heavenly sovereign fist, killing Yu Hongling would not be a disgrace to her. Unexpectedly, Shin Shitong grabbed Lu Chen's arm with one hand. Brother, it's all my sister's fault, don't blame her, don't kill her. Lu Chen? With the system's words, Lu Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. The heavenly sovereign fist dispersed, and Lu Chen struck out with a palm. Boom! Yu Hongling spat out blood and flew backward. Lu Chen! Yu Hongling fell in the courtyard, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Her eyes were filled with unbearable sorrow. Lu Chen looked at her coldly, still holding Shen Shitong in his arms. At that moment, Yu Hongling felt that Lu Chen was further away from her than ever, so far that it was beyond reach, beyond sight. Senior brother. Yu Hongling's voice turned pleading. Don't treat me like this, you can't treat me like this. Lu Chen suddenly revealed a smile. It was undeniable that seeing Yu Hongling's state at this moment gave him a perverse sense of pleasure. How have I treated you? When I crossed tribulations, 8 yin-yang devouring goo, 8 kinds of poison. Primordial morning mist, such things can only be touched by tormenting the one you hate the most, and you can also place it on him. Live on, live well. Live the most painful life. 3 breaths, if you don't leave, you will die. 3, 2. Yu Hongling got up, she was going to find her master to persuade her senior brother, she was going to find her master. 1. Yu Hongling's figure fled towards the distance in utter disarray. Master, what should I do? What should I do? Yu Hongling has run away. Lu Chen's suppressed sorrow surged even more violently. He looked down at the figure the system had transformed into, unable to resist rubbing his brow. The woman the system had manifested was indeed beautiful, deserving of the title of the first in the 9 heavens, but Lu Chen had no interest in women at all right now. Even if the system was very alluring, he had no interest. Is it fun? After Yu Hongling left, the system stopped pretending. Ding ding ding, it's fun, especially fun. Then shall I play with you? Ding, you're just daydreaming. Shin Shitong's figure turned into a stream of light and merged into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen had a headache. Previously, this dog system had said it wanted to become a woman and he had rejected it, yet it still transformed. So, was this a rejection of loneliness? The system was genderless. In the last life during the tribulation, it had taken form as the ancient heavenly sovereign. It was because the system borrowed the time path of the ancient heavenly sovereign and was too lazy to change its form. Are you going to find Sun Ruowei to play with after becoming a person? Lu Chen asked. Ding, of course, we are kindred spirits. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. If the system turned into a man, it could probably easily win over Sun Ruowei. Be quiet for a while. I want to cultivate. Don't bring me any nonsense. Ding, hum. Lu Chen took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and suppressed the pain in his heart. He wanted to cultivate, but his mind was in disarray. Now that you've become a person, shouldn't you give yourself a name? Lu Chen asked. Ding, I've already thought of one. You can name yourself? Ding, this system is unparalleled. In wisdom, naming is a piece of cake. Now this system's name is Shin Shitong. Lu Chen. That's too ugly. I think as your master, I can give you a better name. Ding, is it ugly? Then try giving me one. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Go Shitong, how about that? Ding, dog host, dog host, dog host. Ding 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 ding. After cursing the dog system, Lu Chen finally felt clear-headed. Continue cultivating. In the northwest of the Great Wilderness, the great battle had come to an end. The alien coalition was indeed fierce, annihilating the Zhuli Celestial Dynasty, the Supreme Celestial Dynasty, and the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect in one go. The Inyan Law sect trembled uncontrollably. If they weren't located in the northwest, they would have likely shattered as well. What did you say? The heavenly demon emperor's copper bell-like eyes fixed on the dancing master. The black flag behind him fluttered. During this time, the black flag seemed even more terrifying, with too many souls flickering in the black mist, each one in extreme agony, their faces twisted. The original souls were mostly demons. Now, there were many more human souls. Our Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect indeed has no innate spiritual treasures left, the dancing master said, his face full of bitterness. It could only be said that at this moment, the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect was truly the poorest it had ever been since its establishment. With the innate spiritual treasures that had little practical effect but were beautiful all gone, what else could there be? Boom! The heavenly demon emperor struck instantly, slamming a palm onto the dancing master, who immediately spat out blood and flew away. I'll give you one more chance. Now, answer me, where are the spiritual treasures of the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect? The heavenly demon emperor gritted his teeth and asked. Having already surrendered, how could he still be treated like a fool? Who gave this guy the audacity? The dancing master did not feel angry. He only felt a bit pitiful. In the final moments, he had lost his gamble, originally thinking he could kill Shangguan Huanling and then self-destruct, which would at least give him some dignity. But Shangguan Huanling also escaped, and now he has lost the courage to self-destruct. How pitiful, how sad. He was deceived by someone, said the dancing master in a calm voice. The heavenly demon emperor's expression became even more ferocious. Deceived? All of it was deceived? All of it, not just the spiritual treasures of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect, but also the spiritual treasures of the Supreme Divine Dynasty, all were deceived by one person. You want to enter my 10,000 souls? Banner, don't you? The heavenly demon emperor struck again, and the dancing master spatled and flew backward, his breath weak. The dancing master smiled in relief, perhaps entering the 10,000 souls banner was a pretty good ending. He truly did not know how he would face the ancestors of his sect if he were to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Entering the 10,000 souls banner, at the very least, would mean not entering reincarnation and being free of such troubles. Despite the heavenly demon emperor's apparent rage, he was actually a meticulous person, carefully observing the dancing master. It seemed that this old fellow had not told any lies. But how could that be possible? No matter what, he was the sect master of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect, and his intelligence was certainly intact. All the spiritual treasures were deceived by one person, even the innate spiritual treasures? No, who has such advanced deceitful skills? Tell me, what exactly happened? The heavenly demon emperor's ferocious expression turned calm, his eyes narrowing, sending chills down one's spine. The dancing master's expression shifted. Well, since he was asked to speak, he would. After all, looking at Shangwan Huanling's escape technique, he would definitely not be able to catch her. Let others catch her instead. As long as she lived a miserable life, he would consider it revenge. It's like this: Shangwan Hantian has a daughter named Shangwan Huanling, who claims to be the reincarnation of the great emperor. She showed us an extremely terrifying technique. As long as one devours the essence of treasures, one can increase their strength, called the Essence Devouring Heaven Sutra. She has a secret method that allows her to instantly elevate herself by a major realm. She knows everything, whether it's the secrets of the past or events of the future, she knows it all clearly, so we believed her in this desperate situation. Knowing the past and future was something the dancing master fabricated, as it made him seem not particularly foolish and could enhance the credibility of what Shangwan Huanling said. He recounted everything in detail, 8 parts truth, 1 part falsehood. The heavenly demon emperor's eyes held a strange expression. The reincarnation of the great emperor? He would ask Shangwan Hantian again. At this moment, Shangwan Hantian was also in a daze, locked in the heavenly prison. He had never thought that one day he would be imprisoned in the heavenly prison of the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Your daughter is the reincarnation of the great emperor, the heavenly demon emperor asked. Shangwan Hantian suddenly raised his head. Without saying a word, he lowered his head again. Ah, you are quite miserable, being so thoroughly deceived by your own daughter. It's truly pathetic. Shangwan Hantian's fists clenched tightly. Veins bulged. As her father, you should know your daughter best. Do you think the matter of her being the reincarnation of the great emperor is true or false? Shangwan Hantian finally made a decision. Do you want to know? The heavenly demon emperor grabbed Shangwan Hantian by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Do you still think of yourself as the emperor of the Supreme Divine Dynasty? Tell me honestly. A terrifying aura enveloped Shangwan Hantian. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Shangwan Huanling. Shangwan Huanling. It's all your fault. I can determine Shangwan Huanling's location through the Supreme Divine Seal. The Supreme Divine Seal had already been devoured by Shangwan Huanling. That was an innate spiritual treasure. And this Supreme Divine Seal was a kind of royal bloodline technique imprinted within the royal bloodline. Anyone who kills a member of the royal bloodline will have the mark of the Supreme God fall upon them. Although there have been exceptions. For instance, his 2 sons both died on the battlefield of the celestial heroes, yet no mark fell upon anyone else. The demon emperor laughed. The great emperor has been reborn, whether true or false, he must witness it. If it is true, it might bring him immense benefits. Where is she? Shangwan Hantian began to sense. After a moment, he opened his eyes. The Dao sect. The demon emperor. Murmured the Dao sect. The next target of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor seems to be the Dao sect. It was a disciple of the Dao sect, Lu Chen, who had slain all the outstanding talents of the demon clan, ranking first on the ancient heroes list. Lu Chen had already become a significant threat to the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. In fact, there had originally been a dispute between the demon emperor and the 10,000 spirits demon emperor regarding their next course of action. The demon emperor wanted to attack the Central State Dynasty, as it was the most densely populated area of the human race. If he could conquer this place, he could hardly imagine how satisfying it would be for his 10,000 souls banner. However, since there was a suspected rebirth of the great emperor Shangwan Huanling in the Dao sect, he no longer insisted on attacking the Central State Dynasty. There was no need to inform the 10,000 spirits demon emperor about the rebirth of the great emperor. After pondering for a moment, the demon emperor left the prison. He took out a communication stone. 10,000 spirits, we can attack the Dao sect now. I agree. Ah, you finally came to your senses. Then gather the army and wipe out the Dao sect completely. Upon hearing this, the vermilion bird spread its wings and flew towards the Dao sect. At the Dao sect on White Orchid Peak, Yu Hongling moved swiftly, crashing into the Baiqiulan Dao Academy. Inside the academy, Shangguan Huanling was carefully examining her current cultivation state. The invincible Dao could not be taken. Fortunately, she had not yet broken through to the Tribulation Crossing realm, so she was looking for other methods to change her Dao. Sun Ruowei was checking Baiqiulan's pulse, deeply understanding her current condition. Master, senior brother has brought another woman, a woman we don't know. Yu Hongling shouted loudly, her eyes filled with anxiety and sorrow. Baiqiulan's arms suddenly trembled. Shangguan Huanling instantly opened her eyes. Sun Ruowei silently left, making no sound, hiding behind a tree. You say, when I am not here, I hear nothing. Not only has he found another woman, but even in our last life? Hongling! Baiqiulan shouted sharply. Sun Ruowei's ears perked up like antennas. Yu Hongling's voice faltered. Baiqiulan rushed towards Sun Ruowei in an instant. Baiqiulan, if you throw me out again, I will fight you to the death. Sun Ruowei shouted hoarsely. But in the end, she was still no match for Baiqiulan and was caught and thrown out directly. Baiqiulan, I will never forgive you. From now on, our bond is severed. Baiqiulan, I beg you, let me listen. I absolutely won't tell anyone else. I beg you, let me hear it just once. Baiqiulan waved her hand. And Sun Ruowei was instantly frozen. Of course, it was impossible to freeze her into an ice sculpture like the Swordmaster, she was merely sealed. Then the barrier opened. Sun Ruowei's eyes blinked, her pupils spinning wildly, a tear rolled down her cheek, and soon she was frozen into an ice sculpture. Baiqiulan, I hate you. The barrier closed. Baiqiulan immediately looked at Yu Hongling. What happened? What exactly is going on? She was very anxious, a kind of anxiety she didn't even realize herself. Master, senior brother has a new woman, he doesn't want us anymore, completely doesn't want us anymore. Baiqiulan's face turned pale. Shangguan Huanling's heart suddenly leaped to her throat. Oh. No, wait. Given Lu Chen's flirtatious nature, isn't it quite normal for him to find another woman? It's not a big deal. Yu Hongling just likes to make a fuss and overreact. Overreacting, Lu Chen is inherently fickle. It's strange if he can hold back now that we are temporarily gone. Yu Hongling, haven't you gotten used to it? Calm down, Shangguan Huanling said. The two of them ignored her. What exactly is going on? Can you explain in detail? Baiqiulan's expression was extremely serious. Today, I heard the news that my senior brother had returned, so I went to find him. At first, when I knocked on the door, no one responded. I didn't feel anything unusual and was about to leave, but the door suddenly opened. The one who opened the door was a woman, a very beautiful woman. Even in my past life, I had never seen such a stunning woman. I was utterly amazed. Baiqiulan's face grew even more serious. But, Master, do you know what the first thing this beautiful woman said to me was? Yu Hongling recalled that sentence and burst into tears in front of Baiqiulan. What did she say? Baiqiulan felt that Yu Hongling must have suffered a huge psychological shock. She said her name was Shin Shitong, and she asked me if I was Yu Hongling, one of Lu Chen's 8 ex-wives. Master, senior brother told her about the events of the last life, she knows everything. Senior brother trusts her, he actually trusts her to this extent. Yu Hongling cried. Baiqiulan's expression changed drastically, her face turning even paler. She felt her heart racing uncontrollably, a tearing pain appearing in her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. How could this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She knew very well what kind of person Lu Chen was, such a sentimental man, betrayed by 8 women at once. There was a 90% chance he would never trust any love again. In such a short time, how could Lu Chen find another woman and tell her about the events of the last life? Time reversed. This matter was absolutely monumental. It not only concerned their personal cultivation but also the future development of the world. Various terrifying wars, where they originated and why they came. The means of various powerful beings, their hidden skills. The locations of various treasures and how to obtain them. Too much. What's the big deal? I also revealed that I am the reincarnation of an emperor. Yu Hongling, you cry so ugly, it's really unnecessary. Shangguan Huanling said nonchalantly. Shut up. Baiqiulan couldn't help but scold Shangguan Huanling. Shangguan Huanling, who had not been surprised by a lot of information before, was now stunned by Baiqiulan's scolding. Baiqiulan had always been like an older sister, even a senior, gentle and virtuous, knowledgeable and reasonable. But now, she was scolding her so sternly. Telling her to shut up? At that moment, Shangguan Huanling finally began to vaguely understand the seriousness of the situation. Baiqiulan's chest heaved violently. After Scolding Shangguan Huanling, she turned to Yu Hongling, not even having time to calm her emotions. And then? Then she said, if senior brother forgives us, it means he no longer loves us. If he doesn't forgive us, that means he loves us. She made me choose whether to choose forgiveness without love or love without forgiveness. Forgiveness is letting go of past love. As long as there is love, the pain of betrayal by a beloved will not disappear. Which one to choose? Bai Qiulan felt that she would definitely choose the first one. As long as she was forgiven, this love that shouldn't exist could be discarded. But when it truly came time for her to choose, the painful feeling made it impossible for her to decide. Neither seemed to be the answer she desired. I was so furious at that time that I lashed out at that woman, but do you know what she did? As she brought up this matter, Yu Hongling's anger surged uncontrollably, and she felt as if flames were about to burst from the top of her head. If she were an ordinary person, such rage might have caused her heart to stop. What did she do? Shangguan Huanling asked. Weakly. I attacked her, and it felt like my strikes were hitting cotton. She completely deflected them. And then, shamelessly, she pretended to be knocked back and directly dove into my senior brother's arms. I'm going to die of anger. Remembering this incident, Yu Hongling's fury escalated even further. And she even started to bleed from her nose. For a cultivator, this was simply impossible, yet it happened to Yu Hongling. Shangguan Huanling couldn't help but gasp. Was she really that furious? It seemed the situation was quite serious. And when my senior brother saw me push that woman back, she hadn't even said a word, and my senior brother actually used the Heavenly Sovereign Fist. But that's the Heavenly Sovereign Fist. The most critical part is that woman. That woman actually pleaded for me, saying it was all the younger sister's fault. I'm going to die of anger, I'm going to die of anger. Yu Hongling's voice was filled with grief and indignation. Bai Qiulan's chest heaved even more. Although she wasn't present at the scene, listening to Yu Hongling's description made her feel a surge of anger rising to the sky. Master, how could she be such a green tea? How could my senior brother fall for such a green tea woman? Shangguan Huanling fell silent as well. She wasn't that naive, she had once heard her mother say something. So she voiced it. Sometimes, what women see as green tea, in the eyes of men, is clearly just a gentle and considerate good sister. Can you please shut up? I'm begging you, just be quiet, don't make me angrier. Yu Hongling was practically pleading with Shangguan Huanling. Shangguan Huanling. If it were any other time, Yu Hongling pleading like this would have made her feel proud. But now, she felt a pang of sympathy. Bai Qiulan took a deep breath, continuously calming the flames in her heart. She even used the power of the moon to cool her emotions. Hongling, don't be angry, perhaps she is doing it on purpose to provoke you, Bai Qiulan comforted. Yu Hongling felt miserable. Master, I know she is trying to provoke me, but I really can't control myself. Among the 8 of us, there are foolish and stubborn ones, but none have ever been this green tea. How could she be so green tea? Calm down first, I'll go talk to Lu Chen. No, master, you can't go, you'll be driven to death by anger. Don't worry, I won't. Bye. Qiulan wasn't entirely sure herself, but she couldn't avoid going because she wanted to see what kind of extraordinary woman could appear by Lu Chen's side at this time. What right did she have to replace them? No, Shangguan Huanling, you go. Because the two didn't get along, Shangguan Huanling usually called Yu Hongling by her name, and Yu Hongling did the same. Brother Lu Chen will kill me. Shangguan Huanling quickly shook her head. Last time at the ancient battlefield of heroes, Lu Chen had tried to kill her the moment he saw her, and she had barely escaped. Now she was supposed to face Lu Chen? She dared not. What are you afraid of? Lu Chen won't kill anyone at the Dao sect, Yu Hongling said angrily. Shangguan Huanling hesitated. I don't really believe that. Think about it, you are still in the harmonization realm, having merged with such a faint trace of the invincible Dao. Your future prospects would be ruined, don't even mention returning to the Emperor realm, you wouldn't even be able to survive the tribulation of the tribulation realm. Senior brother has a deep understanding of the great Dao. In the last life, the failure to change the great Dao was because your realm was too high. Now that you have reached the Dao realm, it is just right to change the great Dao. Yu Hongling couldn't bear to let her master take the risk, so she decided to let the foolish Shangguan Huanling go instead. Shangguan Huanling was indeed a bit tempted. Yes, if Lu Chen was willing to help her, she might really be able to recondense the great Dao and form a stronger one. The invincible great Dao was no longer the strongest in Shangguan Huanling's heart. The great Dao is not about whether it suits Shangguan Huanling or not, but rather when she aligns with the Dao. She feels which one is impressive, and she will align with that. Forget it, anyway, I also have the heavenly demon blood escape. If it really doesn't work, I can still run away. That's right, you can run away. Yu Hongling nodded. Then I'm going. Go, go. Bai Qiulan seemed to want to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. Shangguan Huanling left. Yu Hongling could no longer hold on and hugged Bai Qiulan, burying her head in her chest, sobbing as she began to cry. Whoa whoa. Master, senior brother might really not want us anymore, whoa whoa. Bai Qiulan stared blankly into the distance. She didn't even know what she was supposed to think about now. Shangguan Huanling arrived at Lu Chen's residence. She was not unfamiliar with this place, having lived here for a while before. Back then, in this courtyard, Chuling practiced swordsmanship, Yu Hongling practiced her unique boxing style, and a little red bird stood on a branch, playing with fire. Scenes from the past appeared in Shangguan Huanling's mind. And now, this courtyard was empty, even overgrown with weeds. It seemed like no one had cleaned it for a long time. Well, with Chuling gone, who would clean this place? Yu Hongling? Don't be ridiculous, she wouldn't even pull a single weed if the courtyard turned into a prairie. Always ready to activate the heavenly demon blood escape. Shangguan Huanling stepped forward and knocked on Lu Chen's door. Lu Chen was still cultivating. Above his head, the figure of Shen Shitong appeared, but it was just a wisp of mist, not a solid form. Shen Shitong glanced curiously. Come, come, let me see who has come. Let's have a battle. Shangguan Huanling? Ah, then it's nothing. Yes, it's nothing. Shen Shitong returned to Lu Chen's body, becoming a meticulous and pure system. As for Shangguan Huanling, the system really didn't want to deal with her. Because it was worried that this thing would lower her IQ, it was hard-earned for her to become clever, and she didn't want to become foolish again. Shangguan Huanling knocked on the door. Knocked. It seems no one is home. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was just right that no one was home, so she could go back. Shangguan Huanling returned. What were you talking about inside? Son. Ruowei had secretly followed along and ended up seeing Shangguan Huanling knocking on Lu Chen's door, but not getting in. She thought she would witness a big scoop. But instead, she got nothing. She still couldn't hold back and popped her head out, stopping Shangguan Huanling to ask. Yu Hongling said Lu Chen found a particularly beautiful woman, so I came to see what she looks like. Does Yu Hongling like Lu Chen? Does Bai Qiulan also like Lu Chen? Do you like Lu Chen too? Why do you all like Lu Chen? What is Lu Chen's identity? A series of questions came out. It was clear that Sun Ruowei was too eager. Yeah, we all used to like Lu Chen. Bye. Qiulan walked out with a dark expression, looking somewhat helplessly at Sun Ruowei. Eat a little less gossip, and you'll have a lot more happiness. Sun Ruowei gritted her teeth. If I don't eat gossip, I'll die. Bai Qiulan. She pulled Shangguan Huanling into the barrier. Sun Ruowei couldn't help but scratch her head, pacing back and forth. So annoying. How is it? Have you seen that woman? Bai Qiulan asked impatiently. No. No one paid attention to you? Shangguan Huanling was also unsure. Maybe she's not here. I'll go take a look. Bai Qiulan couldn't hold back any longer and headed towards Lu Chen's residence. Sun Ruowei had just moved slightly, and a layer of frost immediately froze her. Sun Ruowei roared in her heart, Bai Qiulan, if I don't take revenge for this, I, Sun Ruowei, swear not to be human. Once I know everything, if I don't laugh at you to death, I won't be Sun Ruowei. Bai Qiulan arrived at the door. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself. She knocked on the door. The door opened. A stunningly beautiful face appeared before Bai Qiulan. Although Yu Hongling had described Shen Shitong as exceptionally beautiful, even with Bai Qiulan's mental preparation, the moment she truly saw her, an indescribable astonishment arose. Is there really such a perfect person in the world? Shen Shitong looked Bai Qiulan up and down, her gaze particularly focused on Bai Qiulan's chest, a thoughtful light flashing in her eyes. I have met the master. I am Shen Shitong, your disciple. Shen Shitong gently bowed, holding the disciple's etiquette. Bai Qiulan frowned, stepping aside, unwilling to accept this gesture. I am not your master, and you are not my disciple. There's no need for such formalities. Bai Qiulan said seriously. Shen Shitong smiled lightly. Master is joking. I am currently with my brother, and we are in love. In the future, I will surely be my brother's partner. As the saying goes, marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. Since master is my brother's master, you should also be my master, so you can completely accept this courtesy. But you are not Lu Chen's partner. Bai Qiulan's expression was serious. Shen Shitong's expression was somewhat strange. Why can't I understand what master is saying? In this vast world, there are countless disciples under my master, and I have never heard of a master interfering in their disciples' search for partners. Does master not think that your possessiveness over your disciple is too high? Bai Qiulan raised an eyebrow, her voice already containing anger. As the saying goes, Once a teacher, always a father. As a master, why can't I manage my disciples' search for a partner? What master says is true, Shiton will follow your teachings. By the way, it won't be long before I have the ceremony to become my brother's partner, and I will trouble master to be the witness. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying, you are not Lu Chen's partner. Master, my brother and I are in love. I said I don't agree. Shen Shitong blinked innocently. If master disagrees, then you should point out where the disagreement lies. Please rest assured, Shitong will change. Why disagree? Bai Qiulan looked Shen Shitong up and down, trying to find her flaws. But the more she looked, the more shocked she became. Flaws? Where are the flaws? How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? What is your background? Bai Qiulan asked. I am the daughter of the sect master of the Xiandao sect, with a clear lineage. Xiandao sect? It is indeed a prestigious sect, second only to the 5 major sects, and is a first-rate power in the great wilderness. She had indeed heard occasionally that the sect master of Xiandao had a daughter, cherished like a treasure, extremely pampered, and rarely allowed her daughter to show her face, fearing she would be taken away by some wandering cultivator. A clear lineage. What is your strength? Bai Qiulan asked. In response to Master, I have just entered the harmonization realm, not comparable to Master who has reached the 7th level of harmonization. But Lu Chen has also just entered harmonization, our realms are similar. Bai Qiulan carefully sensed and indeed felt the aura of harmonization from Shen Shitong. A clear lineage, a similar realm, where else could she find fault? Master, I have become a Dao partner with your disciple, it is truly a match made in heaven. If you insist on disagreeing, could it be that there is some hidden truth? Bai Qiulan gritted her teeth, her expression emotionless. I have found a suitable match, and you should feel happy for me, Master, rather than obstructing me. You are the master, and I am the disciple. I respect you, Master, and you protect me. This is the principle of our relationship. If you cannot find any faults in Shitong, I ask you to bless us. Blessing. The respect between master and disciple cannot be disregarded. I ask you, Master, to remember your role and to be a good master, only a master. Bai Qiulan took a step back. This sentence felt like a heavy hammer, striking hard at her heart. Only be a master. Yes, Yu Hongling could still appear before this woman as a rival in love. And fight against her. What identity did she have now? She only had the identity of a master. There was no longer any status like in her past life to interfere with Lu Chen's choice of partner. To be a master, only a master. Wasn't this what she had always dreamed of? But now, with Shen Shitong emphasizing the word master, it was as if she was being completely welded to that position. If you want to be just a master, then let it be so. Besides being a master, don't think of anything else. Shen Shitong, when facing her, was not at all like when facing Yu Hongling, full of aggression. She was using the way of master and disciple, a dull knife, cutting flesh, brutally separating her from Lu Chen, sealing their fate. Dawn! 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 The great bell rang at that moment. The alien coalition is invading. All strong practitioners of the great Dao sect, prepare for battle. At that moment, Lu Chen also opened his eyes. Pain was evident in his gaze. It was finally here. Lu Chen glanced at the dazed Bai Qiulan and then at Shen Shitong, who wore a respectful expression. You play by yourself, I'm going to kill. Lu Chen's figure vanished. No, husband and wife should be together, I want to accompany you. Shen Shitong instantly transformed into a streak of light and rushed into Lu Chen's body. Only Bai Qiulan was left at the scene. Yes. She was Lu Chen's master, she only needed to fulfill her responsibilities as a master, and she had no right to interfere in other matters. This Shen Shitong, who came from who knows where, treated her with the respect due to a master, clearly making no mistakes. On the contrary, it was courteous and proper. She should feel gratified that Lu Chen found a partner like Shen Shitong. Instead of being like that rebellious disciple, Yu Hongling, who always wanted to drag her down. But why did she feel so miserable? Wasn't it said that everything should return to the right track? Bai Qiulan left in a daze. Perhaps she herself was unwilling to admit it. She wanted to place the heavy burden of ethics on Lu Chen, making him feel indebted. As the saying goes, the essence of love is a constant sense of debt. But true love is about both parties striving to ensure the other does not feel indebted. Now, Shen Shitong had also dropped this heavy burden of ethics on her head. Didn't you say you didn't want Lu Chen to have any improper thoughts about you? Laughable. From the moment you betrayed Lu Chen, if he still had any improper thoughts about you, wouldn't that make him a pure coward? Lu Chen could accept a woman's capriciousness, her obsession, her temper, because he lacked love. He did not know, nor did he understand, that love is something that brings unparalleled happiness to both sides. Love is not just about tolerance. Lu Chen now had not the slightest improper thought towards his master. He also hoped that his master would not have any improper thoughts about him. Ethics above. The great principles of heaven and earth above. Bai Qiulan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which instantly turned to frost. The poison of the chaotic yin erupted once more. Lu Chen arrived at the Great Dao Peak. Inside, there were not only people from the Great Dao Peak, but also from the Taishang Sword sect, the Central State Dynasty, and even from the Robbery sect. The Yin-Yang Law sect had ultimately not sent anyone over. They had deep-seated grievances with the Great Dao sect, and without the Wangu sect taking the lead, they wouldn't come, nor would it be appropriate for them to show up shamelessly. If the Wangu sect were to take the lead, then there would be nothing more to say. The major sects of the human race would unite to resist the alien coalition, and it would surely become a tale passed down for thousands of years. But if there was no Wangu sect to take the lead? Your Great Dao sect's strength is just so, why should you be in charge? Lu Chen arrived. Lu Chen, hurry, do you know the Zhuke divine beast? Lu Changfeng asked. Zhuke? Look, everyone knows Zhuke is a divine beast, yet Zhuke herself thinks she is a demon race and even gave herself the title of Zhuke Demon Emperor. Is she here? Lu Chen didn't answer whether he knew her or not. First wanting to see what Zhuke had come for. It's not exactly that she came, she hasn't entered the Great Dao sect but is lingering around it, informing us that she knows you and has brought news that the alien army has already departed from the Supreme Divine Dynasty and is rapidly approaching the Great Dao sect. That news has a 70% chance of being true. Prepare for battle. I'll go out and take a look at this Zhuke. I'll have 2 ancestors follow you. No need, a weak Zhuke can't do anything to me. Why did Lu Chen want to meet Zhuke? On one hand, he remembered that during the last time at the ancient battlefield of heroes, he sensed the aura of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor from Zhuke. Although the aura was very faint, in his previous life, Lu Chen had killed too many beings that were parasitized by the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, and even in a state dominated by slaughter, he still noticed it. Could Zhuke be parasitized by the 10,000 spirits demon emperor? On the other hand, ding ding ding, take me to see Zhuke, hurry, take me to see Zhuke. Ding, I want to battle her. Ding. Host, good host, handsome host. Well, that's the situation. The dog system has just taken shape and is currently at its most explosive fighting power. She wants to unleash a big move against Zhuke. To be honest, the system is the one that witnessed everything from the previous life. Every action Lu Chen took. Every thought he had, she knew, but back then she was still a foolish system and later merged with the heavenly Tao, becoming devoid of emotions, unable to help a dog host strategize. In the system's view, her host is just a fool, wholeheartedly treating others well, unable to bear to let anyone suffer even a little bit of pain. Zhu Ling's Chu Sword Villa was shattered by the Swordmasterly, and although you couldn't defeat him, you could watch from afar and then point at the people from Chu Sword Villa, telling her that this Chu Tsangsheng wanted to refine you into a sword, and that the young master Chu Shifei, who was to be refined, wanted to possess you, and that your adoptive parents wanted you to replace their son as refining material. Your biological parents were killed by this family. Just say it. Do you care whether Chu Ling has an illusory love? Really? And that Chu Hongling, if she likes Feng Wuxia, let her go to the silent forest when she is about to die. You can come to the rescue. She can know the truth, and you can bring back the beauty. As for whether Yu Hongling might die, if she dies, it's her own fault. You've advised her, you've tried to stop her, and if she dies, you can't blame anyone. Who knows, she might even thank us when she dies. The host is least capable of respecting others' destinies. Let go of the helping others complex. But this is the true host. For the sake of a misguided love, exhausting all efforts, both foolish and admirable. Lu Chen, of course, didn't know the system was thinking so much. He actually did want to see if Zhuke had been parasitized. Oh no, it seems he has been influenced by the dog system. Whether Zhuke is parasitized or not has nothing to do with him. She was either parasitized or not. Ding, the super invincible best host. Lu Chen. Be careful, if there's any danger, retreat to the sect immediately. Understood. Lu Chen's figure vanished. The protective array of the sect opened a crack, and Lu Chen swiftly stepped out. His divine sense spread out in all directions. Soon, he locked onto the trace of Zhuke. Ding, let me handle this. Lu Chen had been cultivating earlier and hadn't paid attention to how the system dealt with these women. Now that he sensed Zhuke, he had already confirmed that she had been parasitized. Although it wasn't a complete parasitism, there was already a parasitic aura. Colorful light spread, and the system had transformed into Shinshi-ton, flying towards Zhuke. Her clothes quickly became tattered, blood appeared on her face, and her expression was haggard and sorrowful, yet it was still hard to conceal her unparalleled beauty. She murmured, Lu Chen brother, and flew straight towards Zhuke. Lu Chen? What kind of shape does this dog system belong to? What strange things is she up to again? Zhu Kei was now wandering restlessly. She was completely confused. The alien race had invaded the great wilderness, and with the help of the eyes of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, she had seen far too much cruelty. Although she was a demon, she still couldn't accept it. In fact, she wasn't a demon, she belonged to a divine beast, but due to her bloodline being sealed since childhood, she was raised by demons. Did Lu Chen have the means to strip away the parasitic celestial demon? Most likely not. If he could, he wouldn't have struggled so much when fighting the parasitic celestial demon in the seventh heaven. But at that time, Lu Chen hadn't yet become an emperor or a heavenly sovereign. Later, after he became an emperor and a heavenly sovereign, perhaps he would have a solution. She was contemplating how to face Lu Chen now. Lu Chen brother, Lu Chen brother. The sound of her sobbing reached Zhu Chue's ears. Zhu Kei? Lu Chen, brother? It shouldn't be the same person. Then she saw a tattered woman flying towards her, accompanied by a bloody scent. Breaking through the infant realm? Zhu Kei didn't evade her form. As she watched the approaching woman, the moment she saw her face, Zhu Kei couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart. Because this woman was too beautiful. Even with blood in disarray, her stunning face couldn't be concealed. Instead, it added a touch of pitiful charm. Such a beautiful woman calling out Lu Chen brother meant that the Lu Chen she mentioned was most likely the real Lu Chen. In Zhu Chue's subconscious, it was absolutely reasonable for such a woman to know Lu Chen. Demon race. Xin Shitong, upon seeing Zhu Kei, first revealed a deep fear in her eyes, then her eyes began to turn red, and she shouted angrily. Demon, return my family's lives. Xin Shitong charged towards Zhu Kei. Zhu Chue's strength had now reached the refining void realm, and facing Xin Shitong's attack, she easily subdued her. Return my family's lives, demon, you damned demon. My family, my village, my country have all been killed by you. How can you be so cruel? Do you demons not suffer retribution? Zhu Kei. Through the perspective of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, she had naturally seen countless slaughters. Now the victim had come before her. Do you know Lu Chen? Zhu Kei asked. Of course I know Lu Chen brother. I came here to find him, to have him kill all the demons, to wipe them out completely. Zhu Kei. Demons can be good or bad. If you want revenge, why not seek revenge on the demons that killed your kin instead of wanting to kill all demons indiscriminately? As the saying goes, debts should be repaid to the rightful owner. Who do my kin have grievances with, and who do they owe debts to? Why were they slaughtered by demons for no reason? Xin Shitong said sharply. Zhu Kei fell silent. Brother Lu Chen loves me very much, and he is incredibly powerful. If he knew about my situation, he would definitely wipe out the demons completely, ensuring they are eradicated for good. Don't pretend to be compassionate. The grudge of killing kin is irreconcilable. You are a demon too, aren't you? The death of my family is partly your fault. Just wait, as long as I don't die, I will make brother Lu Chen kill all the demons. Not a single one will survive. Kill them all. In the distance, Lu Chen looked at the system, which was in a state of utter exhaustion, and was extremely surprised. Damn, this dog system actually has acting skills? What is Zhu Chue's pain point? Is it because she is kind? Perhaps it can't be called kindness, but rather a saintly disposition. In her previous life, Lu Chen had killed far too many. Especially the first time he shocked Zhu Kei by slaying the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, decimating the entire demon race. Too many demons died under the stone sword. It was at that moment that the seed of discontent was sown in Zhu Kei. She simply couldn't understand why Lu Chen had to kill so many living beings. Many of them were innocent and did not deserve to die. The more Lu Chen killed, the more dissatisfied Zhu Kei became, her discontent growing until she could no longer hold back and chose to confront Lu Chen. She never expected that they would be able to live again. Just after being reborn, she resolved to train diligently, determined to personally slay the 10,000 spirits demon emperor to protect the peace of the demon race. If humans and demons could coexist, that would be even better. However, before she could grow stronger, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor had already confronted Lu Chen. Now, the war had been launched prematurely. The most brutal clash unfolded. In her previous life, the human race and the allied forces of the other races fought evenly for a long time, only achieving victory when Lu Chen finally rose to power. The price of the human race's victory was, of course, the doom of the other races. In this life, the allied forces of the other races had charged straight in, annihilating 3 top human factions in one go, turning the human race into a hellish nightmare. You can't go find Lu Chen. Zhu Kei still didn't want the conflict to escalate to an irreparable point. If this person was Lu Chen's new woman, given Lu Chen's particularly good treatment of women, he would definitely not hold back against the demons. He would truly kill all the demons, just like this woman. No. She absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. If you have the ability, then kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I will make Brother Lu Chen kill all of you. Shin Shitong began to struggle violently. Zhu Kei flapped her wings, reinforcing the seal on Shin Shitong's body with her power. Ha ha ha, what a good demon has both good and bad demons. Is your current behavior that of a good demon or a bad demon? Shin Shitong let out a piercing laugh. Zhu Chue's expression slightly froze. I'm just trying to prevent things from getting worse. My current situation couldn't be worse. Zhu Kei fell silent. She actually wanted to say, you are just one person. And there are countless good demons and evil ones. Let me go. No, I can't let you go. Why? Why can't you let me go? What have I done wrong? Zhu Kei remained silent. Ha, you are all the same, all the same. Revenge is hopeless, Dad. Mom. So many innocent people, I'm sorry for you. I won't let you go even if I die. I won't let you go. Shin Shitong's body began to swell, the energy within her becoming frantic. Zhu Chue's expression changed. Is she really going to self-destruct? Now she was left with two choices. First, let Shin Shitong go and allow her to report. Second, let Shin Shitong self-destruct. If she died, perhaps thousands or even millions could live. How to choose? Zhu Kei chose the second option. Boom! As Shin Shitong self-destructed, she transformed into countless points of light. Zhu Kei watched this scene, her eyes filled with helplessness. She let out a soft sigh. Don't blame me, I did this to let more beings survive. Ding, confirmation complete. The system's voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. After watching the entire process, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile lightly. I didn't expect you to have such good acting skills. Ding, the system is capable of anything. What were you confirming just now? Lu Chen asked. Ding, I was confirming whether Zhu Kei is truly compassionate or merely a benevolent saint who sacrifices others. Now I can confirm, she is indeed a benevolent saint. It seems you didn't make her feel uncomfortable this time, did you? Lu Chen said with a smile. The system had just played the role of a vengeful girl forced to self-destruct by Yu Chue's reasoning that sacrificing one could save thousands. Ding, because this time I didn't need to take action. The system's voice was very certain. Dealing with Zhu Kei didn't require her to attack with words anymore. What happened next would make Zhu Kei understand everything. True kindness or false kindness, she would find her own answer. Lu Chen nodded, also thinking about this question. Yes, true kindness. Or false kindness, the answer would come soon. After all, she was parasitized by the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Lu Chen thought about what Zhu Kei would do if he infused his obsession into the body of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. He began to feel a bit excited. Lu Chen returned to the Didao sect. In the Hall of Inquiry. As soon as Lu Chen entered, he received news. As expected, the allied forces of the Demon Clan, the Devil Clan, the Buddhist sect, the Divine Clan, the Ghost Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the Alien Clan had gathered and were rushing towards the Didao sect with a terrifying aura. They had already traveled 5,000 miles, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would arrive at the Didao sect in half an hour. Has the Eternal Sect not responded at all? No. Lu Chongfeng was not angry. Since the Eternal Sect doesn't want to be the leader of the Great Wilderness anymore, then after this battle, the leader of the Great Wilderness should change. Pass on my orders. All strong warriors, take your positions and prepare for battle. Dark clouds rolled in. The terrifying aura was already rushing towards the Didao sect from afar. At this moment, Lu Chen was traversing within the protective formation of the sect, and half an hour was enough for him to give the formation a simple upgrade. After half an hour of modifications, the defensive capability of the protective formation increased significantly, of course. The consumption of spirit stones also grew considerably. At this moment of life and death, such matters were no longer a concern. All strong warriors adjusted their states to their best. If the Didao sect were to fall, then the entire Great Wilderness would likely have no force left to withstand the attack of the alien coalition. Boom! A gigantic golden finger, shimmering with brilliant Buddhist light, charged towards the protective formation of the Didao sect, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The protective formation erupted with divine light, instantly shattering the golden finger. Kill! Countless roars erupted from the black mist. And in the next second, innumerable demon spells transformed into colorful light orbs, all crashing towards the Didao sect's formation. Too many. The spells were overwhelming. Among them were many extremely powerful spells. They blotted out the sky and obliterated the earth. Within the formation, the human warriors unleashed their spells towards the alien coalition. The war had just begun, and it had already plunged into the most intense state. Countless spells dimmed the heavens and earth, causing spiritual energy to surge and the heavenly mechanisms to become chaotic. Just this momentum could scare the faint-hearted into submission. Lu Chen also released his spells. He unleashed the heavenly calamity technique. Boom boom boom. The powerful calamity thunder descended from the sky, striking fiercely among the coalition. The defensive formation formed by the aliens shattered. A large number of alien races turned to ashes. Boom! The intensity of this battle far exceeded the previous ones. The alien coalition frantically attacked a great Dao Sect's protective formation, causing the formation to tremble continuously, yet it showed no signs of breaking. The alien coalition was not in a hurry. Although many of their own had died, those who fell were not particularly powerful beings. Time passed. Second by second. The Great Dao Sect's protective formation is still quite formidable. The national defense formation of the Ninely Celestial Dynasty has already begun to show cracks after being bombarded for so long, said the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor calmly from the rear. Let me have some fun. The Heavenly Demon Emperor suddenly waved the 10,000 Souls banner. In an instant, a vast black mist transformed into a torrent, composed of endless souls, emitting a mournful howl as it surged toward the Great Dao Sect's protective formation. Boom! The protective formation shook violently. Over 10,000 spirit stones were reduced to powder in this strike, and the disciples of the Great Dao Sect quickly replaced the spirit stones. Thanks to Lu Chen providing a large batch of resources to the Great Dao Sect, although they couldn't be called excessively wealthy, they were still quite well off. Ha ha, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's 10,000 souls banner is indeed the strongest demonic artifact before the Nine Heavens era. Impressive, the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor laughed. Amitba, this poor monk will also test the weight of the Great Dao Sect. The last strike of the Buddhist sect's protective formation was shattered by the Great Dao Sect's Great Dao Bell. A grudge the Buddhist sect had always remembered. A golden nine-ringed monk's staff crazily enlarged in the void, and faintly the sound of chanting began to resonate, turning the black mist into gold. To be honest, the Buddhist sect felt somewhat out of place among the alien coalition. After all, the Buddhist light repels demonic and evil energies. But now, it didn't matter. The nine-ringed monk's staff smashed down toward the protective formation. Boom! The nine-ringed monk's staff was shattered. The protective formation trembled violently once more. Ha ha ha, good. I'll join in too. The ancient god king of the divine race threw a punch, his powerful physique unleashing a torrent of blood and divine power, striking the protective formation. Numerous alien powerhouses followed suit. The 10,000 spirits Demon Emperor and the ancient god king were both at the peak of the tribulation stage. They had lived for many years, and the reason they hadn't ascended was that the small world's great Tao was incomplete, making tribulation in the small world likely flawed. If they had no ambition, they could have ascended long ago. However, they were unwilling to leave without thoroughly plundering the resources of the first layer of heaven. And now, the human race was not united. Recently, another batch of great Ascension realm beings had ascended, and they had seen a great opportunity. Joyful. Especially joyful. Waves of terrifying attacks continuously struck the protective formation. The Great Dao Sect was also constantly unleashing spells, continuously annihilating the coalition. Thus, half an hour later, the expression of the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor turned grim. The Heavenly Demon Emperor gripped his 10,000 Souls banner, veins bulging on his hands. The abbot of the Buddhist sect looked grim, and the ancient god king's eyes seemed to spit fire. Why hasn't the Great Dao Sect's protective formation broken yet? The Heavenly Demon Emperor gritted his teeth. Not only had it not broken, but there was also no sign of it breaking. Although they didn't care about the deaths of their subordinates, too many had died now. Master Lu, your Great Dao Sect's Great Yin formation is actually powerful to this extent? Which grand formation Master crafted? It? What a terrifying formation, withstanding so many attacks. The alien coalition has already been bombarded to the point of madness. If we hold on for another 3 to 5 days, the alien coalition will likely be completely annihilated by us. Everyone was particularly delighted by the performance of this protective formation. When attacking a major sect, the most troublesome aspect was the protective formation. The characteristics of such formations are that they have particularly many foundational elements, are extremely complex in structure, possess strong defensive capabilities, and can both defend and attack. That is, the people inside can strike out at those outside. Outside people, unless they break through the Great Formation, absolutely cannot hit inside. Lu Changfeng was also a bit confused. No, this great protective formation of the Dao sect, he had tested it before. He was quite clear about how much impact it could withstand. Why is this thing so sturdy today? Master Yun Tian, have you improved this formation? Lu Changfeng asked an old man with white hair and beard. Master Yun Tian gently stroked his beard. I just took Lu Chen for a walk inside the protective formation and I didn't expect to gain so much. Lu Chen's mastery of formations is truly astonishing. Ha? He knows formations? Daoist Xinghua was shocked. Ha? With that attitude, do you mean he can also refine pills? The two exchanged glances, confirming that Lu Chen really seemed to know, and not just know, but was proficient to a degree that they were not. Lu Chongfeng. Alright. Last time, Sun Ruowei had him. Order Lu Chen to save by Chilan, and he claimed Lu Chen was incompetent in all arts, which was not an excuse, but he genuinely thought Lu Chen was incompetent. After all, how long had Lu Chen been cultivating? It's good that he doesn't know how to refine weapons. Master Yuntian raised an eyebrow. He can refine pills. He can set formations. You don't really think he can't refine weapons, do you? Boom boom boom. On the Daosec's side, various spells were still bombarding wildly. The alien coalition had been stunned. Especially the close combat alien coalition, they were sharpening their knives, sharpening their knives. The knives had been sharpened to paper thin, yet it still wasn't their turn to take the stage? A prolonged siege was a serious blow to morale. They didn't understand what these strong ones were doing, and yet they still hadn't broken the Great Formation. Another quarter of an hour passed. Finally, a crack appeared in the formation. The coalition's morale soared. Lu Chen estimated that the formation could hold on for at most another half hour. He had secretly shed a large wave of tears. At this moment, he was trying hard to suppress the sorrow in his heart. The issue of crying at the drop of a hat was really affecting Lu Chen's image. So, Lu Chen prepared himself. He couldn't cry anymore. He had to hold it in. Another quarter of an hour passed. The coalition suffered heavy casualties without even engaging in close combat. Just to break this great formation, at least a quarter had fallen. The formation was on the verge of collapse. The coalition had felt they saw the dawn a quarter of an hour ago, but now, a quarter of an hour later, the dawn had turned into sunset. Many even began to feel despair. This great formation, could it be pretending to shatter, luring them to keep attacking and suffering casualties? Zhuke watched the scene. She was very clear that this formation had definitely been altered by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's terror lay in his mastery of everything. Techniques, Dao, fist, sword, pills, formations, talismans, weapons, there was nothing he couldn't do. Moreover, not only could he do it, but he was also extremely proficient. Many who had immersed themselves in these fields for a lifetime were actually not as good as Lu Chen. Terrifying. Zhuke even felt a bit relieved that she had ruthlessly let that Shinshi Tong self-destruct. If that Shinshi Tong had really run to Lu Chen to complain, with Lu Chen's protective nature, it would be strange if he didn't wipe out the demon race. One could only blame Shinshi Tong for her bad luck. Zhuke felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart, but not too uncomfortable. After all, the death of one versus the death of a billion. Who was lighter and who was heavier, she could tell. Another quarter of an hour passed. Lu Chen's eyes gradually began to turn red. It wasn't that he wanted to cry, it was that the killing intent had already spread in his heart, and the murderous aura was brewing in every part of his body. He couldn't hold it in anymore. With a loud bang, the Daosec's protective formation completely shattered. Kill. Boom. Lu Chen's figure became like lightning, charging forward towards the alien coalition. Kill. Countless roars erupted. Sword lights filled the sky, yet none could match Lu Chen's speed. He charged alone towards the black square formation, which seemed endless, with a blood mist formed by the murderous aura rising like smoke. Lu Chongfeng's eyelids twitched. So fierce? This is dangerous. One sword to slay the gods. Lu Chen shouted loudly. Yes, it was a move from Chu Ling's great slaughter sword classic. The stone sword emitted a humming sound, and a massive sword light swept across. It collided fiercely with the allied forces. Puff puff puff. A large amount of blood mist exploded. The sword that Chu Ling could wield, he could wield. The sword that Chu Ling could not wield, he could also wield. Surround and kill him. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor's gaze immediately fell on Lu Chen, his eyes cold and filled with a hint of fear, because when he competed with Lu Chen had truly given him a tremendous shock. Upon receiving the order from the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, in an instant, 7 scattered gods and 5 tribulation crossing beings all charged towards Lu Chen. The light beneath Lu Chen's feet spread out, and on the ground, countless rays of light bloomed like flowers, forming an incredibly complex spell seal. He stepped into the center of the spell seal. Boom! Within 100 miles, all the alien races were instantly killed by the beams of light bursting forth from the ground. Die! Under the overwhelming killing intent, Lu Chen truly had no mind left to restrain such sorrow. Tears flowed from his blood-red eyes. The strong had arrived. A large umbrella opened above Lu Chen's head, its light enveloping him, but it was shattered by a sword strike. Heaven's respect fist. At this moment, the world consisted only of This punch possessing the meaning of existence. With one punch, two scattered gods turned into blood mist, completely disappearing between heaven and earth. Ding! Ding ding! A large knife slashed one ring after another. Lu Chen clashed head-on with his stone sword, the stone sword trembling continuously, and the Tribulation Crossing being holding the large knife was forced to drop his long knife. A sword passed over his head, leaving a long sword mark on the ground. The 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor's expression changed dramatically. This Lu Chen was becoming stronger too quickly. How could he be this fast? No way! I will kill him! The Ancient God King's eyes were filled with excitement and anger. This Lu Chen had swept away many treasures from his divine clan and killed many of their prodigies. He had long wanted to kill him. Stepping forward, thick armor appeared on the Ancient God King's body, and at the same time his stature grew taller, his aura rising. Sharply, a terrifying pressure spreading in all directions. The killing Lu Chen came to a halt. He looked at the Ancient God King rushing towards him. Come! Heavenly! Silkworm 9 transformations. Lu Chen had many explosive secret techniques. Whether it was the 9 steps of war heaven, the 8 transformations of mysterious heaven, or the heavenly feather floating sky, there were indeed many. However, in this war, the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations was the most comfortable to use. Because of one word, fast. The technique he taught to Shangguan Huanling, the heavenly demon blood escape, emphasized speed, and the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations emphasized speed. Heaven's respect fist was purely about greeting and intimidating. Moreover, without the Tao, Shangguan Huanling could not cultivate Heaven's respect fist at all. This time, the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations, combined with Heaven's respect fist, was perfectly presented on Lu Chen. Lu Chen swallowed 4 great pills and, in a very short time, cultivated to the 7th level of harmonization. And now, under the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations. Harmonization 8th level. Harmonization 9th level. Tribulation crossing 1st level. Tribulation crossing 2nd level. Tribulation crossing 3rd level. With one last breath, he surged to tribulation crossing 4th level. The Tao flowed, and in Lu Chen's eyes everything in the world disappeared. There was only him, only the Ancient God King. He only needed one punch. Heaven's respect fist. Infinite intent locked onto the Ancient God King. As the Ancient God King charged towards Lu Chen, he suddenly felt something was off. So quiet. The world was so quiet. He seemed to hear his own heartbeat, his own breath, the sound of the wind, and heard his own annihilation. One punch. Only one punch. The Ancient God King let out a deafening roar, all his power erupting at that moment. He too threw a punch. With the strongest punch of his Ancient God clan. Battle Heaven. Boom! 2 fists approached at lightning speed, colliding. The most primal clash. A cloud of blood. Mist exploded. Under the gaze of thousands, Lu Chen's figure passed through the massive body of the Ancient God King. The Ancient God King didn't even have the right to resist, shattered by that unimaginable force. The roaring wind came to a halt at that moment. Tears streamed down Lu Chen's face as he let out a long howl. His hands formed seals. In an instant, 2 Lu Chen stepped out from his main body. 3 identical Lu Chens. Kill. 1 charged towards the alien coalition, 1 towards the Demon Emperor, and 1 towards the Spirit Demon Emperor. All 3 figures erupted with peak energy. This divine ability was rarely used by Lu Chen. Because there weren't many opportunities, he often cultivated one life only to lose it, then cultivate another and lose that one too. And this life and body divine ability was used too little. But now, he had 3 lives. 3 bodies manifested. At this moment, he was crazed with killing. One person cast a spell, the Great Calamity. Technique, Thunder Calamity surged, silver light illuminating the terrified faces. One person wielded a sword, the Great Slaughter Sword Cannon unleashed its full killing power, instantly slaying 2 scattered gods. One person clenched a fist. The Celestial Sovereign Fist invoked the movement of the Great Path, infinite spiritual energy converging. This punch was unbeatable. Lu Chen was crying. All 3 Lu Chens were crying. But the harder he cried, the stronger his killing intent became, for with such overwhelming killing intent, he truly had no time to care about the feeling of suffering. Behold my 10,000 souls banner. The Demon Emperor was terrified, roaring to bolster his courage, waving the 10,000 souls banner, countless souls transforming into a whirlwind, rushing towards Lu Chen, wanting to draw him into the 10,000 souls banner. Lu Chen's blood-red eyes suddenly turned gray, the aura of reincarnation blossoming around him, his tongue flicking, a furious shout. Get lost. The reincarnation heavenly sound mercilessly shattered the souls, obliterating them. Such a small number of souls could be called the 10,000 souls banner? The 10,000 souls banner Lu Chen had seen in his previous life was wielded by an ancient relic from countless eras ago. That guy would come to harvest souls every so often. In such a long time, with a light wave of his 10,000 souls banner, the heavens could hear the wails. Just the wails could scatter one's soul, making one feel as if enchanted, wanting to visit the 10,000 souls banner. Now this 10,000 souls banner was merely sprinkling water. The demon emperor's face changed dramatically. He had lived for so long, and any opponent who sought his 10,000 souls banner would have a headache. Never had anyone, just by a loud shout, directly obliterated his 10,000 souls banner's attack. What a terrifying divine ability this was. Lu Chen pointed at the demon emperor, and in an instant 9 bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the sky, striking fiercely at the demon emperor. Boom boom boom. The lightning enveloped the demon emperor, aiming to completely obliterate him. Heaven-piercing fist. Lu Chen's main body charged towards the spirit demon emperor. Other top-tier powerhouses were entangled with the experts from the Great Path sect, the Supreme Sword sect, the Central State Dynasty, and the Tribulation sect. Lu Chen was truly changing the tide of battle with his own strength. Kill kill kill. Lu Chen's first life plunged into the alien coalition, crying and killing at the same time. Countless alien beings deeply imprinted the image of this crying killer, who killed more fiercely the more he cried, into their minds. The demon emperor had just broken free from the tribulation lightning. Fearless seal. 81 phantom seals flickered, weaving together the most powerful divine seal. Fearless and undaunted. Was Yu Hongling's strength? However, Lu Chen's fearlessness was far more ferocious than Yu Hongling's. The dangers he faced were 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than those of Yu Hongling. In terms of true fearlessness, let alone Yu Hongling, even the fearless emperor would feel ashamed in front of Lu Chen. The fearless seal smashed onto the body of the heavenly demon emperor. Boom! The heavenly demon emperor's body exploded, and even the demon infant within him did not escape. The broken 10,000 souls banner fell into Lu Chen's hands. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen put it away. The reason the 10,000 souls banner was not strong was that it was in the hands of the heavenly demon emperor. If it were in Lu Chen's hands, he had countless ways to make the 10,000 souls banner stronger. Just to give an example, find another powerful being with a 10,000 souls banner, kill him, and swallow his 10,000 souls banner. Wouldn't that make it stronger? With the death of the heavenly demon emperor, coupled with Lu Chen's frenzied killing with his sword, blood flowed like rivers, and cries of sorrow filled the land. He did not distinguish between strong and weak, he killed any alien race he saw. The morale of the alien race completely collapsed. Flee. When the first, second, and third escapees appeared, this war had already laid the foundation for victory. Ba. The Buddhist sect fled the fastest. Lu Chun was using the heavenly fist against the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, not because the 10,000 spirits demon emperor was unworthy of the heavenly fist. Rather, it was because Lu Chen had no intention of killing him at all. A heavenly seal struck the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor could no longer hold on, he wanted to run. This Lu Chen had already become a force to be reckoned with, he could not stay in the first heaven any longer. If he could escape, he would immediately ascend. In the first heaven, whoever wants to stay can stay, he certainly would not. Lu Chen sensed the 10,000 spirits demon emperor fleeing towards the supreme divine dynasty. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, the real show was about to begin. 10,000 spirits, are you ready to flee? Ding, Juke, are you ready to make a choice? The sea of blood surged, and corpses piled like mountains. This was a terrifying war. Even though Lu Chen unleashed the most horrific slaughter on the battlefield, countless human cultivators fell. Shu Ling was pursuing the alien coalition. After such a long time, she reappeared, and her strength had astonishingly reached the peak of the void refinement stage. Yes, the peak of the void refinement stage. It should be noted that Lu Chen was also cultivating, not wasting a single moment. Moreover, he had received the reward for being first on the Eternal Genius list, collecting vast resources, and had only reached the 7th level of the harmonization realm. One could only say that Shu Ling had truly worked hard. She was the first to understand Lu Chen's thoughts, knowing that he had no intention of entangling with them at all. Lu Chen did not need to do anything unnecessary, he only needed to leave them all behind from a distance so that they could only look up and not see him. That would be the best revenge. She absolutely would not allow that. So she practiced desperately, trained tirelessly. But Lu Chen was too strong. Strong to the point of despair. Harmonization Realm 7. No, she had to reach harmonization 2. Not only to reach harmonization but to achieve an even more perfect harmonization. Her path had always been the sword path, and in the end, she could be called a true sword emperor, one with formidable killing power. She had to reach harmonization. Shu Ling stopped her pursuit and looked back. The Supreme Sword Sect. It seemed that all the strong ones had come out. A Lu Chen formed seals with both hands. A large expanse of flames fell to the ground. Tears streamed down, but her gaze was extremely cold. The flames accurately avoided the corpses of every human cultivator, landing on the bodies of the alien race, with wisps of blood energy rising in the flames, intertwining and condensing in the void. The other two Lu Chens merged into one. I will go chase. Lu Chen disappeared. A massive blood and flesh pill was slowly taking shape in the void, with a large number of demon corpses becoming part of this blood and flesh pill. Lu Chen completed the seal and took out the 10,000 souls banner. The 10,000 souls banner was instantly refined by him. The banners waved, and a multitude of foreign souls appeared. No! 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 These souls twisted in expression, filled with terror and despair upon seeing the soul banner. The term demon is actually quite an interesting one. 9 days ago, demons were divided into two types. One type is the demon race, born with the ability to wield demonic energy, with forms as varied as they are cruel and violent. The second type is the demon cultivator. The human race enters the demonic path through demonic scriptures, using demonic energy acquired later, cunning and cruel, committing all sorts of evils, and often coming up with terrifying ideas. When demon cultivators are fierce, even the demon race fears them. The current demon race is still trying to emulate the demon cultivators from before the 9 heavens, but they have only learned a bit. Take the heavenly demon emperor, for example. He possesses the soul banner, yet the demon race still has such a large population. If the demon cultivators from 9 days ago had the soul banner. Friends, fellow disciples, common people, and monsters, I need your help in my cultivation. Come quickly to my soul banner as guests. My soul banner not only brings no pain, but souls can come here as guests, enjoying hot springs and basking in the sun, and even being served by beautiful soul maidens. Sounds nice, right? Once inside, your soul will be squeezed into hot spring water, ignited to shine, and transformed into beautiful maidens serving others. How tragic. While condensing flesh and blood, elixirs absorbing the remnants of souls. The human coalition watched this scene in silence. Ahem, Master Lu, your great Tao sect has such secret techniques. An elder from the Central State Dynasty asked with a cough. Lu Chongfeng. What Lu Chen is doing now really doesn't seem like something the great Tao sect would do. It resembles the actions of demon cultivators from those dark years. Not a bit wasted. First slaughter, then bones and blood, souls. There might be the secret. Techniques of the great Tao sect are indeed somewhat complex, but the technique's quality depends on the user. If the user is good, then the technique is good, Lu Changfeng said with a smile. That's true, that's true. Lu Chen is quite good. During slaughter, he even feels guilty and sheds tears, truly a model for us cultivators. Yes, mourning for the fall of living beings, he is indeed a good person. This is the first time I've seen such a kind person. Others become twisted in face due to killing intent, but Lu Chen now kills out of necessity to protect all living beings, showing how reluctant he is to kill, truly a person of the righteous path. The strong from the robbery sect. The Supreme Sword sect in the Central State Dynasty had many disciples withdraw due to Bai Qiulan's words, suffering little harm. But the robbery sect was different. Half of their disciples were forcibly stopped by the elders of the sect, leading to tragic deaths. Later, due to the tragic deaths of their disciples, they sent strong cultivators to surround and kill Lu Chen. As a result, many strong cultivators died. Originally, the robbery sect and the Great Tao sect had a good relationship, but now this incident caused a rift. Of course, Lu Chen bears some responsibility, regardless of the circumstances. It was indeed Lu Chen who killed people. But the robbery sect also bears some responsibility. The one who warned of danger was not anyone else, but Bai Qiulan. As a harmonious path expert and a peerless talent of the Great Tao sect, she had already sworn an oath by the Great Tao. This is akin to a city lord on earth swearing by his ancestors, warning you that a fierce tiger is coming and demanding immediate evacuation. Yet you refuse to leave, citing that you haven't finished gathering your valuable belongings at home. Some want to evacuate, but another deputy city lord says, it's just a fierce tiger, nothing to worry about. Then the fierce tiger arrives. The tiger is at fault, but does the obstructing deputy city lord bear no fault? The robbery sect pondered carefully, and under Lu Chongfeng's continuous apologies, ultimately decided to ease their relationship with the Great Tao sect. Listening to the Central State Dynasty and the Supreme Sword sect constantly praising Lu Chen's beauty, the robbery sect couldn't find the words to speak. Kind-hearted? Yes, he kills while crying, but those tears fall without a trace of compassion on his face. Kind? The flesh and blood great pill has already been refined. All the remnants of souls have been collected into the 10,000 souls banner. Truly kind. Yet because of this, the expressions of the strong members of the robbery sect, once emotionless, have unconsciously revealed smiles. The Tao sect has such a ruthless person, they are truly about to rise. After Lu Chen's avatar refined the flesh and blood great pill, he spoke to Lu Changfeng.
Sect Master, I'm going to hunt the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Be careful. I'll have the ancestor follow you. Alright. Lu Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light as he chased after his main body. Ha! Alright. 2 ancestors, hurry and follow Lu Chen to protect him. 5 minutes later. The 2 ancestors flew back. Disgruntled. Protect? The person has long vanished. Lu Chen waited for a moment. The avatar merged into his body, and the flesh and blood great pill appeared in his hand. With this thing, the tribulation should be a bit easier. However, he wasn't afraid of the tribulation, even his tribulations were becoming increasingly outrageous and fierce. What cannot destroy me will ultimately make me stronger. Feeling the location of the heavenly law seal, Lu Chen flew at high speed. The true essence within him was rapidly recovering. Zhu Kei had witnessed the entire battle, and at this moment, she felt both cold and relieved. Lu Chen's rise was simply too rapid. So rapid that it was almost beyond her comprehension. Lu Chen was a reborn celestial venerable while she was a reborn great emperor. Although there is indeed a realm difference between a great emperor and a celestial venerable, at the very early stages of cultivation, this difference shouldn't be too significant, right? Those who can become great emperors cannot be considered lacking in their understanding of cultivation. Well, except for Shangguan Huanling. But now, the gap was simply too vast. Zhu Kei couldn't catch up with Lu Chen's pursuit of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, but she could see the current situation through the perspective of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was filled with regret. It was still too late. It was still too late. He was already very worried that Lu Chen would grow stronger, causing his Dao heart to shatter, then recondensing his Dao heart and controlling a new body. He immediately rushed towards the great wilderness, wanting to kill Lu Chen. Was it still too late? The last time his Dao heart shattered, when he saw Lu Chen had just stepped into the void refinement stage. Now, seeing Lu Chen, he was almost at the harmony realm. How long had it been? At this moment, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor didn't know what to do. As for whether Lu Chen could kill him, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor wasn't particularly worried. His racial talent was too strong. The parasitic demon insects were hermaphroditic, taking thousands of years to give birth to one, and the total number of parasitic demon insects would definitely not exceed 10. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis appeared behind the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. 3 Lu Chens surrounded the 10,000 spirits demon emperor from the southeast and northwest directions. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was startled. He fled towards the west, unleashing all his speed. The 3 Lu Chens were gradually shaken off. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, there were only 3 Lu Chens. Otherwise, if he were surrounded from all 4 directions, he wouldn't know how to escape. This body, if he could preserve it, he truly didn't want to destroy it. While fleeing, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor didn't remain idle. He continuously released his parasites, allowing more beings to be infested. Boom! A fist imprint came from the east, the void roaring, and a terrifying force swept through like a gale, creating a vacuum in the clouds. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor roared, and 8 arms appeared on his body, simultaneously smashing towards this punch. Puff! 4 of his arms were violently shattered. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor spat out blood and continued to run wildly. Can he find me? In an instant, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor retracted all his aura and began to check for any marks left on him. Whoa whoa! The sound of a sharp sword energy slicing through the air rang out. The speed of the sword energy was terrifying, striking fiercely at the 10,000 spirits demon emperor with an unstoppable force. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor hurriedly dodged, but his wings were still cut off halfway. He must have some means to find me. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was even more certain. Above the sea of clouds, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, carved out a vacuum in the cloud sea. Can't find it. Why can't I find it? After a rough search, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor did not find any marks on him. Boom boom boom. Beams of light rushed towards the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. He dodged as much as he could, and when he couldn't, he braced himself, spitting out blood with each hit. He searched for the mark inch by inch. Now he was fleeing towards the demon realm. Once he reached the demon realm, there were formations that might help resist Lu Chen's pursuit. Lu Chen leisurely followed behind, as if walking a dog. Soon, the chase had already left the great wilderness and entered the void. The demon realm was not far away. Another beam of sword-light from Lu Chen nearly split the 10,000 spirits demon emperor in half. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor finally rushed into the demon realm. Found it! He found the mark that Lu Chen had left on him and hurriedly used his power to begin erasing it. At the same time, the entire demon realm was shrouded in mist, forming a massive formation. The entire demon realm was a gigantic array. This was a great formation left by the ancient demon clan's powerful beings, and it was precisely because of this formation's existence that the demon clan could survive until now. You should never be so arrogant. Competing for the Tao is not just about this moment, when we meet in the second heaven. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Lu Chen's figure rushed into the demon clan's great formation. Lu Chen had broken this formation in his previous life, let alone in this life. The powerful demon body that the 10,000 spirits demon emperor had previously shaped, due to competing with Lu Chen for the Tao, self-destructed. Now, this demon body with the bloodline of Qianqi was occupied by him, and although it was urgently patched up, it was still too weak. Far from the peak of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Lu Chen casually struck, and he was about to beat the 10,000 spirits demon emperor to death. This made Lu Chen feel a bit of a headache. If he didn't fight, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor had no sense of crisis. If he did fight, the 10,000 spirits demon emperor couldn't withstand it. Before the 10,000 spirits demon emperor could finish speaking, he watched helplessly as Lu Chen emerged from the demon clan's great formation. It seems we don't need the second heaven, we meet again. Lu Chen smiled, but the pain in his heart was hard to suppress. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor let out a furious roar. How is that possible? Lu Chen had already rushed to his front, the heavenly fist technique taking shape, and he punched the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. Boom! The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was sent flying. He shot out a beam of light, which Lu Chen shattered with a palm. His figure disappeared again, and Lu Chen grabbed the 10,000 spirits demon emperor's wing and kneed him. The remaining 3 arms of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor struck towards Lu Chen simultaneously. Boom! The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was hit on the side of his waist, the sound of bones shattering echoed, and he let out a painful roar. His attacks landed on Lu Chen but were all blocked by a gust of energy, and Lu Chen began to frantically pound the 10,000 spirits demon emperor with his fists. Lu Chen could actually dodge the 10,000 spirits demon emperor's attacks, but because they were too weak, he couldn't be bothered to dodge. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor roared in anger, quickly turning into screams and then into wails. Iron fists came one after another. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor was ready to give up this body because it hurt too much, and he saw no hope of survival. Just when he was about to give up, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. Without any nonsense, Lu Chen's figure disappeared. The 10,000 spirits demon emperor left? Just like that? Did you just leave without saying anything? At this moment, Zhu Ke was also a bit confused, not understanding what Lu Chen meant. The Wanling demon emperor waited for a while and, upon realizing that Lu Chen had indeed left, he perked up. His injuries were too severe. If he didn't want this body to perish, he had to absorb essence blood to recover quickly. A fierce look flashed in the Wanling demon emperor's eyes. He had already made up his mind to ascend to the second heaven, so he had no need to hold back in his actions. He wanted to parasitize madly. Lu Chen stared at the Wanling demon emperor, noticing that he was indeed parasitizing like a madman, and couldn't help but nod slightly. Yes, that's it, so obedient. The Wanling demon emperor quickly parasitized and absorbed essence blood, his injuries healing, and his strength recovering. Finally, he returned to his peak state. The cultivation generated by countless parasites would be secretly absorbed by him. Although this portion was very small, gathering rivers into seas, accumulating sand into towers, as long as he continued to parasitize more and more, then among the 9 heavens, he would be the fastest cultivating demon. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Just wait to die, ha ha ha! Lu Chen arrived. When the shadow appeared above the Wanling demon emperor's head, the sinister smile on his face abruptly stopped. No. Didn't you leave? Bang! The Wanling demon emperor's body was sent flying, and another kick struck his chest. Boom! A mountain peak was shattered by the Wanling demon emperor's impact. Lu Chen's figure followed closely, throwing punch after punch, kick after kick. The Wanling demon emperor should feel proud because he was indeed the first to be attacked so many times by Lu Chen and still not die, a demon. After beating the Wanling demon emperor fiercely again, Lu Chen said nothing and disappeared once more. Zhu Ke was filled with confusion. She really couldn't understand what was going on with Lu Chen now. Given Lu Chen's character, in a situation where he was so much stronger than the Wanling demon emperor, it was already quite unbelievable that the Wanling demon emperor could leave the great wilderness alive. Yet Lu Chen had actually severely injured him twice without killing him? The Wanling demon emperor was furious to the extreme. Good, 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 still not killing himself. The mark on his body had already been worn down to a very, very weak state. As long as he erased the mark, he would teach Lu Chen a lesson. First, recover his strength. The Wanling Demon Emperor roamed the demon realm, where there were still scattered gods and great demons that had not entered the great wilderness, but no great demon dared to come and surround Lu Chen. Are you kidding? After being beaten into such a foolish state, would they go over to get beaten too? Not to mention, there was indeed a scattered god great demon who didn't believe in evil. When the Wanling Demon Emperor was attacked for the third time, he charged at Lu Chen. What great courage! A mere human dares to be so rampant in the demon clan. Die. For me. The sky-covering demon claw came crashing down. It was turned into a blood mist by Lu Chen's heavenly sovereign fist. At this moment, the demon clan strong were trembling even more. The Wanling Demon Emperor was indeed very strong, and the scattered god great demon was instantly killed by this terrifying human with a single punch. He could actually endure so many hits. Leaving behind the battered and almost turned to flesh mud Wanling Demon Emperor, Lu Chen's figure disappeared. Again. So close. Just a little more. The Wanling Demon Emperor endured immense pain. In fact, he didn't know what this little pain was. Lu Chen hadn't even used the original morning mist yet. Finally, the Wanling Demon Emperor erased the last mark. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen, I am free, ha ha ha. The Wanling Demon Emperor changed his position, confirming that Lu Chen would not find him again, and let out a thunderous laugh. I will ascend, Lu Chen, I will go to the second heaven. Lu Chen wiped away his tears and appeared in front of the Wanling Demon Emperor again. Just staring at him. Wanling Demon Emperor. Laugh, why aren't you laughing anymore? Is it because you're not happy? Why can you still find me? I clearly erased the mark. The Spirit Demon Emperor was on the verge of breaking down. Lu Chen finally spoke. Your laughter is too loud, it disturbed my eyes. The Spirit Demon Emperor wanted to say more, but Lu Chen had already stepped forward. Boom! Another round of inhumane torment ensued, and the great demons watching from afar were filled with fear, their scalps tingling. This human was truly too cruel. After beating the Spirit Demon Emperor severely once more, Lu Chen's figure elegantly vanished. The Spirit Demon Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath weak. Go ahead, keep hitting, this will be the last time. Next time, I'll just try not to laugh so loudly. The Spirit Demon Emperor was exhausted. He lay on the ground, not immediately seeking to parasitize or collect blood essence. Lu Chen appeared again. The Spirit Demon Emperor? A thin wisp of white mist flew toward the Spirit Demon Emperor's body. Ah ah ah. The next second, an extremely piercing scream erupted from the Spirit Demon Emperor's mouth, a sound that sent chills down one's spine, even splitting his lips from the agony of his cries. The Spirit Demon Emperor rolled on the ground, the intense pain knocking him unconscious, only to be jolted awake by the pain. It hurt. It hurt too much. Lu Chen smiled, recalling that this was the trick Moon Red Lotus had played on him. His figure vanished. After a full quarter of an hour of screaming, the Spirit Demon Emperor finally struggled out of his torment. He was like a dying fish, gasping for breath, filled with intense fear. He would rather die than endure such pain again. The Spirit Demon Emperor began to recover. He needed to recover quickly to leave and to hide. When the Spirit Demon Emperor felt he had hidden himself well, Lu Chen's figure appeared right on time. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? The Spirit Demon Emperor's mindset completely collapsed. His eyes were red as he screamed hysterically at Lu Chen. Lu Chen grinned. He believed the Spirit Demon Emperor would come to understand on his own. Boom! Another round of beating. The Spirit Demon Emperor was terrified. He was no longer so afraid of being hit, but now he feared that Lu Chen would unleash that white mist on him. What on earth does he want? Shu Kei was extremely anxious. The Spirit Demon Emperor was frantically parasitizing the demon race, and if this continued, all the demons would be parasitized by him. Lu Chen was not that kind of person. He killed enemies but rarely tormented them, as he always believed that everyone was merely a seeker of the Tao. This situation was strangely off. The Spirit Demon Emperor was filled with despair. The mark had clearly been erased. Why could he still be found? Why was he still being beaten? He had already decided that if Lu Chen hit him once more, he would give up this body. Recover. Keep recovering. Once he finished recovering, the Spirit Demon Emperor began to wait. As Lu Chen's figure appeared, the Spirit Demon Emperor burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of his wild laughter, the Spirit Demon Emperor exploded. He was done playing, he was tired. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and closed his eyes. When the Spirit Demon Emperor found another demon of the crossing tribulation realm to be reborn in, he hadn't even caught his breath. Lu Chen appeared again. The Spirit Demon Emperor What do you want? What do you want from me? Just tell me. I'll listen to you, I beg you, don't hit me anymore.
The spirit demon emperor cried bitterly, kneeling before Lu Chen.
I beg you, don't hit me anymore. I was really wrong.
What awaited him was still Lu Chen's fist.
I'm tired, let it be destroyed.
The spirit demon emperor was driven mad by the torment. He gave up resisting, his injured body lying on the ground.
Let it be. However it may.
When the white mist reappeared and fell upon the spirit demon emperor, he began to scream in agony once more.
It hurt. It hurts. Why does he release that white mist again? After enduring pain more terrifying than hell, the spirit demon emperor finally found the pattern. Whenever he was recovering from parasitism, Lu Chen never appeared.
Once he finished recovering and stopped the parasitism, Lu Chen would show up and beat him into serious injury.
If he didn't
recover and remained in a seriously injured state, Lu Chen would release that white mist on him. At that moment, the spirit demon emperor understood.
As long as he kept parasitizing, Lu Chen wouldn't show up to hit him. Let's give it a try. The spirit demon emperor began to parasitize, waiting until he recovered, yet he didn't stop, and the result was clear. Lu Chen didn't appear again. He kept parasitizing. The spirit demon emperor knew that Lu Chen allowing him to parasitize must have his own purpose. But he couldn't care less. He didn't want to be beaten anymore. He didn't want to endure the torment of that white mist. He didn't want it anymore.
Shu Kei watched in fear and trepidation. For the first time, she began to contact the spirit demon emperor. You can't keep parasitizing, he knows your method of parasitism.
If he's ruthless enough to kill you, all the demon clans you've parasitized won't escape death. Wanling, you must stop parasitizing. The spirit demon emperor roared, get the hell out of here. If I don't parasitize, are you coming over to take my beating? If you keep parasitizing to the end, you'll still get beaten. Ask him what reason makes you keep parasitizing. Help him solve the problem, don't parasitize anymore. Does he even care about me? Didn't you see?
He doesn't care about me, he just beats me whenever he sees me.
What can I do? Stop for a moment, I'll ask him. Get lost. If you want to ask, you ask yourself, I won't stop anyway. If the demon clans all die, then so be it, he didn't want to be beaten anymore.
But Shu Kei was right, with the spirit demon emperor's frenzied parasitism, the entire demon clan was almost drained clean.
What would he do then?
Now, a large number of demon clans had already been parasitized, and the number he could parasitize was rapidly decreasing.
Lu Chen's figure appeared again. Don't hit me, don't hit me. The demon clans
have almost all been parasitized by me, I can't parasitize anymore, please don't hit me.
Lu Chen finally spoke.
If the demon clans are gone, there are still the demon races.
Upon hearing this, the spirit demon
emperor felt a tremendous fear rising within him. His soul trembled.
What does that mean? Is he going to annihilate the entire alien race in one go? No, it's not like that. If he wanted to wipe out all the alien races,
he wouldn't need to parasitize, he could just slaughter them all by himself.
What is the reason? Lu Chen, you're not that kind of person, what's wrong with you?
Tell me, I'll help you solve it.
At that
moment, Shu Kei flew over from afar, asking loudly. Lu Chen naturally didn't waste words and slashed with his sword. In an instant, Shu Kei turned into a sea of flames. This sword nearly killed Shu Kei on the spot. If it weren't for her ability to bathe in fire, she wouldn't have survived.
Shu Kei's scalp tingled. He's gone mad. Absolutely insane. How could Lu Chen have changed like this?
Bathing in fire would severely injure Shu Kei's vitality. For a short time, she didn't dare to appear in front of Lu Chen again.
Lu Chen raised his fist and once again began to beat the spirit demon emperor. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I understand now, I'll go to the demon realm, I'll go to the divine realm, I'll go to all my small worlds, just don't hit me. A perfectly fine spirit demon emperor was beaten into a psychological shadow. Lu Chen clearly didn't use much strength, but the spirit demon emperor's screams were enormous because he was extremely terrified, making the pain feel even worse. After the beating, he left. The spirit demon emperor endured the excruciating pain and crawled up from the ground. He quickly healed his injuries and rushed straight towards the demon realm. He couldn't care about anything else, nothing at all. If it hadn't been beaten so many times, the Wanling demon emperor might still exist. He wanted to parasitize everything and achieve the strongest ambition, but now he had been beaten so many times. The Wanling demon emperor was really quite honest. Entering the demon realm, the Wanling demon emperor began his journey of parasitism, and as expected, Lu Chen did not hit him again. As long as he worked hard to parasitize, he wouldn't get beaten. The Wanling demon emperor felt as if he had been sold into the black spirit mine. Only by working desperately could he avoid being hit. The arrival of the Wanling demon emperor naturally attracted the attention of the demon race, and the powerful demons came to stop him. The demon realm was not the monster realm, it would not allow the Wanling Demon Emperor to parasitize wildly here. However, when Lu Chen's figure appeared in front of the demon race's strong ones, they fell silent. They had already fought with Lu Chen before, he came and went freely, snatching away a large number of their treasures and killing 2 demon emperors at the tribulation stage. They had also received news that the heavenly demon emperor had died at Lu Chen's hands. The entire coalition had collapsed, and Lu Chen was a significant factor in that. Now that Lu Chen was blocking their way, what could they do? What could they do? They could only watch helplessly as the Wanling Demon Emperor parasitized wildly among the demon race. The Great Wilderness. The Taishang Sword Sect. What a bold move to dare to steal the Sword Mountain. Infinite sword energy burst forth from the Taishang Sword Sect, and powerful sword cultivators rushed out. Chu Ling was covered in countless sword wounds, blood dripping, but she didn't care at all. The Sword Mountain of the Taishang Sword Sect was an innate spiritual treasure. It could be said to be the root of the Taishang Sword Sect. It stored many years' worth of new swords, broken swords, and divine swords that had yet to recognize their masters. The entire Sword Mountain had been nurtured by the Taishang Sword Sect for many years, consuming countless resources, and the purity of the sword intent within was of great benefit to any sword. And now, it had actually been stolen. A great humiliation. Moreover, they would spare no effort to reclaim the Sword Mountain and kill this audacious thief who dared to lay hands on it. What angered the Taishang Sword Sect the most was that the person who stole the Sword Mountain seemed to be from the Dao Sect. The Dao Sect and the Taishang Sword Sect had always supported each other, without distinction. Their relationship was extremely close. Yet now, they had been backstabbed. Even the sect master of the Taishang Sword Sect was still away at the Dao Sect. This was too much. It was truly too much. The Taishang Sword Sect immediately contacted their sect master, Li Woyue. Upon hearing this news, he was completely stunned. Then, a tremendous rage surged within him. Lu Changfeng, you must give me an explanation. Lu Changfeng? Looking at Li Woyue's furious expression, Lu Changfeng's heart sank. Because Li Woyue was always calm and composed, a gentleman who had rarely shown such anger. For him to be this furious, it must be an extremely serious matter. Brother Woyue, please calm down. What exactly happened? You people from the Dao Sect infiltrated my Taishang Sword Sect and stole our Sword Mountain. Is this how you treat your allies? My entire Taishang Sword Sect mobilized, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled behind, and yet you Dao Sect chose to steal from us while we were helping you? Li Woyue's voice was incredibly agitated. He was truly about to explode with anger. Lu Chongfeng's expression was extremely grave. Brother, do not panic. You say it was my Dao Sect who stole the Sword Mountain, who can know for sure? To be honest, Lu Chongfeng did not believe Li Woyue's words. Because during the crisis of the Dao Sect, everyone from the ancestors to the disciples was preparing for battle. Who had the time to run to the Taishang Sword Sect to cause trouble? Li Woyue waved his hand, and a light curtain lit up. Do you recognize this person? The image of Chu Ling appeared. This face was recognized by some people from the Dao Sect, including Ji Changming. Lu Changfeng did not recognize her, but he immediately looked at Ji Changming. If it were someone else, Ji Changming could simply say he didn't know them, but he needed to be cautious regarding Chu Ling. Because it seemed that Chu Ling had some unclear relationship with Lu Chen. Junior brother, you should know her, right? Lu Changfeng asked. Ji Changming nodded. This woman is named Chu Ling, she is under the Bailan Peak, and she was second in the genius competition within the sect. It seems she has some ambiguous relationship with Lu Chen. Li Woyue's face was filled with anger, pausing for a moment. Even if she has an unclear relationship with Lu Chen, she shouldn't act so ruthlessly against her own allies. That is the Sword Mountain of our Supreme Sword Sect. If the Sword Mountain disappears, can our Supreme Sword Sect still be called the Supreme Sword Sect? Calm down, fellow Taoist. We will immediately try to contact Chu Ling and Lu Chen. The Sword Mountain won't disappear in an instant. Our Dao Sect will absolutely not infringe upon the interests of our allies. We will definitely stand on the side of justice. Lu Chen naturally did not know what Chu Ling had done, and even if he did, he wouldn't be surprised. One person, one life. Regarding the matter of Chu Jian Mountain, Lu Chen did not die. The time when Lu Chen died to save Chu Ling had not yet occurred. As for Chu Ling, Lu Chen did not want to evaluate her too much. What he was more interested in now was this group of people from the Buddhist sect. Although the Buddhist sect had been expelled from the Great Wilderness, most of the disciples were human, and they were the ones who secretly entered the Great Wilderness and brought people back. Now, as Lu Chen drove the Wanling Demon Emperor, he had already arrived at the Buddhist realm, where the strong ones of the Buddhist sect had suffered the least casualties compared to other alien races. Lu Chen was prepared for a great battle. Indeed, the situation ahead was just as such. Lu Chen even showed a serious expression.
Because a massive Buddha, radiating boundless Buddhist light, was sitting cross-legged in front of Lu Chen.
The terrifying pressure made the entire Buddhist realm seem to freeze. This aura, peak of the Mahayana? Does the Buddhist sect still have such an ancient relic? One person, one Buddha, facing off. Amatba, the road ahead is blocked, please take a detour, fellow Taoist. Suddenly, a silver-white light burst forth from Lu Chen's eyes. Another pupil vaguely appeared in his eyes. Just a relic that fell in the first heaven. Yes, this Buddha statue was just meant to intimidate. If it weren't for Lu Chen's truly diverse means and incredibly sharp perception, he might have been deceived by this Buddha statue. It was indeed real. The expression of the Buddha statue changed slightly. Since you are stubborn, I will suppress you. At this moment, the aura of the Buddha statue rose even more terrifyingly, even surpassing what the Mahayana realm should be able to display. A gigantic and vividly clear Buddha palm came crashing down towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen directly ignored it, transforming into a stream of light and rushing towards the Buddha palm. The Buddha palm, with a heavenly inclination, slammed heavily onto Lu Chen's body. However, at the moment of contact with Lu Chen's body, everything turned to nothingness, and Lu Chen passed through the Buddha statue without any obstruction. The Buddhist sect was fleeing. It wasn't just starting to flee, they had clearly been running for some time, leaving only a few disciples of the Buddhist sect still here. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt somewhat emotional. The Buddhist sect, truly capable of surviving time and again despite their self-destructive actions. Not to mention anything else, just their ability to escape and their awareness of their own strength surpassed far too many forces. They were likely used to fleeing. Disasters always came a step slower than the Buddhist sect. The Wanling Demon Emperor was somewhat at a loss. With the entire Buddhist sect having fled, he had no one to parasitize, it shouldn't be his fault, right? Continue. The vermilion bird was struggling to be reborn from the flames. She watched as the Wanling Demon Emperor rushed into the ghost realm to parasitize, rushing into the spirit realm to parasitize. The Wanling Demon Emperor himself could no longer remember how many existences he had parasitized. The strength of the new body he had just parasitized was originally at the 3rd level of tribulation, but now it was continuously increasing, already reaching the 4th level. He was now in the most terrifying state of cultivation. Given time, he could quickly cultivate to the 9th level of tribulation again. What exactly does he want to do? Zhu Chue's eyes widened, the fear in her heart becoming increasingly evident. She saw Lu Chen walking towards the Wanling Demon Emperor. The Wanling Demon Emperor thought he was about to be hit and hurriedly protected his head. Puff puff. 2 arms flew out. The Wanling Demon Emperor let out a wail. I have already followed your orders. I have parasitized so many demons and monsters. Please spare me, the Wanling Demon Emperor cried out. He really couldn't take it anymore, he didn't want to be beaten again. That feeling of being crazily ravaged unilaterally caused immense damage to his heart. Lu Chen extended his hand. His palm grasped a Wanling Demon Emperor's head. This is the last test. If you survive, then you will live. As the words fell, in an instant, the cycle of obsession surged in like a galaxy descending from the heavens, violently pouring into the Wanling Demon Emperor's soul. Reincarnation, what an ancient term. Over the long years, how much pain has never been resolved, ultimately not entering reincarnation, turning into obsession. Too much. And now, Lu Chen was finding an outlet for that obsession. Pouring it all in. Ah! A painful scream erupted from the Wanling Demon Emperor's mouth. His soul was on the verge of completely shattering under the first wave of obsession. It was at this moment that he understood why Lu Chen forced him to parasitize more beings. There were too many obsessions, too much pain. The Wanling Demon Emperor could not bear it, he did not want to die, so many obsessions had already locked onto his soul. Now, if he wanted to live, there was only one way. That was to expel the obsessions. To evenly distribute them to every parasitized soul. The Wanling Demon Emperor did not hesitate, nor did he have time to hesitate. In an instant, countless hosts felt a severe pain. A massive outcry, hysteria, and murmurs appeared within the souls of the parasitized. The weak were dying rapidly. Zhu Ke was also in a semi-parasitic state. Her brows furrowed, her expression somewhat pained. No, this won't do. Such a grand impact of the cycle of obsession, all the parasitized will die. There was absolutely no hope of survival. Their souls would even be shattered by the obsessions. One by one, the sorrowful souls rushed towards all the alien worlds. No! Lu Chen, stop! All the demons will die, all the parasitized beings will die. At this moment, an obsession entered Zhu Chue's mind. It was Shin Shitong. It's you! Zhu Ke was stunned. Shin Shitong looked at Zhu Ke calmly. I heard Lu Chen say that in your previous life, you were an emperor, and the emperor's heart is strong enough to resist all influences of obsession, but if they live, you will die. Or, regardless if they die, you live. One lives, or millions live. You make a choice. Ah! 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 The cries echoed through the heavens. At this moment, all the beings parasitized by the Wanling Demon Emperor had their souls attacked by the obsessions. Every obsession, all the pain experienced in life at this moment, transformed into the pain of these demons. They seemed to have personally experienced everything that these obsessions had gone through, as if they were wounded all over by fate, by the world, by grievances. In this rolling red dust, pain, enveloping all the demons and alien races. The entire world was filled with that wretched scream, yet this was only the beginning of the obsession. The cycle of obsession. There was so much of it. Why does Lu Chen always cry? Because it is too painful. Even his Tao heart cannot suppress that feeling of suffering. If he forcibly suppresses it, his Tao heart, will, and soul will all sink into despair. He can only express his inner pain through tears to relieve his own pressure. Crying is an external manifestation of suffering. What on earth is going on? Didn't you self-destruct? Xu Chue's eyes were about to split as she stared fiercely at Shin Shitong. Shin Shitong's gaze was calm yet cold. Yes, I self-destructed. All my family died. I carry an overwhelming hatred, refusing to enter the cycle of reincarnation, transforming into an obsession, just to wait for this moment to happen. You shouldn't care about why I'm here right now, you should care about those demons you are protecting. Look at the suffering. They are enduring. Shin Shitong transformed into a stream of light and rushed into Zhu Chua's soul. At that moment, Zhu Chua's consciousness became extremely clear. Her connection with the 10,000 spirits demon Emperor grew tighter, and the obsession continuously surged into her soul through the 10,000 spirits demon Emperor's essence. However, as Shin Shitong said, she was the Empress. The four spirits of heaven, Zhu Ke. Such a small obsession could at most make her frown. Even if all the living beings' obsessions converged upon her, she could endure it. But now, through the perspective of the 10,000 spirits demon Emperor, she saw countless demons wailing. Countless. Too many. On the vast earth, in endless mountains and forests. Everywhere, beings were rolling on the ground, crying out in agony. Their souls were suffering terrible attacks, that obsession clinging to their souls like the most malicious parasite, subjecting them to the fiercest emotional torment in the world. Some weak demons, with just one blow, had their minds completely shattered. They fell to the ground, motionless, their souls rapidly dissipating. Tragic. Zhu Ke gasped heavily. Killing is just a matter of a nod. Why must others be tortured like this? The cycle of obsession was the poison of that madwoman. Zhu Ke knew who it was. When she first heard that name, she thought this cycle of obsession was just like the killing lotus heart she had cast, nearly causing Lu Chen's emotions to fluctuate. But now, it was clearly different. The killing lotus heart made Lu Chen fall under the control of slaughter, while the current cycle of obsession plunged Lu Chen deeply into endless pain. Scenes kept flashing in Zhu Chue's mind. The images were too tragic, too brutal. At every moment, demons were dying in extreme agony, their faces twisted in horror, unable to close their eyes in death. These images were a tremendous torment for Zhu Ke. If she died, could all the demons live? Among these demons, there were also good beings. The cycle of obsession grew ever more vast. Shin Shitong's words lingered in her mind. She was the Empress, her Tao heart was solid, she could bear this cycle of obsession. As long as she gathered all the obsessions upon herself, those beings could live on. If she turned a blind eye, all those beings would die. Zhu Ke suddenly let out a clear cry. The cry of a bird echoed through the heavens. If that is the case, then let me die. It is just death. If she dies, thousands upon thousands can live. She dies with purpose. Boom! With a loud bang, the connection between Zhu Ke and the 10,000 spirits demon emperor reached its peak. All the obsessions directed towards other beings were severed and surged towards Zhu Ke. In an instant, Zhu Ke let out a mournful cry. Her body crashed heavily to the ground, curling up, all her Zhu Ke feathers trembling. Mourning. One mournful cry after another rang out. Zhu Ke saw it. If it is said that Lu Chen transferring the reincarnation obsession to millions and millions of alien races in these small worlds is a cruel scene, then at this moment, as numerous as the stars spanning long eras, countless sorrowful obsessions are a grand performance, showcasing the most tragic aspects of this world. She follows each obsession, experiencing their pain, as if she has gone through countless reincarnations. More and more, increasingly so. The vermilion bird is spitting blood, each mouthful is its essence, the blood of its heart. The heart of a great emperor, under such pain, has actually become like this. Shin Shitong is closely watching, enjoying the moment of the vermilion bird's suffering. TSK, where are we now? Lu Chen's soul's reincarnation obsession hasn't even released 1/10. You're already in this much pain? For the sake of those millions of alien beings, you must hold on. The vermilion bird lets out the most mournful scream. She is crying blood.
At this moment, Lu Chen's face reveals a look of comfort. So comfortable, the reincarnation obsession is like a swamp. Ever since it erupted, it has been surrounding him at all times. He always feels so exhausted, so sad and painful. And now, this mud, this shackles, are being shaken off, are breaking apart. So comfortable. As for the feeling that all the reincarnation obsessions have entered one person's body, Lu Chen has already guessed, it is most likely the vermilion bird. So what if it's the vermilion bird? If it weren't for the vermilion bird's divine destiny being able to be reborn from the flames, he would have killed her long ago. Now that the vermilion bird has been brooding over his killing of demons and has betrayed him, isn't she just fulfilling her wish by helping the demons bear the obsessions, allowing them to survive? But can the vermilion bird really hold on until death? Lu Chen is extremely eager to find out. 1/10 of the obsession disappears.
2/10 of the obsession disappears. The soul of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor is completely shackled, unable to move at all. 3/10 of the obsession disappears. Ah!
The vermilion bird's true flames burn heaven and earth. 3/10 of the obsession has already caused her to collapse.
Pain. So painful. What can the vermilion bird do? She can only endure with her heart. I am one of the 4 spirits of heaven. I am the vermilion bird demon emperor. I am Lu Chen's wife. No, no.
The vermilion bird's thoughts have become chaotic. At this moment, she is continuously experiencing reincarnation, enduring all the suffering of the world.
She can hold on. She can.
The vermilion bird begins to recall the beautiful things in her life.
She wants to resist the suffering of life with beauty.
She was raised by the demon clan since childhood, and it was a stork that raised her. The stork treated her well, fed her, and taught her cultivation.
It was the
stork that made her understand that all things in the world have good and evil. At that time, what she looked forward to every day was what delicious food her stork mother would bring back.
Later, the vermilion bird's eyes suddenly reveal confusion. Later, in her happiness, there always appeared a person.
This bird looks quite unique, suitable for raising. Kior, come, sing with me. I am a little bird,
wanting to fly but can't fly high.
Kior, this divine fire seems very suitable for you. Try the taste.
Hurt my Kior, I will destroy your Dao lineage.
Kior, don't be afraid, I am always here.
Kior. Kior. Kior.
The last image in her mind freezes under that calamity cloud, Lu Chen looking at her with eyes of shock, disbelief, and heartache.
So painful. She really can't hold on anymore.
Her mind is in chaos.
It seems I did something wrong. No, I didn't do anything wrong. I am sorry for Lu Chen. No, Lu Chen is sorry for me. I can die for millions of beings. No, I can protect more beings by living. Yes, I can protect more beings by living. It's just millions of lives, after all.
In these 9 days, there are countless demon clans that need my protection.
No, I cannot back down. But it really hurts, it hurts so much.
When the will to survive of the vermilion bird began to take effect, her mind had already found reasons for her.
Are you going to give up?
The voice of Shin Shitong echoed at that
moment.
The vermilion bird heard it clearly, but she did not respond. Her mind was still echoing that by living, she could save more demons.
Do you know how many kind beings among these millions of lives? Can you bear to watch them suffer endless pain and die? To save millions, is it not your thought to sacrifice one for many?
Or do you think in your heart that it's only to save millions by sacrificing others, not
yourself?
If you give up now, all these millions of lives will die.
Their souls will be entangled by obsession, never to enter reincarnation, never to be reborn. If you give up on them, they will have no chance to live.
If you give up now, they will all die.
Do you really want to give up on them?
One question after another kept ringing in the vermilion bird's ears. Her voice was piercing.
I live to save more. Then when more beings encounter such a death calamity, will you continue to give up? Thinking that you can save even more? This is just your excuse to escape. Do you know that if you do not save these millions of lives, you are being hypocritical?
When you killed me, you claimed to sacrifice one for millions. Now it's your turn, and yet you are backing down.
Vermilion bird. You are the vermilion bird. So many beings have died tragically. Can it not touch your kind heart? You must save the beings. You must save them.
Shen Shitong's words were like knives, piercing into the vermilion bird. At that moment, her heart, her kindness, was shot to pieces.
50%. If you truly have love in your heart, then hold on a little longer. A great emperor with a stable heart, can he not endure even this pain? Lu Chen has endured so much, nearly shedding tears, yet you are already in such agony?
You must remember your so-called faith, you must remember your persistence.
60%.
This level of obsession had already brought the vermilion bird to the brink of death. At this moment, she felt not only deep pain but also the imminent crisis of death. This made her will even more fragile. Others can die, why can't you die? Seeing others die. You think it saves more beings, your own death is also saving more beings. If you hold on, you are good. If you cannot hold on, you are hypocritical. Shen Shitong continued to encourage and mock her. On one hand, if the dog's host's reincarnation obsession was not completely eliminated, the future would definitely be very troublesome. Millions of lives might not be enough for the dog's host to handle. On the other hand, Shen Shitong truly hoped that the vermilion bird would hold on until the very last moment, when she could no longer endure. Her inability to sustain the obsession would crash into all beings like a tremendous wave, instantly shattering their souls. In that case, the vermilion bird would become the greatest accomplice. She could easily deceive her. So the vermilion bird must hold on. As for whether the vermilion bird could absorb all of Lu Chen's soul's obsessions without any regrets? Don't joke. In the last life, watching everything about this group of women, if the vermilion bird could calmly face death without regrets, to save other beings, she would dare to eat the dog's host. 70%. Lu Chen felt completely relaxed, the heavy burden had been lifted. Was Zhu Ke dead? At this moment, Lu Chen surprisingly felt a hint of admiration. To be able to hold on until death, Zhu Ke was indeed worthy of the title of emperor. Ah! Suddenly, a bird's cry echoed through the heavens and the earth. The body of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor began to tremble violently. Lu Chen's expression slightly tightened. In his eyes at that moment, a faint disappointment emerged. Then it turned cold as iron. The reincarnation obsession surged violently into the soul of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. The reincarnation obsession that Zhu Ke had intercepted was like a dam bursting, completely collapsing. The massive reincarnation obsession transformed into a torrent, crashing violently against the countless parasitic beings connected to the 10,000 spirits demon emperor. At that moment, many small worlds were completely engulfed in screams. A vast number of beings perished, dying in the most tragic way. The soul of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor twisted and shattered, turning to ashes. Lu Chen retracted his palm. At that moment, all the reincarnation obsessions disappeared from his soul. The fourth type of poison vanished completely. Zhu Ke was exerting all her strength to rid her soul of the reincarnation obsession. She could no longer endure such pain, she did not want to bear even a trace of the reincarnation obsession. When Zhu Ke cleared all the reincarnation obsessions from her body, the divine realm, the ghost realm, the demon realm, the devil realm, many small worlds turned into dead zones. Zhu Ke finally escaped from the endless suffering. She gasped for breath, she had never been so close to death, a death that even fire could not save her from. Laughter echoed in Zhu Chue's mind. Ah, kindness, kindness, ha. The body of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor collapsed with a thunderous crash. His soul had shattered. All breath vanished. From then on, there would be no more 10,000 spirits demon emperor in the world, and no more parasitic celestial demons. No, wait. Lu Chen's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, it was right in front of Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke looked up at Lu Chen's cold gaze, and the figure of Shen Shitong appeared before her. Brother, shall we kill one? Shen Shitong said softly. Lu Chen nodded. Sure. He raised his palm, transforming it into a fist. Zhu Ke was dazed, her heart had completely shattered when she released the reincarnation obsession. She was hypocritical. The kindness she prided herself on, believing she could sacrifice her life for others, was unfulfilled. It turned out that true death was so terrifying. As Lu Chen's celestial fist gathered, a glimmer of clarity finally returned to Zhu Chue's eyes. Blood tears flowed from her eyes. She knew she was doomed. Because a wisp of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor's residual soul still lingered within her. Before I die, may I ask a few questions? Lu Chen had no intention of indulging her with idle talk and was about to strike down with a punch. But Shen Shitong hurriedly hugged Lu Chen's arm. Host, it's boring to just kill her like this, isn't it? You can ask. Shen Shitong said. Zhu Chue's gaze lingered on Shen Shitong's action of hugging Lu Chen's arm. Once, she could have done the same. She could have stopped the murderous Lu Chen. No matter how intense Lu Chen's killing intent was, as long as she held him back, he would stop. But now, the one who could stop Lu Chen was still there, but it was no longer her. The one Lu Chen was about to kill had become her. Ha ha ha. Zhu Ke laughed bitterly, laughed in despair. You clearly have 9 lives. Why is it that during the tribulation you only had 1? Lu Chen fell silent. Shen Shitong was excited. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ding, host, brother Lu Chen, quickly tell her the truth. In a fit of emotion, Shen Shitong had already begun to speak without thinking. Lu Chen looked at Zhu Ke's appearance, and it seemed that the lively and active Zhu Ke from the past appeared in his mind.
In the last life, during the cultivation process, I lost a life for each of you 8. Lu Chen spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kei's heart trembled violently. She looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. For me, you also died. Once? Lu Chen nodded. When? Zhu Kei asked urgently. Parasitic celestial demon, white fire spirit, azure blue sea. As Lu Chen mentioned these 3 terms, Zhu Kei's memories were suddenly pulled back to that time. The parasitic celestial demon appeared in the 7th heaven. The white fire spirit was the young bird she had secretly hidden away. Under her careful nurturing, the young bird slowly grew up. She named it White Fire Spirit, with white taken from the stork that raised it. The azure blue sea was the place where Lu Chen had his final battle with the parasitic celestial demon. She remembered everything, she recalled it all. When the white fire spirit was around, Lu Chen faced various powerful enemies attacking him. He fought his way through, rising amidst extreme pain. That day, Lu Chen had been chasing the parasitic celestial demon for a long time and finally cornered it at the azure blue sea. It was also on that day that she received a key. It was the key to the ancestral home of the demon clan. And on that key, the lingering aura of the white fire spirit remained. The demon who brought the key told her that it was left for her by a fiery red bird. The name of that bird was White Fire Spirit. At that time, she was somewhat puzzled. The white fire spirit had already died in the 6th heaven and had ascended to the 7th heaven. How could the white fire spirit still have the ability to send her something in the 7th heaven? The visitor told her they were from the Libra Pavilion. The Libra is known for balancing all things in fair trade, making it quite trustworthy. This key was entrusted to the Libra Pavilion by a demon named White Fire Spirit, requesting that they deliver it to Zhu Kei at the appropriate time. What is the appropriate time? Zhu Kei asked. When the parasitic celestial demon is about to die. She even knew about the parasitic celestial demon? Zhu Kei found it incredibly hard to believe, but the people from the Libra Pavilion had completed their task and finally informed Zhu Kei that she only needed to send a wisp of divine sense into the key to understand everything, and then they took their leave. At that time, Zhu Kei was indeed cautious. However, it was just a wisp of divine sense. Her strength at that time was not bad, and she had enough confidence to handle various situations. As a result, when a wisp of divine sense entered, it truly was the white fire spirit. That aura was definitely the white fire spirit, not a bit off. Sister Zhu Kei, we meet again. I should have already died by now, right? Hee, it doesn't matter. I was originally someone who should have died long ago. Living longer has been a big gain for me. Alright, I'll save a little strength. But it's not enough for me to ramble on. Let's get straight to the point. This key is the key to the ancestral home of the demon clan, obtained during my final adventure, and I also fell because of this key. The ancestral home of the demon clan is in the 7th heaven, and there are countless treasures of the demon clan inside, but no one can find it now. You just need to drop a drop of your blood on this key to lock onto the location of the ancestral home, but be careful, the guardian of the ancestral home is the parasitic celestial demon, a very terrifying fellow. I don't want Sister Zhu Kei to fall into danger. So I set the action for the Libra Pavilion to wait until the parasitic celestial demon is about to fall before heading to the ancestral home of the demon clan. I hope Sister Zhu Kei is happy and cultivates smoothly. I can only say this much. Sister Zhu Kei, you must take care, goodbye. This is the message left by the white fire spirit. Zhu Kei can confirm that this is indeed left by the white fire spirit. She raised the white fire spirit, watching it grow little by little, and it never showed any trace of being the spirit emperor of all spirits. She trusts the white fire spirit. Thus, a drop of Yuchue's blood dripped onto the key. The blood vanished, and she indeed sensed the aura of the ancestral home from the key. So, she went to the ancestral home. Then, she found the blood transformation demon scripture of all spirits. At that moment, she was so emotionally overwhelmed that she fell into a trance and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, Lu Chen was already by her side, and the place she was in was the azure blue sea. Lu Chen told her that the parasitic celestial demon had fallen. So, I was parasitized? Zhu Kei asked in a daze. Shen Shitong gently waved her hand. A light curtain appeared before Zhu Kei. Within the light curtain, Zhu Kei appeared in the ancestral home of the demon clan. In her hand, she held the blood transformation demon scripture of all spirits, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her face was filled with disbelief, her eyes wide open. The aura within her surged, and Zhuchue's true flames automatically erupted, turning a large number of objects in the ancestral home to ashes. Zhu Kei realized that this was indeed her situation in the ancestral home at that time. Poof! A mouthful of Zhuchue's heart's blood was spat out. Zhu Kei laughed maniacally. It's all fake, all fake. The cultivation method of the spirit emperor of all spirits doesn't even have a means of seizing a body. It's all fake. Lu Chen! You tricked me so badly, you tricked me so badly. Another mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Juke fainted on the spot.
In the scene, just like in Juchua's memory, there were no other beings in the ancestral home of the demon clan.
How did such a scene spread out? Juke stared blankly at the light curtain. The fainted.
Juke suddenly opened her eyes, but these eyes were definitely not Zuchua's eyes.
Haha, Lu Chen, in the end, I am superior, even if your strength is against the heavens, what of it? Your woman, your beloved, is now in my hands. Do you dare to kill me? The parasitic celestial demon let out a twisted, sinister laugh.
From the first heaven, suppressed to my seventh heaven, Lu Chen, you are truly my greatest opponent in
this lifetime. Come, let me be completely destroyed by you. Come. Juchua's figure soared into the air, quickly flying towards the azure blue sea.
At that time, the parasitic celestial demon had already been absolutely suppressed by Lu Chen, and the two fought, causing the azure blue sea to churn, the entire seventh heaven shrouded in terrifying pressure.
Countless techniques, unparalleled swordlight. The strongest confrontation between humans and demons. The parasitic celestial demon laughed joyfully while being beaten. Ha, Lu Chen, in the end, I won, I won. The parasitic celestial demon laughed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, fool.
The heavenly punch erupted with terrifying might, faintly showing the embryonic form of the heavenly sovereign punch, and with one punch it caused the parasitic celestial demon to spit
blood continuously. As a strong person, can't you be a bit more refined? I, as a demon, don't have such harsh words as you. The parasitic celestial demon hated Lu Chen's attitude of treating him like a fool. Oh, is that so? Then I'll be a bit more refined. May I ask, are you a fool?
The parasitic celestial demon exploded with rage, the demon techniques shaking the heavens, launching a full-force attack towards Lu
Chen. Then it was sent flying again. The body of the parasitic celestial demon was constantly shattering from the blows.
Swordlight howled, the great slaughter sword technique unleashed terrifying lethality. The parasitic celestial demon was becoming increasingly weak, its aura continuously diminishing, the wounds on its body more numerous than the fish in the azure blue sea.
Die! Lu Chen raised his sword, the
colors of heaven and earth changing.
Supreme Sword. This was the embryonic form of Lu Chen's imperial sword, the Supreme Sword Dao. Lu Chen can be said to be the first emperor to rise with a sword from ancient times to the present. After the sword was destroyed, he abandoned it to practice boxing, ultimately becoming a supreme being in the realm of the celestial master through his fists. There was no other way. Who? Let Lu Chen be proficient in every aspect?
The system's comprehension function and deduction function perfectly assisted Lu Chen in pushing various techniques and methods to their peak.
The Supreme Sword Light ignited.
Just as Lu Chen prepared to completely annihilate the parasitic celestial demon with his sword, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Lu Chen had already swung down his sword, but he abruptly halted, his arms bursting with blood, and the stone sword let out a mournful cry.
Ah, Lu Chen, go ahead and slash. Kill me. Even kill the woman you love the most. If you don't kill this foolish vermilion bird, then I won't die.
The parasitic celestial demon let out a sinister and frenzied laugh, tears of laughter streaming down its face. It simply did not believe that Lu Chen would kill the vermilion bird, for even an outsider
knew how good Lu Chen was to her. Do you think I dare not kill?
Upon seeing the vermilion bird appear, Lu Chen instantly understood everything. His face twisted with ferocity, his killing intent more violent
than ever. Ah, go ahead and kill. Come, I let you kill.
The vermilion bird stepped forward, directly coming to Lu Chen's front, extending her neck for him to strike.
Who in the world doesn't know that these women are the most important existence in your life, surpassing all treasures in the world? Do you dare to kill? Can you bear to kill? Ha ha ha.
The vermilion bird looked at the scene within the light curtain, her heart chilling. After she fainted, such a thing had happened. It turned out that in her previous life, she had already been parasitized by the celestial demon. But now, the situation had turned out like this. How did Lu Chen break the deadlock? How did he kill the parasitic celestial demon without harming himself? Lu Chen swung his sword, and the last body of the parasitic celestial demon was directly
annihilated. The parasitic celestial demon was taken aback. You've gone mad.
The vermilion bird roared. The annihilation of the last body meant that from this moment on, it could only be the vermilion bird.
It did not want to be Lu Chen's woman. It did not distinguish between male and female. It seemed that being Lu Chen's woman was not such a bad thing. To be honest, Lu Chen was the most worthy opponent the parasitic celestial demon had ever encountered, even deserving of its respect.
Apart from his women, he had no weaknesses, and his methods were terrifyingly numerous.
Do you know that after you kill my last body, I can only be the vermilion bird, and the vermilion bird can only be me?
Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile.
Is that so?
Suddenly, Lu Chen grabbed the vermilion bird's arm, and their arms sliced open simultaneously.
In the next second, the essence blood within both of them quickly intertwined, and a massive yin-yang diagram appeared above their heads. The black and white colors flowed, the lunar and solar energies erupted, endlessly rotating and transforming. Both were enveloped in light. Until the vermilion bird was sent flying. Lu Chen knelt in the void, large beads of sweat dripping down. The method of yin-yang transformation was, for him, far more exhausting than cultivating alongside Bai Qiulan. The parasitic celestial demon was already dazed from the rotation. Its consciousness had just been crazily twisted and transformed under the power of yin and yang. After everything ended, its consciousness unexpectedly found itself on Lu Chen's body. The parasitic celestial demon was horrified. It did not understand how Lu Chen had done it, but this method was truly terrifying. If Lu Chen randomly found another being now and used this technique, wouldn't he be able to transfer himself to another being? And then easily slay it? Thus, the parasitic celestial demon frantically began to merge with Lu Chen, striving to taint and parasitize every inch of Lu Chen's soul and body. Lu Chen ignored the actions of the parasitic celestial demon and placed a vermilion bird on a spirit ship, his figure disappearing. Haha, Lu Chen, you truly value loyalty and righteousness, but now that you and I are one, wouldn't that be even better? The parasitic celestial demon spoke these words through Lu Chen, fully convinced of their complete fusion. The vermilion bird watched the scene, her eyes beginning to fill with terror. No! 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 This isn't how it is. This isn't how it is. In the image, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth gently lifted. Another one gone, how helpless. What do you mean? The parasitic celestial demon was stunned. In the next moment, it felt the energy within Lu Chen becoming frenzied and violent. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? Lu Chen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? What kind of enmity or grievance do we have that you want to take me down with? You'll die too. Do you want us to perish together? Crazy. Stop. Stop it now. Crazy, damn it, crazy. No, don't. The vermilion bird was also shouting, don't self-destruct, don't self-destruct. Boom. In the light curtain, a dazzling white light erupted like a sun rising slowly over the azure sea. In the azure sea, a massive void appeared, the water surging into towering waves, sweeping in all directions. Lu Chen self-destructed. He pulled the parasitic celestial demon onto himself, self-destructing together with its last remnants of soul. Perishing together. The vermilion bird was completely stunned. So much had happened while she was unconscious? Lu Chen had actually replaced her, allowing the parasitic celestial demon to parasitize him, and then self-destructed together with it. His life had fallen just like that, due to his own foolishness, his trust in the white fire spirit. The scene in the light curtain was not over yet. Lu Chen, who had died once, reappeared. He sighed softly, his expression somewhat helpless. Clearly at a loss with the women around him. But it's okay. A smile returned to Lu Chen's face. The vermilion bird understood the unspoken second half of his sentence. He must have been saying, but it's okay, the vermilion bird is fine. The scene continued. The vermilion bird saw Lu Chen waking her up on the ship. Why am I here? The vermilion bird looked at Lu Chen, her eyes red and somewhat dazed, covering her head with her hands. You were parasitized by the parasitic celestial demon, coming to stop me from killing it, but luckily, I was more skilled, not only removing the parasite from you but also completely annihilating the parasitic celestial demon. How about that, impressive, right? Lu Chen wore a radiant smile. He was always so sunny, as if he had never died once. The vermilion bird did not look up, only responding in a low voice. Impressive. Is that reaction too bland? The vermilion bird raised her head, her face already showing admiration, smiling, impressive, Lu Chen is amazing. Lu Chen was taken aback. He looked at the vermilion bird's smile, momentarily at a loss. What's wrong with me? I praised you, isn't that enough? What else do you want from me? Lu Chen fell silent. The vermilion bird wore a smile, but her eyes held mockery. Aren't you curious how I expelled the parasitic celestial demon from your body and killed it? You used a life, isn't that enough? That's enough, Lu Chen, I'm very tired, I want some peace. Lu Chen. The vermilion bird watched everything in the scene. Tears streamed down her face. She watched Lu Chen's joy and pride being completely extinguished by her few words. She clearly remembered how she had felt back then. She hated Lu Chen. At that moment, she hated Lu Chen more than anything. She didn't even want to pretend anymore. She didn't know what there was to disguise between herself and a liar. The light curtain disappeared. Shin Shitong looked at Juke, who was in tears, and the entire system was overjoyed. Ding ding ding, not believing in her lover, always so foolish. She deserved to end up like this. Can I kill her? Lu Chen asked Shin Shitong. Wait. I have one more question. Zhu spoke, her voice filled with regret and guilt. What is it? Speak? Shin Shitong was full of anticipation. Come on, let this system. Hear what your last words will be. Zhu Chue's eyes were filled with tears as she gazed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Zhu Chue's voice trembled. Lu Chen's expression was cold. Lu Chen. Zhu could no longer speak a complete sentence. Her body shook as she cried incessantly. When you self-destructed back then, were you afraid? Did it hurt? Shin Shitong was taken aback. Lu Chen's heavenly sovereign fist reformed. He gave Zhu an answer. Not afraid, and it didn't hurt. Regret, do you regret it? The heavenly sovereign fist had gathered to its peak. Lu Chen looked at Zhu whom he had truly loved and cared for in his past life. Countless memories flashed through his mind. He gave the most sincere answer. Regret. A tragic smile appeared on Zhu Chue's face. Regret, regret. She closed her eyes. The heavenly sovereign fist crashed down. Boom. This time, Zhu completely exploded into a sky full of flames. Her soul, along with the half-dead soul of the 10,000 spirits demon emperor, turned to dust under this punch. From this moment on, there was no more Zhu, no more 10,000 spirits demon emperor in the world. Zhu had fallen. Lu Chen looked at the Zhu true flame drifting in the void, his gaze obscure, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhu had loved him. He had loved Zhu. But now it had turned into this. Forget it, forget it. It was just a bit of wind and frost. Lu Chen formed a seal, and the Zhu true flame floated towards him, merging into his own flames. Lu Chen turned and left. Shin Shitong was immensely satisfied, transforming into a stream of light and merging into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen traversed through various worlds, beginning to condense the blood-flesh Great Dan once more. Time passed second by second. Finally, when Lu Chen returned to the Great Wilderness, the communication stone rang immediately. Because the communication stone couldn't transmit messages over such a long distance, he only received the news upon returning to the Great Wilderness. Lu Chen, what is your relationship with Chu Ling? She stole the Sword Mountain of the Taishang Sword Sect, and now the Taishang Sword Sect is hunting her down all over the world. The Taishang Sword Sect is an ally of our Great Tao Sect. Their Sword Mountain was stolen because the strong from the Taishang Sword Sect came to help us. What do you think we should do? Why not contact Chu Ling and have her return the Sword Mountain? If she wants treasures like the Sword Mountain, we can try to find and refine them. If she really needs it, our Great Tao Sect can compensate the Taishang Sword Sect. A series of messages rang out. Lu Chen held the communication stone and replied. Chu Ling and I are enemies. If the Taishang Sword Sect helps me kill her, I would be very grateful. Obsession, countless obsessions, densely floating between heaven and earth. The obsession of reincarnation, indestructible. This is not a joke. Even the reincarnation heavenly sovereign couldn't do anything about these obsessions, so one can imagine how terrifying they truly are. For now, Lu Chen had no way to deal with it. Because this thing had already transcended the 3 realms and was no longer part of the 5 elements. You can destroy the obsession. But the obsession will never be completely destroyed. It will return to the cycle, absorbing the power of reincarnation to restore itself. Dissipation, obsession is a great pit on the body of the reincarnation celestial sovereign. The obsession has destroyed the souls of so many beings, and their physical bodies have been refined by Lu Chen into a great blood essence pill. Lu Chen also tried to collect the obsession into the 10,000 souls banner, but it was impossible to implement. He could only leave it alone. As time passed, these neglected obsessions began to become transparent and illusory. They merged into the void. Together, they all flew towards one place. There, a vast galaxy was slowly rotating. Billions of stars formed the largest vortex, where the gravitational forces of various stars intertwined, creating the most dreamlike scene. In all realms, streams of souls continuously entered this vortex. Reincarnating. Yes, this is reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation. The reincarnation celestial sovereign exhausted his life's power to create this cycle, for the purpose of the operation of heaven and earth, in accordance with the heavenly way, seeking merit and reincarnation to attain the Tao. The entrance to reincarnation. A massive stone statue sat cross-legged, draped in a robe, resembling a monk, with a reincarnation seal on its forehead, exuding a captivating aura. He was at the entrance. In fact, he had long reached the end of his fate, but due to the reasons of reincarnation, he had managed to survive for a long time in a self-sealed state, enough to prove his strength. Watching one soul after another enter reincarnation, he felt immense joy. Because all of these were his merits. Suddenly, an obsession arrived. No worries, obsessions are always present. Just an obsession alone could not cause too much emotional fluctuation for the Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign. The second obsession arrived. No worries, no worries, obsessions are always present. The third obsession arrived. Ha! Could it be that a disaster has occurred in the world again? The fourth obsession arrived. Sigh, all beings suffer, how I hate that I cannot save them all. The fifth obsession, the sixth obsession, the seventh obsession. Wait. Hold on. You wait a moment. The Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign was slightly flustered. When countless obsessions densely arrived at the entrance of reincarnation, the Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign exploded on the spot. No, why are there so many obsessions? Crack, crack, crack. The Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign detached from the stone statue, and as soon as he did, he saw a scene that made him question his life. Obsession. Endless obsessions formed an ocean, stretching endlessly, drifting towards reincarnation. No. Amitba. No, Amitba is on the same level as himself, he should say, the Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign is above. No, the Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign is himself. The Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign was already shocked to the point of confusion. There were too many, simply too many obsessions. He had not experienced a dark period before. During the dark times, there were too many cruel existences emerging. And the whole world was in dire straits, filled with sorrow. But how many obsessions had appeared then? Not even 1/10 of what was appearing now. What on earth has happened in the world? Has a being that specializes in creating obsessions emerged? Wouldn't that be his lifelong enemy? The Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign's expression grew serious, his scalp tingling, and he hurriedly tried to deduce the heavenly secrets to see what was happening. However, at the moment the heavenly secrets took shape, they collapsed. The heavenly secrets collapsed again. A powerful existence that even shook the Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign forcibly blocked the heavenly secrets, preventing him from knowing what was happening. The Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign's eyes widened. Although he knew that his continuous shock had stripped away his dignity as a Celestial Sovereign, he really couldn't help it. Because the scene he faced was unprecedented. The being that created these obsessions could actually directly block the heavenly secrets, and even his deductions could not succeed, undoubtedly not weaker than him, and perhaps even stronger. Faced with such an existence, he was somewhat shocked, yet seemed able to accept it. Too much. The obsession was simply too much. The Lord of Reincarnation couldn't help but curse inwardly. This reincarnation path had been operating here for countless long years, and the total number of formed obsessions was only as many as the one that appeared this time. In other words, the obsession that appeared this time was equivalent to all the obsessions of the past. No, the Lord of Reincarnation was going crazy. Reincarnation had existed many years ago. There were only so many obsessions, and yet so many had emerged at once? You must be an obsession-making machine, right? Wait. Why does this obsession look somewhat familiar? The obsession that appeared before the Lord of Reincarnation was an elderly man with a deathly pale face, clearly suffering from a terminal illness. The reason the Lord of Reincarnation found him familiar was that this elderly man was simply too miserable. Born into poverty and illness, his family borrowed heavily to treat him, but it only pulled him back from the brink of death, leaving him still gravely ill. His father collapsed and committed suicide, while his mother, burdened with debts, raised him but directed all her resentment towards him. Although she never laid a hand on him, her words cruelly insulted his soul. There was a blind girl who fell in love with him, and he loved her back, but she was forced to marry a butcher, who beat and scolded her at will. He fought desperately against the butcher but was mercilessly knocked to the ground. And his mother then hurled the most vicious curses at him. He wanted to commit suicide but was saved by his mother, who cried out that the family had to keep him alive, that the family had fallen apart, and now he wanted to die. Why not die sooner? He lived his life in such pain. The depth of his obsession even made the Lord of Reincarnation feel a sense of sorrow. Upon seeing this obsession, the Lord of Reincarnation's heart trembled and vanished in an instant. Could it be that the obsession had slipped out while he wasn't paying attention? No way. Does the obsession have this function? His figure appeared at the deepest part of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Here was the original place that suppressed obsessions. And now, in this deepest part, the Lord of Reincarnation saw it, and he saw that obsession. Lord of Reincarnation? No. He brought this obsession to the entrance of reincarnation, and 2 identical elderly obsessions stood before the Lord of Reincarnation. Identical. Completely identical. At that moment, the Lord of Reincarnation's mindset completely shattered. Who on earth is it? He is the Lord. Who is playing him like this? Who is harming him? How could this identical replication be achieved? Obsession times 2. This is a pair. This is a pair. This is a pair.
At the deepest part of reincarnation, the Lord of Reincarnation looked at this pair of identical obsessions, his expression somewhat collapsing. But he clearly knew that a existence capable of doing this was absolutely someone he could not provoke.
It was too unfathomable.
That was the reincarnation obsession. He had no way to deal with the reincarnation obsession, yet a terrifying
existence had replicated an identical obsession without him noticing at all. The secrets were completely covered, and he couldn't deduce anything.
Finally, after all the obsessions were paired, the last remaining obsession appeared in the eyes of the Lord of Reincarnation.
This is Juke?
Good heavens, one of the four spirits of heaven. An existence of such high status had actually turned into an obsession. Her eyes were vacant, and she kept murmuring. The Lord of Reincarnation listened carefully. I'm sorry. The Lord of Reincarnation frowned, momentarily unsure of what to do.
However, since she had already transformed into a reincarnation obsession, she must be dead.
In the state of obsession, the true spirit would continuously be in the most painful state, day and night, cycling endlessly.
The complete extinction of a living being involves 3 steps. First, the death of the physical body. Second, the death of the soul. Third, the death of the true spirit.
The death of living beings in the world mostly refers to the death of the physical body, with the soul automatically drawn back into the cycle of reincarnation.
A strong soul can escape the pull of reincarnation, allowing for the possibility of rebirth. However, for some beings, their souls may be shattered upon death.
Those individuals are left with only their true spirit, and if the true spirit wishes to be reborn, it must first continuously reincarnate into the weakest of beings, such as a paramecium or various microorganisms, slowly nurturing the soul. After successfully nurturing the soul through multiple reincarnations, it can then be reborn as a living being.
There is also
a situation where the true spirit is completely shattered. This often occurs during tribulations or during dark upheavals when the strongest beings act against ordinary existences.
Looking at this true spirit of the vermilion bird, the reincarnation celestial sovereign did not act rashly for the time being.
Let her slowly endure at the bottom of the cycle.
In the Tao sect, the return of Lu Chen immediately drew a crowd. How is it? What's the situation?
Lu Changfeng asked anxiously.
Lu Chen wore a gentle smile, but his words sent chills down everyone's spines.
The situation is quite good. Over 90% of the alien races should be dead. If you think the alien small world has value, you can reclaim it without much resistance.
Instantly, gasps of shock filled the air. 99%? Lu Changfeng confirmed the number. Again. Yes, 99%. Ha ha ha, good.
The calamity of the alien races is now resolved in a day. The great wilderness will have at least 1,000 years of peace.
Lu Chen, you have made a great contribution. Lu Changfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily.
The entire Dao Hall was filled with laughter and praise.
Lu Chen took out a massive number of storage rings and various storage bags. Most
of the items inside were quite low level. He had already taken everything he needed. I won't need these, so I'll leave them to the sect.
There were too many.
Looking at the pile of storage treasures that had formed a small mountain, just sorting them would require a significant amount of manpower and time. But no one felt tired.
There are too many. These are all treasures you personally acquired, and you can keep them. No need, I've kept what I need. These can be used by the sect. If I need anything, I'll just ask the sect. Alright, if you need anything, make sure to tell the sect at the first opportunity. Also, about Chu Ling?
Does she really have a grudge against you? Lu Changfeng hesitated to ask. If there isn't a significant grudge, you should persuade Chu Ling. The Sword Mountain is the most important treasure of the Supreme Sword Sect. It can be said to be the foundation of the sect. Especially since the Supreme Sword Sect is still helping us, stealing the Sword Mountain is truly not something a fellow cultivator would do.
Lu Changfeng said. Lu Chen smiled lightly.
Sect Master, I've already said it, I have no relationship with Chu Ling.
If there is any relationship, it's as enemies. I can't contact her, nor will I. Whether she
lives or dies has nothing to do with me. There's no need to say anything about sparing her for my sake. If she should die, then let it be. Lu Changfeng hesitated again.
Are you serious?
Serious.
Are you?
Sure. Lu Changfeng was still hesitant. He understood young people's romantic entanglements too well. Some couples say they can't coexist, but if one truly gets hurt, the other can become furious and
reckless. Some young couples can say the most vicious things during a Cold War, but if you agree with them even a little, they get angry immediately. Isn't that pure madness? I really swear by the Tao that Chu
Ling's life or death has nothing to do with me, otherwise I'll perish.
Hey. Lu Changfeng was startled and quickly covered Lu Chen's mouth. Alright, I believe you, no need to swear.
It seems that Lu Chen and Chu Ling really don't have much of a relationship.
Since that's the case, should I notify the Supreme Sword Sect? Lu Chen smiled slightly. Feel free. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave.
Focus on your cultivation, and if you encounter difficulties, reach out to the sect in time.
Lu Chen left the Hall of Inquiry.
His cultivation had already reached the
8th level of harmonization, and the disappearance of his reincarnation obsession allowed him to crawl out of the mire.
That moment of relief made him inadvertently break through a small layer in his realm.
The death of Zhu Ke was unavoidable.
When she was parasitized by the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor, her death was already destined. In his previous life, it was because the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor was
still alive that Lu Chen faced immense troubles. Too many enemies.
Although the Great Tao sect had risen, it did so through one brutal battle after another, almost at the cost of waves of disciples and elders.
Sun Ruowei could be considered to have indirectly died at the hands of the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor. Therefore, Lu Chen could not allow the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor to live. Even if Zhu Ke was
one of the 4 spirits of heaven and an emperor who could potentially suppress the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor, Lu Chen would not entrust the life and death of the 10,000 Spirits Demon Emperor to
Zhu Ke.
Enemies were best dealt with by his own hands. Lu Chen had originally planned to cultivate but suddenly looked up.
Ha! Another breakthrough?
It seems the frequency of the chaotic poison's outbreak is
getting higher.
Lu Chen muttered to himself. Bai Qiulan's aura, belonging to the Tribulation Crossing Realm, spread throughout the Great Tao sect. Another being of the Tribulation Crossing Realm was born. A terrifying chill enveloped the entire Great Tao sect in a layer of frost. Bai Qiulan opened her eyes amidst endless pain. At that moment, the system transformed into Shinshitong and vanished.
Great, she's finally awake.
Yu Hongling was emotionally stirred, crying tears of joy. Bai Qiulan's condition had nearly scared her to death. This outbreak of chaotic poison was even more severe than the last.
Last time, Bai Qiulan had
only been unconscious, but this time, even in her unconsciousness, she was continuously moaning in pain. Sun Ruowei felt incredibly distressed. Watching her good sister become like this, her medical skills were of no use, leaving Sun Ruowei extremely disheartened. Bai Qiulan slowly opened her eyes, the pain still evident within them.
Master, how are you? Are you feeling better now? Bai Qiulan managed a difficult smile. It's fine, don't worry, I'm okay now. Yu Hongling was extremely angry. Did your senior brother do something to you? You actually fainted right at his doorstep, and he didn't even care for you. Is he even human? It was better not to mention Lu Chen, but now that he was brought up, Bai Qiulan's gaze suddenly dimmed.
It's not his fault, I fainted after he left.
He didn't know. Master, you should ask senior brother
to help you detoxify. Each time this happens, it's worse than the last.
Sooner or later, you won't be able to hold on. No need. Master. No need.
Sun Ruowei watched this scene, realizing that
ultimately, all the reasons lay with Lu Chen. She had to find Lu Chen.
She couldn't let her good sister slowly walk towards death like this. She stood up and left, heading towards Lu Chen's residence.
At that moment,
a figure approached her. Sun Ruowei stopped in her tracks, gazing at the stunning figure coming towards her. Just at the first glance, an indescribable awe surged within her heart. The colorful long dress seemed woven from the very fabric of the universe. Her graceful figure perfectly interpreted beauty, and that face was one that the heavens adored, a visage of utmost beauty and truth. Sun Ruowei had heard her friends talk about a breathtaking woman appearing beside Lu Chen, always saying how beautiful she was.
She couldn't help but wonder, just how beautiful could she be? The women present, Yu Hongling, Shangguan Huanling, Bai Qiulan, who among them is not beautiful? Who among them is not more beautiful than the last? The key point is that she is here to hold the fort, and Yu Hongling has been going on and on about how beautiful other women are.
Sun Ruowei can only sneer in disdain in her heart. A group of people, blind to the obvious, unaware of the great and the small. But now, seeing this woman, Sun Ruowei is completely stunned.
Alright. She might have been a bit too confident.
She can hardly imagine that such beauty truly exists in the world, enough to make her shy away from its brilliance.
Shen Shitong, nice to meet you, fellow Taoist. Shen.
Shitong looks at Sun Ruowei, her eyes full of smiles, her attitude unprecedentedly good.
A fellow practitioner. A fellow practitioner.
With Sun Ruowei here, Shen Shitong feels that she is not alone on her path.
Taoist, hello, I am Sun Ruowei.
Sun Ruowei stutters a bit while speaking.
Sister Ruowei, don't be nervous. I feel we are fated. The first time I saw you, I felt quite close to you. Could it be that we have something in common?
Shen Shitong finally meets her kindred spirit, her mood extremely bright, smiling happily. When she smiles, it seems the world loses its color. Sun Ruowei is momentarily lost in thought.
What's wrong? Is my smile ugly?
Shen Shitong touches her own face. Did her happiness twist her features?
No, 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 it's not ugly, it's too beautiful. Daoist, you truly are the most beautiful person in the world.
Any woman who sees you would surely pale in comparison. Sun Ruowei sincerely praises. But you mentioned feeling a sense of familiarity upon seeing me.
What do you mean by that?
Sun Ruowei can't help but
feel a bit delighted. Could it be that her beauty has finally been recognized? Isn't Shin Shiton's greatest virtue her beauty? She is beautiful too. Ah, common ground, how delightful. I don't know what it is. How about we each share our preferences and see if there are any similarities?
Shin Shitong says with a smile.
Preferences. Sun Ruowei feels a bit disappointed. Our common ground is our appearance, can't you see? That?
Such a beautiful girl, yet she's blind to it, how infuriating. I'll go first to break the ice.
I love delicious food, Shin Shitong says.
Sun Ruowei shakes her head. I'm not very interested in food, I like
medicine. Shin Shitong shakes her head too.
I'm not very interested in medicine, I like gossip.
Sun Ruowei speaks up. I'm not very interested in gossip either. What did you say?
Sun Ruowei's eyes widen.
Suddenly,
Shin Shitong is already overjoyed inside, but her face shows a shy demeanor, as if feeling a bit embarrassed.
I like gossip. Eating watermelon? No. I mean the kind of gossip about other people's love and hate. At that moment, Sun Ruowei's eyes widen even more.
She truly cannot understand how such an extraordinarily beautiful woman could have such a lowly interest in gossip.
Indeed, beautiful women have their commonalities. I like gossip too.
Sun Ruowei exclaims excitedly.
Really?
Shin Shitong looks surprised.
It couldn't be more real. I absolutely love gossip, especially about the people around me. If I catch even a whiff of something, I can't help but be curious. Me too. I love gossip about the people around me. Ah, we really are kindred spirits. No wonder I find you so pleasing to the eye. Yes, yes. It's so coincidental. I usually eat gossip alone without anyone to share it with. Do you really like it? Can I share a piece with you?
Of course. I have so much gossip to share, but no one to share it with.
It's driving me crazy.
The two were so excited and happy, holding each other's hands, their eyes filled with recognition for fellow practitioners. They immediately exchanged communication stones to share news in
the future. By the way, what are you going to do? Shin Shitong asked. Well, I'm going to. Suddenly, Sun Ruowei calmed down.
This Shin Shitong seemed to be Lu Chen's woman.
Do you know Lu Chen? Sun Ruowei asked.
Of course, I've eaten the most of his gossip, a lot, it's super interesting, Shin Shitong said matter-of-factly.
Oh? Does he have a lot of gossip? Of course, let me give you an example, like the matter he has to discuss with his master Betrayal. Betrayal is currently poisoned with the Chaosine poison, which is due to her physique being the Chaos Tien divine body. As the saying goes, solitary Yin does not give birth, solitary Yang does not grow. Baicholan's situation is that her solitary Yin is too deep. Lu Chen indeed has a solution, can you guess what it is?
Shin Shitong revealed a strange expression, her eyes full of smiles, even covering her face with her hand. Sun Ruowei leaned in to listen. Although it was about Baicholan's danger, right now, eating gossip while inquiring about news was simply perfect.
What? Sun Ruowei whispered. Dual cultivation. What?
Sun Ruowei's voice suddenly rose by more than one pitch.
Lower your voice, gossip should not enter the ears of a third person, let's talk secretly. Is it really dual cultivation? Sun Ruowei's voice also lowered, but she was still incredibly shocked. Could I possibly lie to you? It's really dual cultivation, not a bit fake. As the saying goes, solitary Yin does not give birth, solitary Yang does not grow.
Baicholan is solitary Yin, and Lu Chen is solitary Yang, but Baicholan has a natural physique, while Lu Chen's physique is cultivated later.
No wonder when I saw Baicholan a while ago, I felt a charm appearing on her. Goodness, have those two already?
Sun Ruowei said while gesturing, constantly bumping her two thumbs together.
It seems not yet. Baicholan seems
unable to accept this kind of relationship, so the Chaosine poison keeps flaring up, leading to the current situation.
So that's how it is.
At that moment, Sun Ruowei felt as if she had spent a day under the scorching sun and then returned to her home with the air conditioning set to 20 degrees, lying on the sofa while munching on a large piece of chilled watermelon.
It was so refreshing that Sun Ruowei couldn't help but tremble.
Baicholan really has an old-fashioned mindset.
What about Lu Chen? Is he unwilling too? Baicholan is an absolute beauty, especially her figure, which could easily outshine 99% of women in the
world. She felt envious.
Lu Chen must be willing, right?
Besides, men always like some forbidden things. Ethics and morals are very important to Baicholan, but for Lu Chen it must feel completely different.
Lu Chen is also unwilling. You know Baicholan's personality. If Lu Chen really did something like betraying his master, wouldn't Baicholan hate him to death?
But having Baicholan hate him is better than watching
her die, right? Who can say for sure? What if Baicholan thinks it's better to die? Or holds a grudge against Lu Chen and even seeks revenge on him? Wouldn't Lu Chen be very innocent then? Impossible. Son. Ruowei immediately didn't believe it. Can you be sure? Son Ruowei. It's really hard to say. Then this dual cultivation, does it have to be with Lu Chen? Can't it be with other men? What if she looks for the sect leader? Sun Ruowei asked curiously. Shin Shitong couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. This technique can only be borne by a few people.
If Lu Chanfeng helps Baicholan detoxify, he might die on the
spot. Is that true?
Of course it's true. I only eat sweet and ripe melons, absolutely no inferior ones.
Why? Because this technique was created by Lu Chen. Wait a moment, let me think about the content of this technique.
Shin Shitong tilted her head in contemplation. Sun Ruowei waited with great curiosity. This technique, if modified a bit, seems like women could use it too, but if women use it, it seems to be
very painful. Sun Ruowei's mouth dropped open. 2 women dual cultivation? How would that work? 2 women definitely can't be considered dual cultivation.
This technique originally uses the life essence and yang fire to neutralize the chaotic yin poison. If it were to be used by women, it seems they could use heart fire to neutralize.
Can women really do it? Sun Ruowei's mood became excited. No, this technique would be quite painful to use. Most people simply can't bear it. You absolutely can't bear it.
Bet you Hongling might be able to endure it, Shin Shitong said.
Ha!
I'm about to reach the Tao, while Hongling has just reached the void refinement stage.
If I can't endure it, how can you Hongling?
Sun Ruowei was quite puzzled.
1 Lu Chen, 1 Yu Hongling, 1 Baicholan, and even 1 Shangwan Huanling. I feel like
there's a huge secret among these 4, but I haven't fully figured it out yet. I think we can explore this together and strive to eat well and be satisfied. Sun Ruowei nodded frantically. She also sensed that these people carried significant secrets.
Then I'll pass the technique to you now. You can let Yu Hongling try it, and of course, you can try it too.
Sun Ruowei hesitated for a moment but still nodded.
Alright, let's give it a try.
This technique was derived by Shin Shitong herself. Previously, Lu Chen only derived methods for dual cultivation or for Baicholan to solve the chaotic yin poison herself without
considering that women could also help Baicholan detoxify.
She had now derived it. It might be a bit painful, and the worst side effect would be becoming weak. Interestingly, once this technique is activated, it
will be controlled by Baicholan, determining the start and end of the technique.
The practitioner is in a passive position. Shin Shitong named it the extreme yin scripture of the Chanu. In Taoism, Chanu refers
to Mercury. And Mercury is highly toxic. This name.
Sun Ruowei hesitated a bit.
It's just this name.
I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first.
Remember, you must not cultivate this technique.
I will contact you through the sound transmission stone to chat when I have time.
Bye. Goodbye. Shin Shitong's figure transformed into colorful spiritual light and dissipated into the void. Sun Ruowei remained in place.
Looking at the jade slip in her hand, she closed her eyes and used her spiritual sense to take a look.
Mysterious.
Or perhaps a kind of profound method. Although it was called a scripture, it was not a cultivation technique but rather a type of secret method.
Like a proper secret method. Should she still go find Lu Chen?
Thinking about what Shin Shitong said, since Baicholan was unwilling and Lu Chen was
also unwilling, what was the point of dual cultivation?
First, she would take the secret method back and let Baicholan study it, and also let Yu Hongling take a look.
Should she try cultivating it herself? She would see how it goes.
Sun Ruowei returned to the courtyard where Baicholan was.
Everyone, I met Shin Shitong. Before she could say another word, Shangwan Huanling suddenly exploded. You met her too? No, why?
Yu Hongling met her, Baicholan met her, and now you met her too.
Why haven't I met her? Shangwan Huanling was angry. What does this mean? This is discrimination. The 3 of them? That's not the point.
The point is she gave me a set of techniques, saying that women can also detoxify Baicholan's chaotic yin poison.
I brought the technique back. Impossible. Yu Hongling's first reaction was disbelief. That woman
is as green tea as they come, absolutely venomous at heart.
Would she really be so kind as to bring back a technique to help our master with the poison? She probably wishes for our deaths. Yu Hongling said angrily.
Sun Ruowei became curious.
What exactly is the reason for your feud? Is it such a deep grudge? They had only met Shin Shitong for the first time before the great battle, right? Such a ruthless person. Could it be that she stole your man? But that doesn't make sense. Lu Chen's attitude towards this master and junior sister is very poor, so it can't be said that they are their men, right? It's all so confusing. What about the technique? Bai Qiulan asked.
Sun Ruowei handed the Chanu Ji Jing to Bai Qiulan. But Yu Hongling suddenly moved, snatching the Chanu Ji Jing away.
Master, what do you want to do? Yu Hongling asked warily. Shin Shitong definitely has ill intentions. I want to destroy this technique to avoid falling for her trick. Bai Qiulan said. Master, there's no need to be so hasty. Let me take a look at the technique first. Hongling, you can't look at it. Shin Shitong is definitely not a good person. If you look at it, you will surely fall for her trick. Master, don't worry. I'm very calm and won't be fooled. You. Wangu sect. At this moment, within the Wangu sect, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Powerful figures sat in the main hall, exuding an extremely strong aura. There weren't many people in the Wangu sect, but they were all strong. Anyone who casually walked out could shake the entire great wilderness. I never expected that the De Dao sect could actually defeat the alien coalition. A single Lu Chen has forcefully changed the situation of the battle. An elder of the Wangu sect slowly spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the Wangu hall became even more oppressive. It could be said that the Wangu sect's failure to take action against the alien coalition had already disappointed many in the human race. Everyone had elevated the Wangu sect, a sect with 3 dynasties and 5 sects, claiming to be supreme above and below. Yet, the Wangu sect was the first to falter. When the alien coalition invaded, they did nothing to help. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The De Dao sect, however, turned the tide, annihilating the vast majority of the alien coalition while suffering minimal losses themselves. In an instant, the status and prestige of the De Dao sect soared in the great wilderness. A new saying has emerged: De Dao in front, Wangu behind, one morning 3 sects. Is there still a place for Tiangu and Yuming? The meaning is clear: the De Dao sect has surpassed the Wangu sect. Now, in the great wilderness, there is an empire in 3 sections. Do Tiangu and Yuming still exist? It's a blatant mockery. A stark mockery. Yet, this statement has spread wider and wider. If it weren't for the Yin Yang Law sect not losing a single strong figure during this demon coalition's arrival, they would have been directly removed from the list. The Wangu sect had no good way to counter this. The reputation of a sect is earned through strength, not self-promotion. The Wangu sect could not force the world to place them at the forefront. In the midst of silence, a tall figure dressed in a magnificent robe walked in. Such a grand outfit clearly indicated that he had just met with very important figures. Greetings, sect master. Everyone stood up and shouted in unison. The Wangu sect is different from other sects. Other sects choose a suitable person to be the sect master, like Lu Changfeng or Li Woyue. The main task of the sect master is not cultivation but to lead the sect to prosperity. The Wangu sect is different. The sect master of the Wangu sect has always been the strongest person in the sect, for only the strongest can communicate more clearly with the second heaven. I have contacted the upper realm. The upper realm has issued a mission and provided resources. Feng Changye spoke up. The crowd's expressions changed in an instant. Whether it was a task or not didn't matter, the key lay in the resources provided by the upper realm. The first task is to capture Chu Ling and publicly torture her to draw out Lu Chen. The second task is to kill Lu Chen. As soon as these 2 tasks were announced, more than half of the people in the Great Hall changed their expressions. Lu Chen's strength had already been etched in their minds. According to reports, the Heavenly Demon Emperor had been killed by Lu Chen with a single punch. Although there were strong individuals in the Wangu sect who were not weaker than the Heavenly Demon Emperor, they could probably only withstand 5 punches from Lu Chen. How to fight? Lu Chen's displayed strength is quite formidable. Even if we go all out, we might not be his match, an elder immediately said. In response to this, the upper realm has devised a strategy. In his hand, 2 pills appeared. The first pill is called the Tribulation Crossing Pill, I believe. You all know its effects. The mention of the Tribulation Crossing Pill instantly ignited the eyes of everyone present. This pill could at least increase the success rate of a tribulation challenger by 20%. Its value was incredibly terrifying. In the first heaven, almost no one could refine it, and even if someone could, the crucial medicinal materials for the Tribulation Crossing Pill were nearly extinct. The second pill is called the Concealment Pill, which allows a successful tribulation to remain in the first heaven for 10 days. Under normal circumstances, once a tribulation was successful and reached the Great Ascension realm, the power to guide would immediately appear in the second heaven. This is also why there are no Great Ascension realm beings in the first heaven. The 9 heavens great sage truly detests the slaughter of the weak by the strong. Therefore, the management of Ascension is extremely strict. Reach the Great Ascension realm? Get lost. Leave immediately. Not even a minute longer. However, with policies from above and countermeasures below, the concealment pill emerged. Of course, this pill is even more precious than the tribulation crossing pill. For an invincible person to stay in this world for an extra 10 days, one can imagine how terrifying that would be. There are some other things I won't elaborate on, but with the tribulation crossing pill and the concealment pill out, you all should understand how strong the upper realm's desire to kill Lu Chen is. Now, everyone express your opinions and share your thoughts. An elder immediately stood up. He had reached the 8th level of tribulation but had not broken through to the 9th level due to a lack of confidence in the tribulation. Otherwise, he would have broken through long ago. And now, with this tribulation crossing pill, he didn't mind risking his life. I will take action to kill Lu Chen. This was his opinion. Good. Feng Changye wasted no time and threw a tribulation crossing pill and a concealment pill to this elder. I can also take action, a 9th level tribulation practitioner spoke up. Good. I can too. Elder Nyo, you just reached the 1st level of tribulation, maybe you should sit this one out. What's wrong with being at the 1st level of tribulation? I can still cross the tribulation. If you give me the tribulation crossing pill, I can immediately cross the tribulation and go kill that Lu Chen. Feng Changye shook his head. You can't, at least you need to be at the top tier of the tribulation realm. There are 3 more tribulation crossing pills and 3 concealment pills, does anyone else need them? I. In an instant, 3 people responded. Feng Changye kept 2 for himself. In that case, let's capture Chu Ling first. Capture Chu Ling to draw Lu Chen here. The upper realm has spoken. If this matter succeeds, everyone will receive a reward not weaker than the tribulation crossing pill to assist you in achieving the Tao. Yes. The Wangu sect mobilized. The news of the Wangu sect's pursuit of Chu Ling quickly spread throughout the first heaven. The first thought everyone had upon hearing this was, a head full of question marks. Because it was indeed the case. The Eternal Sect and Chu Ling have absolutely no connection at all. Chu Ling has always had an incredibly low profile in the first heaven. While Yu Hongling was at the Grand Tao sect every day, she had already begun to travel throughout the entire first heaven, seeking out dangers and ruins to explore. She possesses the memories of her past life and knows the locations of various blessed lands and hidden realms. Lu Chen is aware of these things, and so are Yu Hongling and the others. However, Lu Chen is so busy that he has no time to gather them, and even if he did, it wouldn't be as fast as killing alien races or powerful human beings. Yu Hongling also engages in frequent battles, but her cultivation level is undoubtedly falling behind Chu Ling. However, it doesn't matter, Shin Shitan will help her. With Chu Ling's low profile, it is truly baffling that the Eternal Sect has come out to hunt her down. The Supreme Sword Sect also seems to be unaware of what the Eternal Sect is planning. There are some suspicions that this is because they feel that the Grand Tao sect has too many allies, and their position as the first sect is no longer secure, so they want to draw closer to the Supreme Sword Sect? The Eternal Sect claims that they are acting for the unity of all sects, accusing Chu Ling of betraying her allies, which is undoubtedly an act of the demonic path, and their actions are justified as purging demons and safeguarding the path. The 2 major sects, the Supreme Sword Sect and the Eternal Sect, are pursuing Chu Ling. However, Chu Ling's methods are indeed quite numerous. She traverses various forbidden areas. Although she has only recently broken through to the harmonization realm, she is as slippery as an eel, making her exceptionally hard to catch. Lu Chen also heard the news. He immediately sensed something unusual. The Eternal Sect's inexplicable actions seem to be targeting Chu Ling, but the actual goal is likely him. Who is behind this? A figure appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Jiang Dai. In the 2nd heaven, the little princess of the Jiang family, one of the top families in the 9 heavens, with ancestors who produced a heavenly sovereign and 2 unparalleled emperors. Jiang Dai is quite different from the women in the 1st heaven. She is a very scheming individual. When Lu Chen was in the 1st heaven, he was already satisfied with these 5, but Jiang Dai forcibly plotted her way into Lu Chen's harem and successfully stirred up palace intrigue. Is she testing him now? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and began to understand. If Chu Ling were captured and he remained indifferent, it would be enough to prove that Lu Chen no longer protects them and has completely severed ties with them. In that case, they could go all out to kill Lu Chen, eliminating future threats. If Lu Chen still cares about Chu Ling and intervenes to save her, it would become even more interesting. Lu Chen doesn't quite understand why, knowing how powerful he was in his past life, she would come to provoke him? What does this indicate? It indicates that Jiang Dai has great confidence in eliminating Lu Chen in the 1st heaven. Or perhaps, the 2nd heaven has already laid out a trap, waiting for Lu Chen to come up. Regardless, this is the first woman to take action against him after his rebirth, and she is worth his full effort. He stood up and left.
The insights he promised to write for the Qinghua Taoist were already completed. Although it was just alchemical insights, it could become the most important method for the Grand Tao sect. No, not just the Grand Tao sect, but the top alchemical forces. The pharmacopoeia within is incredibly comprehensive. The Qinghua Taoist was overjoyed. You finished it so quickly? It wasn't particularly troublesome, Lu Chen replied with a smile. A great favor cannot be repaid with mere words. All the alchemical furnaces and herbs in the alchemy peak are at your disposal, and I hope you won't decline, said the Qinghua Taoist. The current alchemy peak can be said to be overflowing with wealth. When Lu Chen obtained so many storage treasures, the Qinghua Taoist thought that since Lu Chen could refine pills, he would naturally take the herbs away. Especially since Lu Chen tends to throw a pile of herbs into the alchemical furnace only. Then can so many herbs form a giant pill? Lu Chen must be in dire need of medicinal materials. As a result, when the sect leader distributed resources, Qinghua Daorun was also notified to collect them, and the resources for Dan Peak made him feel utterly incredulous. How could there be so much? Although many of the medicinal materials were relatively low-grade, what Dan Peak lacked was precisely those low-grade materials. Dan Peak not only needed them for refining pills but also for training alchemists. How could novice alchemists refine pills without low-grade materials? Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Are we using the 9 dragons leaving fire furnace again this time? Qinghua Daorun asked. No, I'm just here to deliver some insights on alchemy to you. I see. Do you have any urgent matters at the moment? If not, I could refine a pill, and you could help me identify any flaws in it? Qinghua Daorun said. Now, Qinghua Daorun's attitude towards Lu Chen was no longer just that of a fellow cultivator. He treated Lu Chen as a senior. Let's do it another day. I still have some matters to attend to. Lu Chen politely declined with a smile. What is it? I might be able to help. It's nothing major, no need for assistance. I'll take my leave now. Alright, if you have anything, be sure to let me know. Even if I can't help, I can cheer you on. If Qinghua Daorun knew what Lu Chen was about to do, he would definitely cling to Lu Chen's leg, crying and refusing to let him go. After Lu Chen left, he headed to the forging peak. He needed to forge a pill furnace himself and add some materials to the stone sword. His cultivation was increasing too rapidly, and the stone sword should be upgraded quickly, otherwise it might not last until the Emperor realm before breaking. Peak Master, Lu Chen requests an audience. Zheng Tianhua, the master of forging peak, changed his expression repeatedly. His mouth trembled wildly, wanting to smile but forcing himself to stop. After a frantic struggle with his facial expression, Zheng Tianhua revealed a warm smile and quickly walked towards the foot of the mountain. From a distance, Lu Chen could hear the sound of hearty laughter. Ah, Lu Chen, welcome to Forging Peak. Everyone here at Forging Peak welcomes you with open arms. Lu Chen. Master Zhang, I'm just a disciple. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say welcome? Lu Chen said, both amused and helpless. It's perfectly appropriate, Lu Chen. Although I'm a bit older than you, in the path of cultivation, the capable take precedence. With your mastery of formations and alchemy, it's clear that you must have reached the pinnacle in forging. I've wanted to learn from you for too long. Elders, disciples, and even the supreme elders of Forging Peak all rushed out, their faces beaming with enthusiastic smiles, welcoming him warmly. Lu Chen was accustomed to and at ease with such situations. In his previous life, he was always warmly welcomed wherever he went. Well, except at home. This time, Lu Chen's purpose was to borrow the forging pool of Forging Peak for a while. Zheng Tianhua patted his chest. Feel free to use it. Use it boldly, use it for as long as you want. By the way, can I observe? Forging. In his previous life, Lu Chen had forged 8 pieces of celestial sovereign artifacts. 1 for each person. The celestial sovereign artifacts that Shangguan Huanling used were all borrowed from other celestial sovereigns. They were not only willing to lend them to Lu Chen but also willing to be killed by him. They were really nice people. As for his own celestial sovereign artifact, he hadn't had the chance to forge one yet. It's quite funny to think about, a celestial sovereign without a celestial sovereign artifact, while 8 empresses each had one, regardless of their status. He really was a pure, devoted admirer. Of course, the fact that he hadn't forged a celestial sovereign artifact was partly due to the reason that the stone sword had broken. He was a very sentimental person. The stone sword had accompanied him from the Yuan Dan stage to the Emperor stage, becoming his imperial weapon. After it broke, he gave up using weapons altogether. The forging pool. The intense heat filled the entire cave, with magma surging below, emitting a golden red glow. Lu Chen took out a pile of various precious metals and formed hand seals. Boom! The true flame of the vermilion bird soared into the sky. With the true flame of the vermilion bird, there was no need to search for other chaotic divine fires. Having it was enough. If there was none, it could be directly nurtured.
by the great Tao, and sooner or later, the true flame of the vermilion bird could reach the strongest level of the four spirits of heaven. Zheng Tianhua watched as precious metals transformed into liquid with beams of light continuously imprinted within, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily converged into it. The metals and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed a special fusion amidst various strange marks. There was no exhilarating forging, only a natural evolution. The stone sword hummed, rushing above the forging pool, as the metallic liquid flowed towards it, enveloping it. It seeped in little by little, and the stone sword continued to hum. It was joyfully cawing. The stone sword was a treasure born of heaven and earth. Once this kind of treasure took shape, it would reach the level of an innate spiritual treasure, and with another leap, it would reach the level of an innate supreme treasure. There was no concept of acquired treasures. It turned out that although the stone sword was sharp, it had not yet reached the level of an innate spiritual treasure. Now, Lu Chen was helping it to fully take shape. Whoosh! A powerful sword intent spread in all directions. Inside the stone cave, dense sword marks appeared, exuding an unparalleled sharpness from the stone sword. It was a natural evolution. The second item was the 10,000 Souls banner. Lu Chen felt that the name 10,000 Souls banner was somewhat unpleasant. Perhaps he could help rename it. Since he would use it to protect the human race, how about renaming it the Human Emperor banner? Good. As strands of black stone turned into liquid, within the true flame of the vermilion bird, the liquid emitted a piercing scream, as if it contained souls. The black banner was too ugly. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen quickly formed seals with his hands, and the top-tier divine treasure, the gilded divine jade, merged into the black liquid. The two quickly reacted, and the black liquid began to transform into gold. The golden luster was dignified and upright. The golden liquid stretched and transformed into threads, beginning to weave on the tattered human emperor banner, gradually occupying a large area with a touch of gold, as black and gold moved in succession. Finally, a banner with a black background and a golden dragon fluttered, making a sound in the true flame of the vermilion bird. Looking around, it resembled a battle flag, like a military flag. Zheng Tianhua looked at this scene with a rather strange expression. This, if he wasn't mistaken, that was the 10,000 Souls banner, right? Now it had transformed into this form? Who had a 10,000 Souls banner that looked so righteous? Lu Chen put away the human emperor banner, but unfortunately, the souls within had no time to be rendered into gold for now. If it were waved, it would still emit black smoke. Once he found suitable materials, he would render the souls into gold. At that time, when the human emperor banner was waved, golden light would fill the sky. One by one, the souls, glowing with gold but filled with resentment from suffering, would rush towards the enemy. The scene was too beautiful to behold. Is this the 10,000 Souls banner? Zheng Tianhua couldn't help but ask. No, this is the human emperor banner. Lu Chen replied firmly. Zheng Tianhua. Human emperor banner my foot, it was clearly the 10,000 Souls banner. The current human emperor banner was also an innate spiritual treasure. The last treasure Lu Chen wanted to refine was a Dan furnace. Yes, a Dan furnace. So, if the Qinghua Taoist knew that Lu Chen had come to the forging peak to refine a Dan furnace, he would probably overturn the entire forging peak. He had relied on the 9 dragons leaving fire furnace to build a good relationship with Lu Chen. If Lu Chen refined a Dan furnace, it was evident that he wouldn't be running to the Dan peak anymore. However, Lu Chen ultimately needed one. The three-legged, two-eared Dan furnace gradually took shape in the true fire of the vermilion bird, and a large amount of spiritual energy howled in the forging pool, continuously refining the Dan furnace, removing its impurities. Finally, it took shape. On the Dan furnace, the vermilion bird spread its wings, vividly alive. Its entire body was crimson, with treasure light floating, and within the furnace walls, there were intricately carved 81 great formations, interconnected in a marvelous manner. The innate spiritual treasure. Zheng Tianhua was utterly shocked. The innate spiritual treasure. The two treasures before were not to be mentioned. Their foundations were formidable, one for promotion, one for repair, making it impossible to discern Lu Chen's true level of artifact refining. And now, from nothing to something, completed in one go, achieving the level of an innate spiritual treasure, it was truly astonishing. Wuliang Tianzuan, impressive. Zheng Sec leader, this is some of my insights on artifact refining that I have written. If you find it useful, please take a look. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Zheng Tianhua looked at the jade slip, eager to keep him, but his attempts were in vain. In his previous life, he had been slow to ascend to the second heaven because he was waiting for his partner. He was bored while waiting for Yu Hongling and the others, so he began teaching the disciples of the Great Tao sect, which led to a significant improvement in the overall strength of the sect. Now, he no longer needed to carry a few burdens while ascending. Naturally, Lu Chen had no time to waste in the first heaven. At present,
It seemed he was already in a countdown to Ascension, even though he had only reached the 8th level of the Harmonization Dao.
Returning to his room, Lu Chen began refining pills.
Before long, attempting. Fragrance of pills wafted through the air, and the surrounding flora flourished, showcasing vibrant life within several kilometers of Lu Chen. After refining pills, he practiced cultivation.
On the 9th day, he reached the 9th level of Harmonization Dao. Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate.
Unexpectedly, he reached the 10th level of Harmonization Dao.
Keep rolling, continue rolling.
It wasn't that Lu Chen was rolling, it was because if he were to break through to the Tribulation Crossing realm, he would need to face unknown toxins, which would require him to perfect his Harmonization realm. Only then could he better confront the deadly poison. Speaking of which, Lu Chen still didn't know what poison Shangguan Huanling had inflicted on him.
8 empresses, 8 kinds of poison.
Whether it was the heavenly zombie poison or the slaughter Lotus Heart, any of them could potentially be obtained.
However, the emergence of the reincarnation obsession made Lu Chen sense a hint of conspiracy.
In the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was the reincarnation
Tianzuan guarding it.
Due to the immense merit of shaping the 6 paths of reincarnation, the reincarnation Tianzuan was in a very special state, above Tianzuan, below Saint, nearly immortal. To take the reincarnation
obsession from under his nose? It was almost impossible.
And Shangguan Paopao, no, Shangguan Huanling, the weakest emperor, no, she might not even be able to match the level of a quasi-emperor.
It was
unimaginable how difficult it would be for her to find a poison effective against a Tianzuan.
Better to ask Shangguan Huanling. Senior brother, it's bad.
Chu Ling is trapped in the wasteland of
spirits.
She has no way out, you must go save her. Yu Hongling shouted anxiously while knocking on the door. She had a relatively good relationship with Chu Ling, both believed they could achieve the status of emperor through their own strength and were skilled in combat. They had known each other the longest, and their bond was indeed strong.
Ding ding ding, hurry, let me see. The system responded immediately to Yu Hongling's words.
A layer of light screen unfolded before Lu Chen. Senior brother, I beg you, Chu Ling has already realized her mistake. Please save her, she knows she was wrong, you should give her a chance to
change. Lu Chen turned a deaf ear, watching the scene that appeared on the light screen. Bang bang bang. Senior brother, you can't do this. She is your beloved, who among men is without fault. You said it
yourself, knowing one's mistake and correcting it is the greatest virtue.
Senior brother. Lu Chen. What is wrong with you? Just because Chu Ling made a mistake once, she is unforgivable? You weren't like this before.
Yu Hongling's voice was filled with anxiety and anger.
Where did this anger come from?
Clearly, she had placed the blame for Chu Ling's current predicament on Lu Chen.
A normal reaction. Lu Chen chose to ignore her. Lu Chen, I really misjudged you. From now on, I will never ask you for anything again, even if it means my death, I will not ask you once more. Yu Hongling left in anger.
Her eyes were filled with tears, her body trembling with rage.
But if she didn't ask Lu Chen, who could she turn to?
Who would dare to offend the 2 superpowers, the Eternal Sect and the Supreme Sword Sect, to
save Chu Ling? And who had the strength to rescue someone from the hands of these 2 giants?
At this moment, Yu Hongling felt hatred. She hated herself for lacking strength, she was a reincarnated emperor, yet now
she was only at the void refinement stage? Those who had been reborn.
Her master had already reached the tribulation stage. Chu Ling had broken through to the harmonization stage. Her senior brother was at the peak of the harmonization stage, killing those in the tribulation stage as easily as slaughtering dogs. Zhu Ke, it had been a long time since she heard from Zhu Ke, but it certainly wouldn't be too bad.
Even that fool, Shangguan Huanling, had reached the peak of the harmonization stage and could step into the tribulation stage at any time. And her?
She was still struggling in the void refinement stage. She had worked very, very hard in her cultivation, but her progress was only so fast, she felt truly miserable and powerless.
That was the reality. Some things could not be accomplished just by effort. Yu Hongling's talent was insufficient. She had condensed a Yuan Dan, but it was only a heavenly Dan. Although her cultivation speed seemed astonishing to others, compared to others, it was still not enough. Far from enough.
This was reality. A sigh softly sounded behind Yu Hongling. Bai Qiulan appeared in white robes, her skin as white as snow, her features like a painting. No, master, you've just broken through to the tribulation stage.
It's too dangerous, Yu Hongling immediately refused. We can't just watch Chu Ling fall, can we? Bai Qiulan said. Why don't you persuade your senior brother? He will listen to you, he has always been the most. Hongling.
Bai Qiulan's voice grew heavy.
Yu Hongling paused. Now, it's not like before.
Bai Qiulan's voice carried a desolate tone as she gazed at the distant sky, her expression tinged with faint loneliness.
At that moment, Yu Hongling felt a lump in her throat.
Large tears slid down her cheeks, her body trembling. Thousands of words were on the tip of her tongue but could
not be spoken. Master, do you think we really can't go back to the past? Yu Hongling asked. Bai Qiulan gently wiped the tears from Yu Hongling's face and smiled softly. Isn't it quite good now? Good.
A glimmer of moisture flickered in Bai Qiulan's eyes, her voice firm.
Good.
Lu Chen watched the wasteland of spirits through the light screen, where Chu Ling was now covered in blood. She had wounds all over her body. She was severely injured, with numerous chips on her magic sword. Yet her gaze remained fierce. Chu Ling, our Supreme Sword Sect and your Great Tao Sect were originally allies. You are also a disciple of the Great Tao Sect, yet while we were helping your Great Tao Sect, you stole from our Supreme Sword Sect's Sword Mountain.
How is that any different from the evil demons?
It is truly infuriating, someone from the Supreme Sword Sect shouted angrily. Cultivators contend with heaven for the Tao and with people for fate.
The Sword Mountain is beneficial to me, what's wrong with taking it?
Lu Chen heard Chu Ling's words through the light screen and for a moment his thoughts drifted back to the past.
Linger, the return to Ruin's Sword Sect is an ally of our human race. How can you refine their return to Ruin's Sword? Young master, the return to Ruin's Sword is beneficial to me. I also want to catch up to you, so I take all resources that are helpful for cultivation. But by doing this, the return to Ruin's Sword Sect will have a lot of objections. If they are unhappy with me, they can come find me. If they have the ability, they can break my sword. You must come with me to apologize.
Young master, the return to Ruin's Sword Sect is not a particularly large sect, there's really no need to fear them.
She is our ally, what you are doing is immoral. Anyway, I won't apologize. I'm just trying to catch up to the young master, what's wrong with that? Lu Chun. Chu Ling, did you take the Heavenly Sword umbrella from the Xiantian Sword Sect? Young master, I wouldn't lie to you, it was me. The Xiantian Sword Sect is now the backbone of the human race. I've told you countless times, don't backstab your teammates, don't backstab your teammates, why won't you listen? I want to improve my strength. Sword cultivation is inherently a path of conflict. If the Xiantian Sword Sect is dissatisfied, they can come and challenge me. If I lose, I will naturally return the Heavenly Sword umbrella to him. You must come with me to apologize this time.
No, my sword path is like this, I won't apologize.
Today, I will tie you up and take you back.
Then you might as well cut off my head and take it to the Xiantian Sword Sect to
apologize.
I just don't understand, your strength is already among the top 3 in the 4th layer of heaven, the entire Xiantian Sword Sect is not enough for you to fight, why are you so timid?
You are also a sword cultivator, don't you understand the way of sword cultivators? Lu Chun. Too many times, who knows how many.
Later, Lu Chen became numb, anyway, as long as trouble arose, he would clean it up.
Lu Chen was willing to call Chu Ling the Backstab Emperor. A professional at backstabbing her own people.
And now, she had picked up her old profession again. Perhaps, for some people, her selfishness really couldn't be changed. This time, without him helping her clean up, he would see how Chu Ling would resolve it.
She must.
Lu Chen recalled how he had said this one would definitely die, that one would definitely die, and now only a vermilion bird had died. Making him feel somewhat disgruntled.
Fine, he wouldn't say anything more, his face hurt too much.
Yu Hongling wanted to save Chu Ling. Their friendship was the deepest and most open, the 3 of them often played
together. The most frequent.
It was truly a friendship forged in battle. If he didn't go to save her, who could Yu Hongling find?
Obviously, she only had one choice, which was Bai Qiulan. If Bai Qiulan also went over,
the Eternal Sect would capture all 3 of these women in one net, hiss. Just thinking about it made Lu Chun feel cheerful. Chu Ling was still fleeing, but her escape range was getting smaller.
One by one, terrifyingly, powerful beings rushed in from all directions.
The wasteland of spirits had almost no spiritual energy, severely suppressing everyone's strength. As long as one entered, they would be suppressed by a large realm on
average.
In this situation, Chu Ling had the advantage because her sword intent was very strong.
The gap between the harmonization and tribulation stages was definitely larger than that between the void refinement and
harmonization stages, provided that both had the Great Tao.
Moreover, those in the tribulation stage wouldn't dare to unleash their full power in the wasteland of spirits. If a heavenly tribulation were to occur in such a place, they probably wouldn't even know how sour it would be.
It should still take a while before they started fighting. His figure disappeared. First, he would go find Shangguan Huanling and ask her what poison she had
given him.
Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling were indeed gone. Speaking of which, since his rebirth, he really hadn't come here even once. Now looking at this courtyard, it still resembled his memories.
That well, that tree, that swing, that bed, that it's broken. Lu Chen's expression darkened. Something was off. It had been a long time since his rebirth. Had he been thinking about women too much lately? Lu Chen lowered his head, looking down.
his expression fluctuating. Now, there seemed to be a huge flaw in his heart, a strong sense of alienation towards women, no matter who it was, even Sun Ruowei, the woman who had fought for melons all her life. He was unwilling to say much to her. Only the dog system, which didn't belong to humanity, despite taking the form of a woman, Lu Chen knew she didn't belong to humanity, so he didn't feel any disgust.
Anyway, I won't be looking for a woman in this lifetime.
After my cultivation, I won't need to eat, drink, or relieve myself.
If not, I might as well cut it off. Infinite Heavenly Venerable.
Ding, dog host, please pay attention. It seems you are
really about to break through to the tribulation crossing realm.
The system's voice suddenly echoed in Lu Chen's mind.
Lu Chen understood in his heart.
So it turns out he was about to break through to the tribulation crossing realm, and the tribulation aura was already starting to affect his mind.
It's fine, I won't think too much. Lu Chen felt a slight fear. Not particularly afraid, though. Ding, Shangwan Huanling wasn't here either. Could it be that this guy also went to save someone?
No, she's someone who only knows how to run away. How could you let her go save someone?
Lu Chen shook his head. Since she wasn't here, then forget it.
He continued to watch the excitement. Back in his room, the light screen appeared again.
Ding, just now Chu Ling was almost dead, and you didn't even see it. The figure of Shin Shitong emerged, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds from who knows where.
Lu Chen stared blankly at the sunflower seeds in Shin Shitong's hand.
No. What are you?
Ding, oh, good things should be shared. Extend your hand.
Lu Chen extended his hand. A handful of sunflower seeds was placed in Lu Chen's palm. Ding, eat one.
Lu Chen cracked open a seed, and rich, high-level energy entered his body. He felt all the pores in his body open at that moment.
What kind of sunflower seeds are these? Ding, sunflower seeds.
I know these are sunflower seeds. I'm asking what kind of sunflower seeds they are.
Ding, just sunflower seeds. Lu Chen.
He thought carefully but still couldn't remember what kind of sunflower seeds these were, but they were really delicious. At this moment, in a void, a voice filled with grief and anger suddenly echoed for billions of miles.
Which bastard took All Might Santian? Dream sunflower seeds? Are you even human? Are you human? This is too much. It's really too much.
If you had just come and stolen that Sangtian Dream Sunflower, the Dream Emperor wouldn't have been so angry. This proves
that Sangtian Dream Sunflower is an extraordinary medicine that people covet.
But you actually took all the seeds of that Sangtian Dream Sunflower one by one, without touching anything else. This is an insult, a blatant
insult. Two handsome guys were currently cracking sunflower seeds, watching the content on the light screen, extremely engrossed. On the light screen,
in the sky and on the ground, powerful beings surrounded Chu Ling. In the center, their gazes icy. Chu Ling, you have nowhere to escape. The unrepentant sword of the Supreme Sword Sect, Feng Wuhui said in a deep voice. Chu Ling had countless wounds all over her body, looking extremely disheveled, her clothes completely stained red with blood. A faint bitterness was on her face. She hadn't escaped. She actually hadn't escaped. She had already merged with the Tao and could use the power of the great Tao, and she could already use part of her means. But the opponents were much stronger than her. With a bunch of tribulation crossing and scattered spirits out, she had just broken through to the merged Tao realm not long ago. No matter how many means she had, the layers of encirclement were still compressing her living space continuously. Ultimately, it formed this kind of desperate situation. Chu Ling suddenly felt a bit regretful. Because in her previous life, it was always the young master who helped her clean up, even though she had prepared in advance for having no one to back her up. She thought that since the young master could escape from various sects' full-scale encirclement in the past, she should be able to as well. Reality, however, gave her a harsh lesson. Too many powerful beings were attacking from all sides, above and below, with flying birds, insects, fish, and the heavenly mechanism mirror. Too many. Not to mention her as a living person, even an ant couldn't escape. How did Lu Chen escape time and again? And also, young master, do you really not care about Linger anymore? If you care for her just this once, she will definitely not cause trouble for you again in the future. I'll give you one last chance, hand over the Sword Mountain. Feng Wuhui shouted loudly. The Sword Mountain has already been absorbed by me, integrated into my sword path. If you want the Sword Mountain, then come and take it with your sword. Chu Ling shouted. Upon hearing this, all the strong members of the Supreme Sword Sect were furious. Damn, this woman, who knows nothing of the heavens and earth, has really swallowed the Sword Mountain. If you hand over the Sword Mountain, I can spare your life. Are you sure you've swallowed the Sword Mountain? The Supreme Sword Sect was not one to be trifled with. The reason for their anger was still because of Lu Chen. I've swallowed it. Feng Wuhui was completely enraged. Don't move, I'll kill him myself. In an instant, the Wuhui sword transformed into a stream of light, striking fiercely at Chu Ling. If Lu Chen was angry, then he would go and take the blame for the Supreme Sword Sect himself. Clang! The sword light whistled and dust flew. How could the heavily injured Chu Ling possibly be a match for the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm Feng Wuhui? Just 30 swords. Chu Ling's arm was severed, and at that moment, a strong sense of death completely enveloped her. Has it appeared? The people from the Eternal Sect were on the periphery, carefully probing the changes in the world. They had set up a net here, waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. No, there's not a single movement. Is it really about to die? Not a single sound? Absolutely true, the heavenly net mirror hasn't detected any fluctuations. Could it be that this Chu Ling doesn't know Lu Chen at all? Foolish, the upper realm is targeting Lu Chen. Lu Chen is famous on the Eternal Genius list, while Chu Ling is just an unknown little cultivator. If there's no connection between them, how would the upper realm know? About Chu Ling? It seems to be that way, but what if Lu Chen doesn't come? The Supreme Sword Sect shouldn't really kill Chu Ling. They doubt they can understand the thoughts of the young ones, only Feng Wuhui's actions can reveal the truth. Puff! Another arm was broken. Chu Ling was kicked away, spitting blood, and fell to her knees. She was really going to die. At that moment, confusion filled Chu Ling's eyes. Death. For Chu Ling, it was a very distant and unfamiliar word. She hadn't faced the crisis of death for a long time, and now, facing it again felt like an endless darkness, completely and deeply enveloping her. Blood flowed continuously. Her breath was rapidly weakening. She was really going to die. The young master really hadn't come to save her, he truly didn't care about her at all. Blood mixed with tears flowed down. Die! Feng Wuhui shouted, the long sword bursting with swordlight, not giving Chu Ling any chance for sorrow. The massive swordlight slashed down at Chu Ling suddenly, a crisp sound. Clang! Although the sword light did not shatter, it was deflected. Chu Ling suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with hope. Had the young master come? The young master had come to save her. Indeed, the young master still loved her. Young master, Linger really knows her mistakes. Linger! Wuhui, this girl cannot be killed for now. An old, smiling voice echoed through the heavens and earth. A person from the Eternal Sect, dressed in a purple gold robe, stepped forward with a gentle smile. Daoist. Zichuan, what do you mean? Wuhui, there's no need to be nervous. The Eternal Sect is also extremely angry to hear that the Sword Mountain of the Supreme Sword Sect has been stolen. However, now that this Chu Ling has already condensed the Sword Mountain into her own path, even if you kill her, the Sword Mountain will still be gone. Our Eternal Sect has a secret technique called the Sky Stripping Technique, which can strip away another's path. Shin Shitan, who was munching on seeds, heard the name of this technique, and almost choked on the seeds, suddenly freezing, his brows furrowing. Clang, did he just say the name of his technique? Shin Shitang asked, not quite believing it. Lu Chen, however, was unaffected, even secretly laughing inside, peeling heaven technique. Ding, what is the heaven technique? Peel. It means to strip off your clothes, to strip off your skin, to strip off your flesh, to strip off everything about you, the peeling heaven technique. Bang! The table in front of Shin Shiton was smashed to pieces. Ding, it's deceiving the heavens, deceiving the heavens. Ding, good, Wangu sect, I. Lu Chen then saw Shin Shiton take out a small notebook shrouded in black smoke and start writing in it. Lu Chen couldn't help but take a glance. Ding, you can't look. Shin Shiton turned her body, writing secretly. Lu Chen was surprisingly very happy, enjoying the drama unfolding around him. The scene in the light curtain continued. Our Wangu sect is willing to take action to separate the Sword Mountain from Chu Ling's path, so that the Sword Mountain can be returned to you, the Taishang Sword Sect, and we will take away this Chu Ling. How about that? Ziquan Daoren said with a smile. Feng Wuhui frowned slightly. This seemed acceptable. Then it will trouble the Wangu sect, this kindness the Taishang Sword Sect will remember. We are all fellow practitioners, no need to be polite. 4 powerful members of the Wangu sect stepped forward, quickly forming seals, and a violent aura erupted. At that moment, the Tao seemed to show irregular fluctuations. Chu Ling's body automatically floated up. Extreme pain spread throughout her body in an instant. It could be seen that her Yuan Ying in the Dantian was emitting an unprecedented brilliance, but it was like a phantom, constantly changing. The blurred Sword Mountain appeared in the heart of the Yuan Ying. Chu Ling could no longer hold back and let out a painful wail. The pain of her Tao being peeled away inch by inch was absolutely no less than the pain of her soul being torn apart. It turned out that doing the wrong thing would lead to such torturous suffering. Young master, Chu Ling was wrong. Chu Ling really knows she was wrong. Young master. A shrill scream escaped from Chu Ling's mouth. It's coming. Suddenly, a terrifying wave erupted from the heavens above. At that moment, the powerful figures looked up at the sky, and the members of the Wangu sect all had excited expressions. It's here. It really came. No, is it not? Lu Chen? A terrifying cold swept across the entire wasteland of Ling. Everything was covered in frost. Dense rain fell from the sky, and the terrifying chill turned into white mist like the breath of a deity rushing downwards. Baiqiulan, dressed in white, appeared high in the sky, fully activating the power of the Chaos Taiyin.
Even though this Chaos Taiyin power was extremely rare, it erupted with terrifying might. This was an energy that should not appear in the first heaven. Who is this? Everyone had a question in their hearts.
Various powerful protective techniques erupted, but they still could not withstand that bone-chilling cold. Their Yuan Ing seemed to be frozen at that moment.
To unleash 70% of their strength under this cold was already an extraordinary feat. It seems to be Lu Chen's master Baiqiulan. Lu Chen didn't come, but his master did? His master? Even better, capture her.
Streams of light shot up into the sky, rushing towards Baiqiulan.
Boom!
At this moment, a bloodlight at an incomprehensible speed suddenly charged towards Chu Ling.
Even
the tribulation crossing realm could not capture this speed. Fast, extremely fast. Shangguan Huanling rushed in front of Chu Ling. Heavenly Silkworm 9 transformations.
Heavenly Sovereign Fist. A breath of unparalleled might erupted from Shangguan Huanling's fist. It was shocking.
Almost instinctively, several powerful figures stiffened. This punch seemed terrifyingly powerful. Feng Wuhui, however, was unafraid. His long sword was just about to strike senior brother.
Feng Wuhui paused. He did not make a move.
If it were said that Chu Ling had nothing to do with Lu Chen, now that Lu Chen's master Baiqiulan had come, the situation was clearly a bit unclear. Now that Lu Chen's master has appeared, the situation is not looking good.
Shangguan Huanling's eyes were sharp as she embraced Chu Ling, once again enveloped by bloodlight. Boom! After 2 consecutive uses of the heavenly demon blood escape, Shangguan Huanling's aura plummeted. One can imagine that Shangguan Huanling's decisiveness likely stemmed from being promised something grand. A massive light curtain burst forth. The myriad methods of the Wangu sect were not employed, as their focus had shifted away from Chu Ling. Instead, it was Baiqiulan.
They had not anticipated such a surprise. With Chu Ling in such a state and Lu Chen yet to appear, it indicated that Chu Ling had become worthless.
But what if his master were captured?
Whether in terms of emotions or worldly morals, he had to care for his master. If he didn't, the label of being heartless and ungrateful would stick to Lu Chen, and no one would care about the grievances between Lu Chen and his master. Everyone would only know that Lu Chen had the ability but chose to watch his master die.
Sometimes, public opinion is a sharp blade.
Too much public opinion can lead a cultivator to develop a heart demon.
Excluding the demon lord. Although Lu Chen had killed many, he was not a demon lord when it came to the Dao sect.
The people of the Taishang sword sect had also given up on Chu Ling.
On one hand, it was because Shangguan Huanling was simply too fast. On the other hand, with Lu Chen's master taking action, they were indeed uncertain.
The bloodlight instantly broke through the light curtain, disappearing at the world's end.
The heavenly demon blood escape was truly a universal remedy.
As long as one burned enough essence, the very source of a person, the
speed was astonishing, and most people could not keep up.
However, now only Baiqiulan remained on the field. Baiqiulan was at the first level of the tribulation crossing realm. Fortunately, she was at this level. Otherwise, even the Chaos Taiyin divine body would have been shattered.
But now, Taiyin floating world.
In an instant, a terrifying power of Taiyin formed a spell that enveloped the entire sky.
Bolts of Taiyin divine.
Thunder erupted from the spell, beams of light flying everywhere. Together, they wove a scene of world destruction. The strong from the Wangu sect in the tribulation crossing realm clashed with the spell, their icy essence causing their auras to drop sharply. Souls and nascent souls seemed to be on the verge of crossing tribulation. Yet powerful divine abilities still broke through the spell, and a bronze cauldron, marked with the mottled traces of time, smashed toward Baiqiulan.
Crack, crack, crack.
The bronze cauldron was directly frozen in the void. Sword energy soared into the sky. Fist imprints howled toward her.
Taiyin all things condense.
The Chaos Taiyin divine body was truly formidable. All attacks were frozen 1,000 meters away from Baiqiulan's body, unable to approach her.
It was as if she existed in an absolute domain. No law could invade, no object could enter. Seeing Chu Ling being rescued, Baiqiulan prepared to retreat. Leave me behind.
A 9th level tribulation crossing expert struck with all their might, slapping forward.
Wangu indestructible palm. As
this palm came, countless palm prints faintly emerged, drawn from the river of time, merging into one.
Boom! The palm print forcefully struck within 10 meters of Baiqiulan. Puff! Baiqiulan spat out a mouthful of blood.
The next moment, a mark, as if part of a world, smashed toward her.
The 9th level tribulation crossing expert turned purple and green, quickly retreating.
Baiqiulan had already activated her secret technique to save Chu Ling. She had pushed herself to the limit. The power of Chaos Taiyin formed a terrifying tornado in the entire wasteland of spirits, the fierce wind carrying a bone-chilling cold, with flashes of light flickering within. In the end, even the tornado froze. Bai Qiulan escaped with a pale face, her eyes dazed, clearly losing her clarity of mind. Yu Hongling rushed up and carried Bai Qiulan on her back. Just as she was about to run, a Taishang elder from the Taishang Sword Sect blocked her path. I will make my senior brother compensate for the losses of the Supreme Sword Sect. Yu Hongling was naturally no match for the Tribulation Realm. But she could raise a flag to act as a tiger's skin. First, she would bring out Lu Chen's name. The Supreme Elder of the Supreme Sword Sect hesitated for a moment, as if he had heard a transmission, and stepped aside. Yu Hongling began to run wildly with Bai Qiulan. She felt as if she were carrying a block of thousand-year-old ice. The bone-chilling cold made her body tremble, her flesh and blood frozen and decayed, her soul shivering from the cold. But she could endure it. Wasn't it just cold? What was there to be afraid of? She needed to return to the Great Tao Sect as quickly as possible. The frozen tornado in the land of wasted spirits exploded violently. One by one, pale-faced figures rushed out. They had not expected that an unknown Bai Qiulan could unleash such terrifying power. Could it be that the Great Tao Sect had truly encountered great fortune? How could such prodigies appear one after another? Why aren't you stopping them? One person from the Eternal Sect couldn't help but scold the Supreme Sword Sect. But the Supreme Sword Sect ignored the people from the Eternal Sect and turned to leave. This action infuriated the crowd from the Eternal Sect. Now was not the time to turn against the Supreme Sword Sect. Once they broke through to the Great Ascension, they would kill Lu Chen, and the Supreme Sword Sect should also be taught a lesson. A group of strong individuals began to pursue Yu Hongling, exerting all their strength to unleash the power of the chaotic yin. When did they become so close? Lu Chen couldn't help but feel quite curious. Ding, I know. What do you know? Ding, I know. This is called huddling together for warmth, fearing that the rabbit's death will bring sorrow to the fox, thus exerting all their strength to make a desperate move. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You know so many idioms? Ding, yes, I'm super amazing. Shin Shitong was extremely pleased with herself. Just from this wave of battle, all four women fell into a state of serious injury, and Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Before his rebirth, each of them had claimed they could become emperors with their own strength, but now that they were truly reborn, could this thing really become an emperor? Lu Chen didn't believe it. However, Bai Qiulan had not yet reached the point of being at the end of her rope, running out of oil and burning out, since she had escaped the encirclement. It would still be somewhat difficult for the people of the Eternal Sect to catch up. Chuling might not be able to return to the Great Tao Sect, but Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling would definitely be able to enter. The Eternal Sect would likely take this opportunity to declare war on the Great Tao Sect. Therefore, he needed to break through to the Tribulation Realm. As for what toxins he would encounter in the Tribulation Realm, it didn't matter. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. In his previous life, he was a celestial sovereign, and there were basically no toxins that could directly lead to his death, unless it involved the level of a saint. But in this era, there were no existing saints. The celestial sovereign was already the pinnacle of the world, so the toxins released by those 8 women should only affect him and not cause his death. Otherwise, these toxins wouldn't choose to act during the tribulation but would strike at any time. Break through. Ding, begin cultivation. The great Tao roared within Lu Chen's body. Breaking through to the tribulation realm did not require condensing the fourth life, it was only necessary to condense it upon successfully reaching the Great Ascension. At this moment, Lu Chen felt calm and peaceful, his mind undistracted. An unstable aura began to manifest on him. The Tao. Only seeking the Tao. Ice crystals. Dense ice crystals began to appear on Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen frowned tightly. Intense pain surged, but it was just pain. This pain was far less intense than the primordial morning mist. Within his void dantian, the space became slightly blurred, and a translucent insect egg quietly emerged. Just the appearance of a single insect egg nearly drove Lu Chen to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, it was just a yin sui insect. Lu Chen felt somewhat fortunate that this thing was a supreme existence that survived in the Taiyin, with a very impressive status, belonging to a part of the Taiyin and the sun. If it appeared during the tribulation, it would crazily absorb the chaotic Taiyin power that Lu Chen had obtained from his master over the years. In other words, it could cause Lu Chen's strength to plummet and throw him into a state of extreme chaos, making it entirely possible for him to lose his life. Because during Lu Chen's growth, in the early stages, he could only resist the chaotic Taiyin power, with his own life fire and the danger of his cultivation falling. Later, when the Taiyin transformation scripture began to show signs, Lu Chen finally turned from loss to gain. The chaotic Taiyin power was continuously refined by him. This power provided Lu Chen with considerable assistance in the later stages.
Baicholan's status among the women was not without reason. First was her identity. Second, Lu Chen liked to seek her out. The most because she could not only assist him but was also very attractive. Third, Baicholan had a gentle personality. But now, Lu Chen had never absorbed a trace of chaotic Taiyin power, the Taiyin marrow insect. Couldn't even break out of its egg, remaining cold, just cold. Without the nourishment of chaotic Taiyin power, the Taiyin marrow insect couldn't break out of its egg. Tribulation Stage 1. Lu Chen looked up, feeling the vastness of heavenly might, as if a sharp sword was suspended above his head, ready to fall at any moment. At the same time, his mood began to grow restless. Scenes from the past uncontrollably appeared in his mind. In a sea of flowers, Yu Hongling lay in the blossoms, resting on Lu Chen's thigh, gazing at him dreamily. Senior brother, if there were only the two of us in the world, I would be willing to become eternal at this moment. What about master? Yu Hongling pondered for a moment, a naive expression appearing on her face. Then let's include master, the three of us can become eternal. Okay, let's become eternal. Senior brother, I love you so much. The two embraced and kissed in the sea of flowers. Brother Lu Chen, I have achieved harmony, guess what I have harmonized with? Shangguan Huanling approached Lu Chen with a face full of surprise. Bouncing with joy. What harmony? Hee, the path of love, brother Lu Chen, you are my path. Wow, so good, the path of love, ha ha ha. Lu Chen, hurry down, you'll freeze to death. Master. I'm not afraid, I won't freeze to death, I can save you. No. The powerless hand tried to push Lu Chen away. Master, I won't die, believe me, I absolutely won't die, because if I die no one will help you detoxify. Even if it's to help master, I won't die. Baicholan was in tears. Don't call me master anymore, call me by my name is Baicholan. Lu Chen, you must remember, I like you, no matter what, I will always like you. Lu Chen stood there in a daze. Sweet memories kept appearing in his mind. The scenes in his memory suddenly changed. Lu Chen, I am your master, not your partner. From today on, you absolutely cannot step into my room again. We only have a master-disciple relationship, and there must be no transgressions. Cholan. Call me master. But you said before that you like me. That was just nonsense when the poison acted up. Lu Chen, I am not joking with you, and you need not wear that silly grin anymore. There is a distinction between master and disciple. I am no longer suffering from the chaotic Yin poison, so we should correct our mistakes. Lu Chen, do you find it boring now? Is there nothing else you can do besides being nice to others? Lu Chen looked at Shangguan Huanling in confusion. That's it, I don't want to say much more, let me tell you directly, my path of love has disappeared. Lu Chen was instantly struck as if by lightning. The path of love has disappeared. Since I no longer love, I can let you go. Lu Chen, how can you be so irresponsible? I've already given you my body, and now you want me to leave, what will I become? You know my path of love has disappeared, can you act like a man? Either help me regain my path of love, or even if I've lost it. It doesn't mean I don't love you anymore, I just feel that you've been too boring lately. Young master, does it hurt? I can't help it, I really feel too insecure. Because of my weakness, everyone in the Chu sword villa has died, and I can't keep up with you. I really have to give it my all. I can help you forge swords. What meaning does a newly forged sword have? What I need are those swords that have witnessed countless battles. Only by merging those swords can I grow faster and condense a stronger sword intent. Isn't that what you taught me? I told you to take the enemy's swords, not your allies' swords. Stop being so nagging, you don't need to worry about me. If I die taking a sword, then so be it. After all, I'm just your maid sword princess, you don't need to care so much. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The faint moisture in his eyes turned into mist. Heart tribulation. The deeper the feelings, the deeper the wounds. Even with such a firm heart, he was still vulnerable to heart tribulation. His gaze became calm. The Taiyin marrowworm had not yet hatched. Let's deduce how to force out the Taiyin marrowworm. Ding, deduction successful. Ha? So fast? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Ding, the problem you deduced is too simple. Even a child wouldn't ask such simple questions. So the deduction was quick. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Alright, the system is getting a bit too arrogant, huh? Ding, help me deduce a couple for lonely cold window, empty guarding widow, thank you. Ding. Starting deduction. The system fell silent. Silent. Quiet. Lu Chen couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. Can't wait, huh? Hiss, so cold. Forget it, no more teasing the dog system. Stop the deduction. Ding ding. Ding, dog host, the system is going all out for you. Shin Shiton lunged at Lu Chen in anger. Lu Chen swiftly captured her and pinned her to the table. Ding ding ding, stinky host, dog host, bastard host, let me go. If You have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Aren't I fighting you one-on-one right now? I don't care, let me go, hurry and let me go, I want to bite you, just one bite. Please, good host, good master, let me vent my anger, just let me bite you, please please please. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at Shin Shitong's antics. Look at her pitiful appearance. Fine, let this rascal have a bite. Releasing his hold on Shin Shitong, she immediately opened her cherry lips and bit down hard on Lu Chen's arm. She left 2 neat rows of teeth marks. Feeling better? Ding, so, I want to bite again. I advise you not to go too far. Ding, if I don't go too far, can I still be Shin Shitong? Look at my great capture. Ding, woo woo woo, dog host, I was wrong. After playing around with Shin Shitong for a while, Lu Chen felt much more relaxed. By the way, how should you handle the Taiyin marrow worm you deduced? Lu Chen asked. Ding, with your current realm, there is only one method. Use Bai Qiulan's blood as a guide. The Taiyin marrow worm will sense the chaotic Taiyin power and will leave on its own without you needing to do anything. Lu Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Help me find Bai Qiulan's figure, I want to return the gift she gave me. Lu Chen said. Ding, this system does not have the function to find people. Nonsense, when you're eating melons, you know where everyone is and what they're doing. Now you tell me you can't find the other person's location? Ding, eating melons is eating melons. Finding locations is finding locations, the two cannot be confused. Shin Shitong replied as a matter of course. Lu Chen was frozen, trembling all over. Although the Taiyin Sui insect had not yet emerged, its level was too high. Just the egg made Lu Chen, a great cultivator in the Tribulation Crossing realm, unable to bear it. Fine, I'll go find her myself. Lu Chen stood up. But before he could walk out the door, he stopped again. If he went out now and Bai Qiulan and the others were in dire straits, what if they ran into people from the Wangu sect? Would those from the Wangu sect attack him or Bai Qiulan? It would definitely be him. They couldn't defeat him, and if he made a move, he would wipe them out completely. Wouldn't that be equivalent to saving Bai Qiulan and her group? He couldn't go. By the way, I'll contact Lu Changfeng. If Bai Qiulan and the others appear outside the sect, let me know immediately. Lu Chen took out a communication stone to contact Lu Changfeng. Sect Master, if my master appears near the Dadao sect, inform me at once. Okay, no problem. Do you need the Dadao sect to provide assistance? Of course not. Everyone has their own fate. When facing them, we must maintain a mindset of letting go of the desire to help and respect others' destinies. Because once you help, you might change someone else's fate, and if they blame you, you'll just have to bear it. Lu Chen spoke from his own experience, a result gained through deep pain. Alright, when they return, I'll notify you immediately. Good, thank you. You're welcome. After instructing Lu Changfeng, Lu Chen began to cultivate again. He was also pondering a question. The second heaven has a higher upper limit than the first, and naturally, there are many strong individuals. The realms of the first heaven, starting from the Qi-gathering realm, are Qi-gathering, Yuan Dan, breaking infancy, refining void, harmonizing Tao, crossing tribulation, and great ascension. The second heaven has 3 additional realms, heaven, earth, and man. Man refers to the true man realm. Earth refers to the earth immortal realm. Heaven refers to the celestial god realm. Of course, the second heaven cannot only have these 3 realms. Great ascension, crossing tribulation, harmonizing Tao, and so on, are also numerous. The human race has a characteristic: they can reproduce. For example, a powerful individual from the third heaven, through hard work, made his partner give birth to over 3,000 children. Over 3,000. Although not all from one partner, the higher the cultivation, the harder it is to conceive, and the longer the pregnancy lasts. This shows how hard that powerful individual worked. Thus, descendants are endless to the extent that in the second heaven, great ascension is also a great power, sufficient to establish a sect. There won't be any situation where one ascends and immediately turns into a small pawn. He was thinking, the Jiang family's strength is so great, with more than one celestial god, and there are also powerful treasures left behind by the head of the Jiang family after ascension. Once he ascends, a great escape is inevitable. As for death, that won't happen. Before his rebirth, he had to escape from powerful enemies. After his rebirth, he still had to escape. Wouldn't that mean his rebirth was in vain? Is there a way for him to ascend and immediately possess the strength to rampage through the second heaven? It could be worth a try. At that time, he might just give Jiang Dai a huge surprise. Lu Changfeng was sitting in the main hall at this time, with Ji Changming beside him. Old Ji, what do you think Lu Chen means by this? Lu Changfeng asked, stroking his beard. Ji Changming was also deep in thought. Previously, during the genius competition, he had once suspected that the Dao sect had become the Haohuan sect, or even the Dao Haohuan sect. From the current situation, Lu Chen seems to keep a respectful distance from both Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan, ignoring them completely.
However, I am quite worried that they might enact a scene in the Dao sect where one chases and the other flees, with the husband enjoying a moment of cruelty while the wife suffers, only to end up in a fiery pursuit for love.
Lu Changfeng was taken aback. He was a devoted cultivator and did not fully understand what Ji Changming was saying. What do you mean?
It's like what often happens in romance novels. When I love you, you don't love me. Now that I don't love you, you start to love me madly. One escapes, the other chases, going back and forth.
And in the end, they still end up happily together.
Sect Master, you have no idea how those romance novels make my liver ache from the torment and my stomach hurt from laughing. One book described how the female protagonist reached the golden core stage, but the senior brother suggested she move her Yuan Dan to her head, claiming that having it in her dantian might affect their future children.
It cracked me up. Lu Changfeng.
Clearly, Ji Changming was older than him, yet Ji Changming seemed to be having more fun than he was. So, even though Lu Chen appears to have a heart of stone now, if something really happens to Bai Shimi
and the others, who knows how crazy Lu Chen might get. Moreover, if Lu Chen truly didn't care, he wouldn't need to send a message.
The implication is that we shouldn't keep Bai Qiulan and the others locked outside the
sect. If they die and we inform Lu Chen afterward, it would be too late.
We can choose not to protect them, and everything should proceed according to sect rules.
When Dao sect disciples return to the sect, if there are grievances, we first clarify right from wrong before taking action.
We can't just stand by and watch our sect members die tragically at the Dao sect's gates. That would harm the reputation of our Dao sect.
Since Lu
Chen said he respects others' fates, it likely means we should follow the rules. We won't deliberately organize or harm them.
If there really is a rift between Lu Chen and them, then if Lu Chen has grievances, he should take revenge, and if he has complaints, he should voice them, right? Ji Changming analyzed.
Lu Changfeng felt it made sense.
Then it's settled. If they return, everything will proceed according to sect rules. Old Ji, how come I never knew you read romance novels?
This all started from the last sect's genius competition. You have no idea, during one match, Xu Ling almost dove into Lu Chen's arms. Yu Hongling secretly glanced at Lu Chen over 30 times, and Bai Shimi always wanted to look at Lu Chen but was forcibly turned away. You see, Bai Shimi is clearly Lu Chen's master. If she looks openly, there's nothing to criticize, she's just
caring for her disciple.
But if she secretly looks, pretending she wants to see but can't, then there's something fishy about it. So I started to suspect that Bai Shimi might have developed different feelings for Lu
Chen.
Ji Changming was initially very excited as he spoke, but as he continued, he noticed Lu Changfeng's expression growing darker and darker. His voice became softer and softer.
Oh no, he forgot. Lu Changfeng likes Bai Qiulan. He seems to have stirred up trouble.
At that moment, Lu Changfeng smiled with a strained expression. I didn't expect Vice Sect Master Ji not only cares about his disciples' cultivation but also their romantic lives. Lu Changfeng said in a low voice.
That.
Don't worry, being able to care about a disciple's emotional life shows that Deputy Sect Master Ji is not only dedicated but also has quite a
bit of free time.
From now on, the matter of trade between the Great Dao sect and the outside world will be managed by you. You must ensure that the sect's profits soar.
Sect Master, I was wrong. Ji Changming instantly
admitted his mistake. I shouldn't have left seclusion. I should have handed all the matters over to you.
Ji Changming. Sister Bai and Lu Chen are master and disciple, and Sister Bai is a traditional person. How could she possibly have any improper entanglements with her own disciple? Do you know that what you said can be considered slander? I was wrong.
I will fine you a month's worth of spirit stones for your offerings. If you make the same mistake again, the punishment will be increased.
Yes. Ji Changming became obedient.
He wanted to slap himself twice. How could he have forgotten that Lu Changfeng liked Bai Qiulan?
He was jumping into a pit of fire.
Indeed, it is said that romance novels require one to leave their brain behind. He had lost his mind too many times to the point of being foolish.
Get lost, let me be quiet. Junior brother takes his leave. Ji Changming hurriedly ran out.
Unable to hold back, he slapped himself, lost in pride, mindless. Lu Changfeng sat alone in the hall of inquiry, his gaze distant, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, a sigh escaped him. If he were someone else, perhaps he could still fight for it. But he was the sect master of the Great Dao sect. At this moment, Shangguan Huanling had already rushed to the Great Dao sect,
carrying the severely injured Xu Ling.
She trembled slightly, her face as pale as gold paper. Her cultivation at the peak of the harmonization realm had now fallen to the 7th level of harmonization. The blood escape of the heavenly demon was truly a one-time consumption of cultivation. I wonder if Sister Bai can escape, Shangguan Huanling murmured. Xu Ling endured the intense pain, her foundation had been severely damaged, and her cultivation was likely to falter, possibly falling from the harmonization realm. The young master still had not come to save her. The young master really didn't care about her at all.
She thought back to the very beginning
Of her rebirth, that contract ignited by flames. That piece of contract, which she had regarded as a shame in her past life, now seemed to be the closest bond between her and Lu Chen. But now it had been burned to ashes. Thank you. Chu Ling weakly expressed her gratitude to Shangguan Huanling. Shangguan Huanling waved her hand. Just give me some spirit treasures later, that would be the best thanks. Okay, I will give them to you. At this moment, Bai Qiulan was frantically fleeing. It turned out that Yu Hongling had been carrying her, but now it was her turn to carry Yu Hongling. Because Yu Hongling's cultivation was indeed far inferior to that of the Tribulation Crossing realm. If she continued to carry Yu Hongling, they would soon be caught up by the people of the Eternal Sect. Although her chaotic Yin poison had already begun to condense rapidly. Using the power of the chaotic Yin would only cause it to grow rapidly, and the chaotic Yin poison would condense even faster. But Bai Qiulan could no longer care about that. One spell after another quickly vanished into the void. If the pursuing Tribulation Crossing realm cultivators accidentally collided with the spells, they would instantly turn into ice sculptures. Run! Run hard! The Great Tao sect was almost there. But Bai Qiulan felt a bit worried. If the Great Tao sect was unwilling to accept them, they would truly be at a dead end. But what could they do? They were already at the end of their rope. These people had never been pushed to such an extent before. Lu Chen often charged to the front, blocking all the storms for them. Yet they foolishly thought that Lu Chen was delaying their view of the magnificent storm. Now they were truly facing the storm and could only say it was self-inflicted. The Great Tao sect was right ahead. Put. Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan were both shaken to the point of spitting blood, the fresh blood already staining Bai Qiulan's white long dress. The Great Tao sect, the Great Tao sect. We are disciples of the Great Tao sect. We are being pursued by enemies. Let us in quickly. Yu Hongling shouted. The protective formation of the sect instantly activated. Shangguan Huanling and Chu Ling joined forces and rushed into the protective formation, which closed up immediately. Boom! An attack struck fiercely against the protective formation. Dong! The Great Tao bell rang, signaling the appearance of enemies. One by one, the Tribulation Realm cultivators from the Eternal Sect approached the Great Tao sect, dark clouds rolling in the sky, covering the entire Great Tao sect. The aura of the Tribulation Realm cultivators stirred the heavens and earth, causing a change in color. Lu Chen opened his eyes, receiving a message from Lu Chanfeng. Your master and junior sister have returned to the Great Tao sect, right at the mountain gate. Upon hearing the news, Lu Chen's figure vanished instantly. Shin Shitong also appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the two appeared together at the mountain gate. TSK. What a tragic sight for the four women. Each of their faces was pale. Senior brother, you're here. Yu Hongling looked at Lu Chen with joy. The others, seeing Lu Chen appear at once, were filled with surprise and hope. They had just escaped back to the sect, and Lu Chen arrived in such a short time. What did this mean? It meant Lu Chen had been watching over them. Lu Chen was not a heartless person, he truly cared for them. Young master, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you. Lu Chen, there's no need to worry, I'm fine. Brother Lu Chen, long time no see. Senior brother, the people from the Eternal Sect bullied us, can you kill them? We all know we were wrong, and we will serve you well from now on, we will never make you angry again. We can also accept this woman to join us, please. Lu Chen approached Bai Qiulan. Looking down from above. Shadows covered Bai Qiulan. With 2 fingers. Forming a sword, he gently sliced, and the dormant Taiyin essence bug eggs began to tremble instantly. What is Lu Chen doing? All eyes were on Lu Chen. Lu Changfeng, Yu Hongling, Ji Changming, Changhua Daoist, Linghu. Wo Xuan. Too many. They watched Lu Chen's actions, their hearts sinking. Because what Lu Chen was doing now did not seem like he was trying to save Bai Qiulan. This guy wouldn't dare to kill his master in broad daylight, would he? Senior brother, what are you going to do?